You make 100% of your three-point shots. How will life change? You're an ordinary basketball player who has been warming the bench in the NBA for 3 years, only getting garbage time minutes. Now, with 5 minutes left in the game at the Staples Center, the Lakers are trailing by 35 points. Just then, the head coach waves at you and says, "It's garbage time. Go show us what you've got." Hearing the coach's call, you feel a surge of adrenaline rushing to your head. Finally, you're stepping back onto the court you've been chasing for over 20 years. At that moment, the system detects a lucky host, and the Doge 3-point system successfully binds, rewarding you with a godlike 3-point experience card. A cold mechanical voice echoes in your mind, leaving you stunned. You think, is this the Doge system from those videos I always watch? Before you can investigate further, the referee at the sideline signals for you to enter, forcing you to jog onto the court. Meanwhile, in the Tencent NBA live broadcast studio across the ocean, the two commentators noticed your indifferent expression on screen. One of them remarked, "Our country's player Wang Yi is on the court now, let's see how he performs." During your 2 years in the NBA, you've already bounced around as many as 8 teams. Since head coaches never gave you opportunities, you couldn't prove your worth with any franchise. So even these two commentators didn't hold high hopes for you. The live chat was flooded with negative comments, with one saying, "Ugh, logging in just to see this guy, what bad luck. Remember when he got crossed over last time? So embarrassing. Just go back to China already." Back when you first entered the NBA, you carried immense expectations. Domestic fans had hyped you up to the skies. But later, due to a wrist injury during training, your on-court performance suffered. Combined with many NBA coaches' inherent bias against Asian players refusing to give you chances, you gradually became a bench warmer. Many fans back home also grew dissatisfied with you. The Lakers inbound the ball, and as the shooting guard, you moved to the Lakers' half-court after the inbound. The few Lakers players on the court were all benchwarmers who rarely got playing time outside of garbage time. Eager to prove themselves with this hard-earned opportunity, none of them were willing to play team basketball. After 2 possessions, each of the 4 of you had taken a shot, but none managed to score, allowing the opposing team to extend their lead further, now up by 35 points. Finally, on the Lakers' 3rd offensive possession, the ball finally found its way to you. Instantly, your spirits lifted, and your body seemed to surge with energy, all fueled by your deep love for the game. Seeing the defender standing lazily in front of you, you didn't hesitate, you quickly jumped into your shot, executing a textbook perfect form with a picturesque fadeaway. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air before swishing cleanly through the net from beyond the 3-point line. It was a gorgeous 3-pointer. However, the shot barely drew any attention. Against a 30-plus point deficit, this single 3-pointer was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. In the stands, a third of the fans had already left, while most of those remaining were either chatting or scrolling through their phones. On the other side of the ocean, in the Tencent live broadcast room, the two commentators were chatting about the rankings of various teams, completely unaware that you, hailing from China, had just made a beautiful 3-pointer. However, the barrage was filled with sarcastic comments. Someone said, "Oh, he actually made a 3-pointer? Must be a fluke." Another added, "Forget about a fluke, if he makes 2 more threes, I'll eat my words," or something unpleasant. The game continued. After the Warriors missed a shot, the Lakers went on the offensive again, but a miscommunication between 2 teammates nearly led to a steal by the Warriors. Fortunately, the ball accidentally flew toward you, right at the top of the 3-point arc. Without hesitation, you caught it and shot. Tonight was your last chance to prove yourself. If you didn't give it your all, once your contract ended, you might never get another opportunity to play in the NBA. And if that happened, forget about achieving your dreams. Even daily life would become a struggle, though it was already tough enough as it was. The 3-pointer arced through the air and swished cleanly through the net. Another beautiful shot. The score was now 86-115, narrowing the gap to 29 points. However, this 3-pointer still didn't stir any reaction from the live audience. Only the Lakers head coach clapped vigorously to encourage you, and James, who had been biting his nails, also started clapping in support. As the team leader, it's natural for him to be the first to encourage a teammate when they perform well. Next, the Warriors made a turnover on offense. The Lakers launched a fast break, and you sprinted with all your might to the front court, positioning yourself in the corner. The Lakers' point guard wanted to drive for a layup, but the Warriors' defense recovered quickly. Their center had already blocked the path to the basket. Instinctively, the Lakers' point guard passed the ball to you. After all, feeding the hot hand is a basic principle for any point guard. Without hesitation, you pull up and shoot. The 3-pointer hits the rim with a dull thud, making your heart sink. Fortunately, the ball bounces off the backboard, rattles around the rim 4 times, and finally drops in. The score is now 89-115, with the Lakers narrowing the gap to just 26 points. This time, A few scattered cheers come from the crowd. Your 3 consecutive three-pointers in under a minute have surprised them slightly, but that's all. The Warriors head coach immediately calls a timeout. Though your 9-point burst is just a drop in the bucket compared to the huge deficit, he still wants to briefly go over defensive strategies against you, just to be safe. He gathers the players and points to the best perimeter defender among the bench players, a guy with an afro. You take the Lakers' number 1. Let him drive if you have to, but don't give him any open threes. The afro guy glances at you from a distance, a hint of disdain curling his lips, and nods. Don't worry, coach, I'll make his life miserable. On the Lakers' side, the head coach briefly outlined a strategy for the players. Set screens for Wang. If he gets an open look, take the three-pointer, be decisive. Hearing this, you felt a warmth in your heart. It was the first time since joining the NBA that a coach had actively designed a play for you. Even if it was just a simple screenplay, you nodded firmly, your eyes burning with excitement. However, after agreeing, a slight unease crept into your mind. The injury on your right wrist hadn't fully healed, and the last three-point attempt had caused noticeable pain, nearly making the shot bounce out. If you kept shooting threes, not only would the injury worsen, but missing those shots would severely hurt your chances of securing another contract. More importantly, the Warriors would surely tighten their defense on your three-point attempts. How could you possibly make those shots while injured under such pressure? As you pondered how to overcome this dilemma, you suddenly remembered the godly three-pointer trial card you had obtained earlier. Due to the urgency earlier, you hadn't had time to study it carefully. Those 3 consecutive threes you made just now were purely the result of your usual rigorous training and a bit of luck. You hadn't used the trial card. Now, with your injury and the opponent's inevitable tight defense, it was the perfect time to test it out. With that thought, you mentally commanded, activate the godly three-pointer trial card. A cold, mechanical voice immediately echoed in your mind. Trial card activated successfully. 3-point accuracy set to 100% for 5 minutes. Your heart leaped at the words, and you clenched your right fist, thinking this card couldn't have come at a better time. At this moment, team leader LeBron also walked over, grabbed your hand for a firm high five, then playfully rubbed your forehead and mimicked taking your temperature with an electronic thermometer on your palm, saying, "Your hand's so hot. Are you running a fever or something?" This gesture made the previously downcast players around burst into laughter. LeBron patted your shoulder and added, "Hey bro, I love that three-pointer, but I'm expecting to see more." You nodded confidently and replied, "You will." Meanwhile, in the sports live broadcast room, 2 commentators were wrapping up their post-game analysis. One said, "Let's look at the Lakers player stats. LeBron with 23 points, AD with 28, and Wang Yi with 9. Pausing briefly, the other commentator continued, "Our Chinese player Wang Yi has already scored 9 points. The first commentator sounded puzzled. Did Wang Yi just make 2 or 3 threes? Let me check. Yes, 3 threes, 3 out of 3. Not bad accuracy. This marks Wang Yi's highest single-game score since joining the NBA. Let's see if he can sink more threes later." However, he has a wrist injury, and that last three-pointer didn't go smoothly at all. Maybe Wang Yi won't attempt another 3, as shooting threes puts too much pressure on the wrist. As they spoke, the game resumed. The Warriors scored 2 points with a give-and-go play, widening the gap to 28 points again. On the next possession, the Lakers attacked once more, with the Warriors' dreadlocked player sticking to you like glue. The coach assigned him to guard you, and he kept trash-talking. "Hey, Oriental, can your fragile little body even handle shooting threes? Take a break. I'll stick to you like glue until you cry." You ignored his trash talk. You've always preferred to let your performance do the talking. Following the coach's tactical setup, you came off a screen and received the ball again at the top of the key, with the dreadlocked player closing in behind you. Wang Yi only had a split second to strike. Without the slightest hesitation, emergency stop, jumping, raise your arms, shake your wrists, out of hand, one and done. The whole routine is smooth and silky like Dev, though the pain in my wrist has worsened. But the throwing motion of this shot was not the least bit distorted. Shoo! The basketball went over the fingertips of the exploding head, sealing it up. An orange arc under the spotlight. Swish! The center of the basket turned up a white wave, hollow into the net. Wang Yi retracted his right hand and glanced at the exploding head. Clenched fists. At the corners of his mouth, a bemused smile had appeared. This time he took a shot just now. With the bonus of the Super God 3-point experience card, he felt extremely good when he shot the ball. Right off the bat, I knew it was a sure hit. Is this what it feels like to be a 3-point master? Wang Yi couldn't help but glance at Curry on the Warriors bench. Curry also looked at Wang Yi intentionally or unintentionally at this moment. Seeing this, that exploding head followed behind Wang Yi, his mouth still chattering. "Your opponent is me. Don't get the situation wrong. Next, I will defend until you doubt your life. Defense until you cry and crawl back to your country." Wang Yi didn't even return his head and gave a rare reply. "I'll vote until you shut up." It's good that he didn't say anything. When he said that, the exploding head even came to life. Chasing after Wang Yi, he kept spraying trash talk. After Wang Yi finished that sentence, he never said another half sentence. Think of it all as just hearing a few barks. At this point, the deficit had been cut to 25 points thanks to 4 3-pointers by Wang Yi. From 35 points to 25, as if in a flash. On the sidelines, the Lakers players have risen to their feet. Even if we lose tonight, Wang Yi's 4 3-pointers in just a minute and a half is stunning enough. Next turn, the Warriors' offense missed. On the Lakers' offense, Wang Yi just crossed the half-court and started to ask for the ball. With his performance, he has conquered the Lakers' point guard and the ball is naturally handed to him. That exploding head of the Warriors has posted up. Wang Yi took a step off the dribble with a cover from a teammate. That exploding head is blocked and pulled away slightly. Wang Yi was 2 meters from the 3-point line at this point. If the dribbling continued, the exploding head would soon catch up. He didn't have time to think about it much. Emergency stop. Lift the ball. Shake your wrists. Out of hand. Swish. 3 hits. Point spread, 22 points. Wow. A third of the audience, who were there, cheered at once. Though with less than 3 minutes left and a deficit of more than 20 points, it was designated as uncatchable. Still, the Oriental man's 5 straight 3-pointers ignited them once again. This man is strong. He's the Curry of the Lakers. How come I've never seen him before? What's his name? It's a Laker player on a short 10-day contract, but what the name is I don't know. As soon as this goal was scored, Wang Yi only felt his entire body's adrenaline spiking. His self-confidence ballooned dramatically. In this moment, he felt like that basket was like the ocean. No matter how he threw it, the ball would dutifully jump into the basket. Curry's eyes flickered on the Warriors bench. He pioneered the small ball era as an all-time 3-point shooter. At this point, he was met by another guy who hit 5 straight threes and his spirits were fired up. He wanted to be on the field, to go toe-to-toe with this man. When he looked at the head coach, though, he shook his head without a trace. It's a game they're going to win and there's no need to play Curry again. Next round, the Warriors hit the iron on another 3, and it was the Lakers' turn on offense. Wang Yi asked for the ball again after crossing the half-court. That exploding head has learned his lesson this time, blocking 2 meters away from the 3-point line before Wang Yi receives the ball. Not giving Wang Yi any chance to shoot, Wang Yi dribbles the ball and looks to his right. When that explosive head saw that Wang Yi seemed to be a bit hesitant, he immediately became energized. Clapping his hands in an exaggerated manner, he gestured to Wang Yi. Go ahead, score another one if you dare. I'll bet $100 you can't score this one. This trash talk is a psychological tactic. Shooting, especially from 3-point range, is a mentally demanding scoring tool. The slightest change in the psyche will distort the movement. The movement is distorted, so naturally it's impossible to throw it in again. Wang Yi's bloodlust is also aroused as he sniffs. He gritted his teeth and continued to dribble. Instead of moving forward, though, he dribbled the ball and took 3 steps backward. Just got my foot on the center circle line. When that exploding head saw that, he revealed a set of big white teeth and laughed. Center circle? Logo 3? You think you're Steph * Curry? Ha 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 ha. Orientalist, I don't think you're awake yet. And at that moment, the white commentator on the set was flabbergasted. Oh, my God. What is this Oriental going to do? Another commentator joked. Logo 3 points? The Wahini can logo 3 points? Hit 5 threes in a row. Got inflated. Thought he was Curry. The two commentators were not without a bit of banter in their words. However, their words had not yet fallen. Wang Yi has pushed the shot. In the center circle position, he could only shake his wrists with more power. However, the strike felt superb. This ball must be scored. The basketball was still in the air after the shot. He had already turned around. With his back to the rim, he raised his right hand high in the air and extended 3 fingers. Then a 3-point gesture. The basketball was in the air, tracing an elongated arc. A second after Wang Yi made the 3-point gesture. Only then, like a cannonball, it slammed hard into the basket. Boo! Logo 3 points. 3 3-pointers to shock the world. Wang Yi strikes. Logo 3 points. And it's a shot that is taken and then turned around with his back to the basket. Tall extends his right hand and compares it to 3 fingers. The 3-point shot is no longer airborne into the net. Instead, it was powerful, like a cannonball, slicing across half-court at breakneck speed. Boo! Blasted heavily into the basket. Also blasted into the Staples Center arena. Boom! The entire dugout instantly exploded. Oh my God! Logo 3 points. God! What am I seeing? He actually turned around early and raised his hands in celebration. It was so cool. The decibel level of sound in the dugout spiked dramatically. After all, the logo is 3 points too visually appealing. And Logo turns around and raises his hands in celebration after a 3-point shot, not waiting for the ball to go in. Such a pretentious move that not even Curry has ever made. Not only the audience at the scene, Even the two live commentators who had been flirting just a moment ago couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Oh, geez, what did I see? Logo 3 points. Unbelievable. He really did it. He's the Lakers' Stephen Curry. Don't you think it's so cool that he turned his back to the basket and held up 3 fingers of his right hand? A lot of live commentary in the NBA is like that. Wallflowers fall with the wind. Just a moment ago, he was flirting with Wangi, but now he is bragging about it, and he is not red in the face. On the big screen at the scene, the camera stayed on Wangi for a long time, until a few moments later, it turned back to Curry on the sidelines. Warriors head coach Kerr also shook his head helplessly and glanced at Curry. Turns out that's what it feels like when the opposing team has a Curry. Although Curry didn't move a muscle, a fiery gaze had appeared in his eyes. The Lakers bench, meanwhile, has popped up in droves. Several of the subs were waving their towels hard. A few of the starters were also jumping and high-fiving over the stunning goal. The thick-browed man also stood up prancingly. A pair of thick, heavy eyebrows, raised violently. A pair of big eyes were filled with incredulity. James stood up quickly and raised his hands high, extending the 3 fingers of both hands in a 3-point gesture. On his face was an exaggerated expression that kept saying, "Oh my GA, oh my GA, oh my GA, oh my GA." Across the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA broadcast room, the two commentators were also so excited that their eyes were glowing. 6 threes in 2 minutes and a logo 3. Holy cow, holy crap, that was awesome, awesome bomb. 18 points. Wangi blasted 18 points in 2 minutes. This is beyond imagination. Most of the viewers in the live room were already gone because it was garbage time. The viewers who stayed behind at this point also hit the pop-ups. 6666, 666, 6666. Coward 666. Holy, is he going to rise up? I can't believe you don't look at the basket to celebrate early after shooting a logo 3. I would love to have a boyfriend that handsome. And, of course, there's no shortage of blacks. Oh, went to the NBA to play for 2 years and scored less than 100 points in total. This one occasionally got lucky and threw in a few threes and blew it. Better get your ass back here and don't embarrass us. Let's see you throw in a few more if you can. Being a man and turning around to celebrate a 3-point shot is arrogant and disrespectful. If he can make 8 threes, I'll live stream upside down and eat Shang. Someone immediately responded with a response. You can eat the you just owed first. At this point, on the field, Wangi's self-confidence had swelled to the extreme after he threw in this 3. The deficit has been cut to 19 points. He gritted his teeth and clenched his right fist. Painful, yet exciting. Fighting. This was the fight he wanted. He felt his body shaking with excitement and his blood burning. Immediately after throwing the shot, turn around and celebrate. It's something a lot of players have done. James has done it. Curry has done it. But Wangi is the first to shoot a logo 3 and immediately turn around and celebrate. He also practiced keeping a low profile. But basketball is supposed to be a flamboyant sport. On the court, it's time to pull out all the stops and flaunt your personality. If you don't flaunt it when you play, what's a ball game? Keep your head down and play high. That exploding head was now watching the basketball slam into the basket and bounce on the floor again. His eyes widened as he looked like he'd seen a ghost, and he didn't utter a sound for half a day. Wangi glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't forget the $100. That exploding head came back to his senses. Cursing, he said, "Shat, Oriental, you're pissing me off." Wangi, however, had long since turned back to the backfield to return to defense. On another next turn, the Warriors' offense was defended. The Lakers' point guard dribbled the ball across half court and handed it directly to Wangi. At the same time, he gave Wangi a cover, intending to let him shoot 3 points through the cover. Wangi was already a bit on top at this point. With a wave of his hand, he said, "No need," signaled the point guard to get out of the way. The point guard just had to show his hands and pull away. Wangi faced that exploding head and was going to hook his finger. However, this is a provocative action and will result in a technical foul. Wangi is not afraid of technical fouls, but a technical foul is a fine of $25,000 for Wangi, who had only signed a short contract for 10 days. This was a huge amount of money, so he suppressed the urge to hook his fingers and mouthed in not-so-standard American English, "Come on." That exploding head had been beaten out of fire by now. He came to Wangi in large strides, crossed his legs and made a stance of fighting to the death in defense. The corner of Wangi's mouth hooked up in a mesmerizing arc. The right foot suddenly took a step to the right. That exploding head moved with it in a hurry. However, Wangi had long since retracted his right foot. Jump at the same time. The exploding head knew that he was fooled, and cursed Fark in his heart, and hurriedly followed the cover-up. There was only a momentary gap in between. However, Wangi had already made a 3-point shot. On the sidelines, all the Lakers players stood up. All the spectators, too, were glued to the puck. Swish, the basketball should go into the net. At the same time, that exploding head pounced on Wangi to the ground because he lunged too hard. The ball is whistled in. Exploding head defense foul. Wow. Once again, the scene was set ablaze by the shot. 7 triples, my ass. 21 points in 2.5 minutes. That scoring explosion is too much. This Oriental is too strong. So strong how will only sign a short contract of 10 days. Lakers quickly give him a guaranteed contract or by other teams snatched away will be too late to regret. Those two live commentators, one hissed, wow, that was definitely one of the most over-the-top performances I've ever seen. It was amazing, just amazing. Compared to these two commentators, the Chinese viewers across the ocean were much richer in language and expressed much more emotion. Grip it, grip go, grip Nima. On the scene, Wang Yi looked at the exploding head. It's just dry-plucked right over your head, and there's nothing you can do about it. That feeling, cool. That exploding head's face had darkened into iron by now. No more trash talk spewing from his mouth. Instead, not a word. The guy he was primarily defending swiped a dozen points in a row over his head in just over 2 minutes. Especially with this shot just now. Point blank he was told to go over to the defense, then dry hump into an over-the-top 3 over his head. It's definitely less hurtful and more insulting. Where is he going to get the nerve to spew trash talk again? Funny how he had just said that he was going to prevent this guy from crying and rolling back east. Now, not only did he not cry, but he himself was cast into tears. When Wang Yi scored that extra point penalty, on the scoreboard, Lakers 97-112, only down by 15 points. Going from 35 to 15 still seems to be just a blip on the radar. 2.5 minutes in, down 15 points, with little chance of recovering. But under Wang Yi's crazy performance, who dares to be so sure? If Wang Yi threw in 2 more threes, the difference would be in single digits. The Warriors head coach hastily called another timeout. As he paused, he was mildly annoyed. Called, get on the bag for me. The Warriors players heard their coach's words. They all wondered if they had heard wrong. To go up for a sack against a guy who only signed a short 10-day contract that they can't even name? That's too much to ask of him. But no one dares to question the words of the head coach. As soon as he gets the ball, pack it in and make him get it to somebody else. Never let him take another 3-point shot. After taking the field next, the Warriors went straight to Wang Yi for a sack. The live commentators were laughing. Oh, see, did you see that? Another commentator also laughed out loud. The Warriors actually used a sack tactic on him. It's definitely an honor for him. The live audience was also entertained. However, Wang Yi was not happy about it. He already had a wrist injury that hurt when he dribbled the ball. Facing a double team at this point, he just had to get the ball out as fast as he could and hope that his open teammates would take advantage of the opportunity. Unfortunately, the 2 threes made by his teammates bounced off the rim. But even so, Wang Yi is still circling the cover moment by moment, looking for opportunities. He caught 2 more chances in the final 2.5 minutes, hit a pair of 3-pointers. The crowd roared with each 3-point shot. Eventually, when the final whistle blew, the score was set at 111-118. The Lakers lost by 7 points. However, there was no frustration from the audience. They didn't know Wang Yi's name, so they chanted Wang Yi's jersey number. 1, 1, 1. Despite the loss, it was as if they were happier than the win. James, the team boss, also came over at the first time and hugged Wang Yi hard. In his ear, he said, "Man, you really did it. 5 minutes and 28 points. Thanks for a great show." Thick Eyebrows also walked over and high-fived Wang Yi. The Lakers losing backfired as if they had won. On the contrary, on the Warriors' side, even though they had won, each one of them was stony-faced and even a bit depressed. The head coach, in particular, was in a cold sweat. A 5-minute lead of 30 points is clearly a blowout. It almost ended up being flipped back. If it was really turned back, I was afraid that I would be nailed to the pillar of shame in history and would never be able to turn back. First interview. It is customary for the game to end with a handshake between the key players of both sides. Curry, the Warriors' leading scorer, first hugged James in the brow and said a few words to each other. Afterward, he walked towards Wang Yi. Within his eyes, a flash of wariness flashed. To Wang Yi, he said, "Your 3 points, very strong." Wang Yi responded, "Your 3 points aren't weak either." Corey's trademark schoolboy grin appeared on his face. Even though he's grown a beard, his smile is still as cute as ever. "Worthy of the title of Munchkin," he said. "Hopefully we can battle it out on the field." Wang Yi's eyes were also raging with battle intent. Me too. Who wouldn't want to challenge the most powerful person in their field if possible? After saying goodbye to the Warriors, Wang Yi planned to walk towards the players' tunnel. However, right at this moment, James patted Wang Yi's shoulder. "Wang, leave later." Wang Yi was puzzled. "Something is wrong?" James pointed to the beautiful reporter who was heading this way. "An ESPN reporter is going to do a final interview with you." "Ha? Me?" Wang Yi was quite surprised. End of game interviews, usually with the most outstanding player on the winning team of the game. the Lakers lost the game. And by definition, Lakers players are not eligible for interviews. Taking a step back, even if we did want to interview a Laker player, it would have been James or the Brows. How could it not be his turn? James laughed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Said he, "You don't have to be surprised. Maybe after this game, your good luck is coming." There are a lot of people who call James a hypocrite, who say he likes to put on a show no matter what, and who call him a hypocrite. But he's still great as a team leader anyway. Wangi nodded once more. Thank you. That blonde beauty reporter had already come in front of Wangi by now. The cameraman also followed, and the camera was focused on Wangi. This feeling, Wangi had had before. When he first joined the NBA, the national media was able to hype him up. Whenever you go out, you are bound to encounter numerous journalists who come to interview you with long guns and short cannons. However, after entering the NBA, with the succession of injuries he suffered, coupled with the fact that he was not reused by the team, the domestic media hated to step on the ground again. As for the NBA reporters, they barely interviewed him once. The pretty reporter greeted first, a big smile on her face. "Hi, King. I hope I didn't call you by the wrong name." "Obviously, this is a joke," Wangi graciously replied. "It's not called wrong. It's just that the pronunciation is not quite standard." The beautiful reporter was slightly surprised. She has interviewed several Eastern players. Yao, for example, and then E. What they all have in common is that when they first started, they were all slightly shy and couldn't let go. And this King was generous. People like that are easy to interview. She then asked, "Your behavior tonight was quite incredible. Can you tell us why?" Wangi organized his words and replied, "This is what I deserve. I've been training every day for over a decade. I left my home and came here alone. All this hard work has been for this moment." He didn't make a show of thanking this and that hypocritically. He only thanked himself. "Be thankful that you are still hanging in there no matter how hard it gets." The beautiful reporter then asked, "Is it convenient to disclose what Stephen Curry said when he shook your hand in greeting just now?" Wangi smiled mysteriously and joked, "This is a secret between men. The exchanges between players and players are sort of private between the two. He certainly wouldn't just reveal his conversation with Curry without his consent. For one thing, it's a sign of respect for Curry. Secondly, a top-stream player like Curry is too talkative, and he is still only a short contract player at the moment. In case of a bad word, the public opinion will be overwhelming towards him, though he has long been sprayed by the national media and fans, and his ability to carry pressure has been honed. But it's better to get into as little trouble as possible when you can." The beautiful reporter finally said, "Thank you, King. Looking forward to your next match." Wangi gave a bitter smile. He wasn't sure if the Lakers would give himself another short contract after the way he played. After all, the Lakers are more than adequately staffed on the backline right now, and it would be too much of a bloat to re-sign themselves. Through the players' tunnel, after returning to the locker room, another round of congratulations from the players. Wangi, however, was a bit anxious and said, "Sorry everyone, I still have some urgent matters," he said quickly, entering the soaking room in the back, rinsing briefly and changing his clothes. Then it was time to leave. Just then, James and Thick Brow stopped Wangi. "King, come with us to the press conference. I think the reporters will have a lot of questions for you." Generally, and only the players who perform well on the field are allowed to follow the team's two big guns to the post-game press conference. Wangi, however, shook his head. "I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry." With that said, he left the team locker room in a hurry. James was a little surprised. Very few players usually refuse to attend a press conference. After all, it's a chance to show what you're made of. However, since the King had said that there was an emergency, he would not force himself to do so. Meanwhile, at home, inside the Tencent NBA livestream, the two commentators were still summarizing Wangi's performance just now. "All I can say is awesome. Awesome bomb. 9 3-pointers in 5 minutes wrapped up the team's final 28 points. Almost led the team to a turnaround by himself. This is truly amazing. We look forward to better performance from Wangi." Meanwhile, the pop-up screen, besides being filled with 666, said, "Where's the black guy from just now? Didn't they say that if Wangi can make 8 3-pointers, he'll be live streaming upside down and eating shang? You think too highly of the blacks." The blacks all jump out and flail when they're not performing well, and when the players are doing well, one by one they shrink back into their turtle shells. "Come on, Blackie, get out and take a couple steps." However, none of the blacks dared to show themselves. Meanwhile, Wangi has arrived at the visiting team's locker room, is blocking the door to the visitors' locker room. He has a very important thing. Soon, the matter of Wangi blocking the door of the visiting team's locker room quickly spread to the Lakers' locker room. The Lakers group of players all changed their faces when they heard the news. There's something about blocking the visiting locker room. It's likely to be penalized by the league, and in severe cases, an outright multi-game ban. But Wangi as a Lakers player, they teammates naturally cannot sit back and watch. Being a team, a collective, we fight together. We carry things together. Defender Caruso was the first to cross the long walkway toward the visitors' locker room across the street. The head coach saw this, while reminding the crowd, absolutely no hands, while speaking to a nearby staff member. Go find a way to get LeBron back. LeBron James has a knack for being the boss of the team and holding down the other players. A lot of prickly players, instead of having another problem under his hand, would play to shine. The staff member hurriedly answered and jogged towards the press conference venue. 5. You have to pay this 100. Staples Center Arena. In front of the visitors' locker room, Wang Yi is blocking the way. He stood quietly, listening to the clamor in the locker room. A Warriors player joked, "Hey man, your defense was awesome today. Got dunked on over the head for 9 threes. Another player teased, "Man, didn't you say you were going to defend him until he cried and crawled back? How come I see it's you crying and crawling back?" A third player laughed, though that guy's logo is 3 out of 3, which is annoying, but I have to say, that was really cool. You should be honored as a backdrop, too, right? Warriors head coach Kerr didn't stop them from making fun of the exploding heads. It's common for teammates to taunt each other like this, and it's a joke at best. It's like the kind of taunting that often goes on between good friends. This can also serve as an incentive for your teammates. But today, that incentive didn't work. Exploding head, uncharacteristically, sits in his chair with his head down, not saying a word. Silently, he changed his shoes. Head coach Kerr frowned slightly at the sight. As a head coach for many years, he is sensitive to the psychological changes in his players. This exploding head is obviously devastated, and it's not a bad blow. Come to think of it, anyone would be hit hard by a wild blow to the head. With that thought, the head coach stopped the crowd from continuing to make fun with a glare. Making fun of a competitive person will get him stimulated to work his way up, but these days exploding head has been hit hard and is a bit demoralized. Making fun of him at this point would be adding insult to injury. He walked over and tapped the exploding head on the shoulder. It doesn't matter how many guys in the league, who have had numerous threes thrown over their heads by Steph, aren't alive and well. There are some people that you can't defend. You can only limit it at best. With that, he looked over at Stephen Curry. Curry is that kind of player. Corey comforted as well. Dude, he was having too hot of a hand, so trust me, it's not your fault. You did everything you could do. Next game, we'll keep working. The blasted head then looked up and nodded to the head coach and Corey. Thank you. His mood looked slightly better, but that's about it. It is impossible to recover immediately after a heavy blow. You can only take your time. Explosive head got changed and stood up, a bit bewildered. He walked towards the locker room door, opened the door and was about to go out, but almost collided with the man in the doorway. The person at the door is no other than Wang Yi. Exploding head froze and stopped in his tracks. When the other players of the Warriors saw Wang Yi blocking the doorway, each of them was also stunned. Reaction ensued. The whole blocking the door to the visiting locker room thing has happened a few times before. Every time it's a firecracker. It's likely that exploding head went a little too far when he spewed trash talk. This Oriental is bringing the Lakers in for revenge. They rushed forward, trying to stand up for their teammates. However, when they saw that Wang Yi was the only one, they were all a bit surprised. One man has the audacity to come and block the visiting locker room. Is this guy going crazy? Steph Curry squeezed through the crowd and came to the doorway to Wang Yi. Hey man, what's up? Wang Yi waved his hand and said, this is a personal matter between him and me. It has nothing to do with other people. He pointed to the exploding head. Head coach Cole saw that Wang Yi spoke in a calm tone and even had a smile on his face and did not seem to be looking for trouble. He sighed in mild relief at this and gestured to the exploding head. Since it's a private matter between you, you're on your own. The exploding head was a bit puzzled, and his face was grave. Frowning, you threw in a couple threes this time, but next time, I'm going to lock you up. The tone was hard, but head coach Kerr secretly shook his head. At this time, the harder the tone of the explosive head, it means that the more bottomless he is in his heart. One can only rely on a strong tone of voice to hold up the fort. It seemed that he had been hit harder than he had expected after all. Wang Yi's mouth reveals a smile when he hears that explosive head's seemingly imposing words. Well, I'm not here to talk about balls. Blasted head asked with a start. I can't think of anything to talk about between us other than basketball. Wang Yi reached out and made a gesture of counting bills. Earlier at the court, you had a $100 bet. I made that 3-point shot, so that $100 of your money goes to me. When the rest of the Warriors heard this, each one of them froze. With that, he laughed. Turns out it's all this saber rattling over $100. You know, the next best thing Tobing in the NBA is making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. A level like Stephen Curry is making even more than $40 million a year. So to them, Wang Yi is simply like a poor chase between children for a few dollars. The exploding head was all a bit speechless and said, For $100, is that all you had to do? Wang Yi nodded seriously. As for, you wouldn't be willing to gamble but afraid to lose, would you? Not so much for anyone else, but too much for him, a player on a short 10-day contract. Prior to this short 10-day contract, he had been without a ball for over 2 months. These 2 months or so of living expenses, training expenses, rent, and all sorts of other expenses had long since spent what little money they had earned before. He can't even afford to rent another house. I had to sleep in the garage of my teammate Caruso's house at night. Today that short 10-day contract is only $8,000. If no team resigns him after today, that $8,000 will need to sustain him for a long time. So now let alone $100. Even $1 is important to him. That exploding head is also a fringe player who doesn't get paid much. $100 is a bit meaty for him. 2. He was just making a casual remark on the field. Who knew this Oriental guy would take it seriously? He shook his head. I don't have any cash on me, so I'll owe it and pay it back next time. Wang Yi shrugged. No, you can borrow your teammates. Steven, Thompson, Green, they are all rich people. As he said this, Green glared at Wang Yi. I don't have any money with me either. This was followed by a glare at Explosion Head. Don't implicate me in what you've caused yourself, said the man who had turned his head back to continue changing his clothes. This Grim has always been a hothead. He's not patient enough to yammer on for half a day about $100. That exploding head was about to say something when head coach Kerr said, I've got $100 here, so I'll loan it to you for now. He said, taking out a $100 bill and handing it to Exploding Head. Exploding Head didn't want to give it to Wang Yi, but the head coach had already handed it over. He only had to accept it stiffly and then shoved it into Wang Yi's hands as soon as he could. Wang Yi took the $100 and nodded with a smile. Well, thanks. With that, he turned his head and was about to leave. Just then, the Lakers, a group of players, have rushed over. When they see Wang Yi holding $100 in his hand, he looks like he is in a good mood. They all froze. 6-second contract. When Wang Yi took the $100 and turned to leave, a clutter of footsteps sounded, and the Lakers had rushed over. They had thought that Wang Yi was blocking the door of the Warriors' locker room to settle the score with that explosive head, so they rushed over in droves, one to stop Wang Yi and not let things get too big. Secondly, he is also afraid that Wang Yi will be alone and bullied by the Warriors, especially James the boss. His own teammates were coming to get back in the game, so naturally he had to help support the scene. He can't let his teammates get bullied, but at the same time, you can't let things expand. If the situation expanded, it would not be good for the team on one hand, and Wang Yi on the other. However, at this moment, seeing that Wang Yi is not only fine, but on the contrary, he is flinging $100 in his hand, with a satisfied smile on his face, and is walking this way. Everyone was flabbergasted. King, is everything okay? King, how's it going? James came closer and sized Wang Yi up. Another look at those players at the door of the Warriors' locker room. Apparently it didn't look like they were doing anything. Relieved, he asked, King, what's going on? When Wang Yi saw that so many of his teammates were rushing over, his heart could not help but be slightly warmed. Shaking his head, he said, it's okay, I just won a bet by accident. The crowd all breathed a sigh of relief as well. James said, King, in the future, if there is such a thing again, you have to be clear with us. Otherwise, if you win the money and we go to war with others without knowing the situation, won't we be wronged? A bunch of the players burst out laughing. James is like that, always making jokes that make everyone happy, and as a result, the relationship between the Lakers players has been cordial. It could be said that these jokes of his are the bridging agent of player relations. When they got back to the locker room door, there was a staff member already waiting there. He couldn't help but be relieved to see that the crowd was all back and each one seemed to be in a good mood. At the same time, he said to Wang Yi, King, General Manager Palinka is looking for you. Wang Yi could not help but feel a slight movement in his heart. Your own 10-day short contract has arrived. If the Lakers don't want to re-sign themselves, they'll just call their agent and let them know. Only if you intend to renew your contract with yourself is the general manager likely to approach you and give you a heads up first. When James heard this, he was also happy for Wang Yi. Said, King, as I said, maybe tonight is the beginning of your good fortune. Wang Yi nodded. Thank you. Wang Yi then went to the office of General Manager Palinka. Palinka is a very quiet, middle-aged man. He would often stand at the far end of the stands and watch the team play without saying a word. Who knows what's going on in his mind? At this moment, he is sitting behind his desk, looking at Wang Yi coming in and also not saying a word, until Wang Yi spoke. General Manager, you're looking for me? It was then that Palinka spoke. King, you surprised everyone with your performance tonight. As you know, Schroeder hasn't returned from his injury yet, and we're still missing a player who can score in our backline. Would you be willing to sign another short 10-day contract with us? Palinka talks a good game. He did not say, we are willing to sign a contract with you, but rather, are you willing to sign a contract with us? While both mean pretty much the same thing, the former puts the team on a higher pedestal. The latter appeared to have more respect for the players. Although Wang has expected through their own performance just now, surely can impress the Lakers management, so as to sign another 10-day short contract with himself. But he was still delighted to hear the general manager say it himself. Thank you GM, I don't think I have any reason to refuse. Being able to sign another short 10-day contract, Wang felt it was good enough. As for a guaranteed contract, the Lakers certainly won't give it to him for a while. After all, Schroeder, the Lakers' starting point guard, will be returning in another week or so. The Lakers' backcourt will look bloated by then, so naturally, they won't be able to give themselves another guaranteed contract, unless played extremely brightly on his own in this second 10 days. Thinking of this, Wang remembered that sign-in system. His fists clenched darkly. Polinka continued, this second 10-day short contract, it's $20,000, so I hope that satisfies you. Wang sniffed and nodded. Thank you, I am satisfied. Short 10-day contracts range from a few thousand to tens of thousands of dollars, depending on the player's past performance. Wang Yi's last contract was only $8,000. This one went right up to $20,000, which will make his life less tight. Coming out of the manager's office, the point guard Caruso was already waiting for Wang Yi. Wang Yi was boarding at his house, so he would wait for Wang Yi after every home game. King, what about it? Is it a guaranteed contract? Caruso asked. Wang Yi shook his head and said, short contract. Caruso patted Wang Yi's shoulder and said, that's okay, as long as you can continue to play the way you did tonight, I'm sure it can be converted to a guaranteed contract. Wang Yi nodded and did not say anything more. Then he got into Caruso's pickup and drove out of the parking lot. As they passed the main entrance to Staples Arena, they saw only 7 statues erected there under the night sky. Logo Man Jerry *West, Elgin *Johnson, Skyhook Jabbar, O'Neal the Shark, Elgin *Baylor, Kobe, every name, like a thunderbolt. Wang Yi saw Kobe's bronze statue and mumbled in his heart, boss. Back at Caruso's, after a simple dinner, Wang Yi returned to his bed in the garage. Caruso's house wasn't big to begin with, and it already seemed a bit crowded for their family to live there. When Wang Yi arrived, he could only settle in the garage for the time being. Lying on a simple bed, Wang Yi then, in his mind, carefully studied that sign-in system. System, introduce yourself. The system's voice came quickly, still so mechanically cold. This system is called the Legendary Superstar System and exists to help the host become a legendary superstar. Before each match, the host can sign in. The rewards gained are temporary experience cards for various skills. When Wang Yi heard this, not only did he not get too excited, instead he frowned slightly. Experience cards, after all, are just extras. If one day, the system no longer existed, wouldn't one return to mediocrity again? Even after obtaining the plugin, one could not become a waste that only relied on it. He asked, is it possible to take these experience cards and turn them into skills of my own? The system's voice came again. This system also contains a training system within it. By completing the training tasks issued by the system, you can enhance your own abilities. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel happy in his heart when he heard this. The system had released the quest at this point. Mission, make 1,000 3-point shots. Mission reward, 3-point shooting percentage increased to 45%. 7 training, 1,000 threes. This night, Wang Yi, who received the training mission, almost stayed up all night. Shoot 45% from 3 as long as you complete the drills. That's already a top 3-point shooter. Strong as Curry, his career 3-point shooting rate is less than 45%. Only Warriors head coach Kerr, in the entire history of the NBA, has shot over 45% for his career. What are the Lakers missing the most right now? Consistent 3-point shooter. Pop, Kuzma, Schroeder, Tucker. They can both shoot the 3, but the hit rate is really a little hot. In the small ball era, without consistent outside shooting, games are played with struggles. As you can imagine, if you can get your 3-point shooting percentage up to 45%, you'll be in demand with the Lakers. Then it would be easy to convert that second short contract to a guaranteed contract. It was still light at 4 a.m. the next morning. Wang Yi had then quietly left the garage of Caruso's house and rushed to the Lakers training center. He had barely slept all night last night and wanted to get to the training hall right then and there. But because of the late hour, he could only hold back his inner excitement. Burying my head in the street, I couldn't even get a cab. It was winter at the time. Los Angeles has a Mediterranean-type climate and the winters are not too cold, but it's also only 8 or 9 degrees at 4 in the morning. Wang Yi tightened his collar and looked up at the dim street light ahead. He remembered the famous line, have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 a.m.? Although it was later pointed out that Kobe was only occasionally up at 4 a.m. to train. But this quote can also be used as a reflection of Kobe's career hard training. This is what has been motivating Wang Yi to keep moving forward for 20 years. He started jogging up. As a warm-up, after jogging for half an hour, hot steam was steaming up above him as he arrived at the entrance to the training hall. Knocking on the door of the security room woke up the dozing security guard. "Hello, I'm here to train." The security guard rubbed his sleepy eyes and squinted for a few moments more before recognizing that this was the Lakers' newest player signed to a short 10-day contract. He looked out the window at the deep black night sky. Another look at the time on the computer. Surprised asked, "This early?" Wang Yi nodded. "I couldn't sleep, so I came over to train first." "Are all Orientals as hardworking as you?" the guard asked with a smile as he released the line for him. Wang Yi nodded and did not say much. The security guard looked at Wang Yi's back and reminded again. "The air conditioning isn't on until 8 o'clock. The team mandates a 10 a.m. practice on days when there are no games, but James is usually here by 8. That's why the air conditioning in the training hall is on at 8 o'clock. Wang Yi did not turn around and shook his head. "It's okay." The Lakers' training facility, called the UCLA Wellness Training Center. It includes a dugout, 2 turbo baths, 10 ice baths, a powerhouse, and offices, among many other amenities. Wang Yi came to the dugout and turned on the lights. The first thing that caught my eye was the 10 golden O'Brien cups that were enshrined on the opposite wall. They signify to people the glorious history of the Lakers. With these 10 championship trophies to motivate you, you will also feel motivated to train here. Wang Yi gave a silent thought in his heart. One day, I will take back an O'Brien cup with my own hands. Then wasting no more time, he placed the shooting machine. The system gives the task of making 1,000 threes. Considering that the fitness drops off in the back, the hits will drop off with it. It's estimated that you need to shoot about 3,500 threes. Soon, he turned on the shooting machine, then quickly came to stand at the top of the three-point arc, took a deep breath. With a soft buzz, the shooting machine shoots a basketball toward Wang Yi at the top of the three-point arc. Catch the ball in the hand. Wang Yi quickly jumped, raised his arm, shook his wrist, and struck. Swish, 3 hits. At the same time, a piece of data appeared in his mind. Mission completion, 1/1000. Time remaining, 11 hours and 59 minutes. From the first three-point shot, it's considered the beginning of training. Countdown to 12 hours. That's rather intuitive. Just a second after the shot, the shooter shoots another basketball. Wang Yi catches the ball in his hand and strikes again. Swish, 3 hits again. 10 pitches in a row. Hits 7 of them. Hitting in practice, more than in games, is normal for any player. The Beast Howard used to shoot just over 60% from the free throw line in games when he was with the Lakers, but when it comes to free throws in practice, it can be over 90%. Wang Yi continues to keep making threes. As he hit his 20th three, his right wrist began to ache again. He couldn't help but frown. Hitting 1,000 threes isn't that hard. The difficulty is that he now has an injury to his right wrist. The injury to his right wrist can only be aggravated if he practices threes too often. It's not like he's like one of those players who gets a guaranteed contract and gets to sit out when he gets hurt. Being a short contract player, one must fight tooth and nail for their guaranteed contract. Even if you are injured, you have to grit your teeth and hold on strong. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and continued to insist on practicing 3 points. Half an hour later, the pain in his right wrist was continuing to increase. He glanced at the task completion level in his head. Mission completion, 103/1000. Time remaining, 11 hours and 26 minutes. It's only a tenth of the way done. His brow furrowed and he shook his head. It can't go on much longer. He had just thrown a total of over 150 pitches and his wrist was already hurting. If it continues, I'm afraid he won't be able to play in the next game, although the probability of him playing as a short contract player is not great in itself. But as an athlete, he has to be ready to play at any time. But if we don't continue, this opportunity to improve our three-point shooting percentage will have been wasted. This was something he would never allow. It's important to realize that what the Lakers are missing right now is a consistent three-point shooting point. Himself has a good chance of squeezing into the rotation if he can quickly get his three-point shooting to 45%. At this time, Wang Yi is faced with a dilemma. But the ultimate consequences of both choices are, well, less than ideal. In the back of his mind, he glanced at the countdown to the mission. That red time, beating coldly. The system doesn't take pity on you and stops the countdown just because you have an injury. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi came up with a solution that was not a solution. Left-handed shooting. He had practiced left-handed shooting for a while, so left-handed shooting was not new to him. It's just a lot less proficient than the right hand. At this moment, another basketball flew towards Wang Yi. Catch the ball with both hands. Hold the ball in your left hand and hold it in your right. Jump up and out. Boom. No doubt about it. 3 points in the iron. The pain in my right wrist did lessen a touch though. Second ball. Boo. Hit the iron again. Third ball. Boo. still hitting the iron. But Wang Yi was not the least bit discouraged. His eyes revealed determination. At this point, there was no retreat for him, only the breakers. Swish! Finally, it was on the 5th shot that he hit a 3. Hit his second 3-point shot from the left-hander on his 10th shot. Left-handed shot, 20%. That means that the number of pitches he needs to make to complete the task will increase dramatically. But he had no choice. Boo! 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 Swish! Boom! The sound of an iron shot echoed through the empty dugout, occasionally interspersed with the sound of a 3 going into the net. His training clothes had long been soaked with sweat. Heat rose to his head. He had begun to gasp for air, but he couldn't stop for a moment, for the red countdown in his mind, as if it were a countdown to life, went on and on for a moment. 8 mission accomplished, 45% 3-point shooting. Gradually, the sky lit up outside the window. Wang Yi was already tired until he could not catch his breath, but he couldn't stop, because in the back of his mind, the countdown, which seemed to be hypnotic, went on and on for a moment. And I don't know how long I've been practicing. He glanced at the progress of the mission in his mind. Mission progress, 300/1000. Time remaining, 9 hours and 55 minutes. Fortunately, at this rate, one should be able to complete the task. He stopped to catch a few breaths. At that moment, the door to the training hall opened. A tall, burly figure walked in. It was James. He was a bit surprised to see Wang Yi. In the past, Wang Yi was almost the same as him and came to train at 8 o'clock. But looking at him now, it was clear that he had been training for a long time. Wang, so early today? Did you miss your girlfriend so much that you couldn't sleep? James said. Hamden hawed twice and looked at Wang Yi's right hand. Wang Yi shrugged and also looked at his right hand and said, girlfriend is almost wasted. James gave Wang Yi a thumbs up. You're good. You used up your girlfriend in one night? Wang Yi let out a bitter smile and shook his head without speaking again. He didn't have much time to waste, then proceeded to turn around and work on threes. However, James had keenly captured Wang Yi's unusual behavior. He knows that Wang Yi is a right-handed player, so why is he suddenly practicing left-handed? Brother, you have a wound on your right hand? James said, while recalling how Wang Yi always seemed to inadvertently shake his right fist after shooting a 3 last night. The expression is also strange. At the time, he thought it was a celebratory gesture unique to Wang Yi. In hindsight, things don't seem that simple. Wang Yi was seen through and his heart thumped. Turning his head, he said, please don't tell anyone that I need this job badly. Once the rest of the team knew he was still injured, they definitely didn't let him play. Then he's done trying to move to a guaranteed contract. James frowned slightly and thought, don't worry, I won't say anything, but you're responsible for your own body. Wang Yi nodded. I have my measure. James saw that Wang Yi insisted, so he stopped persuading. It only said, come to my house after training today and I'll have my personal physician take a look at you. Wang Yi's heart was hot. It's not often that a team leader cares so much about a fringe player. He nodded and continued. LeBron, can you tell the coach that I'm not going to participate in the other drills today? I'm going to specialize in threes because the team is lacking a consistent 3-point spot right now. James thought about it and nodded. Don't worry about practicing your threes. I'll talk to the coach. The matter of disrupting the coach's training program was something that Wang Yi could not do with the current Wang Yi, and only a superstar with an absolute voice like James. Except that James doesn't usually abuse the power of speech like that. Today, for the sake of Wang Yi, an exception has been made. Of course, James had his own considerations. With his style of play, he'll need a consistent 3-point spot from the outside. Next, Wang Yi continued to practice 3 points with his left hand. Although his physical ability has gradually declined, he has been able to reach a 3-point shooting rate of 40% with his left hand as his left-handed proficiency has increased. By 10 o'clock, the rest of the team had arrived. They basically just woke up. Seeing Wang Yi and James, who were already sweating from practicing, they had also become accustomed to it. Without saying much, they all followed the coach's training program and started the day's training. Wang Yi did not practice with the crowd as James greeted head coach Vogel. He's alone in the corner practicing threes. At 10 o'clock, the morning practice ended and the players left the dugout for lunch. Wang Yi glanced at the progress of the mission in his mind. Mission progress, 602/1000. Time remaining, 6 hours and 49 minutes. Granted, at the current rate of hitting, with over 6 hours remaining, it wouldn't be hard to make 400 threes, but after the fitness drops, the hits will drop again, so he's got to get a grip. As he watched a slew of players leave the dugout, he didn't follow. Instead, they stayed and continued to train. Before the coach left, he looked deeply at Wang Yi. Didn't say much. James saw that Wang Yi had no intention of leaving and he advised, King, I appreciate your professional attitude, but training has to be done step by step, and we have to make sure we get our nutritional intake, so go eat. Wang Yi shook his head. I don't want to eat today. You guys go ahead. James saw this and said no more. Rather slightly worried. You shouldn't train too little, but you shouldn't overtrain either. But he also understands Wang Yi's urgency to seize this 10-day opportunity for his next guaranteed contract. So his lips moved, but he eventually changed his words of discouragement to 4 words. Good luck. Wang Yi exhaled a few breaths and said, thank you. After the players left, Wang Yi only rested slightly for 10 minutes, took a couple sips of water. Then he continued to start shooting practice. At 2 o'clock the players continued to come back to practice. Wang Yi is still shooting threes. At 4 o'clock the day's practice ended and the players left. Wang Yi, however, is still shooting threes. Caruso practiced for an additional half hour and said to Wang Yi, King, it's time to go back. I'll wait for you. Wang Yi looked at the progress of the mission in his mind. Only the last 11 balls remained to complete the task, though it had been so exhausting that he almost never wanted to move again. But he was extremely exuberant in his heart. The eyes were on fire. I'll be right there, said, and proceeded to shoot a 3-point shot with his left hand. James didn't leave either and continued to stay for extra practice. Seeing Wang Yi shooting threes like a madman, he said to Caruso next to him, did you irritate him last night? Caruso said with a shrug, smoothing his thinning hair back with his hand, I thought it was you, boss, who irritated him this morning. Wang Yi is now almost physically exhausted, and his 3-point shooting percentage has dropped back to 20%. It took him nearly 60 pitches to throw 11. Finally, at some point, boom boom boom, with the basketball bouncing off the rim 3 times and rolling into the net. In his mind, the red number turned green, and it was fixed. Mission progress, 1000. Time remaining, 21 minutes, 35 seconds. The 2 lines of text then disappeared. At the same time, a cold mechanical voice rang out in his head. Mission accomplished. Bonus, 3-point shooting percentage increased to 45%. Who dash? Wang Yi let out a long breath. He fell straight to the ground in the shape of a 2. Hoo. He took a big breath. Mission accomplished. He was so relieved of that energy in his mind that he realized he was so tired that he barely wanted to move his fingers. Arms were numb and knees had long been trapped to the point of numbness. James and Caruso were both quiet at this point, not speaking. After a full 5 minutes of gasping for air, only then does a smile slowly appear on the corner of Wang Yi's mouth. Speaking slowly, can you guys believe it? You guys can totally trust me tomorrow night against the Clippers. James and Caruso looked at each other. Think about the 20% hit rate that Wang Yi had just thrown during training. They did not understand where Wang Yi got his confidence. 9 Crosstown Derby, Lakers vs. Clippers. That afternoon, Wang Yi went to James' luxury villa in Los Angeles. James' personal physician, Karen Jobert, gave Wang Yi a systematic examination. He is a very careful and conscientious doctor. That check took over half an hour. Finally, he said to Wang Yi, according to my diagnosis, it is acute traumatic synovitis of the wrist with possible fluid buildup inside. My advice is to rest and treat for at least 10 days. And don't put any more weight on your right hand. Otherwise the injury will worsen dramatically and even affect your career. When Wang Yi heard this, he let out a bitter smile. If I rest, my career will only end sooner. James understands Wang Yi's current situation and after thinking for a moment, said, King, can you do a left-handed shot only on the court? Wang Yi nodded. Of course. The reward given by the system is 3-point shooting rate increased to 45%, regardless of which hand is used to shoot. James said to his personal physician, Karen, he can use just his left hand on the field. Is it okay if he comes to my house every day when he's not playing and asks you to treat him? Karen is a very serious person. He was obviously a little agitated and shook his head back and forth. That won't do. I'm responsible for my patient. When he's injured, he should rest and get treatment. Instead, he should be allowed to risk his career being cut short by playing with an injury. James glanced at Wang Yi and said to Dr. Karen, come here for a minute. The two then went outside to the terrace, and I don't know what was said. After 10 minutes or so, they returned to the living room. Dr. Karen checked Wang Yi's wrist again and finally nodded. You can play, but you have to come over for treatment first thing every day after the game. And it's best to stop practicing movements that put pressure on your wrist like shooting and dribbling every day. Wang Yi nodded. Thank you, doctor. Next, Dr. Karen did some treatment on Wang Yi. Wang Yi felt a lot of relief in his wrist. The pain is also much reduced. That night, Wang Yi stayed at James' home. Anyway, there were as many as 5 guest rooms in the James house. The next day was race day and the system did not release any more training missions. The team only has practice in the morning. Wang Yi followed Dr. Karen's orders and did not participate in any more ball training. Only did some simple physical training. 8 o'clock at night. The Lakers and the Crosstown Clippers are about to get underway. Players from both sides are doing their pre-match warm-ups. On the Clippers side, their guard, Mad Dog Beverly, took it upon himself to ask the Clippers coach for a fight. Coach, I'll play defense against James. Clippers coach Tyron Lue nodded without thinking. LeBron is yours. Mad Dog Beverly's eyes sparkled at once. It was as if the hounds had seen their prey. Mad Dog Beverly may be small, but he possesses an endless fighting spirit. Once on the field, it goes like a hound dog to tear down the opposing team's core players. Strong as the deadly Durant, he was once defended to death, forming a counterpoint to him, and both were expelled. That's why Beverly is generally used to defend the opposing team's arrowhead. Of course, the Clippers' other big defensive presence is Leonard with his death rap. But Leonard, as the centerpiece of the team, has to save his strength. So under normal circumstances, Tyronn Lue would not let him defend the opponent's arrowhead. What's more, in his opinion, nowadays James is dying and there is no need to utilize Leonard's death rap. Soon after, the match between the two sides began. Wanghi is still sitting at the far end of the bench. As he focused on the battle on the field, he divided his attention to head coach Vogel, afraid of missing the head coach's signal to put himself on the field. Both teams are close and the game is sure to be a scorcher. It's basically impossible for the head coach to risk sending Wanghi out in this situation. But as a professional player, he has to be ready at all times. That's the professional attitude of a professional player. The game started with both sides going back and forth. The Lakers have a huge advantage inside, so they specialize in the interior. The Clippers are tough from three, so they play to their strengths and shoot more threes. Meanwhile, in the Tencent NBA livestream, the commentator is Su Kun, a well-known media personality in China. The other host was Wang Meng. There's also a functional anchorwoman, Mina. Mina is a James fan, and basically whenever the Lakers play, she's bound to anchor. Wang Meng first threw out the question. In the last game, our player Wanghi hit 9 3-pointers within the last 5 minutes and exploded for 28 points. Awesome bomb. Mr. Su, do you think he will play again this game? Su Kun looked over the data while wearing a smile on his face. He really wowed everyone with his last game. The Lakers have renewed his short 10-day contract, apparently also for his 3-point ability. But this game is close. The game is likely to be very scorching. His chances of playing should not be great. Wang Meng said. Mr. Su's analysis makes sense, but we're still looking forward to seeing another explosive performance from him. On the pop-ups, there have been a lot of fan voices, too. I'm looking forward to it too. Hopefully he'll be able to play. I haven't paid attention to the NBA since Big Yao retired. Yesterday I watched our player explode for 28 points in 5 minutes, and my brother was shocked. The Blacks, of course, far outnumber the fans. It's just that one game. It's not even a win. If you can't win the game, even if you cut 100 points, you're just a data swipe. The last game was just lucky that there was no one to play defense in garbage time. Let's see if he can still be that explosive if there's someone to defend this game. Don't worry, it's not certain he'll be able to play in this one. Wanghi, who was at the scene at this time, did not know this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Has he suffered any less abuse and denigration from domestic jet-setters over the past 2 years? So his psyche has long been hammered so strong that he's completely immune to mouth damage. On the court, Mad Dog Beverly is dead center on James. Trash talk was constantly spewing from his mouth and his movements were aggressive. James is getting older now, and his style of play is leaning more and more towards preserving his stamina. That's why he generally doesn't attack much in the first half. Basically stand at the top of the arc and deal the cards. It's a good thing the Lakers' threes were kind of up for grabs today. 5 of 11 from 3-point range throughout the first half. At the end of the first half, only 2 points separated the teams. By the third quarter, however, the tide of the game had turned. James was going to kill it inside in the third quarter and hit the breakaway point. The Lakers' threes were in their old constipated state again. 3 straight 3-point shots hit the iron. On the flip side, the Clippers hit 4 straight 3-pointers. The difference came to 14 points in an instant. Coach Vogel called a timeout in a hurry, focusing on the defense of the opponent's 3 points. However, it's useless to just emphasize defense. The Lakers themselves have to be able to attack. But that's not the case. After coming back from a timeout, the Clippers poured in 2 more threes. And on the Lakers side, because they're not allowed to make threes, the Clippers play a contracted joint defense. James couldn't break out either. So the Lakers had to find opportunities on the outside. But that's often the way things are. The more you rush, the less you get in. When there were 6 minutes left in the third quarter, the Lakers were down by a full 20 points. Vogel, for all his versatility, couldn't help it. The world knows the best way to break a joint defense is to shoot threes, but you can't hit your shot, and that's tough. The atmosphere of the entire Lakers team are beginning to sink in. At this time, Caruso remembered what Wanghi had said yesterday. You guys can totally trust me. Thinking about it, he whispered in James' ear. James also brightened up and looked at Wanghi. 10 3-points from Wanghi. When the Lakers were down by 20 points, the 2 commentators in the Tencent NBA broadcast room also began to take the Lakers' ideas. Wang Meng began. Mr. Su, the Lakers are already down by 20 points. You can see that Mina is on the verge of crying. From the 2 points in order to make the game more exciting and also for Mina not to be beaten and cry. Can you give the Lakers an idea? Mina laughed. Where am I crying? It's sand in my eyes. Where's the sand coming from on the air? Wang Mang laughed. Although this was all a joke, you could tell that Mina was indeed a bit anxious. Su-kun said while laughing. The problem with the Lakers right now is that they are not open from 3. The whole world knows to meet the joint defense to shoot threes, and the Lakers certainly know it. As you can see, in these few minutes, Caruso shot 2, Kuzma 1, Tucker 1, Brow, and James each shot 1. Those 5 combined for 1 in 6 shots. Such a hitting percentage, in other teams, has long been spent out of shape. That is, the Lakers' defense efficiency is good, which is until now, only lose 20 points. So their problem right now is still fixing the 3. Put it in this small ball era now. It's hard to play any team when you can't shoot the 3 well. Wang Meng nodded. Mr. Su has a point. Would it have been better if Coach Vogel had been bolder and activated Wangi? Su-kun said. It's up to Vogel. I hope he doesn't bring up Wangi until garbage time like he did in the last game. You've tried everyone and none of them worked. You saw Wangi's explosive performance in the last game. So why not try it before the game is completely spent? On the pop-ups, fans chimed in. Sean E. Of course, there are black people who say, even the starters and second stringers didn't solve the problem, so putting in a fringe player will? You guys are too naive. Told you to tell him to get his ass back here and not embarrass the old man. It's a rhythm to wear the bench out. Admire that. And at this point, on the scene, the Lakers called another timeout. With all 3 points out of reach, both Caruso and James remembered Wang Yi's bewilderingly confident smile from yesterday's practice, and his "you can totally trust me" line. Eventually James came over to head coach Vogel and said, "Coach, how about?" Vogel nodded. "Just let him try." Vogel is actually a coach who was very bold with his hires. He had already thought of putting Wangi on the field just now, but seeing that James was communicating with Wangi, he did not take the initiative. Instead, he waited for James to present himself. James is the team leader, and by bringing it up, he can make the players more convinced. It's good for James to rally the whole team, and he knew that in doing so, James would hold it against him as well. With superstars like James, their obedience or lack of obedience to the coach's schedule is crucial to the team's success or failure. This shows that Vogel's emotional intelligence is definitely not low. He waved and called out, "King." Wangi has long been ready to go on the field, at this time like a spring, prancing up, trotting a few steps, to the side of the coach. Vogel said, "LeBron suggested you be put on the court and I hope you don't let us down." Wangi's heart was on fire. He nodded heavily. "Don't worry." At the same time, a prompt from the system came from within his mind. Getting a chance to play. You can sign in once. The only way to sign on is to get a chance to play in the game. Wangi meditated in his heart. Sign in. Sign in. Sign in reward, Junior Death Trap Experience Card. When Wangi heard this, his heart was delighted. Has a 45% 3-point shooting percentage. If you use the Death Rap Experience Card again, doesn't that mean that you will be a top 3D player in this game? That's what the Lakers need most. Thinking about it, he took the initiative to speak up. "Coach, when we get on the court, please let me make the primary defense Leonard." It was Leonard's consecutive breakthroughs that just forced the Lakers to contract their defense. That's what created a lot of 3-point opportunities for the Clippers. The Clippers will have far fewer 3-point opportunities if there's someone who can guard Leonard on the break. Head coach Vogel was a bit surprised. This is because according to his understanding, Wang Yi's traverse speed is not too fast due to his average physical talent. So the defense is pretty average too. Now you're actually volunteering to play defense against the robot Leonard? Wang Yi's eyes were firm and said directly, "Coach, I'll just try 2 rounds, and if I can't defend, I'll switch to someone else." In fact, his subtext is that the defensive Leonard has changed almost all the way around, and none of them are working. In that case, you might as well give it a try yourself. Only such words that hurt the team's peace, of course, cannot be said directly. It's up to the coaches to experience it for themselves. After a slight thought, Vogel understood Wang Yi's meaning. Nodding, he said, "Okay, I'll give you 3 rounds. Aha!" Wang Yi's fist clenched tightly. Eyes went to Leonard on the Clippers' side, as if a wolf had seen a robotic sheep. Back from the timeout, Wang Yi, along with the Lakers players, stepped onto the court. The live commentator saw it and couldn't help but say, "Oh, the Eastern player with 9 3-pointers in 5 minutes in the last game is out. Let's see if he can reproduce the magic in this one." It's Lakers home court today. Staples fans, too, cheered. Of course, there weren't too many cheering fans. For one thing, the team is too far behind, and for another, a lot of people still don't recognize a fringe player who's only been here for 10 days or so. Tencent NBA live streaming. The black children jumped out when they saw Wangi come out. "Yo, It's really coming out. Out to embarrass yourself again? Hopefully there won't be any more wobbly incidents. It's a damn shame. At this point, the Lakers' offense. After the ball arrived in the front court, James held the ball at the top of the arc. The Clippers players still have a joint defense strategy. Just let you shoot the three. James swept his eyes around the Lakers players and finally his eyes landed on Wangi. King. He called out and passed the ball to Wangi. Wangi caught the ball without the slightest hesitation. Bend your knees. Lift the ball. Jumping. The left hand shakes the wrist. Out of hand. The basketball was in the air, tracing an arc like a rainbow. Hollow into the net. Swish. The basketball rubbed against the net, creating a crisp sound that came through the loudspeakers on the floor. The Laker DJ, who was on hand, instantly broadcast in a high-pitched voice. 3 points from King E-. Wangi listened to the long drawn-out, not standardized voice and slightly closed his eyes. Enjoy the moment. James came over and high-fived Wangi. Enjoy yourself, brother. Caruso came along. What you said yesterday was true. Clippers head coach Tyrann Lue saw Wangi's 3 points, but didn't care. It's just 1-3-11 death wrap. Wangi hit his first 3-point shot since his debut. The Clippers head coach didn't care. None of the Clippers players cared either. They've certainly done their homework on their opponents. Also know that Wangi threw in 9 threes in 5 minutes in his last game. But a superb performance like this one, once in a lifetime, is a stroke of luck. For example, Matty scored 13 points in 35 seconds. There's no way he's going to be this superb 2 games in a row, so he did not make any arrangements. It was the Clippers' turn on offense. Wangi went straight to Leonard, the Clippers' centerpiece. With his talent, it's impossible to defend against the taller and longer Leonard. He said in his head, use the death wrap experience card. The system voice came at once. Use the primary death entanglement experience card. 70% success rate for single-armed defense. Limited to 10 minutes. In the next moment, Wangi only felt as if his feet were that much faster. The traverse was also a few moments faster. At this point, Mad Dog Beverly dribbled the ball across half-court and handed it off to Leonard. Wangi quickly got into position, crossing his legs and defending in front of Leonard. The live commentary was a bit surprised to see this. What? This Oriental guy is going to play primary defense against Leonard? I'm not mistaken. He is half a head taller and too much lighter than Leonard. So I'm afraid that if he is allowed to defend Leonard, he is going to be beaten into a sieve. I wonder what Vogel was thinking. In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, a lot of spammers appeared on the pop-up screen. This is looking for abuse. He's going to main defense robots? No way. Just got lucky with a 3 and drifted off in a vain attempt to defend Leonard? At his height, Leonard can completely ignore him and either dry draw or use his body to power through and be able to run him over. On the spot, Leonard didn't opt for a dry run. Dry humping is not his preferred way of scoring. His favorite way to score is a sharp mid-range jumper after breaking halfway down the floor. At this point, he quickly releases the ball with his right hand, intended to break from the right. Wangi had long ago judged this by the direction of the shaking of his shoulders. The feet moved quickly across the room, blocking the path of his breakthrough. Leonard saw that he could not break through, and immediately used his left foot as a vehicle to make a smooth right turn, intended to break from the left. However, just a moment after he turned and pulled the ball, the dribble landed. A hand crept out and intercepted the basketball in the air. Leonard's dribble fell short. Wangi steals the ball on the spot. At the same time, a figure was already running upfield. Wangi looked up and saw that it was James. He flung the ball violently upfield with his left hand. James catches the ball, dribbles once, and takes a 3-step jump. Boom! A signature, powerful tomahawk chop. Instantaneous detonation of the whole room. The live camera, given to James, played back the shot of James split over and over again. Yet few people noticed Wangi's steals and assists before this slash. James, however, would not forget. He returned to the backcourt and high-fived Wangi. Excitedly, he shouted, "Good job, brother!" Leonard turned back to Wangi, though it appears to be just a light look and not a real move. But being a superstar, they all have fire. You break one of mine, I'm going to hit you back over the head. Beverly naturally knows this. After he dribbled across half-court, he tried to hand the ball off to Leonard. How could Wangi not know this? He uses a wraparound defense and doesn't give Leonard a chance to catch the ball at all. Beverly couldn't get the ball to Leonard and had to pass to Peppers on the other side. Peppers misses a power play against the Browns defense. Back to the Lakers offense. The Clippers still use a joint defense. Wangi was very active running the ball and stood outside the 3-point line in the left bottom corner. Playing with James makes a lot of things easy. 3-point shooters, you just stand outside the 3-point line. The ball will naturally come to you. Sure enough, James feints a breakaway and compresses his opponent's defense. Then the ball was passed to Wangi in the bottom corner. By now Peppers had pounced. Peppers has years of experience as a professional backdrop, specializing in backgrounds for 20 years, and has years of experience being shut out. shutout by James, shutout by Lillard, shutout by Wade, shutout by Booker, shutout twice by Butler. The people who have killed him absolutely could circle the globe 5 times combined. Of course, it's also because his defense is so good. It's usually him who single-handedly defends the opponent's final drive. However, at this moment, Wang Yi did not have the slightest hesitation in the face of the pouncing peppers. It comes out with determination. Swish, 3 hits. Just a moment ago, he was still 20 points short, and in less than a minute, he had caught up 8 points. It's only 12 points away. The scene erupted in cheers. The Clippers head coach immediately called for a timeout. Tencent NBA Live. Wang Yi surprised said, 2 threes in a minute. Is he going to replicate his last game's miracle again? Su Kun was quite rational and analyzed. A miracle like that is lucky enough to happen once in a lifetime. It's basically hard to appear a second time, but if Wang Yi's 3-point shooting percentage can maintain a relatively high level, it's really a blessing in disguise for the Lakers. During the timeout, the Clippers head coach pointed at Wang Yi from afar and said to Mad Dog Beverly, "Mad Dog, get in the ring later and bite him to death." In M culture, dog is not a derogatory term. It represents loyalty, and the nickname Mad Dog is not a derogatory term. Rather, it means that Beverly possesses a near-insane fighting spirit while also being very loyal to the team. He was always hungry for the game, so for this nickname, he also felt very flattered. "Don't worry, coach, I'll bite him." Back from the timeout, the game continues. As Leonard attacked, Wang Yi continued to death-rap Leonard. This time, their coach did the setup. Leonard took the cover and finally got the ball, but he had just received the ball when a ghostly hand had slapped it. Slap! The basketball fell to the floor at once. Leonard scrambled to the ground in a hurry. Wang Yi, however, had already made a fish leap and pounced out. Eyes on the bushy eyebrows had long since darted toward the front of the field. He slammed his left hand and the basketball chased toward the thick of the front court. The Brow took the ball and came back with a foul shot. Once again, the scene went up in a mountain of noise. The live commentary also called out in surprise, "Great dunk by AD. I loved the dunk, but we can't ignore King's defense anymore. He has defended Leonard for 3 consecutive rounds. It's definitely rare in this league to be able to get Leonard in 3 consecutive rounds. Obviously, we all underestimated King's defense before. The 3 points were great. Defense is great too. Typical 3D player. That's what the current Lakers need the most. With James and AD around, the Lakers' role players' jobs have become simple. Defense and 3 points. And these 2 things are exactly what Wang Yi has now. He's a perfect match for the Lakers' 2 cores. It's time for the Lakers to consider giving him a guaranteed contract. 12 a true 3D player? Wang Yi heard the voice of the live commentary. 3D players? A smile, if a deep one, appeared at the corner of his mouth. His ambitions are much more than that. Having the system, his ambitions can be unlimited. Into the rotation. Become a starter, ballerina, all-star, superstar, legendary superstar, and even to be James, even a man who follows in the footsteps of God. That's what makes him ambitious. Of course, all of these ambitious goals need to be realized on the ground, one step at a time. As of right now, what the Lakers need most is quality 3D players. Then he becomes a 3D player for the time being. At the very least, get your feet wet with the Lakers and get a guaranteed contract first. At this point, the deficit had been cut to 10 points. Lakers offense. After dribbling the ball up court, James once again feinted to break through and compress the opponent's defense. Meanwhile, looking for Wang Yi. Only the Clippers were prepared this time. They utilize a 4-man joint defense to defend the box. The rest of Beverly was dedicated to guarding Wang Yi. Beverly was spewing trash talk as he deadpanned Wang Yi and put his body on him. "Just hit 2 threes and you think you're good? That's only because I wasn't defending you. Try it now if you can." "Oh, I'm sorry, you can't even catch the ball with me around." Wang Yi knew what Beverly could do. He will constantly physically confront you while spewing trash talk out of his mouth to pick your fire. Once you've moved on, then he's succeeded. That's why Wang Yi won't be moved to anger. Besides, he wouldn't let Beverly pester him like that. He took it upon himself to get around the coverage of the Thickers, being a quality 3D player. He can't just die waiting for the ball at the 3-point line. You have to learn to take the initiative to go around cover. Get around the opening so the ball can get to you. Sure enough, Wang Yi circled out into the open. James' pass also arrived first. Wang Yi receives the ball at the 3-point line. Only Beverly is smaller, and he quickly squeezes through the thick cover. It directly lunged towards Wang Yi. Of course, at this time, he could not cover Wang Yi if he wanted to. However, when he was pouncing on Wang Yi, his right hand was viciously slapping towards Wang Yi's face. Wang Yi's heart was slightly tightened. Although this pitch was still thrown, it created a mental swing. The basketball then bounces out of the basket. As for Beverly, his hand snapped back when it was still 2 inches away from Wang Yi's face. There was no physical contact with Wang Yi. Wang Yi frowned. Beverly has always played dirty, so just now he subconsciously thought Beverly was really going to slap him in the face. Slapping him in the face is better, in case you get an eye thrust and kick in the balls like green. It seems that one's mind is still not that strong. But learn from your mistakes. Wangy couldn't have planted himself in the same drainage ditch twice in a row. Meanwhile, in the Tencent NBA livestream, the two commentators have said, sure enough, the magic is no more. True, but that's what a normal player should hit like. Yeah, it would be scary if every shot went in. On the pop-up screen, when the black people saw that Wangy did not score in one of his shots, they came out and popped up again. Finally, the original form, I guess. His luck is going to run out. The only reason he was throwing well before was because the other team wasn't putting intensity on him. Look at it, now that Beverly puts the body on him, it immediately doesn't work. It's also a poor body, the mad dog has just begun to show his fangs, and before he can tear, he collapses himself. Get your ass back here, you've disgraced the Chinese. And at this moment, on top of the field, Wangy was not the least bit discouraged after he lost that ball. At 45% shooting, it's impossible to score on all balls. Back in the game, he once again faced Leonard's offense. This time, Leonard took the cover of their center Zubac and finally broke free from Wangy's defense. Hit a mid-range. The spread came back to 12 points. Wangy serves, James said as he caught the ball. King, do you still dare to vote? A confident smile appeared on Wangy's face. If you dare to pass it on. James wondered where Wangy's confidence stemmed from. Tonight, Wangy's form is clearly not as hot as his last game. Yet he remains so confident. Is it just because of yesterday's training? James thought as he dribbled to the front court. Wangy had bypassed the cover of the thick eyebrows and came to the left side of the 45-degree three-point line. At this point, his back is to the basket. Beverly in the back, true to form, squeezed through the defense like a rabid dog in hot pursuit. The ball is out of James' hands. Wangy catches the ball, suddenly jumps when his back is to the basket. The man was in the air and turned around. Tilt your upper body back. The right foot is slightly forward, keeping the balance of the body. Left arm raised. Shake your wrists. Out of hand. This ball, no longer beautifully curved. Instead, it's a very flat arc. Basketballs fly fast, too. It was like a cannonball traveling at high speed. Boom. Blasted it into the basket. And at this time, Beverly had thought that after Wangy received the ball, he had to at least turn around and jump again. Didn't even realize that Wangy had already jumped with his back to the basket and only turned around in the air. He didn't even have time to seal the deal before he heard a thump from behind him. The live DJ's voice was then played. 3 points from King E-. Hearing the strange, weird Oriental name, Beverly swung his fist. In a low voice, he cursed, "Shatter." Then he continued to spew garbage at Wangy. Count yourself lucky, but next time you won't be so lucky. Wangy smiled confidently. Ignore his trash talk at all. Beverly, however, had a slight fire in her heart. He's defended a lot of ball players. Usually just spray trash talk at them and keep provoking them with your moves, and they move the fire. Even the action gets bigger. The more favorable this will be for the Clippers. But this Oriental is different. He had been spewing trash talk himself for so long now, and not only was he not the least bit angry, but he instead wore a kind of disdainful smile. This feels like a bare child that constantly challenges the adults. But His Excellency just smiled faintly, because in his mind, it was just a bear after all. Needless to say, Beverly's brainpower is top-notch in addition to his ferocious defense. Back on the floor, he dribbled across half-court, looking for Leonard. For once, the Orientalist wasn't dead-posting Leonard. Instead, he's a step away from Leonard and has eyes for Paul George from time to time. Should be preventing him from passing to Paul George. Beverly released the ball at the moment and passed it to Leonard. But right at this moment, Wangy suddenly leaps out like a cheetah. Intercept the ball in the air. Turns out, his eyes looking at Paul George earlier was nothing more than a way to trick the offensive player. Let Beverly think he's distracting George's defense. In fact, he kept an eye on Leonard at all times. Wangy got the ball and quickly dribbled forward with his left hand. And behind him, there was already a figure, trailing closely behind. 13 Death Rap versus Death Rap. Wangy got the ball and hurriedly dribbled with his left hand and ran towards the front court. At the same time, behind him, a figure trailed closely behind. The figure was none other than Mad Dog Beverly. He was like a mad dog behind Wangy, chasing after him to death. Wangy has an injury on his right hand and can only dribble with his left hand. The pace would have been slightly slower than usual. After crossing the half-court, Beverly had caught up with Wangy, and kept reaching out from the side to interfere with Wangy's dribbling. There was a steady stream of trash talk spewing from his mouth. "You will never take even one more point from me." Wangy glanced sideways and Caruso had already followed. This would have been a great 2-for-1 opportunity. Only at this point it was difficult for him to pass the ball one-handed under the confrontation. He simply put his heart on the line. In that case, it's not passed on. As he dribbled to the three-point line, he made a sudden, sharp stop. Collect the ball. Jumping. Mad Dog Beverly couldn't react as well and was shaken straight out 5 meters away. Wang Yi raised his arms. Shake your wrists. Out of hand. Still as silky as dove. The basketball left his fingertips, spun backward, and flew at the basket. Swish. Hollow into the net. The deficit had shrunk to 6 points. The nearly 20,000 spectators at the scene were in a mountainous state. Wow. The cheers were like a tidal wave, coming from all directions towards the pitch. Wang Yi listened to the tidal wave of voices. It's also heartfelt. He turned his head to Beverly. Only Beverly's brow furrowed. He looked to the Oriental man in front of him and found it unfamiliar. It wasn't as if he hadn't played against yellow-skinned people before. He was under the impression that these guys weren't fast, didn't jump high, and were on the mild side of the ball. He hasn't bothered to defend against players like that in the past. But today, how come this Oriental is so stiff? Doesn't talk much on the court, but the ball explodes. A three-point shot, as if it were a sharp knife, pierced the heart of the defender. However, it doesn't discourage him. He has been cut from NBA teams several times and has made several trips to Europe to play. The scene is very chaotic when playing in certain sub-leagues in Europe. The away fans would be swearing at the players and would be smashing mineral water bottles, beer bottles, and even frozen hard tuna into the field. Beverly never even flinched in that situation. Such a minor setback was nothing to him. At this point, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue hastily requested another timeout. Just over 2 minutes passed between the last timeout and this one. The deficit then narrowed from 12 to 6 points. It's the Lakers' home court today, and if this is going to get caught up, the Lakers are going to be so pumped up that it's going to be hard for them to turn it over again. As all the Clippers players gathered around, head coach Tyronn Lue pointed at Wang Yi from a distance and said to Leonard, "Your main defense against him." Beverly sniffed. That Oriental had roused his fighting spirit, and he was looking to have some fun with that number one. As a result, the coach no longer trusts his defense. But come to think of it, the guy hit 2 more threes on his defense, plus contributed 2 steals. It's safe to say that within those 2 minutes, he was finished off by that guy. If he were the head coach, he'd switch to another defense as well. Leonard glanced at Wang Yi from afar and did not say anything, but only nodded. He's always said relatively little. Leonard's height is 2 meters out, but his arm span is a terrifying 2 meters 21, plus those big alien-like hands. When he defends an opponent, it's a nightmare for them. Whenever there's a dribble, his long arms plus long hands will likely break up the ball. That's why his defense is known as the death rap. Many of the league's best defensive players have suffered in front of Leonard. Strong as James was, he was once annoyed by his defense. So once the opposing team is on fire offensively at some point, it's usually Leonard who goes to lead the defense. Lakers side, head coach Vogel spoke to a group of players about what to expect next. We connected on a couple threes, but that doesn't mean our threes were shooting away. As a matter of fact, only one's three-point shooting was open. So next they will still adopt the 4-man zone defense strategy. Meanwhile they will still insist on having one person chasing Wang on defense. So Wang, you can't stop. Wang Yi nodded. I'll run through around cover to get open. Cornwall nodded Wang Yi at this point. Going around coverage doesn't have to be around your teammates. You can also get away from the one chasing you by cutting through the area of their 4-man defense. Wang Yi could not help but have his eyes light up. It's the equivalent of having the Clippers players cover me. Vogel smiled and nodded. This will make their defense look chaotic. With their defense in disarray, here comes our chance. Wang Yi smiled back. Okay coach. James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder at the right time. Dude, it's up to you if we can turn the score over. Thick eyebrows also patted Wang Yi's butt and encouraged. I hope you can lead us to victory. Meanwhile, Tucker, who was replaced by Wang Yi, was a bit despondent. If Wang Yi continues to play this well, then his rotation spot will likely be taken by Wang Yi. But he also knows that this is the cruelty of competitive sports. You'll enjoy a million favors if you do well. If you don't perform well, no one will treat you well. Soon, the pause comes back. Clippers offense. Wang Yi continues to apply death rap on Leonard. And that's when the Clippers peppers stepped up, hit a 2-run shot. The spread came back to 8 points. It was the Lakers' turn on offense. The Clippers are really still playing a 4-man zone defense. The remaining Leonard was dead set on Wang Yi, not allowing him to catch the ball. The commentators on the scene keenly observed this. Oh, behold, Leonard is starting to defend the king. A player on a 10-day short contract to be on Leonard's primary defense. It's already an honor. I don't know if he's going to be able to hit those threes with Leonard's defense. It's hard to say. Leonard is taller and stronger than Beverly. It's a little difficult for him to keep making threes over Leonard's head. Oceanside. Inside the Tencent NBA livestream, Wang Mang was also a bit surprised when he saw this scene. Having Leonard play primary defense against Wang Yi is both an honor and a test for Wang Yi. Su Kon thought deeply and nodded. Indeed, If he can still play at a high level under Leonard's main defense, then it will be a great help to his self-confidence. However, Leonard's death rap is no joke. On top of the pop-up screen, many black people who had just been scared off by Wang Yi's performance were active again at this moment. Before it was just that Beverly was too short. Now that Leonard is playing primary defense, I guess this guy is tough enough. Death rap is no joke. If he can make 2 threes over Leonard's head, I'll eat live. That show has popped up again. 14 cracking the death rap. Staples Center. The game continues. Leonard, who was like a robot, stared at Wang Yi dead in the face. Doesn't give him any chance to catch the ball, especially his pair of long arms, and a pair of big hands, waving in front of Wang Yi. It's like someone holding a small tree and constantly waving it in front of them. How does this make Wang Yi catch the ball? There's no way to pick it up. This is the horror of death entanglement. However, Wang Yi turned around at this moment and had already leaped to the inside. Leonard, naturally, didn't move an inch and followed up inside. Wang Yi ran inside the Clippers' joint defense zone and bypassed their power forward, then quickly ran to the left bottom corner to catch the ball at the 3-point line. Leonard is bigger than Wang Yi, and he is naturally not as dexterous as Wang Yi when he wants to go around his teammates. Teammates can't get out of his way at this point, because as soon as they get out of the way, the formation of their zone joint defense is messed up. Seeing that Wang Yi had already run to the 3-point line, Leonard hurriedly pushed his teammate away and chased him to the 3-point line. At this moment, Wang Yi had an opening. He received a pass from Caruso and raised his arms straight up. Leonard was still 3 meters away and saw Wang Yi about to strike. He hurriedly jumped high, just like a big bird, and pounced towards Wang Yi. I have to say, with his height, bounce and arm strength, that talent is absolutely top-notch. Even if he is separated by 3 meters, after leaping up like this, he can completely cover Wang Yi, making it impossible for him to strike at all. But Wang Yi is no cutie pie either. It was just a shot fake on his part. After Leonard, who was like a big bird, flew over his head, only then did he take a comfortable 3-point shot. Swish, 3 hits. The spread is down to 5 points. Once again, the scene went up in a mountain of noise. The picture on the big screen was given to Wang Yi, who had just made a 3-point shot. The high-pitched voice of the live DJ echoed throughout the dugout. 3 points from King E-. Back to the Clippers offense. Wang Yi is still sticking to Leonard's defense to the death. After Leonard caught the ball, he saw that Wang Yi was still dead against him. Dribbling a step sideways while leaning away from Wang Yi with his body, he intended to force a mid-range jumper. However, Wang Yi had the bonus of the death entanglement experience card and his reaction was extremely fast. After being leaned away, he quickly stepped forward again. At this point Leonard had only just lifted the ball and had not yet jumped. Wang Yi swings his left hand round. Snap! A big, splashy, naughty cap that bubbled Leonard down. Caruso, on the left side, was quick on his feet and got the ball first and quickly advanced upfield. Wang Yi also quickly followed, running directly toward the bottom corner of the front 3. Pepper had caught up. Caruso misses with a direct layup. He caught a glimpse of Wang Yi in the left bottom corner. Instantly the ball was dumped over. Wang Yi intended to jump when he received the ball. Beverly has also chased back. He's still shooting fakes. Beverly was nudged straight up and over in front of him, but at the same time, Leonard had given chase. Wang Yi fakes another shot. Leonard was also shaken up. At this time, if Wang Yi makes a move, Beverly who reacts to it is bound to cover it. So he dribbles the ball and comes a big step to the right. Avoid Beverly's fingers. Jump, shake your wrists, and strike. Swish, 3 points in the basket. The difference was only 2 points. The brilliance of this goal was evident in the cheering and shouting of the crowd. Beautiful. That's so cool. Covered Leonard. Came back and shook off Beverly and Leonard in quick succession for a 3. Offense and defense. That's what the Lakers need in a 3D player. Now I'm already wondering who's the real death rap, Leonard or King. The big screen at the scene replayed the entire process of Wang Yi from defense to offense over and over again. The commentators also kept screaming in surprise. King. He's definitely the biggest get for the Lakers this year. This shot by Wang is a combination of offense and defense. It is really pleasing to the eye. I don't understand how such a player could have been buried before. A commentator told the truth. Because he's from the East and can't be reused by certain coaches. Of course, the 2 commentators won't say much about that. It's just a one-liner. Meanwhile, in the Tencent NBA live stream, the 2 commentators were also quite pleased. Wang Mang said, Wang Yi's 3 points today are indeed not as explosive as the last game, but the offense and defense he showed his value. Su Kun nodded. That's right. If I remember correctly, from the time he started to play main defense against Leonard, Leonard hasn't scored a point yet. Look at his defense. Always sticking close to the other side and not allowing the other side to catch the ball. Although he is not as tall as Leonard, and his arm span is not as good as Leonard's, this kind of vigor of his is enough to be called death rap. Wang Mang looked at Mei Na and said, Sister Na should be happy now, right? Mina said with a smile on her face. Wang Yi's performance is really amazing. I hope he can play soon and get into the Lakers rotation. Wang Mang, as the moderator, threw out the question. Mr. Su, do you think Wang Yi can enter the rotation? Su Kun said, if Wang Yi continues to maintain such a high level, it is an absolute quality 3D player. Such a player is exactly what the Lakers need. It's not a big problem to enter the rotation. If he can play in the next game as well and can maintain his form from this game, then a guaranteed contract is also on the table. On the pop-up, a fan spoke up. Didn't someone say just now that Leonard was going to abuse Wang Yi? Now what? Yeah, where did all the blacks go just now? Come out and take a couple steps. Where's that Xiang? Didn't you say that Wang Yi would eat Xiang live if he could throw in 2 threes on Leonard's head? I'm waiting. The blacks have quietly shut up. That's the thing about black people. When you're not doing well, they can spray you to death. When you're on your best behavior, they pull their heads back in droves and hide in their turtle shells. Of course, there are some black people. They can't spray you from the ball. They'll switch to another angle. It's not even the endgame yet. It's not certain who's going to win. It's just where it's at now. If he was really good, he wouldn't be wandering around the NBA for 2 years. Blow it up after 1 or 2 good hits. Silly. Staples Center. Wang Yi once again defended Leonard. This time, Leonard totaled an open dunk with the cooperation of his teammates. The spread widened to 4 points. Wang Yi's bounce is average and his height is 10 centimeters lower than Leonard. There is really no defense for this shot. Back to the Lakers offense. Wang Yi once again ran into the Clippers interior. A run around the opposing interior 4. Leonard is great at defending ball carriers, but he rarely defends the kind of constant ball-less running. You said you don't even have the ball in your hands. Why are you running blind? Eventually, the Clippers interior was directly messed up by Wang Yi around. He then quickly ran out to the outside. Leonard took the loss last time. This time it came after them with full force, but Wang Yi circles around James's body again. James passes the ball handily to Wang Yi. Wang Yi caught the ball at the 3-point line, pulled up and shot. Leonard stumbled as he squeezed past James and crashed into the side of Wang Yi. However, at this moment, Wang Yi strikes extremely fast because of his strong confidence. The ball was out before the action was fully made. Tick. The referee whistles. Swish. 3 points in the basket. Referee's handout. Foul on Leonard. 3 counts for Wang Yi and an extra free throw. 15 injury to the brow. With Leonard in pursuit, Wang Yi hit a 3-pointer and drew a foul on Leonard. 1 extra penalty. Wang Yi added the extra point. The teams are tied 86-86. It took only half a quarter to go from being down 20 points to tying the game. This rate of score chasing is horrifying. And it all stems from Wang Yi's death rap defense against the opponent's arrowhead. Meanwhile his steals and multiple threes opened up the game for the Lakers. The decibel sound of the scene has gone through the roof. Nearly 20,000 spectators, constantly cheering. For a while, the Lakers were at the top of their game. Wang Yi looked up and looked at Leonard. Only Leonard was as expressionless as ever. Couldn't see an ounce of urgency. Couldn't see a hint of the fire that comes when you're being defended. Nor could you see a hint of the loss that comes when you get hit with a couple 3-pointers over your head in a row. It was as if he were a robot with no feelings. What there is just mechanical defense and mechanically precise shooting. At this time, the Clippers coach Tyronn Lue, although see 20 points difference, instantly be erased. He was in a hurry, but he didn't call another timeout. Just used up 2 timeouts in just 5 minutes. This is going to be used again, and there won't be a timeout available for the critical moments in the fourth quarter. All he could do was call it from the sidelines. Leonard, George, both of those men turned their heads to the coach, but Tyronn Lue said nothing, just gazing at the duo with eyes deep in love. Those two naturally understood what the coach meant, for the two of them to think of something. This is Tyronn Lue's usual coaching mindset. Once when coaching James on the Cavaliers, it was a case of asking LeBron about internal matters and asking James about external matters. There was even a time when James ran out of steam in the fourth quarter and was already tired to the point of near exhaustion when he called 2 timeouts in a row, not to set up plays, but simply to give James a breather. Such a tawdry maneuver would be the only thing he could do. So at this moment, facing Wang Yi's sudden defense and 3 points, he is also a bit undecided. One can only ask the 2 cores of the team, but these 2 cores, they can do it on their own. But when it comes to figuring out what to do in the face of adversity, they're still a bit short. He had no choice but to turn his attention back to Rondo. Rondo has been in the league for so many years. He's long been a veteran, experienced and extremely good with the ball. Once coaching Cousins to defend that shot in the air was a good indication of his ball hawking. That's why it's not an overstatement to say that Rondo is a coach on the court. He said to Rondo while the ball was dead, "Whether or not we take the game today is up to you." Rondo is naturally to blame. Without saying anything more, he nodded and headed for the field. Over the next few minutes, the Clippers' offense opened up thanks to Rondo's dish. On the Lakers' side, due to Wang Yi's 3 points, broke the opposing team's joint defense. they can't defend the Lakers either. The teams are trading leads. At the end of the third quarter, the score was just 2 points apart. Holiday break. All the players of the Lakers, almost all of them, came over to high-five Wangi. Wangi was slightly excited in his heart. He had wandered around the NBA for 2 years before. How had he ever been in a scene like this? Some of those players didn't even look him in the eye, let alone high-five him. And now, just 2 games in, it's gotten almost every player on the team to come and high-five themselves. How could this not be true for him? At that moment, James brought over a tablet. Very mysteriously, he patted Wang Yi's shoulder, asked, "Guess your current stats." Wang Yi shook his head and said, "Can't guess." Just now all his attention was on the field, focused on playing every round. As for how many points he scored and how many threes he made, he didn't really count. James handed the tablet to Wang Yi. Wang Yi looked at the statistics above. 19 points. Swiped down 19 points in just 8 minutes. 6 of 9 from 3-point range. 1 for 1 on free throws. 19 points. 2 steals. 2 assists. 1 cap. Presence plus minus plus 20. This is Wang Yi's horrific efficiency in these 8 short minutes. 19 points in a single quarter is certainly not much compared to those superstars, but his plus-minus is just horrendous. Teams win by 20 points when he's on the court. Wang Yi looked at this series of data and it all felt a bit unreal. How many times has he dreamed of playing this well? But reality punched him hard time and time again. It wasn't until today that he finally played the game of his dreams. Of course, this is just the beginning. His ambition, it's much bigger than that. At this moment, Wang Yi looked towards the Clippers' rest area, eyes fixed on Leonard. He had always heard about death entanglement before, but today, when he felt it firsthand, he realized the horror of Leonard's death entanglement. The reason for his performance in the third quarter, finishing off Leonard, was not that Leonard's death rap wasn't strong enough. It's just because he took a trick. Leonard's death rap is extremely oppressive to the ball carrier, and Wang Yi happens to play no-hitters. If he was allowed to hold the ball and go one-on-one with Leonard, with his current strength, he would definitely be defended until he was miserable. He looked forward to the day when death entanglement would no longer be a bonus given to him by the system, but would turn death entanglement into an ability that he himself possessed. Only then could one keep death haunted for a long time. Instead, it's 10 minutes for the experience card. Soon, the fourth quarter began. The Lakers rested James. Wang Yi was not on the field either. It just looked like it was only an 8-minute fight, but it was extremely physical for him. On defense, he's going to use death rap on the robot Leonard. Offensively, it's all about constantly running around coverages and shooting threes. Even iron can't withstand such exertion, so the coach did not send him on at this point. And Coach Vogel has his considerations. So far, it seems that through these 2 games, Wang Yi has proven that he is a quality 3D player. Such a player would be best suited to partner James, so he was going to wait for James to come on and then send Wang Yi on at the same time. Without James, the Brow brought in a bunch of subs to anchor the floor. It's just that the Clippers have a smooth offense with Lon directing the combing. The Lakers bench, however, continues to be a blacksmith. Eventually, the Clippers gradually stretched their deficit to 9 points with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And at that moment, the most damning scene happened. The Brow suddenly covered his crotch and limped after a block. Everyone's heart lifted at once. Throughout the dugout, there was silence. The team doctor rushed up and helped the Brow move his left leg. Moments later, he assisted the thick Brow to the locker room. Soon, word came from the locker room. The Brow will not return for this game. James's face began to look grave. He came to Vogel's side, a hint of determination in his tone. "Coach, I want to play." In a normal rotation, it would be his time to rest at this point, but he couldn't rest any longer. It was just a regular season game though, but the 2 teams were supposed to be bitter rivals in the same city, and the Clippers are the Lakers' biggest hypothetical playoff foe in the West. So, he must take this match. 16 orders in a crisis. James requested to play when the Brow was injured. Head coach Vogel weighed his options and finally nodded. Yes. Then his gaze fell back on Wang Yi next to him. "Wang, it's your turn to perform." Wang Yi had the best 3 points of the game. James came on, naturally paired with a Wang Yi. At the same time, Vogel added to Shogun. "Drummond, protect the rim, especially the front court." Shogun nodded. "Understood." Since he joined the Lakers, he's been getting ghosts a lot, and only occasionally is he a banker. So he is also desperate to prove himself. Originally he and James were incompatible. James' style of play requires 5 guys on the floor to space the floor, but Johnny simply doesn't have the mid-range shot to space the floor. But this one was different. Wang Yi can be trusted with his long throws. If the opponent hunkers down under the basket and doesn't come out, Wang Yi can punish them with a long shot. And if they chase them out, James has room to break. Soon, the trio doubled up and were replaced on the field. At this time all 5 Lakers, James, Zhuang Shen, Caruso, Pop, Wang Yi, these 5, with the exception of Shogun's slower movement speed, had almost no weaknesses on defense. When Wang Yi went down just now, the time for the death entanglement experience stopped. Now on the field again, the time for Deathstalker continues to go up. He had 2 minutes left of the death wrap experience. Lakers offense. Wang Yi is still constantly running for position and looking for opportunities. The defense switched to Paul * George. Pepper's defense is also top-notch. It's been called the cream of the human backdrop, but that just goes to show how strong his defense is. Otherwise it would not be possible to defend the most crucial figure of the opposing team at the most crucial moment. Shogun has a bigger block and a higher quality of cover. Wang Yi went around his cover and escaped from Paul * George's guard for a moment. James has an excellent view of the course. Seeing Wang Yi running out of space, he immediately passes the ball. Wang Yi has the ball at 45 degrees on the left side. No adjustments at all. Pull up and throw. Boom, swish. Hit the boards for 3 hits. The deficit was cut to 6 points. The game continues. Back in the game, Wang Yi still had a death grip on Leonard. On the other side, James was dead set on Paul George. James is too old to be stared at for long periods of time, but the defensive pressure he showed in the important rounds was still quite scary. Caruso then goes to pester Rondo. Rondo wants to split the ball after the break. Seeing Peppers being defended and Leonard being wound up, it could only be distributed to Beverly on the other side. Beverly tries to strike, but was too intimidated by the pouncing popper to make a move. Could only dribble back to Rondo. Rondo organizes the offense again, but seeing that the rest of the team was being guarded, it just barely made a 3-point shot as the offensive clock was winding down. Boo! 3-point iron. The Lakers continued their offense. James got the rebound and made the first pass to Pope, who stole a fast break. Pope made a dunk. The deficit was cut to 4 points. In this next minute or so, the high-intensity defense displayed by the Lakers held the Clippers scoreless, and the Lakers hit 2 defensive rebounds, plus free throws from James, and a 3 from Wang Yi. Once again, the spread was erased. The Clippers were stopped outright. The atmosphere at the scene was, once again, at its peak. James high-fives Wang Yi hard as he comes off the stage. Wang Yi's left hand could not help but be slapped raw. You know, James is a pervert who even has muscles in his palms. How can Wang Yi's small body stand this hard slap? He bared his teeth and whispered, "LeBron, do you want me to hurt my left hand too?" James laughed out loud and said, "Don't worry, there's Karen if you get hurt shooting." Inside the Tencent NBA livestream, as the score was tied, Mina was once again smiling. Wang Meng asked with a smile, "Is Na happy now?" Mina said with her hand on her chest, "I was scared to death when Davis was injured just now, afraid that the Lakers wouldn't be able to resist. Fortunately, it seems that the Lakers have resisted the pressure so far." Wang Meng nodded and said, "Injuries are an athlete's worst enemy. I hope Davis is not in any serious trouble. Let's get back to the game." Just now the Lakers were able to chase down another 9 points in 2 minutes. How were the Lakers able to tie the score without Davis? Mr. Su, to explain it to us. Su-kun pushed up his glasses and said, "The defensive intensity that the Lakers have shown in these past 2 minutes has been horrendous. The defense has kept the Clippers from scoring a single point." James opened the dual mode early. Caruso and Pop all pulled the defense level full. Although Zhuangshen moves a little slower, he is still a strong deterrent under the basket. What surprised me the most was Wang Yi. His defense, completely at the top level. It may seem to everyone that Wang Yi didn't contribute much on the defensive end in those 2 minutes. No steals, no caps, and no rebounds. But notice how his primary defense, Leonard, hasn't even had a successful possession in those 2 minutes. Also, look at his plus-minus, plus 29. That means the Lakers netted 29 points with him on the floor. That's a team-high statistic. At this point in the game, I think it's worth it for the Lakers to end up losing even if they do, because they have unearthed a quality 3D player like Wang Yi. This is what the Lakers need most at the moment. Of course, provided that Wang Yi plays consistently enough. On the pop-ups, the Blacks had mostly disappeared by now, especially that show, who has long since disappeared. Certain hacks, of course, always find very odd black spots. A left-handed shot? It looks awkward. Just blow hard. Win this game if you can. It's just a data brush. The NBA is a place to flaunt your personality. And he has such a common haircut. It's so dirt cheap. Staples Center. Lakers bench. Wang Yi took a sip of the unpleasant Gatorade, while emotions ran high among the Lakers players. His expression grew stony. The time for the Death Trap experience card has expired. Next thing you know, his defense will be back to its former average level. Can you still defend Leonard at that level? Obviously it doesn't work. But, for this match, he must prove himself. He's going to take advantage of this rare opportunity to get himself enough playing time. So, no matter what, he must defend Leonard. Moreover, he didn't want to become a waste that would only rely on the system. Even if he didn't have a system from now on, He was going to put his best foot forward and put on a performance that would wow everyone. Head coach Vogel keenly captured that Wang Yi seemed to have undergone certain changes in his mindset. He asked, "King, is there a problem?" Wang Yi shook his head. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm. "No. 17. Who do we give the kill to?" After returning to the court from a timeout, the Clippers attacked. Wang Yi remains the primary defense against Leonard. Since there was no more death rap experience card, Wang Yi needed to play defense more desperately. Offense is more about talent, but this defense stuff is more about will. Even if the talent is mediocre, the defense can play very tough if they play their hearts out, like Mad Dog Beverly. Wang Yi, at this point, has made up his mind, play defense. When Leonard tried to catch the ball, he kept circling around and interfering with him catching the ball, all the while constantly fighting him physically. It's a physical disadvantage, but it's also a great way to wear down Leonard's conditioning by constantly putting him up against the clock like this. And when Leonard had the ball, Wang Yi kept interfering with Leonard's passing. It made him extremely uncomfortable both catching and dribbling the ball. Getting uncomfortable catching and dribbling the ball takes away the rhythm. And once you lose your rhythm, your shooting percentage drops. Sure enough, Leonard went 1 of 4 from center over the next few minutes, 0 for 1 from 3. As for Peppers, he was also guarded by James to the tune of 1 of 3 shooting. On the Lakers' side, Wang Yi's shooting was not as accurate as before due to massive physical exertion, but even then, he went 2 of 4 from 3 in that span. It would have been a 5-point lead for the Lakers after this one. At that point, though, the Clippers' shooting guards started to play, hit back-to-back threes. Even Rondo, the director, hit a three-pointer. In the end, the game stayed in doubt until the last 28 seconds before the end of the game. 115 to 117. The Clippers are up by 2. Lakers ball possession. At this time, whether it was the live audience, the audience in front of the TV, or the audience in front of the computer or cell phone, all of them had their hearts racing and their palms sweating. All the spectators on the floor, almost all of them were standing and watching the match. Many female spectators clasped their hands to their chests and bowed their heads in silent prayer. On the big screen at the venue, the camera kept giving James and Wang Yi. This next offense was critical. James is the team leader and the brains of the team, the engine of the offense. It's up to him to attack, and rightfully so. But Wang Yi was very scary from 3 in this game, hitting 8 of 12 from 3. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with handing it over to him. How exactly should I choose? Inside the Tencent NBA livestream, Mina also clasped her hands nervously. Wang Mang said, "It's a good match." Su Kun chimed in, "It looks good." Wang Mang threw out the question again. The importance of this next Laker possession cannot be overstated. If scored, defense, the Lakers won the City Derby, and the ranking of the Lakers will advance 1. If they meet the Clippers in the playoffs, they will have a psychological advantage. Mr. Su think the last attack will be given to who? Su Kun said with a smile. The on-site camera language has already given the answer. James is definitely the first choice, and if Wang Yi has a chance, he's also a good choice. But there is one thing, Wang Yi used to play in garbage time. He has never played such a scorching game. Even more so, he has never made such an important shot. It's questionable whether he can withstand the psychological pressure and score the ball. Wang Mang thought deeply and was full of expectations at the same time. Then let's wait and see. Above the pop-ups, the blacks popped up again. Come on, rely on him to make key shots. James is going to dump the pot again. So brace yourselves and get ready to catch it. Can Wang Yi afford to take the blame? Just his little physique. On the scene, the atmosphere was heavy. People don't even care to watch the cheerleaders perform during timeouts. Even some of the Lakers players are getting nervous. Especially the few players sitting on the bench even clenched their hands and prayed silently in their hearts. Caruso kept wiping his sweat with a towel. Shogun took a big gulp of water. And James wasn't too nervous at this point. He's been through so many big storms that this match today is nothing compared to that. Meanwhile, there was one person who wasn't nervous, Wang Yi. Instead of being nervous, his eyes sparkled. The body is boiling with hot blood, although his physical strength had been consumed heavily before. At this time, under this rolling hot blood in his heart, he unexpectedly did not feel tired. He's thrilled. He's excited. The only thing he felt, being able to participate in such a battle, was exhilaration. It's a trait he was born with. He has participated in almost all kinds of competitions since elementary school. Rope skipping competition, table tennis competition, calligraphy competition, English competition, math competition, sports day. The vast majority of people are nervous when it comes to competing, even nervous enough to go to the bathroom over and over again. But Wang Yi won't. The more intense the match, the more excited he gets. He loves competition. He craves it. It's a trait that's brought out of your mother's womb. Coach Vogel also observed Wang Yi's excitement. He was quite surprised. He rarely saw the kind of player who got more excited the more intense the game was, and often such players, the more critical the moment, the better the form. He couldn't help but ask, "King, if I let you throw this ball, what do you think?" Many of the players were slightly stunned. Wang Yi's performance in this game was outstanding, but a key ball like that to a player on a 10-day short-term contract, can he carry it? It is important to realize that the more critical the moment, the more psychological pressure the players are under. Are his threes still that solid under heavy pressure? Most people find that unlikely for a player on a 10-day short contract. Not to mention short contract players, even starters on many teams are simply too scared to take a shot when it counts. That's why a player like that can only be given to the star of the show. It was surprising that the coach asked Wang Yi like this at this time. However, when Wang Yi heard this, he did not pause for even a second. Without hesitation, he said, "I think it's great." The rest were even more surprised. Where does a player on a 10-day short contract get this confidence? Doesn't he have any pressure at all? It was naturally impossible for Wang Yi to explain that the more critical he was, the more excited he became. All he said was, "I'm just a 10-day short contract player. If the shot goes in, people will say I'm cool and all kinds of praise will follow. If the shot doesn't go in, people will only blame the person who passed the ball to me. Who made you guys pass such a crucial shot to a 10-day short contract player? So the pressure is on you guys, not me." With these words of his, the crowd was actually speechless. At the same time everyone was laughing out loud. At a time when the atmosphere was so tense, Wang Yi's words would undoubtedly ease everyone's tension, make it a little easier on everyone. But James said at this point, "Wang, don't run the post later. Just ambush the left bottom corner outside the three-point line. I'll kill the box with the ball. The Clippers will think that I won't give you the key ball like this, so they will definitely surround me in the restricted area. At that time, I will pass the ball to you." Wang Yi nodded excitedly. Understood. 18 key threes. A lot of people say that James just dumps the ball when it counts, but consciously ignoring the fact that he's first all-time in postseason shutouts. He is merely a different type of player than Jordan Kobe. Jocko was more focused on scoring himself, and the last shot, when it came down to it, was by himself. James, on the other hand, is more well-rounded. The last shot would be to put the ball in the hands of the teammate who had the best chance at the time. Of course, he wouldn't hesitate if this best opportunity came out to him. At this point, he decided to give this crucial shot to Wang Yi due to his hot hand. Wang Yi, on the other hand, had his body straightened and his gaze eager. Yes, that's all he said, but anyone could feel the desire for battle included in that one word. Back on the court, the Lakers serve. James has the ball and dribbles across half court. At this point, the Lakers trail by just 2 points, so they can go for 2 points or 3. Wang Yi, according to James, stayed in the bottom corner and didn't go for a run. The Clippers head coach was slightly relieved to see this. Sure enough, Vogel wouldn't give that key shot to a player on a 10-day short contract. Or maybe the 10-day short contract player can't carry so much psychological pressure that he's afraid to pitch himself. So there was no running game at all. Thinking of this, he shouted to Peppers, who was staring at Wang Yi from the sidelines, "Watch out for the co-defense inside. Watch the inside." James was not allowed a 3 in this game. Knowing what Tyron Lou knows about him, James is 100% going to force his way inside. Pepper nodded. He was once shut out by James. This time, no matter what, he couldn't let James hit another key shot. At this point, it's Leonard the robot who was defending James. James was half a length away from Leonard after a change of direction, then used his body to squeeze Leonard and force his way inside. At this point, though, there were already 2 men waiting for James on the inside. But Peppers wasn't comfortable and still pounced to assist on defense. Just as Peppers lunged toward James, James' precise pass suddenly went over Peppers' shoulder to Wang Yi. Peppers' mind said something bad. Hastily turning around, he lunged at Wang Yi again. However, it was already too late. When Wang Yi caught the ball, Peppers was already 4 meters away from him. Wang Yi catches the ball and throws it, without even a hint of hesitation. The basketball traced a high parabola and fell toward the ground basket. All eyes were focused on the orange basketball. Clippers players and fans were in stitches. Wang Yi's 3 points in this game were just too intimidating. A key shot at this crucial moment in time can't help but put their hearts in their throats. With nearly 20,000 spectators watching, the basketball finally crashed down to the top of the basket. Boom! There was a heavy pounding of iron. The basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced high. Oh, the nearly 20,000 spectators at the scene all let out a sound of regret. The Clippers players, head coach, and their fans, on the other hand, all breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like this Laker 1 player is not mentally fit after all. In such an important moment, and didn't inside to make what was perhaps the most crucial shot of the game. All the Laker fans who saw the scene had already started cursing in their hearts. Why did you pass the ball to him? The live commentator spoke extremely fast and excitedly. Oh no, why pass the ball to him? Undeniably, Wang did perform well enough in this game, but he simply hasn't played even 1 second of key moments in his career, and simply can't withstand such tremendous mental pressure. That was a bad pass choice by James. I wonder if James will regret this. Both commentators in the Tencent NBA's broadcast room also have some regrets. Wangi missed the 3-point shot. Too bad. Sukun also shook his head. If this shot hits, it will prove that he is a big-hearted player. It's crucial for him to sign a guaranteed contract afterward. At this point in the pop-up, it's down to nothing, because the game wasn't over after that shot bounced out of the basket. At this breathtakingly tense moment, the Blacks are in no mood to jump out and spray Wangi. Scene. After that shot bounced high, the Clippers had 4 players huddled inside, intent on grabbing the rebound, and the Lakers players, with the exception of James, were all outside the 3-point line and couldn't get to the rim in time. Soon after, the rebound was taken down by the Clippers' lawn director, intend to dribble, before he could place his ball. However, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the side, hugged the basketball straight up and slammed it, actually snatched the ball from Rondo's hands. Rob. This man is no other than Caruso, the only card king in Los Angeles. This is a sudden change in the wind. The 4 players of the Clippers, all gathered around. Caruso was wrapped up like a dumpling by the 4 at this point. He caught a glimpse of Wangi, who was still standing in the left bottom corner. With no time to think, Caruso took a big jump straight out toward the outside of the baseline, pulled off a pass. Throw the ball out of Wangi when the person is in the air. When the fans at the scene saw Caruso pass to Wangi once again, almost all of them shouted in their hearts, No. The live commentary was also extremely fast-talking. Caruso steals the ball and passes it to King. Wang just lost the throw. He shouldn't throw it again this time. Who will he pass it to? LeBron is open on the outside. Pass. More time on offense. Pass to LeBron to reorganize the offense. However, Wangi did not pay any attention to this at all. He was wide open in front of him. If he didn't shoot, wouldn't he have wasted such a good opportunity? As for psychological pressure, joke's on you. For him, who was eager to fight, he had no idea what mental pressure was. By now, Peppers had come up on defense once more. However, Wangi still did not have even a hint of hesitation after receiving the ball. His eyes were full of determination. Bend your knees and stand on your tiptoes. Jump up and raise your arms. Power up and shake your wrists. Strike. The whole action, flowing in a single motion. Peppers pounced out extremely fast this time, but because of the distance, he could only watch the basketball cross his fingertips. The hearts of the entire audience lifted. Once again, even the live commentary kept chanting, No. The basketball silently sliced through the air. Throughout the Staples Center arena, there was silence. Everyone held their breath. All eyes focused on the basketball. Follow the basketball through the air. At some point, swish, as the basketball rubbed against the net, the soothing sound came. The center of the basket turned up in a white wave. 3 hits. Wow. The Staples Center erupted in a shocking cheer. The commentators repeated "No" change to yes in an instant. No, yes. 19. Quasi shutout. At the Staples Center, the cheers raged like a tsunami, as if a volcano, erupting. The entire dome of the Staples Center arena seemed to lift. Yes, King. That's so cool. Oh God. Thank God. The live DJ's voice, which dragged on longer, also seemed more high-pitched. 3-pointer from Wangi. Oceanside, Tencent NBA studio. Mina let out a long breath and couldn't help but clench her small fists. As a female anchor, she can have her own favored team. It's also possible to make a big statement about the team you're rooting for when you're on the air. Yet she can't be too flashy when the team she's rooting for scores a crucial goal. One can only barely suppress the excitement. Wang Mang, on the other hand, swung his fist and called out in surprise, Awesome! Awesome blast! Sukun also couldn't help but push up his glasses in excitement and said, My goodness, he really dared to throw. At such a crucial time, after missing his last pitch, he didn't hesitate a bit on his second pitch and had the guts to make it. Big-hearted player. On the pop-up screen, those black people who originally wanted to spray Wangi's last missed shot, all of them lost their voices at this time. It's as if they've all become mute. The pop-ups were swept up by a watery 666 and a bullseye. But at this point in the scene, the 5 players on the Lakers court had no credit for celebrating at all. The Clippers were out of timeouts because they had called so many earlier. The Lakers have to get back on defense as soon as possible. The Clippers' final possession, to Leonard. This time, it was still Wangi's defense. He stared Leonard dead in the face. On the sidelines, head coach Vogel signaled to Wangi, Tactical fouls are allowed. Wangi nodded. With the clock running down to the final 13 seconds, Leonard was about to start. He reached out and tugged at the corner of Leonard's coat. Since the Lakers hadn't even gotten to 4 fouls as a team, so no free throws for this foul, The ball is sent out again and Peppers catches it. Wang Yi dead-pressed Leonard, not giving him any chance to catch the ball. Peppers tried to pass to Leonard a couple times, but didn't see Leonard's catch very well. Another thought was that Wang Yi had broken Leonard's ball twice in a row before. He just had to dismiss the idea of continuing to pass it on. Barely made a shot from the outside against James' defense. Boom! With the basketball slamming hard against the back rim of the basket. The red light came on the rim. The full game is over. 118 to 117. The Lakers won by 1 point. Once again, the crowd roared. The Lakers, a group of players, all raised their arms. Caruso was the first to pounce over and excitedly hugged Wang Yi, shouting loudly, "King, we won, thanks to your crucial 3 points." James and the others also came forward. "King, this is your moment," James said. "Enjoy the moment." As someone who has been there, he passes on his experience. Tucker, Druega and Harrell, among others, high-fived Wang Yi. "King, you're a big-hearted player. Wang, you're also really daring to throw. You just missed a throw and you didn't even hesitate to take a shot. Awesome. Man, that's really something." A bunch of Laker players gathered to revel in the hard-earned victory. A few moments later, the emotions of the Lakers generals slowly calmed down. Clippers players came over and greeted the Lakers with hugs. Leonard hugged James first and then came over to hug Wang Yi. He didn't say much, other than, "You're a worthy opponent." Wang Yi said even less, "You too." Leonard finished and walked quickly to the players' tunnel. However, when Wang Yi was hugging just now, he could feel the raging battle spirit within him. All superstars do. The stronger the opponent they encountered, the more their battle spirit flourished. After Peppers hugged James, he came over and hugged Wang Yi as well. "After today, I will remember your name. Looking forward to the next match against you." Wang Yi nodded and said, "Well, I'm looking forward to it as well." After they left, the beautiful reporter Ellie Clifton, who had long been waiting on the sidelines, hurried over. She was previously an on-call reporter in Cleveland. When James came to the Lakers, it came with him, a die-hard James fan, so to speak. This time, though, she wasn't looking for James. Instead, he found Wang Yi, to do a final interview with Wang Yi. If the last game, the final interview surprised Wang Yi a bit, then this one, he himself felt it was well-deserved. Made the most crucial 3 points. Who do you interview if not him? "Hey King, congratulations to the Lakers for winning this game, and congratulations to you for making the all-important 3 points. How did it feel to make the 3 points?" The beautiful reporter has a sweet voice. Wang Yi replied with a smile, "It feels great. It's the shot I've always dreamed of making." The beautiful reporter went on to ask a second question. "What sustained you to throw that last pitch when you lost your last pitch? How did you carry that tremendous mental pressure?" Wang Yi said, "I practice 3 points every day just for this moment. Whether it's a pass from James or a pass from Caruso, I'll take a shot without reservation." That beautiful reporter asked one last question. "What are your plans for your career next?" Wang Yi laughed. "The first thing is of course to sign a guaranteed contract." The beautiful reporter said, "With the way you played tonight, I think Pelinka is ready to guarantee a contract." "Then what?" Wang Yi went on to say, "Then comes playing great and fighting for a big contract. Then naturally comes the championship, which I think should be the pursuit of every player." Actually, Wang Yi didn't say the latter. He wanted more than a championship. Become a star, a superstar, or even a legend. The beautiful reporter said, "Thank you King, I wish you every day to play like you did tonight." Wang Yi nodded politely. "Thank you." With that, Wang Yi was about to leave the stage. However, at this moment, another staff member called out to Wang Yi. With an apology he said, "I'm sorry King, you can't leave yet. There's another interview." Typically, players are tired after a game and are anxious to get back to soaking and resting. End zone interviews are an honor for the average player, but for a lot of big-name players, it makes them annoying. Now that Wang Yi has been interviewed once, a second one is scheduled. That staff naturally felt sorry. From this, it could also be seen that Wang Yi's status in people's minds had gone up a notch. That staff member, while apologizing, was afraid that Wang Yi would not agree and added busily, "It's a reporter from your country." Wang Yi nodded. "Well, send him over." 20 Beautiful reporter Joe Lingen. Being able to meet a compatriot far away in a foreign country, Wang Yi is naturally happy to accept it. Seeing Wang Yi's promise, that staff member quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll let her come over here." Soon, a beautiful reporter with a camera came over. Wang Yi turned his head to look. "I saw this beautiful reporter with long hair and wearing a tight white dress. The hot body was emphasized by this outfit." Wang Yi naturally recognized this person, Joe Lingen. Once when Wang Yi had just landed in the NBA, he had an exclusive interview with her. Wahoo fans who watch the NBA regularly should be no strangers to her. She often conducts post-game interviews with some of the players after a game. Except she's obviously nowhere near as big of a reporter in the NBA as the big names at TNT and ESPN. So normally, her post-game interviews don't get to the big name players. More like some role players. Wang Yi, hello again. She started with a generous greeting. It's not the first time the two have met, and it's rare to hear Mandarin in the NBA, which Wang Yi finds congenial. He flashed a smile back. Hello again. Lingyan Zhou said. Congratulations on a great game and hitting key shots tonight. Wang Yi nodded. Thank you. Zhou Lingyan continued. Tonight you appeared on the court for only 15 minutes, made 9 out of 13 three-pointers and scored 28 points, 2 steals, 2 assists and 1 block, playing such an outstanding performance. What do you feel inside yourself right now? Wang Yi made a thoughtful look. It was as if he was organizing his words. Zhou Lingyan didn't rush. She knows that all NBA players have to do interview training after they enter the NBA. Both need to know what to say and what not to say. A moment later, Wang Yi seemed to have considered and organized his words. He replied, cool. Zhou Lingyan froze. Then she couldn't help but be amused. After all this preparation, you've prepared one word? The cameraman couldn't hold in his laughter either, and the camera was starting to shake slightly. It was only after a moment that Zhou Lingyan stifled her laughter and asked, and what sustained you to play so well? This time, Wang Yi did not have much consideration and spoke directly. For an interview with you after the game. Zhou Lingyan couldn't help but have a dimpled smile on her face once again and said, you're so humorous. Next, Zhou Lingyan asked, last question. There are a lot of fans in the country supporting you. Do you have anything to say to them? Wang Yi nodded his head and said, for the fans who support me, I won't let you guys down. For the blacks, you guys can spray whatever you want. If I pay attention to you guys for a bit, count me out. Zhou Lingyan was slightly stunned. This Wang Yi still seemed relatively gentle on the surface. I didn't think it would come right out of my mouth. But think about it, Wang Yi did not play out these 2 years. Many domestic fans gradually stopped paying attention to him. There's no excuse for that. Blackie constantly spewed that he couldn't play, and he admitted it. But many black people will rise to the level of personal attacks, even attacking Wang Yi's family. It is impossible to say that Wang Yi is not angry in his heart. Playing so well at this point could be considered a raised eyebrow. He's saying this now, even as a response to Blackie's long history of spraying him. After thinking about this section, Zhou Lingyan smiled and said, Wang Yi, thank you for the interview, and I look forward to your next game where you will continue to play out of this world. Wang Yi nodded. I look forward to seeing you next time. Bye. Wang Yi bids farewell to Zhou Lingyan, then walked to the players' tunnel. But as he entered the players' tunnel, he froze slightly. James was seen waiting for him at the entrance to the players' tunnel. Usually when any role player makes a particularly impressive play, James and the Brows are waiting for him at the entrance to the players' tunnel when they head back to the locker room after the game. Wang Yi played such a great game today, hitting another quasi-kill. He is naturally entitled to such treatment. James patted Wang Yi's shoulder and said, brother, come with me to the press conference later. You're not going to block their locker room door to ask for money again. Wang Yi laughed. Of course. Went back to the locker room and soaked in the shower. Wang Yi followed James to the post-game press conference. This is Wang Yi's first time attending a post-game press conference. Wang Yi answered all the questions raised by the reporters. His answers were dripping with humor, and he occasionally cracked a joke or two, which made the launch party laugh. Meanwhile, inside the Staples Center arena, the jersey sales area, a blonde boy, about 10 years old, ran in a hurry, $10 in hand, said to the clerk, I want a Lakers number 1 jersey. The clerk shook his head. Sorry, no jersey number 1. The boy sniffed, a little puzzled. How can that be? No. 1. Ah, that's the player who threw in the quasi-jam tonight. 1. His jersey. The clerk shook his head again and smiled. I'm really sorry. He is currently a short contract player. We don't sell jerseys of short contract players in our store. 10-day short-term players with non-guaranteed contracts. Maybe this fight is over and immediately fired. And even if they don't, they only play 10 days for the team. After 10 days, maybe it's off to another team or no team ever signs him again. Naturally, it's impossible to sell their jerseys. The boy listened with some urgency. What then? I just want King's jersey. The clerk shrugged, said, I'm sorry, but if you have a phone number, you can leave it. We'll let you know the first day we have his jersey. As they were talking, the boy's parents had followed them into the store. After understanding the situation, a phone number was left. The boy was then taken away. The boy kept bugging the clerk before he left. Please let me know immediately if his jersey arrives. I really want his jersey. Meanwhile, some fans were tweeting, I can't believe there's no King's jersey. Damn it. I heard that because Wang is a 10-day short contract player, the Lakers aren't giving Wang a guaranteed contract right away? Polinka act fast. Polinka didn't act immediately, though. Wang Yi didn't care about this. Through these 2 games, he has hit his stride. Quality 3D players are definitely highly sought after in the NBA. Even if the Lakers don't give him a guaranteed contract, he's sure there will be other teams clamoring to give him a guaranteed contract. Not to mention that what the Lakers are missing right now is quality 3D players. He was sure Pelinka would not be indifferent. In the evening, Wang Yi followed Caruso and returned to his house, sleeping in the garage again. Who would have thought that the player who put up the kind of performance he did tonight would be boarding in a teammate's garage? But Wang Yi knew that he would soon move out of this garage. Turn on your cell phone and put on your headphones. In the headphones came Gui Gang's comedy. After entering the NBA, on countless disillusioned nights, he was able to fall asleep by listening to Gui Gang's comedy. Tonight wasn't exactly a lost cause, but going to bed listening to Gui's comedy had just become a habit for him. 21 explosion of the whole network. Wang Yi was also really tired tonight, so he did not wait for the system to release the quest before he already fell asleep. The last time the system released a training mission at night, it caused him to stay up all night. So tonight he went to bed early and waited until he got up in the morning to read it. Meanwhile, a private clinic in Los Angeles, DR. Karen watched the Lakers game for a long time. Other people, after watching Wang Yi's performance, would only feel surprised, amazed, and out of the blue. But the feeling in his heart could only be described by the word shock, because he knew that Wang Yi had an injury on his right wrist. The injury to Wang Yi's right wrist is a chronic injury. As a result of years and years of training with the injury, it became heavier and heavier over time. Although he switched to a left-handed shot, there is ultimately a force on his right hand when he lifts the ball, and it's in the middle of a high-intensity rivalry like the NBA. It was under these circumstances that this Easterner, surprisingly, blasted 28 points and drained a game-killing 3 in just 10 minutes. This requires a superb will in addition to superb basketball skills. Unbelievable, unbelievable, and for that reason, he was secretly determined in his mind. He must cure Wang Yi's injury in the shortest possible time. He couldn't let such a tenacious man have his career ruined by injury. If he had only treated Wang Yi before because he was in James' way, now he was sparing his talent. Meanwhile, far across the ocean in China, Wang Yi's strike is a surefire way to set the internet ablaze. On the internet, you will basically see Wang Yi's name in any media about the NBA. Tencent NBA section. Surprise! Wang Yi explodes for 28 points in 15 minutes. Our player's first quasi-shutout in the NBA. He made up for Big Yao's regret. Sorry, James. Sorry, Brow. Tonight's my night. Tiger basketball section. Sorry, Emperor James, but the new king is about to be crowned. Wang Yi, I can catch the pot James threw at me. Pelinka, what are you waiting for? Admittedly, many of these reports and posts are exaggerated, but that's the thing about the national media. They can stomp you into the mud when you can't fight. When you play well, they can put you on a pedestal. As a Chinese player playing in the NBA, you have to be prepared to be held up to the sky, but at the same time, you also have to be aware of being stepped into the mud. Yang Yi, a well-known domestic basketball commentator, posted only 2 words on his microblog, pain. The answer to what these 2 words represent is self-evident. As for the domestic fans, they have been waiting for the next Chinese player who can stand firm in the NBA since Yao retired. Wang Yi went to the NBA, but spent the first 2 years roaming from team to team. Garbage time is the only way to salvage a few minutes of playing time. Naturally, there is nothing to show for it. And in today's game, Wang Yi not only blasted down 28 points, but also hit a quasi-killer, thus killing the game. This made the Chinese fans feel that they had finally spat out a large portion of the stuffiness they had been holding in their hearts for more than 10 years. Meanwhile, the news of Wang Yi hitting a quasi-jackpot has rushed to the 8th of the Weibo hot search. Even people who don't pay much attention to basketball will go searching when they see news that Chinese players can raise eyebrows in the NBA. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's 28-point set today is circulating on various short video platforms, and the number of views, the number of likes, the number of comments on these videos, are all rising rapidly. Shaw specializes in short NBA videos. There are just a lot of people who eat this food. That's why the number of clicks and likes on his videos has never been great. Today, after watching the Lakers game, he made his usual habit of creating highlights of the best players of the game. The best player of the Lakers today was naturally Wang Yi. He edited all of Wang Yi's 28 points together. Also, at the top, the score between the Lakers and Clippers at the time is highlighted, 115 to 117. Then came the voice, I, 4-1, was born for this moment. This is followed by the original English soundtrack footage of Wang Yi taking a pass from Caruso and hitting that quasi-kill. Then follows the Chinese screen. Then it was all 28 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block for Wang Yi's complete collection. After making it, he took a deep breath, uploaded the video on the Shake Shack short video platform. After that was done, he had the time to take a few bites of his meal. I have to run a drop in the afternoon to subsidize my family. Took yesterday's leftovers and rice and fried it all together in one fell swoop. Eat briefly and take a few sips of water. He then planned to run the drop. After getting in the car, He flipped through his cell phone out of habit, but it was that look that froze his entire being, only to see that the number of likes on a video he had uploaded only half an hour ago had reached 134. The number of comments also reached 332. He wondered if he'd misread the situation. You know, normally the NBA videos he produces, even those of the hottest superstars, take at least 3 days to reach this figure. Now in just half an hour, that figure has been reached. Naturally, he found it hard to believe. After a couple of close looks, there really was no mistaking it. He thought about it. It should be that Wang Yi's performance today was too good, plus the first quasi-shutout by a Chinese player in the NBA. With these two buffs, it's normal to have a lot of video likes. He suppressed the joy in his heart and quit Shakeology. Open the drop and start taking orders. There were more orders this afternoon, and after he ran through a few, he was itching to get out his cell phone and look at the numbers. But soon there are sheets again. He just had to keep running orders. That run was 2 hours. After 2 hours, he just couldn't press on. So pull into a parking space in front of the park and turn off the drop. Quickly open Shakeology. Soon, 2 numbers came into view. Likes, 1,3W. Comments, 4,033. A wave of ecstasy washed over him. The highest of those videos he produced on weekdays took a week for the highest one to just barely break 20,000 likes. Today's entry, in just 2.5 hours, reached over 10,000 likes. And that's a little too much comment share. The average weekday is a dozen likes to 1 comment, and the like to comment ratio is only a dozen to 1. But today it's surprisingly up to 3 to 1. This is just a little too scary. He couldn't help but scroll through the comments. My king is awesome. Cow punching, 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 cow punching. 666, 6666. Wow, a quasi-jackpot. Manhwa finally has a player to shoot a shutout in the NBA. Universal celebration. Looking at the comments, Shoko's gaze quivered. His heart had been filled with hope. It seemed that Yi was the right person to hug this thigh. Looking forward to more great fights from Trail. As long as Yi's matches are exciting enough, he's not afraid that no one will pay attention to his own videos. With more people paying attention, the money comes naturally. Your own financial stress can then be greatly relieved. 22 new mandates. In China, it's not just short video producers like Xiao Ku. There are also a lot of freelance basketball commentators who are starting to comment on Wang Yi's performance today. Typical of all, it's rain, said Sports Jingyu Su. Su Jingyu is unassuming and speaks a northeastern dialect. Instead, it has attracted a lot of attention. And even with the Tencent NBA live broadcast, there is also a connection from time to time. At this moment, Su Jingyu looked at her cell phone and said, some people have asked if Wang Yi can play out. Whether he can play out NI or not, it depends on whether he is stable or not. You look a little bit like Lin Crazy back in the day just from those 2 games so far. Lin Crazy belongs to what NI? At the beginning of the typical garbage time only to play. Then all of a sudden, it was an overnight sensation. But then why not? When you start to burst into flames, your opponents are definitely going to have to do some research and set up against you. His own physical talent is limited, and his strength is not that strong. So when opponents started targeting him, he gradually couldn't go crazy anymore. Wang Yi is a lot like him. Through these 2 matches, it is starting to burst into flames. And as far as Wang Yi's performance is concerned, he is also physically talented in general and his strength is not up to the top level. But one thing, he does not hold the ball. You see his style of play, typical drop 3D players. The Lakers are now the most lack of what? 3D players. So Wang Yi and the Lakers to get a guaranteed contract, there are enough drops of playing time. That is no problem. But you're going to have to say it's hard to get him to play at a star level. At this point, unless Watney, unless he plays like Clay * Thompson. Long-term, consistent, superb 3D play. But is that possible? I think it's pretty much up in the air. And just 2 hours after he posted this video, there are as many as tens of thousands of comments. Most of them are saying that Wang Yi is a bull *********. There are also black children. However, due to Wang Yi's performance in this one, the blacks are obviously 2 less than before. For all of this, Wang Yi was completely unaware. He had woken up at 5:30 the next morning. It was 12 o'clock last night after the game and the press conference. There was no way he was going to wake up at 4 in the morning like he did last time. Just after waking up, in the middle of his mind, the system had already started releasing quests. Please select a training mission. Training task 1, shoot 10,000 threes. Mission reward, increase in 3-point shooting percentage to 50%. Training task 2, slide left and right 1,000 times. Quest reward, 20% increase in traverse speed. When Wang Yi saw these 2 quests, his first reaction was of course to choose quest 1, a 50% 3-point shooting percentage. How scary would that be? You know, the all-time top scorer, Steve *Cole, his career three-point shooting percentage, and only a little more than 45%. It would be an absolute exaggeration to shoot 50% from three. However, seeing those 10,000 threes, Wang Yi frowned. While a left-handed three-point shot will have less of an impact on the right wrist, it's not unprecedented. Shooting 10,000 threes would perhaps re-aggravate the right wrist injury. Instead of that, practice sliding left and right. His own talent is average, and his left-right traverse speed is only middle of the road. And if you increase that speed by 20%, it's at the top of the league. That would be a big step up in the quality of your own defense. It seems like the system is determined to make a 3D player out of himself. Come to think of it, the most effective way to play in a short period of time is to play defense in 3 points. Thinking of this, Wang Yi said in his mind, "Pick up the second assignment." The mechanical cold voice of the system came. The mission was successfully received. After receiving the assignment, Wang Yi could not hold back any longer and headed to the training center. Still a half-hour jog. UCLA Rehab Center. The security guards were woken up by him, but they didn't complain half as much. Instead, it was very enthusiastic. "King, so early. I saw your quasi-jam last night. You're so cool. When will you give me an autograph?" This security guard is also a huge Laker fan. He's basically been working at the Lakers arena and training facility for half his life. Wang Yi said, "Any time." The guard nodded. "Awesome. I'll come over to you later." That said, "You're really hard-working. I've only seen one person as diligent as you before. Do you know who it is?" "Kobe Bryant." Wang Yi replied without thinking. "In the NBA, Kobe is known as a hard worker." The guard nodded and laughed. "Right on. Come on, bro. I hope to see a second Black Mamba in the near future." Wang Yi just smiled and did not say anything. It is certainly an honor to be the second Black Mamba, but he didn't want to be the second who. He only wanted to be the first Wang Yi, uniquely your own. "Enter the training hall and take off your jacket." Wang Yi set up his stance. "Start moving across to the left." He took 5 quick horizontal steps to the left and another 5 quick horizontal steps to the right. A countdown immediately appeared in his mind. Mission completion, 1/1000. Time remaining, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. It seems that this time the system gave 3 hours to complete the mission. 3 hours and completing about 1,000 traverses is not much of a problem for a professional athlete. But soon Wang Yi realized that something was wrong. The system is not going to give him an increase in completion when he moves a little slower across the line. With each traverse, one must go all out, without a hint of slackness. This makes the task much more difficult to accomplish. Imagine the physical exertion of moving side to side at full power every time. After shifting left and right horizontally 50 times in a row, Wang Yi was already panting. Yet he didn't dare to be a bit lax. Continued to move sideways left and right 50 times in a row. His legs had gone slightly weak. The knees of his legs, moreover, were already sore and his ankles were already sleepy. Such intense side-to-side traverses are extremely stressful on the ankles and knees. He stopped momentarily, took a few slight breaths, rested for 2 minutes, and resumed his traverse. In 1 hour, he completed 600 left and right crossings. It doesn't seem like there's any problem getting the job done. But Wang Yi knew that the test was really starting now. Physical fitness decreases and the rate of traversing back and forth decreases. Each break is also getting longer and longer. 2 hours later, he had completed about 900 slides. He slumped into a nearby chair, gasping for air. Hoo. The chest rose and fell violently, like a bellows. The whole body, too, had long been drenched in sweat. He felt like he was almost on the verge of losing it. This system gave out tasks that had to torture themselves to death every time. At this point, whoa, the dugout doors opened. 2 figures walked out quickly, James and the security guy. James said when he saw that Wang Yi was already tired like this, "King, training should be hard, but don't work too hard. It's still important to get enough sleep for 8 hours a day." Wang Yi breathlessly returned. "Aha." The security guard uncle was holding 2 bottles of water and a burger. To Wang Yi, he said, "Wang, you haven't eaten breakfast yet." "Right, prepared it for you." Wang Yi is not polite at this moment and nods his head. "Thank you." He was so tired that he barely had the strength to reach for it. The security guard then placed the water and burger on a nearby chair. Wang Yi slowed down for 10 minutes, then finished the burger in one big gulp and drank half a bottle of water. Another 5-minute break. Checking the time, there are 42 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. He didn't dare rest much longer. "Climb up and continue to start practicing your slide," James asked when he saw it. "King, you're not practicing 3 points today?" Wang Yi didn't even have the effort to answer and only shook his head and nodded again. "Not practicing now, waiting for the afternoon." The security guard pointed at Wang Yi and said to James, "LeBron, he can work harder than you." James also made a face of self-abasement. Jokingly, he said, "It's time to work hard. If you don't, you'll be ridden by these young people." With that, he began to warm up as well. 23. Mission accomplished. Terrifying transverse speed. In the ballroom, there were only two people, Wang Yi and James. James is practicing his free throws, a problem he's had throughout his career. He's never been able to work it out, so whenever he has free time, he practices his free throws. Wang Yi, on the other hand, continued to huff and puff and practiced his traverse. James would occasionally help point out Wang Yi's lack of crossover when he saw it. King, arms outstretched, eyes forward. King, lower your center of gravity a little more when you skate, and cross your legs a little more, so you'll have a larger area to defend. Wang Yi receives instruction one by one. By this time, Paulinka, the team manager, had also arrived. He did not say anything, just clasped his hands on his arms and quietly watched Wang Yi's training. The gaze was deep in both eyes. And I don't know what I'm thinking. Half an hour later, when Wang Yi completed another left and right slide, in his mind, a prompt from the system came. Mission completion, 1000. Mission accomplished. Quest reward, 20% increase in traverse speed. When Wang Yi heard this, that energy in his heart loosened. All he felt was weakness, as if he was deflated. Lay straight down on the pitch. Hoo. The chest rose and fell violently. Once again, he was so tired that he didn't even want to move a finger, didn't even want to lift an eyelid. James glanced at Wang Yi and did not bother to disturb his rest. Paulinka, the general manager on the sidelines, didn't disturb his rest either. Just like this, Wang Yi had been lying on the floor for more than 10 minutes before he sat up. As he moved over toward the chair on the sidelines, it only seemed that his legs were no longer his own. Walking posture is very strange. James saw it and joked, "Oh my god, King, have you ever seen Donald Duck? Is it modeled after your walk?" Wang Yi smiles bitterly. "I guess the original Donald Duck has to be ashamed of himself when he sees me." He moved to a bench and rested for another half hour. It wasn't until then that GM Paulinka spoke up. "King, I have something I want to talk to you about. Please follow me." Wang Yi sniffed and already guessed what was going on. He rose at once, but getting up like that, he realized that he could barely walk on his legs anymore. Hands on the chair. It took a few moments of movement, but this was barely enough to walk. He followed Paulinka to the general manager's office. Paulinka pointed at the sofa and said to Wang Yi, "Sit." Saying that, he poured a cup of water for Wang Yi. That's what spoke. Generally speaking, GMs are very savvy people. Speak to people when you see them, and speak to ghosts when you see them. But Paulinka is different. He likes to be straight. When Wang Yi finished his cup of water, he opened the door and said, "King, I'm not going to give you a guaranteed contract for a while." Wang Yi was a bit surprised. Paulinka doesn't give himself a guaranteed contract when he's playing like this? And the 3D attributes that he himself has shown in these two games are something the Lakers desperately need. It stands to reason that Paulinka should have given himself a guaranteed contract anyways. Wang Yi did not say anything and waited for Paulinka to explain. Said Paulinka, "You've played well enough to be recognized by the team, enough to earn a guaranteed contract of over $2 million. But I think that you've done more than that. That's why I'm not going to give you a guaranteed contract of over $2 million for a while. With the payroll space the team has right now, it can still come up with over $5 million. But with $5 million, you need to play accordingly. So I'd like to see a couple more games. If you play the way we expect you to play by the end of this short 10-day contract, I'll give you that $5 million plus guaranteed contract." Wang Yi sighed in relief. So that's what Paulinka meant. The only reason he didn't immediately sign himself to a guaranteed contract was to see a few more games. Go through the next few games and see if you can get a higher $5 million paycheck. Wang Yi nodded. "Well, I understand." Paulinka continued. "Of course, even if you don't end up with that $5 million guaranteed contract, I'm still going to give you a guaranteed contract. Just the $2 million one. You're worth the $2 million just for your quasi-jam last night." Wang Yi smiled. "Thank you. Honestly, Paulinka people are pretty good." By 10 o'clock the rest of the players had arrived. Some simple tactical drills were conducted in the morning. This time, Wang Yi was also involved in the training. At 12 o'clock at noon, Wang Yi also went out to eat along with the other players. When he came back from dinner, the security guard uncle was holding a Lakers jersey and a marker. Wang Yi smiled and signed for him. The security uncle looked happy. "Wang, make sure you work hard. When you become a superstar, I'll put this jersey up for sale online, and it will definitely sell for a good price." Wang Yi was speechless for a while. The security uncle laughed. "I'm just kidding. How could I sell a Laker jersey?" 20 minutes or so later, the other players returned, just waiting for the coach to come back to schedule the afternoon training program. But after waiting over 10 minutes, Coach Vogel hadn't even returned. A crowd of players began to chatter. "Why isn't Coach back yet? Eating bad. Ha, I just saw his wife coming. Maybe she's..." Now, a bunch of players laughed badly. However, Wang Yi felt, at this moment, a little uncomfortable on his body. He subconsciously turned around. and saw that Blackie was staring intently at him. Blackie, Schroeder, previously the team's starting point guard, just got back from an injury in recent times. His gaze, unapologetic, was dead on Wang Yi. Wang Yi also frowned slightly. A little bit of association, and he knew where this guy's problem was. Teams have too many guys in the backfield these days. One person performing well will inevitably compress the playing time of others. Now that he's doing well himself, it's likely to have an impact on Black's playing time. With his cocky personality, it was normal to look at himself with displeasure. It's just as well to have a natural leader like James pressing on. Otherwise he'd probably be targeting himself at every turn. After figuring out this section, Wang Yi just smiled bashfully, and no longer bother with him. His goal, however, is a championship. It's ballplayers, all-stars, superstars, and even legends. A small black, he hadn't put it in his eyes. At that point, head coach Vogel finally returned. He didn't look so good. Clapping his hands, he signaled the crowd to be quiet. He opened his mouth. AD just had an MRI and it showed a grade 1 groin strain. It's likely to be out for a week or two. The crowd's faces stared at the words. AD is the team's top scorer and his extended absence from the game is a big blow to the team. And the team is now in 7th place in the West, with the Grizzlies nipping at their heels. The front runners are 3-5 wins away from the 6th place Blazers. If the Lakers record slips during AD's time away, it is likely that additional games will be played in the future. This is never good for the Lakers. While at this moment, Wang Yi is secretly clenching his fists. The last thing anyone wants is for a thick brow to get hurt. But objectively, this is its own opportunity. 24 perverted traverse speed. No one wants to see a thick brow get hurt, and neither does Wang Yi. But objectively speaking, the injury to Thickers is his opportunity. With the brow injured, his playing time will be spread out to others. His chances of getting a shot are spread out to others. Wang Yi will naturally benefit as well. Of course, this also means greater responsibility. All those players who benefit are going to have to share the scoring duties of the brows. The brow is currently averaging 25.8 points per game. These beneficiary players must combine for this score for the team's record not to slip. Coach Vogel said a few more cheering words and concluded. This afternoon's training program, the training match, the players came to their senses. The rest of the training program, whether it's shooting drills, tactical drills or strength training, is very boring. Only the team practice games are somewhat interesting. Vogel said. LeBron, Harrell, Caruso, Pop, Wang, you're on one team. Drummond, Schroeder, Tucker, Gasol, Morris, you're on one team. Vogel divides it this way. Naturally, for a purpose, he'll have to try a few more lineups with the brow out. Harrell is a better pie eater than Drummond and has a little mid-range ability to space James breaks. Caruso and Pope are all great defensively, plus Wang Yi a typical 3D player. This lineup, in addition to Harrell's defense height almost, can be said to be the current Lakers can put out. The theory of the better effect of the lineup. After Xiaohei was assigned to a different team from James, his eyes were once again dead set on Wang Yi. Wang Yi just ignored it all. Blackie glanced at James and then walked over. He lifted his chin and his tone was provocative as he said to Wang Yi, "Hey, Oriental, do you dare to go toe-to-toe with me?" In the face of such provocation, Wang Yi naturally could not wimp out. He sneered, "What's there to be afraid of?" When Xiaohei sniffed, the fire he was already holding in his heart intensified a few points. He's a player who's going for top dollar. Moreover, Wang Yi has always had a mild personality. To Blackie, that's weakness. Thought he'd pick a fight and the guy wouldn't dare pick it up. I didn't expect him to actually take it. When did a district short contract player dare to be so cross in front of himself? In that case, don't blame yourself for being unforgiving. A 3D player? I'll show you how bad your defense is. He put down a harsh word. Wang Yi did not respond. He likes to punch the other guy in the face with his performance, not show off his mouth. Today's team practice game was 10 minutes each for the first and second halves, and only 20 minutes total. After a jump ball, Schroeder got the ball. He dribbled across half-court. Gasol was going to block for him. Instead, he waved his left hand, motioning for Kuga to get up and out of the way. Then he picked his finger at Wang Yi. "Come here." Wang Yi also did not have any politeness. Striding forward, crossing his legs and starting to defend. Since someone is looking for abuse, it's only natural to be respectful. Coach Vogel could also see that Schroeder had a fire in his belly, but he didn't stop it. Sometimes, there's fire to be spilled. If it is pressed, it will be a really big problem when it finally explodes in a concentrated manner. And certain issues between players, such as possession issues and playing time issues, can pretty much be resolved through bouts. Only if you are strong enough will others obey you. Furthermore, he wanted to see if Wang Yi's defensive efficiency would be different when facing a different attacker. At this point, the other players basically pulled away, leaving the battlefield to the duo. Schroeder's face was full of confidence, even a hint of arrogance. He was very confident about his breakthrough. the breakthrough was extremely fast. In the middle of the league, other than those top defenders, he had yet to meet anyone who could defend him on the break. Breakthroughs are what he eats. At this point, he dribbled the ball 3 times before suddenly accelerating to break through from the right. He was very disdainful of Wang Yi. That's why he didn't even bother to use technical maneuvers like changing directions and turning around. It seemed to him that a simple acceleration would be enough to keep the Oriental looking over his shoulder. However, he had just taken a step to the right. Wang Yi, however, had long since moved a step sideways and was stuck in his forward route. He did not confuse for a moment and directly crashed into Wang Yi. Because of this collision, the ball also flew out of the hand. Caruso on the other side of the court had quick hands and grabbed the ball, then quickly killed it down the court for a dunk. The coach on the sidelines saw this and brightened up. As a coach, he keenly sensed that Wang Yi's defense seemed to be different. As for what exactly is different, I need to watch a few more balls to observe. On the second turn, Black continued to hold the ball. Wang Yi, meanwhile, continues to play defense. It was just an intra-squad practice game, but there was plenty of fireworks. Black took a beating last time and added a change of direction this time. His change of direction isn't as rhythmic as Harden's or Durant's. His changes of direction are generally simple. While dribbling to the left, he suddenly makes an extremely fast change of direction and the ball is handed over to his right hand, still breaking through mainly with his speed. However, if it was only speed, in front of Wang Yi, there was simply no advantage to speak of. Wang Yi boosting his traverse speed by 20% was no joke. Once again, he took a step across the room and quickly jammed Black's line of attack. Blackie couldn't break through and immediately used his left foot as an axis. The back was tightly leaning against Wang Yi. Intending to turn around with Wang Yi as the axis, he leaned his back against Wang Yi, making it impossible for Wang Yi to move. It's easy to pass Wang Yi by turning around. Wang Yi did get half passed by him as well. However, just as he pulled the ball with his right hand and turned it to Wang Yi's side, Wang Yi violently shifted a step across to the side and back, pulling away the distance between him and Xiaohei. Then another step across the room, and once again, he was stuck in Blackie's line of advance. Seeing that he couldn't break through, Blackie could only take 5 steps back to center, pulling away. Then it accelerates and rushes towards Wang Yi. When he rushed to Wang Yi's left side, he suddenly changed direction with a crotch, still breaking towards the right. He was already charging up extremely fast, plus he's low and has a small change of direction, making this change of direction even faster for him. Usually there are very few people who can defend him in this situation. However, Wang Yi once again moved a step across the room and took an early defensive position. Boom! Xiaohei once again crashed into Wang Yi. This time, due to the speed, Wang Yi fell backward at once. Xiaohei also directly pounces on Wang Yi. For a moment, the two of them were in a position that seemed like that of a male and female protagonist in a doggerel idol drama when they bumped into each other. It's very subtle. Ha 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 ha. Beautiful. Talking about feelings at work, you two are overdoing it. The players around them, one by one, heckled. Next to him, Vogel's eyes twinkled imperceptibly. Blow the whistle and gesture for an offensive foul. Offensive foul. 25. Alley up. Schroeder was fouled on offense and the Jameses continued to attack. James intends to give Wang Yi the ball. Players have conflicts with each other that can be best resolved on the practice field. Wang Yi is still constantly weaving in and out between players running around the cover. Schroeder had just been defended by Wang Yi twice in a row. The fire in his heart was even bigger. At this moment, he kept chasing Wang Yi, shouting out of his mouth as he chased after him, trying to score on my head. No way. Wang Yi went around 3 covers in a row and pulled away from Schroeder by 2 lengths. Run out to the right side at 45 degrees beyond the 3-point line. James' pass came at just the right time. Wang Yi caught the ball and quickly turned around. Swish. 3-point field goal. Schroeder muttered under his breath. Fark. Back again. Schroeder attacked again. The others still pulled away, giving Schroeder and Wang Yi a chance to go one-on-one. Schroeder added a lot of technical moves this time around. Continuous crotch dribbling coupled with a shoulder shimmy fake. At some point, quickly pulls to the right, left hand up, eyes to close the ball. It appears to be a sharp stop jumper. Wang Yi immediately stepped forward, intending to defend, but Schroeder didn't combine the balls. Instead, there is a worship, and then with a lowered head, he quickly swept past Wang Yi. He's small and fast himself, coupled with the bye-bye motion. Even those top defenders are going to be wobbled by this one. However, Wang Yi's excellent traverse speed once again played to his advantage. As Schroeder swept past, he quickly sidestepped and took 2 big steps across the room in quick succession. Stay close to Schroeder. Schroeder couldn't quite get past Wang Yi, and could only lunge forward on his upper body. With this lunge, his upper body pulls a body position away from Wang Yi. One-handed pick and roll while off balance. But Wang Yi's 20% increase in traverse speed is not something to be reckoned with. The body was once again sideways, moving quickly across the room. Jumping. The right arm swings round. Slap. a volleyball spike move, tapped the ball hard out of bounds. At this moment, everyone was quiet. The only sound was the constant rattle of the basketball bouncing on the floor, echoing through the dugout. Boom 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 boom. All of his teammates looked at Wang Yi incredulously. What they were shocked by was not Wang Yi's volleyball cap. Rather, it was Wang Yi's perverted traverse speed, moving sideways and across. It was amazing that he could keep up with Schroeder's frontal break. Even when Schroeder probes for a pick and roll, he's surprisingly able to keep up with it by virtue of a crossover. This is outrageous. King, how did that happen? King, are you a monster? Oh god, I've been playing with a monster. The head coach was also quite surprised. He's been a head coach for so many years, from the Pacers in the East back in the day to the Lakers in the West today. What monster has not seen? But I've never seen Wang Yi's type before. That's too fast of a slide. James, on the other hand, was thoughtful. In the morning, Wang Yi had been practicing his slide, and it was estimated that he must have practiced thousands of times. Is that his specialty? If so, that's a real gift, too. After all, he had played in the league for 19 years, and had never seen anyone whose crossover speed could be even more perverted than Wang Yi's. Wang Yi was now condescending and looking down on Schroeder, who had fallen to the ground. It seemed to shake his head slightly in disappointment, as if to say, that's it? He was a man who, on the surface, appeared to be characterized by the modesty and goodwill of the Orient, always friendly to his teammates, too, but he wasn't without fire. He won't spoil you for those who keep provoking him. Schroeder actually saw disdain from Wang Yi's gaze. This annoyed him even more. Fuck, how dare a district player on a 10-day short contract look down on me? You wait for me. Next, Schroeder again took the ball and went one-on-one with Wang Yi. Wang Yi still relies on his strong horizontal movement speed to build an airtight defense in front of Schroeder. Schroeder couldn't break through any faster. He was so angry that he kept gnashing his teeth. Head coach Vogel's eyes couldn't help but sparkle when he saw Wang Yi's defense. Wang Yi's defense is really different. He's moving across the field a lot faster than he did last night in the game. A small guard like Schroeder, who was known for his speed, was unable to break through Wang Yi's defense. When it was Team James' turn on offense, Schroeder slapped the floor hard with both hands, demonstrating his determination. Since we can't attack, let's defend this Eastern kid. However, while the ideal is beautiful, the reality is always a cruel mess. He tried to chase and defend Wang Yi, but Wang Yi always managed to find a shot by constantly running and going around the cover. Schroeder was never meant to be known for his defense. He chased Wang Yi until he was out of breath, but he could not even touch Wang Yi's hair. Instead, Wang Yi kept blasting in threes. The word beginning with F kept coming out of his mouth. Of course, he wasn't scolding Wang Yi. He hadn't dared to be blatant to such an extent. He was expressing his emotions. The offense can't score. The defense can't defend. The outcome seemed predetermined, but he was not willing. He wasn't willing to lose to this Eastern boy just like that. He has one last push to make. So he whispered in Wang Yi's ear while the James team was on offense. If you have the guts not to go around cover, just be honorable and go one-on-one. Wang Yi listened and shook his head helplessly. He hadn't wanted to humiliate Blackie like this, but since you're asking for trouble yourself, it's not my fault. Thinking of this, Wang Yi did not bother to run around the cover anymore. Instead, he stood just outside the three-point line and reached for the ball. Schroeder, on the other hand, was dead center against Wang Yi's back. He had watched Wang Yi in these two games and knew that Wang Yi had almost no ability to break through with the ball. So as long as he jammed Wang Yi's position and made it difficult for Wang Yi, he just couldn't believe that Wang Yi could still hit so many threes. When James saw Wang Yi asking for the ball, he naturally had no reason not to give it. Wang Yi sidestepped and took the ball before slowly turning around to face Schroeder. The corners of his mouth curved in a mesmerizing arc. The next moment, a direct dry run. Swish, hollow hit. Schroeder's heart sank when he heard the movement behind him. The few teammates next to him kept cheering for Wang Yi. Beautiful. Nice shot, King. So true. All these voices, as if a great mountain, pressed toward Schroeder. Schroeder's limbs were already looking a little heavy. Next turn, Wang Yi took the ball once more and faced Schroeder. The last vestige of hope remained in Schroeder's mind. He kept waving his hands to stop Wang Yi from striking. Wang Yi did not even look at him this time. Dry plucked. Swish. 3 hits. Schroeder is only 1 foot 87 inches and he reaches 1 foot 92 inches, 5 centimeters higher. So just be careful not to get the ball cut off by Schroeder. The rest is dry pulling, and dry pulling again. In practice games, he shoots a much higher percentage of threes than he does in games. So just by dry pulling, you could have plucked him to death. 26 Schroeder's wilting. With his height, Wang Yi dry humped over Schroeder's head 5 times, scored 4 goals. An 80% three-point shooting percentage is a real exaggeration. The eyes of the other teammates went wide as they watched. Head coach Vogel, at this time in the heart, are a little unable to hold down the excitement. This is really the second Curry. As long as he can keep this up consistently, the rest of the Lakers games will be a lot easier. Another round. Schroeder is still making his last dying breath. He knew that face-to-face single defense would not be able to defend Wang Yi. This guy's 3 points were simply perverted. So he changed his defense strategy this time. Doesn't let Wang Yi catch the ball. He constantly tangled around Wang Yi, posting up against him, just not giving Wang Yi the chance to easily catch the ball. Faced with such an opponent, Wang Yi was somewhat speechless. You said it was going to be one-on-one. You won't even let me catch the ball. What's the point of going one-on-one? What's wrong with you? But he didn't bother with Schroeder. Jerked forward 3 paces to the vicinity of the center circle. Reach out to Caruso for the ball. Caruso passes the ball to Wang Yi. By now, Schroeder had also chased after him. He crossed his legs and deadlocked Wang Yi's breakthrough route. His face was stony, his gaze grave. He would not give Wang Yi any chance to break through. He didn't believe that Wang Yi could still do a dry 3 near the center circle. In this situation, with Wang Yi's strength, it is impossible to use the standard shooting position if he wants to shoot 3 points. You can only use push-pitch. With the strength of your arm, push forward to throw. So at this point, as long as he stuck in front of Wang Yi and did not give him a position to push the ball out, he would not be able to shoot. And it is true, Wang Yi doesn't have the sick core strength of James. It's impossible to be at the center line and still be in a standard shooting position. However, it was not difficult to defeat Wang Yi. Wang Yi dribbles the ball and drops backward violently to exit a step. Has stepped fully into the center circle. Quick shot before Schroeder could come up. Pushed the ball out. Schroeder's heart sank. Turned back in a hurry. The basketball traveled in a high arc. Swish. 3-point field goal. The field erupted into a chorus of cheers from his teammates. Oh, Mecca. Jesus Christ. Was that you playing in the number 1 jersey? Logo 3. A few of his teammates came over to give Wang Yi a high five. James laughed. King, be honest. Did you steal Steven's shooting skill pack? And at that moment, Schroeder braced his hands on his knees and huffed and puffed. He wasn't physically tired. He can still run. He can still jump. He was struck. He's all the way to the center circle on defense and the other team is still hitting logo 3s over his head. What else can he do? Nothing he did was going to stop this guy's crazy 3s. What else does he have to do? James walked over at this point and tapped Schroeder on the shoulder. For comfort. As the team leader, he can't look towards just one person. He's going to make it rain, at least superficially. Schroeder had nothing to say. He stood up feebly and headed toward the field. The head coach saw the scene and pondered it in his mind. Schroeder didn't win on his own. He had nothing to say. Then it's time to consider increasing Wang Yi's playing time among the next games. It was also time to devise a few sets of tactics for Wang Yi. It would be a waste to let such a great 3-point shooter go without designing plays for him. In the end, this intra-squad practice game was a big win for Team James because of Wang Yi's unanswerable 3 points. In the afternoon, Wang Yi once again went with James to his house where Dr. Karen treated him. This one is different from the last. Dr. Cullen brings a lot of specialized tools with him, and it also helped Wang Yi make a detailed recovery planning form. According to this rehab planner, he was able to avoid frequent use of his right hand and it also helped his right wrist recover quickly. Wang Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Cullen. It would have been extremely expensive for a high-level personal physician like this to do specialized training planning for any athlete, as well as various treatments. With Wang Yi's current short contract salary, he simply can't afford it. But Dr. Karen said that the treatment for Wang Yi was completely free of charge. Said he was a Lakers fan too and wanted to do his part for the Lakers. But Wang Yi does not know. This is actually completely do not want to see a so outstanding player. And also the Lakers players, was plagued by injuries. The next day was another race day. The system still hasn't given any more quests today either. He followed the team in the morning and did some drills that were not too physically demanding. Afternoon break. The game is about to start at 9 p.m. The opponent for this game is the Phoenix Suns. The Sun eliminated the Lakers last year, making the Lakers the first defending champions to exit in the first round. It's a shameful record. So the whole Lakers team, they're holding out for revenge. Especially the star of the show, James. He didn't get a lot of ridicule after last year's outing. From NBA celebrities to thousands of internet users. Even though it was just a regular season game, James didn't want to lose. The game hasn't even started yet. And in the Tencent NBA broadcast room in China, fans are already talking. Can Wang Yi's 3 still explode in this one? Quite possibly. I hope he can explode. It's been a long time since we've had a player from China who can play. Of course, those blacks are quite a few. Burst a hair. 3 bursts in a row. You think he's really cool, Retian? I've heard that the Suns will have a much easier time on defense with the Browns not playing this game. Their attention will also be spread out more to other players. He'll be damned if he can still explode in this situation. Yeah, the first 2 bursts were just the same as Jeremy Lin back then. The other teams didn't know him yet. Now he exploded 2 games in a row. The Suns must have already done research on him. can let him explode again, then the Suns' uniform team can be disbanded. If he can explode, I'm going to eat live. Someone immediately shot back, get lost, coming here all day to cheat on food and drink. In this one, the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, the anchor is Kofan. The guest commentator is well-known basketball commentator and media person, Yang Yi. The anchor woman is still Mina. Kerfan began with a question. Mr. Yang, the match hasn't started yet. Can you predict the trend of this match? Yang Yi joked. Are you waiting to see me get hit in the face? However, prediction is not 100% accurate. If my prediction is right, that's me. If it's not right, what can you do to me? This comment caused Kerfan to laugh. Yang Yi continued. The Brow is not playing in this game and Paul is playing with an injury. History is always strikingly similar. As for the trend, the Sun side has Paul, have Booker. The Lakers side only rely on a James. Certainly not. Other players have to stand out. This game is to be played. Otherwise, like last year's G5 and G6, the first quarter is spent. 27-6 out of 6 on threes. Kervin threw out the question again. And who do you think will step forward? Yang Yi didn't hesitate. The Lakers' three-point was a big problem from last season, and it continued into this season. Pop is a burst without a burst. Caruso Kuzma occasionally too okay, want to use their three as a conventional weapon. Or worse, Schroeder's threes aren't reliable either. So the ones who can stand out, one is to see if Schroeder can break through, and the second is to see Wang Yi. But Wang Yi is also difficult. He blew up 2 games in a row, and the Suns will surely do some targeted defensive strategies against him in advance. It's unlikely that he's going to explode this time. Kerfan laughed. What if? What if Wang Yi really exploded again? Yang Yi said, if he really explodes, it shows that he can still play at a high level under the opposing team's targeted defense. He will probably enter the team's rotation. He will become a stable scoring point on the bench. Kerfan asked rhetorically, wouldn't it be possible to be a starter? Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. It's unlikely anytime soon. He's only likely to play a super high-quality game if he's facing the opposition's bench as a substitute. On the flip side, if you put him right in the starting role against the opposing team's starter, he likely wouldn't put up that kind of hot play. Think about it, a player who hasn't played much in 2 years, all of a sudden you pull him out to start. Is he physically ready? Is he mentally ready? Is he athletically ready? Those are all unknowns. The game started at 9:30 p.m. This one, the last of the Lakers' 5-game homestand. Fans were in the stands early. Also, movie star Jack Nicholson was there today. He has starred in The Shining, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and got an Oscar. Also, he is the most famous Lakers fan. Basically, he'll be there for the vast majority of the Lakers games throughout the season. At this time, he was once again seated in the first row. No, 124, in the VIP seat. It's a seat he's ordered for a long time. It's a place where you can watch the game up close and personal, but also be able to pressure the referees by venting your frustrations to them. At this moment, his gaze fell on Wang Yi, who was wearing the No. 1 jersey. He has followed the Lakers for more than 50 years and has seen them rise and fall over those 50 years. This season, James slipped to just 21 points per game due to his advanced age. The Brow is also injured from time to time, so the Lakers aren't ranked very high. It seems like the Lakers are on the decline again, but after those past 2 games, he seems to see a glimmer of hope again, and the glimmer of hope was all brought about by this Oriental. Injuries and the decline of the old man are certainly 2 of the main reasons why the Lakers played poorly last season, and the Lakers' abysmal 3-point shooting percentage was a major factor. The Lakers can still be expected to perform as long as they can fix their problems from the 3-point line. Now, this Easterner, perhaps, will be a big part of changing the Lakers' performance from the 3-point line. Of course, these are Jack Nicholson's mental activities. It will take a few more games to determine if this Oriental can carry the load. The game began with the Lakers starting James, Schroeder, Johnston, Pope and Caruso. The Suns didn't make any major changes to their starting lineup. Just coming up, James handed the ball to Schroeder to attack first. As soon as Schroeder can open up, James' side of the court encounters much less defensive pressure. Schroeder got 2 points on a breakaway. Next, James hit a 3. With a 5-0 start, it looks like the day is off to a good start. However, the situation on the field changed abruptly next. Booker connected on 2 3-pointers for the Suns and Paul hit another layup. Meanwhile, the Suns still guarded a joint defense, just as they did in last year's first round. One of the ways to break the joint defense is to hit threes, and the other is to start a counterattack. The Lakers failed to mount a comeback twice in a row, and on the 3-point side, a couple of the outsiders continued their 3-point touch from the past ice power. Aside from the 3 James hit at the VY beginning, the rest of the starters hit the iron 3 times in a row from the 3-point line. The basket is going to give way. Back to the Suns. Booker on the other hand is about to blow up in the first quarter. hit 4 3-pointers and went 4 for 4 from the field in just 5 minutes. The score came to 5-14 in 4 minutes. The point spread is 9 points. The Lakers rushed for a timeout. In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, Mina is anxious to stomp her feet, was in a real hurry. She frowned contently and wordlessly when the camera didn't get to her. What a fight! Kerfin shook his head back and forth. History is always strikingly similar. Is the first quarter of last year's G6 about to play out again? Yangi also shook his head repeatedly. In the first quarter of last year's G6, Devin Booker went 6 of 6 from 3-point range and scored a whopping 22 points. Today, after playing 4 minutes, 3-point has been 4 and 4, bombarded 12 points. A person hanging Lakers' whole team. This scoring tension, it's just too exaggerated. Looking at the way this game is going, it's obviously going to go the way it did last year again. Kerfin said, we'll see how Vogel adjusts next. Will he take up Wangi? Yangi thought about it and shook his head. It won't be so soon. Wangi should make the rotation today, but it won't be so soon. In fact, it does work as he says. The Lakers came back from a timeout and didn't put Wangi in the game. Coach Vogel just had Pop come in after Booker while having other players come in to help clamp down on Booker. But the Lakers' offensive problems still haven't been solved. The Suns were still guarding the joint defense and forcing the Lakers to shoot threes. The Lakers are still shooting panic chambers on threes. James had no choice but to take an early breakout strategy. But his effectiveness on the break is also greatly diminished when the other team is all constricted under the basket. After all, it is old, unlike in the past. Burst into the pipe you how many people? Directly fly up. Is a flat basket bomb buckle. Now James, when he bursts in, can basically just barely make a layup or rely on a post-up jumper after a turnaround. Although he also scored 2 goals. But Booker, of the Suns, had his hands rolling. Even with Pop chasing the defense, plus other players wrapping up. He also hit 2 no-nonsense threes in quick succession. From the 3-point line, went 6 for 6 from the field, plus a breakaway layup. In total, he has chipped in 20 points. When really, it's a replica of last year's G6 performance. After half a quarter, the Lakers were down 15 points. Vogel rushed to call another timeout. If you're down 20 points, it's going to be hard to come back. The Lakers players came off the court with stony expressions on their faces, especially James. He was reminded again of last year's G6. His memory is far superior to that of normal people, which brings him many advantages, like being able to memorize every play the other team makes, being able to memorize what every gesture the other person makes means, but at the same time it will bring him distress. It was hard for him to forget the painful moments of the past. These moments of pain would always replay in his mind over and over again, and every detail seemed to take him back to that time. 28 hooded 2. When the Lakers fell behind by 15 points just 6 minutes into the opening half and were halted for the second time, the crowd at the Staples Center was not as pumped up as it had been a few moments earlier. All of them, too, were reminded of last year's G6. At that point, Booker was also 6 of 6 from 3, and things went downhill for the Lakers in a hurry. They don't want to see a scene like that repeated. The Lakers are a traditional powerhouse, a team that has won 17 championships. Fans are picky. They don't try to encourage the team because they're not playing well. All they do is curse. Vogel, don't do something yet. What a fight. It was. I spent all this money just to watch you kids go through the motions? Fark. Of course, there are plenty of rational fans out there. The only way to save the Lakers now is if they can shoot away from the 3. But these blacksmiths, they can't shoot a 3 as well as O'Neal's grandmother. At this time, someone thought of Wangi. Wangi had 2 in a row. 3-point bursts. If they don't go up to Wangi at this moment, what are they waiting for? Change the king on the field. This statement stirred up 100 waves around them. Change the king on the field. Change the king on the field. Many people on the scene followed the shout. Vogel's gaze also looked at Wangi at this moment. Originally today he wanted to arrange for Wangi to play a few minutes at the end of the second quarter. After all, it's impossible to immediately put you in the rotation just because you played 2 good games. Gotta take it slow. But at this point, the rotation hasn't even taken the field yet, and the situation is already getting out of hand. There was no other way but to send Wangi ahead to try. King, you're on for Schroeder. Schroeder listened, only nodded and sat silently on the bench. Actually, Vogel had his intentions in letting Wangi replace Schroeder. Schroeder is too short. Booker shoots over his head and simply takes what he wants. Substitute Wangi, who should be able to limit Booker with his defense. The team will also be looking to Wangi to support the team when it comes to 3-point shooting. The moment Wangi stepped onto the floor of the court, in his mind, the system's prompts once again came. You can sign in. Wangi meditated in his heart. Sign in. Sign in. Reward for signing in, Junior Capping Experience Card 1 PC. Wangi did not look at it carefully and did not use it immediately. Because it's the Lakers' offense at this point, there's no need for a cover. Wangi takes on Devin Booker when he comes onto the court. His heart, it began to roll. His eyes twinkled with excitement. Devin * Booker, who once scored 70 points, has also slashed 50 plus in 2 straight games. Scoring ability is off the charts. Facing such an opponent inspires Wang Yi's fighting spirit even more. Wang Yi and Devin * Booker met eyes. He also saw a hint of wariness in his opponent's eyes. Obviously, Booker also knew about Wang Yi's past 2 performances. First ball, the Sun is still guarding the joint defense. Although they knew that Wang Yi's 3 points were great, but Wang Yi had only played 2 good games after all, so they weren't on him right away. Instead, try to see how Wang Yi's hands feel. So Wang Yi was outside the 3-point line and easily received a pass from James. Without even a hint of hesitation, the left hand shot out. Swish, hands up. 3 hits. The deficit narrowed to 12 points. The crowd was finally cheering again. Devin * Booker sees it and holds the ball straight. As a ball player, he has to respond. Not to mention his 3-point touch is hot at this point. Wang Yi could guess what he was thinking. He said a cry in his head. Use the capping experience card. Soon, the cold mechanical voice of the system came. Use junior capping experience card. 50% success rate of capping. Limited to 10 minutes. At this moment, Devin * Booker faced Wang Yi and did not dodge at all. He was taller than Wang Yi and did not need to dodge. Directly in front of Wang Yi, drawing 3 points. As a former champion of the 3-point contest, he still had that confidence. The live commentary is the Lakers' home commentary, and the commentary is naturally biased in favor of the Lakers. He shook his head when he saw Booker about to shoot a dry 3. Oh no, Devin * Booker is going to dry hump. However, before his words fall, Wang Yi has also followed suit and jumped. The fingertips of his left hand, just touching the basketball. The basketball's trajectory changed, and after flying 2 meters, it fell down feebly. The narrator's words changed in mid-sentence. Cover, Wang Yi's cover. He blocked Booker. That's so cool. Meanwhile, Caruso picks up the ball and pushes straight back. Kuzma would have been off the fast break a long time ago. Easy dunk. The deficit was instantly reduced to 10 points. The fans on the floor cheered. Devin * Booker glanced at Wang Yi. His heart was stoked with fire. After dribbling past half-court, Paul knew what was going through Devin * Booker's mind, having just been covered by an unknown player in Lakers number 1. It was only natural that he would want to get back in the game. Paul, being an old gun, also knows the importance of getting Devin * Booker back at this point. He passed the ball to Booker. Then he reached out and signaled for the others to pull away. Devin * Booker goes one-on-one with Wang Yi. This time, he didn't just dry draw. Instead, he suddenly dribbled to the right and seemed to be using his speed to pass Wang Yi. Wang Yi immediately took a step backward. Just as he took that step back, Devin Beek took a step back and pulled out to the 3-point line, then raised his hand and shot a 3. However, Wang Yi pounced over with great speed, splintered and wrapped around Devin * Booker's head just as he lifted the ball up. Before he could get a shot off, Wade-style cover. The live commentators were dumbfounded. Wang Yi seals the deal again. How can he be so fast? This is unbelievable, unbelievable. Devin * Booker was a little confused too. It was reasonable to say that the breakthrough fake he had just made, followed by a step back, should have shaken the kid off. How could he pounce so fast? And as a matter of fact, the step that Wang Yi took back when he broke through was actually a defensive fake. He knew Devin * Booker had just been covered once in defiance and would likely take another 3-point shot right in front of him. So as he stepped back, his upper body was already leaning forward in a ready motion to lunge forward. As Devin Booker pulled back, he had pounced like a shadow. Naturally, it seems fast. There's actually an element of gambling involved. In case Devin * Booker had just made a real breakthrough, he could easily pass Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi bet right, covering the shot. Wang Yi dribbled and quickly ran upfield. Paul in the back lowered his head and quickly chased towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi was going to make a layup himself, but considering he has an injury to his right hand, the left-handed one-handed layup didn't go as well. So after dribbling into the front court at the 3-point line, he made a behind-the-back pass to Pope, who followed behind. Pope takes the ball and leaps high for it. Boo! Dunked the ball. The spread got down to just 8 points. The cheers on the floor raised a few dozen more decibels. Meanwhile, the live DJ trailed off and blared his voice. Bop dunk. Assist from King E. 29 lock up Devin * Booker. The DJ at the scene is not blind and naturally knows that 90% of the credit for this goal comes from Wang Yi. Wang Yi blocked Booker, who had the Suns' hands rolling, and got the ball. That's what led to Pope's dunk in the back. That's why the live DJ's voice was extra high-pitched and dragged out when Wang Yi's name was announced. And the DJ's voice is extremely provocative. And the atmosphere was once again electric. The audience, amidst the cheers, also murmured, "I told you, I should have switched to King a long time ago." 2 blocks in a row. And the blocks were on the Suns' top scorers. That's so cool. Wang doesn't even look like a short contract player. I think he's a star player. Suns head coach Monty Williams was also cautious. After being outscored by the Lakers by more than 7-0, the team rushed for a timeout. As he paused, he watched Booker carefully. It was only that Booker was drinking water with a mineral water bottle, but his eyes revealed a hint of intense wariness. Being capped twice in a row by that Oriental, he was not convinced. "Where's the nobody from that dares to move on my head?" Coach Williams knew that Booker was young and prone to getting on top. If it is pressed, something is bound to go wrong. So the ball still has to come back to him, but fighting back has to be done in a methodical way, not in a brutal way. He instantly patted Booker on the back and said, "Devin, you've got to fight back and teach that Oriental boy a lesson." Booker slammed the cap on the bottle and said in a firm tone, "I know." Coach Williams nodded. "You can't shoot threes anymore though. That kid is a great blocker and seems to be very experienced at defending the three. So you're going to have to change your strategy. You're going to burst him into a beehive. Understand?" For the young Devin, getting him to change his tactics was almost like asking him to compromise. If it had been 2 years ago, he would never have agreed. But after last year's playoffs, he's grown a lot. It doesn't matter how convoluted the process is as long as you get the last laugh. He nodded. Understood. Paul, who was next to him, was quite relieved to hear this. For the Suns to achieve more, the team's main man, Booker, will have to grow up. So far, he's really growing fast. Back on the field, the game continues. Paul dribbles the ball across half court and still hands it off to Booker. Others pull off singles. Booker faced Wang Yi's defense as he crossed his right and left hands to slowly dribble the ball. After 4 consecutive runs, there was a sudden change of pace. Hands go up as if to close the ball. Wang Yi immediately stepped forward, intending to seal the cover. But Booker, it's just a worship. The next moment, his center of gravity suddenly lowered, intending to cross from the left. But just as he broke through, Wang Yi moved across with great speed. He slammed into Wang Yi's chest. Booker reacted quickly. 2. Failing to break through on the left, he dribbled behind his left hand and instantly moved to the right, intending to break through on the right. However, a step was just jutted out. Boo! With a muffled sound, it once again crashed into Wang Yi's chest. Booker couldn't break through and could only take a few steps backward. After pulling away, another attempt to accelerate the break was made, but Wang Yi's horizontal movement was too fast, and every time it was just right to get stuck in the path of Booker's breakthrough. Booker made back-to-back attempts to no avail, and finally had to pull back to the three-point line again. Wang Yi does get wobbled this time, but even so, it doesn't make it easy for Booker to shoot. He lunged as hard as he could, trying to interfere with his opponent's shots without touching any part of his body. Booker may be because he is a little anxious in his heart, or maybe he is afraid of Wang Yi's cover. So on this shot, the ball hit the back rim of the basket. The rebound was pulled down by Johnston. The live commentary said in surprise, "See that? See this defense by King? Of course I saw it. It's airtight and watertight. His lateral movement is too fast for Devin Booker to break through. This is definitely the fastest player I've ever seen move laterally. An exaggeration. Top of the current crop. But despite Wang Yi's strong defense, it's just too bad the Lakers missed on this possession." Another Suns offense followed, and Booker still didn't break through Wang Yi's defense. Another late, barely there three-point attempt missed. While the Lakers were on a fast break, Wang Yi threw in a 3. The spread is down to 5 points. Back to the Suns offense. Paul could see that Booker was getting antsy. He knew it couldn't go on like this. He had to calm him down. And the team hadn't scored in a while and had to step up and get points themselves. That's Paul's experience as an old gun. When the team's offense is running smoothly, he is the combiner of the offense and delivers shells to his teammates. When the team's offense isn't going well, he'll step up and attack. This time, instead of handing the ball to Booker, he compared a handhold to Booker. The right hand pressed down out of thin air, meaning calm. Booker is still convinced about Paul, although in his heart, he is not convinced by Wang Yi's continuous defense. He also knows that it is time for him to calm down, so he didn't ask for the ball again. Instead, he gave Paul a cover. At this point the Lakers have replaced Johnny and replaced Harrell. The team's mobility is greatly increased, so the Lakers' current defensive strategy is to switch defenses whenever they are covered. Wang Yi came to Paul's defense after switching defenses. Paul, through Wang Yi's defense against Booker just now, already initially knew Wang Yi's defensive characteristics, love to jump. There are 100 ways Paul can tease him against this type of defender. He faced Wang Yi's defense and suddenly turned towards Wang Yi's right side. Wang Yi followed suit and moved to the right side to jam. But Paul only turned halfway through this turn and quickly lowered his body again to break through Wang Yi's left side. Wang Yi hastily moved across to the left. By now Paul had jutted inward half a length. When Wang Yi moved across, he had already closed his hands around the ball and made a move to jump. He's going to shake up Wang Yi before he shoots. This time, however, Wang Yi, who loved to jump, did not jump. Paul was confident that he was bound to be able to shake up Wang Yi, so at this point he also confidently took a shot. The mid-range was as confident as a layup for him. However, Wang Yi only jumped when he struck as well. Paul was shocked to see this. After the jump, the body is even leaning back, but Wang Yi's fingertips still touched the basketball. The basketball flew 2 meters in the air before wilting down feebly as if it were done. Paul frowned. This guy is so jumpy on defense. Why is he not jumping this time? How could he know that Wang Yi did not really love to dance? Wang Yi hasn't played much in the past 2 years, though, but he spends almost all of his time, besides training and sleeping, watching videos, analyze the movements and habits of NBA players. He knows the technical moves, habits, and even temperaments of every starter and rotation player on all 30 NBA teams. To exaggerate a bit, the teammates of these players, I'm afraid they don't know these players as well as Wang Yi, so he doesn't really love to dance, just loves to jump when defending a player like Devin Booker. He knows that Paul is short, so generally after the breakthrough, if it did not pull too much body position, always used to first shake before jumping shot, so on Paul's first wobble, he didn't jump. It was only on Paul's second jump that he followed suit and sealed the deal. All of this is easier said than done, but it's actually the result of years and years of hard work on his part. 30 hot pot feast. Wang Yi seals off Paul, but the ball just fell into the hands of their center, Aiton. After getting the ball, Aiton turned around and was about to shoot. It just so happened that Wang Yi was the closest. He jumped again before Aiton could make a move. Snap! Splat sealed the ball. The ball went right toward the Suns' Crowder. Crowder receives the ball and sees that the basket is unguarded. Pull up with the intention of dunking, but Wang Yi made a horizontal shift and appeared in front of Claude with great speed. It was followed by a high leap, hands in the air, a volleyball blocking maneuver. Claude's dunk smashed right into Wang Yi's hands. After the basketball fell, it was grabbed by James. He made a trademark long pass directly to Kuzma, who had already stolen the fast break. Kuzma with a one-handed split. The scene was like a volcano erupting with a mountainous roar. The dome of Staples, too, trembled before the great cheer. And at that moment, Wang Yi blocked 3 times in a row. He looked up to the sky and roared. Ah! It was as if he was venting his long pent-up emotions of the past 2 years. He then raised his right hand and extended his index finger into the air, shaking it 3 times. The live commentary went nuts. Oh my god. Consecutive covers, consecutive covers. What do I see? The Great Mountains of Africa. The Great Mountains of Africa. No, it's the Great Asian Mountain King. He is the insurmountable Everest. Inside the Tencent NBA livestream, on top of the pop-up screen, the screen was full of 666 encowards, which had already exploded the screen. E is awesome. Big love to E. E is a pure man, a true man of iron blood. See, the Suns have 4 of the 5 guys on the court right now who were treated to hot pot by E. That's brother E. Inside the live broadcast room, Kofan and Yang Yi also praised in succession. This defense of Wang Yi, compared to the last game, seems to have been upgraded by another level. Yeah, 2 caps on Booker, 1 on Paul, 1 on Aiton, 1 on Crowder. It's only 5 minutes of play, and it's 5 caps. He is only 1.92 m. This blocking ability is too outstanding. People see his ability to block shots, but what I'm more concerned about is that he just defended Booker on those shots. The crossover was so fast that Booker had no way to break through. It makes me even more excited for the later games. As we're talking about this, we see the broadcast screen given to the referee. The referee made the T sign. Kevin was surprised. Yo yo yo, what's up with that? Giving Wang Yi a T? Yang Yi was also surprised. What's going on? The camera was just chasing Harrell on the fast break, and we didn't see exactly what happened. Look again. Soon the replay footage was out, only to see Wang Yi wagging his finger in the air after 3 consecutive caps. Kerfin came to a realization. Oh, wagging fingers. Wang Yi just wagged his finger after 3 consecutive caps. Yang Yi also shook his head. Finger wagging? In the whole NBA, only Uncle Mu has been licensed by the league to wag his finger. Wang Yi this. His second short contract is $20,000. This one T is going to be penalized $25,000. It's a bit not worth it, Kerfin said. I'm sure James will pay the fine for him. On the pop-up screen, the black people, who had just disappeared, jumped out again. Disrespectful. You can tell a person's character from their character, and if their character is so bad, they must be a lousy person too. Covered 3 bubbly tails up. Ha! Scene. Wang Yi AT, but he didn't regret it. The NBA is supposed to flaunt individuality. If you don't flaunt 3 caps in a row, when do you flaunt them? As for what to do in case he flaunted it now and was slapped in the face later, he wasn't worried. Does the NBA get hit in the face anymore? How many of you haven't been punched in the face? Suns free throws due to AT by Wang Yi. After Paul hit the free throw, the offense continued to serve. This time, their offense was met with a big hat by Wang Yi, who slapped the ball directly into the audience. the scene was once again abuzz. The blocking experience card, which theoretically allows Wang Yi to increase his blocking chances to 50%, but coupled with Wang Yi's familiarity with the technical movements and habits of these players, the odds are much higher. Back in the game, Wang Yi threw in another 3, and because Booker was in a hurry, he lunged too hard and fouled the batter, so it's a 3+1. Wang Yi's free throws are still solid. The free throws erased the deficit right after. End of the first quarter. Yang Yi commented, "The Lakers are such an amazing team, trailing by 15 points at the half-quarter mark and erasing the deficit in just half a quarter." Kerfin said with a nod, "That's right, the Lakers finally don't have to repeat the process of last year's G6 loss. That all changed from the moment Wang Yi took the field. To be honest, Wang Yi has brought us surprises in each of these 3 matches." Yang Yi continued, "In the first game, he made 3 points as if he were a godsend. In the second, he pulled out the death rap in addition to the 3. In this third game, he pulled out another blocking stunt. It's as if he has an arsenal of weapons, pulling out one weapon per game to keep his opponents on the defensive." Suns head coach Williams gives his players a pep talk as he sets them up. "The tempo, we have to bring the tempo down. Play as slow as you can and don't give them a chance to fight back." In fact, he also knows that the Lakers have a strong defense, so usually want to play the Lakers. Try to play fast. But now playing fast with lots of turnovers is easy for the Lakers to catch them on the rebound. So all he could do was try to drop the tempo and try to get through Paul's organization and see if he could score. It's like having 2 bottles of poison in front of you and just choosing the first one and being poisoned once. After this reincarnation and transmigration, I had to choose another bottle even though I knew that the other bottle was also poison. But I had to pick the other one with the mindset of trying it out. After setting up, his eyes intentionally glanced at Wang Yi at the far end of the Lakers bench. Things were looking good for the Sun before. Just because this guy came on, everything changed. That needs to be addressed if we want to win. At that thought, he turned to look at Claude. A moment later, there was another slight shake of the head. "Hit it first. If that doesn't work, use Crowder again in the third quarter." Once the second quarter hit the court, the Lakers starters were largely resting. Only Schroeder was on the field with a bunch of subs. The substitutes may have been inspired by Wang Yi's 3 consecutive caps just now, and played with extra vigor. Morris and Koga scored back-to-back 3s, even Shogun, who even made a 3-point shot, plus Schroeder broke through 3 times in a row. On the contrary, on the Sun side, perhaps struck by Wang Yi's 3 consecutive adventures, the momentum was a bit low. It's just a matter of not being able to shoot from the outside, but even dunks fly inside. With 3 minutes left in the half, the Lakers had a 12-point lead. At this point, Wang Yi is back in the ring, hooted 2 more, plus threw in a pair of 3s. By the end of halftime, the Lakers had stretched their deficit to 20 points. 31 ballpark villain. At halftime, the live commentary was excited. In this game, the opening looked like it was going to be a repeat of last year's G6 trend again, but after King came on the court, it completely changed the trend. Now that the Lakers have a 20-point lead, Wang is more than just changing the trend. He's completely flipped the game on its head. Let's look forward to the second half and see if King can do any better. On the sidelines, in the first row, in VIP seat number 124, behind movie star Jack Nicholson's scarlet-colored glasses, a pair of eyes that were full of relief. So far, this Oriental keeps surprising the Lakers. Perhaps, the Lakers' hope for a revival rests with him. At this time, in the middle of the visiting team's locker room, the Suns players were a little down in the dumps. Being down by 20 points is something they've all experienced, and more than once. It stands to reason that they shouldn't be this low. But today's game is different. From the moment that Lakers number 1 took the court, they were one step into the abyss. Can't see any semblance of a point chase at all. The offense can't score. The defense can't defend. How can this be a fight? Even the team's star, Devin Booker, hung his head, covered his head with a towel and didn't say a word. Paul saw this and he clapped his hands hard. That's a wimp? Are we going to be called soft? Get the up. Remember how we eliminated them last year? They were the defending champions then. We were able to turn the defending champions into losers. Do we now wimp out in front of this loser? Paul is definitely one of the few players in the NBA with the most competitive and fighting spirit. His words made the players slowly perk up one by one, but now that he was a full 20 points behind, his words of encouragement alone would not be enough. So once again, head coach Williams looked to Crowder, said Claude, third quarter, defend that Oriental. The defense against death he is talking about is not just defense against death, but constantly provoking and enraging his opponents. It doesn't even preclude the use of some unorthodox maneuvers. Once in the Heat finals, Crowder, who was a Heat player at the time, had no trouble making opposing players suffer. Fans don't like such villains and players are disgusted, but that's who else a team has to have on the team in order to produce. Once upon a time Bruce *Bowen of the Spurs. The Warriors have egg chase insert I green. Jags asterisk Pachulia, and Bogut, Crowder during the Heat's big three. It's all such characters. Claude also understood his task and he made an okay sign. To a group of teammates, he said, "I'll take care of that Oriental, don't worry." Once the third quarter rolled around, it remained the same starting lineup from the first quarter. Schroeder seemed a little distracted, though, after playing just 3 minutes and committing 2 turnovers, he was replaced by the coach. Wang Yi is back in the ring. Nowadays, he's kind of really in the rotation. On the bench, Tucker was a little lost. It was supposed to be his turn to play in the rotation, and now due to Wang Yi's outstanding performance, his playing time has been compressed a lot, but that's the cruelty of competitive sports. Whoever walks is on. If you can't, you have to be eliminated. All he can do is train hard and take the opportunity to perform whenever he gets a chance to play, instead of sitting on the bench and complaining like a whiny. Schroeder, on the other hand, had his eyes wandering a bit off the field, and I don't know what I'm thinking. When Wang Yi came on, he wasn't as hot as he was in the first 2 games, although his 3-point performance wasn't as hot, but with 45% shooting to boot, he shoots the 3 better than most. This forced the Sun to change its defensive strategy. They didn't dare to use the joint defense anymore and had to expand it. In doing so, the Lakers have room to break out. James burst through 3 in a row. Caruso also burst 1, inside and out. On the flip side, the Suns were capped twice more by Wang Yi. Plus Booker's hands are off and his breakout is being defended by Wang Yi. Others don't feel as hot as they did before. Paul hit 2 shots, but in the Lakers as a tidal wave of offense, it is ultimately difficult to support. Watch the spread run to 30 points. At this point, the Lakers were on offense. Wang Yi is still going to the 3-point line to receive the ball as usual by constantly going around the cover. Right at this moment, Claude took advantage of the referee's attention being on the ball carrier on the outside. He stealthily grabbed Wang Yi's arm and violently pulled it. Wang Yi was shocked in his heart, collapsed smoothly. The whole thing fell heavily to the ground. This time it was fortunate that he fell in the same direction. Otherwise, with strength like Claude's, he would have dislocated his right arm. I'm afraid, at this moment, Claude was staggered by Wang Yi for 2 steps and he fell to the ground in the process, and kept complaining to the referee. He fouled me. He pulled me down and he was dirty. Surprisingly wicked. But with everyone's attention pretty much on the line, the referee didn't see either man in action. The baseline referee reaches out and signals for the game to continue. Wang Yi climbed up, moved his arms and continued to run, and Claude made some small moves from time to time when he was chasing and defending Wang Yi. The most insidious is the pinch. Just like Rongmu, she twisted on Wang Yi's waist from time to time. Wang Yi had studied Claude and knew that Claude did not have this kind of action before. The most commonly used chokehold in the entire NBA is Paul. Since Paul is not very tall, he often uses this very subtle gimmick on defense. This is the kind of action that will hurt the other person and will make them wary, and it's hard for the referee to catch in the middle of a close game. Now Claude has learned the trick. When Wang Yi saw this, he secretly sneered in his heart. Isn't it just choking? Who wouldn't? So when Claude was chasing him too hard, or when the two were entangled, he also secretly reached out and pinched Claude around the waist. Fuck! Claude cursed under his breath. 2 more minutes of pestering. Wang Yi's waist is already bruised and purple. Claude isn't doing well either. Being black, the injuries on his skin weren't that noticeable, but in reality, there have been many patches of greenish-purple color as well. This is Wang Yi's trick to deal with the other side, to use the other side's method to return the other side. Don't say anything about it being against sportsmanship or stadium ethics. It's hard for the referee to catch a covert little move like that from Crowder. Complaining to the referee is not even remotely useful. In this situation, could it be that Wang Yi does not make any counterattacks and just keeps being chased and pinched by him? At this point, Claude came after the defense once again. Wang Yi took advantage of the entanglement between the two and violently pinched Claude around the waist again. Quickly ran out to the 3-point line while Claude was in pain. After catching the ball, it was a 3-point shot. Claude covered his back and cursed viciously in his mind. Fark 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 fark. Then he chased after Wang Yi and said, Orientals, you'll get it later. 32 Countering evil with evil. This pinched conversation between Wang Yi and Claude has very little movement, so even the other 8 players on the field had no idea what the two had done, not to mention the referee. Claude's heart was on fire at this point. He was going to pinch this Oriental as a way of provoking the Oriental. This Oriental has already taken a tea once. If he provokes this Oriental to anger and he comes over and swings at him, or even curses at him and eats another tea, then he will be expelled. But instead of getting angry, this Oriental man gave himself a reverse choke, pinched himself to the point of excruciating pain, and hit back-to-back threes over his own head. It really got him a little fired up. He gazed at Wang Yi who was retreating from the defense, and a plan was already brewing in his mind. It was supposed to teach you a lesson so you'd know better. Since you're obsessed, it's not my fault. So when the Lakers went on offense again, Wang Yi came around the cover to the top of the arc to receive the ball and jumped up to shoot. Claude was clearly unable to cover the ball, but he still lunged towards Wang Yi. The right hand was raised high. It looked like he was trying to cover the ball, but in fact, he rushed at Wang Yi's face and slapped it down fiercely. And it's not just the face. Due to Claude exerting too much force, Wang Yi's entire body was directly slapped down from the air, fell hard towards the ground. The bad breath in Claude's heart was finally out, but before he could be happy, he felt a sharp pain coming from his crotch. In that instant, he just felt like the whole world was gone. Or rather, in his world, anything else disappears. The only thing I have is pain. Pain to the bone. It hurts like hell. It turns out that Wang Yi understands Claude's vices, knowing that Crowder is bound to step up his game when he can't defend himself, even commit bad fouls. So Wang Yi also guarded against this move. When Claude taps him out, his upper body falls backward toward the ground. Instead, the right foot saw fit to kick Claude across the room. Is that a dirty move? Very dirty. But everyone else is already using moves outside of basketball. Should I still be polite, smile and try to be a humble man? And the most an umpire can do with a player like that is eject him and fine him. But he'll still do it the next time. Sometimes, one of his moves like that could very well ruin a player's career. Is there any need to be polite to such a person? It's just a matter of returning the favor. At this moment, Claude, due to the severe pain coming from his lower body, he covered his lower back with both hands and fell straight to the ground, rolling on the floor in agony. Wang Yi seems to have fallen hard this time due to his early preparation. But in fact, when he landed, his left hand had a protective action on himself, so it just hurts a little bit. He didn't get up right away, though. Claude did the evil first and he didn't even get up. Being a victim himself, wouldn't it make the referee sympathize with him even more if he crawled up at this point? Just as well. So much for a cameo as a movie star. Thinking of this, Wang Yi covered his waist with his right hand and bared his teeth and grinned. The left hand also kept pounding the floor. The surrounding teammates rushed over and asked Wang Yi how injured he was. Wang Yi naturally would not answer, as if he was in so much pain that he could not even speak. Many of the spectators on the sidelines went quiet. On the sidelines, Dudley saw this and was about to enter to stand up for Wang Yi. That's what he did with the Lakers, but it was held in a death grip by an assistant coach on the sidelines. At this point, once an off-court person enters, it is a technical foul. Caruso, who was on the field, had also wanted to stand up for Wang Yi, but he was a little puzzled when he saw Claude rolling around on the floor in pain over and over again. This guy's faking it, right? Obviously he was the one who slapped Wang Yi out of the air. Why does he hurt? At this point, the big screen at the scene gave a replay. All the spectators saw that Claude was directly going for Wang Yi's face and the crowd was in an uproar. Damn, he's a killer. Can a killer play in a game too? He should be in jail. He's just punching people. He should be ejected. However, when the crowd saw Wang Yi kicking his right foot to Claude's crotch during his descent, each of them first exclaimed in the same voice, "Oh!" Especially experienced male viewers. They all ached for Claude. This was followed by a roar of approval from the audience. Great job. If I were a king, I'd do the same thing. Claude got what he deserved. On the field at this time, teammates from both teams came over to ask about the injured. A teammate asked, "King, where do you feel the pain?" Wang Yi's pain seems to have eased a bit. Covering her back, she said, "It seems to be her back, but I'm not sure. It hurts everywhere anyway." The team asked a few more questions and finally asked, "Can you still stand up?" Wang Yi secretly glanced at Claude and saw that Claude had been helped up by his teammates at this time and sat on the bench. He said, "Help me up. I think I'm okay." So he was helped up by his teammates. Wang Yi slowly moves his body under the guidance of the team doctor. Gradually, his pain seemed to ease quite a bit. On the sidelines, the referee is watching the replay over and over again. The first thing that is certain is that Crowder must have committed a malicious foul because he was going for the man's face. The referee is now looking to see if the kick Wang Yi threw at Claude was intentional or not. This time, the referee didn't look long. Soon after, the call was made and signaled to the technical table. Crowder is guilty of a first-degree misdemeanor and is assessed 1 technical foul. Wang was fouled on 3 points and made 3 free throws, plus free throws from technical fouls for a total of 4 free throws. Meanwhile, possession goes to the Lakers. 4 penalties for 1 throw. When the Suns players and their uniform crew heard the call, one by one, they spread their hands. How is that possible? How come? Our player was also injured, and his kick was clearly intentional. Paul, in particular, looked as if he was going to eat the referee, chasing him down and complaining, pointing at Wang Yi to the referee. "Didn't you see that move he made? He's too shady. Someone like that shouldn't stay on the field." But instead of ignoring their complaints, the referee gave them a warning. "If you complain again, give a team-wide technical foul." And in the replay booth, famed NBA referee Javé explained, "From the movement, Wang Yi would have been a backward throw. When leaning back, one foot is naturally extended forward. when Claude lunged over and slapped Wang Yi to the ground. That outstretched right foot of Wang Yi's was raised a little higher. This is just an instinctive reaction made by the body in order to maintain balance. So although he objectively hurt Claude, there was no subjective will, and it would have been Claude violating the king's cylinder, and the king stretching his legs but still within his own cylinder. Therefore, we believe that King did not commit a foul. 33 Alternative 2 pairs. Wang Yi sat on the bench for a moment. Teammates advised him to go back to the locker room for a brief examination, but Wang Yi shrugged and said, "Thanks, but no, I feel much better. I'm in great shape. Team doctor, it hurt like that and now it feels great?" One by one, the teammates around them had it in their minds as well. James, in particular, has faked a fall before and knows the twists and turns. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he patted Wang Yi's shoulder. "Good job, brother. That's the thing about competitive sports. It's all about results. As long as you don't cross the line, then you can do anything in order to fight for victory." We all know Miller was fouled for the push on the shot that shut out Jordan, but does it change the outcome? The rest of the team was relieved at this point, as long as people aren't hurt. At this point, Wang Yi, after slowing down, came to the free throw line. The starter took 4 penalties. He is able to shoot 88% from the free throw line, hit all 4 free throws solidly. The Lakers then continue to serve. Wang Yi receives the ball around coverage again. A slowed down Claude came after him. Wang Yi held the ball in both hands and looked into Claude's eyes. The corners of his mouth were tinged with a smirk if anything. When Claude sees this look in Wang Yi's eyes and this smile, it is obvious that he is not harboring any good intentions. He couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. A chill rose from the lower half of his body. It was as if the pain that had just been drilled into his heart had struck him once again. Although he was still trying to cover Wang Yi, he obviously did not pounce that far forward. More like a token defense. For Wang Yi there is no pressure. Swish! The basketball sliced over Claude's head and hollowed out into the basket. 4 free throws for Wang Yi, plus this 3. 1 round, 7 runs scored. The spread went right up to 33 points. The Suns just had to call another timeout. At this point there were only 2 minutes left before the end of the third quarter. Though during timeouts, Paul kept clapping his hands and giving the Suns players a pep talk, constantly motivating Booker. "Devin, you have to step up. You're going to be the only leader of this team in the future, so you have to step up." But the Suns are out of gas. Crowder, in particular, was not as ferocious a defender as he was before when he took the court again. The defense always looks a little hesitant, especially when defending Wang Yi. They didn't even dare to chase too close. It seems to have been psychologized by that kick. The Suns are in a big way. It was a game that the Lakers took without incident. James' stats for the game: 23 points, 11 rebounds and 9 assists. Another quasi-triple-double that drove OCD to death. He is the cornerstone of the team. Whether the team is losing or winning, the Lakers have to have him to back up those numbers. And the biggest contributor to the Lakers in this game is none other than Wang Yi. Came off the bench for 26 minutes, chipped in a double-double with 28 points and 10 caps. It was 7 of 10 from 3-point range, 5 of 5 from the free throw line and 1 of 1 from 2-point range. The efficiency is horrendous, especially the hits from the 3-point line. He's still proving that he's a solid 3-point shooter. After the game, Paul didn't come over to shake hands with the Lakers players, turned straight around and headed for the players' tunnel. Didn't even say goodbye to his good buddy James. Understandable. He's a competitive player. Now that he's losing by a 30-point margin, he's naturally not in the mood for a handshake. "I lost to you by 30 points, and it's true that I was not as skilled as you today, but still let me pretend to shake your hand and congratulate you? I can't do it." The post-match live interview was naturally with Wang Yi again. Wang Yi answered reporters' questions, still dripping with water. After returning to the locker room, Wang Yi had planned to take a shower. James, however, called out to Wang Yi and said, "King, come try this." Wang Yi asked, "What?" James said, "Just go and find out." Then he led Wang Yi and opened a door at the back of the locker room. When the rest of the players saw it, a hint of envy was revealed in each of their eyes. Wang Yi followed James and entered the back room. Just a round barrel-shaped thing about a man's height here. From above, the inside of the round barrel-shaped thing was foggy and chilly. Wang Yi understood. Emergency freezer. James smiled and nodded, saying, "Try it." The so-called emergency freezer is often referred to as bubbling liquid nitrogen. Athletes who enter an emergency freezer to soak in liquid nitrogen after a strenuous workout are able to relieve body fatigue and maintain muscle strength. It also eliminates a lot of inflammation in the body due to the low temperature inside, and because of the cold temperatures, it is also able to discourage viruses from the athlete's body. Only because of the expense, millions of dollars have to be spent every year. That's why bubbling liquid nitrogen wasn't popularized among NBA players. Only a superstar like James has his own rush box. At this moment, Wang Yi stepped into the emergency freezing box. On the temperature display next to it, the numbers kept dropping. Wang Yi only felt a cold air that invaded his body. It doesn't hurt him physically, though. Liquid nitrogen can reach temperatures as low as -196 degrees Fahrenheit, but the liquid nitrogen in the emergency freezer is professionally treated, and it doesn't come into direct contact with the athlete's skin. After soaking for 2 minutes, Wang Yi only felt refreshed when he stepped out of the emergency freezer. It was as if those 20 minutes or so of intense confrontation just now had not been experienced. Of course, it's just a feeling. Coming out of the emergency freezer, Wang Yi took another bath. As he was soaking, James said, "King, go to the press conference later." Wang Yi didn't push back, said, "Got it." Not many players would turn down the opportunity to attend a post-game press conference. Meanwhile, at the press conference venue, the Suns' post-game press conference is already underway. The Suns are a trio of Paul, Booker and Crowder. After they answered some routine questions, a reporter asked Claude a question. "Crowder, during the game you and the Lakers king fell to the ground at the same time. You slapped him in the face and he kicked you in the crotch. When the referee called you for a first-degree malicious foul, what do you have to say about that?" Claude shook his head and said, "There's no doubt that I was going for the ball and accidentally hit him in the face, and that action was clearly intentional. His action was dirty. He should be ejected." He had slowly slowed down by now, so he started mouthing off again. That reporter continued to ask questions, but as we can see from the footage, that shot was clearly way above your head, and your first reaction with both hands was not to reach out and cover the ball, but to slap it head-on toward his face. A lot of people are saying that you did it on purpose. What's your explanation for that? Claude got a little fired up and glared at the reporter. "You're not me. How do you know what I was thinking? That Oriental clearly did it on purpose. Why don't you go ask him?" That reporter shook his head. "According to your answer, you're not him, so how do you know he must have done it on purpose?" Claude grimaced at the question. "I refuse to answer your question." With that, he got straight up and whisked his sleeves away. Walking out in the middle of a press conference is disrespectful to reporters in the eyes of the NBA. "It'll be fine." But Claude didn't care anymore. Shortly after they left, James and Wang Yi of the Lakers entered the venue. 34 dislike of journalists. 5 minutes after the Suns left, Wang Yi and James stepped into the venue. The cameras of those reporters were clicking furiously. Wang Yi had held press conferences before, but it was the first time that he had been wildly photographed by so many reporters. That's how much exposure Laker players get. The Lakers, a traditional powerhouse and in a big city like Los Angeles, were already getting way more attention than other small city teams. So here, if you can play well, there is no worry about exposure. Once the two were seated, the reporters began asking questions. A reporter asked James, "LeBron, King played efficiently once again tonight, and so far, he seems to have the potential to become an important helper beside you. What do you think about this?" James glanced at Wang Yi next to him and replied with a smile, "He's really a good teammate, and with him there, he was able to share the pressure on me. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does next." The reporter asked James a few more questions in a row, but all these issues are basically related to Wang Yi. James couldn't help but joke after being asked a fifth question about Wang Yi. "I feel as if I am a bit redundant. If you guys want to ask questions about the king, wouldn't it be better to ask him directly? He's right here." Actually, these reporters are pretty smart. Wang Yi had 3 good fights, but nothing recognizable. And it's not much to brag about when all 3 were basically 30 points or less. So if we just report on Wang Yi, there's not much to talk about at all. So they had to interview James first to get a comment on Wang Yi from James. When the time comes, they can take whatever headlines they want for their stories. James' best helpers. LeBron's bragging about him. 2. LBJ had nothing but good things to say about him. This makes it much more topical and much more interesting for the reader to read on. Finally, these reporters had asked James about as much as they could. Some reporters started to ask Wang Yi questions. "King, tonight you cut down 28 points and 10 caps for a double-double. Do you have any secrets to getting 10 caps as a guard?" Wang Yi said with a smile, "The secret is to eat as little as possible. The less you eat, the lighter you weigh, the higher you jump, and naturally it's easier to seal the deal." This is, of course, a joke. It caused a lot of laughter in the audience. Then another fat reporter pushed up his glasses, and a wry look flashed out of the corner of his eye as he asked, "Wang, you have scored close to 30 points in 3 consecutive games. Such a performance can be called the representative of the current Chinese players. What do you think about this?" "Wang Yi, I'll sit and watch." The reporters froze, then burst into laughter again. Wang Yi continued, "Actually, it's not true to say that I am a representative of Chinese players. I am a Chinese and I love my country deeply, but I'm just myself. I can't be so arrogant as to say that I can represent anyone howsoever. Of course, I don't think anyone can represent me either. We can't take our own will and force it on others." The fat reporter, slightly disappointed, nodded. "Thank you for your answer," then sat down. In fact, This fat reporter is digging a hole for Wang Yi. Their country is one that prizes independence and freedom, at least on the surface. That's why he just threw out the bait. If Wang Yi dares to say that he represents Huaxia, then he can make a big deal out of it, saying that this eastern country is not free, too authoritarian and so on. But Wang Yi surprisingly did not take his bait. At that moment, a female reporter who hadn't been asking many questions raised her hand. It's a blonde. Even in her professional attire, you could tell she had a great body. She had a smile on her face that was a breath of fresh air. Seems pretty down to earth. She opened her mouth. Wang, currently the NBA is the highest level basketball league in the world, and you are the only Chinese in the NBA. My question is, with 1.4 billion people in China, can't we even find 5 who can play basketball? The atmosphere of the scene changed at this statement. Everyone was quiet. This question is not yet the same as the fat reporter's earlier. The fat reporter is digging a dark hole waiting for Wang Yi to jump, and this pretty female reporter, who asked such a pointed question straight away, was clearly unfriendly. Of course, there are many journalists, but they are all secretly excited. They were waiting to see Wang Yi's joke. James frowned and turned his head to Wang Yi. A slight shake of the head. He knew that Wang Yi already had a fire in his heart. This kind of question is posed and puts a fire in anyone. But at this moment, Wang Yi cannot make a bad move. Once that happens, these reporters on the scene will publicize this matter, which will be very unfavorable for Wang Yi's future development. So he used his gaze to advise Wang Yi to be patient. Will Wang Yi put up with it? Of course not. If the matter had been about himself, perhaps he could have put up with it. But when it comes to his own country, he can't stand half of it. His eyes burned as he looked at the pretty female reporter. Asked, "May I ask what country you are from?" The woman reporter was still all smiles and a breath of fresh air. Replied, "I'm from Magnesia." Wang Yi replied angrily, "You have 300 million people in the country of Magnesia, and you can't even find one person who can play ping pong?" At these words, there was silence. The smile on that female reporter's face instantly disappeared. The vast majority of the journalists on the scene were from Magnesia. They were waiting to see Wang Yi's joke, but at this moment, it was as if they had been stabbed in the heart. Wang Yi looked at the female reporter with a burning gaze, waiting for her answer. The woman reporter couldn't answer a word for a long time. Admittedly, the level of basketball in this country is, indeed, not as good as the NBA. There are also a lot of problems with the domestic system and other aspects of the country. But if people with ulterior motives wanted to use this to taunt Huaxia, Wang Yi could never tolerate it. It's like graduates of many schools who can say their alma mater is bad here and bad there. But if anyone else dares to say anything bad about my alma mater, then I'll have to take it up with you. At this point, the scene was quiet. Wang Yi paused and said, "Everyone has their own specialties, and every country has sports that they excel in. Your country has the highest level of basketball, and our country is a dominant player in the ping pong world. We should not ridicule others' shortcomings because of our own specialties, nor should we mock other countries because of the sports that our country is good at. If you do, then it is a matter of your personal cultivation and quality." In a few words, Wang Yi pulled the issue from the national level back to the individual level. That's not a bad level. That female reporter was publicly criticized by Wang Yi for her personal cultivation and quality, but she still had no way to argue. It just felt like all the eyes around her were stabbing at her like needles. A moment later, a reporter suddenly clapped his hands. Half the reporters around us clapped along. Pop 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 pop. Wang Yi's remarks drew applause from many people at the scene. Of course, there were a few Magnesian journalists who were not convinced. They are jumping on the bandwagon. 35 I'm here to conquer the NBA. Wang Yi disliked the beautiful reporter, causing a round of applause from the audience. However, there were a few other magenta journalists who were not convinced, especially a male reporter in a suit next to that beautiful reporter. He saw that the female reporter was disliked and lowered her head, as if she wanted to stand up for the female reporter. Raising his hand, he asked, "King, it is said that people in your country think that everything is better in your country." Wang Yi could see that the suited reporter was not coming from a good place, but he wasn't the least bit abashed either. Rhetorically, he asked, "Shouldn't they? It shows that they love their country." That reporter saw Wang Yi take the bait and put up a treacherous smile on his face. Asked, "If everything is good in your country, why don't you play in your CBA instead of coming to the NBA?" This sentence was obviously meant to hit Wang Yi in the face. The rest of the journalists on the scene were, once again, quiet. The question, still poignant, is still coming. If it were a different player, he might have shrugged it off and retired on the spot, and the beautiful reporter who had lowered her head raised it again at that moment. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that earlier? If I had thought of this just now, I wouldn't have been disliked to no end." James was slightly worried and glanced at Wang Yi. However, he saw that Wang Yi did not seem to have the slightest bit of anger on his face. Instead, it carries a hint of bravado. In his eyes, his gaze was also filled with fire. Wang Yi then said something that even James hadn't said. He looked to the suited reporter and swept the female reporter. Finally, the gaze swept across the room of 50 journalists. The tone was firm. Word for word, I'm here to conquer the NBA. At these words, there was silence. Such a rant is simply laughable. A short contract player who plays 3 good games and threatens to conquer the NBA? Even James, Kobe, and even the god of basketball, Michael Jordan, had never uttered such arrogant words, but not a single person on the scene laughed or even made a single sound, because Wang Yi's gaze was so firm. He had such a steely expression. His words, so rigid. It gave the impression that he was in no way joking. That's what he came to the NBA with. After Wang Yi finished speaking, his gaze once again swept a circle of these reporters. None of these reporters even dared to meet his eyes under his gaze. There were unconsciously lowered heads. Only then did Wang Yi say, "Since there are no more questions, that concludes today's briefing." With that, he got up and left the meeting with an angsty face. James looked back at the reporters. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just moved his lips and said nothing, followed suit and got up to leave. As he walked into the corridor, James called out to Wang Yi, "King." Wang Yi turned back and asked, "What?" James wanted to say that Wang Yi had gotten into trouble. Wanted to tell Wang Yi how much of a shock he would cause in the entire NBA circle with that one sentence just now. How many celebrities have caused cold stares? How many fan attacks have been caused? How many players have been caused to take offense? But in the end, he just patted Wang Yi's back and said, "King, when the word is out, you have to prove it with your actions." Wang Yi nodded heavily. "I know." The next morning, the whole NBA scene blew up. Celtics Hall of Famer Pierce tweeted, "This Chinese guy is farting." Farting. Pippen of Bulls fame tweeted, "Not even God has said anything like that. He's too arrogant. He's a piece of." Suns Hall of Famer Barkley tweeted, "Just him and he wants to conquer the NBA. If he can get 30 points in a single game, I dare him to kiss a donkey's ass again." Renowned North American journalist Stephen A. Smith, also known as Yang Yi of Magnesia, said on the program, "This kid obviously hasn't figured out what the NBA means." Of course, we don't have to blame him too much. Who's going to bother with a mouthy 3-year-old? Those fans weren't so polite. They have taken to the internet to call foul this arrogant piece of uneducated thing. Even Lakers fans, they can't help but spit. 3 good games and you're floating? Conquering the NBA? How did you wander around the NBA for 2 years? At the same time, Wang Yi's flip-flop has also reached across the ocean. Several commentators from Tencent NBA have tweeted, "Wang Yi really shouldn't have said that. It's good to have that ambition, but it shouldn't be said in public, especially saying it after only 3 good games in 2 years. It would put all the huge pressure of public opinion on him and would be too bad for his development. Wang Yi is still too young, and he will likely pay the price for his youth." Wang Yi's fans, too, felt that Wang Yi shouldn't have said that. Watching his press conference, he said it all pretty well before and slapped that female reporter in the face. It's really worth letting people praise him, but what he said afterward was just a bit too crazy. Is this really good? I don't like arrogant people. Off the hook. Our culture is all about subtlety, about speaking up and acting down. More officers, less talk. Wang Yi has completely violated his ancestral teachings. Blacks have also jumped in. Cowardly. What God wouldn't dare say. He said, "I'm just going to watch and see how he's going to make it in the NBA when he says that. He's going to be targeted in every game he plays. It's going to be a good show." At this moment, the whole world seemed to be against Wang Yi. Wang Yi lay on his bed in the garage, flipping through the comments, taunts, and tirades. He just grinned. 2 years of wandering the NBA has hammered into his mental toughness. This comment, mockery and abuse. He didn't care. He did seem a bit impulsive when he said that kind of thing at the time. At that time, there were so many reporters on the scene, and half of them were not interested in treating themselves because they were Chinese. There's nothing wrong with hitting them back with words on your own impulse. Moreover, this was not arrogance on Wang Yi's part. He said this based on 3 facts. 1. He owns the system. The system was able to help him get stronger quickly. 2. He works harder than 99.9% of NBA players. He has studied the technical characteristics, habitual movements and temperament of almost every player who can play. 3rd, but every NBA player with a fighting spirit has the idea of conquering the NBA in his or her mind to a greater or lesser extent. Kirby didn't? James didn't? Didn't Paul as a young man? Both. Only they only thought about it in their minds and didn't say it on their lips. They knew what would happen when that was said. And Wang Yi is merely saying what everyone is afraid to say. After a few minutes of looking at his phone, he locked the screen, planning to head to the gym to train. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Yi looked at the cell phone screen and was slightly stunned. The answer button was then pressed. 36 wind and waves. The cell phone screen displayed just one word, Dad. Wang Yi's father was once a player too. today is a physical education teacher at a school. It was because of seeing his father play since he was young that Wang Yi was inculcated to eventually become a professional player. Only his father never supported his playing. Even when he first started in the NBA and the national media had practically blown him out of the water, his father still didn't support him playing. Wang Yi didn't understand why this was. Why didn't his father support him in chasing his dreams? So the relationship between father and son is very frosty. The two had had a few arguments since the last time he had spoken to his father, who had taken a hard line and told him to return home. It's been 6 months now and the two have never spoken again. Even when Wang Yi tried to talk to his mother, his father hung up on her. At this moment, Wang Yi sees that it is his father who is calling. He does not need to think to know that his father is trying to persuade himself to go back while the whole world is mocking and abusing him. Wang Yi didn't want to take it, but after a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Then directly, "Dad, if you're talking me into going back, then you can hang up." The father on the other end of the line was silent for a moment and spoke. "I read your interview. It's not hard for a person to brag. It's hard to turn all the bragging into reality." Wang Yi was a bit surprised. After a moment's pause, he said, "Dad, you, instead." His father interrupted and asked, "Carry it?" Wang Yi nodded his head and said solemnly, "I've carried it through the last 2 years. The father said, "That's good. You tell your mom." Ever since I was a child, this has always been the exchange between father and son. 3 words and it's over. But this time, these 2 words from his father gave Wang Yi great psychological comfort. He had thought that after he said those words, he would be alone to face the world. Never in a million years would I have thought that my father, who had always been against his playing, would turn around and support him at this time. Next, Wang Yi spoke with his mother. There were just so many more words with my mother. Mothers are as big as asking if they have a girlfriend yet, and as small as asking what they had for breakfast. The two spoke for half an hour before finally hanging up. Wang Yi had been thinking back to his father's words as he headed to the dugout for training. It would be truly awesome to realize all the awesome that has been blown. One has blown a sky-high awesome before. The taunts and abuse from fans and players all over the world came pouring in. So how awesome will it be when one finally, one day, realizes this awesome? Thinking of this, Wang Yi immediately felt energized. As they say in Soldier's Assault, first set a goal for yourself that seems unattainable, and then work your ass off to catch up to that goal. He and the security guard both knew each other well. When the security guard saw Wang Yi, he was a bit puzzled and said, "Wang, the next game is an away game and we have to fly to Washington at noon. So the team doesn't practice in the morning. So why did you come over if you're not at home resting?" Wang Yi replied, "Couldn't sleep, so I came over early to rest on the plane anyway." The guard nodded and opened the gate for him, adding, "King, that comment you made last night is going to get you into a lot of trouble. Are you ready for it?" Wang Yi gave an okay gesture and said, "Watch and see." Then, into the training hall. View the tasks given by the system. Task 1, blocking training 1000 times. Mission reward, capping chance 20%. Task 2, breakthrough first step training 1000 times. Mission reward, 10% increase in speed for the first step of the breakthrough. When Wang Yi saw these 2 tasks, he slightly pondered for a moment and said, "Select task 1. What the team needs most right now is his defense and 3 points. As for breaking, with James drawing the defense, he didn't need to break at all. And with his 3 points open, the other team doesn't even dare to let him go. They have to stay close to him at all times. Then it would be much easier for him to break through. Blocking drills are not as simple as just jumping up and reaching. Instead, 2 elastic cords should be tied around your waist. Secure the other end to the floor." Then he jumped up with all his might and made a ceiling motion with his hand. Wang Yi made his preparations and jumped up with all his might. With the elastic rope pulling him, his jump height was at least 15 centimeters lower than it would have been under normal conditions. After landing, the progress of the mission in his mind had changed. Mission progress, 1/1000. Time remaining, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Under normal conditions, it's easy to jump once a second, but it will become increasingly difficult as time passes and fitness declines. That is why Wang Yi did not dare to be lax in the slightest. He jumped quickly again. After landing, immediately squat down and jump for the 3rd time. As with any previous occasion, he began to huff and puff as his physical energy drained away. He was getting slower and slower in his jumps. He jumped lower and lower. When the jump height is less than 30 centimeters, the system decides that this time it doesn't count. Wang Yi could only rest for 2 minutes and then continue to jump. Outside the window, that security uncle watched this scene, and he said darkly in his heart, "What a player, just ashamed to have a big mouth." While Wang Yi was training hard to improve himself, across the ocean, Wang Yi has long been scolded on the hot search. Hot list number 5, Wang Yi spouts off and disgraces our great nation. Clicking on this hot search, half of the comments below were unfavorable, and the other half were all abusive, throwing away the virtue of humility of our old ancestors. Told you he'd just embarrass us by going to the NBA. Stupid ass. Rain said Sports updated the video again today. Su Jingyu sipped her water and said, Wang Yi stranded that BB? Played in the NBA for 2 years. Did not make a name for himself? This just played 3 good games. On the float? You don't think about it. How did you get through these 2 years? You can't even get into the normal rotation. You can't even conquer the NBA. If you really can conquer, you can conquer the Wizards in the next game first. Conquer the Hakamura bases first. If you don't have that strength, don't be so stupid. It's irresponsible to you and irresponsible to all the Chinese fans. At the same time, Xiaoko also made a collection of Wang Yi's 28 points and 10 caps and uploaded it to the Jitterbug platform. Only this time, the number of likes on the video barely went up. The number of comments poured in like crazy. After clicking on the comments, the following are basically all black Wang Yi. Shame on you. So what if you're a good ball player? You're a bad person, specializing in giving our country a bad name. People like this should be blocked. Looking at Shoker, he was afraid to open the comments section again. He screamed inwardly, "Oh brother E, how did you get into such a mess? Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Conquering the NBA, it's certainly good to have that ambition, but you shouldn't say it in public." 37 Hakamura Sasori's fire. Time, 8:48 a.m. UCLA Training Center Dome. Wang Yi completed his final jumping and ceiling drill. In the middle of his mind, the cold mechanical beep of the system came. Mission accomplished. Mission reward, capping chance 20%. Who dash? Wang Yi once again collapsed to the ground. His chest rose and fell violently like a bellows. He was so tired that he didn't even want to bat an eyelid. He was just too tired. Too tired. However, a small smile appeared on his face when he thought about that 20% chance of being capped. A 20% chance of sealing the deal seems low, but think about it in relation to reality. A player shoots 10 times in front of you. Can you block it twice? Offensive players can fake. They can wiggle. They can drop back. They can lean back. So it's good enough for the defense to block the opponent once in 10 tries. The technical stats for NBA players per game are usually just 2, 3 or 4 blocks. So a 20% chance of a cover is actually pretty high. Coupled with Wang Yi's understanding of each player's technical characteristics and playing habits, he can bring this chance up again, and there is no problem in reaching a 30% chance of blocking. Opponents make 10 shots in front of him and he blocks up to 3. That would have been sick. 12 o'clock. After lunch, players began boarding their flights to Washington. On the airplane, there was a small group of players that didn't communicate much with Wang Yi. They were already prejudiced against Wang Yi because he was an Orientalist. Now that Wang Yi has said these words again, they have even more preconceived notions about Wang Yi in their hearts. Wang Yi did not care about this. Hasn't he suffered enough cold stares in the past 2 years? That being the case, the way to beat the entire NBA is to start by beating these teammates around you. Wang Yi secretly clenched his fist. During the flight, James was listening to music while the rest of his teammates were playing video games, reading newspapers, and reading books. Wang Yi, on the other hand, was clutching his laptop and studying the Wizards' recent game footage. All the fans see is what the players do on the field, but actually trying to be a good player takes a lot more than what fans see. Although Wang Yi is familiar with the technical characteristics of each player, he still has to look at the opponent's video before the game. Find out if a particular opponent has developed new techniques in the recent past and if the opposing team has new tactical play. At 6:30 p.m., the team arrived at a hotel near the Washington Dome to stay. The bus ride took another half hour due to the almost 6-hour plane ride. The players are tired, so the coach didn't schedule a practice. Players are free to move around. The Wizards' home court, called the Verizon Center Arena. The ballpark, which is just inside the Chinatown business district. Wang Yi has been training since he came to the NBA and basically hasn't been to Chinatown much. This time there was an opportunity to get out and about just right. Most importantly, in Chinatown, one can hear the accent of the countryside. Far away from home, all you hear on a regular basis is English. At this time, once he entered Chinatown and heard a few phrases in Mandarin, Wang Yi felt friendly. In the middle of Chinatown, there were also some Chinese fans who recognized Wang Yi. They came over to take pictures with Wang Yi. It doesn't look like they're as anti-Wang Yi as the domestic fans are. I think it should be the same in a foreign country to fight. More cherish the friendship between compatriots. Wang Yi shopped in Chinatown for more than an hour and bought 2 sets of Tang clothes. Wearing the Tang suit was able to make him feel closer to his country, to his loved ones. The next afternoon, 2 hours before the game kicked off, both teams participated in the pre-game press conference. During the conference, a reporter asked Westbrook a question. What do you think of that Oriental guy on the Lakers who says he's here to conquer the NBA? Willow scratched her head and said, he said what I once wanted to say but didn't dare, and I'll wait and see about that. All the reporters on the scene were stunned. They didn't realize that Westbrook's attitude seemed to be in support of that Oriental. Thoughts flew through that reporter's mind. Eventually he thought of Hakamura Kashira. It was a moment of clarity. A second issue was raised. Mr. Hakamura, what do you think of this statement by that Oriental? Hakamura Kashia laughed out loud and said, arrogant, cocky, and out of sight. I'll teach him a lesson instead of those seniors in the NBA. I'll make him learn how to respect the seniors and how to respect the fans. This remark, on the one hand, demeans Wang Yi and, on the other hand, places himself on the moral high ground. I have to say, that's a really high level of talk. That reporter then dug in again. When you say teach him a lesson, do you mean blow him away on the court? Willow glanced at Hakamura. It was meant to remind him that it was a pit. Naturally, Hakamura Satori knew that this was a pitfall, but he didn't care. He raised his head and looked out at the entire room of reporters. Yes, I will blow him out. And blow him up on offense and defense. Make him remember and make him respect his seniors. At this statement, the reporters at the scene became excited. Mr. Hakamura, can you be more specific about how to beat him on offense and defense? Mr. Hakamura, he has caused public outrage with that comment. We'd all be grateful if you teach him a lesson. Mr. Hakamura, we look forward to you teaching him a lesson. In the visiting locker room, the Lakers players and coaches, watching this scene, they all subconsciously turned their heads to Wang Yi. Instead, he saw Wang Yi still clutching his tablet, studying the Wizards game footage. Didn't seem to hear any of this at all. In fact, of course he heard it, only on the surface. He didn't care. It's just that the mind has made up its mind. Let's see who pops who tonight. The coach did not allow Wang Yi to attend the pre-game press conference in order to protect him. Soon it was time for the pre-game warm-up. James said to Wang Yi as he walked towards the players' tunnel. Brother, are you ready? Wang Yi nodded heavily. He was in the middle of the players' tunnel, looking at the huge dome that could hold more than 22,000 spectators, and said secretly in his heart, conquering the NBA starts with this arena. Wang Yi looks out into the audience as he warms up. Only a portion of the fans, in the audience, were seen holding up several signs. There are a few words handwritten on it. Wang Yi, come on, supporting Brother Yi. These fans, all of them of Chinese descent. This caused Wang Yi's heart to heat up slightly, except that such fans are a tiny minority. More fans are waiting to see Wang Yi's joke tonight. Soon, warm-ups were complete and the race began. Wang Yi still didn't start, and on the Wizards side, Kashi Hakamura is now playing in the starting lineup. When he made his debut and passed by Wang Yi, the provocative intent was evident in his gaze. In Wang Yi's eyes, wariness also surfaced. 5 minutes into the game, the Lakers were scoring inside frequently. On the Wizards side, the three-point line is not a good touch though, but Hakamura Kashizashi is in good hands. Hit 2 straight mid-range shots, plus a dunk. The score was 27-26 with just over 2 minutes left in the first quarter. The Lakers were up by 1. At that point, Coach Vogel replaced James. To Wang Yi, he said, Wang, get on the field. Wang Yi glanced at the score and was quite pleased. It's the first time the Lakers have led an opponent while he was on the court. 38 unsolvable center throw experience card. This time Wang Yi was relieved because when he took the court, the Lakers not only didn't fall behind, they were leading by 1 point. The moment he stepped onto the floor of the court, a system alert came to his mind. You can sign in. Sign in. Wang Yi said. Sign in. Reward for signing in, unsolvable center pitch experience card, beginner. Wang Yi pondered slightly and did not intend to use this unsolvable center throw experience card immediately. With his current 3-point and defense, he's more than good enough to be a quality 3D player. As the saying goes, good steel is good for the blade. When the Lakers cannot open the situation, and then use the unresolved mid-range shooting experience card, in order to achieve strange effects. At this point James came off the bench for the Lakers and Beal, the Wizards starter, came off the bench to rest. Both Willis and Hakamura remain on the field. As Wang Yi passed by, Hakamura Satori spoke a Japanese word. Wang Yi naturally could not understand what he said and his mouth returned in Chinese. Can you speak human? Naturally, Hakamura Satori couldn't understand him and stared him in the eye, speaking viciously in English. Prepare to be battered by the storm. When Wang Yi heard this, he shook his head slightly and let out a light laugh. This kid's been watching too much hot-blooded anime. At this point the Lakers have possession of the ball. Caruso dribbles past half-court. Wang Yi still keeps circling the cover. Finds an opportunity to catch the ball at the top of the arc. Without a moment's hesitation, the three-point shot was made. When, iron on the first shot, back on the floor, Hakamura got a pass from Willis for a dunk. After he landed on the ground, he looked up to the sky and roared. Ah, the veins on his neck were showing. Round 2. Wang Yi circled the opportunity again. Another three-point shot. When, still hitting the iron from 3, Wang Yi shook off his hand. Looks like a cold hand today. Despite having a 45% three-point shooting percentage, but there are occasional bad hands. Just like Curry, shooting 40+% from 3. Many times it is able to reach the level of day-to-day, but sometimes it also throws a dozen or 2 hits, a dozen or 3 hits, and in turn gets sky-high. Wang Yi has long studied shooters like Curry. He knows that the most important thing for a shooter to do when his hands are cold is to stay resolute with his shots. Even if you don't make the first 100 throws, you have to be determined enough to make the 101st throw if you get the chance. A shooter who hesitates is already defeated. Back to the Wizards' offense. Hakimura Kashimoto goes for a backside 1-2 against Wang Yi. Due to his height advantage, he had a hook and scored easily. Turning his head to Wang Yi, Hakimura Satori raised his arms in the air, showing off his muscles. The DJ, now, trailed off and shouted, 2 out of 5 from Hakimura dash. When Wang Yi saw this, he secretly sneered in his heart. He had a bad hand and the other team was so arrogant. If it were normal, he might think of other ways to avoid direct confrontation with his opponent, but he would never avoid facing Hakimura Satori. It's all about being head-on and hard. At the end of the first quarter, due to Wang Yi's cold hand, he made 0 out of 3 shots. With James off the court, the team is missing its offensive organizer, so the Lakers are playing poorly on offense. On the flip side, the Wizards side of the court is in pretty good shape with Satoru Hakimura, made 4 of 4 shots and scored 8 points in the first quarter. The Lakers have fallen behind by 5 points. The Tencent NBA live screen is full of curses. Trash the Lakers. Garbage Wang Yi. Get mad again. Get taught a lesson. Shame on you. It's just as well to be taught a lesson by someone else, but to be taught a lesson by a little kid, shame on you. Death to Wang Yi. Commentator Duan Ran said, oops, Wang Yi's touch is not good today. Let's see if we can think of other ways to help the team. Mr. Zhu, you used to be good at 3 points. Tell me, how should Wang Yi break this deadlock? Xu Fangyu, who was next to him, said, as a shooter, there are times when you have a bad hand. It's important to stay focused and not force shots, but at the same time, if there is a good opportunity, you can't hesitate to take a decisive shot when it's time to take a shot. When you have a bad 3-point shot, you can also try to help the team in other ways such as defense, passing, and grabbing rebounds. During the intermission, Lakers head coach Vogel looked at Wang Yi and asked, well, Wang Yi nodded. No problem. Vogel saw the confident look in Wang Yi's eyes as he replied. The mind was secretly put at ease. His biggest worry was that Wang Yi would lose his confidence because of a few missed threes. Now it seems that one's fears were unwarranted. He said to Wang Yi, you start the second quarter and continue your usual style of play. Once you have a 3-point opportunity, take decisive shots. At the same time, strengthen your defense. Originally, such an arrangement was clearly an endorsement of Wang Yi's entry into the rotation. For a player who hasn't been able to play for a long time, it's bound to be a happy yes. But Wang Yi unexpectedly shook his head at this moment. Coach, please let me match Hakimura Sashimi's playing time. Vogel glanced at the far end of the Hakimuras. He advised, Wang, his words in the press conference were indeed excessive, but we should focus on the big picture of this game. Besides, he is a power forward and you are a guard. Even if you play at the same time, you won't be able to match up. Wang Yi, however, said solemnly, Coach, trust me, you will be rewarded. If I don't have what it takes to blow him away, you can always remove me. Vogel mused for a moment. This Hakimura Kashimoto has become more and more important to the Wizards these days. If he opens up, then the defense will have to step up against him. Then it's much easier for Willis and Beal to break out. So the main task at the moment is to defend him first. Since Wang Yi was so adamant, maybe he had something up his sleeve. Vogel is supposed to be a very open-minded coach. During his 20-year championship season, Rondo used to draw plays for his players with a playboard. So this time, he chose to let Wang Yi go up first to give it a try. So in the second quarter, the Wizards didn't have Wang Yi on the court until Kashiwagi Hakimura was on the court. When the second quarter reached the 4th minute, Kashiwagi Hakimura made his entrance. Wang Yi is also back in the ring again. The Lakers still trailed by 5 points at this point. Wang Yi goes around the cover and finds an opening. Still a decisive 3-point shot. Swish, hit his first 3-point shot of the game. 3 points, finally open. When Hakimura Satori saw this, his gaze sank slightly. Vogel saw this and clenched his fist darkly. The Lakers are playing a game today where threes have to be shot away. James doesn't fly around and do everything like he did in his youth. Can't carry a bag of dynamite and charge in on every ball like I used to when the team was in a tough spot. That's why the Lakers' threes are the team's barometer. As Wang Yi retreated in defense, he also punched his own chest. It's good when the thirds are open. Just now he was thinking that if the 3 points didn't open again, he was going to use that unsolvable center shot experience card. 39 cover until you dare not throw again. Above, Wang Yi's 3 points opened up. Not only the coach's heart was relieved, all the players, throughout the team, breathed a sigh of relief. Back to the Wizards' offense. Instead of going up against the opposing defender, Wang Yi went after Satoru Hakimura. Seeing this, the Wizards' backup point guard waited for Satoru Hakamura to get into position and then passed the ball directly to him. Hakamura Kashi is 206 centimeters tall and Wang Yi is 192 centimeters tall, a full 14 centimeters difference. This is the time for a sizable hit. Tencent NBA's commentator Duanran was a bit puzzled when he saw this. What does this mean? Wang Yi took the initiative to defend against Hakamura Sasori? Xu Fangyu said. This, Wang Yi's mentality is understandable. I play ball, that will also be so. Encountered this country's players to come on, but also have to look at the actual situation. Cannot blindly mess on. Hakamura Kashimoto's basic skills are solid, and his back technique is also good. Wang Yi small defense. I'm afraid this is not a wise choice. Verizon Center Arena. The 20,000 spectators at the venue saw Wang Yi surprisingly matched up with Hakamura Sasaki. They all screamed in unison at once. Bust him! Bust him! Bust him! The live commentary also said, this guy is so arrogant to say he's here to conquer the NBA. Hakamura Satori must teach him a good lesson. The other narrator nodded repeatedly. The guy who speaks out of turn usually doesn't have a good ending. Hakamura has to blow him up and show him what the NBA is. Make him realize how humble and small he is right now. That's what Hakamura Satori thought. Seeing Wang Yi's main defense against him, a contemptuous smile appeared on his face, and his mouth said, kids, class is in session. You have to listen carefully, said the man, without any faking at all. Facing Wang Yi, who was 14 centimeters lower than him, he directly pulled up from the middle distance and shot. Wang Yi had already studied Hakamura Sasori many times before, very familiar with his habitual movements. Hakamura always glances at the basket out of habit before making a dry jump shot. The movement is so minimal that the head doesn't even have to move, just the eyes. That's why hardly anyone noticed this about him. But Wang Yi went through the video over and over again, going through the player profiles over and over again. He even went through the video of Hakamura Sasaki's early days playing in the NCAA, and the training videos, several times. That's how you find this unintentional habitual action of Hakamura Kashira. Even Hakamura-san herself didn't know she was capable of such habitual actions. Before the Hakamura Satori dry-pulled, Wang Yi keenly captured the movement. He jumped instantly and extended his left hand to cover it. And at that moment, Hakamura Kashii had only just lifted the ball up and was ready to jump. Snap! A crunch! With the ball, he slapped it out of the air. Moreover, this action of Wang Yi is very clean without any body contact. Hakamura Satori fell heavily from the air and landed on the ground. The Wizards' backup point guard next to him saw this and rushed over to get the ball. Wang Yi made a fish leap and held the ball in his arms, then flings his hands and rolls the ball upfield. Harrell ran downfield, caught up with the ball and then picked it up for a two-handed power dunk. The audience, one by one, was stunned. Their gazes, from Harrell, quickly shifted to Hakamura Sasori and Wang Yi. This cocky Oriental was able to block Satoru Hakamura, who was a dozen centimeters taller than him. This is a bit unbelievable. The two commentators on the set, too, were in a bit of disbelief. What's going on with the Hakamura players? This may be accidental. We believe in the strength of the Hakamura players, and this is definitely an accident. Well, one accident is nothing. The next Hakamura player will surely beat up this Oriental. At this point, the deficit had been erased. Hakamura got up from the ground, feeling a little confused. How can this guy cover himself? That's impossible. Back to the Wizards' offense again. Wang Yi remains the main defense against Hakamura Kashizashi. Hakamura Satori faced Wang Yi this time and did not directly dry draw. Instead, after taking the ball, he turned around and faced Wang Yi with his back. Then he used his body to forcefully eat Wang Yi. Naturally, Wang Yi is unable to carry Hakamura Kenshiro. The weight difference is too much. Wang Yi takes a step back when Hakamura Satori leans in, leaning in 3 times in a row. It had gotten close to the basket. It would have been the customary attacking position for Hakamura Satori by this point. He's perfectly capable of turning and shooting. But against this Chinese man, he not only had to put the ball in the air, but also violently dunk it. He then leaned towards Wang Yi once again. However, this time, he did not manage to lean on Wang Yi with such a force. All he felt was an empty space behind him. His body was immediately unsteady. His feet swayed, and he directly sat down on the ground. The ball in his hand didn't hold and rolled off to the side. As it turns out, Wang Yi knows that he can't carry Hakamura Kashira by beating his body. So this time he withdrew a chair. At this point the Lakers fought back and scored again. The fans at the scene, one by one, looked at Wang Yi with surprise. The live commentary was also slightly down at this point. This, Hakamura Kashi seems to be in a bit of a bad state. Is he injured? Back to the Wizards' offense again. The Wizards' point guard saw that Kashiwagi Hakamura had missed 2 in a row and wasn't going to give it to him this time. But Hakamura Kashizashi carried Wang Yi behind him and asked for the ball with determination. the Wizards' backup point guard had no choice but to pass the ball to Hakamura Kashiai again. For once, the fans are no longer chanting beat him up. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Hakamura Takewaki. Hakamura Kashimoto didn't dribble any further after getting the ball. Instead, he turned his back to Wang Yi and dribbled the ball. Then a backward turn, about to make a jump shot, but Wang Yi reacted extremely fast. He had turned more than halfway through his turn and was just about to close the ball. Suddenly he came around to his side, reach out and slice down hard toward the ball. Slap! The ball was slapped straight down. It smashed into the feet of Hakamura and rolled quickly out of bounds. The referee signaled for a Lakers sideline kick. The audience at the scene erupted into a cry of surprise. Oh, this guy's defense. He defended into Hakamura Sasori for 3 rounds in a row. The live commentary was a bit confused at this point. This Oriental guy, he seems to be a bit stronger than we thought, especially his defense. I hope the Hakamura player won't be discouraged by these 3 balls. Facing this Oriental, he can hit high and not give this Oriental a chance to touch the ball. Next turn, instead of handing the ball off to Hakamura, the Wizards got a shot from Beal. Bill hit the iron on a 3. Hakamura grabbed the rebound and tried to dunk it. There was a great deal of jubilation. However, before he could jump, Wang Yi suddenly flew over from the opposite side of him and his fingertips touched the basketball. His dunk went straight up, but Hakamura jumped high and grabbed the rebound. Then again, he jumps up and shoots. Wang Yi once again jumped down early and his fingertips touched the basketball, changing the flight trajectory of the basketball and bouncing it again. Hakamura grabbed another rebound. After shaking off 2 Lakers fill-in defenders, the intention was to take another shot. However, his ball had just been raised before he could strike. Slap! A ringing sound that pierced the entire room. The basketball was slapped far out of the court. Hakamura turned back in shock. He saw that Wang Yi was staring at him with a teasing look in his gaze, as if to say, go ahead, bust me. 40 cover you till you're afraid to throw again. Below, Wang Yi defended into 5 attacks of Hakamura Kashiai and covered him 4 times in 2 minutes. This last time, it's even blocked him 3 times in a row. The crowd, on hand, cheered vigorously every time Hakamura Sasaki had the ball. While Wang Yi is sealing Hakamura Sasaki, they are all gasping out in shock. Oh, no. The commentators on the scene, one by one, also exclaimed, oh my god, how did he do that? It's unbelievable that he blocked the Hakamura player, who is more than half a head taller than him, 3 times in a row. I hope that the Hakamura players must cheer up and not let these 3 covers affect their fighting spirit. These 2 commentators have changed their tune without realizing it. At first it was a determination that Hakamura Satori would definitely be able to beat up Wang Yi. Afterwards, he said that Hakamura Satori was not in good shape today, and by now, it's hoped that he won't be affected by Wang Yi's multiple caps in his form. Tencent NBA live pop-up screen. Before a water scolded Wang Yi. But after those 3 consecutive caps, a third of the audience has changed its tune. Covered 3 of the 8 villages in a row. Tough. Awesome my brother E. People are ruthless. Just with those 3 blocks. Just with this guy he blew up. Powder up. But any Chinese athlete who meets an athlete from this country will beat me to death. Brother E, just because you locked this guy up, I forgive you for your previous arrogance. Of course, there are still many people who still look at Wang Yi with displeasure. Black people are black in everything. But even the blacks, who are black in everything, have softened their tone a bit at this point. These balls are okay, just don't be so cocky, play more and talk less. There's still a future in playing like that. On the scene, the audience had a somewhat dull atmosphere because of those 3 caps of Wang Yi. On the contrary, those Chinese American fans who came in earlier were all excited at this time. Go E! E will always support you. Their excitement was in stark contrast to those Wizards fans around them. Hakamura Sasori looked at Wang Yi's face that was overflowing with confidence and said viciously in his heart, Kuso, I'm going to blow you away. At this point, the Lakers had replaced James on the court due to a dead ball. Vogel looked at James and Wang Yi on the court. There was anticipation in his eyes. Wang Yi paired with James is a combination that might be a bit screwy. At this point, near the end of the second quarter, Willis also draped himself on the court. After Willis served the ball, he didn't go back to pass to Hakamura. Although Hakamura needed encouragement at this point, he missed 5 straight takedowns and was covered 4 times. The coach did you a favor by not replacing you, and you want to start again? Willis drove one and burst to the basket as he saw the basket covered tightly. He rushed to distribute the ball to Beal in the bottom left corner. Bill passes again. A couple of passes and the ball is once again in the hands of Hakamura Satori. Hakamura was near the free throw line at this time, facing Wang Yi, who was more than 10 centimeters lower than him, and would have been able to dry draw. But the 4 covers of Wang Yi just now have left a psychological shadow on him, so he didn't dare to vote directly. Instead, he chose to trust his solid footwork and backside skills. He turned his back to Wang Yi, and after 2 consecutive footsteps, that's when he turned around and made a jump shot. This time, Wang was finally unable to cover Hakamura Kashizashi. Hakamura Satori watched as the ball had flown past Wang Yi's fingertips and toward the basket. Relief washed over him. However, just then, slap, a crunch. Once again, the basketball was slapped hard. At the same time, a burly figure flew over from the side of Hakamura Kashira. Turns out it was James. The assisted defense came as Hakamura Tate was striking. Wang Yi came over and high-fived James, and both of them smiled at each other. At this point, the Hakamura player was practically in tears. I only take a dozen shots a game. You guys just covered it 5 times in a row. Nima, should we be so desperate? This is too much of a bully. Willow patted Hakamura Kasho on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, then went to serve the out-of-bounds ball. This time, when the ball had gone through several rotations, it had come into the hands of Hakamura Satori, who was in a vacant position. Hakamura didn't throw at first. Because of those balls just now, he had left a serious psychological shadow. He always felt sure that as soon as he shot the ball, a silhouette would fly next to him and slap the ball away hard, so he subconsciously looked to the side. It was such a hesitation that Wang Yi had already arrived in front of him. The commentator on the sidelines said, "Great, the Hakamura player is facing the Lakers #1 once again. It's a good time to get your confidence back. Hit him, Hakamura players, beat him up, hit it." As if Hakamura Satori had also heard the unsaid words, his gaze stared fiercely at Wang Yi. Mentally, he bellowed, "Sign dash," then faked a wobble and swung past Wang Yi. At this point, he was just a meter from the basket, ready to dunk. Still, he subconsciously looked back, only to see that Wang Yi was indeed shaken by himself, which was intended to be a dunk. But as soon as he turned around like that, Harrell had already gotten to the basket and raised his hands high in the air to get between him and the basket. Hakamura stared, only to raise the ball and bobble it twice more. Shake off Harrell, but Wang Yi is already in position to make up for it. As soon as Hakamura Satori saw Wang Yi, he felt unsettled in his heart. In the end, at a distance of 1 meter from the basket, facing Wang Yi, who was more than half a head lower than him, made a choice that baffled everyone. He actually passed the ball. On the outside, Willis saw time running out and had to make a hasty 3-point shot. Boom! 3-point iron. The Lakers seized the opportunity and quickly pushed the fast break. This time, Wang Yi seized the opportunity to go down fast. After taking the ball, he put it in the basket with his left hand to add 2 more points. The fans on the scene. At this point, the atmosphere is even more sullen. Both commentators on the set were a bit confused. What's going on with the Hakamura players? This Hakamura player is not in the right state. Facing an open basket, dare not take a shot. Can dunk, also not dunk. What is wrong with him? Inside the Tencent NBA livestream, Duan Ran was surprised to see this. What's the matter with Hakamura Satori? He doesn't dare to shoot even when he's open, and he can't dunk when he clearly can. Mr. Zhu, you give an interpretation. Xu Fanyu was once a professional player. After all, he basically didn't even have to think about it, so he smiled and replied, "Hesitate." Played with hesitation. Why play hesitantly? And for the simple reason that confidence is knocked out of you. In the previous 5 shots, 4 were covered by Wang Yi and 1 by James. He should have already left a psychological shadow. When this shot is taken, it always feels like someone will fly over and cover himself. Makes about as much sense as a snakebite in one move. That's why self-belief is so important for a professional player. Self-confidence is difficult to build. It is something that needs to be accumulated through years and years of training and constant on-field performance. But self-belief is shattered, often in that one moment. 41 Cover until you're afraid to throw, lower 2-0. Xu Fangyu paused and continued. On the subject of shattered self-confidence, the classic is Postman Malone's Postmen Don't Work on Weekends. One of the Jazz Bulls finals that year happened to be Sunday. Malone, nicknamed Postman, scored back-to-back points in the final moments. The game was tied at 82 with 5 seconds left, and Malone had to execute 2 more free throws. Once the free throws were made, it could have killed the game. But as he was making his free throws, Pippen, who was his opponent, whispered in his ear the mailman doesn't work on weekends, and Malone's psyche took a turn for the worse. He missed 2 free throws and was eventually shut out by Jordan, and thus lost the championship. It was in that game that his self-confidence was shattered. From then on, whenever it came to the critical moment, his free throws were not allowed, because every time he made a free throw in a critical moment, Pippen's line "the mailman doesn't work on weekends" would always ring in his head. And the current Hakamura Kashira has a tendency to do that. For the next 2 minutes, until the end of the first half, Satoru Hakamura couldn't score another point. Actually, 2 opportunities arose in between, but each time he looked hesitant. In the NBA, opportunities are fleeting. When he hesitated so much, he lost his chance to strike. Eventually the only way to get the ball out was to pass it. Due to his hesitant play here, it affects the flow of ball movement. The Wizards' offense. 4-1. is playing like it's constipated. In the end, the Lakers led by 11 points at the end of the first half. Wang Yi was not very good in this first half due to his hands. 2 out of 5 shots and just 5 points. At halftime, the atmosphere in the Lakers locker room was still relatively relaxed. James patted Wang Yi's ass and said, "King, well done. Continue in the second half," Caruso said as he took off his sneakers. That Hachimura Satori. He was arrogant in the pre-match press conference. Wang, this counts as a response to him. The rest of the players also nodded and congratulated Wang Yi. Wang Yi rebandaged his ankle and said as if he was joking, "This is just the beginning." It looked like a joke, but only he knew that's what he had in mind. Knocking your opponent off their game? That's not nearly enough. He's going to fight until he makes his opponents desperate. Let the opponent never dare to be arrogant in front of him again. Let his opponents have to go around him when they see him in the future. He did remember a famous quote from some fat guy who couldn't play ball once, "Just don't let them live." Meanwhile, over in the home team locker room, the atmosphere of the team seemed a bit dull. Hachimura Satori even lowered his head and sat there silently, not saying a word. Bill kept clapping his hands and cheering his team on. They're not scary. LeBron is not the same king. He's old. The Lakers don't have a player who can hold his own besides him. All we have to do is defend LeBron and get him the ball and we're halfway to winning. Westbrook reminded. That number 1 of theirs is playing well too. We've got to watch out for him. Bill shook his head. He's just had 3 good games. His threes have not been as sharp in this one. I've noticed that he only scored 5 points in the first half. Even if we give him 10 more points in the second half, as long as the rest of the guys don't turn it on, we can easily beat the Lakers. Willow wanted to say more, but ultimately didn't. Instead, he turned his head and squeezed Hachimura's shoulder. Come out in the second half with your swagger and the energy you once had to score 30 points. You've got to remember, he's just a poor short contract player. You, on the other hand, are the star player who has cut down 30 points. He's a pathetic maggot in front of you. Understand? Hachimura Kashira subconsciously nodded. His gaze, which had been dull before, seemed to brighten a little. When the Wizards came back in the third quarter, the first down was still given to Satoru Hachimura. This time, Hachimura Kashimoto got through a block and finally got to an open spot. Without further hesitation, he raised the basketball high in the air, his man already up and about to take a shot. But right at this moment, Wang Yi suddenly bypassed the Wizards player who was covering for Kashiwazaki and pounced on Kashiwazaki. Hachimura Kashira's heart stuttered. It was as if a cloud had passed over his heart. In his panic, he didn't dare to strike again. Turn your head to the wideouts. But there wasn't a single wideout in his field of vision who was even remotely in the open. With such hesitation, the others had already descended. Wang Yi took advantage of his descent and swung his left hand round. Pa! A big, splashy hat! Oh! The audience screamed out in unison. The live commentary also exclaimed in shock. Oh, no! He's blocked Hachimura Sasori once again. As a Wizards home commentator, I hate his blocking. But from an objective standpoint, I have to say that he's so good at blocking shots. The official information shows that he is only 192 meters tall. But he has such outstanding blocking ability, which is really rare. It reminds me of Wade. I flipped to his stats from his last game. He actually, my gosh, he got 10 blocks in his last game. Unbelievable. On the field, Hachimura Satori's gaze, which had just brightened up, dimmed once again. Coach Brooks of the Wizards saw this and his brow furrowed. It's only the first round, and the little bit of courage that Hachimura Satori had just built up has been knocked out of him again. This is not going to work. It doesn't matter if we lose this game, but we must not let the players lose their confidence. Gotta get his confidence back up in the middle of this game before he loses it completely. With that in mind, he took advantage of the dead ball and subbed out Hachimura Satori. Hachimura sits back down on the bench, still with his head hanging down and his eyes blank. Coach Brooks took a bottle of mineral water and handed it to him. Hachimura Satori took the water woodenly, unscrewed the cap woodenly, and drank it woodenly. Coach Brooks said, "Hachimura, have you forgotten what you said before the match? You said you were going to bust him, to teach him a lesson for the seniors, to teach him a good lesson. Have you forgotten all that?" Hachimura Satori's gaze leapt slightly. Coach Brooks continued, "You have to think about it. The words have been said. If you can't do it, and you get blown up by him instead, how humiliating would it be? Your country, your people, your relatives and friends, what would they think of you?" Hachimura Satori's eyes began to flicker. His right hand, which was holding the mineral water bottle, had tightened a bit. The mineral water bottle groaned in his hand. Coach Brooks saw that his words had worked, and that Hachimura had been pep-talked, but he didn't put Hachimura in the ring right away. He knew full well that by now there was already anger in Hachimura Sasori's heart, but he also knew that anger alone wasn't enough. In Hachimura Tate's current state, he would only make more mistakes if he had anger alone, so he must also be allowed to calm down first. Coach Brooks handed Hachimura another towel. his voice much softer, said, "I'm not going to put you back on the field in the third quarter, so reflect on that. In the fourth quarter, I will give you one last chance. If you catch it, you will grow. If you can't grab it, I won't use you again. Never again will I give you even 1 minute of playing time. Do you understand?" Hakamura nodded heavily. "I know, coach." 42. I'm here for Willie. Wizards head coach Brooks, of course, won't really hold Hakamura on the bench forever. Hakamura has, again, improved quite a bit this season. The scoring average has grown to 17 points per game, up from 13 last season. A coach, even if he's a fool, can't keep a scoring point like that permanently on the bench. He said this because he wanted to put pressure and movement on Hakamura Sasori so that he could get his act together as soon as possible. For the rest of the third period, Hakamura Kasho really didn't play again. The Wizards are missing a consistent third point guard, but instead of being stretched out, the Wizards quickly erased the deficit, because Westbrook exploded. It exploded without warning. In just 5 minutes, he scored 15 straight points on inside and outside shots, time and time again. The scene was filled with the DJ's long, high-pitched voice. 3 points from Russell * Westbrook dash, 2 points from Russell * Westbrook dash, dunk, 2 points from Russell * Westbrook dash. Willow's performance instantly ignited the crowd. The 22,000 or so spectators at the scene once again shouted wildly, "Brody! Brody! Brody!" Brody is one of several nicknames for Willow in Magenta. It's also Willow's favorite nickname. Willis didn't just score by himself, but also chipped in 4 assists. From there, the Wizards managed to make a comeback at the end of the third quarter, 93-85. The pop-ups on the Tencent NBA livestream have been bristling with compliments for Willis. Megatron, 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 Westbrook, Cowboy 666, my baby, Willow is going to be damn too. Wife, come and see God. Scene, break between festivals. The Lakers players were in a slightly lower mood. Granted, they play 82 games almost every year, and go through way too many various deficits, comebacks, and massacres. Their emotions don't change much from being up by 10 to being down by 8, but after all, it was an 8-point deficit, and it was inevitable that everyone would go slightly silent. Wang Yi only played the last 2 minutes of these crazy 5 minutes for Willis. He's witnessed firsthand the explosion of players like Willis. There are players that explode and can't really be defended. At this point, head coach Vogel was also admonishing the Lakers players. Can't let Westbrook go crazy like that again. Gotta get on the sack. Gotta get him on the sack. Force him to get the ball out. Understand? The players nodded their heads. James naturally favored it. James is a great one-dimensional defender, but he's older after all. And also to organize the tandem team. Teams want to make sure he's physical, so they can't let him go too early on Willis's single defense. But the coach, despite this arrangement, was not quite sure in his mind. By wrapping up Willis, the rest of the Lakers will be faced with fewer plays if Willis passes the ball out. It's fine to pass to someone else, but if it goes to the Bills, who are great individuals, won't the Bills explode as well? It would be a lot better if someone could play single defense on Willis. But who else can single-handedly defend Willow? Who has now transformed into Megatron? Caruso? No way. Popper? Neither can it. Between thoughts, Coach Vogel's gaze landed on Wang Yi. He remembered Wang Yi's terrifying horizontal movement speed. The image of Wang Yi's defense against Schroeder came to mind again. Willis and Schroeder are both equally fast players on the break. Maybe. At that moment, Wang Yi's gaze met the head coach's gaze as well. His gaze was filled with excitement and eagerness. Coach Vogel's heart fluttered. Wang Yi was expecting. He's looking forward to the showdown with Willis. A lot of players get excited when they run into stronger players, but it was the first time he had seen one as excited as Wang Yi, so eagerly looking forward to the battle. That desire to fight had overflowed from his eyes. King, you defend Westbrook in the fourth quarter. Coach Vogel gave the order. Wang Yi immediately only felt that his body was filled with pre-battle excitement. Good. Leave it to me. In fact, Coach Vogel fought really well. Wang Yi has enjoyed all kinds of competitions since he was a child. From playing with glass balls at a young age to participating in basketball games organized by the city. And he loved nothing more than to challenge those who were stronger. It would be extremely exciting for him. It was as if he was born to fight. And in the midst of these battles, he always tried to win by any means necessary. He is no less competitive than Jordan, Kobe and Paul. The fourth quarter opened up and it's usually times like this that should be James' time to rest. But down 8 points today, Coach Vogel just had to keep putting James on the floor. On the Wizards side, Willis is still on the court and Beal is off the bench for now. Wizards offense. Willis dribbles past half court. Wang Yi took the initiative to come in front of Willow and crossed his legs with his arms outstretched. The live commentary saw this and teased. What for? Lakers number 1 trying to single guard Willis? Is Vogel senile? Instead of wrapping up at this time of the year, He sent an ordinary Oriental with average physical qualities to defend Willow. Doesn't he know how powerful Willow's physicality is? Yes, Willow is not as fit as she used to be after her major injury, but that's also far from being comparable to this Easterner. Vogel will pay. The Lakers will pay. As for this Oriental, I'm afraid he'll pay with his life. Ha 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 ha. Both commentators laughed out loud. As he spoke, Willow had begun to break through. He had watched the game video of Wang Yi's defense against Booker in the last game and had also studied Wang Yi's defense specifically, so he wasn't like the others who didn't care about Wang Yi's defense. He dribbled slowly, his eyes looking straight at Wang Yi. At one point, suddenly cross your legs back and forth, the signature scissor step. After crossing, his right foot stomped hard on the ground, and his entire body was like an arrow off the string, violently leaping forward. Only someone with Willow's outstanding explosiveness could execute the scissor step so sharply. In the face of such sharp breakthroughs, that increased 20% of traverse speed alone was no longer enough. Prejudice also needs to be added. However, Wang Yi had also studied Willow, and he had studied Willow dozens and dozens of times as one of his many imaginary enemies. The moment Willow's scissor step was initiated, it had been predicted that he was going to go right, based on Willow's habitual glance to the right. That's why Wang Yi has already moved a step across to the right almost at the same time as Willow started. Willow's scissor steps and breaks are really sharp, but there's a downside in that it's too late to make changes in case there's an accident in the middle. So seeing that Wang Yi was already blocking the breakthrough route, he could not break and crashed straight into it. Boo! With a muffled sound, Wang Yi was knocked backwards and flew out. Willow was also on the ground. Tick-tock dash. The referee's whistle blew sharply. 43 want to get uncomfortable? From the field, Willow started quickly and Wang Yi started at the same time. Wang Yi and Willow then fell to the ground at the same time. Tick-tock dash. The referee's sharp whistle blows. Then his hands gestured toward his waist. Lakers won. Blocking foul. Wang Yi frowned slightly. He and Willow started at the same time. Granted, he pretty much gets to the defensive position that much earlier than Willis by virtue of the 20% increase in crossover, but it's hard for the referee to see clearly in the light of day, even if it was a challenge. Looking back at the video, for this type of collision where you arrive at your position almost simultaneously, the rules are in place to protect the offensive player. Looks like other strategies will have to be thought of. James and Caruso came over and pulled Wang Yi up. James came over to Wang Yi and said, if you can't defend his break, there's no point in fouling him. Put him in. I'll assist on defense. When Wang Yi heard this, his heart was clear. When Willis was still with the Rockets, he met the Lakers in the playoffs. Willis didn't get a lot of caps from James in that series. The Wizards served the ball and Willis once again held the ball on offense. This time, Wang Yi pulls away from Willow by 2 steps. Adopt a strategy of preventing breakouts and releasing throws. Willis is shooting, which has never been very consistent. Let him have 2 first and see how he pitches. Willow saw Wang Yi put him to shoot, and he didn't hesitate. Directly outside the 3-point line, pulling up and shooting. When? 3-point iron. Back on the Lakers offense. James assisted Caruso on a 3-point throw. The Wizards are on offense again. Wang Yi continued the strategy of releasing throws and preventing surges. Willow didn't throw it in earlier and didn't try again this time, directly dribbling the ball to Wang Yi. At this time, Wang Yi had already retreated to the free throw line position. Willow still pressed inward. Wang Yi could not retreat any further. When Willow was 1 meter away from Wang Yi, she once again launched herself violently with a scissor step. Wang Yi keenly caught Willis switching to a right-handed dribble before starting, and often, after a right-handed dribble prior to the break. Willis's scissor kick break is likely not a direct break inward. Instead, halfway through the break, he pulls back to his left for a jumper. Sure enough, Willow was halfway through this scissor step break when she suddenly collected the ball and took a step back to the left. Then there's the iconic zombie jump shot. Zombie jumper from Willis with a high jump. Trying to cover it under normal circumstances is impossible, but Wang Yi knew to anticipate Willow's movements, so it was up a moment before Willow jumped. A big hit was made to cradle the ball just as Willis raised it. The live commentator let out a gasp. Oh my god. He blocked Russell. Oh my god. The Lakers capitalized on the opportunity with a fast break counterattack. Wang Yi scored 2 runs up the middle. Vogel on the sidelines lit up. Defense into 1. There aren't many in this league that can defend against Willis on the break. King did. Back to the Wizards offense again. Willow didn't use the scissor step this time. Instead, he called Bill over to play a block with him. 2 guys who both have great individual ability to play on the block can be extremely lethal. By all accounts, the Lakers' defensive strategy at this point is to switch defenses infinitely. Wang Yi is going to switch to Bill's side, but Wang Yi saw Willis not look at Beal after he passed Beal's block. Through hundreds of video studies and analysis, Wang Yi knew that he would not pass back to Bill, but intended to kill the basket directly, so Wang Yi didn't go for a defense change. Instead, he abandoned Beal and went straight after Willis. Running to the basket, By now, James had also assisted in the defense. Willis once cut his teeth on how strong James' cover was, so he feints a layup from the right side, but while in the air, it made a pull-up to avoid James' cover. The ball changed to the left hand, a low-handed left-handed layup. Eyes on the ball already heading toward the rim. Willow's heart dropped in half. As long as he dodged LeBron's block, the shot was a sure thing. However, right at this moment, a purple figure flew past him on the side. Snap! There was a crunch and a hard slap on the basketball. The basketball hit the rim hard again and bounced far away. Oh, the entire dugout of more than 20,000 fans suddenly once again exclaimed in shock. Willow only saw the big one on the back of the purple figure, the Oriental. His face held a hint of dismay. He knew that this Chinese man had a strong blocking ability, but to be this strong was outrageous. How many times has he capped this game already? 7 times? Or was it 8 times? How could he know that the reason why Wang Yi was able to block him was because he knew that when he was facing James, he was sure to pull the lever for a layup from the left side. Behind this, in addition to Wang Yi's 20% chance of blocking, there is also his analysis and research on each athlete day after day. The Lakers added 2 more points on a quick counterattack. Willow said as she passed by Wang Yi, "Hey man, that was a great shot back there, but that's not the only thing I've got, so watch out." That's not exactly trash talk from Willow. He has had a soft spot for Chinese people and Chinese culture since he was born, has attended many press conferences in a Tang suit, so seeing Wang Yi sealing him, this is a heartfelt admiration from him. Wang Yi nodded and said confidently, "I'm more than capable of that too. Let it go." It's not trash talk either, rather like a jab at a bullfight between friends on the court. Next, Willow blitzed Wang Yi 2 more times in a row, but the more he muttered in his mind, the stranger he felt. It seemed that no matter how he broke through, this Chinese man knew what he was going to do next. Always make the appropriate defensive strategy ahead of time. It's like this guy has precognition. This nifty is outrageous. This ancient Oriental country is mysterious. Is even their players so mysterious? At this point, the Wizards head coach saw that Willis was having trouble breaking through, and he took advantage of the deadball period by substituting Kashiwagi Hakamura into the game. The Wizards head coach said as he put his arm around Hakamura's waist before he was about to take the court, "Remember, this is your last chance." Hakamura nodded heavily. Aha! Afterward, he gazed over to Wang Yi's side, and the look in his eyes could not be said to be anger or fighting spirit. Willow has matured now. He is no longer as headstrong and disbelieving as he once was. Since this Chinese guy's defense is so strong, he'll make more passes and assists. So on the next shot, he feigned that he was still going to break through Wang Yi, breaking halfway through the game and compressing the Lakers' defense. The ball is then passed to an unguarded Satoru Hakamura on the left side at 45 degrees. Hakamura has less than a second to shoot at this point. This time, he didn't hesitate for a second. After catching the ball, pull up and throw. The eyes were filled with determination. Swish! The basketball was airborne and went into the net. After landing, he clenched his fists tightly and violently swung them out of thin air. A roar of anger that seemed to have been long suppressed escaped his throat. Ah! The flame in his chest that was about to be extinguished was once again ignited once more. After swinging his fist, he looks over to Wang Yi's side again. If he wanted to rebuild his self-confidence, he had to beat this Chinese man. Seeing this, Wang Yi slightly shook his head. Looks like someone is holding back trying to get uncomfortable. 44. Give me the ball when it counts. That Hakamura Satoru scored a hit, and the flame that was about to be extinguished in his heart seemed to be rising again. Moreover, his gaze also glanced to Wang Yi's side and there seemed to be a slight hint of provocation in his eyes. Wang Yi shook his head slightly. Looks like someone is holding back trying to get uncomfortable. However, at this time, Wang Yi's main defense is Willow, so let's leave him alone for now. Wait until the right time and then stick this guy with a stick. Let him never dare to get in front of him again, and he will have to go around when he encounters him. Next, several rounds in a row, under Wang Yi's tight defense, Willow also tried to shoot twice, perhaps because the burst was over. Both pitches were a bit weak, plus Wang Yi defends his breakthrough. Even if he breaks in, there are James and Shuangshan waiting inside to seal the deal, so Willis can only pass the ball out. However, Hakamura Sasara has done it time and time again. 2 mid-range shots, a dunk, and 2 under-the-basket hook shots were made. The offensive end made the play and on the defensive end he became energized. Blocked the second shot by Johnston. Interfered with James' breakaway layup and defended into another Caruso 24. It refreshed his whole being and instantly made him a spiritual boy again. Every time he hit a strike, he flailed his fists out of thin air and roared at the top of his lungs. The emotions of the audience were brought up by him again and again. The Wizards head coach on the sidelines, too, was relieved. Hakamura Satori has finally come to life. Little did he know, though, that by the end of this match, his Hakamura Satori would be alive and dead again. At this moment, when Hakamura Swordsman looked at Wang Yi again, The provocative intent was even more obvious in his gaze. There has even been some fanaticism. Wang Yi looked at the match time and secretly shook his head. Not yet. The Lakers have fallen behind by 13 points behind the strong play of Kashiwagi Hakamura. Good thing James took over the game at this point. Hit 2 straight threes and made another 2+1, plus a mid-range. That's what kept the Lakers from falling too far behind. By the time the final 5 minutes rolled around, the Lakers trailed by just 4 points. The last 5 minutes of a game, when the difference is within 5 points, is defined as the critical time. And this is the moment when this game is at stake. The live camera, given to Laker James. The Lakers players all looked to James as well. James is now 38 years old. Physical strength can't keep up. Usually he's in the last 5 minutes before he takes over the game. But today, with the Lakers trailing by more, he powered up earlier. Just these last few minutes, he has cut down 11 points and 3 assists in a row. By now it was panting. He wiped the sweat from his head with a towel, took the mineral water handed to him by his coach and gulped it down. The knots in his throat kept squirming up and down. The coaches are a little heartbroken. At 38 years old, he just can't be allowed to hustle like that. And even if he was allowed to play again, would he be able to sustain the last 5 minutes with his current fitness? Taking a step back, even if he forced his way through his exhaustion today and hit many key shots to win the game, was it necessarily worth it? It's just a regular season game. What little gas James has left in his tank should be used in the playoffs, or even the finals. It wouldn't be a good idea to put such a strain on his body in the regular season. His lips twitched slightly at the thought, trying to tell James that it's natural to take the game, and you don't have to go for broke if you don't. But as a head coach, he has to consider the feelings of the other players as well. The other players have put up almost a full game, so what are the players supposed to think when they say that at this point? They haven't given up yet and the coach has? Vogel, at this point, was in a dilemma. Some of the veterans among the players understand where Vogel is coming from, and young players like Kuzma, Caruso, etc., don't know any better. As far as they're concerned, there's still 5 minutes left in the game and the deficit is only 4 points. There's still a fight to be had in this game. For a moment, the older players looked to the head coach. It's up to the head coach to weigh in, but everyone knows that whatever choice the head coach ultimately makes is going to hurt the Lakers in some way. Choosing to take the game will drain James. Choosing to give up strategically can demotivate young players. Wang Yi is also a young player. He couldn't deeply appreciate how much he would decline in terms of bodily functions when he got older. So he doesn't know what the manager and the older players are thinking, but he could see what the head coach seemed to be having a hard time with. With a slight pause, he came to head coach Vogel, said, "Coach, if there's any trouble, give me the ball." At these words, the Lakers generals were stunned. Give me the ball. That's a dominating sounding statement, but there are 2 prerequisites. 1, you have to have that strength. Secondly, you have to have that qualification. He used to be the only one qualified to say things like that when Kobe was around. No one dared to question his strength and qualifications. Now with the Lakers, James has never even said anything like that. He's qualified enough, and he's strong enough, but he's the kind of team player who will make what he thinks is the best choice when it counts. Shoot or pass the ball. Now Wang Yi, a 10-day short contract player, is saying such things at such a crucial time? It seemed like a pipe dream to them. But think about what Wang Yi said earlier in his rant, he's here to conquer the NBA. It was not surprising that Wang Yi could say such words at this moment, but awesome can be blown by anyone. It's hard to turn blown awesome into reality. Head coach Vogel looked at Wang Yi. One could only see Wang Yi's figure standing straight, as if it was a big gun stabbing straight into the dome of the sky. Young, confidence, dynasty. In particular, his eyes were filled with a desire to fight. This desire to fight, Vogel had seen it in the young Jordan, in the once former Kobe. Now, he saw it again and again in Wang Yi. In that instant, he understood. This young man's fighting spirit is in no way inferior to Jordan's or Kobe's. Vogel couldn't help but feel a touch in his heart. He turned his head to James. James was also looking at Wang Yi at this moment. It was as if he also saw a hint of his former big brother Kobe from Wang Yi. After a moment, James nodded to Vogel. Let him try. Vogel nodded. King, I'll give you 2 rounds to try. Let Wang Yi try 2 rounds first, and if that doesn't work, then let James fight. This allows James the equivalent of 2 turns off. For James right now, every second of rest is quite valuable. When Wang Yi saw the head coach agree, he couldn't help but clench his fists. In his chest, hot blood had boiled up. 45 you're worthy to fight me? Tencent NBA live streaming. Duan Ran asked Zhu Fanyu next to him. Mr. Zhu, it's a critical moment and the Lakers are still down by 4 points. What do you think the Lakers should play next? Zhu Fanyu thought for a moment and replied. If the Lakers still want to contend for a win, then it's simple. Give the ball to James. After all, none of the other players on the Lakers have the ability to play hard when it counts, but that would be too much of a drain on James' body. Is that worth it? Duan Ran thought deeply and said, it's true. James can't consume too much in the regular season. So is there such a possibility to give the ball to Wang Yi? His previous 3 games performance can be outstanding. Ha 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 ha. Xu Fanyu laughed and kept shaking his head, obviously feeling that Duan Ran's words were a bit ridiculous. Wang Yi really didn't play badly in the previous 3 games. The coach also rewarded him, letting him play enough minutes this game. Even the entire 4th quarter, Wang Yi was on the court, but he hasn't proven his ability to make key shots, and he doesn't have nearly enough seniority for a team to give him the key ball. So in those last 5 minutes, if he gets lucky and gets a pass from a teammate and scores 2 or 3 goals, it's been pretty good. Trying to be a key player in key moments is traded off by playing well all year long. It's not like you just play 3 good games and the team is going to give you the key ball. Scene. Back from the timeout. The Lakers have the ball. James dribbles to the front court. Granted, Wang Yi said give me the ball, but he's the point guard, and the right wrist injury is still not fully recovered. So it requires James to dribble the ball upcourt before handing it to him. James doesn't have the power breaks today that he did in his younger days. Teams around the league have moved away from a sack strategy against him, but due to James' strong play earlier, 2 Wizards players stepped up and started pinning James down. James is old enough to see the clinch coming and get the ball out early. Passed the ball as early as possible to Wang Yi in the 45-degree corner on the left side. Since Wang Yi's threes weren't too accurate today, Willow, who was defending him, didn't stick too closely to him. He had a split-second chance at a 3, and that's the moment. Wang Yi did not hesitate even for a second. Pull up and throw. The previous 3-point drills didn't just get his 3-point percentage up, and it also adds a lot of speed to his 3-point attempts. Seizing this momentary opportunity, he had struck out. Willis was simply too late to seal the deal. This ball, the arc was flat. Boo! Like a cannonball, it exploded into the basket. The net was like a white flame that tumbled up through the basket. Swish! The deficit narrowed to 1 point. Seeing this, Hakamura Satori spoke as he passed by Wang Yi. Then, let us begin the final contest. When he finished, he quickly ran forward to the field. However, right at this moment, behind him, came a glib reply from Wang Yi. Are you worthy? With just that one sentence, the fire in Hakamura Sasori's heart leapt up. He turned back, viciously. I'll show you if I'm worthy. The Wizards then went on offense. Willis dribbles, feints, and then passes the ball to Beal. Beal played a block with Hakamura, took 2 steps inward, and passed back to Hakamura, who had a hot hand. Hakamura Satori had just scored several hits in a row and was bursting with self-confidence at this point, although he had Shogun defense in front of him, but he made a simple back turn and jumped up to take the shot. However, right at this moment, a purple figure suddenly flew over from behind. Slap, a crunch, hooded him straight up. All he could see was the big one behind the purple figure. Cry search. Hakamura Katsushika cursed under his breath and gave that number 1 a hard stare, hurriedly ran back to the defense, but back to the Lakers laying down fast breaks. Wang Yi ran forward as hard as he could. His initial position is further back than Hakamura Sasaki, but he's a little faster than Hakamura Tate. Caruso's ball came back just as he ran upfield. Wang Yi gets the ball and is about to go for a trailing 3, but Hakamura Satori had already caught up behind him. With a snarl, sign dash, reaching out his hand to Wang Yi, he covered it. Wang Yi had long anticipated that Bachunjio was going to cover over. He put the ball back in. Only after Hakamura Satori flew past from the side did he strike from a comfortable 3. The arc remains flat. Boo! Still like a cannonball. It slammed into the basket. The Lakers rallied to take a 2-point lead. Wang Yi clenched his left fist tightly. 3 points back. Now that the 3 is back, there's no need to use that unsolvable center shot experience card. The Wizards head coach was cautious, even called a short stop, calling the players around. He pointed to Lakers 1, yelled at the players, Bill, post him up for me. Don't let him shoot any more 3s. Understand? Bill nodded. Understood. The head coach continued. Hakamura, don't lose faith. Keep striking whenever you get the chance. Hakamura nodded. Yes, coach. On the other hand, on the Lakers side, from the coaches to the players, they all high-fived Wang Yi. They were all a bit skeptical when Wang Yi said to give him the ball. But now, 2 consecutive 3-pointers, plus a blocked shot, instantly put the game out of reach. Most of all, it's that fighting spirit, that confidence that he oozes from the inside out. It always creates a feverish feeling. Even the long-suffering James couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly and sigh. It's damn good to be young. Tencent NBA Live. Duan Ran turned his head to look at Xu Fanyu. Mr. Xu, now what does this say? Knowing what Duan Ran meant, Xu Fanyu couldn't help but laugh out loud again and said half-jokingly, I just said that Wang Yi can score 2 or 3 goals at this critical moment, even if it is very good. Now it's true what I said. Scoring 2 goals. But the more to the back of the key moment, he will touch the ball less times, and the Wizards won't give him another chance for 3 points. So these 2 goals, I'm afraid that's his limit. The 20-second brief pause passed in a flash. Back in the game, the Wizards continued their offense. This time, Willow and Bill blocked off Wang Yi. Then Willis hit a zombie jumper for a 2-point play to erase the deficit. Back to the Lakers trying to keep looking for Wang Yi, but this time, Bill was sticking to Wang Yi to death. Wang Yi tries to circle the cover, but the Wizards were still able to post up Wang Yi by constantly switching defenses. Wang Yi ran the ball many times in a row and finally found a chance to catch the ball, but he had just gotten the ball when Willow and Bill, almost simultaneously, pounced. It didn't give Wang Yi a chance to shoot 3 points at all. Wang Yi simply stopped shooting threes as well. As the 2 men lunged too hard, he dribbled with his left hand and passed them in an instant. Hakamura Kashiai, who was guarding the inside line, saw this and immediately came up on defense. The mouth roared. Never! Wang Yi saw that Hakamura Sasori also pounced on him. He said in his head without panicking, use the unsolvable center throw experience card. 46 unsolvable center throw? Scary as hell. Wang Yi broke through to the free throw line position and watched as Hakamura Kashimoto pounced. In his heart he said, good timing, then used the card that had been saved from the opening. The Unsolvable Center Throw Experience card. Beginner's Unsolvable Center Shot Experience card. After using it, the center shot percentage reaches 100%. Time limit for use, 5 minutes. Wang Yi then made a sharp stop, pull up and strike. The basketball went over the fingertips of Satoru Hakamura's right hand and flew towards the basket. Unlike the 2 cannonball threes that were thrown earlier, on this center shot, Wang Yi's hand was extremely soft. The basketball is extremely light as it falls into the net, as if it were light as a feather. Hakamura Satora cursed in his heart. Kuso. Of course, everyone didn't care about this center shot by Wang Yi. In their opinion, the most threatening thing about Wang Yi was his 3 points. It's just a mid-range shot. It's nothing to get worked up about. Back in the game, the Wizards added 2 more points on a violent breakaway by Willis. On the Lakers' offense, Bill was dead on his feet as Wang Yi went around the coverage. Wang Yi circled the 3-point line and caught the ball again. Watching Bill pounce, he dribbled again and breezed past Bill. Once more to the free throw line. The Wizards pounced once more on Hakamura inside. Wang Yi still pulls up and strikes as he did just now. The basketball still landed lightly in the net bag. Exactly the same way as earlier. Exactly the same position. Exactly the same goal. Back to the Wizards. Beal hits a shot. On the Lakers' offense, James had the ball at the top of the arc. Wang Yi was in the process of circling for cover toward the top line when he suddenly ran toward the bottom line. Bill was unable to react, and Wang Yi appeared open for a split second. James is one of those players who will get the ball into your hands if you make the opportunity. That's exactly what's happening at this point. Taking advantage of Wang Yi's momentary opening, he threw the ball over. Wang Yi was at the right side at 45 degrees in the middle distance. Since he had just scored 2 mid-range goals in a row, Hakamura Sasori had noticed him. That's why this time Hakamura Satori was on guard. If Wang Yi catches the ball and then jumps for a shot, Hakamura Satoru will be able to block him. So this time, Wang Yi made an amazing move. He didn't land on his feet. After receiving the ball in the air, he makes a direct shooting position. Shake your wrists. Out of hand. Hakamura Satori lunged though much faster than last time, but Wang Yi's shot was faster. The basketball sailed over Hakamura Kashi's head. Still in a soft arc, it flicked into the net. Oh Maga! Oh my god, how did he do that? Airborne mid-range. Too accurate. Even Wizards fans, one by one, were gasping out loud. The live commentary also screamed in surprise. Oh my god, this Oriental guy airballs a mid-range shot. Hate to admit it, but have to admit, by far the best goal of the night. The Lakers players came over to high-five Wang Yi, one to express his congratulations, and the other to dip into Wang Yi's hand. James patted Wang Yi's ass. Man, you're so good with your hands. There was a somewhat complicated look in Hakamura Satori's gaze. He said he'd teach this Chinese a lesson, but tonight was covered by this Chinese several times not to mention. Now this critical moment, but also let him hit 3 consecutive times in his head in the middle distance. This one was even more outrageous. With an open mid-range shot, how should I respond to this guy myself? Back to the Wizards' offense. This time the ball was handed over to Hakamura Kashi. Hakamura turns to the left and then follows up with a right. Came to the basket, then a hook shot, but he was just halfway through his hook. Slap. A big shot that slapped him down hard. Looking back, it was still the Oriental. Hakamura Satori's momentum, which had been so hard to muster up by his trainer, was already shaky. At this moment, by this big hat of Wang Yi, half of it was directly knocked off. This Chinese, why did he have to cross himself? It's as if he's going to be capped by him whenever he shoots. Abominable. It's an abomination. Hakamura Kashi glanced at the coach. Only the coach's gaze, for a few moments, was somber. He remembered what coach had said earlier. If you can't catch the opportunity this time, then you will never have any more chances in the future. He withdrew his gaze and clenched his fists. In the gaze that looks at Wangi, there are a few more points of ruthlessness. By this time, Caruso had dribbled the ball upfield. Wangi is already circling the cover, ready to catch the ball. Hakamura Kashimoto ran forward in a hurry. Wangi circled twice and caught the ball. At this point it was in the middle of the left baseline. He pulled up and was ready to shoot. Hakamura Satori has only just returned. Seeing that Wangi is going to take another shot from center distance, he bellowed, "Nishinai!" Then he lunged towards Wangi. Wangi was in the air at the moment, and Hakamura Sasori crashed into Wangi viciously. The moment Wangi lost his balance, he shook his wrist and struck out with his soft touch, before falling out of the ring, and that fall was right into the arms of a beautiful woman on the sidelines. Until then, the basketball fell gently into the net bag. Hakamura Katsushika also fell to the ground. It stuck to the ground and slid out more than 3 meters. He also hit his head on the camera of the big camera machine on the sidelines. The knock bared his teeth for a moment. Seeing that not even a foul could stop the Chinese man from scoring, he pounded the floor hard. Do 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 do. The whistle on the sidelines blew sharply. The referee rushed over. Caruso and Kuzma and James all ran at a fast pace. The 3 men surrounded the Hakamura Kashira. The mouth kept roaring. Is this playing ball? You're hitting. That's dirty. Dirty man. Guys like you shouldn't be on the field. The referee intervened in a hurry to prevent the situation from getting any worse. Security guards also rushed over and stopped a few players who tried to gather around. Wangi gets up from the beautiful woman's arms and gently pats her head with an apologetic smile. That beauty is a Wizards fan. However, at this moment, when he saw the smile of Wangi, a thought surprisingly popped up in his heart. This Oriental is quite handsome. On the sidelines, the referee looked back at the video. The penalty was eventually handed down. Lakers won, 2+1. Hakamura Sashimi commits a level 1 foul, and the Lakers add a free throw. Wangi hit the first free throw. The Wizards head coach called for a timeout. He could already tell that Hakamura Satori was on the verge of losing his mind. Had to have a timeout to calm him down. And Wangi has hit 6 shots in a row since those 2 threes. 2 threes, 4 from mid-range. That's a horrible scoring efficiency. Gives the impression as if he will never throw a loss. Hakamura, you need to calm down. It's just one game. And it just so happens that he's in good shape for this game. You don't need to pay for a bad offense for that. If you still want to fight him, there will be plenty of time later. Right now, you just need to try to do the ones you're good at. Jamming, rebounding, second offense. You don't have to fight him. Understand? Hakamura nodded mechanically. But at this moment, in his mind, he unexpectedly remembers the 3 words that Wangi said before without any reason. Are you worthy? 47 just don't let them live. During the timeout period, among the Tencent NBA live room, Duan Ran turned his head to look at Zhu Fanyu next to him and laughed. Mr. Shu, now what? How? Previously, Zhu Fanyu had said that Wang Yi's ability to score 2 or 3 goals at this last critical moment was already considered very good, but now Wang Yi has 2 threes and 4 twos. 6 pitches. Zhu Fanyu laughed once more, hiding his embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. This, can only say that Wang Yi is beyond my imagination. Coach trusts him and James trusts him. It's amazing that the ball was given to him to handle for 6 consecutive rounds. It seems to be right, but I'm sure not only me, but all the fans around the world didn't expect Wang Yi to explode at this critical moment, right? Duan Ran smiled back and replied, indeed I didn't expect it. Then Mr. Zhu, would you dare to guess again? What else will Wang Yi do in these remaining 2 minutes or so? Zhu Fangyu replied, now that Wang Yi's hand is hot, I believe that the Wizards will strengthen their defense against him next, and even have the possibility of employing a sack. So I'm afraid Wang Yi didn't have the same amazing performance as just now in these last 2 minutes or so. Duan Ran said, Mr. Zhu, words can't be too full. Zhu Fangyu thought about it and was cautious. Well, I'll change it. It's possible that Wang Yi won't be able to play as amazingly as he did just now. Is this okay? Scene. Lakers head coach Vogel put his arm around Wang Yi's waist and addressed him. Wang, the Wizards will focus on you next, and they won't even rule out using a sack. If they do use a sack on you, you have to pass the ball to your open teammate at the first time. Understand? Wang Yi naturally could not listen to the coach. How can you give the ball to someone else when 100% mid-range shooting is on the line here? But it's not like he can tell the coach directly. He said after a slight pause, Coach, do you trust me? Of course I believe it. As a coach, Vogel could not say I don't believe you in front of his players. Wang Yi said, then give me the ball and I'll give you back a win. Upon this statement, all the surrounding teammates looked at Wang Yi with surprise. Why is he so confident? The race winds down. No one dares to say that they beat each other 100% of the time. Even superpower teams can roll over in front of a fishbowl. How did Wang Yi dare to be so confident? James looked Wang Yi up and down with astonishment. This guy, how can he be so confident? More confident than even my younger self. The coach's eyes went to James in equal amazement. James nodded to his coach without a trace. It was not that he really believed Wang Yi's words. Rather, he thought he could give it a try. He's older nowadays, and many times he feels overwhelmed. The brow is injured every other day again. The Lakers need to develop a consistent scoring presence. If Wang Yi can really grow into a consistent scorer, then the Lakers will have a much easier game. The coach had the same idea as James. He told a group of Lakers players, then give the ball to King, and maybe we'll witness an amazing scoring performance next. The players looked at the coach in surprise. That's a lot of talk and a lot of action. Coach really believes Wang Yi? Back from a timeout. Wizards offense. Willis assisted Beal with a goal. Back on the floor. James dribbled across half court. Wang Yi continues around the cover. And at this point, the Wizards no longer have just one guy on him on defense. Rather, when he goes around a Wizards player, once one Wizards player can't catch up, another player quickly fills in. In this way, Wang Yi could not get away from the defense just by going around the Wizards players. He also had to get around his teammates in coverage. This run took all of 18 seconds to finally get around the opportunity. Caught the ball at the left side at 45 degrees from the three-point line and made a move to shoot. Willow and Bill pounced almost simultaneously. But just like before, this was just a false move by Wang Yi. He took a step into the three-point line. It wasn't a straight shot. Instead, he made a pass fake toward Caruso in the bottom left corner. Wobbled another player. At this point, all the Wizards have inside is Kashiwagi Hakamura. Wang Yi faced the Hakamura Sasori and did not immediately strike. Instead, he hooked his hand to him in a motion so small that the referee couldn't notice it, but Hakamura Kashizashi could see it. As if to say, come over here. The Wizards head coach had previously said that he told Satoru Hakamura not to face Wang Yi, but at this moment, Wang Yi is the only one left in front of him. He could only pounce on Wang Yi once again to try to cover it. He had pounced fast. He's jumping high, too. He felt that if it was a normal situation, he could have covered the ball 100% of the time. However, Wang Yi jumped with a backward tilt. The basketball happened to pass through the fingertips of Hakamura Satori. What do you mean the whip is out of reach? That's it. Hakamura Kashimoto watched in despair as the basketball sliced through his fingertips and flew over his head. Swish! Once again he heard the disgusting voice from behind him. The live commentary kept marveling. The audience also continued to marvel. It was really Wang Yi's performance during this period of time that was too visually appealing, but it was as if it was a mockery, an irony, to Hakamura Satori. From the last 5 minutes, when the Lakers were down by 4, until now, he shot 7 for 7. This guy, is he still human? He's not even human. It's so accurate. It's just so accurate. Even the Wizards' home crowd had to marvel at Wang Yi's horrific hitting percentage. The Wizards scored the next 2 points on the strength of Willis's breakaway ability. Back in the ring, Wang Yi is still circling for cover. This time, the Wizards stepped up their defense on him even more. Basically, as soon as he appeared to catch the ball, 2 Wizards immediately pounced on him. However, Wang Yi was fearless. After receiving the ball in the bottom right corner, faked his way past 2 Wizards players. He still hasn't pitched again. Instead, he dribbled a step and came to Hakamura. Now that's a throw and a solid hit. Hakamura Satori can kind of see that this guy doesn't shoot in front of others. He has to shoot in front of himself. Is this to humiliate me? The problem was that Wang Yi humiliated him like this and he simply could not return the favor. On the offensive end, he can't get the ball. Even if he got the ball, it would be covered by Wang Yi desperately. On the defensive end, Wang Yi picked him exclusively, and he can't defend Wang Yi's center shot at all. The guy's center shot, in his opinion, was like a machine. It's really outrageous. Under such constant blows, there was no more anger in Hakamura Satori's chest. Instead, it's getting desperate. He even had the illusion that this guy was unbeatable. The Wizards head coach's heart sank when he saw this. Hakamura Kashiai is going to break down again. 48 players who have had a good life. Wang Yi, on the defensive end, once he saw Hakamura Sasaki with the ball, he would fight his way over to seal the deal. Even players who give up on their own defense pounce to seal the deal. It's okay for you other guys to score, but for Hakamura to shoot, no. And when the Lakers were on offense, Wang Yi singled out Kashi Hakamura. He's always circling around to strike in front of Hakamura Katsushika. I don't vote when there's an empty seat. I'm just going to shoot in front of Hakamura. Alas, it is play. Under such constant blows, Hakamura Satori broke down once again. Next, every time Wang Yi took the ball, the Wizards' home fans had their hearts in their throats. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Yi's shot seemed like he would never lose it. It's not just the opponents who look wide-eyed. The team also looked wide-eyed. The live commentary looked wide-eyed. The fans in the crowd were also looking at it with big eyes. Fans in front of every screen were watching with big eyes. 2. Tencent NBA live streaming. The winds on the pop-ups have, once again, changed. Holy, doesn't Trail throw a pitch? It's been 10 out of 10 since those 2 threes. That's ridiculous. Is this a one-man job over the entire Wizards team? Did you guys notice that almost every ball he throws now? He throws it over Hakemura Kashiai's head. Big love to Iggy Bullpucky 666. My baby. Due to this exaggerated performance of Wang Yi, fans seem to have temporarily forgotten his previous rant. Duan Ran once again looked at Zhu Fanyu with an impish smile. Mr. Chu, what do you say now? Zhu Fanyu let out a bitter laugh this time. What else can be said? Wang Yi's hand is here. People block kill people. God block kill God. The Wizards can't defend at all. As he was talking, he saw Wang Yi on the screen taking the ball again. Here we go again. Here we go again. Let's see if this one still gets in. Oh pale for God's sake. Awesome, awesome bomb. This is simply unreasonable. Facing 3 players from the Wizards, including Hakemura, taking shots and hitting them is really unreasonable. Final whistle. The score was set at 128 to 120. Lakers win. And Wang Yi was 12 for 12 from the field in those final 5 minutes. It was 2 of 2 on threes and 10 of 10 on twos. 1 for 1 on free throws. A crazy 27 points in just 5 minutes. For the game, Wang Yi totaled 32 points and 10 blocks. Another oddball double-double. When really, it's a dry run for the Wizards. The moment the final whistle blew, Hakemura Satori hung his head helplessly. He didn't greet any Lakers players with a handshake or a hug, nor did they pay any attention to any fans on the sidelines. Head down, he walked quickly to the players' tunnel. The Wizards head coach and the Lakers coach hugged and greeted each other before quickly chasing them into the players' tunnel. Hakemura Satori just walked silently with his head down, not saying a word. The head coach's heart has sunk. Losing a game isn't scary. What's scary is when a player loses confidence. And now Hakemura Kashiai has lost his confidence. I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover from this situation. Or maybe it'll never be recovered in this lifetime. On the court, Wizards players have come over to greet Lakers players. Willow half-joked after hugging Wang Yi. Your name is? Wang Yi had been previously unknown in the NBA. It's normal that Willow doesn't know his name. Wang Yi replied, my name is. But before he could finish his sentence, Willow said, Wang Yi. I know. Wang Yi was slightly surprised. But think about it. Willow has always been more friendly to HWA. Even when he was on the Rockets in the first place. Right in the middle of the Mo Dog incident. He has also attended many lunches in a Tang suit. So it's understandable that Willow would pay more attention to an Oriental. Willow went on to say, did you mean it when you said earlier that you were here to conquer the NBA? Wang Yi nodded heavily. Right. The answer was categorical. Without a moment's hesitation. Willow said with a nod. If you want to conquer the NBA, it's not enough to play the way you did tonight. You have to play more and more amazing, great games. You have to, one by one, beat all the superstars of the NBA. And then one by one, you have to beat all the greats. The last one to convince all the fans. There will be all kinds of abuse, taunts, and even vicious attacks during this period. You have to be mentally prepared. Wang Yi nodded. Thank you, I will. Willow heavily patted Wang Yi's back again and said goodbye to him. At this moment, Wang Yi looked around the stadium. Wizards fans are pretty much gone. The dugout, which had just been packed with people, suddenly seemed much emptier. However, there were 20 to 30 Chinese American fans in the audience on the left side. They were all dressed in big red. They were still waving the sign Go Wang Yi in their hands, hoping that Wang Yi would see them. Wang Yi's heart was hot. Being in a foreign country, there is nothing more emotional than the support of your fellow countrymen. He raised his right hand and waved at them. Those fans were instantly more excited. There was a lot of shouting. Go E, I love you, E. At this point, the site staff came over, said to Wang Yi, King, TNT's beautiful reporter, Kristen Laidlaw, will be coming over to interview you soon, so please be ready. Wang Yi raised his head and swept the field. Only a few reporters did appear on the sidelines. Basically, they're all beautiful women. And of all of them, TNT's beautiful reporter is the most beautiful and the biggest. TNT is a Time Warner-owned television station, specializing in sports. In the United States, TNT is one of the 2 most recognized television stations for sports programming. Usually after each game, TNT and ESPN pick who they want to interview first. For the rest of the TV stations, they can only interview some role players. Among these beautiful reporters, Wang Yi also saw a familiar figure, Lingyan Zhou. She's not as well known compared to other journalists. Her eyes were constantly surveying the players on both teams. It's like a wolf sizing up its prey. Her gaze, though, lingered more on the role players. She knew that with her position in the NBA, at best, she could only interview role players. Even if she and Wang Yi were compatriots, it would be difficult for her to be scheduled to interview Wang Yi. After all, Wang Yi was the best performing player tonight, and how could she be scheduled when other big-name reporters couldn't be scheduled? At this time, she unintentionally saw Wang Yi. There was a sweet smile. From afar, he waved to Wang Yi, but then her eyes continued to survey the other role players. Wang Yi turned his head and asked the staff next to him, "Can I have her interview me?" The staff member made a very apologetic show. "I'm sorry, this was arranged from above. I have no right to change it," Wang Yi said with a slight frown. "Then have the TNT reporter interview me after she's done." The staff member was a bit surprised and said, "Usually only one interviewer is assigned to a player. Are you really sure you want her again? Multiple press interviews are not out of the question, provided the players themselves agree." Wang Yi nodded. "Aha." The staffer nodded. "Okay, I'm going to invite her." Wang Yi looked at the beautiful TNT reporter who had already walked this way and then looked at Zhou Lingen. One is still not a big enough name to speak with any weight. There will come a time, though, when one designates who will be interviewed and who will only be interviewed. When that happens, TNT, ESPN, whatever, get out of my face. The HWA reporter will finish his interview first. 49 players who have had a good little life, below. During the sideline interview, that TNT beauty reporter asked Wang Yi 3 questions. First question, King, before this game, you had made a bold statement that you were here to conquer the NBA. It caused almost everyone's displeasure. Charles Barkley even said that you could never get 30 points again. If you got it, he'd kiss the ass of a donkey again. Today you got 32 points instead. What do you think about that? Wang Yi sniffed and glanced at this beautiful reporter. Looks pretty good looking, but has a lot of bad intentions. It's not easy for a Chinese to get a foothold in the NBA, which is full of Westerners. These journalists still come around and dig themselves a hole. Owned up to slapping Barkley in the face with the truth, which everyone knows. According to normal human thinking, since the other party was not kind to him or her, there was no need for him or her to be polite to the other party. Since he had punched the other side in the face, it was natural for the reporter to taunt the other side when he asked the question. Isn't that what a lot of NBA stars do? But Wang Yi's previous statement that he was here to conquer the NBA raised the hackles of almost everyone. If he says anything else out of place at this point, these reporters are bound to add fuel to the fire. The fans will think even worse of him by then. When he said he came to conquer the NBA, he meant it. If you get in trouble, you get in trouble. But at this point there was no need to get into more trouble. Wang Yi faced that female reporter and a touch of the Oriental's trademark subtle smile appeared on his face. Said, "I trust Charles." That beautiful reporter was slightly stunned. I thought Wang Yi was going to make a long speech and mock Barkley. That way she could make a big deal about it when she got back. I didn't expect Wang Yi's answer to be so short. "I trust Charles." That sounds friendly. There's nothing wrong with it. But when you think about it, that's not the case. Barkley said he'd kiss a donkey's ass if Wang Yi could score 30 points or more. And Wang Yi said he believed him. Wouldn't that be forcing Barkley to kiss a donkey's ass? It seems like a big deal, but there is ambiguity behind this statement. Bigger article. Wang Yi's last explanation is over. What I said is that I believe Charles. Nothing else. It's the reporter who is distorting my meaning. Thinking of this, the beautiful reporter's perception of Wang Yi deepens a few more points in her heart. This Chinese guy, he's not simple. So she threw out another pointed question. Hakamura said earlier that he would teach you a lesson, but he ended up with only 15 points and 5 rebounds. And you put up 32 points and 10 blocks. 20 of those points were on his head and 6 blocks were given to him. What do you have to say about such an opponent? To this question, Wang Yi directly answered with his head held high. Is he a match for me? The beautiful reporter quizzically asked back. Isn't it? Wang Yi laughed, and in his words, with a hint of contempt, he directly denied it. I never thought of him as a rival. The phrase, still ambiguous. You can read it as Wang Yi doesn't think of his opponent as a rival, but as a friend or something like that. It could also be interpreted that Wang Yi never put the other party in his eyes. To put it simply, he doesn't deserve it. Of course, at this moment, Wang Yi's expression, demeanor, and then with these words, as long as one is a Chinese, one would know that it is the latter. It's just that the NBA has explicit rules against insulting and provoking opponents during interviews. Hakamura Satoru was guilty of provoking his opponent with that pre-fight declaration before the fight. Wang Yi has just gotten word that the alliance will intervene in the investigation afterward. If this is true, the 8 villages will have to face fines, serious or even a ban. That's why Wang Yi replied with such words containing ambiguity. That reporter saw that Wang Yi was not on board. Dark shook his head. The third question, asked briefly, was curt. It was only until then that Zhou Lingen brought the camera and walked over quickly. She was slightly agitated and said to Wang Yi, "Wang Yi, thank you for letting me interview. I was a bit flattered when the staff came over to inform me just now. Wang Yi shook his head and said, right now we're still too low in the NBA. Joe Lingen and the camera both looked a little bleak as they listened. No one feels this more than they do. Nationals are already discriminated against in the West, and in the midst of the league, the feeling is even more pronounced. Domestic reporters are always assigned the worst view when reporting from the sidelines. Domestic reporters can only interview some role players during post-game interviews, and it's hard to interview the big names. As we all know, it is difficult to change the status quo for a while, so they have no choice but to endure it now. Wang Yi, however, raised his head at this moment with a confident and combative smile on his face. But I'm sure there will come a day when our journalists can interview whoever they want, wherever they want, and that day will never be too far away. Joe Lingen heard this and looked at Wang Yi with some surprise. She did not understand why Wang Yi had such confidence. However, she was still infected by Wang Yi's passion and could not help but nod her head. Well, I believe so. That camera brother couldn't help but nod heavily as well. I believe it too. Of course, Wang Yi's words were said in private. After her excitement, Joe Lingen signaled to the camera to turn it on. Again, he said to Wang Yi, let's get started then. The camera then captured the footage, which was transmitted back to Tencent NBA Live. The two commentators in the live studio were talking about the match they just had. When they saw the screen switch to Wang Yi's perspective, they all had a twinkle in their eye. They all thought that Joe Lingen couldn't interview Wang Yi, but they didn't expect it to be successful. Image. Joe Lingen asked Wang Yi. First question, Wang Yi, you cut down a double-double of 32 points and 10 caps in this game. What is your secret to playing such an outstanding performance? Wang Yi had a smile on his face. That's much more comfortable to hear. Not like those foreign journalists, digging around. Wang Yi thought about it and replied, maybe it's because the opposing team has Junior Day on their team. Saying this, making a slip of the tongue, he hastily covered it up. Small day player. So I play with more passion, I guess. Once this statement came out, the pop-up screen of the Tencent NBA live broadcast immediately exploded. Ha 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 ha. A contestant with a nice little life. 666666666. E is so good at stunting. Big love to E. Passers-by turned and powdered. It's decided. I'll be hanging out with you, brother E. From now on, brother E. With these words of yours, I forgive you for your previous rant. Even Blackie didn't dare to venture out at this point. Joking aside, at a time like this, whoever ventures out isn't looking for death. Joe Lingen couldn't help but laugh at this point, but as a professional journalist, she could only maintain a professional smile. As for the harumph, she couldn't. No matter how funny it was, she couldn't laugh. It was all she could do to force a laugh and move on to the second question. $55 million contract. Joe Lingen asked Wang Yi a second question. What did you mean earlier when you said you were here to conquer the NBA? With that, she said the question again in English. The intent is clear. She wanted Wang Yi to explain. The words Wang Yi had said earlier had offended too many people. At this point, if there is a good explanation, such as I am here to conquer the NBA fans, or I speak of conquest means to obtain everyone's recognition, people misunderstand my meaning and so on. I believe that people for Wang Yi's impression will be changed. She was giving Wang Yi a step down. Wang Yi also understood what she meant, but he didn't explain. Instead, it simply said, just literally. Joe Lingen froze and secretly shook her head. It seems that Wang Yi is determined to do this. It's all well and good to have ideals, but in this current situation it's just out of place for a player on a 10-day short-term contract to say something like that. However, Joe Lingen was secretly impressed with Wang Yi in her heart. Dare to risk the world and say what's really on your mind. Such a scenario had crossed her mind, but are afraid to do it. I'm afraid there are not many people in the whole world who dare to do it. When she thought of this, her gaze towards Wang Yi had a few more strange glances. Next, she briefly asked a third question. After the interview, she asked Wang Yi, are you free? Have dinner together. Consider it a thank you. Wang Yi shook his head. I'm afraid I don't have time to fly to Portland overnight after I get back and take a shower. Joe Lingen said with a slight regret. Another time then. Wang Yi nodded. Next time. Meanwhile, in China, a city's first middle school, it was exactly 12 noon. Wang Yi's father, Wang Jianhua, was walking towards the faculty cafeteria. He's in a good mood today. He didn't want his son to play basketball before because he knew how deep the water was. He used to play professional basketball as well, and can say that he suffered from it. Once when my son joined the NBA, the whole school was abuzz, but he was the only one, grimacing all day, because he's awake to the fact that basketball is very much a talent-eating sport. With Wang Yi's talent, joining the NBA would only lead to sitting on the bench. By then these domestic media will have gradually turned from the initial excitement to disappointment and cynicism. The fans, in turn, will shift from the initial excitement to disappointment, mockery, and abuse. At that time, all of this will be borne by Wang Yi alone. The 2 years that followed were just as he thought they would be. Even some of the teachers at the school, on the surface, didn't say anything, but behind their backs, they all started chewing their tongues. But these days, Wang Yi has put up 3 good games in a row. The attitudes of the people around him towards him had begun to change. However, the wild words that Wang Yi had uttered earlier had caused the attitude of the people around him to chill a little more. But today, beating the wizards and the players who have had a good little life is a big deal. On the way to the cafeteria, a steady stream of students greeted him. Hello, Mr. Wang. Teacher, E is too good. Mr. Wang, when can you get me an autograph of Brother E? I'm a big fan of his. Got to the cafeteria and hit the food. A couple of gym teachers were already greeting. Lao Wang, come, sit here. Old Wang is happy today. Look at this old face. The folds have increased by several. That's for sure. It's natural for a dad to be happy to see his son doing well. A gym teacher asked again. I say old Wang, your son is playing like this. The number of guaranteed contracts for this season should not be small. You still come to be a gym teacher. If I were you, I would have resigned long ago to enjoy my happiness. Wang Jianhua shook his head. NBA contracts, they're all taxed so much that there's not much left in hand, and if he makes more, it's his. What does it have to do with me? That's what Wang said and thought. He never wanted to rely on his son to earn money to support himself. His own monthly salary is over 7,000, which is enough to support himself and his wife. At that moment, the head of the sports team also came over with a tray. Seeing Wang Jianhua, he said, Old Wang, there's something to discuss with you. Wang Jianhua asked, what is it? The head of the sports team said, during the NBA offseason, can you ask Wang Yi to come to our school and train those players on the varsity team? Wang Jianhua directly shook his head and refused. He's likely not coming back in the offseason and is going to stay over there and train. In fact, Wang Jianhua had some resistance in his heart. When Wang Yi didn't fight it out, these leaders didn't look very good when they saw their faces. Now after a few good games, the leaders are coming to the door. The world is a cooler place, and people are cooler than that. For all that, Wang Jianhua has also seen through it. He didn't blame these people, but since Wang Yi is likely to play now, it's only natural that he should train and improve his strength in the offseason. Instead of wasting your time on these human affairs, taking a step back, even if Wang Yi comes back for a few days during the offseason, that would still give him time to rest, not go to some messy activities. A few of the surrounding physical education teachers saw that Wang Jianhua had so simply rebuffed the leader. Each of them secretly shook their heads. Wang Jianhua's ability is there, but his too straight nature will not come to things. That's why after all these years in the business, you don't even get to be a sports leader, let alone a leader. The smile on that sports team leader's face tightened slightly when he saw that Wang Jianhua had brushed him off in public. Said, Wang Yi's training is important. He is fighting for his country. We really shouldn't trouble him with this small matter. There was already a bit of displeasure in the words. The few remaining gym teachers shook their heads. Wang Jianhua naturally also heard something in the leader's words, but he's just too lazy to put in the effort to run any kind of human affairs. It doesn't matter what else your son does as long as he really hits it out of the park. Wang Yi received a call from his agent on the bus to the airport. The agency that Wang Yi signed with was the recently established CN agency. The owner behind it is a Chinese American, but this Chinese American owner clearly underestimated the role of NBA connections. So this CN brokerage, it didn't go so well. The players it has signed are almost exclusively players who can't play. Wang Yi's agent, Lorraine, is also of Chinese descent and also a novice agent. 1 has no connections, 2 has no money. I'm afraid only the most desperate players would sign with such an agency. And such an agent. The players she has on her hands are essentially short contract players at this point. At that moment Lorraine's phone call came in. Wang Yi, Palinka just called me and said that through these 4 games, you have proven yourself. He's going to move you to a guaranteed contract early, a $5 million guaranteed contract. There was a hint of suppressed excitement in Lorraine's voice. For $5 million, she gets a 4% cut, or $200,000. How could she not be excited? Lorraine continued to ask, but the way you've played, you've gone above and beyond. Should we wait for offers from other teams? I'm sure the rest of the teams with salary space will be able to come up with higher offers. 51 I've never heard of him. Wang Yi's agent, Lorraine, asked Wang Yi. Although the Lakers gave this contract is good, but with your performance in these few games, there must be a team to give you a higher offer. I just received information that the Clippers are interested in you, and they also happen to have $8 million salary space. Do you think you should wait a little longer? Wang Yi shook his head and said, no need to wait. In fact, he had thought a bit about his career plans over the past few days. First, the Lakers have the biggest shortage of 3D players right now. While Wang Yi doesn't position himself as a 3D player, he has bigger ambitions, but the attributes he's shown so far are those of a quality 3D player, so he'll get more chances to play here. with the opportunity to play, there are more possibilities. Second, James has played almost 20 seasons in the league and has experience. And that's all valuable. One can learn a lot by being around him. Third, James is now 38 years old and on the verge of retirement. By the time he learned those things from him himself, he was pretty much retired. When the time comes, if he plays well enough, then the Lakers will be the team for himself and the Browns. There's plenty of exposure here. Realize that high enough exposure equals more than enough money. Who'd with money? Many factors were considered before Wang Yi decided to stay with the Lakers. Rolling on the other end of the phone actually did a lot of consideration and data analysis, and felt that for the current Wang Yi, staying with the Lakers is the best choice. Hearing Wang Yi's answer, she saves herself from having to spend more time talking. Wang Yi, then I'll bring the contract with the Lakers operations staff to Portland tomorrow morning and we'll sign it in person. Wang Yi nodded. Good. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yi leaned back on the backrest of the bus seat. It's finally time to stop living in a tight spot. Previously, Wang Yi was fed up with having to be meticulous in everything he did. With that money, he could hire a personal trainer, a personal nutritionist, a personal doctor. He can buy a car for transportation. Of course, buying a house is off the table for now. $5 million is really quite a lot in the eyes of the average person. But it's important to realize that NBA players have nearly 40% of their salaries deducted for personal taxes. The Lakers are in California and have to deduct about 13% in state taxes, and 4% to the broker. In the end, what came to hand was only about $2 million. Hiring another personal trainer, nutritionist, doctor, etc. costs a lot of money too, so I can't think about buying a house just yet. He was going to rent an apartment not far from the training facility to make do when he got back to Los Angeles. Work a little harder this season and sign a $10 million contract next season after you hit your stride. We'll think about buying a house or a car or an RV when the time comes. James saw Wang Yi breathing a sigh of relief and guessed what was going on. Said, King, congratulations. We can play side by side until the end of the season this season. Wang Yi revealed a tired smile and said, I look forward to us fighting side by side all the time. James laughed. Until the day you retire? James has said the word retirement a lot this season. Wang Yi could see that he was tired. With the Lakers' record this season, coupled with the Lakers' personnel structure, there is basically little hope of competing for a title this season. For James, who has played nearly 20 seasons, there's little motivation without the hope of contending for a title. What's keeping him playing now is the all-time scoring leader. A heavyweight honor as the all-time scoring leader would undoubtedly elevate his place in history once again. At the same time, there was another reason that allowed him to sustain himself. It's that he hopes to be on the same stage as his son, Brownie. His son is going to the NBA draft next season. Father and son standing at the same time in the highest hall of basketball, on the same stage. I'm afraid this is the most wonderful moment for LeBron as a father, if it is a general person. At this time should be moved to answer James, brother, I will accompany you to the day of retirement. But Wang Yi did not. He just shrugged and said, I'll try. Life is full of variables and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. Some players were still warming up before the game started. But the next moment you're told, you've been traded. There are also a lot of people that make promises that they can't fulfill. In the end, it only makes a mockery of the situation. Even as strong as James was, he may have made a commitment when he once joined the Heat. I will bring championships to the South Coast. Not one championship, not two, not three, but 7. Didn't he end up not doing it? Wang Yi is a man who keeps his promises. As long as he promises, he will definitely do it. That's why he doesn't make promises to others easily for a tomorrow that's full of variables. James was a bit surprised by Wang Yi's answer. Thinking slightly, he probably guessed a few things. He also thought about the big promises he once made when he joined the Heat. Couldn't help but smile to himself and say, then let's be each other's comrades in arms and brothers in arms for the foreseeable season. This time, Wang Yi did not have any hesitation. Nodding, he said, of course, my brother. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Wang Yi found a Portland training gym and started training. There was no match today and Wang Yi still received the task given by the system. Task 1, 2, 000 mid-range drills. Mission reward, increase in mid-range shooting percentage to 70%. Task 2, 1, 000 repetitions of weighted vertical jump training. Mission reward, increase in bouncing height to 100 centimeters. Wang Yi did not consider it and directly chose the second mission. He's currently the 3D player niche, mostly shooting threes and playing defense. So his 45% three-point shooting will suffice for now. A few more days and his wrist will be fully recovered. It's not too late to pick up pitching duties when you're fully recovered. So he found 2 elastic bands in the training gym and secured one end to his waist and the other to the floor. Begin a full vertical jump. After just 20 minutes of constant full-force vertical jumping like this, he was sweating profusely, and the legs had gotten sleepy. After another 40 minutes of dancing, my legs had gone weak. He trudged over to the bench next to him and sat down with a flutter as his legs gave out. After resting for 10 minutes or so and catching a few breaths, he got back up and resumed his training. Was the training hard? Sure. Tired of training? Crap. But James is so talented and his training's so hard. And he's far less talented. So what's the reason not to work hard? Meanwhile, in China, Rain says sports has been updated again. Su Jingyu flipped through her cell phone and found a few messages from netizens. You said Trail couldn't play out of his mind. Now what? In your face, right? 32 points, 10 caps, and bam in the face. Convinced? Su Jingyu shook her head slightly and took a sip of water, set the teacup aside, hands on the table said, taking a deep breath, said, about the face punching thing and who hasn't been punched in the face a few times in their life? Hasn't James been punched in the face? Hasn't Kobe been punched in the face? As strong as Jordan, he's also been punched in the face, so it's normal for people to get punched in the face. 52 Barkley's kiss. Su Jingyu continued, let's talk about Wang Yi. These few performances are really outstanding, but according to my analysis, this is his ceiling. His ceiling is an excellent 3D player. Why? Let's analyze through these games. On the defensive end, needless to say, he's really good, but on the offensive end, did he break through? No. Does he pass? No. In other words, he doesn't have the ability to actively create opportunities. How does he play when you let him hold the ball? Can't hit anything with two eyes. Especially through the performance of these game drops, other teams will also notice him. When the time comes for people to give him intensity and confrontation, it's inevitable that the hits will drop when he encounters confrontation with his small frame. So to summarize, Wang Yi is currently just a somewhat good 3D player. This will also be his ceiling. I'm just going to leave it here. If you guys don't believe the drops, we'll see what happens in the next game. He had already overlooked the fact that the reason why Wang Yi did not dribble, the main reason for not breaking through with the ball is still to protect his wrist. Meanwhile, on TNT TV Sports, there is a basketball program called Open Court. It was hosted by O'Neal and Barkley. That's a couple of live ones. In addition to being able to analyze players and analyze the game with a professional's eye, he's also often quirky. That's why it's a fan favorite. Today's show opens with highlights of Wang Yi's game against the Wizards on the big screen first, and every time you score, points are being counted next to it. 3 points, 6 points, 8 points. It stayed that way until Wang Yi scored for the last time and the score was set at 32. That's when O'Neal appeared in the picture, and coming up and dropping heavy bombs. Hey Jazz, I hear you're a man who always keeps his promises. I'm a sucker for people who keep their promises. Barkley, nicknamed Jazz in the early days, had known what O'Neal was going to do for a long time, and he stared at O'Neal. You guys, are you going to be bad again? O'Neal spread his hands and said, so what's the point? Is there anything else between the two of us, other than making each other bad? Back when Yao was still in the NBA, you know, he's a friend of mine, you made a bet that he couldn't get 19 points in that game, and if he did, you'd kiss your then partner's ass. It ended up being a hard slap in the face. How come you didn't kiss his ass at the time, but went for the donkey's ass instead? Barkley was a little embarrassed, but he'd seen it all before. He straightened up and said, who told him not to show his ass in front of the camera? There was no choice but to use a donkey instead, and it's not my fault. O'Neal nodded in understanding. Continuing with a sinister smile, he said, in the last game between the Lakers and the Wizards, you said King would never get 30 points again in his life. How did that turn out? Buckley was a man of sorts, straightening up and straining his neck, a look of death. Isn't that just kissing a donkey's ass again? Bring up the donkey. O'Neal is deeply impressed and pats Barkley on the shoulder. I love people who keep their promises the best. Oh Charles, I love you, he said waving to the side. Soon the staff next to him brought up an animal. Buckley would have been looking at death and had prepared himself mentally, but when he saw the animal, his eyes widened. Shaq, you're killing me. O'Neal nodded. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? What day don't I think about harming you? You tell me, kiss or no kiss? Buckley shook his head back and forth. I said kissing a donkey's ass, not a pig's, and you could at least wash it off. There's still mud here. Get it out of here. Don't dirty the studio. O'Neal, on the other hand, looks like he's taking it for granted. Last time you could replace a man's ass with a donkey's ass. Why can't you replace a donkey's ass with a pig's ass this time? Barkley, momentarily speechless, pointed at O'Neal. O'Neal, as of today, I'm going to cut you off. O'Neal shrugged. Have we ever crossed paths? Buckley was speechless and could only put in a stern word. Next time I catch you, I won't let you go. O'Neal laughed out loud. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance. Buckley couldn't weasel his way out of it at this point, so he could only stiffen up and come over to the pig. It was a sizable pig. Standing up it was estimated to be 1 meter 8. Buckley said to the crew member holding the rope next to him, you can hold it. Then shaking his head, He bent down hard and lowered his head to kiss the pig's still slightly muddy ass. Ha 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 ha. Next to him, O'Neill was already on the verge of laughing so hard that tears flooded his eyes. He kept pounding his fist on the tabletop, laughing and shaking his head at the same time. Oh, I am so in love with this job. Ha 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 ha. Barkley kissing a pig's ass is naturally gimmicky. That's why the ratings for this program today are far higher than they've ever been. When Barkley and O'Neill got the ratings blowout after the show, both were ecstatic. But at the same time, on the internet in Magnesia, some people started to bring up the tempo. This Oriental guy threatens to conquer the NBA. Someone so arrogant that TNT is still promoting him? TNT is taking dark money, isn't it? Arrogant Orientals, shameless TNT. As they say, spammers know no borders. The keyboard warriors of the world are one and the same. TNT sports executives, who have approached O'Neill and Barkley, don't sound too good. How did you two plan the program? How did you get involved with this Oriental? Immediately stop digging up any more material on this Oriental. Understand? You've already caused public outrage. O'Neill didn't really care and said with a shrug, I can see that this Oriental is not simple. We must dig up as much material as we can on this Oriental. The executive was directly contradicted and had fire in his heart, but he didn't dare to directly offend O'Neill. The show was originally tailor-made for O'Neill and Barkley. The two of them also made the show a TNT ace. If it's too much to say and O'Neill leaves in a fit of rage, it would definitely be a big loss for TNT. Will the boss still eat him then? So the executive's tone could only soften a bit. At the very least, don't get involved with that Oriental for the last while, until the wind passes. O'Neill isn't unaware of this. His tone loosened a bit. I'll keep sending people to dig up material about him. Only I promise you that the material won't be aired for a month. The executive sighed helplessly. Just have it in your mind. 3 hours later, in Portland, the training gym near the hotel where the Lakers are staying, Wangey did his best to do his last vertical jump in place. A prompt came from within the mind. Mission accomplished. Mission reward, bounce height of 100 centimeters. Hearing this voice, Wang Yi's heart was relieved. He only felt his legs go limp, and he directly lay down on the ground. Hoo. He huffed and puffed. The clothes he was wearing had long been soaked through. His hair and eyes seemed to have blurred. The 1,000 weighted in-place vertical jumps training in a short period of time was a bit overwhelming for him. Looks like fitness is still an issue. Hopefully the system will give physical training tasks in the future. 53 I don't know him. Wangey completed his training and gained a vertical bounce of 100 centimeters. For a player, a vertical bounce of 100 centimeters is already high. Keep in mind that even when James was younger, his highest vertical jump was only about 110. Carter, who is known as a UFO, is also about 110 centimeters. Of course, this was only the first time the system had released a training mission about bouncing. Perhaps there will be a bouncing training mission released in the future, and Wang Yi's bouncing height will be able to increase again. When Wang Yi had finished his bouncing training, James had already arrived, and the rest of the Lakers players had also arrived. They saw that Wang Yi was already sweating profusely and lying down on the floor of the court with a weak body. Caruso joked, King, did you sleep at the ballpark last night? Head coach Vogel said, King, hard work is the right thing to do, but training should be done in moderation. Overtraining will overconsume your body. Tomorrow night we are going to play against the Blazers. We are now only 3 wins away from the Blazers. This is a game that must be taken. By the way, the Blazers once had an all-star player who was also a training maniac, Roy, and I think you know his story. Wang Yi nodded. I know, Roy was once an all-star guard for the Blazers. He is extremely crazy about training. Often they are still training at 2 or 3 o'clock at night. The team coach couldn't stop it. Eventually the team manager had to give him a rule. He had to be out of the gym by 11 p.m. At night and not allowed to enter the gym before 5 a.m. Because it was so physically taxing on his body in terms of training. It led to him experiencing serious injuries several times in his career. Eventually ended his career hastily. Of course, some of this may also have to do with the Blazers vet, but there's no denying that Roy's overexertion of his body in training plays a big part. Wang Yi understood the coach's good intentions. A 2-hour training session followed. In the margins of practice, the coach was watching Wang Yi, who was struggling to make defensive plays on the field, while writing and drawing on the tactical board. Wang Yi's 3-points nowadays can definitely pose a huge threat to the opponent. Designing a few 3-point plays for him is imperative. By the time the morning practice was over, Vogel had devised at least 5 effective 3-point plays, then discussed the viability of the 5 plays with Kidd, the assistant coach next to him. What Vogel does best is play defense, and the Lakers' current shortcoming is offense. It just so happens that Kidd has a knack for offense. That's why he tends to consult Kidd when designing offensive plays. At the end of the morning practice, Wang Yi met with Lorraine and the Laker operations staff after lunch. signed a guaranteed contract through the end of the season. Wang Yi's heart was finally grounded. According to the contract, the first 20% of the paycheck is due after waiting until the game against the Blazers is played in heading T. Oh, the next road game. When the time comes, you won't have to live as stingy as you do now. Time passed and soon it was the afternoon of the second day. Lakers vs. Trailblazers pregame press conference. It's time for another hard-hitting session. The reporter came up and asked Lillard, the Blazers star, Damian, that king from the East says he's here to conquer the NBA. Is there anything you want to say to him? Lillard shook his head. No, reporter. The rest of the reporters secretly shook their heads. When they interviewed Lillard, they could never dig up much material. Don't look at Lillard on the field bandit temperament. Key moment never soft. But in life, he was a very introverted and low-key person. This may have something to do with the fact that he has lived in poverty in Oakland since he was a child. The reporter asked a few more questions and saw that he couldn't really dig up anything. Questions could only be thrown at the Blazers' other guard, C.J. McCollum. C.J., so what do you have to say to the king? McCollum asked with an air of unconcern. Who do you mean, king? McCollum asked again. Who is the king? Reporters know something when they look at it. Immediately, he was as excited as if he had been hit by chicken blood. Explained in detail. It's that one player of the Lakers, the Eastern player who has cut 20 plus in the last few games in a row, and in the last game, he cut 32 points in 10 caps. McCollum shook his head as if he had heard a story that had nothing to do with him at all. Said, I'm sorry, I don't know him. The reporters on the scene were even more excited when these words were uttered. They can make a big deal out of that one statement alone. Next, an interview with Anthony. The reporter threw out the question still. It seems like they are really tireless on this issue. What do you think of the Chinese player? Anthony glanced at McCollum next to him and shrugged. I don't recognize it either. Next, it was time for the Lakers press conference. Apart from interviewing James, the reporters were asking Wang Yi questions. King, I'm sure you watched the Blazers pregame interview. Both CJ and Cameron said they didn't recognize you. They'll know each other. Wang Yi directly interrupted the reporter. He was getting a little tired of these reporters endlessly picking fights. Or those reporters from China are a bit more friendly. When the reporters heard Wang Yi's answer, one of them was also secretly happy. With CJ's I don't know him and Wang Yi's they'll get to know each other. There's a lot to be said for today's game. After the press conference, the game starts in half an hour. Reporters have been sending out reports, especially Magnesium Yang Yi, James' biggest black fan, Stephen A. Smith. He analyzes the game with a professional eye. The Blazers have been in good form lately, winning 5 in a row. CJ and Damian are both in good shape lately. Damian, in particular, was in hot form last game, cutting 50 plus. Plus Anthony has been in good form lately, cutting 20 plus in 3 consecutive games. The Lakers have won 3 games in a row recently, but they've been exposed to a lot of problems. James is getting old and his steady output of more than 20 points per game is already the limit. Besides him, the Lakers don't have a stable second scoring point. What? You guys talking about that cocky Oriental? Yes. It's true that he's made some good shots these past few games, but that's only because people aren't quite familiar with him yet and won't pay attention to him. Once everyone notices him, his efficiency is bound to be greatly reduced. And in this one, it will be Damian Lillard he meets. This Chinese guy says he's here to conquer the NBA. Let's show him how wild the NBA is and how wild Damian is. So here's what I think. The Blazers will definitely blow out the Lakers in this game. The match between the two sides started at 9 p.m. sharp. As usual, Wang Yi sat on the bench, looking around the Moda Center Dome. The nearly 20,000 people in attendance. Mo says hot blood, once again, boiled. 54 Lakers vs. Blazers. The game started with Wang Yi still sitting on the bench. Although Wang Yi has played outstanding these past few games, Wang Yi will have to take Schroeder off if he plays leadoff. Schroeder is a very emotional player. I'm afraid it would set off a lot of chain reactions if he was taken off the starting rotation. That's why head coach Vogel has no intention of letting Wang Yi play the starting role for the time being before he can really establish his position on the team. Soon enough, CJ McCollum, one of the Blazers' backcourt duo, had begun to shine. He kept using coverages to get to mid-range jumpers. Because of the Lakers' slower footwork inside, Chom always hit the mid-range over his head. In turn, when the Lakers were on offense, the Blazers' defense was sparse. The Lakers also scored on back-to-back plays. The Blazers weren't much of a defensive team last year. Their defense still hasn't gotten much better since the new coach took over this year. The Lakers played well on offense against a team like this with James combing the floor. Kuzma, Pop, and Schroeder all made consecutive layups. Inside Johnson also sacked twice. Schroeder is having a decent day. In just half a quarter, the outside shooting has cut down 10 points. Lillard hasn't played much today. Took just 3 shots in the first period, hitting 1 and scoring 2 runs. So by the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had an 8-point lead. It was not until then that Wang Yi made his appearance. As his feet hit the floor of the Moda Center court, the mechanical beeping of the system once again sounded in his head. Please sign in, Wang Yi said in his heart. Sign in. Sign in. Reward for signing in, 1 junior rebound experience card. Wang Yi did not use this experience card immediately. With the experience of the last time, he knew that good steel had to be put to good use. It only makes sense to use the rebounding experience card for some key rebounds in key rounds. At this point, the Lakers players on the court are Wang Yi, Caruso, Kuzma, Zhuangxin and Jurga. Play a two-tower lineup for a short period of time. Koga's ability has deteriorated too much from his peak, but he's still a great high-post pivot. And the Lakers, who currently have relatively few guys who can pass, want his ability to play the high post. As Wang Yi walked onto the court, a countdown appeared in his mind, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Wang Yi was a bit surprised. How could the countdown suddenly appear? But soon he figured it out. Here's a countdown to that unsolvable center pitch experience card from the last game. At the time, he was using the unsolvable center shot experience card with just over 3 minutes to go in the final 3 minutes of the game. I thought the experience time was over after the game. I didn't think it could carry over to this one. That being the case, it's only natural to make good use of that 1 minute and 15 seconds. Thinking of this, Wang Yi moves closer to Kuga and wraps his arms around his waist. Kuga willed it and lowered his head. Bringing his ears up, Wang Yi said, I've got a chance from mid-range. Please give me the ball immediately without any hesitation. Remembering Wang Yi's insurmountable center shot in the last few minutes during the last game, Jurga gently patted Wang Yi's head and said, Don't worry. Round 1. Lakers ball possession. After dribbling past half-court, Caruso handed the ball to Koga at the top of the arc. With this lineup, there are almost no guys who can break with the ball. It would have been at this point that Schroeder would have been on the field as a ball carrier. But the head coach has been experimenting with different lineup pairings lately. This lineup is mostly about getting Druega the ball to ply his trade in the high post. Others create open cuts for layups or open threes by constantly running through the floor. Shogun is rooted to the inside, waiting for his chance. Caruso and Kuzma were passing the ball around the perimeter in hopes of passing up three-point opportunities. Wang Yi, on the other hand, is still constantly running through and around the cover. Since the Blazers didn't play great defense, Wang Yi was easily 45 degrees to the left and circled out into the open. The pass from Koga came at the right time. Wang Yi caught the ball and jumped sharply under almost no defensive pressure. Blazers center Nurkic rushed over to make up the defense, but the basketball had already crossed his fingertips. With a flick of the wrist, it went into the net hollow. It didn't even make the swish sound when it rubbed against the net. Kuga and Wang Yi high-five each other as they exit the defense. Kuga said without envy, That's a soft touch you've got there. Wang Yi shook his head slightly and said, Practice. Kuga asked suspiciously, You don't have a girlfriend? How did you practice? Wang Yi froze, then reacted and laughed. ULSP. Kuga didn't really know what the Chinese acronym LSP meant, and this time he was genuinely puzzled. Back to the Blazers offense. At this point the Blazers Lillard temporarily off the court to rest. It's CJ with the remaining 3 starters and 1 replacement on the field. It was supposed to be Caruso's primary defense against CJ, but at this moment Wang Yi patted Caruso on the shoulder. I'll defend him. Caruso understood what Wang Yi meant. In the pre-game press conference, CJ McCollum said that he didn't know Wang Yi. The disdain was evident in his words. Wang Yi naturally wants to get back his offense now. However, as a matter of fact, Wang Yi did not have this idea in his mind at all. McCollum said he didn't know him, and likewise, he didn't see McCollum as an opponent at all. His opponent in this game, in his opinion, is Lillard. As for why McCollum is now the primary defense, it's simply because Lillard is off the court and the Blazers' offensive arrow is now McCollum. With his current defensive abilities, he should be defending the opponent's arrowhead. McCollum saw Wang Yi come to the main defense, and he shook his head slightly as he slowly crossed the ball from side to side while dribbling. Said, Are you here for the abuse? Wang Yi crossed his legs and slightly opened his arms in a defensive stance. He's not really a big fan of trash talk. Getting in his face with a performance, that's what he likes. One of the bald commentators on the scene, Kevin Calabrin, shook his head to his partner next to him when he saw that Wang Yi was actually playing primary defense against CJ. This Chinese guy, he came to the main defense of CJ. Doesn't he know how strong CJ is? Another young commentator, Mike Ritchie, said, Didn't you know anything about the opposing players before you commentated the game? This Chinese guy is very fast in crossing and has a knack for defending against speedy players. Bald Kevin shook his head and laughed. It's not that I'm discriminating against Orientals. It's an objective fact that there are differences in physical qualities between each race, right? Orientals are physically destined to be strangely talented in small ball sports like table tennis, but in big ball sports like basketball, they are not so good. Mike Ricci was going to say something else. McCollum is already on offense. With a change of direction in front of his body, He burst towards Wang Yi's right side. Wang Yi's right leg instantly takes a step, and then he easily seals the breakthrough route. McCullum dribbled behind his back, handed the ball over to his right hand and tried to break through Wang Yi's left side. Wang Yi took another simple step to the left and stuck McCullum with his body. McCullum only had to take 2 steps backward and try to break again. However, no matter what maneuver he used, no matter if he swung to the left or to the right, Wang Yi was able to be the first to be in place. McCullum couldn't break through and saw just 2 seconds left on the offensive clock. You can only fade away from the 3-point line and then back up for a dry 3. Seeing this, Wang Yi jumped up high while lunging forward. With his left hand raised, he intercepted the basketball toward the air. 55 unsolvable center shot. McCullum stepped back, shook off Wang Yi by a meter, and then made a 3-point shot. According to common sense, Wang Yi should have lunged upward while raising his hand to cover even if 99.9% of the time he couldn't. But Wang Yi didn't lunge upwards. Instead, it was a straight vertical jump in place. While jumping high, he raised his left arm high in the air and intercepted the basketball toward the air. The live commentator, Bald Kevin, couldn't help but have a smile on his face when he saw this. The mocking words were already on his lips, this Oriental, so out of his depth. However, the next moment, the words that came to his lips could no longer be uttered. It was as if a fly had been shoved in his mouth. Only Wang Yi's leap was extremely high. His waist was even flush with McCullum's shoulders. The left hand was unbiased and stopped the basketball directly in the air, and a handful of basketballs were picked off. Forced hat removal. The audience on the spot saw it, and each one of them exclaimed in dismay, "Oh mecha dash, is he still human? This guy, he's from Mars, isn't he?" Commentator Bald Kevin was all shook up by that shot. He, who had always had a broken mouth, had a momentary loss of speech at this point. His partner beside him asked with a laugh at the shock, "Kevin, what's wrong with you?" Bald Kevin came back to his senses, then shook his head back and forth. This guy's bounce is outrageous. On the sidelines, the Lakers players on the bench, all stood up. There was a lot of towel waving and constant bouncing. James also popped up as if he had a spring under his ass. Wide-eyed, he made a quirky expression of disbelief, then held his hands high in the air. The mouth kept screaming, "Omega, Omega, Omega, Omega." The Lakers players, including the Lakers uniform team, were all surprised by Wang Yi's hat. Before that, both in training and in the game, Wang Yi has never even shown how strong his bounce is. Although he had 2 double-digit cap games in a row, it wasn't because he jumped high, judging by later video. Rather, he has a far superior sense of timing. Now that Wang Yi suddenly showed such a bounce, it was unbelievable to them. James had already had an idea in mind after the Omeka. When Wang Yi's wrist has fully recovered in the future, he can often pass him aerial catches. Caruso dribbled the ball up court and, seeing no fast break opportunities, signaled the Lakers to settle down and play. He hands the ball to Koga. The rest of the players, with the exception of Johnston, began to run through the line constantly. Soon Wang Yi was in the right center and had another chance. Koga's pass was well timed. This time, McCullum chased Wang Yi more tightly, but Wang Yi still did not hesitate for a second. Still have your back to the basket when you catch the ball. He didn't turn back to jump because CJ had caught up with him, and once he did, he lost his shot, so he jumped with his back directly to the basket. While jumping, the feet apply a turning force to the body. This power allowed him to forcefully twist his body around to face the basket while in the air. McCullum did not expect at all that Wang Yi would jump with his back to the basket. That's why he didn't even have time to cover this shot. Watched the basketball slice through his head. Swish! Behind him, there was a crisp sound. McCullum mentally cursed. Shatter! The fans on hand, though reluctant, couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Oriental has a damn good shot. Jumping up with his back to the basket and making a shot. Is he acrobatic? I think he's an acrobat. Lakers bench players, at this time all collectively make worship action. James, on the other hand, shook his head repeatedly and kept talking. You can't do this. You can't do this. You can't do this. Caruso, Jurga, and other players on the field came over to high-five Wang Yi. Back to McCullum still holding the ball. Another attempt was made to try to single out Wang Yi, but Wang Yi's horizontal movement speed was too fast. He couldn't break through at all. Tried to back up for a 3, but the scene of being picked off just now was still fresh in my mind. He had no choice but to look to center Nurkic. Center Nurkic would have understood and mentioned the line in a hurry to give him cover. McCullum uses this cover to kill the inside. Wang Yi didn't give up and chased McCullum from behind. He knew that McCullum's favorite way to score was actually from mid-range. And at this time, the Lakers have Zhuangshan guarding the inside. He cannot really kill to the inside. 100% will shoot mid-range. Sure enough, McCullum hit a jumper from mid-range. As soon as this ball was hit, a smile appeared on his face, because this pitch felt extremely good when he threw it. However, A figure suddenly flew past him on the side when the basketball was already more than a meter away from his fingertips. The left arm swung round and went after the basketball in the air. Slap, crisp and loud. It resonated throughout the stadium. Boo! The basketball was slapped hard and slammed hard on top of the rim again. The bullet came back and was gotten by a Laker player. The Lakers pushed back. Kuzma took the lead and ran downfield. Powerful one-handed splits. Boo! The basketball surprisingly popped out of the basket. Good thing the rebounds are still in the hands of the Lakers players. The Blazers players were all back on defense at this point as well. The Lakers just had to press down and play position. Wang Yi still keeps circling the cover. McCollum was in deadly pursuit of him at this point, not letting up half a step. In Wang Yi's mind, the countdown of the unsolvable center throw experience card was only left with the last 3 seconds. As he ran, he yelled at the little man at the top of the arc, "Give me the ball." Kuga flinched slightly. This is not a good time to pass the ball. For one thing, Wang Yi didn't get away from his defender. Secondly, there are still people in the passing route and a direct pass can easily be broken up. But Koga is Koga after all, and passing is his specialty. Moreover, when he saw that Wang Yi was so determined to ask for it, he knew that Wang Yi had a great certainty. He makes a fake pass with both hands over the opponent's head. When the defender raises his hand above his head to wave, his right hand suddenly one-handedly knocks the ball from the defender's waist to the ground. The basketball narrowly made its way through the gap between the 3 defenders and into Wang Yi's hands. At this point Wang Yi was still tangling with McCollum. In the midst of a tangle, he received the ball sideways to the basket. Koga the player passed comfortably. There was no pause after Wang Yi received the ball. Just pick it up and pitch it. The average person catches the ball, adjusts, shoots, and there's always a slight pause in between. Even an extremely quick shot like Curry's has to have a slight pause in the middle. But Wang Yi's ball, which was in the direction of the basketball's bounce, was a direct shot after catching the ball. The whole movement of catching and shooting the ball is as if it is the same action in a coherent manner. And after the basketball bounced up, it was as if it didn't have any pause and flew straight toward the basket. It's silkier than Dev. 56 McCollum is defended to death. Wang Yi made an extremely silky smooth shot and the basketball flew towards the basket. As for McCollum, his hand is still on Wang Yi's waist due to the fact that he is chasing him too tightly and he did not expect that Wang Yi would strike in such a situation where he is not even in a position to strike. The referee's whistle blows. Swish, the basketball should go into the net. 2+1. Once again, the Lakers bench was abuzz. The towel waved once more. The Lakers on-court players, on the other hand, came over to high-five Wang Yi. Caruso even bumped chests with Wang Yi, all the while shouting to the whole room, "This is the king, now you know him." The Blazers head coach called a timeout in a hurry. There would have been no need for a timeout with just over a minute to go before the end of the first quarter. But this Lakers number 1 hit 3 straight center shots, also took a cap off CJ. The Lakers were up for air and had to call a timeout to set up. Can't let him pitch like that anymore. Tencent NBA Live. The pop-up screen has long been boiling. Holy, these hands of Yee's, did they just come out of the oven? E is awesome. The touch from the last game carried over into this one. That last mid-range was so silky smooth. E must have eaten a lot of Dev before the game. As for the Jets, due to Wang Yi's fiery state, they have not jumped out yet. Only today that show, who hadn't shown up for a long time, showed up again. That's only because Lillard isn't on the court. And when Lillard is on the court, if he's still this hot, I'm going to eat live. Immediately, a fan countered. Again? You still owe a couple of games for not eating. Show, this time, we're live streaming upside down and eating Shang. Tencent NBA's host today is Prince Star. The commentator is Wang Shipeng. And the anchor woman is Wang Xiaoqi. The last name of all the water is Wang. Prince Star marveled when he saw Wang Yi's performance. Wang Yi is in a hot state today, coming up with 3 center shots. Director Wang, as a former center shot pretty boy, what level do you think these 3 center shots are? Wang Shipeng said. Beautiful. The second and third, both pitched beautifully. There's one, the second mid-range shot. The one where you jump with your back to the basket and forcefully twist your body in the air to shoot the ball. That's a tough one. The most beautiful was the third one. From the catch to the shot, it looked so silky smooth, as if he wasn't shooting, but just put a little force on the basketball in the center, and the ball dutifully flew towards the basket. I was amazed at how he actually did it. Honestly, I can't do it. Wang Xiaoqi said with a light smile. Can't even a center shot pretty boy do it? Wang Shipeng shook his head and reaffirmed. Can't do it. Prince Star continued. Obviously, Wang Yi carried over his touch from the end of the last game to this one. We said that he was a typical 3D player before, but since the last game, he has shown his mid-range shooting characteristics again. So in your opinion, does Wang Yi have more other possibilities besides his 3D attributes? Wang Shipeng thought for 2 seconds and replied. Of course, People have seen him as a typical 3D player through the previous few games, but actually Wang Yi was a very well-rounded player when he was in China before. Center shot, breakthrough, assists, all kinds of skills and abilities in basketball. He has all of them, and it's kind of top in the country. It's just that when you get to the NBA, these players are so prominent in their various abilities that it makes him look ordinary. But now after 2 years of polishing and growth, Wang Yi's various abilities, three-point ability, defensive ability, all tend to be at the top of the NBA. I'm looking forward to seeing the improvement in other aspects of his ability. Fans heard this and murmured, "The narrator is driving again. Let me off. This isn't a bus to kindergarten." Other aspects of ability? Can the narrator be specific as to which aspect of the ability? If his energy is really this strong, he can consider endorsing 0 cents. Moda Center Dome. When Wang Yi came off the court, James held a towel in both hands and took the initiative to fan Wang Yi. The quirky scene was captured by a videographer on the sidelines. In this way, a classic image in basketball history was born. Years later, this image was savored by almost all fans around the world. Of course, that's an afterthought. At this point, the Blazers head coach yelled at McCollum, "CJ, don't get carried away. He's a fast crossover. Don't one-up him. Basketball is a 5-man sport. Understand? You have to use your teammates' coverages, and you have to pass the ball to your open teammates more often. Understand?" It would have been nice as a head coach to encourage McCollum to fight back after the team's second-best player was capped twice and had 3 straight shots over his head by a guy whose name is unknown. Even if they can't fight back every round, they should at least score 2 or 3 goals on Wang Yi's head, or caps, or steals, whatever. However, he had acutely realized that this unnamed guy's traverse speed was too fast. CJ couldn't break through to him at all, and CJ had been somewhat contemptuous of the Oriental from the very beginning. Not just CJ, but the entire Blazers team was somewhat contemptuous of him, including himself as head coach. That's why CJ had to be calmed down. He went on to say to McCollum, "I know you want to beat it back over his head, and you won't tolerate an unknown kid bossing you around. I wouldn't tolerate it either. But right now you've got to be calm. You've got to learn to watch the situation on the field, make more passes, borrow more coverages, don't go one-on-one. Trust me, I'll have you playing back before the final whistle." McCollum calmed down a little and nodded heavily. "Coach, I believe in you," the head coach added to the other players. "Don't let that one shoot from the 3-point line. Understand? Don't let him hit the center shot." Blazers players, nodding their heads. Neither side made any personnel changes when they returned to the field again. Wang Yi enforces the free throw. Free throws are not hard for him. He had practiced hard on his free throws and was able to shoot 90% from the line when he was at home. It's just that in the NBA he's had so few opportunities to play that it's hard to get a chance to show off his free throw skills. Behind the basketball hoop, there were 5 coolly dressed Blazers fans who were constantly scratching their heads and interfering with Wang Yi's free throws. Wang Yi mouthed a sentence. "You are empty. You are empty. Color is empty, empty, empty." In the midst of the shattered thoughts, shaking his wrist and striking out. Swish, the free throws were solid. James on the sideline saw this and shook his head slightly, speaking to his teammate next to him. "Damn, how come this guy's free throws are so solid? Haven't you guys noticed? This guy hasn't missed a free throw with the Lakers yet." If there's any downside to James' offense, it's that the free throws aren't very consistent. Therefore, he is still a little envious of the free throw power shown by Wang Yi. Next, the Blazers offense. Bald Kevin, the commentator on the sidelines, perked up when he saw McCollum with the ball. "Oh, CJ, vote for him. Show him what you're made of." He is still indulging in the fantasy of CJ beating up Wang Yi. However, as soon as his words were out of his mouth, CJ passed the ball out. Bald Kevin couldn't help but stare. "Oh CJ, what are you doing?" 57 How scary is Lillard when he's mad? After McCollum got the ball, he didn't go back to singling out Wang Yi. Instead, after feinting, he passed the ball to center Nurkic. Even though Nurkic scored, live commentator Bald Kevin kept shaking his head. "Oh, CJ, what are you doing? Are you afraid to play against this guy who hasn't played in 2 years?" The Blazers coach just couldn't hear the live commentary either. If he knew, he'd probably want to put a big mouthful in his face. "I'm trying so hard to get CJ to calm down, and you're trying to add fuel to the ing fire?" Back in the game, the Lakers continued their offense. For once, the Blazers have focused on defense against Druega. Doesn't let him pass the ball around. The Lakers players all knew that Wang Yi had hot hands, so they were covering for him. Wang Yi uses Caruso's cover to get past his defender. After catching the ball at 45 degrees on the right side, make a shooting stance. The Blazers CJ and center Nurkic pounced in a hurry. Coach has just given a death order. Absolutely can't let this Lakers know. One shoot mid-range again, so even if it's a foul, shoot this guy down. At this time, Wang Yi's time for the unsolvable center throw experience card has run out, but he didn't panic in the slightest in the face of the 2 makes a shot fake and then a knockdown passes the ball to Shogun in the lane. Shogun had been waiting for a long time, caught the ball storming up and dunked it vigorously with both hands. Boo! The basketball hoops are constantly rocking back and forth as he pulls on them. Everyone on the scene froze. They had thought that Wang Yi would surely come by himself with this shot. After all, he had scored 3 straight center shots earlier. The vast majority of people would choose to come on their own at this point. Lakers head coach Vogel saw this, although on the surface waves, but the heart is quite satisfied. This Easterner doesn't just know how to make threes and mid-range shots, he plays with his head. When everyone thought he was going to take a center shot, he suddenly changed to a pass. A player who can play with his head will have a much higher ceiling. The Blazers head coach shook his head slightly at the sight. This Laker one is fine if all he does is score, but it's not easy to score and pass again. Shogun high-fived Wang Yi after he landed, all the while giving a hungry little look. He's pretty average on his own offense. Usually there are a few pies when James is present. Once James is off the court, it's basically all about grabbing rebounds and folding. Now that Wang Yi can pass a good ball to him, it makes his passion start to burn again. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers were up by more than 16 points. It was one of the few games this season that the Lakers have opened up a big lead. This situation remained until the end of the first half. However, in the third quarter, the field changed. Lillard, who scored just 3 points in the first half, suddenly exploded. Hit 3 straight three-pointers in just 2 minutes. The spread was instantly back to single digits. The atmosphere of the scene was also instantly triggered. The loud cheers were deafening. Standing in the Moda Center Dome, it felt as if I was going to be engulfed by the sound. The Lakers head coach called a timeout in a hurry, laying down a heavy dose of defense on Lillard. But Lillard exudes an aura of pure banditry. When the hand is up, it doesn't matter if there's someone in front of you. It doesn't matter who's in front of you. I am the Raw cast. Came back from a timeout to hit another 3 and a layup. Vogel shook his head back and forth. You can't really play defense against a guy who plays like crazy. He looked at Wang Yi on the bench and then looked at the time. That's only 5 minutes into the third quarter. In the past, Wang Yi has made his debut late in the third quarter. But Lillard is on a rampage. Pope can't defend it. Caruso can't defend it. James can't go on defense just yet. It's not like he's willing to get on the bag. It would have to send Wang Yi to try. King, is that okay? Vogel asked. Wang Yi glanced at Lillard at the far end of the court. I'll try. He didn't give an affirmative answer. After all, in the face of playing crazy Lillard, no one dares to say that must be able to hold down. Back from the timeout, the Lakers started the game on offense. James assists Kuzma with a layup. Back on the floor, Lillard intends to dribble across half court. The rest of the Lakers have retreated to the backcourt, but Wang Yi did not immediately retreat back. Instead, they start putting defensive pressure on Lillard from the front court. Against a player who is playing crazy, it's just not possible for you to try to hold him down for a couple of rounds. The only way to do that is to put pressure on him right from the front and keep wearing him down. This is so that by the fourth quarter, when he's too physically exhausted, the hits may be lower. That's how Beverly defended Durant in the playoffs back in the day. Lillard had to prevent Wang Yi from pulling out the ball with every step he dribbled forward. He also had to keep carrying Wang Yi forward with his body. After crossing half court, he suddenly made a behind-the-back change of direction and the ball was handed over to his right hand. While changing direction, his body leans Wang Yi away to the left, then accelerated towards the right side of the kill. Wang Yi's traverse speed is sick though, but because it's leaned away, it's harder to move back across in time. He could only take 2 substantial steps backward to try to stop Lillard. But Lillard suddenly pulled back and withdrew from the three-point line. And then the three-point shot. It was too late for Wang Yi to pounce to defend himself again. Swish! The sound coming from the back made Wang Yi realize how other opponents felt when he hit a 3 over his head. A little chagrined. Although Lillard's game tape has been studied and analyzed many times, it has never been on the field against Lillard. Wang Yi also had to adjust to Lillard's dribbling rhythm and intensity against the ball. Back on the floor, James responded with a three-point play. When the Blazers went on offense again, Lillard didn't dribble the ball across half court again. Instead, they let McCollum dribble the ball and hand it off to him when they get to half court. Obviously, Lillard is also aware of Wang Yi's defense strategy. After the catch, Lillard dribbled around the three-point line. Wang Yi didn't move an inch, his eyes dead on Lillard's shoulder. Lillard took the ball straight to McCollum. Obviously, it's to hang cover for a 3. Lillard has used this trick to perfection. Just hang a little bit of cover and give him a sliver of space and he'll be able to strike. At this point the defender either squeezes through the coverage or goes around the coverage from the inside. But either way, it was too late to interfere with his strike. While at this point on the other side, Pop came up at the right time and wrapped up Lillard. But Lillard suddenly pulled back. 2 meters from the three-point line. Humongous shot for 3. Swish! Another air hit. The crowd was once again abuzz. Wang Yi, on the other hand, shook his head repeatedly. A pervert like Lillard. who is a shooter past half-court, can only be wrapped up from the moment he crosses half-court. Otherwise he can't be defended when he's mad. However, after these 2 rounds of adaptation, Wang Yi has already adapted to Lillard's dribbling rhythm and the intensity of the confrontation. Plus he has studied Lillard's game video dozens of times and knows all the skill moves and habits in Lillard's game. He was able to limit the Madden Lillard to a certain extent if he had to put his life on the line. But it's not time yet. 58 surprising bounce. In the third quarter, Lillard went completely nuts. 5 of 8 from 3-point range, 2 of 2 from 2-point range and 3 of 3 from the free throw line. One man scored 22 points, dragging the team forward almost single-handedly. Well, as the Blazers clawed their way back into the game, James got going, hitting 3 3-pointers and dishing out 5 assists in a single quarter. That's what kept Lillard from erasing the deficit. Wang Yi didn't try to hold Lillard down, because in the face of the crazy Lillard, he simply cannot be held down. All he could do was keep going for sacks with his teammates, forcing Lillard to take the ball out as soon as he crossed half court. Of course, that comes with a risk. Other Lakers teammates will face less play and more play, but that's a choice. 2 bottles of poison are in front of you. It's up to you to choose which one. With a double team, Lillard's scoring momentum was held down, but McCollum's side is open. Back-to-back center hits. The rest of the Lakers, meanwhile, started pulling their hips en masse again in the third quarter from 3. It's been a long time coming for the Lakers, who can't score on anyone's shot. They've been at the bottom of the league in 3-point percentage for 2 years in a row. Before Wang Yi arrived, the most accurate 3-point man on the team was surprisingly old James. The 3-point crotch pull was so bad that the Blazers pushed their deficit to just 4 points at the end of the third quarter. As for Wang Yi, he didn't score much in the third quarter other than hitting 2 threes because he put too much energy into defending Lillard. During the intermission, some discordant voices began to appear on the pop-up screen in the Tencent NBA broadcast room. LJ Lakers, what the hell are you playing? Wasting the old man's time. That's a bull ****** 3-point shot. The female anchor, Wang Xiaoqi, was a bit anxious and said, Lakers third quarter 3 how so pull crotch. In addition to Lao Zhan and Wang Yi, surprisingly no one to shoot into. The host, Prince Star, shook his head and said, oops, the Lakers this 3-point witch. Wang guidance, you once 3 points is also very good. The Lakers now 3 points cannot play. Can you give some advice? Wang Shipong joked. They can't hear me even if I make suggestions. I can only try to analyze it. From the previous 4 games, the Lakers' most consistent 3-point scorer was Wang Yi, but the Lakers put Wang Yi on the main defense of Lillard in the third quarter, which consumed too much of his energy. So I think the Lakers head coach can try to have someone else play primary defense on Lillard while Wang Yi's main focus is on offense. Prince Star nodded and said, well, that's a solution. Let's just see how the Lakers head coach adjusts next. During the holiday break, Vogel did make an adjustment. 1. In the fourth quarter, let Pop play the main defense against Lillard, and you use your main energy on offense. As soon as you have a chance to take a shot, take it immediately and don't hesitate. Understand? Wang Yi nodded. Understood. He added to Pope, Caruso, Kuzma and others. You guys still use the strategy of wrapping up Lillard. If necessary, you can use early fouls to stop him from shooting. In short, don't give him any chance to make a shot. Vogel is a coach who started on defense, won't allow their players to make too many mistakes on defense. The break is fleeting. The fourth quarter opened with Lakers James sitting on the sidelines. The Lakers backcourt duo is Schroeder and Wang Yi. In all fairness, Schroeder is capable and many times scrappy, but it's not very stable. And being so short, it's hard to stop opposing players from shooting. Schroeder opened the game with 2 straight bursts. The Blazers' defense was already bad, and he burst up with ease. Only after bursting in, facing the opposing center, he handled the ball somewhat casually. One was hit into the ground and the second was covered directly by the opposing center. Luckily, Pope fought his way to the fishbowl and shielded the ball. Then it was passed to Wang Yi. Wang Yi took the ball in the mid-range and faced McCollum. Did not throw from center distance. Instead, he turned his back to McCollum, dribbled the ball toward the 3-point line. The live commentary, Bald Kevin, laughed at the sight. This guy is afraid to shoot mid-range against CJ. He hasn't made a mid-range shot since those 3 consecutive mid-range shots in the opening half. Is his energy only good for the opening minute? That's a little too unsustainable, isn't it? The commentator next to him laughed. What aspect of not lasting do you mean? Bald Kevin shrugged. All aspects. Ha 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 ha. Both commentators chuckled wistfully. NBA home team commentary is like that. Their commentary would be extremely biased in favor of the home team, and for the visiting team, it would be extremely sarcastic. McCollum was a little careless at this point when he saw Wang Yi with his back to the basket. However, Wang Yi had just stepped outside the 3-point line with both feet. Suddenly and without warning, he turned back and jumped. McCollum then reacted and rushed to cover, but it was too late. This ball has a flat arc, like a heavy shot. it heaved into the basket. Boo! The baskets were slammed with a shuddering sound. It was a 3-point shot, as if it was a comeback to that bald Kevin. Bald Kevin couldn't help but shake his head at this. This guy, he even has energy. Another commentator chimed in. Looks like he's pretty durable. Bald Kevin, a CJ Blowhard, shook his head. But it's okay, the fight's not over yet. I'll bet $1,000 that CJ will teach him a lesson. Back to McCollum with the ball on offense. He played a block with center Nurkic and dribbled to the lane. Harrell, the Lakers' inside linebacker, rushed over to make up the defense. McCollum hit the ground with a knockdown pass to Nurkic, who was going down the floor. Nurkic raises the ball high in his right hand, intending to make a layup, but right at this moment, behind him, Wangy had already chased after him. Boo! Touched the basketball a split second before it flew off Nurkic's right hand, changing the trajectory of the basketball. The basketball slammed into the basket and bounced high. It happened to fall down towards Wangy and Nurkic again. Wangy's jump rate is fast. It went high before Nurkic could jump again. A flick of the left hand nudged the ball to Harrell. All the spectators at the venue did not show surprise at the goal. What they saw in their eyes was just a normal rebound scramble. Only Nurkic cut his teeth. How is this guy's rate so fast? Wait a minute. This jump height is also too high. This guy is obviously an Oriental. The impression of the Orientals' jump are very general. But this guy, how not the same? Back in the game, Wangy was able to get around the cover and get open again by constantly circling the cover. 3 hits again. Just under a minute on the court. 2 threes and a cap. Almost single-handedly. The spread grew to double digits again. 59 3 points against. The Blazers were halted just under a minute into the fourth quarter. And it was almost by Wangy's own strength that the Blazers were stopped. When the Lakers came off the court, the Lakers players on the sidelines greeted Wangy, bumping chests or high-fiving him. James made a telescopic gesture with his hands, showing a mouthful of large white teeth. Sniper. Man, you're a sniper. You opened my eyes, Vogel said as he handed over a bottle of water as well. Good job. At this moment, the audience on the scene, watching the big screen replaying the image of Wangy hitting 2 3-point shots in a row. Each of them hated itchy teeth. This Oriental. It's abominable. Damn. Why is this guy's 3 so accurate? I didn't realize that the guy who put out a rant about conquering the NBA had that little something to offer. 10-cent NBA Live. Prince Star said. Here comes Wangy's 3 points. Wang Shipong nodded and responded. Coming. The Blazers are going to put Lillard on the court, right? The difference has opened up to 10 points. If I were the coach, I would definitely have to put Lillard on the court. Otherwise, if Wangy throws in 2 more threes, this game can't be played. But with the Lakers now employing a wraparound strategy on Lillard, it will test the other players, especially McCollum. Indeed, it does, as the 2 commentators say. After returning from a timeout, the Blazers sent in Lillard. Trailblazer double team, coming to make a last stand. Only the commentary did not expect that after this time on the court, the Blazers' Lillard did not control the ball. Instead, they chose to play without the ball. Keep in mind that the Blazers are relying on the double-double to hold them up, and Lillard, as the point guard, generally has the ball in his hands. But now that the Lakers are wrapping up too much on Lillard, he chooses to go without the ball and is able to break the Lakers' pack instead. At this point, Pope is playing primary defense against Lillard. McCollum holds the ball on the strong side. Lillard is in the bottom corner on the weak side. McCollum played a block with center Nurkic and appeared to attempt a mid-range. But just then, Lillard suddenly started without warning, received a pass from McCollum in the mid-range and drove straight to the basket, storming up for a dunk. Boo! Heavily slammed the ball into the basket. That goal instantly ignited the crowd. A huge wave of sound swept through the dugout once again. Back to the Lakers. Harrell's dunk was blocked. The Blazers pushed up court on the fast break. The Lakers are not backing off in time. Lillard caught the ball at the 3-point line, pulled up and shot. Swish. 3 hits. The Lakers head coach's lips twitched slightly. Lillard scored 5 straight points to cut the deficit to 5 as he tried to call a timeout. But after a moment's hesitation, it was better to wait. Let's see if the Lakers can have a response to the ball. Wangy, in particular, had better respond with a 3. The truth was as he thought. After rounding the cover, Wangy picked up the ball and hit a dry 3. Boo! Still flat as a cannonball. It blasted into the basket. The Lakers skipper was a little more at ease when he saw this. James patted the skipper on the shoulder and said, "It's fine. You can always count on this guy for 3 points." The Lakers skipper nodded and glanced at James. The two looked at each other, both understanding what the other meant. It's nice to have a guy like that on the team. The Blazers fans, at this time, once again gnashing their teeth at Wangy. The Blazers chased the score for most of the game, but every time they were close to getting on the scoreboard, this guy jumped out and messed up. This guy is so annoying, without a doubt. This guy is the most annoying person in my life. Damn, number 1, how is he so accurate? Lillard's gaze, 2, fell on Wang Yi's back. His eyes, too, seemed to have flames burning in them. Athletes of his caliber are only fired up when they are in the presence of powerful opponents. He was extremely combative when James was there before. Now that James was resting off the field, he was feeling a bit soporific. It's like a grown man who would feel accomplished if he defeated a formidable opponent, but if he replaced that opponent with a child, he would find it tasteless. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that this child was actually a practitioner, which naturally made him feel good again. Back to Lillard still playing without the ball. Then went around Nurkic's cover and caught the ball for a 3-point play. Swish! 3 hits. He turned his head to look at Wang Yi. Wang Yi was also not shy. After advancing to the front court on the Lakers' quick serve, he saw that McCollum hadn't had time to get right on him. The only person in front of him was the opposing center, Nurkic. He made a shot fake. Nurkic did eat the wobble and jumped high to seal the deal. Wang Yi dribbles the ball and takes a step to the right. That's what makes you jump and take a shot. Swish! 3 more points scored. The Blazers served the ball quickly, and Lillard quickly killed the ball downfield before the pack could come. Just crossed the center line and saw the sack coming up. His eyes twinkled and he didn't care. Straight up 3-point shot. Swish! 3 points also scored. The fans on the field were already abuzz. The live DJ trailed off, blaring his voice. Logo 3 from Damian Lillard. Seeing this, the Lakers head coach still tried to call a timeout. This 3-point barrage by Lillard is just too much. It can't be topped at all. Try throwing a 3 past the center and it's too late to wrap it up. Who's gonna be able to handle that? But James shook his head and said, "Coach, try to see if Wang Yi can still respond." At that moment, the entire Moda Center resounded with thunderous cheers. The Lakers players listened to the thunderous cheers and had the feeling that the world was against us. There was another feeling. They seemed to be in the ancient Roman Colosseum. They were facing a terrifying beast, and all the spectators in the stands were expecting the beast to tear them to pieces. In the midst of this huge cheer, every step the Lakers players took dribbling the ball seemed like they were swimming against the current. With extreme difficulty, the exchanges between the Lakers players were drowned out by the loud noise. That's the scary thing about home field advantage. All the other Lakers players' brows wrinkled. No one likes to play in this environment. Only Wang Yi. His eyes actually looked radiant at this point. The hot blood in his chest was already boiling. He looked around at the 20,000 or so spectators and listened to the overwhelming sound. His body actually trembled a little, not out of fear, but out of excitement. That's the kind of fight he was looking forward to, toughing out the world with one man. Ever since he was a kid, the stronger the opponent in the match, the more excited he was. In his excitement, he looked over to Caruso, who seemed to be having a bit of a hard time even dribbling the ball. "Give me the ball." Before he even crossed the half-court, Wang Yi directly reached for the ball. Caruso froze, but passed the ball to Wang Yi. Wang Yi took the ball and ran wildly towards the front. McCollum hurriedly chased after Wang Yi and ran wildly towards the front court. Meanwhile, Lillard was waiting for Wang Yi in the front court. If Wang Yi continues to transport forward, it is bound to be a back-and-forth dilemma. But even so, he rose to the challenge. Just dribbling across the center line, he saw that Lillard had pounced. He took an early shot with a push shot. Basketball crosses half-court distance and boom, hit the boards for a hit. No one had expected this battle to be so blood-curdling and so stirring. 60. It's that time again. When Lillard and Wang Yi hit a logo 3-point shot respectively, the 10-cent NBA Live pop-ups seemed to instantly fall into a frenzy. Lillard 666, 6666. Nice Cowboys. Matching threes. My nigga. This match, it's hot to watch. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. In the live broadcast room, Wang Xiaoqi watched with a pair of pink fists clenched tightly, her hands all sweaty. When Wang Yi hit this logo 3-point shot, Prince Star and Wang Shipong roared out in passion almost simultaneously. "Oh, my God, it's in again. It's on. These two are on." Lillard's 3-point spike alone can make one's blood boil just watching it. And now with the addition of a Wang Yi, I can't put into words what I'm feeling at this moment. What kind of race is this? Mother, come out and see God with the Bull Demon King. 2. On the scene, the fans were once again abuzz. This Laker number 1 is so powerful. It's a long way from conquering the NBA, but it's something. All the players on the Lakers bench were standing and watching the game at this point. They waved their towels and clothes, each of them so excited that their eyes were twinkling. Lakers head coach Vogel, on the other hand, got a little teary-eyed. The Lakers could be considered to have a reliable pitcher. If Vogel is well versed in Chinese culture, I am afraid that at this time, he will say, "Mother asterisk 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 I have never fought such a rich war in my life." Next, within a 5-minute span, Lillard hit 2 more threes. Wang Yi also added a pair of threes. By the time 4 minutes before the end, this sparring match between the two had finally come to a temporary end. In an 8-minute span from the start of the fourth quarter until now, Lillard hit 6 threes. Wang Yi also hit 6 3-pointers. The entire crowd, from the start of the two's sparring match, was pretty much on their feet watching the game. The visual impact of this matchup is just too much. Extremely ornamental. Even Kevin, the bald commentator on the scene, couldn't help but say at this point, to be able to go 3 points against Damien, this Oriental, not easy. The other narrator asked, "Now do you still think CJ can beat him?" The bald commentator said with an awkward smile, "This fight isn't over yet, and I still think CJ could have blown him away in these last few minutes." Up until this point, neither Wang Yi nor Lillard seemed to have any physical ability left. After Lillard's 2 3-point attempts hit the iron, he didn't go on another 3-point shooting spree. Wang Yi also missed 3 straight 3-point attempts. The Blazers head coach took the initiative and called for a timeout. At this point, the Lakers were still up by more than 8 points. The Trailblazers head coach had a feeling of daydreaming in his mind. Lillard has hit 11 threes so far. In the past, when he's played this crazy, the Blazers have rallied long ago, but today ran into this tough guy, Hard and Lillard against the three. So much so that it's still down 8 points at this point. It's really upsetting. At the same time, he experiences what other teams feel when they face Lillard. It turns out that the other team has a pitcher who can daydream, and that's what it feels like. The Lakers head coach saw Wang Yi sweating profusely and his chest was constantly rising and falling violently. Apparently in the fourth quarter, Wang Yi was too depleted. He threw the towel to Wang Yi and asked, "King, are you still keeping up physically?" Wang Yi huffed and puffed. To be honest, he was a little tired. But at a time like this, it's just a matter of gritting your teeth and topping it off. He nodded. "I'm okay with that." Vogel also understood that Wang Yi's physical ability was almost at its limit. After all, he had been benched before. Now all of a sudden, having to play more than 20 minutes in back-to-back games, and even playing the entire fourth quarter, is a huge test of his fitness. Today, in particular, Wang Yi went toe-to-toe with Lillard in the fourth quarter, taking 8 shots. It was also a huge drain on his physical abilities. He nodded slightly to James at the thought, meaning these next to last few minutes, it's up to James to take control. James nodded in response. The timeout ended and the teams returned to the field. When the Blazers are on offense, the ball is temporarily handed off to someone else. Apparently, Lillard was tired too. He played longer than Wang Yi and often faced double teams, which was more physically demanding. And on the Lakers side, there's James controlling the court. Wang Yi didn't go around the cover for the moment, but dropped into position in the corner waiting to catch the ball and shoot. The Blazers strung together 3 consecutive blocked shots by McCollum and Nurkic to set up the offense. On the Lakers side, Wang Yi took 1 3-point shot and still missed. James made a 3-point shot and it still wasn't there either. The point spread was erased. At this point, only 2 minutes remained until the end of the game. The Lakers called a timeout. On the comeback, James killed the inbounds and hit a shot. And on the Blazers offense, Lillard missed a 3. The rebound was grabbed by Nurkic. The layup missed. McCollum grabbed another rebound and added another basket. Still no hits. McCollum threw himself at the ball and nudged it up again. Finally scored 2 runs. The Blazers grabbed 3 consecutive front-court rebounds in this wave and managed to get back in the game. The momentum is like a rainbow. After McCollum scored, he looked up to the sky and roared, "Ah!" The bald commentator on the set went crazy for it too. "Look, CJ, it's CJ. He's got it this moment. I told you, he's going to blow that guy away." On the Lakers side, the mood was a little lower, giving up 3 back-to-back backboards, and at such a critical time. This is deadly and demoralizing for the Lakers. Once again, the sound of the scene lifted. The Lakers rushed to call another timeout. Tencent NBA live broadcast room. The Prince star regrets a lot. Ouch. It's a shame the Lakers gave up that post rebound. Wang Shipong also shook his head repeatedly. It's so demoralizing. It was obvious that we had defense up to 24 seconds, but then we lost 3 rebounds in a row and the Trailblazers scored a rebound. This is just too demoralizing. The Lakers have to fix their rebounding problem. They were clearly dominant inside and ended up giving up 3 rebounds in a row at such an important time. It shouldn't be. Vogel was a little angry and yelled at the players coming off the field. "Rebounds, rebounds, rebounds. Will you all wake up? We need to protect the rim." It was only until this moment that Wang Yi suddenly remembered that he still had a rebound experience card that he had not used. Playing too much into the game, especially with his earlier 3-point matchup with Lillard, got him a little on top of things. So preoccupied with beating the opponent, I forgot about the rebounding experience card. In his mind, he used this rebounding experience card. Beginner's rebounding experience card. After using this card, the awareness of grabbing rebounds in the jamming position will be increased by 50%, and the judgment of where the rebounds will fall will be increased by 50%. Time limit for use, 5 minutes. Wang Yi listened to the system's prompts and his eyes looked at the full team of Blazers diagonally across the room. From now on, he won't miss a single rebound. 61 Control the boards and you control the game. The game ended with 1:45 left. The Lakers were 118-120 and trailed the Blazers by 2 points. The Lakers head coach was quite shaken by the Lakers' furious loss of 3 boards and kept emphasizing the rebounds to his players. Instead, the Blazers head coach was setting up the defense at this point. You have to defend 2 points. One is James. Defend his breakthrough. Defend his 3 points. The other point is that no. 1. Make sure to defend his 3 points. If necessary, you can 2 people can clamp down. Don't give him any chance to make a 3-point shot. Wang Yi's 3-point threat is just too much. Although this period of time has been 4 consecutive 3 points did not go in, but in this critical moment, the Blazers head coach would rather give the other players of the Lakers open shooting opportunities, but also definitely do not want to give Wang Yi the opportunity to shoot 3 points. At this point, all the fans at the scene stood up. Many fans folded their hands and prayed in secret. All the fans in front of the screen, too, had their hearts racing and their adrenaline spiking. After returning from a timeout, James organized the offense. The DJ on the floor drove the 20,000 fans to a neat sound. Defense, defense, defense. The 20,000 fans chanted in unison with great momentum and oppression. The pressure was so intense that the Lakers players could barely breathe. Almost every Laker player, once again, had the feeling that the whole world was the enemy. Blazers players didn't resort to sacks. James is nowhere near as sharp on the break today as he was in his prime. There's no need to resort to sacks. James recreates the bulldozer play. After a simple change of direction, he carried Anthony hard with his body and killed him inside. The Blazers' Nurkic has long been waiting in the lane. Plus Lillard swooped in to assist on defense. James made a backhanded pass to Pop in the left corner just beyond the 3-point line. Pope was decisive and went straight for 3. The basketball carried the hopes of the entire Laker village toward the basket. Boo! It hit the rim of the basket hard and bounced high. The entire Lakers team, all of them were cold in their hearts. The entire Blazers staff, all of them, were secretly delighted. The rebound landed closest to Nurkic, who had gotten a head start on the position, just waiting for the rebound to fall. Seeing that it was about to land at a height he could reach, he was about to jump. However, just then, a purple figure suddenly leapt up high from behind him. The long arm flicked out and took the rebound right into his arms. Everyone could see the figure. It was that Laker 1 foot 92 inches point guard. Everyone was a little surprised that this guy was able to pull down rebounds off the center's head. NBA players have extremely quick reflexes in hands. The Blazers players were surprised by Wang Yi's bounce, but they weren't slow to get down. Almost instantly, 3 Blazers players surrounded Wang Yi, reaching out to cut the ball. Wang Yi, however, passed to Zhuang Xin on the side long before they cut the ball. Shogun carries his opponent away and hits the boards, but his pie-eating ability is really limited. As he carried off his opponent, he lost his own balance. The basketball went above the rim, bounced twice, and popped out again. This time, Nurkic and Anthony jammed in to make sure none of the Lakers could grab a rebound. However, as they both reached out to try and pick up the rebound, Wang Yi's figure suddenly flew up from behind them. The position is not dominant, and Wang Yi is unlikely to grab the rebound directly, but he flicked it with his fingertips. The basketball that was falling rose quickly again. Nurkic was taken aback and hastily and subconsciously jammed behind him and called out to Anthony, "Grab the rebound." Anthony had naturally been ready for this for a long time, but before he could jump, Wang Yi behind Nurkic jumped again. Again the fingertips flicked the ball up. This time, the ball landed right above his head. Wang Yi jumped for the 3rd time and picked up the rebound with his left hand, and before it hit the ground, it was passed to James, who was cutting in the air. James caught the ball and dunked it vigorously with both hands. Boo! 120-120 tie. The goal gave all the fans at the Blazers' home stadium the feeling of having eaten a fly. The 3 of them grabbed rebounds, and surprisingly, they didn't grab them over a single Lakers player. Live commentary Bald Kevin was so angry he slapped the table. "Oh, what are our players doing? How can we let this Oriental man flaunt his power over them? CJ, are you sleepwalking?" The Blazers head coach also shook his head in disbelief. If it was being turned over by Drummond inside the Blazers, that would make sense. Now to have a 1 foot 92 inches guard in their lane grab the rebound the way he did was a disgrace. And the whole Lakers team, because of Wang Yi's rebound, all the momentum is high. They came over and high-fived Wang Yi. "Popper, dude, Spring Man, Shogun, did you steal my rebounding skills package? Kuzma, great job." James had a surprised look on his face. "Who do I see? Big Bug Rodman. Oh, it's so lucky to be teammates with Big Bug." Back to the Blazers offense. Lillard still plays without the ball. He was going to catch the ball, take a step off the dribble, hang a cover and shoot. It's his best shot, but to his surprise, this time the Lakers players did not pounce in time. There were surprisingly no defenders within 4 meters in front of him. As far as the eye could see, it was vast. That made him a little uncomfortable. The sky is the limit, but not his love. When has there ever been such a big empty space in front of him? And it's not his rhythm to just catch and throw, but it's too much of a stretch not to vote. So he dribbled the ball and adjusted it slightly before taking the shot. I don't know if it was because of the physical exertion or if the ball was just not in his comfortable rhythm. That shot turned out to be a 3-and-out, and it's an over-the-bridge triple non-starter. Originally, players from both teams were huddled under the basket, intent on grabbing rebounds. No one expected this pitch to go over the bridge. They watched as the basketball sailed over their heads and landed on the left baseline, eyes out of bounds. However, right at this moment, a purple figure, had already waited there, picked up a rebound easily. This person is none other than Wang Yi. Everyone was flabbergasted. When did this guy get to that position? It was clearly still at the top of the arc before. Naturally, they did not know that Wang Yi used the rebound experience card. Judgment of where the rebound will fall is 50% more accurate. As soon as Lillard took the shot, he realized the ball would be thrown over the bridge, so he had run ahead toward the drop. Naturally, it's much faster than others. Wang Yi picks up the ball and passes it to James. James wants to start a fast break, but the Trail Blazers, who have always played poor defense, surprisingly retreated quickly this time. The fast break couldn't be played, and James reached out and pressed the button, signaling to settle down and play. The other three Lakers dropped into position while Wang Yi kept circling the cover, waiting for James to deal from the top of the arc. As the saying goes, who doesn't love a sturdy dealer? Dealing cards online. 62 against the Grain Mulligan. James signaled to settle down and fight, then slowly dribbled the ball from the three-point line, dribbled to the 20-second mark, which led to 2 steps across to the left side. At this point, the whole world knew he was going to shoot a 3. Anthony naturally knew that, hurriedly swooped in to seal the deal. But it's one thing to know, it's another thing to defend against it. James was already tall. Suddenly close the ball at this point and add a little backward lean. It's really hard to defend against it. Hua has defended it well, but James threw the ball anyway. Swish. 3 hits. All the spectators at the scene shook their heads helplessly when they saw this. This is LeBron. That's James. The whole world knows he's faking, but it's just not defensible. Back on the floor, Lillard picked up the ball, hung in coverage, pulled up and hit a 3. 123 over 123. Another tie. At this point, there were only the last 58 seconds left on the clock. The Lakers' offense fumbled a pass, was countered by the Blazers. McCollum and Nurkic blocked a shot before hitting a crucial layup. 123 to 125. Lakers down by 2. Lakers offense. Once again, the Blazers' home court was filled with the sound of defense. Sound wave after sound wave seemed to destroy the Lakers. James took the ball and was open at the top of the arc with the help of Johnny's cover. Then he retracted his foot and took another 3-point shot. This is James' habit. After 1 3 is hit, he won't hesitate to try another one the next time the opportunity arises. However, this one struck iron. Boo! The basketball hit the top of the basket and bounced high. The Blazers players protected the rim extremely well this time. 3 guys jamming in center, Nurkic picking up boards. The rest of the Lakers, seeing that there was no hope of grabbing a board, retreated to the backcourt to get back on defense. However, just then, the purple figure, like a purple lightning bolt, suddenly leapt up from the periphery. Anthony caught sight of the purple figure and yelled, "Watch out!" However, it was already too late. Wang Yi goes high off the back of Nurkic, across Nurkic, and caught the basketball in the air with one hand in his left hand. Surging, heavily presses the ball into the basket. Thunder from the flat earth. The scene was abuzz. Oh Maga! This guy, damn it, how come it's him again? Damn it! The live commentator burst out in shock. Oh Mecca dash. This Lakers number 1, what's his name? We have to know his name as a sign of respect. He is the king, Wang Yi from China. Although I don't want to admit it, Wang Yi really played an excellent game this time. Bald Kevin, after this goal, finally acknowledged Wang Yi's excellence, patching up on the heads of 4 of our Blazers. This guy's bounce is just too strong. The Lakers players on the sidelines, with towels in their hands like sheets in a gusty wind on a hanger, kept flipping up and down. The Lakers players on the court, one by one, also raised their hands high. Oh King, you are my god. King, how the hell did you do that? The 10-cent NBA livestream has been brushed aside. 6666666666666 EYYDS. Blown up. So blown up. This ball could blow for the rest of my life. And at that moment, someone remembered show again. Where's that guy? What's his name? Who's live streaming upside down and eating shang? But in this situation, how could Xiang come out to seek abuse? Played the out of it a long time ago. 10-cent NBA live. Wang Xiaoqi excitedly clenched her pink fist and said in surprise, Wang Yi is so handsome. How can a person be so handsome? Prince Xing was so excited that his spittle spewed out. OMG. Burning up. How many of our Huaxia players can do that when they make up for it over the heads of 4 opposing players? Wang Shipeng analyzed with a few moments of rationality amidst his excitement. The rest of the Lakers went to the retreating defense, and the Blazers got a little careless when they had 4 more people protecting the rim. Wang Yi precisely saw this opportunity to make up the dunk. I have to say, this ball not only to the rebound landing point to judge accurately, to the opposing player's psychology should also be pinpointed. Wang Yi is really a player with excellent ball skills. Prince Star nodded his head. Having fought so far, can't we Chinese fans be proud of Wang Yi? Wang Shipeng nodded and said, of course, at least from the current point of view, we should be able to be proud of him. As for what he said about conquering the NBA, I don't think there's a need for us to pursue it too much. People aren't young and frivolous. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? On the scene, several players on the Blazers court were slightly frustrated. Ben thought the rebound was 100% theirs. Whoever thought this guy would come out halfway? This Oriental's bouncing. How can he be so strong? And the Blazers head coach on the sidelines had long since exploded by this point. He slammed his tactical board down hard and spat fenugreek at the players on the field. Having just been robbed of a rebound by this Laker, one had put him on the verge of a rage. This time 4 guys grabbed the rebound and got rebounded by this guy and added a bucket over their heads. It's just a strange shame. In his anger, his feet had even stepped within the field to go after the players and curse them. The assistant coaches on the sidelines rushed to hold him and pull him back to the sidelines. If you go too far, I'm afraid you'll get a T. The Blazers head coach rushed for a timeout after calming down a bit. As soon as the Blazers players got off the court, they got a good scolding from him. Of course, he didn't scold Gua. Gua's background is not something he can afford to mess with. Can you guys man up? Can you be hard? Bunch of softies. One Oriental guy and you're all cleaned up? Get hard for me. Fight like a man. Understand? The stadium is a man's battlefield. If you're a man, go fight. If you're a woman, get the hell home. The Blazers players were back on the court again after the scolding. In their eyes, they all carried a bit of anger. They're going to take the anger they've taken out on their coaches and take it out on the Laker players. Next, the Blazers offense. The entire crowd of fans, still standing, watched the game. They were afraid to let out a peep as the Blazers attacked. Fear of affecting the players' offense. So it was that the only sound that could be heard in the 20,000 person arena was the popping sound of a basketball being hit on the court. It was as if it was the sound of their heartbeat. On this shot, the Blazers really put up a fight. Lillard doesn't have a shot and passes to McCollum. McCollum passes to Anthony again. Anthony low back 1-2 Johnny, caused a foul on Johnston as he turned to shoot. He then hit 2 free throws to give the Blazers a 2-point lead, 125-127. The game clock, with the last 8 seconds left. Once again, the whole room was abuzz. The Lakers skipper called for a timeout. As the Blazers players came off the court, their head coach high-fived the players one by one. That's more like it, but that's not enough. Next, I want you to be more manly. Defend their last drive and don't let down what you've been working on all night. With defense, we will be sitting at 6th place in the West, and they, in turn, will be crushed to death by us. 63. Last shot. Give me the ball. Time remaining in the match, 8 seconds. Score, 125-127. Lakers down by 2. Lakers ball possession. All the spectators at the scene, all standing. The hearts of all the spectators almost jumped out of their chests. The palms of all the spectators had been covered with sweat. The Blazers were still up by 2, but in the NBA, the land of miracles, 8 seconds is too long. Anything can happen. Live commentary Bald Kevin took a drink of water and tried to ease his nerves, but it didn't help at all. His voice wasn't like it usually was anymore, but had a slight tremor to it. The partner next to him asked, Kevin, are you okay? Kevin laughed and replied, of course, we're up by 2 points. I'm very good. All we have to do next is to defend the Lakers' last possession and we'll win. We'll be 4 wins ahead of the Lakers. Kick them into the playoffs. The Blazers head coach was emphasizing defense at this point, mainly 3-point defense. Don't give them a chance to make a 3-point shot. And of course, 2-point defense. Watch out for James on the break. Remember, don't foul. We're at our foul limit. Just foul and you'll take a free throw. Blazers players, all nodding their heads. You could tell, though, that a few of the younger players had a more relaxed expression on their faces. They haven't been beaten by society. In their minds, a 2-point lead with 8 seconds to go was basically a sure thing. Granted, the NBA is the place where miracles are born, but it wouldn't be a miracle if they happened that easily. The head coach drew up a play on the Lakers bench and said, Drummond serves the inbounds pass and LeBron covers for Wang at the free throw line. Wang ran around LeBron toward the baseline and pretended to catch the ball for a 3-point shot. They took in Wang's 3-point threat and must have pounced on him with all their might. That's when LeBlanc mentions from the free throw line to the top line to receive the ball. After the catch, LeBron had better make a 3 within 3 seconds. The rest of the players put their best foot forward for the rebound. If the 3 doesn't go in, we still have a chance to make a layup. James saw the coach draw a play and turned his head to Vogel. Is this the tactic of the year? Vogel nodded. That's right. The words were slightly painful. When James was still with the Heat, he met the Pacers under Vogel in the playoffs. In the final 2 seconds, the Heat made just such a play action. Only the original plan was that James was going to shoot to kill the game, and no one expected him to choose a breakaway layup to shut out the Pacers. This time, James still had 2 options, a 3 or a breakaway layup. Vogel knew that he would definitely go for the 3, because he is old and must protect his body. Can't be too depleted in the regular season. When Wang Yi saw this, there was some envy in his heart. That's superstar status. The most crucial shot at the most crucial moment is definitely going to the superstar. When will you be able to have such a position yourself? At this point, James thought about it, but shook his head. Coach, I think we can try a new play. The head coach was mildly surprised to hear that. Glancing at Wang Yi, he then looks at James. The new tactics were only formulated yesterday, and we have only practiced each new set of tactics less than 10 times. I'm afraid everyone is not too skillful. Yesterday the coach tailored 5 3-point plays especially for Wang Yi. It's just a little too risky to take it out and use it when no one is very skilled yet. There's another point that Vogel didn't make. That is, before that, Wang Yi had lost all 4 of his pitches. How can you even give him the ball at such a critical time? A smart man like James naturally knew Vogel's subtext. He said, we'll use the simplest of these tactics, the Manhwa tactic, which everyone is already skilled at. He then turned to Wang Yi and asked, the question now is, Wang, do you still have the confidence to hit this ball? When Wang Yi heard this, his heart has long been surging, eyes twinkling. His body was trembling slightly because he was so excited. Of course, he gave an extremely positive answer. Losing all 4 pitches is going to throw him off his game? Just kidding. 45% 3-point shooting here. After missing all 4 shots before, this one should have hit anyhow. To take a step back, even if the shot doesn't go in. So what? People will just say that James dumped it again at a critical time. It's not like I can be scolded anyway. As the saying goes, I'm good if I make the shot, and James is bad if he doesn't. What's not to like about such a good thing? So Wang Yi could be said to have no psychological burden. When the head coach saw that James and Wang Yi were so confident, he looked at the other players again. The rest of the Lakers nodded at this point. The boss had said it was okay, and they couldn't be any more stupid than to go against the boss in the open. Finally, the timeout is over. Both players take the field. Johnston sent in a sideline ball. The rest of the Lakers first rushed to cover James for the ball. James held the ball at the left 3-point line and dribbled slowly. All the other players go to the right 45 degrees. Everyone who saw the play thought it was a James singles play. The live commentator's voice rushed. James is going for a single. Defend him. Make sure you defend him for me. In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, Prince Star clenched his fists. James is going to go solo. Can he go solo against Anthony? Wang Shipong spoke quickly, others pull away. James singles. This is very common in the Heat period. And now James is old. Can he still complete this key single at this critical moment? Just as all eyes were focused on James, a scene that the world didn't expect happened. The other 3 Lakers players were suddenly 45 degrees to the right, lining up in a human wall. Blazers players at this time, the attention is on James. The reaction is slightly slower. Wang Yi instantly started and drilled through the wall of people. McCollum, who was chasing and defending Wang Yi, reacted a little slower and hurriedly tried to follow and squeeze through the wall of people. But when Wang Yi passed, the wall of people moved to the center and blocked him. McCollum hastily yelled to the rest of his teammates, make up the defense, now. But because the Lakers players lined up in a row, the Blazers' other players can only surround the periphery. At this time who defends who are still very messy. No one knew who should be allowed to go after Wang Yi. Just like that, surprisingly none of the players behind Wang Yi could catch up in time. At this point, Wang Yi and James formed a partial 2-on-1. James made a change of direction and pressed toward the 3-point line with the ball. Anthony rushes back a step in defense. At that point, James flicked the ball backward with his right hand. Wang Yi arrived just in time. Top of the 3-point arc, right in the center. James is comfortable with his passing. Wang Yi catches the ball with both hands. No need to make any adjustments. Bend your knees. Stomp the ground. Jumping. Raise your arms. Shake your wrists. Bottom-up power. The force is transmitted from the toes to the fingertips of the left hand. Shake your wrists. Out of hand. 64 offense and defense. Caps kill. In addition to the Lakers, all the fans around the world did not expect that this last key shot, the one who took the shot would be Wang Yi. It's this bench player who had missed all 4 of his previous shots. At this moment when the whole world did not expect it, Wang Yi stepped in. The Moda Center, 20,000 spectators stared with bated breath. Before the screen, Millions of viewers also held their breath. Everyone's heart was in their throat. If it goes in, the Lakers and Blazers will be just 2 games short of a win differential. If they don't get in, the Lakers will reach a 4-game win differential with the Blazers, essentially making it only theoretically possible to turn it over again. In the midst of all the gazes, the basketball sliced through the brightly lit dome of the Moda Center and slammed down toward the basket like an orange meteorite. In this moment, time seemed to stand still and the picture seemed to be frozen. Boo! The meteorite hit the ground. The basketball blasted heavily into the basket. 128-127. The Lakers rallied to take a 1-point lead. Moda Center, an instant hustle and bustle. Thousands of spectators, hands on their heads. Oh and oh. Thousands of spectators, hands over their faces. Damn! The rest of the crowd, all incredulous, stared blankly at the court. The no one in the purple jersey. The Lakers players, almost all of them, raised their arms in the air and hissed at the top of their lungs. 10-cent NBA Live pop-up screen. There is no other language, but a screen full of 6. EYYDS. In the studio hall, when the camera didn't catch it, Wang Xiaoqi jumped up and down in excitement. Both fists were clenched, and the look was adorable. Prince Star was shouting out in broken tones because of his excitement. The ball went in and my goodness. The ball went in. It's Wangi. It's Wangi. It's Wangi who hit this crucial 3-point shot. Wang Shipong was also quite agitated and spiteful. My goodness. Key goal. Key goal. I have dreamed countless times that a player from China could score such a key goal in the NBA. Once Yao Ming scored once. This time, it's Wangi. But when they said that, both of them all froze. Yao Ming once hit a quasi-shootout against the Blazers. The result was a reverse shutout by Roy. Then the Blazers' leading scorer, with a 0.8-second over-the-top 3. It's the biggest shame for Wahoo fans. And today, Wangi faced the Blazers again, hitting a quasi-killer. But it also left the Blazers with 3.8 seconds. And the Blazers star, Damian Lillard, has several shutouts under his belt. As the saying goes, lousily guides and kills by looking at the table first, says Lillard. Wang Shipong, in his excitement, said, Lakers be careful. 3.8 seconds to go. Never drop the ball. Prince Star also nodded. With these 3.8 seconds left, the Lakers have to defend both 3 and 2 points. But with Lillard's character, it's likely that he will shoot 3 points. So it's better to focus on preventing 3 points. But it's hard for the Lakers. 3.8 seconds to make another pass. The Lakers don't have anyone who can single-handedly defend Lillard. And with a package, Lillard passes out into the open floor. Scene. The Blazers immediately called for a timeout after Wangi's goal. The Blazers assistant coach hands over a new play board. The head coach drew up a play without saying a word. The tactic is simple. Others cover Lillard and let Lillard catch the ball. The rest is up to Lillard. The Lakers head coach faces a dilemma at this point. Should I wrap up Lillard? Or should I play one-on-one single defense? I'm afraid that single defense cannot be prevented. Lillard's super long kill Paul George scene is still vivid in my mind. But wrapping up would inevitably leave open spaces, which cannot be tolerated. Wangi could see the head coach's difficulty. At this point, he was excited as if he was about to burst into flames. Took the initiative to ask for help. Coach, I'll play single defense on Lillard. Everyone in the Lakers looked at Wangi in surprise when they heard this. No one currently dares to say they can single-handedly defend Lillard. Not even James. Wangi could only be slightly limited when he single-defended Lillard before, trying to hold him down. No one in this world currently dares to say such big words. What makes Wangi so confident? James saw the full battle intent on Wangi's face and his heart was slightly moved. It was like seeing my younger self again. He couldn't help but look at the coach. Vogel also happened to look over, apparently asking for James' opinion. Finally James said, judging from Wangi's defensive performance these past few games, he is one of the few best candidates to single-handedly defend Lillard. Vogel eventually nodded slightly as well and confided in Wangi. Then it's your single defense. But don't foul. Wangi nodded. Understood. Back from the timeout, both players returned to the field. The atmosphere of the scene, once again, froze. Everyone's hearts were, once again, in their throats. Both Blazers fans and Lakers fans. The referee blows the whistle for the match to go ahead. Blazers players went through several coverages and created opportunities for Lillard to catch the ball. That is, the moment he caught the ball, Wangi was already in place. Lillard then does a shot fake the moment he gets the ball. He was trying to draw a foul on Wangi, but Wangi knows that he has this trick and does not fall for it. As he lunged, he had gathered his feet, while keeping his hands up in the air and delivering cleanly. Lillard saw that the foul wasn't working and dribbled a step back toward the center. A simple crotch crossover change of direction. but the left-handed dribbling bit on the crossover dribble was an extremely heavy tap. Wang Yi captured this keenly. After analyzing and studying Lillard's video dozens of times, he knew that Lillard dribbled the ball with his left hand this time before he was ready to pull back to the right, all of which was much heavier than his usual dribble. Sure enough, Lillard took a step back to the right after this crossover change of direction, the exact same shot that shut out George that year. But unlike George's helplessness, Wang Yi also followed with an extremely fast speed and took a big step across. His perverted traverse speed also played a crucial role at this point. Lillard was slightly startled in his mind, prejudged by this guy. But at this point it's an arrow that has to be fired. Who cares who it is? I just want to exterminate you. He pulled up high. There was even a bit of backpedaling to avoid being capped. Out of hand. The basketball left his fingertips and headed toward the basket. However, it only flew less than a meter. A hand suddenly appeared. Blatant interception in the path of the basketball's flight. Boo! The basketball hit this hand and fell down helplessly as if it were a struck eagle. Tick. Final whistle. The red light is on. Full game. Over. In this moment, the eyes of millions of fans, both Blazers fans and Lakers fans, were focused on the owner of that hand. Los Angeles Lakers, 1. Wang Yi, 65-35 cent night. The owner of this hand, at this point, did not lower his hand. Watch the lights come on and listen to the whistle. This left hand of his was raised high in the air and clenched into a fist. No fancy celebrations, just holding the pose and standing still. At this moment, it was as if the whole world was centered on him. All the players, referees and staff on the field. There were 20,000 fans on hand. Millions of fans in front of the screen. All eyes were on the man at that moment. Players from the East. Lakers 1. Wang Yi. The 10-cent NBA live streaming room has been flooded with pop-ups. Igor. Brother E sealed the gods in one battle. Nice Cowboys. Nice V5. Nice YYDS. Nice LSP. In the studio hall, Wang Xiaoqi was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Winning. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. Prince Star was also excited to the point of contortion. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. My gosh. A key offense and defense. Wang Yi takes credit for it. Wang Shipeng has long been in tears. The scene we Chinese fans have dreamed of has finally come true. The key 3 points to counter the score. The key block to kill the game. Lillard, who has killed his opponents countless times before, was sealed and killed by our players this time. Huaxia fans, today is our holiday. We can be proud. We Huaxia also produced such a player. I can no longer describe my feelings at this moment. I believe the Chinese fans in front of the screen are feeling the same as me. We Chinese fans have been waiting for this day for far too long. The cafeteria of a university in Huaxia, nearly 100 students, all roared out in excitement at this moment. Winning. Yi's cover. The Lakers won. A certain vegetable vendor in Huaxia saw this and stood up violently in excitement, threw away the cigarette in his hand and knocked over the water next to him. And yet he seemed oblivious. Asterisk. We Chinese have finally raised our eyebrows in the NBA for once. Some small business owner who had just finished a business deal hurried back to his office and opened the live page. Just saw the scene where Wang Yi sealed the shutout. He couldn't help but roar with excitement. I'm going. Well done. The 2 employees passing outside the office froze and looked at each other, both a little surprised. The boss just finished a business deal and he's so excited? I've never seen him this excited before when I've talked about bigger bills. A similar scene is happening in all corners of China. Moda Center. 20,000 spectators. Silent. They watched the replay on the big screen in silence. Would like to see a foul on the cover the Wahini just made. However, the big screen showed clearly that the Chinese man's last cover was half a meter away from Lillard. Jumped high and intercepted the ball in the air. There was no physical contact with Lillard. Even the moment he landed, he appeared to have a closing kick. It looked as if he was afraid that Lillard's foot would step on his foot as he descended. It's on a whole different level than some of the sleazy guys who specialize in padding. There's nothing to be said for the kind of player who hits clutch shots, blocks Lillard's clutch shots, and plays clean. They have nothing but respect. At this point, on the field, the Lakers players ran over and surrounded Wang Yi in the center. James rubbed Wang Yi's head hard. King, you really did it. Oh my god, you really did it. Unbelievable. Caruso hugged Wang Yi tightly and screamed. Man, you did what I've always wanted to do. Damn. I don't know what words to say to compliment you. Anyway, that was a beautiful shot. That was a beautiful block. That was beautiful. When the Lakers players finished celebrating, Blazers players came over and said goodbye to the Lakers players. It's all about hanging out in a league. Despite the rivalry on the court, off the court, they actually all have a pretty good relationship. After Lillard exchanged hugs with James, he came to Wang Yi. King, I will remember this cover of yours, and next time, I will never give you a chance. Wang Yi nodded. Maybe, next time I'll use other methods. After saying that, both of them laughed. Lillard praised it heartily. That was one hell of a cover. Man, I could tell you meant that one. Wang Yi naturally knew which sentence Lillard was referring to. He said, if you know me, you should know that I never brag. Lillard laughed. I'm looking forward to it. Next, the other players of the Trailblazers also came over to say goodbye to Wang Yi. Only McCollum did not interact with any Lakers players. With his head down and not a word spoken, he walked to the players' tunnel. Today is locker room open house for the locker room Blazers. Once McCollum returned to the locker room, he was confronted with a question from a middle-aged reporter. CJ, remember the question I asked during the pre-match conference? At that time, you said you didn't recognize Wang, so I think you do now. In this game, he cut down 35 points, 6 blocks and 5 rebounds. Do you have any suggestions for this Chinese? These journalists not only interviewed Wang Yi with bad intentions. In fact, all of them are like flies that go wherever there is material. The question is also more pointed. McCollum's expression was visibly a little worse for wear at the time of the interview. However, it was not possible to get angry. For one thing, if you piss off these reporters, who knows what they'll write in their stories. Secondly, if you get angry, it's not conducive to maintaining a positive image of yourself. He could only force down the fire in his heart, shaking his head as he took off his jersey. He's already got almost 40 points. What else can I suggest? Meanwhile, on the field, an ESPN reporter did an interview with Wang Yi. Now Wang Yi is familiar with the post-match interviews. That beautiful reporter threw out a pointed question. King, McCollum said he didn't know you before the game. Do you think he recognizes you now? It's still trying to draw war. Wang Yi avoided the trap with a light sentence. There are differences between Easterners and Westerners, and very often Easterners look at many Westerners and think they look the same. Westerners look at many Easterners and think they look the same. He should have thought I looked the same as other Orientals. That reporter saw Wang Yi lightly avoiding the trap and asked again, how does it feel to have Damian Lillard shut out other teams on a regular basis and get shut out by you today? Still a trap. If Wang Yi's answer showed some smugness, it would enrage the entire Blazers team. When we see the Lakers in the future, it's bound to be a dead heat on the Lakers. That's why Wang Yi's answer was ingenious. What Damian shutting out other teams is what I'm feeling right now. 66 Wang Yi's basketball dream. Wang Yi once again skillfully avoided that reporter's trap. Lillard shutting out others is what I feel. In this way, the Blazers will not hold deep animosity towards Wang Yi. After all, that's what your man of the hour did. That beautiful reporter asked one last question. Do you have anything to say about your next opponent? Wang Yi said, I'm tired and now I just want to get back to resting quickly. Nothing else. The beautiful reporter could only secretly laugh bitterly after the 3 questions were asked. This guy's emotional intelligence is really high, and extremely responsive and talented. It's so hard to dig up some hard-hitting material from him. In the end, she could only bid farewell to Wang Yi helplessly. Next, Wang Yi saw 2 Eastern faces on the sidelines, a female reporter and camera big machine. They are making sure to color today's interviewees. James has already been interviewed, and so has Lillard. Wang Yi was also assigned a reporter early. They'll just have to serve color some role players. Wang Yi immediately called the staff over and pointed at the 2 Oriental faces. Please help me set up their interview. This is not too much to ask. The staff quickly went to make arrangements. 2 minutes later, the woman reporter and the big camera machine came walking fast. They all looked excited. Wang Yi, I'm really surprised and happy to interview you. I'm 10-cent sports reporter in Portland. Another way, and this is my partner. Wang Yi nodded his head and politely reached out to shake the other peacekeeper and the camera jumbo. That said, 10-cent sports selects journalists. For the face value of this piece, the requirements are really not generally high. Every female reporter is a delight to the eye. There are a lot of beautiful reporters in the NBA, but Wang Yi, in his bones, is actually still a very traditional person. Can't really appreciate those Western beauties. Although he did know that those beautiful women were beautiful, he was not the least bit interested in them. Rather, it was the beautiful women with Oriental faces that made him feel comfortable looking at them. The other dimension said, so let's get started. She then made a connection with 10-cent NBA Live. A few people in the live feed are no longer surprised by this. However, in their hearts, they have all developed a good feeling towards Wang Yi. It's just nice to have a Wahoo player in the NBA. Previously they could only link to interviews with role players. Every once in a while, they have to get excited for a while when they get an interview with a big name. And now it's a field day interview with Wang Yi. Although Wang Yi is not considered to be a big name, his performance in every game has been extremely bright. Even big names like ESPN and TNT are competing to interview Wang Yi. They were naturally happy to be able to link up and interview Wang Yi. The other dimension said as he gently brushed a strand of hair in front of him behind his ear with his hand. Wang Yi, congratulations, hit the quasi-shutout and blocked the shutout of the Blazers. In this game, with 35 points, 6 rebounds and 5 blocks. Do you have anything you want to say to the general Chinese fans? Wang Yi maintained his generous smile and said, Wahoo fans are a lovely group of people and I was once a part of the fans, expecting their favorite players to play at a high level. I will not fail to live up to everyone's expectations. The other dimension grabbed the second question. We know that these past 2 years haven't gone well for you in the NBA. Can you briefly tell us how those 2 years have gone for you? Wang Yi thought about it and replied, practice hard during the day and listen to Guodi Gang at night. The other dimension listened and could not help but be moved by it. How much heartache is contained in a simple sentence? How many people who are struggling with hardship have to listen to Guodi Gang's comedy to fall asleep at night when they can't sleep? Wasn't that not the case with Wu Jing, who once went to HK to fight alone? Wang Yi practiced hard during the day, trying to earn a chance to play. Instead, they sit on the sidelines for over 2 hours at night, unable to salvage a single chance to play except in garbage time. I returned to my place at night and thought about when I would actually get to play. When will the dream come true? It's hard to sleep when you're tossing and turning. I can only listen to Guodi Gang's comedy to get myself in a better mood, so I can barely fall asleep. How many people can understand the pain in the middle? The other dimension paused for a moment and asked Wang Yi one last question. So you've suffered a lot of skepticism over the past 2 years. More so, there have been a lot of verbal abuse and personal attacks on you. How do you feel about that? Wang Yi replied with a bitter smile. At first I was really angry, but then gradually also looked down. Xing you hit like this, not Xing, people say? As for those who personally attacked, I advise them to better go out at noon. The pop-ups in the Tencent NBA live streaming room are starting to come alive again, because sooner or later something will happen to them. E is too bold to say so. E is awesome. Brother E is so passionate. How many people dare to say that in an interview? Big love to Brother E. Maybe it's because it's been a while since Wang Yi uttered his rant. Or maybe it's because Wang Yi has conquered the majority of fans with his performance in these games. That's why the blacks on the pop-ups are almost extinct these days. 3 questions were asked, ending the connection to the studio. Another dimension asked, Wang Yi, after playing the game all night, you must be hungry too. It just so happens that I am also hungry. Why don't we have a meal together? Wang Yi answered dryly this time. Good. After tonight's game, the Lakers won't leave for their flight to the next city until noon tomorrow, so Wang Yi still has some time left. The camera brother next to him saw this and shook his head. I'll pass. I have to rush back and cut some of the video from earlier. It's about 11 o'clock at night. Wang Yi took a shower and changed his clothes, then went to a nearby restaurant with another dimension. It's a Chinese restaurant. The owner is also quite enthusiastic when he sees Wang Yi arriving and directly waves the bill. While Wang Yi and another dimension were eating, they each said something interesting about themselves. Another Wei found that Wang Yi, a man who was very humorous a lot of the time, would often make her unable to hold back her laughter. And of course, it's not just the funnies. The other dimension says how he came to be in Portland, in a foreign country. It feels like the whole world here is ostracizing you, both at work and in life. Those Westerners always look at us with colored glasses. When I first came here, I could hardly move an inch. They always question us, can we do the work? Can you do the work? I'm just so tired of their skepticism and hostility. Wang Yi empathizes with this. Isn't that how he's been treated for the past 2 years? Those coaches don't trust him. Teammates don't trust him. Even when he showed enough goodwill and effort, he could not gain their approval. He had wanted to give up at one point, but to be in the NBA is to be standing in the land of dreams. If he gives up halfway through and goes back to his home country, he'll be even further away from his dream. Then his efforts and sweat for more than 10 years since he was a child would go down the drain. It's not that he's a foreigner. The NBA is, after all, the highest level of basketball. He's here to prove himself. It also proves that Wahini can play good basketball. He's going to conquer the entire NBA. This, then, is his basketball dream. 67. Shake the grass. Li Fei. It was 1 o'clock in the night when this meal with another dimension was finished. Since the law and order here is not very good, Wang Yi calls a cab and personally sends another dimension home. The other dimension was not refused. Dropping the other dimension off in front of the rented apartment, the two said their goodbyes. Wang Yi, I hope we can meet again next time. Wang Yi nodded. Well, see you next time. The other dimension stood in front of the gate, looking at Wang Yi's figure as he drilled into the cab and waved goodbye to Wang Yi. As the car disappeared around the corner of the street in the distance, a tinge of frustration rose in the other dimension. A moment passed before she shook her head and turned to enter the apartment. Meanwhile, on the Chinese side, the fans are all excited. Some college. A boy with glasses had just returned to the dormitory with 4 meals when he heard the remaining 3 boys in the dormitory talking excitedly. Instead of pushing the door in, the boy with the glasses stopped outside. In the past, when these 3 roommates were this excited, they were either talking about girls or games. He's not interested in games, but he's still interested in girls. It's just that he's really bad with girls and blushes a little when he talks to them. so he wanted to hear a little bit of experience from them. Just heard one of the roommates call out, "I've said for a long time that E will definitely hit it out of the park, and you two just don't believe me. Is today's quasi-jackpot bullish? Is the blocked shot bullish? Just ask you guys if it's bullish. Does your face hurt?" One of the roommates snapped and laughed twice. It seems like I really looked away. To be honest, in the previous few games, although he had a strong performance as well, I always felt that it was temporary. Like Jeremy Lin, this whirlwind will soon pass. But today, I'm really convinced. The other roommate was also convinced. A shutout of the table men. This can really blow for a while. I hope he can continue to be steady next, not asking him to explode every game. As long as he can play 20 plus steadily, that's our Huaxia fans' great luck. The boy with glasses outside the door heard this and remembered that 2 years ago, there seemed to be a player in Huaxia who went to play in the NBA. Although he didn't like basketball much, the three roommates at that time were bragging about the Chinese player every day. Only then, somehow, they didn't mention it again. They did bring it up again in recent times. The spectacled boy wondered if he should get to know the player. After all, if you want to fit in with the group, you have to start with the little things. Another university. Girls' dormitory. A girl trotted out of the bathroom and opened her mouth. Li Fei. Li Fei on the second floor asked as he nibbled on a cucumber. What? Wang Jigua? The 4th grade results are out again? You can pass this time, right? The girl named Wang Jigo waved her hand. Grade 4 too easy. Must pass or you know. Li Fei laughed. That's what you said last time. Wang Jigua waved his hand impatiently. Let's not talk about the 4th grade right now. Take a look at this. Pick up your cell phone and point to the video that is playing on it. My brother E had another quasi-shutout, and the one who killed is your favorite watchman. A capped shutout. Isn't it handsome? I'm asking you if it's cool? Li Fei from the upper bunk glared at Wang Jigo. Although I was heartbroken when Lillard was capped and killed, as a Chinese with a conscience, I firmly support Brother E. On the contrary, Mr. Wang Jigo, where were you when Brother E was uprooted in the past 2 years? Where were you when he couldn't play? Now that Brother E is a bully, you popped up again? Wang Jigo said with a hefty smile. No, I've been preparing for English 4 in the past 2 years, so I didn't have time to pay attention to my Brother E. Now that I've finished the exam, I'm sure I can pass this time, so I've started to pay attention to my Brother E again. Brother E is so handsome, how could I not like him? Don't you like Yin Shihang? You've moved on so quickly? The watery woman. Wang Jigo straightened his chest and said, anyway, I don't care, I just like E. Hit me. Xiaoke finished watching the Lakers game today and hastily edited some of Wang Yi's highlights from this game. 35 points, 6 rebounds and 5 blocks, all clipped in. On the cover of the video is the image of Wang Yi filling in on the heads of 4 Blazers players. The title would be, E seals the deal in one battle, and the Watchman steps aside. Although just a regular season game, just 35 points, called God's battle, this is a bit too much. But these days, when traffic is king, headline parties abound. For example, 65 plus 18 plus 15, cousin returns, I'm still the same cousin. Then there's 60 points, 34 boards, 15 caps, and the return of Superman the Spark. You open it up and go to look at it, only to realize that these blowout numbers turned out to be either the total each of 5 games, or the total of several players' stats. Watching it gives you the urge to send razor blades to the editor. In comparison, these titles, which Shaw could have taken, have been much more substantial. The first image of the video just started as a shot of Wang Yi filling in on the heads of 4 Blazers players. Then there's the footage of the Blazers OC angrily slamming down his tactical board. Shaw felt he had edited the 2 shots together to perfection. Go over the video a few more times to make sure there are no problems before uploading it to Shakeology. The heart side, Brother E deserves to be Brother E, facing countless people's mockery and abuse, directly hitting his face with his performance. When this video is uploaded today, even if it doesn't have the same data as before, at least it won't be too bad. After passing the video and eating lunch, he grabbed the drop and went to run it. 2 hours later, between breaks, he opened the background to look at the video data. With that glance, his entire body froze. Likes, 1, 2W. Comments, 3,200. Forwarding, 2,700. Shoko wondered if she had misread the situation. He rubbed his eyes and looked more closely at the data. That's right, none of them. It was as if a flame had instantly risen in his heart. This video is going to be fire. You know, the best like figures for those videos he posted before were just a few thousand. It's rare to have one in the tens of thousands. And among the jitterbugs, the videos about the NBA with the most likes are usually a few 100,000 to a million or so. Now he's only just sent it out 2 hours ago and it's reached 12,000 likes. So what's not fire? Just then, the cell phone droplet software alert sounded, indicating that a new order had been received. In the past, When he heard this voice, Xiaoko was secretly happy in his heart. There's money to be made again. But at this moment, Xiao had no intention of running the car. He forced down his excitement and called the customer. I'm really sorry. I have a family emergency. Please can you cancel the order? I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. The customer there was also very nice and quickly cancelled the order. Xiaoko exited the DDT software and drove towards home in a hurry. Back in front of the house, the car had just pulled up, and it was too late to even get out of the car before he went back to the data. Likes, 1. 3W. Comments, 3,447. Forwarding, 2,853. Shoko felt like her eyes were hot and her palms were sweating. It's only been 15 minutes and the number of likes has increased by another 1,000. Comments have increased by more than 200. Retweets have also increased by over 100. It's really going to be a fire. 68 slamming the tactical board. Shoko returned to her doorstep without even getting out of the car. His palms were sweating as he saw the number of likes increase wildly on this video he had posted. Reach out with a trembling hand and open the comment. The comments section is also full of talent. Brother E, I wanna have a monkey with you. Trail Bullpucky 666. My baby. Let's not talk about anything else. Do you still need a girlfriend, Brother E? If not, do you need a mistress? A little 4 will do. My big Huaxia V5. E grows the national prestige. Who says Chinese basketball is not good? Did you see the Blazers head coach angrily slamming down the tactical board? Ha 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 ha. Laugh your ass off. In fact, it's not just Shoko's video that seems to be catching fire today. Videos posted by others, no matter how edited, no matter how well narrated, as long as it is about Wang Yi killing the Blazers, all of them are several times or even 10 times more than the usual figures. At Shakeology HQ, a couple of curators saw that there were a lot more NBA videos uploaded today than usual, and these videos are basically about Wang Yi shutting out the Blazers. A planner with glasses took a sip of tea and said, I think it's time we dedicated a special section to Trail. A few other planners nodded. Well, we can try that, but one plotter objected. Wang Yi previously let out a rant about conquering the NBA. This matter has not completely passed. I'm afraid that something will be born if he opens now. The other planners also frowned slightly. Eventually one said, there's been a bit of a change in personnel lately, so we'd better seek stability and put this on hold for a while. We'll open it up again sometime later. The other planners nodded in agreement, but just as they were discussing it, the Tigers had struck first. The Igor's zone has been opened directly. All of the postings in there are from Trail. Only one day after the opening of the zone, the heat of this zone is almost on the verge of catching up with the heat of James' zone. Tencent Video is also negotiating to open a special area for E at this time, but after all, it's for video, which is slightly slower than for forums. Meanwhile, a new video has come out from the Huaxia Parody Emperor. In the video, the Mimic Emperor mimics 3 images. First image, a one-handed complimentary dunk over the heads of 4 opponents in Blazers jerseys. Then the picture is given to another performer next to it. This performer suits up and impersonates the Blazers head coach. He held a tactical board in his hand and made a face of extreme anger. Mouth screaming, fuck, slammed the tactical board hard on the ground. Second image, the parody was Wang Yi over McCollum's head, a 3-point quasi-juggernaut against the Blazers. And then the screen went to the Blazers head coach next to him again. Once again, he shouted FUCK. Once again, he slammed the tactical board in anger. Third image, the parody was Wang Yi's final blocked shutout of Lillard. Once again, the image is shown next to the Blazers head coach. He yelled FUCK for the third time. Then a third time, he angrily slammed the tactical board and stomped on it several times, and finally spat and cursed. Fark 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 fark. The video, too, quickly went viral on the internet. Someone even made several emojis, eating without garlic and slamming the tactical board in anger. Fark goes to the bathroom, realizes he doesn't have any paper, slams down his tactical board in anger. Fark finds out he's being green and slams the tactical board in anger. Fark, the confession was successful, and the tactical board was slammed in anger. The baby is full term and slams the tactical board in anger. Father's 80th birthday, slammed his tactical board in anger. In short, anything, be it happy or sad, can be followed by an emoji of slamming the tactical board in anger. These emojis have taken the internet by storm in a very short period of time. And from fuck 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 came FUCK. Fuck. Foo duck. This emoji is also a big hit. 5:31 p.m. WeChat's ranting about the NBA has been updated again. The headline reads, Trailblazers shutout. OC slams down playboard in anger. Text, A.D. 2022. The Lakers attacked the city to Portland. Portland commander-in-chief in the city tower above, pointing to the Lakers' young General Wang Yi asked, this is who? The Lakers commander-in-chief said, "Who is this man?" Admiral CJ replied, "Yellowmouth, I do not know. To be out of the battle. Only a moment." Wang Yi even cut down the Blazers' several generals. The Blazers' commander angrily dropped the tactical board. Pointing to Wang Yi, he asked, "Who can behead this man? I will warm the wine with you." Admiral CJ asked for battle. "I am willing to go." Within 3 rounds of the battle, Wang Yi decapitates CJ on his horse. Ridiculous CJ mouths the crazy words. Anti-warm wine was chopped, in vain to add to the year of laughter. At the end of the main text, as the saying goes, a long spear and a white horse float like a poem, and a young man who is overwhelmed by the wind is a young man. The ranting gentleman has been reading a lot since he was a child, and often likes to tug on a few lines of the literary language. This is also a brilliantly written piece of literature. In the comments section below, hundreds of comments quickly appeared. "Can't read it. Slamming the tactical board in anger. Update is 1 minute late. Watch out for me slamming the tactical board in anger." My big Chinese fans can finally raise their eyebrows and slam the tactical board in anger. When have Huaxia fans ever felt so good? Brotherly really lives up to my great China. A city's first high school physical education teacher Wang Jianhua made a cup of tea after dinner, then flipping through my phone for news about the NBA. Although he's had little contact with his son over the past 2 years, he actually follows the NBA every day. Looking forward to seeing the reports about my son. It's just a shame that there are very few clues about the son, but in the last 2 weeks there has been more and more news about my son, especially today, with the overwhelming news pouring in. 10-cent video, jitterbug, browser push, NBA public. Whenever there's news about the NBA, it's almost always about Sun shutting out the Blazers. Wang Jianhua flipped through the report for a full 40 minutes or so, turning over the tea a little cold. Only then did he put his phone down and withdraw his gaze. Picking up the mostly cooled tea next to him, he took a sip, although he didn't like drinking herbal tea. But at this moment, this sip felt like it was simply a pleasure. He leaned back in his chair and blew on the already half-cool tea, taking another sip. Great tea. At that moment, another gym teacher walked in. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but lose his smile. "I say, old Wang, it's okay for your $30 to $50 of crappy flower tea?" Wang Jianhua laughed twice and shook his head. "You don't understand." That gym teacher bristled. "Che, why don't I understand? When your son is successful, even the air you breathe is sweet. Look at how happy you are." Wang Jianhua didn't avoid it in the slightest and nodded his head. "I just have a good son. What's the matter? You don't like it? If you don't like it, you can have one now." That gym teacher chuckled. "Convince. Why not? Convinced with a capital C. When your son comes back next summer during the off-season, you're going to have to set a table." Wang Jianhua shook his head. "He still has to train in the summer. How can he find the time?" The gym teacher shook his head. "It's okay if you don't pose. But that thing the head of the sports team said about getting your son to help train the varsity team, think about it. It's not such a bad thing after all. Just don't be so stubborn. You know." Wang Jianhua shook his head firmly once again. "Even if he comes back, he'll only be here for 3 or 5 days before he has to go back to training." Seeing that he couldn't make sense of it, that gym teacher only sighed and shook his head helplessly. "You've been too stubborn all your life. Here, drink some of my authentic Dahonpo, so you can taste what good tea is." Wang Jianhua nonchalantly took the tea and said, "Don't any of you try to talk me out of it. It won't work." He was actually still angry inside. He's a man who has offended a lot of people due to his straightforward nature. So when his son didn't fight it out, not many people cared about him. Now that my son has fought it out, they're all coming together. Teachers, as teachers, are also like those who tend to influence the society. It made him look down. "Sextuine, you're starting." While almost the entire network of fans in Huaxia are almost all excited by Wang Yi's performance, Rain said Sports has been updated once again. Su Jingyu changed the background this time. Behind it is a backdrop with, on the backdrop, a sideways silhouette of a player. The silhouette is solid black with no numbers or facial expressions visible, but judging by the silhouette's movements, it should be Kobe's trademark picturesque jump shot. Su Jingyu didn't explain anything more. After taking a sip of water, he started scrolling through the fan questions on his phone. A few moments later, one was selected. Lifting his head and facing the camera, he said, "Is Wang Yi worth top dollar next season?" He laughed outright after saying this. "You're not kidding, New York. Oh, he plays 4 or 5 good games and he's worth top dollar? That's a lot of money for top dollar in the NBA. I said before, Wang Yi drop ceiling. Is a quality drop 3D player well? But as of now, he is not as good as Klay Thompson. Yes, just on his performance, he is as good as Thompson. But you have not passed the test of time. You've got to at least play this season, not get hurt, and put up a consistent 18 to 25 point output, and have a big role on the defensive end, so big that one defensive possession can make or break a game." That's how you qualify for top dollar. Yes, it's true that Wang Yi had one offensive and defensive round in this one that decided the outcome of the match drop, but who knows if this is a blip for you and I. All that aside, just look at the objective law. No player in the history of the NBA has ever been a short contract player one season, wandered around multiple teams, and then jumped into a top-paying player drop the next season. This thing you have to respect the objective law. Well, this thing. So, I think Wang Yi's goal right now should be to try to solidify his dropping rotation spot. Let's see if he can start at the end of the season. You have to take it one step at a time. You can't eat a fatty in one bite. You can't be a short contract player a few days ago and start tomorrow. That's just not objective. At this moment, Wang Yi did not pay attention to how noisy the network in Huaxia was. He's still in the dugout, practicing diligently. We'll be playing a back-to-back starting tomorrow. First against the Salt Lake City Jazz, and next will be against the Grizzlies. Both of these teams have a tradition of toughness, especially since the Jazz home court is part of a plateau. A lot of teams come here and have to get over the problem of altitude sickness first. How can some players play when they feel out of breath after running a few steps here and there? Then there are the fans here, who make loud noise almost all night long when the visiting team is on offense or making free throws. It was so loud that even the referee's whistle was barely audible. Then there's the ironic style of this team that makes it very tough to beat. If you ask NBA players which court they hate the most, the Jazz home court definitely tops the list. And before this game, James had already confirmed that he wasn't going to play. He's getting older and has to take care of his body. Before he got hurt last season, it was a case of not missing a single game, which led to overexertion and eventual injury. He's also starting to rotate selectively this season. The task given by the system today has two options. Mission 1, complete 1,000 center shot field goals. Task reward, increase the percentage of mid-range shots to 70%. Task 2, complete 1,000 passing drills. Task reward, 30% increase in field vision. Wang Yi saw these two options and slightly regretted it. His wrist, today, is 90% healed. Could try to complete some shooting drills now, of course. When he shoots, he's still primarily left-handed. So he thought that if he could show up for another 3-point shooting practice mission to get his 3-point percentage up to 50%, his threat level on the court would skyrocket. It's just that several times in a row now, the system hasn't given another 3 training missions. After considering it for a moment, he chose task 1. His position today is point guard. The main task is to score. As for passing, he wasn't a bad passer himself, so passing practice could be put on hold. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of a basketball rubbing against the net over and over again echoed through the gym. After throwing about 50 balls, Wang Yi felt a little out of breath. He knew that it was a little mild altitude sickness. It's a tough feeling, but as long as you stick with it and let your body get used to it, you'll be much better off. It's like that feeling you get when you're running 1,500 meters and your body's limits have just appeared. As long as you keep running, you will feel lighter and lighter the more you run. As expected, when Wang Yi threw in another 100 or so balls, the discomfort in his body eased a lot. After a few more moments, the altitude sickness disappeared completely. Finally, more than 3 hours later, before his teammates came to practice, he had hit 1,000 center shots. A prompt from the system came from within his mind. Mission accomplished. Mission reward, increase in mid-range shooting percentage to 70%. Wang Yi let out a huff and lay down on the ground. Although tired, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. His right fist, clenched. A 70% hit rate can't cut it if you just listen to it and realize how strong it is. As an example, Paul's center shot is considered very accurate among active players. He often pulls the opposing big man out to play alone, and then use the center shot to punish the opposing players. Last year, the second round of the playoffs, the back of the 2 games, it can be said that Paul hard to eliminate the opponent with the center shot. Paul, on the other hand, is shooting over 60% from the center. Now Wang Yi's center shot can reach 70%. How strong must it be? After about a half-hour break, teammates and coaches arrived. They saw that Wang Yi had long been sitting on the bleachers next to him. His hair and clothes were soaked, and they weren't surprised. Ever since Wang Yi came to the Lakers, this has become an almost daily sight for them. They were under the impression that Wang Yi was either in the training hall or on his way to the training hall. James asked Wang Yi, "King, no altitude sickness?" Wang Yi pretended to be strange and asked, "What is plateau reaction?" The other players shook their heads. "You guys, you're such a freak," Caruso said bitterly. "I hate coming here to play. I have to take off a layer of skin every time." Vogel said to the crowd, "We've exceeded expectations by winning the first 3 games of our 7-game road trip. The last 2 games, one against the Timberwolves and one against the Swing Rockets. Those 2 games can definitely be taken and must be taken. So this one, we'll just do our best." Vogel's words were not explicit, but the implication was that this one had been strategically abandoned. The Lakers' chances of winning would have been small if James hadn't played. and the city is so high in elevation that playing on the Devils' home turf is extremely taxing on the players, both physically and mentally. That's why strategic abandonment is necessary. Only as a head coach. Of course, he can't say it explicitly. The Lakers group of players heard the head coach's words and naturally understood what they meant. Their hearts all relaxed a few notches. Vogel looked at Wang Yi and said, "King, you're starting tomorrow night. 70 tough talk session? King, you're starting tomorrow night. Is that a problem?" Head coach Vogel asked these words. All the Lakers players present, all froze. NBA players, in addition to James Alphabet kind of talented players, the vast majority of players are playing from the rotation. Take your time before you can start. Wang Yi can be good. From short contract player to now, this only played a few games, is going straight into the starting lineup. That's a good rate of evolution. Especially the duo of Tucker and Caruso. Been playing hard for the Lakers for a couple years now, always on the bench. It's not easy for James to take a turn. The two of them had thought that one of them must be able to get into the starting lineup, and the result was that the coach even let Wang Yi play in the starting lineup. Head coach Vogel saw that the crowd was a little confused and he explained, AD is out and LeBron is not playing, so tomorrow night we'll focus on practicing our lineup. Wang is a huge threat from three and can cause a lot of trouble for the other team if we play him in the starting lineup. The rest of the players nodded their heads at Vogel's remark. As for the two of them, Tucker and Caruso, the little bit of discontent in their hearts had disappeared. In terms of defense, the two of them don't seem too far off from Wang Yi, but when it comes to three-point threats, they're nowhere near as good. Wang Yi is not moving as a single game 5 or 6 3-point shots. This who cannot stand. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Vogel once again asked Wang Yi, King, you're starting tomorrow night, is that a problem? Wang Yi's heart has long been warmed up. A debut. That's been his little goal all along. Ever since he entered the NBA 2 years ago, he has set a small goal for himself, to start, but for 2 years, couldn't even make the rotation, let alone the starting lineup, and that small goal will be realized tomorrow night. He's been waiting 2 years for this debut. It would be a lie to say I'm not excited. It's just a little tragic that his first game in his debut is going to be strategically dropped by the Lakers. No, he's not willing. How could his first NBA debut be so stifling? If he said that he fought for the whole game and really couldn't fight and ended up losing the game, this he could accept, but to strategically give up before he even fought, he wasn't convinced. He looked around at his teammates and shifted his gaze back to the head coach's face. Clearly, the head coach and his teammates were ready to give up strategically. They had played a few road games in a row, and with the bumpy ride, they were really tired, and all of their bodies needed a rest. So strategic abandonment is the default for everyone. Wang Yi, however, secretly clenched his fists. Well, if you guys strategically give up, so be it. But to give up before the fight, Wang Yi, can't do it. Even if I have to fight through my last bullet, even if I can't win in the end, I'm going to make my opponent shed his skin. King? Head coach Vogel saw that Wang Yi did not answer and thought that he was not ready for his debut and asked again. Wang Yi, however, shook his head. Totally fine. Vogel shrugged and said, that's good. Then he greeted the group of players. Today we will practice those 5 sets of 3-point plays designed for Wang. These 5 sets of 3-point plays must be skillful before tomorrow's game. The requirement is, no matter which 5 people are on the court, they must know these 5 sets of 3-point plays like the back of their hand. We will now begin practicing the first set of tactics, the manhwa tactic. A bunch of players took off their jackets and started practicing the manhwa tactics according to the coach's instructions. James looked at Wang Yi from the side and was quite pleased in his heart. This Wang Yi's tactical position in the team is slowly starting to improve. When he's been through more games, and especially when he waits until this year's playoffs and has a playoff baptism, he may reach heights that will surprise everyone. The manhwa play was drilled, followed by the elevator gate play, the elevator door tactic, a tactic designed specifically for 3-point shooters. It first originated in Miller's time. There were elevator door tactics designed specifically for Miller at the time. Only in that era, there was no emphasis on the 3-point shot, so the elevator door tactic didn't flourish. It was the Braves who really took the elevator door tactic to the next level. At the time, the Warriors designed several elevator gate plays specifically for Townsend and Curry to maximize the 2 3-point shooters and put the entire league on its heels. Only later did the tactic rarely reappear in the league. Many say it's because the tactic was banned by the league. Actually, no. It's only because the tactic no longer fits the current league for a number of reasons that it doesn't appear on the field anymore. But now Vogel has found a solution that will perfectly allow the tactic to be reproduced on the field without breaking the rules of the game. I'm sure this tactic will shock a lot of people when the moment comes along. 2 hours later, when the players were pretty much familiar with all 5 sets of plays, the day's practice was over. The next day, today's game kicks off at 1 o'clock. It made the players a little uncomfortable. Keep in mind that the vast majority of NBA games are played in the afternoon or evening, and at 1 p.m., the players were basically resting. Now all of a sudden comes a game that starts at 1 o'clock noon and it's hard for their bodies to adjust. Add to that a number of factors such as altitude sickness and the Devils' home field. This game, for the Lakers, was anything but friendly. 12 noon, pre-game press conference. Still putting in a hard word session. The Lakers were joined at the press conference by head coach Vogel and Schroeder. Since this was a game they had decided to strategically abandon, they answered the questions more gently. The Jazz are a great team. They have an ironclad defense, and great players, so we take them seriously. Mitchell is one of the few talented players in the league. In short, it's all about how you can make the other person as high as possible. That makes today's loss feel like a logical one. Next, it was the Jazz's turn to put their foot down. A reporter asked Mitchell a question. The Lakers have recently won 5 consecutive games and are gaining momentum. Are you confident of defeating your opponents for today's game? Mitchell scratched the back of his head. They're a great team. Traditional powerhouse. They have one of the best players in the history of the game. And a 5-game winning streak wouldn't surprise me at all, even if they had a 15-game winning streak. Journalist, recently, an excellent Chinese player has appeared in the Lakers team. He even killed the Blazers in the last game. What do you guys think about him? Mitchell, he's really talented and I'm sure he'll accomplish more than that. He will definitely be even better than what we can see so far. I'm looking forward to competing with him on the field. The reporter at this point had the feeling of having sunk or been sunk by a dog. Wasn't it a bad-mouthing session? What's with all the commercial boasting? If you guys are all so peaceful, won't all of us journalists be out of a job? 71 play tough. None of the players on either side put up a hard word during the put-up session. That's a worry for all you journalists. There's no semblance of fireworks before this game, and they're covering. Good thing the crowd here in Salt Lake City brings its own fireworks. No matter which team is playing, the crowd here is enthusiastic, passionate and pumped up. It was as if the opposing player was the king next door to them, and they couldn't eat the opposing player alive. That's why a couple of reporters were the first to arrive off the field after the pre-game press conference. The Jazz's home court for Energy Solutions Arena. It was January and the weather in Utah was still relatively cold. The snow on the sides of the road had not yet melted. The weather was a little overcast. The fans were wrapped in thick clothing, and the breath that came out of their mouths when they spoke looked noticeable. But one by one they were in high spirits. A somewhat slightly chubby male reporter wearing thick leather gloves. He stopped 2 fans and interviewed. The Lakers have won 5 in a row. How will you entertain them when they come to Salt Lake City today? That's a backhanded statement. Of course, by hospitality. The meaning is self-evident. Those 2 fans were a father and son. The father chuckled and spoke into the microphone. We won't let them go back alive. In turn, the son grabbed the microphone and put on a hideous display, saying, we'll roast the Lakers. Ha 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 ha. When he finished, father and son exchanged a heavy high five, simultaneously making a muscle-shining gesture. They shouted in unison, Jazz, invincible. The reporter nodded mentally. Sure enough, the fans are more informative than the players. He then asked, the Lakers don't have James playing today, and that Oriental guy on their team. He's probably going to be superb. What are you going to do against him? My father took the microphone and his eyes widened, baring his teeth in a monstrous expression. You mean that ungrateful guy who rants about conquering the NBA? We'll scare him to death. We'll make him cry for his mommy. We'll make him crawl back east. Never dare come to the NBA again. The son grabbed the microphone again and made a straight-up King Kong-like face, growled and said, proud and arrogant Oriental, you'll pay for your rants. Let's show you what a Devil's home field is and what a wild Salt Lake City fan is. Ow dash. There was some dark sweat in the reporter's mind. What a flyer this interview is. But on the surface, he still made a satisfied face and nodded. Thank you to the 2 enthusiastic fathers and sons. I'm sure you'll treat that Oriental well, and I'm sure the Salt Lake City fans will entertain the Lakers. I'm looking forward to it. The pair of father and son once again made monstrous expressions. We're looking forward to it too. Looking forward to seeing that Oriental get scared out of his wits. Ha ha ha. 10-cent NBA live room. The game officially opened before the anchor as usual to chatter for several minutes. Today's commentators are Wang Mang and Yang Yi. The anchor woman is still Mina. Mina glanced at the number of people currently online in the live room. Over 1 million. In the past, the number of people online in the live broadcast room was basically just a few tens of thousands, or at most 100,000, before the match even started. Now with the Lakers' record getting better, especially since Wang Yi was playing more and more outstandingly, the number of people in the live broadcast room was climbing any higher. Though, it's unlikely to reach 1 million before the game kicks off. But last game Wang Yi shut out the Blazers, which made the whole Chinese fans as happy as New Year. The reason why the number of people at this show exceeded 1 million, obviously a large portion of them came to see Wang Yi. This can be seen in the pop-ups. Still not starting the fight? I want to see Wish Brother E 5 kills and Super God today. Brother E, I want to have a baby with you. As long as I can have a baby with you, even if I have a table out. Don't even think about it, guys. E my husband. Mina looked at it for a moment, somewhat regretfully. There was a good turnout in the booth today, but it's a shame old Jim isn't playing. Wang Mang faced the camera and said, just to let you fans know, James is taking his turn today and will not be playing in this game. This statement was met with more than a little regret on the pop-up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Come specifically to see old Jim. What's the point if he doesn't fight? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the exam. Damn. It's hard to watch a game and the Lakers strategically gave up. There's a ball to lose and a ball to watch. As a result, the number of people in the live room was instantly much smaller. However, because of the presence of Wang Yi, a Chinese, the number of people in the live broadcast room was still able to reach more than 700,000 people. At that moment, the starting lineups of both sides were played on the screen. Lakers starting, point guard Schroeder, point guard Wang Yi, small front Bob, big former Gasol, center Drummond. Wang Yi was slightly surprised to see the starting lineup. Wang Yi is in the starting lineup. Wang Mang was also quite surprised and said, oops, been expecting Wang Yi to make the starting lineup. I thought he would have to play at least another 10 games or so before he could play in the starting lineup as he's been playing so far. I didn't expect him to play straight into the starting lineup today with James taking his turn. Mina also said unexpectedly. Lao Zhan took a turn. I thought it would be Caruso taking over on the starting lineup, but I didn't think it would be Wang Yi. I didn't expect that. Indeed I didn't. The pop-up viewers came on board. E is awesome. EV5. He finally made his debut. My E should have made his debut a long time ago. What's that Jing you didn't he say E couldn't make his debut? Hit your face right, ha 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 ha. Yang Yi said it this time, however. But let's calm down and think about whether Wang Yi can keep up physically if he takes the starting role. He basically hasn't been on the court much in the last 2 years or so. The last few games have only played 10 minutes tops, a little over 20. Now all of a sudden he's playing the starting role. And come the fourth quarter, is he still physically capable of keeping him efficient? Wang Meng thought deeply. That's what's so worrying. As we speak, both players have entered. As soon as the Lakers players entered the arena, they heard the noise that filled the arena, and they had to speak to each other by shouting. These fans were doing everything they could to make as much noise as they could to disrupt the Lakers players. At this point, James, who was wearing a suit and earrings, yelled out to the Lakers players, "How about that? Feel the Devils' home crowd?" One by one, the Lakers players could only laugh bitterly. James looked at Wang Yi again, tapped his shoulder and whispered loudly in his ear, "First time on the Devils' home turf?" Wang Yi nodded his head. "Aha." James asked, "How does it feel?" Wang Yi's body trembled slightly as he said, "Excited." James laughed, "You're such a weirdo, but it's not good to just get excited. The noise in here interferes with our judgment, and their taunts and even name-calling are likely to make you lose control on the field." Knowing that James was experienced, Wang Yi asked, "What should we do then?" James said meaningfully, "Play tough, even crazy, and shut them up. Take a day off. I'm too busy today, so I'm going to take a day off, and I'll resume updating tomorrow. I'm sorry, guys. I'm alone with 2 kids and I have to go to New Year's, so I really don't have time to code." 72 away muffler. James has been playing in the middle of the league for almost 2 decades now. It's also played many times in Salt Lake City, the home of the Devils. There is a lot of experience in dealing with the Devils at home. He came close to Wang Yi's ear and said loudly, "Did you know there's a term for an away muffler? Play tough, play crazy. Shock and silence all the fans on the road. Silence the away end. That's the away muffler." James continued, "It's just that the Salt Lake City fans, with their feisty style, are very tenacious. Even when they lose by a large margin, they will maximize the noise for 48 minutes. Wang Yi nodded. Of course he knew. He kind of wanted to gag though. Coaches are tactically giving up. The entire Laker team tactically gave up. Now you're telling me about away silencers? It's kind of funny. Of course, Wang Yi was only thinking about it in his mind, but when he looked up, his eyes swept around and saw the nearly 20,000 fans. The game hasn't even started and they're making this loud, annoying noise. His body, once again, trembled slightly. You've all given up, haven't you? Wang Yi, never give up. Away muffler? Come on then. The game begins and both players take the field. The cold voice of the system, as if it is a machine with no feelings, comes again in Wang Yi's mind. Please sign in. Sign in. Sign in. Reward for signing in, 1 Junior Unsolvable Breakthrough Experience card. Wang Yi still did not use it immediately as before. Good steel should be used on the back of the knife. Knife handle. Jazz center Gobert and Johnston jumped for the ball in the center circle. Gobert is 2 feet 16 inches with a terrifying 2 feet 35 inches arm span. Shogun is only 2 feet 8 inches with a 2 feet 29 inches arm so the jump ball in the center circle was easily jumped on by Gobert. The fans at the venue burst into loud cheers of excitement. Wang Yi was all a bit speechless. It was a simple jump ball, and those fans cheered louder than any other home fan would have cheered in a win. Mitchell takes the ball and kills it upfield. Gobel came to the three-point line and hit the block with Mitchell. The other three Jazz players pulled even from the three-point line. This is a formation the Jazz play a lot. Mitchell and Gobel can kill straight down the lane after blocking. If there's a block inside, he can pass the ball to Gobert down the line. Gobert can score easy dunks with his height and length advantage. Or Mitchell could pass to the three shooters on the outside. These three shooters can also make easy baskets. At this point, Mitchell then played a block with Gobel, and then took advantage of the fact that Zhuangshan was not yet on his feet, a light European step, and then passed Zhuangshan, a layup under the basket. Wow! The Energy Solutions Center Arena, with its nearly 20,000 spectators, erupted in a mountain of cheers. With just the first goal of the opening half, the crowd reacted as if they had scored a shutout. Next to him, Kuga frowned and asked Wang Yi, "Devil's home court, how do you feel?" Wang Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, "One goal and you're happy like this? You haven't seen the world." Kuga had no appreciation for Eastern humor, but smiled anyway. "Looks like you're in a good frame of mind." Next, the Lakers' offense. Black dribbled the ball up court and once again there was a loud noise from the floor. He swept the floor and saw the Jazz's Gobert holding down the lane. He was smart enough not to just mope around and kill like he used to. Instead, it was a speedy little change of direction that got past Mitchell, who was defending him. After coming to the free throw line position, he saw that Gobert was still 2 meters away from him, and directly made a sharp jump shot. What he didn't expect, however, was that his ball was more than a meter away from his hand. Boo! Slapped out of the way by a big hat from Gobel. Black is too short and Gobel is too tall, which combined with a sickly arm span made it an easy cap hit. Mitchell gets the ball and kills it right down the field. A one-handed slam slammed the ball into the basket. Once again, the decibel sound of the scene reached its limit. The Lakers attacked again and Black dribbled again. This time, he switched tactics, since the Jazz are currently playing man-to-man defense and switching whenever they are covered. So he played a block with Shogun and the defender in front of him switched to Gobert. Black reached out with his left hand and motioned for all the other Lakers to pull away. He challenged Gobel one-on-one, changed direction twice in a row, left and right, shook off Gobert and drove straight into the lane for a layup. Boo! His ball was just picked out and again he was met with a big hatchet. Turns out it was Gobel who came after him and hatcheted Blackie. Xiao Hei's brows were furrowed and his face was grave. He was still underestimating Gobel. In general, athletes who reach 2 feet 1 inch and above have slower reactions and are much slower than other athletes. But the 2 feet 16 inches Gobel is slow, but not by much. He is considered very fast for an athlete over 2 feet 1 inch, plus his sick 2 feet 35 inches arm span. Although he was passed by Black, he came in after him and was still able to cap the shot from behind. This once again made the whole room roar as if it had exploded. That's 2-time best defensive player. The crowd was not only cheering, but jeering and hurling insults. Dwarves, just don't come out and embarrass yourself. Aren't you afraid of being trampled to death in front of our giants? I'll give you an idea. You can drill a shot through Gobel's crotch. You are a bunch of hairless babies before our giants. The Lakers started the game 0-4 and lost a ton of momentum up front. Add to that the fact that this one was meant to be a strategic giveaway, and the rest of the Lakers were left shaking their heads helplessly. It didn't look like much of a spirit. The Lakers had the ball in front of the court, and after Johnny served the ball, it was once again handed to Black. Black glanced at the head coach on the sidelines, covered twice in a row, and if he mishandles 2 more times, he's probably going to be pressed into service on the bench. So on this shot he tried to break through to no avail and then passed to Koga, who was high up in the post to set up the play. Wang Yi saw Kuga take the ball and went straight to Kuga's side from the inside around the cover. Koga passes the ball handily to Wang Yi. Wang Yi got the ball and instantly pulled up before the Jazz players could catch up. The 3-point shot arced flat as a cannonball. Boo! Blasted heavily into the basket. That's a 3-point shot. Chopped up. As if displaying Wang Yi's attitude. You guys can give it up. Wang Yi, will never. On the sidelines, James was slightly worried when he saw Wang Yi's determined eyes. Coach, Wang Yi Vogel shook his head slowly. Obviously, Wang Yi did not comprehend his intentions. Or maybe it's an unwillingness to comprehend his intentions. These youngsters, they're just headstrong. In competitive sports, mental will is important. But in the face of objective facts, even the strongest spiritual will seem somewhat futile. Wang Yi, this is not after a severe beating. When he has a few more games like this, he should learn the ropes later. 73. Scores and passes. Wang Yi hit a 3 on his first shot of the game. Looks like it should feel good today. But the nearly 20,000 spectators in the stands erupted into a stadium full of boos. Shoo! The booing was so loud that the coach on the sidelines was yelling something to the Lakers players, and the players could only see the coach's mouth moving, but they couldn't hear what the coach was saying at all. It's like watching a mute person talk, I have to say. That's the difference between LA fans and Salt Lake City fans. LA fans are a little too mild compared to Salt Lake City fans. Back to the Jazz offense again. They still relied on Mitchell and Gobert's blocked shots, followed by a dunk by Gobert down the stretch. The Lakers are on offense again. This time, the Jazz backed off in time. They fell back into position. The Jazz defense was in a 131 formation today, with Mitchell anchoring the defense against the opposing team's primary point of attack. On the three-point line are those three slightly taller flankers with long arms and legs. The interior is anchored by Gobel, who has longer hands and feet. On the defensive end, their three long-handed wing players can disrupt the Lakers' passing game. It forced the Lakers to spread out as far as they could on passes. In the opinion of the Jazz head coach, the Lakers currently lack the means to break through. The only breaking point is the little black Schroeder. So they're the kind of defense that can effectively limit the Lakers' shots from the three-point line, forcing the Lakers to come to the break. And as soon as Schroeder burst in, there was Gobel waiting inside. The Lakers head coach didn't make many adjustments either. It would have been a game that was strategically abandoned. It's nothing more than a rehearsal lineup at this point. So in large part, he's going to see how the Lakers players play and adjust themselves on the court. Schroeder just broke through and received 2 caps, so he didn't dare to break through again this time. After handing the ball off to Koga at the top of the arc, he went to the weak side drop. Wang Yi, on the other hand, kept circling the cover, looking for an opportunity to catch the ball. The Lakers had previously practiced a very simple three-point play. That's when Wang Yi took the initiative to look for his Laker teammates to cover. And whichever player of the Lakers, as soon as he saw Wang Yi coming, he immediately gave him a cover. All the way until Wang Yi runs out of the three-point gap, the ball carrier passes the ball to him. The feature of this play is that teammates don't have to memorize any plays. Just remember to cover for Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi was doing his best to go around the cover. First, he used Pope's cover to get away from defenders, and then with the help of Shogun's cover, he got away from the players who were covering him. Again, with the help of Blackie's cover, he got rid of the second player who was replacing the defense, although Blackie was psychologically unwilling to cover for Wang Yi. But that's the play the coach set up. If he doesn't perform, he'll probably piss off the coaches and be benched. At this point, Wang Yi still hasn't run out of position. Chuangshin mentioned the free throw line again and covered Wang Yi for the second time. Wang Yi finally ran out of 3 openings. Come to the right bottom corner 3-point line. Xiajia, 45 degrees to the right, saw Wang Yi run out of the open space and passed the ball at the first time. Wang Yi catches the ball. Strike from a comfortable position with 4 or 5 meters of nothing in front of you. Swish. Steady hits. 2 threes in the opening half. The Lakers players, on the sidelines, were excited. Kuzma, this guy's hands are always so hot. I'm so jealous that he has good hands. Caruso, I'm afraid I could wake up smiling in my dreams if I could have a 3-point touch like that. James, it's all about practice. The guy is always the first one to the gym. Then, pretending to be worried, he said, is he coveting the position of team leader? The comment caused the Lakers players to laugh. Boss, you're out of position. Why don't you put on your armor now? Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be squeezed off the throne if you get an explosive performance from Wang Yi today. Next, the Jazz hit the block again and hit it for the 3rd time. Turn back. The Lakers still have that very simple per capita cover play for Wang Yi. Wang Yi went through 5 consecutive coverages, came to the left 45 degrees, and caught the ball out of the air. Boom boom boom. The basketball bounced high off the rim, then bounced twice more before rolling reluctantly into the basket. 3 threes in the opening minute and a half could be okay? Jazz fans shouted the loudest boos they could, even though they were stunned. Hush, they seemed to never tire. The father and son on the sidelines, who had been interviewed before, saw Wang Yi scoring 3 threes in a row. They folded their hands over their mouths and shushed loudly, all the while shouting at the top of their lungs, going for the jugular on the 3-pointer. If you have the ability to kill the inside meat, only cowards only dare to throw 3 points in the outside. Soft like a woman, too damn soft. But Jazz head coach Snyder asked for a timeout at that point. The Jazz made 3 straight plays to open the game. Though, however, the same player from the other team scored 3 3-pointers in a row. This was something he could never tolerate. You connect 3 twos, they connect 3 threes. Who can stand that? During a timeout, he glanced at the Lakers one in purple diagonally across from him, yelled at the players, don't give him another chance to shoot the 3. Every one of them is covering this guy, and we have to switch defenses every time we cover, so we have to pester this guy. You can give him tough physical confrontations when necessary. He's not that strong physically, and his hitting percentage will definitely go down when he gets into a confrontation. Understand? The Jazz players responded. Got it, especially Royce O'Neal. The Jazz's main defense against Wang Yi had a stern look in his eyes. On the Lakers side, the head coach heavily patted Wang Yi on the back and said, "Nice job. Shoot decisively whenever the opportunity arises. You have the best shot I've ever seen. It's been strategically abandoned, but praise is due when it's due." Can't chill the generals. Back from a timeout, Jazz Mitchell, this time after a block, feinted a breakaway and passed the ball to Royce O'Neal, who was open on the left side. O'Neal missed the shot and the Lakers continued their offense. Wang Yi returned to the front court, still circling the cover and looking for an opportunity. After circling 4 consecutive coverages, the 5th, with the help of Shogun's coverage, was pedaled out of the end zone. Blackie's pass came quickly. Wang Yi had just caught the ball and Gobel had already pounced. Gobert's size, coupled with his long arms, was enough to cause interference on this shot by Wang Yi. Coach Snyder on the sidelines was secretly satisfied. Looks like the pause just now did the trick. Players have stepped up their pursuit of this Laker one. However, Wang Yi did not throw this ball. At this point Gobert was pulled out and the basket was long empty. Wang Yi hit the ground with a strike and passed the ball from the side of Gobel's waist to Chuangshen. After taking the ball, Johnston saw that the interior was long gone. His eyes twinkled with excitement. The hunger in the small eyes turned into wolfish ferocity at this point. Stormy bellowed and dribbled a step before dunking the ball vigorously with both hands. The basketball hoops were all rocking back and forth with a constant groan of pain. What little satisfaction Coach Snyder had in his heart melted away. He's layered up against this guy's threes. Turns out the guy actually passed the ball instead. Let your own setup fall flat in an instant. A player scoring hard isn't scary. There's always a way to limit him. But if it's possible to score and pass at the same time, that's a problem. 74 individual training of the best defensive players. When Wang Yi started to pass the ball, the Jazz just didn't play good defense, because they have to defend both Wang Yi's threes and his passes. That's a pain in the ass. But Coach Snyder isn't going to do anything more for a while. Hopefully that first down pass was just a fluke. After all, a study of past video shows that this Laker one rarely passes the ball. It's only once in a while that you can make a good pass or two, so hit it again. However, Coach Snyder proved to be wrong. Wang Yi doesn't just make good passes once in a while. Next 2 rounds, as the Jazz players pounced on Wang Yi too fiercely, the defense was a little lax for other Lakers players. Wang Yi passes to Kuga for a mid-range throw. Another pass to an open Black for a layup. 3 consecutive rounds. 3 consecutive assists. Coach Snyder had to call another timeout. As the players went off the field, he gave Wang Yi a meaningful look. 3 consecutive threes were followed by 3 straight assists. This guy is a bit of a surprise. It seems that he was underestimated before. Royce O'Neal frowned. The coach said he was going to put a body on the guy, and then just as he was about to put a body on the guy himself, the guy actually chose to pass again. This makes it a little crazy. For their part, the Lakers players were excited, especially James. He made a surprised face. "Oh, who do I see? Jason Kidd? Steve Nash? Or John Stockton?" The head coach was also a bit surprised. It was also known before that Wang Yi could pass the ball, but I didn't expect Wang Yi to have such a high baller. After the 3 drew the attention of the opposing defense, it opted to pass. It seems that one has to reacquaint oneself with this Oriental. Finally, after another pass from Wang Yi, head coach Snyder called for another timeout. During the timeout, he again changed his defensive strategy. "That Lakers won. We're going to cut him off from his teammates. If he has to shoot threes, we can give it to him, but definitely don't let him drive the rest of the Lakers again." Mitchell asked, "Coach, what about his threes?" Snyder frowned slightly and took a deep breath. Seeming to take a hard line, said, "If he has to shoot threes, we'll give it to him. I just don't believe he can hit them all game long. Just get him physical. Get him up against it, and at the end of the day he's going to be less physical, and he's definitely going to be less hitting. I'll emphasize again that it's important that he not be allowed to pass the ball again. Can't let him pass again." Back on the field, Jazz offense. Mitchell and Gobert are still killing it with their blocking. The Lakers currently have no effective defense against their blocked shots. After all, Gobert covers so much ground and has such high-quality coverage that it's hard to break their blocks easily. There are several ways to prevent blocking. It's possible to clamp down on the ball carrier, but that clearly won't work with Mitchell, who is a good ball handler. Clipped, he can quickly hand off to Gobert down the line. The other is to switch whenever you block, but there's no way in hell that Johnston can keep up with Mitchell. In the third, the big man goes to delay the ball carrier and then quickly goes back to continue defending the player he is opposite. But the footsteps of the Shogun. Alas, it's too much to say. So the Lakers trying to break their block is difficult at this point. That shot was followed by another Mitchell block and dunk. Once again there was a huge cheer. Like a landslide. It's like a tsunami. It shook one's eardrums. Back in the game, the Lakers continued their offense. This time, when Wang Yi circled the cover, Royce O'Neal, who was chasing him, kept pulling with Wang Yi. Occasionally, he even quietly pushed Wang Yi. Wang Yi stumbled around the cover this time and almost fell down twice. There was only a split second of shot time after the ball was well received. But because of this running and stumbling just now, his rhythm had gotten a little messed up. It's hard to hit if you strike again. He tried to pass the ball, but realized the other Lakers were staked out. There are no pass routes at all. And after such a long run just now, time was pretty much consumed. In the end, he could only take a step back and barely make a move. Royce O'Neal lunged hard right away. There was clearly physical contact this time. Wang Yi's body lost balance in the air and fell to the ground. The basketball naturally bounced out of the basket. Wang Yi looks to the referee. The referee ignores it and makes a gesture for the game to continue. For an average player like Wang Yi, and an Oriental, the referee usually ignores the fouls as long as they are not too obvious. Reference to Jeremy Lin back in the day. Royce O'Neal defended into a one-time, heavy-handed three-handed slap, mouths screaming, "Good job." He was cheering himself up this time. And secondly, he was demonstrating to Wang Yi. A huge cheer erupted from the crowd as well. The next round, Wang Yi was in the middle of going around the cover when Royce O'Neal intentionally hung onto Wang Yi's arm when the referee wasn't looking. His body was brought down by Wang Yi. The referee sees someone down and Wang Yi continues to run. He immediately sounded his whistle. Tick-tock 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 dash. Offensive foul. Royce O'Neal demonstrated once more, clapping his hands heavily. The crowd, on the other hand, once again raised the decibel level to the top. Some fans even came out with outright abuse. Softball, where are your threes? Where's your passing? Not after a little bit of confrontation. It's too damn soft. Royce, please don't confront him again. Otherwise he'll get scared and cry. Should we coax him? Yeah, if you keep bullying him, people will say we're abusing the kids. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yi listened to the abuse and the unpleasant words. The fire in his heart, too, began to soar. James' away silencer still rings true. So, let's get started. Lakers on another possession. Wang Yi didn't bother wasting any more energy going around the cover. Instead, he asked Kuga for the ball with an open hand right at the top of the arc. Kuga froze. All 5 of those plays consisted of Wang Yi playing without the ball and then running out into the open floor to catch and shoot. There is no set that allows Wang Yi to hold the ball and initiate the offense. And now all of a sudden you want the ball. What do you mean? But at this point in the game it was too late to think about it. Since Wang Yi wants a ball, let's give him one to try. He passed the ball to Wang Yi near the center circle. As soon as Wang Yi took the ball, the whole stadium suddenly rang out extremely harsh boos, shoo, and shrill whistling, shoo. There was also a variety of mocking and abusive voices. Across the room, Royce O'Neal also grinned and said, "What? Want to fight me alone? Fine. I'll satisfy you," he said, crossing his legs and tapping his hands heavily on the floor twice. Boom boom. Both hands spread out to Wang Yi. Let the horses come. Wang Yi did not use the unsolvable breakthrough experience card. He just had a twinkle in his eye and his hands were on fire. The heart is also on fire. A Royce O'Neal is just a Royce O'Neal, and the defense isn't considered too strong. It wasn't hard to break through to him. On the sidelines, James also stood up. This was the first time that Wang Yi was seen in the middle of a match, taking the initiative to go one-on-one. And solo, it always gets the blood pumping. 75-15 points in one quarter. Wang Yi's right wrist has now recovered 90%. As long as you don't do a lot of shooting, you basically don't have much of a problem. And he has been sharp on the break before when he was at home. At this point, he's still pretty much in the clear against a Royce O'Neal. Left-handed dribbler. Fakes to the right first. Royce O'Neal followed with a step across to the right. Wang Yi suddenly pulled the ball to his left with one hand in the air. To break from the left. Royce O'Neal said a word as he moved across to the left. That's it. However, Wang Yi broke through from the left to halfway. Suddenly using his right foot as an axis, he pulled the ball with his left hand and turned to the right with his back to Royce O'Neal. Royce O'Neal thought Wang Yi was going to go left and this defense was too deep. Being leaned on by Wang Yi, he easily turns around and passes. Then watched as Gobel on the inside had swooped in to make up the defense. He made a simple sharp stop jumper while carrying a substantial backswing. The basketball was like a feather, flying lightly toward the basket. It was as if a mother was caressing her child. It seems as if yellow leaves are floating down, noiselessly and lightly falling into the basket. The players on the Lakers sidelines were once again excited. Beautiful. What a beautiful turn. I love this guy. James had stood down, clapping hard. As Wang Yi passed by back on defense, James laughed and shouted, "King, did you steal my turnaround pass? That's not authentic." Wang Yi made a disgusted expression and said, "Your moves are too ugly for me to learn." Ha 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 ha. A bunch of Laker players laughed. James was even laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. "You guys, give me some face, will you?" Such is the congeniality of the atmosphere within the Lakers. Once upon a time when Kobe was the boss, the Lakers were strong, but the players were a bit depressed. After all, with such a strong a boss around, always urging them to train hard, Once they were not active in their training, they were likely to be reprimanded by the boss. It would be a lie if they weren't repressed. James, on the other hand, often jokes, gets into mischief, and even pulls pranks. He didn't mind the players joking with him either. It's not that it's good or bad. This is determined by the difference in the personalities of the two men. At this time, Royce O'Neal saw Wangi joking with the Lakers players, and the fire in his heart jumped up. Dare I say this guy doesn't take me seriously at all. Outrageous. Next turn. Gasol missed a three-pointer and Wangi went high in the lane. Gobert was a little slow to jump and Wangi had already spotted the rebound to Pope on the outside. Gobel glanced at Wangi in surprise. This guy jumps really high. Wangi points out the rebound and then pedals out to the outside through a cover and receives the ball. But Royce O'Neal was in hot pursuit, not giving Wangi the slightest chance to pull out 3 points. Wangi dribbled back to the center circle position and once again reached out for the Lakers players to pull away to the sides. The Lakers players had just seen the sharpness of Wangi's breakthrough and they all pulled away to the sides. Royce O'Neal posted up again. The mouth kept screaming, "That was a pure fluke for you just now. Come again if you're a man." Wangi did not bother with him. Slow crotch dribble. At a certain point, a sudden body change in front of the body kills towards the left. Royce O'Neal moves to his left in a hurry. Wangi ball handed over to his left hand. His foot steps slightly. It looks as if it's going to turn around again. Royce O'Neal sneered. "Give it back," he said, and he followed suit. Intended to jam Wangi's turn to the right, but right at this moment, Wangi suddenly started up again. The lefty continued to dribble and killed the ball toward the left. This sharp stop and start left Royce O'Neal with no defense at all. It also elicited a roar from the fans in the crowd. Asterisk. How did this guy's breakthrough go so smoothly? O'Neal, keep up with him. What are you doing? Royce O'Neal was like eating a dead fly in his heart at this point. This guy's sharp stops and starts are not only fast, but also have a distinct change of pace. Make yourself simply defenseless. At this time, Jazz inside Gobel saw Wangi break in. This time he was prepared. In advance, he lunged towards Wangi. Wangi did not strike immediately. Instead, take a dribbling step across to the right, dodged Gobel's long outstretched arms, which led to a center shot. Steady hits. 70% shooting from center is no joke. After another turn, the Jazz scored and the Lakers served the ball quickly. Wangi took the ball and then ran wildly towards the front. Royce O'Neal was in close pursuit at his side. Meanwhile, Mitchell had long since returned to defense. If Wangi goes straight to the basket, he will probably be fouled on offense or have his shot interfered with by Mitchell. So when he came to the free throw line position, he suddenly made a sharp stop. Royce O'Neal is in the midst of a furious run, ready to stop Wangi's layup. Coldly, Wangi stopped sharply. He was thrown 5 meters straight away and his whole body went off the line. It was not until then that Wangi dry-pulled and jumped. The basketball was still flicking toward the basket. It fell softly and silently into the basket. Seeing this, the Jazz skipper shook his head helplessly and immediately asked for a timeout. As the players came off the court, he once again looked to Lakers 1. This Lakers player had broken out several games in a row before and naturally caught his attention as a head coach. He'd also studied the Laker player during pregame preparations, knowing that he's a great three-point shooter and a great mid-range shooter. But I didn't realize that now he's showing great singles ability. It was really giving him a bit of a headache. It was expected that with James not playing today, the Jazz could easily take it on the strength of their home court advantage. But now it looks like it's going to take a little more work. The Lakers players gathered around Wangi in surprise as he came off the court and high-fived him, or touch him on the head, or pat him on the shoulder. What these players see, though, is just the situation at hand. And it's the overall situation that H.C. Vogel sees. He was holding a tactical board in one hand and a marker in the other, looking at Wangi who was coming towards the field. The mind has already conceived of yet another offensive option that the Lakers will have for the rest of the second half of the season. After coming back from a timeout, Wangi continued to find scoring opportunities for the Lakers on the court constantly through mid-range shots, three-pointers or assists. He played 9 minutes in the entire first quarter, 6 out of 9 pitches, 3 of 6 from three-point range, rampant 15 points, added 4 assists. From there, the Lakers outscored the Jazz by more than 10 points, 41-31. When Wangi came off the court to rest, the Lakers players greeted Wangi like a hero. James raised his hands high and gave Wangi a heavy high five. Whispering in his ear, he said, "Brother, it looks like you've gotten over the discomfort brought on by the Devils' home field. Next, just let go and do it." And those Jazz fans on the sidelines were shaking their heads at this point. Damn, this guy scored 15 points in one quarter. Is he going crazy? Our home field advantage didn't seem to affect him at all. I heard it was his first time on our home turf. And it's the first time I've seen a guy so obnoxious on his first visit. 76. I'm young. I've got the stamina. Wangi scored 15 points in one quarter and added 4 assists. It made all the fans in the Energy Solutions Center arena hate their guts. so even during the timeout period, they did not stop mocking and abusing Wang Yi. But in the Tencent NBA broadcast room, a group of fans for Wang Yi's performance today, but a few desire to go crazy. I'm going to go. E is on a 30-plus pace today. 30-plus? You are also too conservative. It's almost 20 points in a single quarter. How come it's not 40-plus for the whole game? 1,000 words in one sentence. EYYDS. ELSP. At this point, amidst the thousands of bragging words, a black man has risen to the top. If he can get 40-plus, I'll eat live. Immediately someone recognized it. Show. Stop it. The last live broadcast of eating Shang upside down hasn't materialized yet. Shane, today is different. Today he's going to get 40-plus and I'm going to pull it live and eat it now. Hot. One sentence sickened the crowd. Someone noticed that this Xian's ID is different today too. Before that it was, Marshall Ma. Today it was changed to, -O team head coach Ma-O. This guy, he's really hard on himself too. The guy who can be ruthless even to himself is naturally even more ruthless to others. In the live broadcast room, Nina watched the screen constantly replaying Wang Yi's 15 points in the first quarter. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, like little stars in the night sky. E is so handsome. Originally thought that the Lakers were going to fall behind today when Lao Zhan didn't play. But I didn't expect Wang Yi to step up. 15 points in a single quarter. Handsome and able to play. Who doesn't love such a man? Wang Mang flipped through the data of both players in the first quarter on his tablet. Said, Mitchell shot 4 of 8 from the field in the first quarter, 2 of 3 from 3-point range, and had 3 assists. The efficiency has been great. And look at Wang Yi, 3 out of 6 from 3 and 3 out of 3 from 2 in a single quarter, plus 4 assists. That's more efficient than Mitchell, and it is much higher. Mr. Yang Yi, you and Wang Yi are both of the E character generation. You evaluate the evaluation. Yang Yi was amused. The E character generation. I'm honored then. He looked at the row of data and nodded his head in delight. That's right. He's much more efficient than Mitchell. Wang Yi had been playing on the bench before, and I was a little worried that this sudden move to have him play in the starting lineup, coupled with the fact that there's no passing from Lao Zhan, would he not be able to adapt? Now it seems that my worries were completely redundant. Wang Mang said with slight excitement. We in China except when Yao Ming was around. It has been a long time since there was a basketball player who could make people so excited and so happy. Yang Yi said with deep concern. It's really a blessing for the fans of Huaxia that we can produce such an athlete. After sighing, Wang Mang threw out the question. Mr. Yang Yi, can you analyze the final trend of this game from a professional perspective? Yang Yi thought for a moment, organized his words, and said with slight concern, the Jazz are currently ranked No. 2 in the West, and have experienced a wave of 7 consecutive wins before. The momentum is flourishing. Jazz home high altitude, fan style tough, known as the Devil home. The Lakers are on their 5th consecutive road trip, and it's a bumpy ride. It can be said that today's game, the Jazz occupy the right place in time. Lakers James not playing today. Anyone with eyes knows the Lakers are. Yang Yi did not say the words strategic abandonment. After all, as a commentator, there are limits and you can't say what you want to say like a fan. Still, he continued his analysis. I'm sure the head coach communicated with the athletes about this before the game. You could see it in the spirit of the rest of the Lakers on the court, and they weren't in the best of spirits today. But no one expected Wang Yi to be so headstrong and to swipe down 15 points in a single quarter, which is what made the game look a little suspenseful. But Wang Yi hasn't played as a starter since before, and suddenly playing as a starter and doing it right off the bat. It's a big question as to how he's going to be physically fit by the end of the day. Add to that the Devils' home field, the high altitude and all the other factors. Does he have any strength left by the fourth quarter? If he doesn't have the strength, do the other athletes have the energy to take this game down? Those are huge questions. Wang Mang also knows that Yang Yi can't say too much about strategic abandonment, nor can he say too much. He stopped the conversation instantly. So let's see, can the Lakers take the game today or not? On the field, the second quarter has begun. The Lakers had Schroeder on the court with a bunch of subs. At first Schroeder looked at the 10-point lead with some energy. If we can get a 20-plus point lead at the end of the first half, we still have a good chance of taking today's game. But after just 3 rounds, the little energy he had in his heart gave out. Goebel was rooted to the inside. He couldn't even break out. The Lakers players, on the other hand, were as consistent as ever with their threes, ever so crotch-pulling. The Jazz chased 7 points in those 3 possessions. The Lakers didn't score a single point. The atmosphere of the scene, on the other hand, had once again reached its peak. The loud cheers seemed to lift the dome of Energy Solutions Arena. It was as if it was going to drown out everyone on the Lakers. Wang Yi saw that the difference in points was only 3 points. He turned his head to the coach. He's ready to take the field at any time. But the head coach didn't put him on the court, just told the players on the court to do a better job of backing off and not getting countered by the Jazz again. the head coach said to Wang Yi as the timeout ended and the game resumed. It's such a high altitude that you have to rest as much as possible to be able to perform well on the field. Wang Yi nodded. The head coach does speak the truth, but at the same time, he knew it was because the head coach had strategically given up long ago. Otherwise, the head coach might have put the starters on the field right away and tough it out for a while. What with the altitude and the Devils' home field, it's all an excuse. Wouldn't even say these seemingly grandiose excuses if they really wanted to take the game. Thinking of this, Wang Yi's fist secretly clenched once again. So much for the head coach not letting him play, but as long as he's on the field, he's going to put his best foot forward and go for the win. If you don't play to win, then what the hell? Wouldn't it take less time and effort to just go into the ring and bow and admit defeat and say you're too good for us? James could tell from Wang Yi's gaze that something was wrong. He patted Wang Yi's shoulder and said, "King, you've got to have a big picture view of the big picture. I'm telling you from my nearly 20 years of experience, you can't expend too much mental and physical energy in the regular season." Wang Yi shook his head unconcernedly and said, "It's okay, I'm young and I recover quickly." James' expression faltered, feeling a little solid old iron. Who are you connoting? 77 individual training of the best defensive players. The coach has temporarily held Wang Yi down on the bench. One was trying to save his energy. With more than 2 quarters to play behind him, we can't let him wear down too much up front. Secondly, I want him to watch and learn how teammates play in the middle of a strategically abandoned game. Only the Lakers players on the court were, indeed, attacking, defending, and fighting for rebounds as well, but they didn't use their full strength at all. The force only makes 6 or 7 points. So often, in the midst of a scramble where both teams have a 50-50 chance of getting a rebound, it's always the Jazz who scrape the rebound. Wang Yi shook his head straight as he watched, listening to the constant mockery and abuse from those spectators on the sidelines. The fire in Wang Yi's heart has already come up. His fists kept clenching while his eyes kept switching back and forth between the field and the coach. James saw the hungry gaze flashing in Wang Yi's eyes. He slightly shook his head and pressed one hand on Wang Yi's shoulder, gesturing Wang Yi to be calm. But in the face of this situation, how can Wang Yi calm down? Either you don't fight or you go all out. Games like this uninspired, spiritless game that the Lakers players are playing on the court right now, he's feeling nauseous just watching it. Finally, with 6 minutes left in the second quarter, the Jazz had rallied to a 15-point lead. It was only at this point that the coach sent Wang Yi onto the field. Schroeder looked a little downcast as he came off the field. Without James and Wang Yi on the court to draw the defense, it would have been difficult for him to break through. Coupled with Gobert's pillar in the lane, he's really playing as tough as constipation. As he sat on the bench, he also glanced back at Gobel and whispered a curse. Damn Poles. Wang Yi sniffed and also looked at Gobel. If the Lakers want to open up, they'll have to address that first with Gobert. He already had an idea in mind, but no sooner had he stepped onto the field than the boos that filled the arena struck again. It was as if Wang Yi was even breathing wrong. Asterisk. Kids from the East, never seen a big scene like this, have you? Are your pants all wet? Don't get crushed by Gobel with your skinny arms and legs. Wang Yi swept his gaze around. So, away mufflers, let's start now. At this point, Wang Yi once again faced Royce O'Neal. Royce O'Neal had just scored 8 points in a row while Wang Yi was sitting on the court, and was in full swing at this point. He clapped his hands and said to Wang Yi, "Kid, just now was just a warm-up. Now is the real match. Come on." Wang Yi never put Royce O'Neal in his eyes, and at this point, he wasn't going to fight him one-on-one again. He has to conserve his strength. Wang Yi pointed towards Zhuangshan and signaled Royce O'Neal's feet, signaling him to come over as cover. Shogun has a big bladder and a very high quality of cover. A fork in the leg blocks Royce O'Neal. Wang Yi takes cover and dribbles into the mid-range again, his most comfortable position. Gobel saw this and tried to pounce on the defense. Wang Yi made a fake Buddha worship gesture. Gobel was shaken up. Wang Yi bent down and accelerated to kill inside, pulled up in the air to avoid Mitchell's block for a layup. It's a series of movements that are not only smooth and silky, but also very beautiful. Makes for a downright delightful experience. The Lakers players on the sidelines applauded and applauded. Wang Yi turned back as he passed by Gobel. 4 eyes. Wang Yi shook his head and spoke out of his mouth. 2-time best defensive player. And that's it? Wang Yi usually doesn't take the initiative to provoke opposing players. But the situation is different at this point. Gobel is rooted to the inside as a bridgehead. The Lakers players didn't even dare to break in, so he had to find a way to knock out this bridgehead. But pounding the lane and trying to draw fouls is just the next best thing. You have to provoke him first. As long as he's provoked, the range of motion will be large. It's much more successful to pound the lane to draw fouls then. Seeing how arrogant this Chinese man was, Gobel had a slight bit of fire in his heart. Mouths back. Next round. I'll show you what the best defensive player is. Soon. The next round. Wang Yi switched to Gobert after passing the block. He reached out to signal the rest of the Lakers to pull away. A few steps backward. Gobel was afraid that Wang Yi would pull a 3 and hurriedly followed him out to the outside. But Wang Yi was just following Gobel out to the outside. Unsteady on his feet, suddenly shoved the ball toward Gobel's crotch. Then he quickly went around Gobel, got the ball behind him and continued to dribble to the lane. Seeing that there are already 2 people on the inside to fill in the defense, he is still hustling mid-range. The basketball still flew lightly toward the basket and hit solidly. Wang Yi turned back to Gobel and shook his head, putting on a very underhanded expression. Best defensive player? That's it? This ball through the crotch is quite a sight to behold. It made the decibel level of the fans in the crowd go down a few notches. It seems that to silence them you have to not only score, but score a good enough goal. The fire in Gobel's heart rose a few degrees again. The mouth cursed, "Kid, next round, I'll make sure you see." Wang Yi did not wait for him to finish and laughed. "That's what I just heard." Gobel tried to talk back, but his mouth was a little open. The heart felt straight up. Round 3. Kuka saw Wang Yi scored 2 in a row, or the first time he handed the ball to Wang Yi. This time, Wang Yi still used the cover and switched to Gobert. Once again he pulled Gobel out. Looking at Gobel, who was full of fire, he laughed and said, "Hey, have you ever heard of a bullfighter?" Gobel is not stupid and naturally knows that Wang Yi is treating him as that angry bull. His chest rose and fell as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Kid from the East, don't just show off, have the ability to." As he was talking, Wang Yi suddenly made a scissor step and catapulted off. Yes, it's the scissor step of the Great Weaver. With his speed, he swept past Gobel in an instant. In the meantime, leave a comment. Passing you is as easy and enjoyable as a weekend. Then the kill was made toward the inside. Gobel is quick to react this time, and hurriedly turns to Wang Yi to chase and cover over. However, Wang Yi made a simple groundstroke pass with his left hand, passed to Shogun, who was down the line. Johnston caught the ball and stormed up for a dunk. Boo! Basketball hoops are nodding their heads constantly to Shogun, as if to say, gently, "It hurts." Wang Yi turned back to Gobel and once again gently shook his head. He then stretched out his right index finger and nodded his head. The meaning is obvious, play with your head. To put it more bluntly, did you forget your brain when you played? At this moment, Gobel could no longer press on. The fire in his heart roared as if gasoline had been poured on it. The ball rotated quickly while the Jazz were on offense. Lakers players had to make up for it in droves. The ball eventually went inside to Gobel, and the one who came over to fill in his defense happened to be Wang Yi. With anger rising in his heart, he dribbled a step and violently leaned towards Wang Yi. Cursing from his mouth, he said, "Kid, die for me." This time, he fired extremely hard. Wang Yi was knocked solidly off the baseline. Gobel rose up and viciously slammed the ball into the basket. Then he turned to Wang Yi and roared out, "Ah!" However, just then, the referee's sharp whistle sounded. Tick-tock tick-tock. The referee gestured an offensive foul to the technical table. Jazz, Gobert, offensive foul. 78 spacing the Tower of Choke. Wang Yi was lying on the ground as a sharp pain came from his chest, but on his face, there was a smile. Gobel's body, it's really hard. It seemed that his body was still a bit on the lean side, and without enough muscle protection. Being hit head-on and hard like that was a bit overwhelming. The fans in the crowd saw Gobert get blown for an offensive foul and they raised their hands in a neat chant. "Referee sucks, referee sucks, referee sucks," meaning the refs suck. To put it more bluntly, it's referee SB. That's Jazz fans. Spraying opponents, spraying referees, and even spraying Jazz players when they don't play well. It's as if they are spraying everything. The referee was under immense pressure but stood by his call. After all, the offensive foul was too obvious. It's embarrassing not to blow. Gobert was blown for an offensive foul, but he was towering over Wang Yi. An evil fire in his heart could be considered half-vented, and it was only one foul before this foul. One more time is no big deal at all. Next, the Lakers continued their offense. The Jazz also know that they have to protect Gobert, so for some of the Lakers' kills in the lane, they'll have others fill in and not let Gobert take the top either. Wang Yi also saw their intentions. Naturally, he wasn't going to let the Jazz's plan succeed. After another catch, he killed it right into the lane, totally running at Gobel. Mouths were shouting, "Is the best defensive player that soft?" said killed Gobel and made a direct attempt to jump. Gobel knows that this Wang Yi guy fakes a lot. As a two-time best defensive player, he judged from experience that Wang Yi was going to shake him up with a fake move on this ball before picking up a shot, so he didn't jump the first time. However, what Gobel never expected was this. When Wang Yi arrived in front of him, he suddenly slammed his feet on the ground and jumped up high in a dry land. Surprisingly, he pulled up to isolate him. Gobel's evil fire, which had just been half discharged, leapt up again. It's like when you're playing on the court and you run into a schoolboy who's going to come and sack you. Can you not be angry? Only that he obviously did not expect Wang Yi to isolate him and was a bit unprepared. By the time he tried to jump, Wang Yi's left arm had already probed over his head and was about to slam the ball into the basket. How could he, as the best defensive player in the game, tolerate a smaller man wreaking havoc on his head like that? That would definitely be the biggest insult to him. Under the fire in his heart, while he tries to cover with his left hand, his right hand incidentally reaches out and pushes towards Wang Yi's chest. Wang Yi lost his balance and his entire body fell backward, but at the last moment before falling, he slammed the ball into the basket. Boo! He then tried to grab the basket to ease the impact of the fall, but he only just reached the basket with his fingertips. The entire body leaned back and slammed down towards the floor. It was good that Shogun, who had been trying to jam behind him, had his hands on his shoulders the moment he descended. Wang Yi then landed safely. Meanwhile, the referee's whistle blows. Make a defensive foul gesture. The fans on the field who have been making noise from the opening tip until now, there was a sudden moment of silence at this point, because they saw an image that left them in disbelief. That little Lakers guard, surprisingly, sacked the 2 feet 16 inches Gobert. Keep in mind that Gobel has extremely long arms because of his size. Standing in front of you creates an extreme sense of oppression, hence his racy nickname, Tower of Choke. And now, a guy who's 5 feet 9 inches, and a yellow guy who has never been known for his physicality. He sacked Gobel, the Tower of Choke. This is just too mind-boggling, and the Lakers players were all a few times madder at this point. They have risen from their benches, dancing with excitement. There are those who raise their hands in the air, those who wave towels, those who hold their heads in disbelief, and those who are macabre. Is this guy going crazy? The Tower of Suffocation. My goodness, there really is some kind of mystical power in the Old East. King, oh King, I love that dunk. Kuzma looked at the momentary silence that filled the crowd, and he said in amazement, "They're quiet." Tucker also said with delight, "It's Wang Yi. Wang Yi has silenced them. Unbelievable." At this point, though, James was acting out of character. He didn't get any more weird or yell out. Instead, with a grimace, he looked at Gobel at the far end and mouthed to his coach, "That was a bad foul. Coach, it has to be appealed." The coach nodded back and walked briskly toward the referee, but he was still clearly too far away. The Shogun on the court had already rushed over by now, chest against Gobel. A furious curse escaped his lips. Dirty bastard. That move just now could very well have ended his career. Can you afford to take responsibility? Gobel wasn't supposed to play dirty. He was also overwhelmed by anger just now. There was some guilt in his heart. However, seeing that Wang Yi is not in any trouble, recalling Wang Yi's provocation over and over again just now, he also pressed his chest against Shogun and spoke angrily. "This is basketball. If you're afraid of getting hurt, you shouldn't be playing." Players from both sides looked to be on the verge of a violent outburst as the referee and security rushed over to control the situation. When both players were pulled back to their respective rest areas, the referee went to the video replay on the sidelines. Soon, Hobby in the center of the replay appeared on the screen. He said, "The foul was a non-basketball action. It's fine to give it a first-degree malicious foul, but considering the serious consequences of this one if Wang Yi were to be thrown hard to the ground, it could also be considered for upgrade to a second-degree malicious foul." Tencent NBA live streaming. When Mei-na saw Wang Yi almost fall to the ground, she also clenched her pink fists tightly. Seeing that Wang Yi was not injured in the end, he was relieved. What a beautiful shot by Wang Yi. Intercepted the best defensive player. Wang Meng nodded, and the isolation is still 2 meters 16 Gobel. This ball can blow a lifetime. Yang Yi analyzed. The reason why Wang Yi can isolate Gobel is because Gobel didn't expect Wang Yi to isolate him in front of him at all, so he was not prepared enough, and Wang Yi found an opportunity to isolate him. But this action is too dangerous. In the future, such a spacer, or try to be less. Wang Meng nodded and said, "Yeah, Wang Yi isn't like James when the defender flies after an aerial confrontation. Wang Yi's body is still slightly on the thin side. It's easy to fall down after an aerial confrontation." Mina asked, "Shouldn't Gobert be given a bad foul for that move?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "It should have been a first-degree malicious foul at the very least. A second-degree malicious foul could have been given if the referees really wanted to pursue it. That would have gotten Gobert ejected." Scene. The referee watched back for a full 5 minutes before making his final call. Jazz, Gobert, blocking foul. Just a plain old blocking foul. The call came as a shock to the Lakers players. They had spread their hands in disbelief. "Come on, there's no way. This is all a common foul?" In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, the two commentators were also dumbfounded. "Ha, that's a common foul? That's clearly a two-handed shove, and it was in the air, a dangerous maneuver. This, Mr. Yang Yi, you give an interpretation." Yang Yi kept shaking his head. "How can this be interpreted? It can't be deciphered. In fact, Yang Yi, this cannot be interpreted to mean that the NBA is a business league. A lot of things are closely related to profit, especially with the introduction of gaming when President Shaw came on board. A lot of games after that just blew more and more out of proportion. There have been numerous more outrageous penalties than that, so there was no way for Yang Yi to interpret it in front of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast. 79 Prejudice is a mountain. Energy Solutions Arena, above the field. When Wang Yi saw the referee's call, he didn't bother to appeal or complain to the referee. Only his face looked slightly more grave than before. He knows that there is a lot at stake behind every game in the NBA, so occasionally there are games where the outcome is swayed by the referee. For this, Wang Yi did not care. Whoever the league wants to promote is the referee's favorite. When he is old and old, he will fall out of favor. James is a prime example. When he first enters the league, he collects a lot of love and the umpires tend to take care of him. And now that the league is trying to promote new stars like Alphabet, James has fallen out of favor. Often, they rush in and get slapped around and the referee remains indifferent. Wang Yi really didn't care about this. What he cared about was that behind these calls by the referee was the prejudice of Westerners against Easterners, especially against himself, a yellow man. From Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, who first entered the league, to Jeremy Lin later. Which of them has not endured these prejudices? The referee turned a blind eye when he was clearly fouled. The referee blew you when there was clearly no foul on the opponent. There is a saying that prejudice is a big mountain. Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Lin Shihao, and now Wang Yi, are all weighed down by such a big mountain, pressing down on them. For them as NBA players to topple such a mountain, they have to play to surprise everyone. Just like Yao Ming, when he first entered the league he was targeted by the referees and those players in all kinds of ways. It was only later that Yao earned the respect of the referees, the players and at least most of the people with his 200% effort and performance on the court. At this moment, Wang Yi also had such a longing in his heart. He's going to put on a performance that will wow everyone and earn the respect of the judges, his opponents and everyone else. Well, let's start tonight. Shogun patted him on the back. Wang Yi shook his head. I'm fine, thanks, then walked to the free throw line. Take the ball thrown by the referee. Amidst a stadium full of boos and abuse, he made no adjustments at all. Didn't even take a shot. On tiptoe, raise your arms, shake your wrists, out of hand. The basketball carries Wang Yi's resistance to the booing that filled the arena, with his determination to topple the mountain of prejudice. Toward the basket. Swish, hollow into the net. The Lakers players were stunned to see this. Wang Yi's free throws today don't seem to be the same as they used to be. In the past, when Wang Yi took a free throw, he had to tap the ball and adjust it. But today, Wang Yi caught the ball and then took a direct shot. Not only is it smooth, but it's extremely clean and uncluttered. It looked like the refs passed him an assist on purpose. Even the referee was slightly stunned. Having enforced hundreds of games, I've seen all kinds of weird free throw positions, like the one that touches the bottom of his shoe and goes back to licking his fingers before a free throw. Like the one where you have to wrap the ball around your waist 3 times on a free throw. Then there's the free throws that take 10 seconds or so to get ready for the action. But it was the first time he'd seen a penalty shot go so crisply. After Wang Yi's free throws, the Lakers had pushed their deficit to single digits, and the Jazz had to sub Gobert out because he already had 3 fouls. Once this bridgehead is off the court, the Lakers have a little more room to maneuver. Wang Yi tends to kill it and then the center throws make it easy to get points. When the Jazz were afraid of Wang Yi's mid-range shot and pounced too hard, he was again killing it inside for points, or assist a teammate in scoring. But Wang Yi, in order to save his strength, gave the ball mostly to Schroeder to handle after Gobert came off the court in the second quarter. He didn't take many shots himself, scoring only 9 points, but even then, through 2 quarters, it had chipped in 24 points, especially Wang Yi's center shot, 3 out of 3. The pitch made the Jazz players and coaches' eyes go wide. Damn, why is this guy's center shot so accurate? Won't he ever throw a pitch away once? I doubt he's the bastard son of this basket case. As Jazz head coach Snyder entered the player's lane, he looked back at the back of the one who had already entered the other player's lane and shook his head slightly. I thought this guy was a bit troublesome before, but I didn't realize it was more troublesome than I expected. Back in the locker room, the players went to the bathroom and drank water. Snyder waited for the players to return and quiet down before he spoke. The first sentence is, Mitchell, you guard that Laker won in the second half. Mitchell was slightly surprised. In the past, he had to use all his energy on offense, so the defensive end of the floor was left to defend some of the opposing team's role players. Only to the most important key moments, he will be asked to defend the opponent's arrowhead. Instead, today the coach put himself on that guy's defense in the third quarter, yet he wasn't surprised. That guy did play crazy for the first 2 quarters. If we can't limit him well, this game won't be as safe today. Meanwhile, the head coach said to Mike Conley, Mike, you get ready too. Mike Conley used to be very tough on the defensive end when he was with the Grizzlies. It would have been better to have Mitchell and Conley take turns wearing down that Lakers guy. Meanwhile, in the Lakers locker room, the players congratulated Wang Yi. King, grabbing 24 points in the first half. That's really something. King, Work harder in the second half and get 30 plus easily. Head coach Vogel, however, went against the grain and didn't bother to congratulate Wang Yi or encourage him. Instead, he shook his head slightly and said, "Wang, in such a highland area, you can't play the game too hard like you do. Otherwise, by the second half, you'll find it hard to breathe and lose serious stamina. You have to save up your energy to play. Understand?" Wang Yi huffed and puffed, not nodding or shaking his head. James said with slight concern, "King, how is your health?" Wang Yi took a few ragged breaths and nodded. "No problem." Meanwhile, in China, the news that Wang Yi swiped 24 points and a half has quickly spread across the internet. Wang Yi, the god of heaven, dunked on Gobel and scored 24 points in the half. Iggy's first day, trying to break 40 points? Here comes Igor, here comes Gobel. Headlines like this one are endless. All of them are bragging about how heroic Wang Yi was in the first half. It is also predicted that Wang Yi will be even more valiant in the second half. That's the thing about the media. They never snowball. They will only fall on their sword. They will only add to it. A high school. A boy is in class, blocking his face with a book. Quietly, he opened his cell phone and looked up the stats for the game. When he saw Wang Yi plundering 24 points in the half, he had an urge to pound his chest. He got up in the morning feeling a little cold. Just go to the clinic. I was thinking of taking this opportunity to take a morning off just in time to watch the Lakers game, but when it was seen that James would not be playing, he dismissed the idea. But at this moment, seeing Wang Yi's score, he regretted. If he had known, he would have stopped by and taken a vacation home to watch the game. 80 Take out the bridgehead. A university girls' dormitory. A girl pushed her way in and saw that her roommate on the top bunk wasn't up yet. She couldn't help but marvel. Gripes Li Fei. Not up yet? Ass is all sunburned. Upper bunk Liffey said as he gripped his cell phone. Just watching Yi's match. What about you, Mr. Wang Jigo? Didn't you go to class? We're back again? Your great aunt came again? Wang Jigo said with a cheeky smile. Your great aunt is the one who's here. Your whole family's here. I was also thinking about Yi's game, and when I saw the news that he had cut down more than 20 points in the half, it was not immediately back. Said also climbed to the upper bunk. Two people squeeze a bed, beautifully watching the live broadcast. Tencent NBA Live. Fans have also congratulated Wang Yi. Congrats to Yi on his 20 plus. That's a 30 plus beat for Yi tonight. Maybe even 40 plus. Right. Where's that brother Xiang just now? Didn't he say that when he gets 40 plus he's live streaming now pulling and eating? Many people have begun to turn to the Daxiang team coach Ma Daxiang. Then Shou had been silent at first. It was a long time before he said anything. It's only 24 points. It's not even 40. Studio Hall. Mina said after reading the dictation. Let's talk back to the game. I don't think anyone should be disappointed today even though the old man is not playing. Wang Meng's shiny bald head reflected the light under the lights of the studio hall. He said, indeed, Wang Yi exploded in the first half. With 24 points in the half, this is already a new high for a Chinese player and a half. At the same time it makes people look forward to it. The highest single game score by a Chinese player in the NBA is Yao Ming's 41 points. Wang Yi has already scored 24 points in the half, and with a little more effort in the second half, he will probably break this record. Who would have thought that 10 days ago it was just a short contract player who couldn't even play, and yet to potentially slash 40 plus in just over 10 days is like a dream. I hope dreams like this don't wake up. Mr. Yang Yi, how do you feel when you see a scene like this? Yang Yi said with a smile. It's wonderful. Really, from the time I used to work as a frontline reporter in the NBA until today, how many times have I dreamed that another player in China besides Big Yao would be able to get a foothold in the NBA? Now it seems that Wang Yi will probably make my dream come true. But as far as this game is concerned, I'm still a little worried for Wang Yi. Wang Meng makes a timely guest comic appearance. Where does the worry come from? Yang Yi rationally analyzed. There are two factors why the Jazz home court is called the Devil's home court. 1. The fans have a tough style, and 2. The arena is located on a plateau. As of now, Wang Yi has solved the first problem. The second problem, however, is difficult to solve. He's already broken through so many times in the first half and even isolated himself on Gobert's head. In such a high-intensity confrontation, and in the Highlands, this is a physical drain. Then the efficiency is bound to drop in the second half with the massive loss of physical energy. And the Jazz will definitely tighten up their defense on him in the second half. And at that point, how is he going to respond? It's a problem. It's a huge and very tricky problem. Plus the Lakers players were still inaccurate from 3 today, and they weren't in the best of spirits from the consecutive road games. From the beginning, they didn't show the determination to take this game. So the Lakers are still hanging on for dear life today. Finally, the intermission is over. Players from both sides are back on the field again. Wang Yi looked at the taller Gobel across from him. If the Lakers want to hang around in the third quarter, They'll have to keep hitting Gobert at this point and knock down the bridge, but it's a little difficult for Wang Yi alone to go and foul Gobert. For one thing, the referees are biased against him, and it's hard for him to ask for a whistle. Secondly, the constant breakthroughs would overly consume his stamina, so he said to Schroeder next to him, "Hey man, let's get together and combine our efforts to pound the inside. Make sure you get Gobert back to the bench in 5 minutes. Two guys pounding it up saves energy for one thing." Secondly, Schroeder was again more likely to ask for a whistle than he. An Easterner, Schroeder would have liked to break through, only before for breaking into the Jazz inside a little psychological shadow, so the first half did not break much. At this moment, when he heard Wang Yi say this, he immediately came into the spirit. He nodded. "That's a good idea." The head coach, hearing Wang Yi's thoughts, also nodded his head and said, "King is right. You two take turns pounding the inside. Pop, you also drive inside more when you get the chance." Pop answered, "Got it." Lakers ball possession. After coming to the front court, Mitchell started to single defend Wang Yi. Wang Yi didn't go for the ball though, didn't go around cover either. Instead, pull away from the others. Leave space for Schroeder to single out Conley. Conley is a tough defender, but Black is small and extremely fast. After catching the ball, he turned around and dabbed it, breaking through with ease. Once inside, he cradled the ball and headed inside on Gobel. It's just unfortunate that this shot was solid-footed by Gobel, and there was no downward movement of his arms. Instead, it resulted in an offensive foul on Schroeder. Back in the game, Mitchell burst into the Lakers' lane for 2 easy points. The Lakers are on offense again. This time, Wang Yi dribbled the ball and killed inside through the cover, still going towards Gobel. Gobel got angry when he saw Wang Yi. This time, it directly covered down towards Wang Yi. Snap! It hit Wang Yi's arm heavily. The basketball was tapped off and hit Wang Yi's leg again and went out of the baseline. Wang Yi looks to the referee. The referee signaled, Jazz ball possession. Still no whistle given. The Lakers players protested, and James asked his coach, "Want a challenge?" Coach thought about it and shook his head. Next, Schroeder and Wang Yi each pounded the inside once more. The result was that Wang Yi missed once. Schroeder misses again. Gobel saw these two men charging at him like crazy, and immediately felt like I'm under a lot of ing pressure. Finally, on the 5th time, Wang Yi impacted the inside. After being covered by Gobel, the pass went to Schroeder, who came in open. Schroeder tried to go at Gobel, but Gobel was already on his feet and there was no way he was going to make a shot or foul him. Schroeder could only pass to Pope, who had cut in from the left baseline in the open. Pope caught the ball and stormed right up for a dunk. Gobel was filling in at this point and couldn't close his hand enough, hitting Pope in the right arm. This time, the referee finally blew his whistle. Gobert's 4th offense. The Jazz head coach crossed the 5 fingers of his right hand and pushed his hair back into his head. It's still a pain in the ass. He only had to substitute Gobert off the court. Wang Yi, Schroeder and Popper. At this moment, all let out a long breath. Pop shrugged and made a face at Wang Yi and Schroeder. It still has to be me. Wang Yi and Schroeder each high-fived Pope. It cost 3 turnovers and allowed 4 runs, though, but it only took 2 minutes to hold Gobert on the bench again. They made it. Once Gobel was off the court, Schroeder had a much smoother breakout. Even Pop can blitz one occasionally. Inside, Chuangshin was even more demanding under Wang Yi's constant feeding of the ball. The Lakers chipped away at the deficit to 7 more points. 81. 3-point shots? That's my specialty. The Lakers cut the deficit to 7. Wang Yi still didn't score much during this period. It's not that he can't score, but he's trying to save his energy for a 4th quarter showdown. So when his teammates can score, he just draws the opposite defense for a while. The Jazz fans on hand, still clamoring for more. The sound was deafening, and it made the Lakers players' hearts flutter with annoyance one by one. Everyone wants to finish the game quickly and get the hell out of here. The Jazz head coach called for a timeout at this point. He was counting on Mitchell to defend that one. Turns out that number 1 played smart and didn't go one-on-one with Mitchell. He always gets into the mid-range with the cover of other Lakers. And once you get into the middle distance, it's like you're in this guy's territory. How to vote, how to have. The efficiency is just horrible. And Ben wanted to let Mitchell and Conley take turns wearing him down. But the guy always gets out of coverage and takes a lot of mid-range shots. This saves a lot of physical effort. He said to Mitchell and Conley, once that Laker one has the ball, give me a sack. Understand? Sack. Force him to pass the ball. Again to the other players. As soon as that number 1 gets the ball, the 2 players closest to him immediately go up and clamp down. Don't give him a chance to break through with the ball even if it reveals an open space. In Coach Snyder's opinion, that guy is way more efficient than the rest of the Lakers. Even if you give someone else an open shot, you can't give this guy the slightest chance to take a shot. Meanwhile, Coach Snyder is emphasizing the offense. Our threes haven't shot open today. Mitchell, you and a couple of guys with 3-point ability have to shoot more threes. Only by hitting those damn threes can we pull away and make them desperate as soon as possible. Mitchell nodded as he wiped his sweat with a towel. On the Lakers players' side, the coach didn't set up much. It was going to be a tactical abandonment of this one. He just told the players to protect themselves. This is a highland area, and physical energy is lost quickly. Once you lose too much physical energy, you will be easily injured. So you guys have to pay attention to protecting yourselves. Don't fight too hard and don't get injured. I want all of you to return to Los Angeles healthy. Understand? Laker players nodded their heads. Only Wangy still did not give up. Health is very important, but he's on the field to fight and to play. What good is it if you can't play, even if you don't have a single injury in your body? Then again, what player isn't injured? Don't choose basketball if you're afraid of injury. The timeout is over and both players are back on the court. Jazz Mitchell dribbles past half court, borrowed a simple single block cover and suddenly pulled up and took a shot. Swish, a three-point hollow into the net. There were violent cheers. On another turn, Mitchell feinted inside on a long ball. Then a backward three. Swish, 3 points again. Seeing this, Lakers players hastened to strengthen their three-point defense against Mitchell. Another round. Mitchell because his hand was on fire. He also didn't care that there was a defense in front of him. A simple right withdrawal, pull up and throw. Swish, 3 points also in the center. And the Lakers side, these 3 rounds now. In addition to Wangy hit a mid-range shot, small +3 iron, pop mid-range iron. So the spread was instantly stretched to 14 points again. This sudden triple play by Mitchell was not expected by anyone. The Jazz's momentum was instantly at its peak. Throughout the dugout, the fans all stood up in excitement, waving anything you can get your hands on. One fan just couldn't find anything to wave with and simply grabbed his 4-year-old with both hands and kept waving it in the air. The father and son fans, even more excitedly, were dancing awkwardly. All the while, his mouth kept screaming and cursing. Cowards, get scared. That yellow-skinned monkey, is he all wet down there? Ha 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 ha. Gobert, who had been harboring a fire on the sidelines because he couldn't play, jumped up excitedly at that moment, waving the towel back and forth, hissing under his breath. See, that's our superstar. Let's give you a taste of him. And with those 3 threes, the Lakers' momentum had dropped to freezing. Granted, there were 6 minutes left until the end of the third quarter. There's still plenty of time, but in such a Highland arena, such a devilish home court, and against a Jazz team known for its irony, it would be nearly impossible to get the game back again. Of course, they hadn't wanted to have to take it back. Lakers head coach Vogel saw this and was going to call for a timeout. Although he was planning to give up strategically, as a skipper, he would definitely be criticized after the game if he didn't do something when the other team made such a wave of attacks. But just then, James stopped him, pointing in Wangy's direction. He said, "Coach, wait first." Vogel followed the direction of James' finger to Wangy. Just see Wangy on the court, not as frustrated as the other 4 Lakers on the court. Instead, his eyes twinkled, even got a little swollen red in the face from the excitement. James said with anticipation, "Coach, don't you see? This guy is a freak. He gets stronger when he meets a strong opponent. The fiercer the opponent is, the more excited he gets in turn." The head coach nodded. He had discovered this trait of Wangy before. James continued, "He's one of those monsters where the stronger the enemy, the more excited he gets in turn. He will definitely respond. Let's wait and see what happens." Tencent NBA live streaming. Those fans see that they've already gotten a 3-point trifecta from the other team, and Vogel still won't call a timeout. They were all a little anxious. What's Vogel doing? Just watch the other team shoot threes and do nothing? Of course, there are fans who are filled with anticipation. Trust in E. E will be able to pay it back. Yeah, judging from these few matches that E has been on the court, as long as the opponent's offense gets ferocious, E is bound to be able to make a tough response. Scene. Lakers offense. Wangy glanced at Mitchell. Battle intent flourished in his eyes. A 3-point shot, right? That's my specialty. The reason why Wangy didn't take a lot of 3-point shots before was because shooting threes required him to constantly go around coverages and do a lot of running without the ball. In this high-altitude ballpark, that would take the physicality out of the game in a hurry. But now, with the bayonet at their throats, what do they care? Just do it and be done with it. Lakers offense. Wangy got to the front court and didn't go back to holding the ball. Koga is holding the ball in the high post to set up the play. Wangy connects with a handoff pass from Koga. Meanwhile, through the cover of Koga, came to the left side at the 45-degree 3-point line. Mitchell and Conley had wanted to follow their coach's setup to pin down Wangy, but Wangy caught the ball and threw it at this moment, letting both of their pinches fall through. But when Wangy took the ball and pulled up for a 3-point shot, the 20,000 people at the scene erupted in loud boos. Hush! The sound was like a Boeing 747 flying past your scalp, giving people a huge sense of oppression, shaking people's tympanic membrane raw pain. and the 5 viscera tumbling, right in the middle of such booze. Wang Yi strikes, 82 away mufflers, present and accounted for. Wang Yi made the 3-point shot against a huge chorus of boos from more than 20,000 fans in the stadium. This ball, the arc is flat and straight. With his determination, with his warlike spirit, with his determination to overthrow the mountain, it was like a missile that was launched and blasted toward the basket. Boo! The basket made a loud noise. The basket exploded instantly. 3 points. Ball in. On the sidelines, James touched the coach with his shoulder, meaning, am I right? The coach nodded. This guy, he's good. Mitchell saw this and shot another 3 when he came back on offense. The basketball bounced twice off the rim and fell in. $4 in a row. Once again, this sent the decibels in the Energy Solutions arena through the roof. Back in the game, Wang Yi still plays no-hitters. He started that endless running game that he had been doing for the previous few games. Soon, with Shogun in cover, he ran out into the open. Catch the ball. Pull. The ball is extremely fast. It was as if it slammed into the basket in an instant. Boo! 3 more points scored. The fans still erupted in loud boos. Shoo! It's only 2 in. Scalpers, you're lucky to score 2. Back to Mitchell dribbling the ball. Just crossed the center line and exchanged balls with Conley. Then pulled up again through Conley's cover. Boo! This time, his 3 finally broke. Johnny protected the rebound and the Lakers made a quick comeback. Black takes the ball and pushes forward with it. Mitchell scrambled after the defense and slapped the ball back hard with a nail-biting alley-oop as Black made a layup. Luckily, Wang Yi, who was chasing behind, happened to catch the ball. At this point he had his foot on the 3-point line and made a move to kill it. Conley rushed in from behind to seal the deal. Instead, Wang Yi dribbled and took a step back. 3 points again. Boo! Once again, it blasted into the basket. 3 triples. With each ball, the arc is flat and straight, as if to kill and kill. The Jazz are on offense again. Mitchell didn't make another 3 this time. Instead, after killing the inside, he passed to the player in the bottom left corner. 3-point field goal. Back to the Lakers offense. This time, the Lakers players saw Wang Yi's 3-point started to get angry, and actively started to run Wang Yi's 3-point plays. First up is the wall of man tactics. 3 players blocked 4 opposing players. Wang Yi quickly ran to the right baseline. Catch the ball and pull. The 4th mark was 3 points. Back to the Jazz. Conley, with an assist from Mitchell, also hit a 3. Lakers offense. The team ran a second 3-point play. Wang Yi caught the ball easily. Boo! 5th 3-pointer. The Lakers players went crazy when this goal went in. James had an incredulous look on his face. A lot of people say that the amount of 3-point attempts in the league right now reduces the spectacle of the game, but that also depends on the situation. Like Curry, Lillard and Wang Yi, who hit 4, 5, 6 or even 6 or 7 threes in a row. Not only does it not diminish the spectacle, but it makes the blood run cold and hot. As for the fans at the scene, after Wang Yi scored 5 3-pointers in a row, their decibel sound was finally slightly smaller. After all, it's rare to see such a shocking 3-point performance. Next, another Jazz player made a 3, and at this time, Wang Yi is still giving responses. 6th 3-pointer. After the shot, he swept his gaze over the Jazz players as if to say, "You all come together and I'll respond one by one." At this point, the raucous sound of the Jazz home court finally changed. Every time Wang Yi scored a 3-point shot, the boos of the fans at the Jazz site lowered by a few points. Finally, when Wang Yi was about to make a 3-point shot 7 times, the boos stopped completely. Not only did it stop, but there was a momentary silence. The only sound was the sneakers of the 10 players on the court, squeaking shrilly as they rubbed against the floor. All the fans, security guards, cheerleaders, players, coaches, and staff on the field, their eyes were all focused on the field. On that note, one player wearing the Lakers' purple jersey, he has hit 6 consecutive 3-pointers. Will he continue to hit? Boo! In response to them, there was a decapitating ringing sound. The orange basketball, once again, slammed hard into the basket. The 7th mark is 3 points, and on the scoreboard, the score was 81-89. The Lakers trailed by just 8 points. This was extremely shocking to everyone at the scene. The Jazz didn't shoot a bad 3 in those minutes. Starting with those 4 Mitchell threes, the Jazz went a total of 6 of 9 from 3. This has been crazy. As a result, the spread not only didn't widen, but actually narrowed to single digits again. The reason for this is that it's just that this Lakers number 1 is so sick from 3. He's 7 for 7 from 3 in those few minutes. Who can stand that? The Jazz's home court, the fans' voices, by now, had been lowered by half. They were pointing fingers at that Laker 1. Damn, why is this guy's 3 so accurate? As far as I can tell, he's either a pervert or he's turned on. Asterisk 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 you. You really think this is a game? Open a ING plugin. As for that pair of father and son, under the shocking performance of Wang Yi's 7 consecutive 3-point shots, they finally stopped their tirade. This guy, he's crazy. Absolutely. Jazz head coach Snyder had to call another timeout at this point. At this moment, he even glanced at Wang Yi with some scorn. This Oriental is not just troublesome, but scary. If he's allowed to continue his madness, I'm afraid we're all going to lose this game tonight. On the Lakers' side, when Wang Yi came off the court, the players one by one all came over to celebrate with Wang Yi. 7 threes in a row. Man, you're a demon. Oh Mecca, did you steal Corey's skill pack? You surprise me. Too much. James, on the other hand, shook his head back and forth, first trying to chest bump with Wang Yi. Wang Yi, however, wisely dodged to the side. Kuzma was once knocked right out of the way by James when he was chest bumping with him in celebration. With this kind of forewarning, Wang Yi naturally will not go back to bumping chests with this guy. He'd like to live a few more days. James saw Wang Yi dodge away. He laughed out loud as he tried to understand the reason for this. Touching Wang Yi's head and squeezing his arm, he said, "You're not the king. You're definitely not the king. It must be God playing in the king's jersey." A group of Laker players burst out laughing. In the Tencent live broadcast room, the pop-ups have long been flying. Woohoo! My big Iggy takes off. He's coming, he's coming. He's walking in with a 3-point skills package. Jazz basket, he shoots lightly. It hurts. Nice Cowboys, nice V5, nice YYDS, nice LSP. Where's brother Xiang? He has 45 points and came out live to eat now that he's pulled. However, Xiang had long practiced the Xiang transportation technique to perfection, and had long since disappeared at this time. The 3 people in the live room were all emotional as well. Mina, trail is so good. Is it 50 points tonight? I'm going to slam the tactical board in anger too. Wang Meng became even more emotional. Awesome. Too awesome. Awesome fried. The sky is the limit. Yang Yi also had his eyes flashing. My goodness. This is definitely the craziest performance I've ever seen from a Chinese player in the NBA. 83 will die together. Wang Yi hit 7 straight 3-pointers to push the deficit to just 8 points. At this point, he had scored 45 points. The Lakers' assistant coach took the tablet and, with a smile on his face, said to Wang Yi, "Congratulations, King, you've slashed 45 points." Once again, the Lakers players cajoled and buzzed. Caruso wrapped an arm around Wang Yi's shoulder and patted his chest. "You're so envious of me. When will I be able to slash 40 plus? But brother, you work a little harder and cut a 50 plus. That's what I call an explosion." Although Blackie was still slightly reluctant in his heart, he still spoke. "Congratulations." Kuzma handed Wang Yi a bottle of water and said, "King, with more than a quarter to go, you'll be able to cut 50 plus. At this point, however, the head coach poured cold water on these players. "King, you don't have to play later. Replace Tucker on." Those players who had previously expressed their congratulations to Wang Yi were stunned. Surprised, he looked at the head coach. Wang Yi's hand felt hot as if it had just been fried out of a frying pan. And with the Jazz going very well from 3, Wang Yi cut the deficit to 8 points almost by himself. This is the time to strike while the iron is hot and keep Wang Yi on. How is it that he's being held on the bench instead? But to the surprise of these players, Wang Yi did not have the slightest objection either. Just nodded and said, "Aha." Coach Vogel watched as Wang Yi took a big gulp of water. Knowing him this was due to the lack of oxygen caused by the strenuous exercise of the plateau, and the water contained oxygen. Drinking plenty of water can alleviate the symptoms of oxygen deprivation. He explained with some concern. Wang has just consumed too much physical energy by running a lot and making a lot of 3-point shots. If we continue to put him on the court now, the consequences could be serious. Those young players sniffed and then looked at Wang Yi. Only his face was white and his chest rose and fell violently, huffing and puffing, panting like a camel in the desert. He finished the bottle of water and went on to open the next one, gulping it down. They know that athletes can't drink too much water during a game, but Wang Yi was already suffering from hypoxia at this point, and drinking water was the only way to relieve it. Otherwise it's time to go on oxygen. And taking oxygen during a race is something that will be laughed at by some, especially on the Devils' home court here in the Jazz. It would be taunted as a sick, dying man. It's not like this hasn't happened before. They were all somewhat silent. Wang Yi is fighting tooth and nail to drag the team forward, and they are trying to strategically give up and drag Wang Yi towards the mud. Granted, it was the coach's intention and for the greater good, but they still feel a little ashamed. They looked at the coach again, but the coach had no intention of putting this game together. And look at James and the veterans. They're both veterans of the league. They know how to protect themselves in the regular season and keep their bodies from being overworked. They weren't about to put this one together either. This puts the young players in a dilemma. At the same time, there was some heartache for Wang Yi. Caruso could not help but sit beside Wang Yi and asked, "King, is it worth it?" Hoo. Wang Yi huffed and puffed. A few moments later, a towel was used to wipe away the sweat. The eyes went to the thousands of spectators in the bleachers across the street. A fervent longing began to appear on his weary face. I want to conquer the devil's home ice. That was a flat statement, but it was extremely firm. So firm that Caruso's blood boiled a little. He glanced at the coach's position and said to Wangi, but the coach I don't care what anyone thinks. I'm on the field to win games. Wangi replied while gasping for breath. In Caruso's chest, that hot blood also began to gradually boil. After a moment, his gaze also became firm. Pressing his right hand on Wangi's shoulder, he said solemnly, dude, I'll help you. Wangi turned his head to Caruso and nodded. Basketball is a five-man sport. He couldn't have been stronger on his own, but he couldn't have won against the ironic Jazz on the Devil's home court. He needs help from his other teammates. So when the Lakers took the court again, Caruso played tough. It started with a three on the offensive end, then on a Harrell offensive incompletion. It was a straight-up bucket. Of course, his offense is average. His main role is still to be aggressive on the defensive end. He was deadlocking Mitchell at this point and was giving Mitchell a tough physical confrontation. Although he has added 2 fouls in those few short minutes, but his tough physical play still made Mitchell fight hard. Two of the Jazz's biggest strengths, with Gobert sitting off the court and Mitchell playing so hard. So the Jazz's offense wasn't as smooth as it could have been. These young players on the court of the Lakers, seeing Wangi so spellbound before, Caruso again so spellbound, each of them was a little moved by it. Harrell's fiery temper was even more pressed. He swung his fist violently after the snap and hissed long and loud at the sky. Then he turned his head and yelled at a few other Lakers on the court. Wangi had 7 straight three-pointers and has cut down 45 points. He might even get 50 points. What are we waiting for? Do we want to ruin his 50-point night? How many 50-point nights does a player have in his life? Can you guys stand the thought that when he remembers his 50-point night in the future, it's going to end up in a loss? Tolerance? Lakers on the court. These young players, one by one, that confused eyes. There seems to be a glimmer of light. They look to the side of the field where Wangi is sitting on the bench, his face as pale as paper, his head sweating like rain, and his hair looks like it has just been drenched. Wangi was almost trying to exert his last ounce of strength, and they're ruining the game for a supposedly strategic abandonment, ruining a potential 50-plus night for Wangi. Why are they such wimps? Harrell was in front of these teammates, clapping his hands hard. Come on, screw strategic abandonment and forget about the big ING picture. Let's conquer the Devil's home field with Wangi and shut up these 20,000 raving fans. The two young players, Kuzma and Tucker, listened and felt their hearts begin to beat forcefully, pumping hot blood ever so slightly through their veins and into their chests. The blood in their chests began to boil as well. This fervor is channeled into their brains. Theirs is also starting to get hot-headed. Him. Count me in. Wang is our teammate. Our brother. We can't let him fight alone. Harrell watched as the Jazz had dribbled past half court. He bellowed, to die together. The 5 Lakers on the court. All eyes emitted a wolf-like light. The Jazz players were stunned. What's wrong with these 5? The next thing they knew, though, was what had gotten into these 5 people. These 5 formed the Death 5. And like 5 vicious wolves, they kept tearing into the Jazz players. The intensity of the Lakers' previous games had been less than stellar, making them feel like the Lakers were just going to give up. Now all of a sudden it's on intensity. And it's not just any intensity. This is ING playoff intensity. It made them unable to adapt at all for a while. So at the end of the third quarter, the Lakers kept closing the gap. The deficit eventually narrowed to just 3 points. 84 death to reap the aged king? Third quarter intermission. The fans in the 10-cent NBA broadcast room are excited. With that sudden rain of threes from the Jazz just now, it looked like the spread was headed for 20 points. The hearts of many Laker fans went cold. It's a good thing the Lakers are also raining threes. The difference is that on the Jazz side the whole team is raining threes, and on the Lakers side it's Wangi alone who is raining threes. And horror of horrors, he carried the Jazz's 3-point rain hard on his own. Even a little more so than the Jazz's entire team raining threes. Nice Cowboys, nice V5, nice YYDS, nice LSP, E666, ELSP, LSP, I love you. Looking forward to 50 plus 4 trail LSP, driven by that LSP fan. Many fans now have to follow their pop-ups with ELSP. If Wangi knew about it, he would definitely feel wronged, because he himself feels that he is not LSP, but SPZW. Ma de Siang, come out live. Show, what about pulling it now and eating it? It's 45 points now. Siang, I believe you're a one promise SB. Come out live. In the middle of the live broadcast hall, Maina is now looking at Wangi who is sitting on the bench with a pale face. I can't help but feel a slight heat in my eyes. E is so touching. Wang Mang also looked at Wangi in the middle of the screen and said, Aya, E is a pure man. Iron blood true sweat mana. Yang Yi thought deeply and looked at Wangi, who was sitting paralyzed on the bench in the picture, and said, when all the players of the Lakers were not much in the spirit, Wang stood out. He topped the huge noise of the 20,000 spectators at the Devils' home arena, topped the Iron Blood defense of the entire Jazz team, and dragged the team out of the mire. At Highland Ballroom, he used up all his strength to keep the Lakers from getting deeper and deeper into the hole. That kind of spirit is really something to behold. But then Yang Yi's words changed. But what happens after this? The Lakers were able to get down to just 3 points in 3 quarters without James playing. And that looks to be as close as they're going to get. Especially Wang Yi's fitness. That's a huge problem. What should Wang Yi do about his physicality? It's also questionable whether the Lakers can still muster up the same spirit that was tearing it up like crazy late in the third quarter. Wang Mang nodded. Then let's wait and see. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from here, in New York, inside a luxury apartment, a bearded man lying on a vast round bed with a glass of red wine in his hand was looking at the pale-faced Lakers #1 on a screen that took up almost one wall. Ask the next guy who was playing 2K. Tall and thin. Kerry disappeared again? The tall, skinny guy didn't look back, maneuvering the game's James for a powerful dunk. Replied, well, it's been 2 days since he disappeared for personal reasons. The bearded man asked as he peeled his beard aside and took a sip of his red wine. 2 more games and we're going to LA. That game is televised all over the US. Will he be able to come back? The tall, skinny guy stared back at the game screen. Hell no. The bearded man shook his head, not continuing the dreary topic, pointing to the Lakers' one player on the screen. He said, this Oriental is tough. 7 3-pointers in a single quarter, and he's already cut down 45 points, and it's still on the Devils' home court. The tall and thin figure guy finally turned his head and looked at Wang Yi on the screen. Said, that's right, but he's an Easterner after all, and his physical fitness is inherently inferior to Westerners. His fitness is a big problem. The bearded man put his glass down and said, Kevin, you don't seem to have him in your sights at all. The tall, skinny guy continued to play 2K with his mouth full. For a guy who rants about conquering the NBA, do I need to put him on the spot? The bearded man nodded thoughtfully. That's true. No one has to be put in front of the Grim Reaper. Neither does that aging king of Los Angeles. As he was saying this, the tall, skinny guy maneuvered James on the screen and just hit a 3 to shut out the Bucks. But instead of being the least bit excited, he cursed, fuck. Then with some exasperation, he slammed the gamepad into the couch, grabbed a glass of wine on the table, and gulped a glass of red wine down in one big gulp. The protruding knot in his throat surged up and down rapidly as if it were a piston. Drinking red wine is like drinking beer. The bearded man cried a little and shook his head, saying, Kevin, I don't get it. This guy's energy level in 2K is still by far the highest of the bunch. If you don't like him, why do you keep using him, and have to use him to play against our Bucks? Aren't you just looking for abuse? The tall thin man glared at the bearded man and cursed. I've been crushed by this guy for 10 years. Doesn't he ever ing? James. Damn. Your name is James too. It's ing annoying. The bearded man looked at his big brother, who was throwing a tantrum like a child, and once again shook his head in tears and laughter. Don't worry, 2 games from now, when we play the Lakers, I'll help you take the crown off that aging king's head and put it on yours. The tall, skinny man said as he childishly threw himself into the large, soft bed, his eyes staring straight up at the ornate chandelier on the ceiling. I don't want anything he's ever worn. I'm me, the only me, the Grim Reaper, Kevin Durant. The bearded man nodded his head and poured another glass of red wine for his big brother, saying, that's right, no matter how strong a king is, he can't escape the scythe of death in the end. Big brother, drink a cup of wine to cool down. The tall, thin man got up and took another big gulp of the red wine, then proceeded to pick up the gamepad from the couch. Once again, James was chosen. The bearded man said, Big brother, red wine is meant to be tasted. The tall, thin man didn't respond. Beard said as he watched the fourth quarter already underway on the big screen. Seriously though, we really need to watch out for that #1. Don't get in the gutter. The tall, skinny guy maneuvered James and threw a long pass that went 3 plays long to the quarterback, cursing under his breath. Damn, this guy's passes are ever so sharp. The bearded man shook his head helplessly. This big brother of his own. There's no cure. Meanwhile, in Utah, the Energy Solutions Arena, fourth quarter, dueling moments. Both players have taken the field. But Wang Yi is still not on the field. He was just so physical in the third quarter that he figured he'd have to slow down for half a quarter. The Jazz head coach was slightly relieved to see that Laker #1 didn't play. That guy is just too tough. At this point, the Lakers on the court are still those young bench players with a veteran player. Caruso, Tucker, Schroeder, Harrell and Pope. As soon as Pop got on the court, he turned his head to look at his coach when he saw the other 4 tearing into the Jazz players like crazy. Didn't the coach say to give up strategically? The coach was also a bit helpless. Is it wrong for players to play hard? So he didn't have to say anything. Popper could only grit his teeth as well. Let's just put up a fight with these old bones. 85. I'll guard Mitchell. Once the fourth quarter rolled around, the Lakers' deathly five were still tearing it up like crazy. Although the Jazz head coach emphasized to them during the intermission to raise the intensity of the game and raise the level of confrontation. But this was, after all, a setup made in haste. The players were not prepared, physically or mentally. So for the first 3 minutes of the opening half, amidst the frenzied tearing of the Lakers' deathly five, they rallied to take the lead. But the truth is, this isn't even the Lakers' true death five. If we have to count the deadly five, we should count James and Wang anyways. Wang has a very good one-dimensional defense coupled with a strong offensive firepower. Naturally, it's a no-brainer for the deadly five in addition to James. The Jazz head coach had to call another timeout. The Jazz, at this point, only had 2 timeouts left. I'm afraid it won't even be enough if it comes down to the wire. The Jazz skipper took another look at that one on the Lakers bench in the middle of the players' trip down the court. Although he wasn't on the court when the Lakers rallied to take the lead. But really, as a head coach, he deeply understands how important this one is to the Lakers. It was his 7 threes that blew the Lakers' comeback. It was also his spirit, his hustle, that energized the Lakers. Players who had been planning to give up strategically, and gave their offense and defense a soul. Coach Snyder cursed in his mind. Damn, if it wasn't for this guy, the Jazz would have won by now. How can they still be down by 2 points? During the timeout period, head coach Snyder looked to Mitchell. Mitchell was also a bit confused by the defense just now. Mitchell has been to a few playoff games and he is well aware of the intensity of playoff defense. But he's never really seen a game like this one where you come up loose and look like you don't want to win at all. But then you play and suddenly raise the intensity of the game to playoff level. The head coach tapped the playboard as if to wake Mitchell up. You've got to buck up. It's too much physical exertion for them to tear around like this madly. They'll soon run out of physical energy. This is our home field. We practice every day at Highland Ballpark. And the crowd is our fans. Everything is working in our favor. So this is a game we can't lose. But when he finished saying this, he saw that although Mitchell reacted, the response was not great. He had to keep stimulating. Think about it. At most we've been up by 14 points. On our home court. Leading by 14 points and still losing. What kind of scolding will we get from these 20,000 plus fans? They will greet our families, relatives and even children. Is this the result you want to see? Mitchell finally looked up at this point. Within his eyes, battle intent surged. Jazz fans are pugnacious, and not just to their opponents. If the Jazz don't play well, they will be mocked and abused just as much. Fans call him out, he can take it. But cursing his family, that's something he can't tolerate. Head coach Snyder nodded his head in satisfaction as he saw that Mitchell seemed to have finally woken up. Go fight. You're a fighter. Finally. With all this excitement from Coach Snyder, it was as if Mitchell was a different person after getting back on the court. Though his hit rate dropped under Caruso's all-out ripping, but he's starting to change the offense, constantly breaking through for kills at the rim, either assist Gobert on a dunk, score himself, or make a kill. Even made it 2+1 on 2 occasions. After just 3 minutes of play, the Lakers were outscored 7-0. The Jazz, almost on their own with Mitchell, not only rallied, but stretched the deficit to 5 points. So much so that these Lakers on the court seemed a little deflated. When you do your best and use almost all your breath, you simply can't defend against the other side, and the spread just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It would be a lie to say I'm not deflated. 10-cent NBA live room. Lakers fans have long been anxious. What's the time? And you still won't let E on? Mitchell is so rigid. Only my brother E can dislike him. Vogel Alzheimer's? That doesn't change E? And at this point, Vogel was in a bit of a dilemma. Let's put Wang on the field. He'll definitely fight too hard. Injury from fighting too hard in a game that was already hard to fight off would be a guilty pleasure for him as a manager. But don't let Wang play. Wang has fought for the whole game. It's down to the last 6 minutes. The most crucial 6 minutes. To keep him out? In that case, not only will he be scolded after the game as a coach, but will also chill the hearts of Wang and these young Lakers players. At that moment, James came to Vogel's side and spoke. Coach, why don't we put King on? Vogel had the backing of the team's boss, which made up his mind. The eyes looked at Wang. At this moment, Wang Yi's face is not as pale as before. The chest didn't rise and fall as violently as before. But Vogel knew that Wang Yi's strength, I'm afraid, had long been exhausted. What he needed most at this point was rest. However, when Wang Yi saw the coach looking over, he stood up with a flourish and said, Coach, can I play now? Vogel paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, but you have to protect yourself. The subtext is that you can lose the game, but never get hurt. Wang Yi nodded. Understood. Back from the timeout, Wang Yi redraped himself on the court. Jazz head coach Snyder saw Wang Yi on the court and looked at the scoreboard again. This guy's back in the game. 5-point favorite. It's not safe. At this point, the Lakers were on offense. Wang Yi still kept running the position. In the process of running the position, he felt that his stamina, which had just recovered a little, was draining away at a rapid pace. Highland Ballroom, compared to regular ballroom, will lose stamina faster. However, at this time, Wang Yi had long ceased to care about this. He just wants to win the game. After running out of open space, he catches the ball and shoots a three. However, the shot hit the back rim of the basket and bounced out. Tencent NBA Live Room. Yang Yi saw this scene, said with some sighs, tired. Wang Yi is tired. His movements get a bit distorted when he strikes. He's too tired. Wang Meng responded. The third quarter was too physical for him and his shooting percentage definitely went down. Yang Yi said, so this is what I was talking about before. What should Wang Yi do when he is almost physically exhausted and the efficiency of his offense is greatly reduced? Soon, Wang Yi gave him the answer. Wang Yi to Caruso as the Jazz attacked. I'll play primary defense against Mitchell. When the offense wasn't working and he couldn't shoot the ball, he started on the defensive end. He's going to defend the other team's arrowhead, Mitchell. Caruso asked worriedly. Your stamina. No problem. Wang Yi spoke firmly. 86 nailed the big one. Mitchell's eyes were also filled with wariness when he saw Wang Yi coming to his defense. He changed direction 2 times in a row, followed by a slight lurch. Then he suddenly rose to speed, trying to wipe past Wang Yi's side. But Wang Yi's traverse speed is beyond his imagination. A simple step across the room blocked Mitchell's path. Mitchell was a little surprised. How does this guy move so fast laterally? In surprise, he pulled back a few more steps. After pulling away from the space, he accelerated to break once more. It looks as if he is trying to pass Wang Yi with his speed. Of course, it was impossible to pass Wang Yi with his speed. Wang Yi made a horizontal shift and once again blocked in front of Mitchell. But as Mitchell's body made contact with Wang Yi, he suddenly used his left foot as an axis and pulled the ball with his right hand. With his back against Wang Yi, he made a turn, finally past Wang Yi, then came inside and made a big pull-up in the air to avoid Harrell's cover. Easy pick-and-roll shot. The fans on the floor were abuzz. Wow, this pull-up pick-and-roll by Mitchell is just a beautiful, ethereal move. They couldn't help but cheer early. Yet just as the basketball was leaving Mitchell's fingertips and traveling upward, Wang Yi suddenly came out from behind Mitchell and pressed the ball hard on top of the rim with his left hand. Boo! This ball was extremely forceful. The noise made was also extremely loud. Nailed it big time. The commentators at the scene couldn't help but gasp. Oh Mecca, nailed it big time. The nearly 20,000 fans at the scene that had just cheered instantly turned into gasps of surprise. Oh, some fans are starting to clamor. Asterisk. He spoiled this beautiful goal by Mitchell. Can't this guy stop being so annoying? The Lakers courtside players, seeing Wang Yi's nail-biting cap, jumped up from the bench. The towel also waved again. The Lakers court players were pleasantly surprised, but there was no time to celebrate. Pope got the ball and passed it directly to Caruso, who was already fast. Caruso rode solo to the front of the net and jumped high. A one-handed chop. The deficit narrowed to 3 points. The Lakers' previous morale, which was slightly low, was instantly lifted by the nail-biting hat and the slash. There's nothing like this defensive counterattack to refresh the mind. It's especially demoralizing when the shot also covers the Jazz starter. The camera instantly goes to the Jazz head coach, only to see that Snyder did not look at Caruso, but looked at Wang Yi's direction and gently shook his head. ING knew that when this guy came on, it was not going to be good. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Yang Yi could not help but smile with joy when he saw the scene. So it is. Wang Yi is out of stamina and can't shoot the ball, but he does it from the defensive end. When there is no physical strength, the efficiency of the offense decreases. Then I will put my best foot forward on the defensive end. Wang Meng nodded repeatedly. Mr. Yang Yi has a good point, and this defense of Wang Yi's is actually playing with his mind's eye. Yang Yi laughed. You see it too? Wang Yi did play heart and soul with this defense. In fact, with his cross-movement speed, even when Mitchell turned around that time, he only had to take a slight step back to keep Mitchell from leaning on him, then move across again. Mitchell still has a hard time dropping him, but what about Wang Yi? He intentionally didn't withdraw this step, and when Mitchell passed him the first time, he was ready to turn back and chase. That's what led to this nail-biting hat. The fact is just like what Yang Yi analyzed. Mitchell, who was on the scene, also sensed something was wrong, but it was only one round, so he didn't feel what exactly was wrong for a while. In the second round, he dribbled again and faced Wang Yi's defense. Burying his head, he jutted forward a step, then a crossover dribble and both feet withdrew back out to the three-point line. Step back and take a three-point shot. Mitchell as the current star. Wang Yi naturally also studied his game video dozens of hundreds of times. Knew Mitchell was going to step back and shoot when he dribbled across the floor, so step forward long ago. When Mitchell jumped, he jumped with him, stretching his left hand out as far as he could to seal the deal. A slight shock went through Mitchell's mind. Prejudged by this guy, he hastily cranked up the arc while adding a substantial backward lean. The whole thing fell to the ground after the ball was thrown. The pitch was a little off the mark due to the impromptu in-air adjustments. It hit the top edge of the rim. The Lakers player grabbed the rebound and was just about to launch a fast break. But just then, the referee suddenly blew his whistle. The whistle blew much later, but it blew sharply. The Lakers players have spread their hands in displeasure. The referee compared Wang Yi's number to the technical table. Lakers, 1, 3-point foul. All of the Lakers players frowned. The referee surprisingly blew a 3-point foul at a crucial moment when they were chasing points. It's killing me. Wang Yi, however, turned around at this moment. His right hand was raised and his index finger kept drawing circles in the air. Said, "Coach, we want a challenge." The head coach didn't see if Wang Yi committed a foul on the shot or not. Wang Yi pounced too hard and Mitchell fell to the ground again. It's hard to tell in this case, but seeing Wang Yi's determined gaze, he nodded his head, called a timeout and signaled the challenge to the referee. The referee goes to the video replay. The big screen at the venue also gives a replay. The only thing you can see on the screen is Wang Yi almost sealing the ball as he leaps high into the air. And after the leap, when you land, there is a turn to avoid it, completely avoiding Mitchell. There was no physical contact between the two in the air at all, and there was no violation of the cylinder. The referee had to change the call. Lakers ball. And Lakers players are still spread-eagled at this point to express their displeasure. What the? It's just inexplicable. Although the ball was given back for the conversion, the Lakers lost a fast break opportunity. You know, just now, after Wang Yi landed, he was already fast down the front court. Harrell has the ball and is looking at a long pass. As long as the pass goes out, Wang Yi goes over for an empty basket. The ball turned out to be a hard shot that was blown away by the referee. 10-cent NBA Live Room. The pop-up screen at this time all scolded the referee. SB ref. Black Sentry. This guy should be hauled off to jail. At the game, the Lakers continued their offense. Wang Yi was so spent on the defensive end that he just dropped into the bottom corner on this offense to draw the Jazz's attention. Lakers Caruso was stymied after the break and was covered raw by Gobert. Back on the Jazz offense, Mitchell didn't have another head iron to single out Wang Yi. Instead, Gobel was called in to cover. With Gobert covering him, Mitchell pounded the lane for another score. Seeing this, Wang Yi looked up at the timer on top of the basketball stand. There are still the last 4 minutes left in the game. The Lakers were still down by 5. To continue to go for the Gobel bid at this point would probably be a wasted opportunity, and with such a short period of time, it wouldn't even allow him to make a mistake. The Lakers are in scoring trouble again. Wang Yi took a deep breath. Brain said, "Use the unresolved breakthrough experience card. 87 You guys take care of the defense. I'll take care of the offense." Primary unsolvable breakthrough experience card. Breakthrough success rate increased to 80%. Time limit for use, 10 minutes. Wang Yi's fist slowly clenched after hearing the system's prompt. Come on. Then, on the next turn, the Lakers attacked again. Wang Yi, who had not been holding the ball, reached out to Caruso for the ball at that moment. Caruso knew that Wang Yi wanted the ball and was bound to make a move. He trusted Wang Yi, passed the ball on the spot. At this point, the Jazz are Mitchell's main defense against Wang Yi. The moment Wang Yi took the ball, he didn't break inward, but used his strong lateral movement speed to dribble a step horizontally to the right. Instantly pulls away from Mitchell, then a bye-bye fake, as if to shoot a three. Mitchell rushed in to seal the deal. Instead, Wang Yi lowered his head, dribbled and then killed the inside. When Gobel came over to defend, Wang Yi collected the ball. A Eurostep that passes Gobel cleanly. The basket had been empty. Wang Yi was as casual as if he had entered his own front door, casually picking and dropping baskets. The deficit narrowed to 3 points. The goal brought the Lakers bench to a boil in an instant. This cross is just beautiful. Nothing too flashy, but just beautiful to look at. And the noise at the Jazz's home court was lowered a few notches by that shot. Turning back to the Lakers, Wang Yi shouted as he high-fived the Lakers. "I'll leave the defense to you, and the offense to me." The 4 players on the court of the Lakers, infected by Wang Yi's emotions, have shouted, "Don't worry, leave it to us." Under Wang Yi's infection, these players of the Lakers are also extremely physically exhausted though, but with will, driving their heavy feet, they still kept tearing into the Jazz players. This time, Mitchell missed a mid-range shot after blocking a shot with Gobert. Gobel picked up an offensive rebound and tried to force a dunk. Instead, Pope sliced it off with one hand. The Lakers tried to start a fast break, but the Jazz backed off extremely quickly on defense. The Lakers had no choice but to fall into position. To be honest, at this point, it wasn't really appropriate for them to fall into position if they had their deadly 5. But Wang Yi once again reached for the ball. Pop hands the ball off to Wang Yi. Wang Yi takes the ball and faces Mitchell, who dribbles backward a meter to open up space. made a fake break to the right. Suddenly the right handball dribbled behind his back while his left foot took a step to the left. Seems to change direction behind his back and break from the left. Mitchell was busy taking a step to the left. Wang Yi's right hand was behind his back but he twisted it and the ball continued to come to the right side. At the same time, by using his left foot to stomp hard on the ground, he quickly started and killed towards the inside. Mitchell reacted too late. Inside Gobel pounced again. Wang Yi dribbled to the box and suddenly took a jump step to the left. Meanwhile, with the ball in his right hand, he appeared to be trying to pick a reverse basket. Gobel, with his long arms and legs, rushed in to seal the deal. Instead, Wang Yi collected the ball. At the same time the left foot is the axis foot, a turn and a right hand hook. The basketball went over Gobel's head and floated gently into the basket. This shot was no less beautiful than the one before it. The sound of those 20,000 fans at the Jazz's home arena lowered a few more notches. The fact that the home team is down big won't make them lower the noise. But when the other team scores a too good to be true goal, they can't help but lower their voices a few notches. These 2 goals by Wang Yi are quite a lift. The Lakers players on the court saw Wang Yi score 2 goals in a row, and both were so wonderful. They were all encouraged. Sure enough, the offense Wang Yi has wrapped up. Then they must not hold Wang Yi back. So on the defensive end, they tore it up even harder. 88 rampant 51 points. Time, last 2 minutes. Score, 115-116. The Lakers trailed by 1 point. Almost all of the 20,000 fans on hand were standing for the game. On the court, all 5 Lakers players, all on the defensive end of the Jazz players to tear. Even Harrell, a player who was not good at defense, at this point, looked like he was trying to fight for his life and kept tangling with Gobert. It's almost like a physical fight on the inside. Mitchell kills the ball in the lane and causes Harrell to be fouled. He stepped to the free throw line and took 2 deep breaths, but that still didn't calm his ragged breathing. The intensity of the defense given by the Lakers players was just too much for him to handle. With a lot of physical exertion, he also made only 1 of 2 free throws. The Lakers trailed by 2. Back to the Lakers offense. Wang Yi still holds the ball at the arc. Mitchell could no longer defend Wang Yi single-handedly, and he gave a wink to Conley next to him. Both of them lifted upwards at the same time, going to pin Wang Yi. Harrell knew that although the offense was handed over to Wang Yi, he couldn't let Wang Yi go alone to dislike the Jazz's 5. He was extremely fast and mentioned the top line, crossing his legs to give Wang Yi a cover. At this point, Mitchell was chasing Wang Yi on Harrell's right side. Conley is to the left of Harrell, blocking Wang Yi's path. Wang Yi is in a dilemma with a blockade in front of him and pursuers behind him, but he didn't pass the ball. Instead, it's a behind-the-back dribble. The ball went right behind him to Harrell's crotch. After hitting the ground on Harrell's crotch, came behind Harrell. Meanwhile Wang Yi forced his way through Harrell and Conley. His speed slowed violently because the gap was so small. The ball looked to be out of control. Inside, Gobel's eyes lit up at the sight, steps forward and bends down about to fish for the ball. But Wang Yi was extremely fast and flicked the ball before Gobel could retrieve it. The basketball went back through Gobel's crotch to the basket. Wang Yi, meanwhile, flew around Gobert, got the ball, and took a flicked shot off the boards. Ball in, 117-117. The Lakers tied it. That goal, while it looked stuttering, was even better than the first 2 breakaways. First through Harrell's crotch and then through the crotch of the manly Gobel. The Lakers players were all a little incredulous. This guy, it's unbelievable. The 20,000 fans at the Jazz home stadium lost most of their voices after that goal was scored. The Lakers players finally felt like they could catch their breath. At this point, there was only the last minute and a half left in the game. The Jazz head coach used up his last timeout in a hurry. He was a bit pissed off by this point. Sack the ball, sack the ball, sack the ball. As soon as he gets the ball past the center, give me a sack. Never let him break in again. Gobert, you're a 2-time defensive player of the year. Tell me you can defend him. Gobel had been teased 3 times in a row by that guy, and was a little down at the moment. I can do it, coach. His answer, though loud, seemed to lack slightly in substance. In fact, Gobel's heart is bitter. The guy was all over the place with fakes and couldn't cover. Moreover, the game has been played up to this point. He was obviously exhausted as a dog before. How did he suddenly resurrect with full blood and full condition? It's not scientific. On the Lakers side, Wang Yi sat on his butt on the bench. The chest was like a bellows, rising and falling violently. There was already some fire in his throat. He felt like he was just about out of breath. He gulped down a bottle of water in an attempt to relieve the lack of oxygen, but it didn't work in the slightest. James saw the scene and remembered how he was once with the Cavaliers and was exhausted from carrying the team on his shoulders all by himself. He couldn't help but be a little moved as well. At the same time, he thought of Lou's guidance. Hesitating, he whispered to the head coach, "We still have 2 timeouts left. How about, when Jazz this timeout ends, we immediately call a timeout to give Wang Yi a reprieve?" Vogel looked at Wang Yi, whose face was once again pale, even miserable. Nod. Then went to talk to the referee. It's this far into the game and he finally wants to win. Tencent NBA live streaming. Wang Mang clutched the pen and felt that it had slipped a bit beyond his grasp. He kept sighing. Geez, this game, it's just tragic. Yang Yi also exclaimed. Indeed. Who would have thought that this game without James would be played so gruelingly? Who would have thought that Wang Yi, who was already physically exhausted in the third quarter, would make 3 consecutive surges in this most fateful moment? You can obviously see that he has slowed down when he runs. He's not jumping high enough anymore either. All his body language, it showed that he was tired. Just too tired. But just in this situation, he defended into Mitchell twice and broke through 3 more times in a row. It's not just ball skills anymore. It's more willpower. Wang Mang said, the game has been played to this point, and it's really a contest of willpower. It depends on who can grit their teeth and hold on. Driven by Wang Yi, the Lakers players' determination and will to fight to the last bullet for the sake of victory is moving. That's the beauty of competitive sports. That's the beauty of basketball. Speaking of which, the broadcast screen hid Wang Yi's score for the game. 51 points. The 3 people in the live hall froze, then screamed almost simultaneously. Oh, Wang Yi scored 51 points. Holy, it's really 50 plus. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. There really is a Chinese player who got 50 plus. The match just now was so intense that we forgot about this one. Brother E, YYDS. Because of too much excitement, even the anchors burst into foul language, while using internet terms at the same time. Chinese players, since Yao Ming's 41 points, it has been more than a decade since anyone could get 40 points. And today, Wang Yi pulled that record up to 51 points in one fell swoop. Yang Yi was all a bit teary-eyed. As a basketball man who has been doing this for so many years, how many times has he dreamed of the rise of Chinese players, being able to play in the NBA, being able to get 30, 40 points. This is also the dream of all the Chinese fans. Today, Wang Yi has finally realized this dream, and it's not 30 points, and it's not 40 points. Instead, it's 50 points. Above the pop-ups, there was also a gasp of amazement at this point. Rise of E, rise of China, hot tears of joy. See, this is the Chinese people, the Chinese soul. How else can the blacks be black? And at this moment, Xiang Ma de Xiang, who hadn't shown his head for a long time, finally posted a pop-up. Brother E, I'm sorry, I'm constipated today, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to realize it with the present poop. I'll split it for you. The pop-ups were instantly joyous. Show has finally conceded. To make Brother Xiang concede, unless a sow can go up a tree. Don't say it. My sow suddenly went up the tree. The tree is squealing hard there. Brother Xiang, I have corkscrew here to send you. We also don't want you to live stream the now pulling and eating, so you can just live stream a sideways pulling and splitting. Soon enough, the timeout period ended and the commentators on the air all closed their voices at the same time. The game was so intense that even they couldn't help but be silenced. But on the screen, the referee quickly gestured again. Lakers call timeout. At the same time, the scene of the camera also gave the Lakers Wang Yi. Yang Yi understood and immediately lost his smile. The Lakers called another timeout. Is this? Wang Meng had a heart-to-heart and laughed. It must have been James' idea because he's done it before. Only last time it was the Cavaliers who called 2 timeouts in a row to give him a break. This time the Lakers are taking advantage of the Jazz's timeout and they're calling another one to give Wang Yi a break. I have to say, this is smarter than Instructor Liu. 2 minutes later. End of suspension. Wang Mang wiped the sweat from his palms with a nearby tissue and said, the final moment of showdown. Let us come together to witness it. Witness the birth of a Chinese player's NBA miracle. 89. Over the line. Man over man. Time, last 1 minute and 30 seconds. Score, 117 to 117 tie. The Energy Solutions Dome, at last, is quiet. All the fans, none of them sat down to watch the game. They all stood nervously. From time to time, he looked at the score on the big screen and at the players who had already taken the field in droves. With such a highly charged game, they felt almost suffocated even though this was their home field. The Jazz served the backcourt ball. Mitchell took the ball with the intention of advancing upfield, but Caruso led the defense full court, constantly moving across the field and engaging Mitchell physically with his chest. A defense like that doesn't figure to make Mitchell miss, just to make it hard for Mitchell, to get Mitchell out of rhythm. Mitchell still tries to look for a block after coming to the front court, but Johnston, who was already on the court at this point, kept tangling with Gobert as well. Gobel didn't have time to step up and block. 3 times in a row, Mitchell intended to play the blocking game, but with 5 Lakers players playing desperate defense, the position was jammed to death. Their plays never came off. Mitchell eventually passed the ball to Conley with 4 seconds left on the offensive clock. Then suddenly an uncontested getaway and a quick run into the three-point line. Caruso obviously didn't see that one coming and was thrown off his feet by 2 meters. Conley passed the ball back to Mitchell again. Mitchell took the ball and, facing a complimentary defense by Johnston, made a highly curved throw-in to put the ball in the back of the net. That goal instantly ignited the crowd. Cokes dash. The entire Energy Solutions Center exploded. MVP, MVP, MVP. The audience gave a neat and unanimous MVP sound. The loud noise was like a 100-meter wave, splitting his head and smashing his face. A huge deterrent to Lakers players. Mitchell, at this point, scored the all-important goal. Mitchell is their MVP. Mitchell extended his right index finger and pointed to the sky. To be honest, there was an element of luck in that goal. He and Conley had an impromptu matchup when the play didn't come off, but luck is part of strength. Back to the Lakers offense. This time, the Jazz were dead set against Whiney. Whiney had just crossed the center line and the Jazz had 2 players ready to wrap up. The Lakers players couldn't pass the ball to Whiney and had to let Schroeder organize the offense. Schroeder was kind of tough this time. Made a mid-range jumper for a 2-point play to tie the game. Back again. The Jazz's Conley, one-on-one with Pop, hit a backside jumper. There are still the last 45 seconds left on the clock. The Lakers trailed by 2. At this point, Whiney did not go for the ball after coming to the front court, nor did he go to the 3-point line to drop in. Instead, he dragged his heavy feet and kept running around coverage. At this point, it was as if his body had been drained. It felt like there wasn't an ounce of strength left. He was running the position completely by will. The Lakers players, on the other hand, frantically helped Whiney as a cover. After 5 consecutive coverages, Whiney finally received the ball at the right bottom line in the mid-range position. He picked up the ball and was going to pull it. Goebel pounced in a hurry. However, Whiney knew that with almost no trace of strength in his body, the hit rate would be greatly reduced if he shot from mid-range again. Even if he has a 70% mid-range shooting percentage, there is no guarantee that it will go in 100% of the time. And that's a goal that can't be missed. So he just made a move to lift the ball, intending to shake Gobert and then burst into the lane to score. However, Gobert, a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, is unique in his own way. After being shaken by Whiney so many times before, he has learned his lesson this time. There was no jumping up when it came to pouncing. Instead, he took small steps while he was completely stuck in his stance. If Whiney tries to go up the line, the Jazz will immediately have 2 players come over to wrap it up. If it goes to the bottom, the bottom is completely stuck to him, unless Whiney goes out of bounds. And the Lakers were down to their final 3 seconds on offense. When that happens, it's a close call. The Lakers courtside players were all nervously watching Whiney. At this moment, Whiney could not afford to think too much. He held the ball in his left hand and quickly sent it around Goebel's waist and behind Goebel. The 2 players on the Jazz's top line saw this and rushed over with the intention of coming over to wrap it up. But Whiney didn't go on the line. Instead, he made a sharp lateral move to the right, with strong cross-country speed, out of the right end zone, extremely fast around Goebel and jumps back into the field. At the same time, he scooped up the basketball before it was about to jump off the baseline. Man ball. Goebel reacted with annoyance. It doesn't matter if you get passed, but to be passed over in this manner is nothing short of humiliating. And that's a couple times in a row now that I've been humiliated. He turned around in a hurry and held out his big long arms. It is like a big tree stretching out its long and dry branches to cover the head of Whiney, who was about to make a layup. Whiney, however, had long anticipated this move. He made a pull-up, evaded a Goebel block and went up for a reverse layup from the other side, scoring easily. 121-121. Ping. Lakers courtside players, once again, have jumped up and down. Oh Mecca. Oh, Micah. Damn. That's beautiful. A man down. Cross the line, man down. It's beautiful. James looked at Whiney on the court. His eyes were full of the shadow of Wade back then. The Energy Solutions Center arena was, for once, completely silent. You can hear a pin drop. Whiney's gaze scanned the fans, especially when he saw the father and son who had been screaming insults at him earlier. A sense of grandeur grew in his heart. Reach out your right hand and rest it on your ear. Made the classic listening gesture that Kobe used to do when he shut out the Suns, and Iverson shut out the Wizards. But, Kobe's listening is listening to the home fans cheering themselves on. Instead, Iverson and Whiney's listening is on the road. So this gesture of theirs is full of provocation. Isn't it the Devils' home field? Isn't it the loudest home field in the league? Where's the sound? Those 20,000 fans on the floor, watching this Lakers #1's provocation. They look at me and I look at you. And yet there was not a single response from anyone. Fresh off a 53-point outburst, the team bounced back with 4 consecutive beautiful to the point of outrageous breakaways. They could think of no more words of abuse for such a fellow. That pair of father and son were even more foolish. The popcorn in their hands fell to the ground and they seemed oblivious, staring blankly at the big screen. Whiney's man ball run off the baseline. They don't want to admit it, but they had to admit it. That ing goal was ing beautiful. Years later, Wang Yi's gesture of listening with his right hand folded over his ear became one of several classic shots in NBA history. Along with the listening gestures of Iverson and Kobe, Goebel raised his head and looked at the replay of the big screen. The image of Wang Yi who had just split the ball. He really didn't expect the guy to actually pass himself by crossing the baseline. At this point, though, the game wasn't over. The Jazz are out of timeouts, and they send a quick baseline ball, trying to score quickly with a fast break. But when Mitchell took the ball and dribbled towards the front court, he suddenly realized that Wang Yi had already returned to the defense. Damn, this guy, how can he be so fast? Mitchell mentally cursed. After dribbling halfway across the field, it only pressed on with the intention of organizing a drive. 90 give me the ball too. 0. Mitchell dribbled across the front court and saw that Wang Yi was long back inside the three-point line. There's no way he can start a fast break. He tries to single-handedly challenge Wang Yi, but thinking of this guy's terrifying horizontal movement speed, he still gives up. Just in case you don't manage to score and get an offensive foul instead, it's better to wait for Gobert to come back and continue to have a little more success with blocking. So when all the Jazz players came back, he was going to play blocker with Gobert. But the Lakers played to this point. Basically anytime Mitchell blocked a shot, it was two guys chasing Mitchell to death. Makes it very difficult for him to even pass the ball. After 2 tries in a row, and again by the third time, he finally found his chance. After the block, with 2 men wrapped around him, he tucked the ball through a gap in the crowd and toward Goebel. Goebel was harboring a fire in his heart at the moment. Eyes on the ball to be tucked in. Spirits were raised. This is a ball that if he gets it, he's facing an unguarded open foul shot. But just then, a hand suddenly ghosted out and slapped at the ball as well. The hand, not white skin, not black skin. Instead, it's unparalleled in the league. Yellow skin. Boo, a soft thud. The hand didn't get the ball, but it changed the trajectory of the ball. The basketball bounced off Goebel's wrist and flew off the line. Those in the audience at the scene, all of a sudden, screamed out in shock. Oh no, the Jazz miss. The Jazz turned the ball over in the most vital of key moments. This was simply unacceptable to the 20,000 fans in attendance. SB ref. Damn, Goebel, are you sleepwalking? This damned Oriental. He's a devil, cussing out the referee, cursing the players, cursing opponents, and it's relentless. That's the thing about Salt Lake City fans. At this point there are the last 18 seconds on the clock. The score is tied at 121. The Lakers head coach used up his last timeout. One is to set up the offensive plays. The second is to give Wang Yi a reprieve. At this moment, Wang Yi, after coming off the court, sat on his butt on the bench. His face was a little frighteningly pale. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, his body, his beans. He kept his head down, and with every breath he took, he seemed to be using up his last ounce of strength. A bead of sweat, wobbling on the tip of his nose, refracting the lights in the dugout. Snap! It fell to the ground and shattered. His hair had long been wet, but it stood straight and erect, like spikes on a hedgehog. James and Vogel pressed on his shoulders, left and right. King, how's it going? James' voice trailed off a bit. Even he was moved by such a match. Wang Yi seems to be out of breath. It took a full half-minute before he replied. No problem. Vogel sighed softly. Said the king, the last attack is on. Give me the ball. Wang Yi, who is already tired as a dog, hears the coach's words but suddenly turns his head and looks at the coach. With the game at this point, he's long since gone to his head. The last time he uttered those words, it was in a consultative tone. But this time, there was a sense of determination in his tone. Obviously, he's not Kobe. With his seniority and position on the team, he's not nearly good enough to say that. Obviously, the coach is more rational at this point, better able to take the pulse of the game, able to see the game in a more rational way than Wang Yi, who was fighting for his head. However, Wang Yi, who was fighting for his head, could no longer care about this. He has scored 4 goals in a row. This last goal was crucial. In any case, he must score. So, take the damn ball and give it to me. Next to him, James looks at Wang Yi, who is already tired to the point of near exhaustion. But in his mind is the shadow of the man who was once there. The man with an almost paranoid desire to win. At the last minute, he'd say, give me the damn ball. Whether the end result is victory or defeat, he would end the game himself. That, in a nutshell, is the Mamba spirit. James played more sensibly and closer to victory down the stretch. The man, on the other hand, fought a much hotter, more heroic fight at the last minute. And now, this Chinese man was full of that man's shadow. James had a momentary lapse of concentration. After a moment, he turned to his coach and nodded gently. Head coach Vogel is supposed to be an open-minded coach. And at this time, Wang Yi scored 4 times in a row. The efficiency of the offense was, as a Chinese online novel said, horrible as it is. Maybe it's best to give the ball to Wang Yi. Meanwhile, the Jazz head coach was setting up his players. If that number 1 has the ball, you guys have to make a first sack to get the ball out of his hands, but definitely don't actually wrap it up. At a time like this, if it really wraps up, Wang Yi passes the ball out. The rest of the Jazz will face a 3-on-4 situation. This kind of opportunity should never be given to the Lakers at a critical time like this. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in New York, in a luxury apartment building, Durant slammed the gamepad in his hand into the couch once more and gulped down another glass of red wine. The bearded man on the bed, meanwhile, pointed at the TV screen. It's the last 18 seconds and it's tied. Durant turned his head to the big screen. The bearded man smiled and asked, "Kevin, what do you think the Lakers will do with that last possession?" Durant poured himself a glass of red wine. "I don't know how they're going to handle it, but if it's me, I'm going to take a jump shot. The most damning shutouts often come with the most unassuming of shots. Reaper, no need to be fancy." Scene. Players from both sides stepped onto the field again. The 20,000 spectators, 2, stood up in unison. Time, last 18 seconds. Score, 121 tie. Lakers offense. Pope serves the baseline ball. Wang Yi catches the ball. This was unexpected by the Jazz players. Wang Yi had almost never advanced with the ball before. They were a little hesitant for a moment, wondering if they should wrap up in the Lakers' backfield. It is this hesitation that Wang Yi has already accelerated to kill the front court. They rushed after them. Wang Yi came to the front court with the last 12 seconds on the clock. He was in no hurry to attack. Mitchell and Conley came over and appeared to wrap it up. Wang Yi makes a one-handed pass fake. In fact, he wasn't even going to pass the ball. He was just paralyzing the other team. Sure enough, Conley quickly backed off to defend Caruso. Right at this moment, Wang Yi suddenly launched. He made an acceleration, then turned right and passed Mitchell. Kill to the free throw line. This time, Goebel was very careful when he came over to fill in. Stuck in a good position, while preventing from being passed by Wang Yi's man ball and also preventing from being passed by Wang Yi's crotch. Wang Yi sees no way to break through. He collects the ball with his right hand, but Goebel was already covered, leaving him no room to strike. Wang Yi was inspired when he saw Goebel mentioning it too much. Hands to the right, make a pass fake. When Goebel got loose for a split second, he suddenly raised his hand and threw the ball high toward the rim. This is not a normal shooting position. Goebel was a little weirded out by what this guy was doing. However, right at this moment, Wang Yi suddenly started. Smear through Goebel's side and suddenly get inside. Conley was quick on his feet at this point and saw Wang Yi throwing the ball high towards the rim and already knew what he was going to do. Wang Yi is trying to throw himself off. Conley hurriedly and quickly went back behind Goebel to block Wang Yi's way. He wasn't going to let this guy get away with it. Don't worry. This match did take too long to write. It'll be over in the next chapter. I won't write such a long match in the future. Writing too long is a pleasure for me, but you guys are tired of reading it. 91 throwing himself in the air to end the game. Conley saw Wang Yi throw the ball high toward the rim and around Gobert. He had already seen through Wang Yi's intentions. It's going to throw itself off. All the spectators at the scene, their hearts were tightened. More than 20,000 people, all staring with bated breath. Jazz head coach Snyder's heart tightened even more, like his heart was being strangled by a panty belt. He couldn't help but clench his fists, as if he wanted to rip the waistband of the pants off. The Lakers players were also holding their breath. At the same time, the millions of viewers in front of the screen did not dare to take a breath. Wang Mang clutched the pen in his hand so tightly that he was about to pout and break it. Yang Yi's gaze, through the lens, was fixed on the screen. It was as if he was going to pierce the screen with his gaze. Nina nervously clenched a pair of pink fists, and the pair of dimples around her mouth looked a little stiff from being so nervous. Scene. Conley saw that Wang Yi was going to throw himself. He jumped ahead and came behind Goebel, turning his back to Wang Yi and jamming him. Also planned to wait for the ball to fall to grab the rebound. There was even a flash of smugness in his heart. This guy, for once, has finally seen through himself. However, right at this moment, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, it felt like the top of his head was dark. A purple figure, suddenly from behind him, leapt up high. The basketball was clearly still high after it hit the rim, but this guy spaced out and pulled up hard. While in the air, the 5 fingers of his left hand spread out, as if in the claws of a dragon. He grabbed the falling basketball. A bellowing cry. Boo! The basketball was forced into the basket by a wave of violence. This moment of silence, the whole room was silent. If anything, Wang Yi's man ball earlier left the Energy Solutions Center arena silent. At this moment, then, the Energy Solutions Center arena is dead silent. Deadly silence. Away muffler? No, this is the away pump. It was as if at this moment, Wang Yi completely emptied the air of the entire Energy Solutions Center arena. Sound doesn't travel through it at all. Self-throwing self-snap. And it's a spacer. Even the live commentary was too shaken to speak at this point. In the Tencent NBA live streaming room, Wang Mang and Yang Yi were both wide-eyed, swollen red, and slapped the tablet. Oh, good heavens! Both men shouted the break at the same time. If they were allowed to shout calories at this point, I'm afraid there would be nothing left for Yang beyond. Self-throwback. Segregation. Segregated Mike * calmly. My god, is this still human? I just can't find the words to describe my feelings at this moment. Sorry for my lack of vocabulary. At this moment, he is the hero, the MVP, the man of God. Above the pop-ups, it also blew up a long time ago. In addition to the screen full of SAXS, the first one that jumped out was, surprisingly, Ma De Xiang, Brother E. I'm convinced. Wait for me. I'll show you the side pulling and splitting. But soon, Yang Yi said. Don't worry, the Jazz have 4 seconds of offense left. The Lakers have to back off on defense. Wang Mang couldn't hold down his excitement and spoke extremely fast. His voice was extremely loud, far beyond the normal volume. But the Jazz don't have a timeout. They don't have a timeout. They have to send the baseline ball fast, and the Lakers have to get back on defense fast. Caruso also reacted and quickly ran to the backfield. He was positioned closest to the center line and was the first to return to the backfield. Wang Yi, on the other hand, quickly approached Mitchell and interfered with his dribbling and long passes. Mitchell had no room for a long pass and could only try to pass Wang Yi through speed. In fact, he did pass Wang Yi, just past the center circle. Looking at the 3 Lakers who had already pounced on him, he hastened to a riding shot position and pushed the ball out. The basketball made an extremely beautiful arc in the air. Although it was just a short second or so, it was as if it had been a century long. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the orange basketball in the air, and along with the basketball, it crashed into the basket across a rainbow-like arc. Boom! The sound of heavy hitting iron came. The basket rejected the basketball's heartfelt confession and closed its heart, turning poor basketball away. The basketball bounced high off of a lost cause. The rim also had a red light on basketball. The basketball crashed to the ground in despair, bouncing feebly, as if it were the feeble moan of a lost love. Tick. The whistle at the end of the full court period pronounced the death sentence of basketball once and for all. You don't deserve it. 123:121. Lakers win. This moment in front of all the screens, hundreds of thousands of Jazz fans were left strangled. Millions of Laker fans, on the other hand, hogged in reveled. Li Fei, my brother E is going to make a kill. Li Fei, look, my brother E is going to make a kill. A university girls' dormitory. Wang Zhigo hugged Li Fei's head and kept shaking it. Wang Zhigo, you go to the side of death and shake your head off again. Wang Zhigua, however, didn't care, as long as the boobs don't fall off. A certain neighborhood. Shoko jumped up from her chair in excitement. I love you, brother E, I love you, brother E, I love you so much. The neighbor across the street heard Shauka's voice and wondered, doesn't this guy have a wife? Is he going to cheat on his wife? A city's first high school. Wang clenched his fists and pounded hard on the armrest of the chair. He was once a professional player as well, and it was his dream to play in the NBA. And now, not only has my son realized his dream, but he has made that dream so bright and dazzling and luminous. He couldn't help but make his eyes a little moist. He looked at his cell phone on the table next to him. For the first time, he, who never initiated contact with his son, had the urge to make an unsolicited phone call to him. Tencent Live. Nina smiled sweetly, a pair of dimples on her face as if filled with delicious wine. It's mellow, flavorful, and sweet. The two of them, Yang Yi and Wang Mang, were as if they had just poured down a bottle of beer and were unimpeded. It's brilliant, just wonderful. Who would have thought that in the case of almost having exhausted his strength, Wang Yi's last shot, he could still jump so high and come up with such a bombastic interception. This is out of everyone's expectation, Yang Yi said while shaking his head back and forth. Wang Mang looked at Wang Yi's data on the screen. 55 points, plus the dedication of a self-tossed quasi-jam. Miracle. We really witnessed the birth of a miracle. Yang Yi, I believe from today, Wang Yi will be blacklisted by every coach in the league except the Lakers. Those who said they didn't recognize Wang Yi before. This time Wang Yi has shown them what it means to have a real explosion. With this exaggerated scoring burst and this imaginative crossing, it's hard not to notice him. Wang Mang was so excited that the corners of his eyes were a little moist, and a sense of pride arose. Who says we Chinese can't play basketball? Who says that we Chinese can only get a foothold in the NBA with tall centers? Our guards, as usual, can. At this moment, the screen was given to Wang Yi, only to see Wang Yi in the center of the stadium in full view of 20,000 people, openly lying in a tie zigzag shape. The chest rose and fell like an old ox that had just finished plowing 3 acres of land. His face was as white as paper, but on his face, a smile was emerging with difficulty. His eyes watched the lights on the dome, a pair of pupils reflecting a brilliant light. The Lakers players pounced on Wang Yi to celebrate. Instead, James and Jr. stopped a crowd of players. He's so tired. He needs to rest. The Lakers players froze, then took 2 steps back. James saw that the courtside crew had approached. That had been purposely set up for a live post-game interview. He stopped the staff member in a hurry and communicated with the staff member. He's so tired. Can you cancel the interview with him or delay this interview? Denying Wang Yi the right to be interviewed seems less than respectful to him. You know how many players in the league dream of being interviewed live after a game? But how many were able to receive live interviews? Yet James knew that Wang Yi would be interviewed like this countless times in the future. But what he needed most right now was rest. The staffer shook his head. I'm sorry, it's an arrangement from the top and there's nothing I can do about it. If it had been the old James, the staff would have sold him short. But nowadays, the old king is on his last legs. The league is going to hold a new facade. So the old king's face doesn't work so well anymore. A flash of sadness swept through James' mind, and after a pause, he said, then, he just laid down like that for the interview. His tone hardened a bit. Lying down is the fastest way to regain your strength. It was not good for that staff to refute the old king's face every time. It's old, but after all, people are still kings now, he said with a hard look on his face. Then, I'll discuss it. A flash of sadness swept through James' mind once again, finally nodding. Go ahead. So, a minute later, for what is feared to be the first and only time in the entire history of the NBA, lying down for an interview appeared in front of millions of viewers, and that shot, years later, became a classic shot in NBA history. 92 Chinese, can also cut 50 plus wildly. Energy Solutions Arena. Jazz fans began to leave the arena in droves after a long silence. The result of this game left them all with the sickening feeling of having swallowed a dead fly, especially that Lakers number 1, whose last-minute desperation 5-pointer was truly murderous. That father and son took one last look at the Chinese man lying in the center circle of the stadium, shook their heads helplessly, and finally could only retreat in silence. I wasn't in the mood for the rest of the half bucket of popcorn, so I threw it on the seat. But on the Chinese side, almost all of the fans still remain in front of the screen, because they all knew that who went on a 50-plus cut in this game, would definitely have a post-game interview. They wanted to hear what he had to say. Soon, a beautiful ESPN reporter, Rachel, came over. She had a big blonde perm and was wearing a tight short dress. It's definitely not convenient to squat down and interview Wang Yi like this, so she got down on both knees and pressed her left hand against her short skirt with a professional smile on her face. I have to say, these ESPN reporters are still very professional. Even with this interview, Rachel didn't seem to mind, and although there was a professional smile on his face, he made it seem very welcoming. She asked Wang Yi her first question. I'm sorry, King, for disturbing your rest. You look tired and worn out. Who? Wang Yi gasped for air as his eyelids slowly closed. That was his answer. He was so tired that he didn't even want to talk. Rachel continued. Thank you very much for still accepting my interview. So first question. Today is the first time you cut down 50 points and the first time a Chinese man cut down 50 points in the NBA. How do you feel? Wang Yi was still huffing and puffing, but his mind was already racing. This reporter's question today was one of the rare ones that was not malicious. He couldn't help but give a hard smile to Rachel Liu and said, it feels great. Very great. Rachel nodded and said, second question. The last desperate 5-strike sequence was really beautiful. That was simply art. How did you do it? There is clearly no problem with this question. Wang Yi pointed to his head and said only one word. Inspiration. In that electric moment, there was no time to think. It's all about sudden flashes of inspiration over the top. That's what led to the last-minute, desperate 5-strike combo that seemed like a work of art. Wang Yi then added, actually, I learned it from Mr. Ma. Who is Mr. Ma? Rachel asked suspiciously. Wang Yi took a breath and replied, founder of the Lightning 5 consecutive whips, originator of the catch and transform hair, and the mastermind of the great idea no flash. Rachel was still at a loss. In the Tencent live audio, Yang Yi, Wang Mang and Maina have long been laughing. Wang Mang translated Wang Yi's words. The pop-ups were instantly joyous. So that's how it is. Yi's ball skills were passed down from Master Ma. Ma Bagua NBA subnational. Looks like the essence of the lesson was learned. My big brother E is really ing talented. Big love to E. This female reporter is clueless. So pathetic. Ha 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 ha. Rachel was indeed confused. What's a Lightning 5 whip? What are hair extensions again? What the hell is carelessness without flash again? Damn. One's preparations were not adequate. Looks like it's time to learn more about HWA in the future. But as embarrassing as it was, she managed to cover it up with the enthusiastic smile on her face. Moving on to the third question. In the third quarter it seemed like you were running out of physical energy. Obviously after that you've been playing with will. What kept you going until the end of the game? Wang Yi thought for a moment. There is still no pit on this issue. He raised his right hand with difficulty and looked at his palm. Turning his hand over again, he looked at the back of it and said, "See, yellow skin." Rachel nodded, but was a little unsure. Wang Yi pointed to his eyes again. Black eyes. Rachel seemed to understand something. Wang Yi took another breath and said, "I'm just trying to prove that yellow guys can get their feet wet in the NBA, and that yellow guys can cut it just as well in the NBA." Rachel sniffed and moved slightly. I had heard that the degree of patriotism of Chinese people is far beyond that of Western nationals. Judging from Wang Yi, it's true. In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, the pop-up screen boiled again. Big love to E. Big love to E. Brother E is truly worthy of being a member of my Huaxia. I have no regrets about joining Huaxia in this life. Scene. Wang Yi finished his interview. James and Caruso pull Wang Yi up. None of the rest of the Lakers players went back to the locker room early either. They were all waiting for Wang Yi. To be honest, this match was pretty much just Wang Yi fighting his way down. Without Wang Yi, this match, which was intended to be strategically abandoned, could never have been fought to this extent. Back in the locker room, Wang Yi first went to take a bath. While soaking, James had Caruso standing guard. He was afraid that Wang Yi would be too tired and collapse inside. After coming out of the bath, James pushed Wang Yi into the liquid nitrogen emergency freezer again. After soaking for 5 minutes, Wang Yi felt that some of the strength had been restored in that body that was almost drained by himself. Half an hour later, the Lakers were on the airport bus. "We have back-to-back games to play tomorrow. Everyone is tired, but that's the NBA. A long 82-game regular season. The endless road trips have drained them physically and mentally to a great extent. By the time the playoffs kicked off, the players were very tired, both physically and mentally. The fact that any player in this situation can still play in the playoffs is a testament to that player's ability to play far beyond the average player." The plane skimmed above the dark clouds. The cabin was quiet. Some of the players were listening to songs, some were watching movies, and some were chatting in whispers. Wang Yi, however, had long since fallen into a deep sleep. As he slept, a sweet smile loomed on his tired face. His legendary journey has just begun. A luxury apartment in New York. The bearded man sipped his wine, reflecting on the match he had just had. Said the man, "This Chinese man, he has to be more careful." Durant restarted a handful of matches, his fingers bouncing on the gamepad. The mouth returned. "It's just 150-plus game. On January 26th, we'll show him what it means to be a real scoring machine." The bearded man grinned. A bunch of beards showing white teeth inside. "Aren't you the Grim Reaper?" Durant shook his head and said, "Reapers can be scoring machines," said the man, maneuvering the game's James for a powerful chop. Snapped the game Durant to the ground. He couldn't help but kick the chair over onto the floor and curse fiercely. "Damn LeBron, don't you ever get old?" 93, Brother E, it's all over the net. As the Lakers flew to their next city, far across the ocean in China, Tiger, Tencent, Live. All the platforms about the NBA have been explosive. 55 points. Igor rises. 55 points. This time it's a real single-game score. E is a god. I'm sorry Mitchell. I'm sorry Goebel. It's my night. The away muffler. How Wang Yi conquered the Devils' home field. A story that spread like a snowflake across the internet. Basketball commentator Yang Yi's Weibo update. Hot tears. Wang Meng's Weibo update. We witnessed this moment with our own eyes. A Huaxia player cut 50+ in the NBA. Huaxia basketball is really going to rise. Sukun Weibo update. It's going to be on the hot search. This is definitely going to be on the hot search. Sure enough, by mid-afternoon, the Weebly hot list was updated. Hot search list no. 1. Wang Yi cuts 55 points furiously. Hot search list no. 2. Wang Yi's reversal of the Sky Interceptor. Hot list number 6. Wang Yi's desperate 5 strikes kill Sir. Suchuan did get it right, but what he didn't expect was that not only did Wang Yi get on the hot search, but also among the top 10. He accounted for 3 seats. It's even wrapped up the first and second place in the list. Pulls down a bunch of traffic stars. This is definitely fire out of the ring. Of course, Wang Yi did not join the NBA as a first-round pick like Yao Ming once did. He's only a second-round pick. So when the franchise joined, it caused a stir in China as well, but it was more in the basketball circles. Some people who have little interest in basketball don't know Wang Yi as a person. A young girl with dyed red hair and a lollipop slung in her mouth looked at today's hot evening. A curse escaped his lips. What the hell? Then commented under the first of the hot searches. What the heck is today's hot search? By what right did it squeeze my Lufan into third? However, as soon as the comment was sent out, a whole bunch of fans went crazy underneath. Compared to E, Lufan is nothing. E is a pure man. Lufan is a sissy. You have to go to the hospital even if you break your hand a little bit. Is this ing comparable? Even Brothery doesn't know. Are you a ing Chinese? The redhead looked over the reviews and felt as if she had gotten herself into trouble, but she still stubbornly beamed. On what basis? Our Lufan works so hard and is so dedicated. He memorizes his own lines. He only needs one. yuan a day to pay for his meals, and he arrives on time every day for filming and is seldom late. Lu Fan is the best. You guys can dislike it, but you can't blacken our family Lu Fan. Meanwhile, WeChat's circle of friends, Tencent Watch, and even Center Sports, which hasn't aired NBA news for a long time, all aired the news of Wang Yi's 55-point haul. Tencent Video NBA section of several planning, at this time, unanimously decided to immediately move to Open E section. Taking advantage of the east wind of Wang Yi's 55-point rampage, he will surely be able to earn a lot of traffic. As for the previous concern that Wang Yi's rant would cause dissatisfaction among viewers, what's wrong with blowing a few awesome lines when you've cut down 50 plus? And James has talked about bringing 7 championships to the South Coast. Maddie also said, "We'll be back." All the awesome things they blew didn't materialize. So what's wrong with Wang Yi blowing a little now? Shoko did 2 videos today. One was Wang Yi's 55 all-around collection. The other was Wang Yi's last-minute desperate 5 strikes. After these 2 videos were uploaded, the numbers went crazy. It was surreal to watch Shoko. The first video, in particular, surpassed 20,000 likes in just 1 hour. The number of evaluations surpassed 4,000, and it continues to go crazy. This time it's a real fire. Shoko crossed her 5 fingers on her left hand and ran her hair behind her head. To this day he felt incredulous, as if he were dreaming. He was no longer going to run the drop this afternoon. Just looking at the skyrocketing numbers, today's revenue is in the minority. I'm afraid we'll break 500? No, 1,000, or 1,500. Brother E, you are really my god of fortune. In fact, it's not just Shoko's video numbers that have skyrocketed. Whether it's on Shakeology, Snapchat, or any other video platform today, whether it is video, text or pictures, as long as it is about Wang Yi, the number of views are skyrocketing. Wang Yi's one game today brought 5, 10, and even 20 times the income to countless people. The Huaxia Mimic Emperor naturally mimicked Wang Yi's 2 interceptions again, and the last-minute desperate 5 strikes. The actor next to him started slamming his tactical board in anger again. The number of views on this video is 7 times higher than the previous one. The imitation emperor looked at the data that seemed to be rising miserably like a rocket, and only felt a great sense of comfort in his old age. Rain said Sports was also the first to update after the game. At the beginning, Co Young Yu didn't speak immediately, but was laughing. Embarrassed laugh. This, sorry to get hit in the face again haha, previously said that Wang Yi's ceiling is a quality 3D player with no ball holding ability. This MI seems to be my arbitrary. Wang Yi today this game and I. Let us realize that in addition to his 3D attributes, he also has a very strong ability to hold the ball breakthrough. There's also the ability to pull opposing taller players out of their military drops after a block, like Chris Paul. That desperate 5-strike combo he did at the end was invariably full of imagination and creativity. It makes it a pleasure to watch. But what's the most moving drop in eye? Is his indomitable fighting spirit? You could tell from the opening tip-off that James wasn't playing and the entire Lakers team had strategically given up. Except for Wang Yi. He's showing people with his play, every defense he plays, every offense, that he's determined to win the game. He pretty much took the Devils' home crowd of 20,000 by himself. To have that kind of ball skills and that kind of will, his drop ceiling is high. How high am I? It's estimated to be as high as a 5 or 6-story building. After saying this, Su Jingyu took a sip of water. Look through the phone. A netizen asked, E and Curry who is stronger, this to be honest and I, or Curry powerful? Once the coup retien, let the league a bunch of ball players scared. But Wang Yini, you haven't reached that point yet. Well, you did score 55 points, but after all, it was only the first time you scored 50 plus, and it's not like Curry hasn't scored 50 points before. The main drop is, Curry has participated in many finals. Wang Yini, this number is 0. He has not even touched the floor of the playoffs, which is not comparable. He concluded, Wang Yi wants to surpass Curry, and I don't think, for the time being, I see the possibility. Over the next 3 days, the Lakers participated in 2 tournaments. In these 2 games, the coach did not start Wang Yi in order to take care of his fitness, especially the back-to-back game against the Grizzlies that only allowed Wang Yi to play for 10 minutes. In the end the Lakers won both games against the Grizzlies, but lost to the Fishbowl Rockets. Losing games you shouldn't be losing is indeed chastening, but overall, the Lakers have won 6 of these 7 in a row, and 9 wins in the last 10. They have also finally overtaken the Blazers in the standings to 6th place in the West. 94 take down the Bucks. January 23rd, the Lakers flew back to Los Angeles. The 7-game road trip has exhausted everyone in the Lakers physically and mentally. Once out of the airport, the Lakers players were dismissed in place, each to his own home, and each to his own mother. Wang Yi's mom is still far away in China, so naturally it is impossible to go back and look for her. He was going to take a day off and then rent an apartment to stay in. Now that I have some money on hand, I can't keep bothering the Caruso family. James also knew Wang Yi's idea and he warmly invited him. I've asked someone to find an apartment for you, and I'll soon find one close to the training center. Also, the personal trainer and nutritionist I've asked someone to find, and they'll be coming to L.A. soon. Tonight you'll stay at my place first, so the doctor can check if your wrist is healed. Wang Yi was slightly grateful and said, thanks. James added, by the way, if you're traveling, you don't have a means of transportation yet, right? Why don't I help you pay for it first and buy you one? Wang Yi hastily shook his head and said, no need. James buys luxury cars, and this advance is probably millions of dollars. Although James had also given away other people's cars, Wang Yi knew that with his current strength, as long as he did not suffer any major injuries, he would definitely not lack luxury cars in the future. So it was better to politely decline James' kind offer. Then said, by the way, I'd appreciate it if you could help me get a BYD gas-electric hybrid car. There's no need to buy pure oil if you live in an apartment close to the ballpark. It's a good deal to get a gas/electric hybrid. For electric cars, you also have to look at BYD's blade batteries, and it's domestic again, so Wang Yi thinks it suits him. It's not easy to find domestic cars in Los Angeles. Wang Yi could only turn to James for help. James patted Wang Yi on the chest. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Next, Wang Yi followed James and went to James' 1,500 square meter mansion in Los Angeles. From here, you can overlook almost the entire cityscape of Los Angeles. The mansion is equipped with an open-air pool, sky gardens, lounge, media room, cigar room, wine cellar, gym and several wine tasting areas. There are a total of 6 bedrooms, 10 bathrooms. Although it was not the first time he came, Wang Yi had to shake his head and sigh every time he came. Dehumanizing. Sped all the way through the gates of the mansion in James' orange Wrangler. When he came into the living room, James' personal physician had been waiting for a long time. King, let me see your right hand. The personal physician usually didn't say much, and whenever he did speak it was usually about work. That's why he always talks right to the point. The three came into the living room and sat down. The private doctor spent half an hour giving Wang Yi a careful, comprehensive examination. He had a pleased smile on his face. Your right wrist is 100% healed and will never need treatment again. Wang Yi also could no longer feel any pain and said, I still have to thank you, doctor, for treating me. Without you, my wrist couldn't have healed so quickly. As they spoke, James' wife, Savannah, brought out a bottle of James' treasured red wine, and the three of them leaned back on the couch. While chatting, he savored it. That night, James called all his teammates to come up to the house and party. I have to say, this guy really is a natural leader. In addition to his notable accomplishments on the court, he always mingled with his teammates in the midst of life. The next day, Wang Yi moved into the new apartment that James had helped him find. Meanwhile, the BYD Tang DMI that James consigned arrived. It's not too expensive for a car that's just over $500,000 over here. Wang Yi spent the morning familiarizing himself with the features of this car. Needless to say, this car is full of technology, and the Chinese characters on the car's buttons made Wang Yi feel more than welcome. Thinking back, how long had it been since he'd seen so many Chinese characters? Some people say it's too low to use Chinese character buttons in a car. Wang Yi felt that as a Chinese, you feel low when you see Chinese words. Either your head was kicked by a donkey or the donkey kicked your head. On this morning, the training task Wang Yi received was simple. Daily task, 10-kilometer cross-country run. Mission reward, physical fitness increase in base physical fitness by 1%. Optional task, 1,000 sharp starts. Quest reward, lightning first step breakthrough first step speed increase by 10%. According to the system explanation, daily tasks must be done every day afterward, even on game day. Wang Yi said in his heart, the system is really spiritual. Seeing that I exposed physical problems in the match with Jazz, I immediately began to train for the body. So at 5 in the morning, it was still light. A yellow-skinned, dark-eyed figure running through the streets of Los Angeles. Although the security over here is not as good as at home, Wang Yi has chosen the streets. The streets were patrolled by police officers, and by this point in the day, there was already a gradual flow of traffic, so it was still relatively safe. Those narrow, cramped alleys he would never go near. Wang Yi ran an easy race. There are no hard and fast requirements for daily tasks, as long as it is done within 24 hours. Wang Yi ran the whole course in 49 minutes. He sat down and took a big breath of the cold, almost 6 o'clock in the morning air of Los Angeles. When I looked up, I saw graffiti on the wall next to it by the vague streetlight. On the graffiti is a silhouette of a man, wearing a jersey, but no number. But from the silhouetted figure, it's immediately obvious that this is Kobe the boss. Next to it is a date, January 26th. Who dash? Wang Yi took a deep breath and looked at the gray sky in the distance. The day after tomorrow is January 26th. The man, who has been gone for 2 years, He spent his whole life doing one thing, pursuing God's footsteps as the quadrilateral chases the sun. He's seen Los Angeles at 4 a.m. In order to keep up with God, he dislocated his finger and broke it back on his own and continued to play. He dragged his already ruptured Achilles tendon and insisted on completing the free throws against the beads of sweat that kept rolling down his face because of the pain, and walked himself back to the locker room. His trademark smile, his picturesque jump shot. This scene appeared in Wang Yi's mind from time to time. In particular, his indomitable Mamba spirit has always inspired Wang Yi to move forward. Wang Yi was silent in front of this graffiti for a full 5 minutes. With one last look at the graffiti, he slowly made his way towards the training hall. Arriving at the training gym, he was tired though, but thinking of that man, he persisted and gritted his teeth to finish his training. The closer the time gets to Jan. 26, the more the city's sad atmosphere is felt. On the streets, Kobe graffiti, posters, and jerseys began to appear everywhere. He is missed throughout Los Angeles. Finally, January 26th arrived. On this day, when Wang Yi came to the entrance of Staples Arena, he only saw that the giant poster of the whole arena had been changed to Kobe. The main color of the poster is black, and in front of the dugout, in front of Kobe's statue, although the game is still more than 2 hours away, hundreds of fans have already gathered here. Some fans have red eyes. Wang Yi looked at the statue's resolute face and determined gaze. He couldn't help but get a little moist in his eyes as well. Despite being a different skin color, he grew up watching Kobe play. He learned a lot of his moves from watching videos of Kobe as well. For example, that self-toss. While many players have done it, it was after watching Kobe's self-toss that he resolved to practice the move. At 10 p.m., the fans filed in. But today's fans all seem to contain a hint of sadness in their emotions. The pregame conference was not attended by any of the Lakers players, just the head coach to deal with it. The Lakers players in the locker room have changed into the black jerseys that Kobe helped design, the Black Mamba jerseys. They huddled together and James spoke up. For his sake, this nationally televised game has to be about taking down the Bucks. All the Lakers players chanted in unison, "Take the Bucks." 95 Chief narrator's bias. Laker fans were already filing in as we approached the start of the game. Laker fans today, all dressed in black. Many were wearing Lakers Black Mamba jerseys. Those without Black Mamba jerseys also wore black tops. The entire Staples Center arena was solemn. The Lakers' home court has never been short of stars, and today there were more than ever. There are Lin Shilei and Li Yifeng from China. There's tennis star Maria Sharapova. There's soccer star David Beckham. There's the rapper Snoop Dogg Rihanna, Swift. There's also movie star Lee Jr. and decades-old Laker movie star Jack Nicholson. Fans weren't talking and laughing like they used to, and they weren't buying big buckets of popcorn and big glasses of Coke. All the lights in the dugout dimmed. Only the screen in the center was showing classic images of what Kobe used to do. He's a juggernaut. He's listening. He took the free throws through the massive pain of a torn Achilles tendon, stiffly broke back his dislocated finger and continued to play. Many fans have been brought to tears at the sight of these scenes. In the Lakers locker room, head coach Vogel patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and said, "King, you're starting tonight." Wang Yi hasn't started in 2 games since his last start against the Jazz. And today, January 26th, on the day Kobe left, Wang Yi is once again starting. This is undoubtedly of great significance to Wang Yi. Kobe may be gone, but the Mamba spirit lives on, and will blossom in thousands of people. Wang Yi decided to be one of them. He nodded heavily to his coach. Aha! When it came time for the Lakers' ceremonial appearance, the live DJ stopped announcing each player's name in a high-pitched noise. There is no out-of-the-box introduction. In front of Kobe's Mamba spirit, everyone is as dim as the firefly to the white moon. James also didn't go back to showing off and generally sprinkling magnesium dust. Everyone stared silently at the big screen overhead. Everyone on the nets was similarly looking at the big screen overhead. When the picture was played on the big screen, the low voice of the live DJ rang out. "Let's have a moment of silence for Kobe Bryant, and all those who tragically lost their lives on January 26th. The 20,000 fans at the venue stood up en masse and bowed their heads in silence. The silence ended and the house lights came on. Players from both sides walked onto the pitch in silence. The moment Wang Yi stepped into the stadium, in his mind, that voice resounded again. Both centers jumped on the ball. The Lakers have the ball, but James didn't dribble up court after getting the ball. Instead, the ball was placed in the center of the free throw line circle. 8 seconds had elapsed and the referee blew the whistle for an 8-second violation. Possession was given to the Bucks. After the net serve, the bearded Harden takes the ball. He didn't launch an offense either. Instead, he held the ball in one hand and stayed in place at the three-point line. The Lakers didn't have any players going up to press either. No one in the room made a sound. Only the numbers on the timer kept jumping. 20, 15, 10, 8, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0. Exactly 24 seconds had gone by when the red light on the rim came on. The referee blew the whistle again. Offense 24 seconds violation. An 8-second violation. A 24-second violation. Used to honor Kobe. The Kobe of the No. 8 jersey. The Kobe of the No. 24 jersey. Will be forever branded in the hearts of all fans on the scene, all fans in front of the screen, and all fans around the world. Until then, the fans on the floor were seated. The Lakers serve the backcourt ball again. James dribbles the ball and advances to the frontcourt. When Wangi replaced Black in the starting lineup, James temporarily switched to point guard. Wangi at point guard, Pop at small forward, Thickers at power forward, and Schwang at center. This is the Lakers lineup today. The Browns have a groin strain, but fortunately it's only a grade 1 strain, so they're finally ready to play after so many games off as well. Blackie, who was on the bench, looked at Wangi on the field. Although his heart was not willing to do so, he had previously lost to Wangi in the training match. And then in these subsequent matches, Wangi cut down high scores one after another, even exaggerated a 50+. At this point, even though he was unconvinced, there was nothing he could do. James dribbled across half-court and handed the ball to the Brow, who dropped low. The Brow hasn't played in over 10 days and has to be allowed to find his touch first. The Brows backed up Griffin in the low post and missed a turnaround jumper. Back in the game, the Bucks launched a fast break. Irving scored on a fast break. On the second turn, James still gave the ball to the Brow. The Brow started breaking from the three-point line. Despite passing Griffin, the layup was interfered with by Durant and still missed. The Bucks are once again on a fast break. Hayden came in with a long pass across the field. It was still Irving, catching the ball and splitting it. The Lakers opened the game with 2 comebacks, especially by Irving 2 fast breaks in a row. The defense of Irving's Wangi suddenly caused some of the fans to be dissatisfied. The game was televised live across the United States with commentators from ESPN. One is ESPN's chief commentator, a silver-haired Mike Berry. He's been commentating in this league for decades, since it was a special day. ESPN also sent out the heavyweight commentator who doesn't commentate much these days. One is Charles Buckley, the other is O'Neal. The Shark, O'Neal, a Lakers Hall of Famer, was part of the duo that won 3 straight titles for the Lakers. Also a close friend of Kobe's, although the two had a previous feud. They've long since laughed it off. It's only fitting that on a day like today, he's commentating on the game. Silver-haired Mike Berry, seeing Owen score 2 goals in a row, and Wangi, who was supposed to keep an eye on Irving, didn't even follow. He chuckled. Looks like the lad's scared. He's never seen a big scene like this. Haven't experienced the All-American broadcast, haven't played against a Kyrie Owen type of guard. His reflexes are a little slow, he's too slow on his feet. For the first 2 rounds, he didn't deserve the starting spot today. Charles, what do you think? Charles Buckley shrugged. The image of kissing a pig's buttocks before was still fresh in his mind, and Wangi had just slashed 50+ earlier, so he wasn't going to put up another fight. I think you're being a little arbitrary. I'm afraid. Don't forget that he only just slashed 50+ against the Jazz. Silver-haired Mike Bree shook his head. No, the Jazz of today are long gone from the Jazz of Marlon Stockton's time. Today's defense is nowhere near as good as it was in the 70s and 80s. Too many body hair whistles. Put him in the era he once was and would he still score as many points? And with the number of rounds in today's games greatly increased and the overall trend of players' stats blowing up, getting 50+ isn't a big blowout. Let him ask bearded Harden how many 50+ he can get in a season. O'Neal shook his head and said, that means the king can't get into your eyes no matter what. Silver-haired Mike Berry shook his head again and said, it's not that it doesn't catch my eye, but it's an objective fact. Look at the first 2 rounds. He's already scared to death. And the Bucks' big 3 haven't even started yet. And the Reapers haven't even started yet. When the 3 giants are all together, such a big scene, he shouldn't cry in fear, right? 96 fierce firepower from the big 3. O'Neal and Barkley looked at each other at this point. It was all slightly strange. As a commentator, you have to create something to talk about so that you can hold on to your audience. They also often use this little trick to create disagreements and even fight to the death. But that tends to be just arguing over technical and tactical aspects, or about a player's performance projection, future potential, etc. Overall it's still objective. But today this Mike Berry came up and looked so bad for a player. This is just a little strange. Earlier, I heard rumors that Mike Rich's son hired a Chinese nanny, and later there seemed to be some conflict with that Chinese nanny. Maybe Mike Rich's attitude towards this Chinese guy has something to do with it. Of course, this is just a rumor. No one knows the truth of the matter. But O'Neal and Barkley were still a little surprised. Mike Berry has always been objective and professional as ESPN's chief commentator. Is it really possible to hold prejudice against Wangi, a Chinese player, for a little personal grudge? In order not to go any further, the two had to steer the conversation to someone else. O'Neal said, It is said that the king has grown old and that death has wielded its scythe. Even a king can't escape death. Mike, do you think that's true? Mike Berry was sensitive to the fact that O'Neill was reminding him of this. He then came back to his senses and said, yes, James is indeed getting older. He's slowing down. He can't jump anymore. And the scythe of death is still swinging. I think it's possible that this one game could decide who's number one in the league this year. But at the end he added, I don't know who's going to end up being the no. one guy in the league. But it's certainly not the guy who slashes 50 plus and gets cocky. Or the guy who just took a guaranteed contract and screams about conquering the NBA. O'Neill frowned slightly and looked over at Barkley. Barkley frowned back. Obviously, Mike Bree was talking about the Chinese guy again with that last one. Although they also think that the Chinese said to conquer the NBA such words. A little too arrogant. But the tone of Mike Berry's voice made it seem as if there was some kind of enmity between him and this Chinese man. On the court, the Lakers were on offense again. Wang Yi still keeps running. In fact, just now, if you weren't deliberately biased, you could see that the reason he didn't catch up to Owen wasn't slow reflexes. Instead, he's constantly running the ball and looking for opportunities. Meanwhile, he was looking for opportunities to grab rebounds when the Brow took shots. So back on defense a little bit slower. James said to Wang Yi as the Lakers went on offense again. The rebound goes to Drummond and AD. You, Pop, and I back off quickly on defense. Wang Yi nodded his head and took a deep breath to calm himself down a little. Just now it was because of too much excitement. He was just too excited to run into the current no. one team in the East, the big three led Nets. So make it hard and make it cross. Which is why Owen stole 2 in a row. Such a mistake he would not make again. When the Lakers went on offense again, James still passed the ball to AD. AD made a turn this time, quickly spun into the lane and pulled up for a dunk. But watching Durant pounce again, he hit the boards for a quick shot. But perhaps he was too mentally stunned by his previous groin strain to make much of a push. Plus, the dunk was changed to a shot in haste, so the basketball rolled off to the side after bouncing off the rim. The Bucks are once again on a fast break. Harden made a quick out and Durant took the ball and ran down the court. This time, James, Wang Yi and Pope have all backed off from allowing Durant to score a direct layup. But Durant didn't kill it inward. Instead, he was at the three-point line, pulling up and shooting. Swish, chased down a 3 and hit it solidly. Commentator Mike Berry stroked his head of silver hair and said with a general sense of old age, he is still the same death. Whether or not the aged king can carry the scythe of death I don't know, but the fighters beside the king are far inferior to the executioners beside the god of death, especially the oriental man beside the king. His speed is not even on the same level as the others. With such a fighter by his side, the king is afraid that he will only be reaped by death. At this point, on the sidelines, Lakers head coach Vogel did not call for a timeout. Despite facing a powerhouse with the current number 1 record in the East and an opponent with the most offensive firepower in the league in the Big Three, but Vogel believes in James. Maybe some people will hack James 7 steps, would hack James to hold his legs strong, would hack James the king of dumping, but you have to admit, he really doesn't have the usual ball skills. Like Rondo, he's pretty much the coach on the court. With such a high-flying on-field coach in place, Vogel is confident that these players will adjust quickly. When the Lakers went on offense again, James didn't let the Brow's 3 missed shots stop him from handing it off again. Instead, the ball was once again handed to the Brow. If it doesn't go to Thickers for the 4th time, it might take the offense out of Thickers' hands. Maybe it'll get under the skin of the thickhead. So even if he misses 5 times in a row, James will still give him the ball on the 6th until he hits it. Sure enough, the Brow always hit a mid-range jumper on this one. As he retreated from the defense, James high-fived the Brow. Brother, welcome back. Thick eyebrows that were M-shaped raised and said, my goals will be late, but never absent. But the fact is that the Brow, despite scoring goals, is not really in good shape after missing so many games. He was just 2 of 7 from the field in the first half of the quarter. On the Bucks side, on the other hand, the big three are really firing on all cylinders. Durant and Irving then combined to contribute 21 points in half a quarter. For that matter, James Harden hasn't been firing. He's just passing the ball. It's been said that the Bucks can't play defense, but seriously, with that kind of ferocious firepower, there's really no need for defense, at least, not in the regular season they don't. After all, there is a saying that the best defense is an offense. The Lakers trailed by 8 points at halftime. Head coach Vogel finally called for a timeout. Of course, Vogel didn't panic, nor did any of the Lakers players, because they knew that the Lakers were here to give the Browns a handjob for the first half of the quarter. Wang Yi wasn't much involved in the offense during this half of the quarter either. He's more of a runner to take defenders away from him, thus creating space for the Brow to attack. James, on the other hand, is dealing more from the top of the arc. After all, strong hoops, that's his specialty. Vogel was setting up James in the Brow's block at this point, emphasizing, AD, we'll help you get back in shape. but we should stop blindly letting you go one-on-one. You and LeBron should play more on the block, with LeBron initiating and you finishing. The others ambush outside the three-point line and take determined shots whenever they get the chance. At this point, however, the thick eyebrows offered a different opinion. Coach, I think we should try hitting King first on this one. He's got a solid center shot like an old dog. We can try that. 97. Center pitch is solid as an old dog. Wangy couldn't help but make an angry face when he heard the thick eyebrows. I appreciate you saying I'm a solid center fielder, but what the hell is solid as an old dog? AD put his arm around Wang Yi's shoulder and said with a smile, I've been watching that game against the Jazz. Your center shot is very steady, like an old dog in its twilight years walking down a dusky street. Not in a hurry. Even when the wind blows and the rain falls, you remain the same, walking steadily through the stormy weather, ignoring the world's eyes. I do what I do. Wang Yi shook his head helplessly. I'll put up with steady as an old dog, but you're going too far with old dog in his twilight years. It's a shame you're not writing poetry. In fact, the thick eyebrows were really just praising Wang Yi. In Western culture, the dog is a symbol of loyalty, competence, friendliness and many other things. Calling someone a dog of some sort is often a compliment. Beverly, for example, was known as Mad Dog or Junk Dog. Then there's Big Dog Glenn Robinson, known as Big Dog for his loud eating and dunking. However, Wang Yi's oriental mindset still felt a little awkward about such a compliment. Vogel looked at the thick eyebrows and then at James. Apparently, James agrees with the point of hitting Wang Yi first. He said with a nod, yes, then we'll hit King on that first. But King, your fitness is an issue, so we can't let you go one-on-one. LeBron, AD, Drummond, you guys have to play more block with King to make it easier for him to get to the mid-range. The Lakers haven't practiced the play where Wang Yi holds the ball and blocks the shot, so that adds a lot of uncertainty. However, with the current strength of the Lakers, I'm afraid it's hard to win by conventional means against the Bucks of the Big Three. The only way to win is to add more uncertainty. Back from the timeout, it was still the Lakers' offense. This time, James held the ball at the top of the arc. Wang Yi made a cover for him. James kills inside with the ball. Since Wang Yi and James had very little blocking among all the previous Lakers games, the Bucks didn't even talk about it in their pre-game preparations. The players were at a loss for a short time as to how to defend against the blocking of Wang Yi and James. Both Irving, who was defending Wang Yi, and Durant, who was defending James, were slightly confused, not sure whether to switch defenses or pin James. It was such a hesitation that James had killed the inside. Inside, Griffin had leaped high to cover James, but just then, James hit the ground with a knockdown and returned the ball to Wang Yi, who was unguarded from the three-point line. Wang Yi received the ball, only to see that within 5 meters in front of him, there was no one in sight. He pulls up and throws, eyes as determined as the damsels who get up at 5 in the morning and go stand in line at the grocery store entrance to get their eggs. Boo! The basketball slammed hard into the front of the rim. The older woman had not yet received her eggs when she was suddenly told that the egg delivery truck had overturned and the eggs were broken all over the place. But this one popped out for a long rebound. It was flying right towards Wang Yi's side. He took a step forward, unbiased, just enough to get to the ball with ease. Facing Irving, who had lunged, he pulled up and threw again. As Jordan said, even if you miss 100 shots, you will still believe you can make it the 101st time. Wang Yi's gaze was once again resolute. It's like the look in the eyes of the older ladies when they are told that another load of eggs has been delivered and they are lining up again. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and gently floated into the basket, finally grabbed the eggs and breathed a long sigh of relief. Wang Yi's center shot always has such a soft touch. The basketball is silky smooth and light as a feather as it falls into the net. Owen glanced at Wang Yi and raised his eyebrows slightly. Back on the Bucks offense, he returned the favor with a three. Turning his head, he did not look at Wang Yi again, but glanced at James, as if to prove something to James. This is a game that is a battle of proof for both players. James has to prove that he's still the same king. I didn't give it to you. You can't take it. Durant has to prove that it's time for the king to step aside and that he's the active no one in the league. James * Harden is out to prove that this James is stronger and more versatile than that James. And all Owen has to prove is, I'm doing just as well without you. James, however, paid no attention to Irving, as much as Owen was unwilling to pay attention to Wang Yi. On the Lakers' offense, James held the ball before blocking with Wang Yi once again. This time he was still using Wang Yi's cover to try to kill the basket, but the quality of Wang Yi's coverage wasn't great, and Durant still chased James ahead, but Wang Yi has followed through to the free throw line. After James jumped, he crossed his legs and the basketball was passed from his crotch to Wang Yi behind him. This allowed Durant's cover to pounce. Irving is trying to block Wang Yi from the side. However, Wang Yi strikes too fast. Even if there was a sliver of room to strike, he could strike in an instant. Owen could only watch the basketball pass through his fingertips, as if it were an untouchable lover, unattainable. This time, the The basketball was even lighter as it fell into the net. Even the sound of friction against the net was faintly audible, like a mother caressing a sleeping child. On the next turn, the Bucks missed on offense. When the Lakers attacked, the Bucks already had the sense to prevent Wang and James from blocking. But James had anticipated this. He handed the ball to Wang at the top of the arc and then gave Brow a look, signaling Brow to come over and block with Wang. Thick Brow mentioned coming from the arc and made a cover for Wang, who came to the free throw line. Seeing Griffin on the inside didn't bring it up. He flicked, hitting his third mid-range shot of the game. 6 straight points. The Lakers pushed their deficit to just 5 points. Bucks head coach Nash had to call a timeout. The atmosphere of Staples Center was mobilized by these 3 consecutive mid-range shots of Wang. Many fans stood up to cheer and applaud. The Lakers players also high-fived Wang as if they wanted to dip into his hand a little. Thick eyebrows kept rubbing Wang's head and said, "I told you, your center shot is steady as an old dog." Only Schroeder, sitting on the bench, had a forlorn expression. The image of Wang hitting 3 in a row was presented to thousands and thousands of American fans through the national live broadcast. This Chinese guy, he's not bad. I heard there was a Chinese guy who went on a 50-plus spree against the Jazz. That's him, isn't it? The Lakers could be considered to have a consistent third scoring point besides James and AD. More American fans, of course, hold deep preconceptions. Oh, he's the guy who ranted about conquering the NBA? Even though I'm a Laker fan, I really don't like him. The physical fitness of the yellow man is far worse than that of the black man and the white man. He's just as crazy as that so-called Lin Crazy once was for a while. When he meets the big 3 this time, I'm afraid he's going to get the beat out of him. The commentator at the scene, the silver-haired Mike Barry, saw Wang's performance and a flash of exasperation swept between his eyes. He's really quite lucky, hitting 3 in a row. But basketball can't just be based on luck. In front of the absolute talent of the big 3, I'm afraid this guy will soon have to tremble. O'Neal rounded. I think King is going to be outstanding this time. Barkley, though he has been carrying on with O'Neal, was intent on rounding out the conversation at this point, saying, "What's your basis for feeling that way?" O'Neal said as his eyebrows jumped twice. "This Chinese guy is talented or not very strong, but through the previous few matches, I discovered a secret about him." Buckley, who is well versed in the essence of the Derwent cudgel, asked, "What secret?" O'Neal said in a mysterious, lowered voice, "Don't you guys realize that the stronger the opponents he meets, the stronger he gets? From meeting Damian Lillard, to meeting Donovan Mitchell, the stronger the opponent, the better the form, the stronger he is. On the contrary, when he played the Rockets, a team of fish, he was in a flat state. So today, when he meets the offensive firepower explosion of the big 3, he is likely to have a big breakout." Buckley, still fulfilling his role as a croupier, drifted off. "Oh, so that's how it is, then we'll see." The silver-haired Mike Bree, however, shook his head and sneered. "You guys think too highly of this Chinese guy. 98 old man. You don't talk about morality." Back from the timeout, the Bucks continued their offense. Their offensive firepower is really strong. Irving made another one, and Harden helped Griffin make 2 straight inside foul shots. Durant spiked a pair of 3-pointers. Needless to say, this kind of ferocious offensive firepower in a game like the Bucks' offensive game is very watchable. However, the Bucks' so ferocious firepower, at the end of the first quarter, not only failed to pull away from the score, but was chased by the Lakers to only 4 points. The reason for this is because Wang's center shot is just too sick. The Bucks put Griffin and Jordan Jr. on the court at the same time during a timeout to pounce on Wang's mid-range shots, but this had no effect on Wang at all. He plays blocking with Johnny, he plays blocking with James, he plays blocking with the Brow. Just give him a little room to make a shot from mid-range and he'll hit it solidly. So in the first quarter, he hit his first 6 shots and scored 12 points. The worst part is that he doesn't just strike out all by himself. When Griffin and Jordan Jr. pounce on him too hard, the Bucks' interior is bound to be empty. This is the time of year when Thickers and Shogun have their chance. Wang threw an air pass to the Brow and a dunk to the Shogun. The highlight also has to be the pass to James for the sack. At that time, Jordan Jr. and Griffin did not communicate well, and the two came together to pounce on Wang, completely sealing the angle of Wang's shot. Just then, James came in from the middle of the air. Wang smoothly passed the ball between Little Jordan's crossed legs. James blew up the basket with both hands right after the catch. That goal instantly lit up the room. The Lakers were chasing points throughout the first quarter and trailed by as many as 10 points. Lakers fans were also crushed for the entire first quarter, until near the end. This wonderful cooperation between Wang and James, as well as James's two-handed bomb basket, let the fans feel that the breath held back. Finally, a large part of the spillout. Jordan Jr. felt humiliated by being passed from his hips. He turned his head violently and stared hard at Wang. In this instant, Wang captured the opportunity. He's going to be pissed. This big guy is going to be pissed. Whenever an opponent gets angry, it's an opportunity for the Lakers. The Lakers can't win against the Bucks with just what they have so far, so other X factors are needed. And right now, this little Jordan is the X factor. The Nets were already playing mediocre defense, and if Jordan Jr. was knocked out of the game, then the Lakers players could break in. Nash, the Bucks head coach, was writing and scribbling on his game board during the intermission. That Chinese player is strong, but our focus shouldn't be on him. If he wants to score, they'll let him, but never let him pass the ball and let him drive James, AD and the rest of the Lakers. If he can, he'll kill our whole team by himself. Among the ESPN commentators on the sidelines, O'Neal and Barkley were in rare agreement, praising Wang Yi. O'Neal wiped away a drop of crystallized sweat on his head. This Chinese player, besides being able to score by himself, passes the ball very well. It was his scoring that led the Lakers' counterattack wave. At the same time, his passing keeps him from fighting alone himself. The silver-haired Mike Barry beside him cannot help but look a little ugly when he hears these two people holding Wang Yi in such high esteem. I say you too. As commentators, you have to be objective and professional. Basketball is a 5-player sport. Without the rest of the Lakers, it's impossible for that one Chinese player to catch up the difference to just 4 points even if he's exhausted. Not to mention that the Bucks' James Harden hasn't gotten hot yet. The Grim Reaper hasn't really come down yet either. That's why we have to watch the game rationally and commentate rationally. At the beginning of the second quarter, Wang Yi and James sat down on the court. The court was led by the Brow with a bunch of Lakers subs, and by Harden with a bunch of subs in the hard-hitting Bucks. The Lakers bench played surprisingly well today. Kuzma, Caruso, Druaga, and Harrell all played well. So much so that 5 minutes into the second quarter, the Lakers not only didn't get pulled away from the deficit, but also closed in closer. The chase was down to just 1 point. Lakers head coach Vogel clasped his arms and quietly watched the game on the court, unknowingly seeing Irving on the court for the Nets and Harden and Durant on the sidelines. Then looked to the Lakers' Brow on the court, James and Wang Yi on the sidelines. The old man has never fought a war so rich. One reason the Lakers have struggled in many of their games over the previous 2 or 3 years is that the Lakers' threes just pull crotch. If you can get 2 or 3 out of 10 right, you should be thankful. Another big reason is that the Lakers don't have a consistent third point guard. Caruso is not. Popper isn't. Neither were Schroeder and Johnston, who arrived in the middle of last season. Schroeder can be a god once in a while, but otherwise is mediocre. The bottom line is that for Schroeder to excel, he's going to have to split the ball with James. And with a field commander like James, it would be a waste not to give him the ball. Now, finally, here comes Wang Yi. Wang Yi plays far better defense than Schroeder and is really tough from 3, and can play without the ball as well as holding the ball for offense. I'll take whatever you give me. Who wouldn't love a player like that? Wang Yi is looking intently at the game on the field. Suddenly it felt as if someone was looking at them. He subconsciously looked to the coach, only to see the coach watching himself. Wang Yi stood up with a fiery gaze in his eyes. Coach, can I play now? Vogel had looked at the field in a good situation and had no intention of immediately putting Wang Yi on the field. But seeing that Wang Yi is so eager for the match, he nods his head. Well, next time the dead ball is on you and LeBron together. Soon after, at the dead ball, Wang Yi joined James on the court, replacing the Brow and Jurga. At this point, the Lakers on the court, Wang Yi, Caruso, James, Harrell and Drummond. This lineup features inside rebounding that can be guaranteed. But offensively, the interior space is too crowded. Harrell and Drummond generally finish at the basket and can't space the floor, so it's harder to break out. James patted Wang Yi's back and reminded, with this lineup, you can only solve the problem with mid-range shots and threes. It's up to you. Wang Yi nodded. Aha. James has been in the league for nearly 2 decades. His reading of how the game is going, his reading of the defense, and his situational awareness are all top-notch. A quick glance at the Lakers' current roster. Wang Yi secretly thought in his heart that he must learn more from James while he is in these last few years of his life. At this point, the Bucks' Irving also came off the bench to rest. Harden and Durant redressed. Lakers offense. James dribbles across half court, just past the center circle, stopping abruptly, then pulling up as a standard jump shot position. Super long 3. Swish. The basketball was airborne and went into the net. The goal was an instant rebound. Staples Center. 2. Was instantly detonated. Wang Yi made a face at James. What about the promise to look at me? Elderly people, you don't talk about martial virtues. 99-100% in the half-court. James said yes to watching Wang Yi after he got on the court. He ended up swooping in with a surprise cold shot of his own first, coming up with an over-the-top 3 that almost stepped into the center circle. The shot instantly ignited the Staples Center. But that's not all. The second round comes over and Durant immediately has to post up on defense. He knew James' trait of generally scoring a 3 and then often trying another one. Keep trying until the pitch doesn't go in. James obviously knew Durant was coming over to post defense as well. The two have been fighting for so many years that they know exactly how many nose hairs are in each other's nostrils. So James had just crossed the three-point line and wasn't even out of the center circle yet. Just pick it up and pitch it. Still a jump shot from a standard position. This guy's core strength is really sick. Players like Curry and Lillard have shot logo threes, but they generally use a near push-up position when they take a shot from this far out. Push the ball out of your chest. Wang Yi has also shot logo threes, which look kind of like a standard pose, but he was leaning on his entire upper body, almost, to throw the ball. There is simply no other player who can logo a three and still shoot it so easily and with such a standard posture as James. Swish, 3 points and in again. This time, the entire Laker fan base was on their feet. Even the celebrities are no exception. Players on the Lake side of the field celebrated. Kuzma made a gesture of holding the crown with his hands, making a gesture of putting it on James' head from a distance. O'Neal was thrilled. Oh my god, the king is still the same. Let's bow down to the king. Buckley was not without admiration. This guy shoots a jumper from the center circle from a standard stance and is so accurate. Is he even human? Mike Berry kept shaking his head as well. Logo threes are the only thing I'll take from LeBron. Wang Yi joked as he made a helpless expression while high-fiving James. Where's the promise to look at me? James laughed out loud, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. I'm sorry, I gave it a miss, but it's okay, you're still young. You'll have plenty of opportunities to perform in the future. Ha 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 ha. Durant looked on with fire in his eyes. Come back to the three-point line and take a pass from Harden. Ignoring the fact that there's Harrell in front of him, pulled up and went straight for three. He had come to reap the harvest of the aged king, so how could he let the old man still flaunt himself in front of him? But unfortunately, he didn't respond to this response ball. Johnny grabbed the rebound and the Lakers attacked again. James took the ball and then came to the front court. This time, he's still going for the three despite having Durant posted up. He took 2 steps across the floor to the right outside the three-point line and made a fake move that the whole world knew he was going to shoot. And only he thought he was making a fake move. Then suddenly collect the ball and strike. Durant had expected this move from him and jumped up to cover it. However, here's the weird thing about James' move. You know he's faking it and you're ready to cover it. But you just can't cover him. Only though it wasn't covered, the shot didn't go in after all. Good thing Johnny grabbed the rebound and got the ball back to James. After James caught the ball one-handed in the air, he plucked it right to Wang Yi at the right 45-degree three-point line before it hit the ground. Wang Yi made a three-point shot. Harden has a lot of experience on defense and he doesn't jump. But just because it didn't jump doesn't mean it's defensible. Wang Yi eyes up Harden's left hand as he makes a fake move. With this upward movement, the center of gravity is bound to be unstable. Wang Yi took this opportunity to instantly start. It flashed directly under Harden's left arm, and then didn't kill the crowded interior. Instead, he was in mid-range, stopped sharply, and took a shot. The basketball was like a balloon thrown by a boyfriend or girlfriend at a playdate, sliding lightly into the basket without making a sound. Laker Arena was instantly noisy. With this 2-point play by Wang Yi, the Lakers have a 5-point lead. Harden turned his head violently and looked at Wang Yi. Previously, although he valued Wang Yi more than others and had studied some of Wang Yi's match videos, knowing that Wang Yi's traverse speed was fast. But what about this breakthrough just now? How did it go so fast? This is clearly a vertical break, not a horizontal move. But this guy's breakthrough speed is a bit amazing. It reminded him vaguely of Flash Wade back in the day, possessing an incredible breakout first step. Just now, this Chinese guy only used a shooting fake when he broke through, and he actually didn't use any fakes while dribbling the ball. Pure speed over the top. Harden shook his head. In his impression, it was impossible for a Chinese physique to reach the first step of a breakthrough that fast. Not that he was racist, but because he felt that it was determined by the physicality of the race. Chinese people are absolutely world-class in table tennis, badminton, gymnastics and diving, sports that require micro-manipulation. But in soccer, basketball, volleyball and track and field, the results are somewhat less impressive. The previous Wangs, Bartels, Yao, Yi, Sun, Ding Yen, and the yellow-skinned Lin were not known for their speed. This Wang Yi's first step is yet so strong? This is really puzzling. So he paid special attention when he was defending Wang Yi in the second ball. And it's all about defense. The moment James passes the ball to Wang Yi catches the ball in the air and lands and starts straight away, instantly skimming Harden's body from the left side. Harden had only just reacted when Wang Yi had already swept over. Once again, he stopped sharply behind Harden in a standard pose. Out of hand. Ball in. So fast. Hayden was once again taken aback. Overall, this guy is not fast, but the first step of the breakthrough is so fast it's scary. What's with all the weird players? Naturally, Harden did not know that Wang Yi had completed the systematic training, gained the first step of lightning. The breakout rate is 10% higher than in the past. Although this speed is not up to the speed of the old Flash Wade, it is very close. For a guard of Harden's tonnage, it is really hard to defend Wang Yi's breakthrough first step. In the next few minutes, Wang Yi was constantly killing mid-range shots through a variety of opportunities, finding cover, playing on the block, and going strong with his speed, and his mid-range shot is just horribly accurate. 7 shots in 5 minutes, plus 6 of 6 in the first quarter. He was 13 for 13 at this point, 2 free throws and 2 hits, grabbed 28 points at halftime. From there, the Lakers led the Nets by 12 points at the end of the first half. At halftime, Wang Yi's stats hit the big screen. The fans all cheered excitedly when they saw Wang Yi's perverted hitting rate. King, oh King, I love you. King, you're the Lakers mascot. 100. Vote them out. Staples Center. The big screen on the dome of the arena played out Wang Yi's current stats for the game. Wang Yi, 28 points, 4 assists, shot 13 of 13 from the field and 2 of 2 from the free throw line for 100%. The fans in the audience were amazed one by one. 13 out of 13. Oh yes, he really hasn't missed a shot yet. His center shot is just so accurate. As far as I can remember, having seen the Lakers play so many games, it seems like he never loses his center shot. He's the CP3 of the Lakers, the Leonard of the Lakers. No, look at that mid-range shooting percentage. It's more exaggerated than CP3 and Leonard. Li Yifeng and Lin Shilai both looked at it with stars in their eyes. Also being yellow-skinned and black-eyed, they were proud of Wang Yi's outstanding performance. Rihanna, on the other hand, made the classic Chinese left palm press right fist gesture to Wang Yi as he exited the stage and passed by. Said, "Thanks, King." The image was captured by the cameras on the field and the fans in the house were ecstatic. There was also a lot of media after the match, interpreting Rihanna's move. But when Wang Yi sees Rihanna looking at James with that gentle watery eyes, that full of love that cannot wait to see James in her eyes and shut in her heart, he instantly understands Rihanna's meaning. Rihanna is notorious for being a Jamie. No matter how busy she was, she made time to watch James play. Even when James goes to play on the road, she flies there often. There was a time when Durant went crazy for Rihanna, but she didn't even bother with Durant and instead followed James since the beginning. Durant blurted out one time in a fit of pique, she doesn't even like basketball, she just likes James. Therefore, Rihanna is thanking Wang Yi at this moment by making a traditional Chinese fist-clasping salute. It's because of Wang Yi that James didn't play so tired. Because of Wang Yi, the Lakers have won 9 of their last 10 games. Because of Wang Yi, James doesn't have to carry the team on his shoulders all by himself in the absence of the brow, but can enjoy the game. Wang Yi smiled and made a hugging gesture to Rihanna as well. Said in Chinese, "A hand up." What a relief. Rihanna was puzzled. What do you mean? Wang Yi smiled. Baidu on your own. Rihanna narrowed her eyes and wrinkled her nose. What? This funny exchange between him and Rihanna had fans in the crowd cheering and mimicking. In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, today's commentary is Ku Fan and Su Kun. The anchor woman is still Mina. Seeing the 100% hit rate of Wang Yi typed on the screen, they all marveled. Kerfan's slightly chubby frame held up the suit he was wearing to the point where the buttons seemed to be straining open. Wang Yi's 100% hitting percentage in the first half is truly amazing, Su Kun said as his hand held up his glasses. Wang Yi's 100% shooting percentage means much more to us Chinese fans than to Magnesia fans. Wan Xiaoming hit 12 out of 12 shots and 2 free throws in a game against the Heat, cutting down 26 points with a 100% shooting percentage. And Wang Yi has already broken that record with today's game, shooting 13 of 13 from the field and 2 of 2 from the free throw line. This is really surprising. Wang Yi's rise is just too fast. It's almost exactly the same as Lin Crazy back then, even more so than Lin Crazy. Mina joked, if Wang Yi doesn't play in the second half, this 100% record will hold until the end. Corbin shook his head in response. How can Wang Yi not play in such a crucial game where both sides are holding their breath to win? If he doesn't play, the Lakers will be hanging on this game today. In the country of Magnesia, millions of fans watched the hit stats on the screen. A little black guy nodded. Well, the dude's getting better. An older white man with gray hair. The yellows turned out to be good fighters too. Of course, prejudice is a big mountain, and Wang Yi could not easily climb over this big mountain. More Westerners still don't treat Wang Yi well. 100% hit rate? It's not like it hasn't happened before. And that's all it's worth bragging about? It's all because LeBron and AD draw a lot of opposing defenses for him to get easy shots. The Bucks still despise him. Otherwise, put some confrontation on him and see if he can still hit 100%? The one with the deepest bias against Wang Yi was surprisingly the live commentator Mike Berry. O'Neal and Barkley both really couldn't figure out what was wrong with this Bree today, having to get on the wrong side of this Chinese man. Bree shook his silver head. This Chinese 100% hit rate is really surprising. But he is trapped. The Lakers are trapped in Steve Nash's plot. His physicality is a big issue. That's why Nash just wants him to shoot the ball. But he's definitely not going to let him pass the ball. You do have a good shot. but you have the ability to you kill the whole Bucks team by yourself. The fact that this Wahini is still gloating about his basketball IQ and big picture thinking is pathetic. After being around James for so long, how come he hasn't learned anything? Halftime. In the visiting locker room, Steve Nash claps his hands to encourage the players. You guys did a great job. Even though you're temporarily behind, you guys did a great job. Just let that Chinese player shoot. I don't believe he can shoot us. The coaches don't believe it, and neither do the players. If the Nets are really going to get pitched to death by that guy, wouldn't their big three be a big joke? Inside the Lakers' home locker room, the players were in a good mood. James said, "King, you have not failed us. You are our hope." The head coach patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and praised him with a smile. "King, the Lakers can't live without you. You're important to us." Only Schroeder, on the sidelines, looked forlorn. Vogel continued, "We can't take it lightly though. The Nets are clearly trying to cut off Wang from the rest of the players. Ad just came back today and is not in good shape. LeBron can't power up too early. So their approach is to let Wang shoot alone while defending the other Lakers players. But obviously, one guy can't pitch for a team. King, do you have any ideas?" Vogel asked Wang Yi. If Wang Yi doesn't have a solution to the connection problem with his teammates, then it's up to James to step up and fix it. And it was obvious that in this current situation, Wang Yi seemed to be unable to come up with any solutions at all. However, out of Vogel's expectation, Wang Yi nodded confidently. "Of course I have." Vogel was a little surprised. The rest of the Lakers were also surprised. James asked, "What way?" Wang Yi replied, "Vote them dead." A hush fell over the locker room at this statement. This guy, he's too confident, isn't he? How many people in the entire league dare to say they pitch their opponents to death? The Splash Brothers count for 2. Durant counts for 1. Paul counts as 1. Leonard counts as 1. Other than that, who else dares to say with such confidence that I can pitch my opponents to death? When Wang Yi saw the slightly skeptical gazes of the crowd, he held his head high and said confidently, "As long as they let me vote, I will be able to vote until they die." 101 shaking down Owen in one step. Wang Yi's confidence surprised the crowd though. However, recalling Wang Yi's 100% hit rate in the half-court, they all chose to believe in Wang Yi. Although they thought that Wang Yi would never be able to exaggerate to the point of being able to shoot his opponents to death, Wang Yi could change the Bucks defense as long as he continued to make mid-range shots. If the Bucks defense changes, then more opportunities are bound to arise there for others. Back at halftime, both teams again fielded their starting lineups. Bucks Big 3 versus Lakers Big 3. Of course, Wang Yi's current credentials, and the honors he has achieved, nothing, are still far from enough to be a giant. But with these recent performances, he's been able to score and pull opposing defenses to the point where he can be considered a ball player. A star-studded match like this really gets the fans going. With the Nets on offense, the Lakers went to man-to-man defense. Wang Yi takes on Owen once more. Irving didn't put up many points in the second quarter earlier, and Harden intentionally let Irving attack. Owen took the ball. Facing Wang Yi's defense, a windy behind-the-back dribble plus turn almost had been about to break through Wang Yi's defense. When Wang Yi took half a step back and moved across to his breakthrough route, he suddenly made a sharp stop, took a step back across the dribble. When Wang Yi took another step forward, he suddenly bent down and instantly squeezed past Wang Yi and burst into the interior. This sequence of dribbles was smooth and silky. It's really flirty. Even the audience at the Staples Center couldn't help but gasp. "Oh," Wang Yi shook his head slightly. Even after studying Irving's video hundreds of times, you still can't defend against his sassy dribbling. His dribbling is mostly a change of pace, fast and slow, left and right. It's hard for anyone in the entire league to single-handedly defend Irving other than a monster like Leonard with long hands and feet. Silver-haired commentator Mike Bree was surprised. "Oh gosh, see that? See this beautiful crossover? That Oriental got played like a monkey." Owen turned back to Wang Yi and raised his chin, a slight hint of provocation. Wang Yi, however, laughed. It was as if an adult was facing the provocation of a small child. Back to the Lakers' offense. James handed the ball directly to Wang Yi this time. Let Wang Yi face Owen with the ball. The meaning is clear, you have to respond. This is obviously already treating Wang Yi as a star player. As a star player, you have to respond after your opponent scores a showboating goal in front of you. If you can't respond effectively, you don't deserve to be a ball player. Wang Yi naturally knew what old Jean meant. After taking the ball, he was 2 meters from the three-point line, but he didn't hesitate at all. Straight up three-point shot, above the dome. The basketball traced a perfect arc that seemed to be plotted out in a circle, and with a swish, crashed into the net. 3 hits. Owen didn't even react enough to reach out in defense. James patted Wang Yi's butt and said, "Nice pitch." Wang Yi responded half-jokingly, "I agree." As Owen watched Wang Yi and James making love to each other, he couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy in his heart. This used to be his boss, and at one time he was the only one who could enjoy this bossy love. although he later abandoned the boss. He wouldn't allow anyone else to get their hands on him. It's like a guy who breaks up with his girlfriend but still gets upset when he sees another guy with his arm around his ex-girlfriend. So after he turned back, he once again showed off his operation in front of Wang Yi. A 2-point play after a flowing dribble. And this time, because Wang Yi's defense is too serious. Plus there is a drop of sweat on the floor. Be aware that basketball shoes are very slippery when there is sweat on the floor. Wang Yi's feet slipped and he stumbled, taking 5 steps backward and almost falling to the ground. On the surface, it looks like it's about to be wobbled by Owen. This caused another gasp from the audience. Mike Berry exclaimed in exaggerated shock. Oh, the ankle Terminator. The ankle Ultimator has shown up. His name is Kyrie Owen. Owen turned his head and swept a glance at Wang Yi, still raising his chin. Wang Yi pointed to the ball boy on the sidelines to the sweaty spot on the floor. The caddy rushed over and mopped up the sweat with a mop. O'Neal said, although the king was shaken up a bit more on this one, but you can tell that there should be sweat on the floor. Barkley nodded. Owen did have a beautiful shot, but the sweat on the floor also played a key role, which allowed him to easily get rid of Wang Yi. Mike Berry shook his head back and forth. Getting wobbled is getting wobbled, and making excuses is just boring. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is failing and then being afraid to admit it and pointing to the floor and saying there was sweat. So is it okay for any player to do that in the future when they get wobbled? Poor ball boys. The workload is going to increase again. Wang Yi naturally could not hear what Mike Berry said. He still smiled in the face of Owen's provocation, but in his eyes, he was lit up with fighting spirit. On the Lakers' offense, Wang Yi took a pass from James. This time, Owen didn't dare to get too big for his britches. Instead, he hurriedly took a step forward to prevent Wang Yi from making another sudden cold arrow. However, in the process of him taking this step forward, Wang Yi suddenly launched. Lightning took his first step and instantly swept past Owen's left side. Owen thought to himself that it was not good. Why was this guy's first step to break through so fast? No, never let this nobody score easily in front of him. So before he could land, he had already turned his head and his upper body wanted to lunge at Wang Yi, but the feet weren't ready to turn around and chase back. In this way, there is no coordination between the top and the bottom. Flopped and fell to the ground, and after Wang Yi breaks through him, he stops sharply, collects the ball and jumps. Out of hand, a white wave turned up in the middle of the basket. 2 points scored. Wow. The Staples Center erupted in cheers when this goal was scored. He wobbled Owen. Owen just wobbled him almost to the ground, and he wobbled Owen solidly to the ground. This king, what a surprise. Li Yifeng was even so excited that he directly stood up, clapping his hands hard and shouting loudly in Chinese, EYYDS. Lin Shilei, on the other hand, was like a little girl chasing after a star, waving her hands and shouting at the top of her lungs, I love you. Look this way, look this way. Is so handsome dash. If people knew that she was as unimaginative as a star-crossed little girl, I don't know how they would feel. O'Neal's eyes glowed as he said, oh, he wobbled Kyrie Owen. This Chinese guy, so surprising. Barkley then tapped O'Neal on the shoulder next to him. Did you see the first step of his breakthrough? It was too fast. Owen couldn't even keep up. At this time, that Mike Berry who has been blowing Irving and stepping on Wang Yi, is looking slightly ugly. In the end, all that was said was, the game isn't over. One goal doesn't mean anything. 102-17 pitches. Owen was shaken down by Wang Yi and was extremely upset. Another round came back and he was still planning to single out Wang Yi, constantly changing directions left and right and adding a back dribble with his back to Wang Yi. When he pressed Wang Yi to the free throw line, he suddenly crotcheted his hips and dribbled the ball before taking a backward step. Withdraw from the three-point line. Open hand and throw. He did shake Wang Yi away, but the basketball went off the rim. Back on another Lakers possession, James still gave the ball to a hot-handed Wang Yi. Wang Yi faced Irving's defense and made a dry draw fake. At this time, where does Owen dare to let Wang Yi shoot? Even jumped up high to seal the deal. But just as he jumped up, a curse escaped his lips. Shat. Because Wang Yi wasn't shooting baskets. After lighting him up, he once again blazed past him, one step behind him and pulls up for a center shot. Swish. Hit again. In the next round, Owen passed Wang Yi again. However, this time because Wang Yi has already adapted to his rhythm, he is passed over but still keeps confronting him with his body on his side. This prevented Irving from fully rising on the layup. The lack of height from the jump was right up James' alley. James swooped in like a giant eagle fighting a rabbit. A nail-biting slam slapped the ball away hard. What a brutal king. Back on the floor, the Lakers launched a fast break. Wang Yi took the brunt of the kill, taking the ball and killing it from the right three-point line. And Durant had long since chased back toward Wang Yi from the center at this point. Meanwhile Owen chased back. When Wang Yi saw these two guys chasing after him ferociously, he knew that if he directly dunked the ball, it would probably be blocked. So he did not go further to the basket. Instead, he makes a sharp stop and collects the ball with his right hand. Durant saw this and pounced. Wang Yi, however, did not pitch out. After Durant flew over his head, he once again made a shooting motion. Owen's eyes flamed at the sight and his mouth growled. Trying to make a basket? That's naive. Towards Wang Yi, he also lunged over. Instead, Wang Yi collected the ball once again. Eyes watched Owen's face as it swept past his own flank. That's when he turned his head, wrote easily, and scored 2 runs. Durant had turned back and tried to cover from Wang Yi's side and back, but Irving just happened to swoop in and block Durant solidly. The basketball floated gently into the basket like a piece of hair. This time, with just a simple shooting fake, Wang Yi shook past the 2 superstars, Durant and Irving, especially this last one, turning his head face to face and watching Owen fly by, before turning back and continuing to shoot. This is a handsome way to play the pussy. The Staples Center went crazy. Wow. Huge cheers came towards Wang Yi from all directions like a tidal wave. The picture on the big screen was instantly given to Wang Yi, who was wearing a black Mamba jersey. The drawn-out voice of the live DJ called Wang Yi's name in broken Chinese. Wang Yi. Wang Yi came up in the third quarter and went on another 4-for-4 shooting streak. It also included a 3-point shot. The sweep stretched the deficit to 17 points. Nets owner Steve Nash couldn't press the issue any longer. A timeout was requested in a hurry. When Wang Yi went back to the bench, the Lakers generals were like welcoming the return of a far-married goddess to her hometown. Singing and dancing, towels flying, and a group of devils dancing. James and Thick Brow, one on the left and one on the right, put their arms around Wang Yi's shoulders. James also exaggeratedly kept screaming in Wang Yi's ear, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." It was called 5 times in a row. Other than that, just shaking off 2 superstars in a row, Durant and Irving, and hitting a floater jumper is enough to blow him away for a while. And, of course, the footage was seen by millions of American fans via the national broadcast. They were surprised. This Chinese guy, he's really something. It's not just anyone who can shake Durant and Irving in a row. I just thought that was a beautiful shot just now when he wobbled Owen with just 1 step. It took you a while to just almost knock me down. But I just took 1 step and shook you to the ground. The pop-ups on the Tencent NBA livestream have been going crazy for a long time. EYYDS, Cowpokes 666, LSP, shake off Durant and Irving, E is so cool LSP, how is it wobbling Owen? Just now is clearly shake down Owen, and just now several times facing Owen are a step over. E is my god, favorite LSP. Dasho head coach Dasho Ma also showed up. If Wang Yi can't get 40 plus today, I'll eat Xian live. The fans were on the attack. Show doesn't smell right today. Shouldn't Show be hacking my brother Dai E? Show, you've changed. You're not that same piece of anymore. Live in the lobby. When the guide gave the camera to Mei-na, it caught Mei-na actually jumping up lightly in excitement because of this last goal of Wang Yi. Kerfan laughed so hard that the buttons on his suit had become unbearable. Nana, I kind of completely understand what it means to leap for joy today. You've given us a vivid bachelor's degree in what it means to jump for joy. Nina blushed slightly, embarrassed, which is not. Kevin changed the topic. But seriously, these goals by Wang Yi are really beautiful. Su-kun nodded his head. The 2 goals Owen scored were scored after a series of fancy maneuvers, and they were indeed very ornamental. But Wang Yi, he doesn't play with you at all. Dry draw 3 points, jump shot after a step over. Irving scored 2, but Wang Yi scored 4. It reminds me of the Xian iron heavy sword in front of the Dokoroku sword graveyard. Mina said as she clenched her pink fists and gave a mischievous wave. The dimples on her face a little deeper. A heavy sword without a blade. A great coincidence. Su-kun said. It does. He doesn't play tricks with you. He just shoots plain and simple. You play half a dozen tricks and whimper and score 1. I'll just do a simple, unadorned 3. You play 4 into 2. 4 shots all hit. The difference was immediate. So Nash was in a hurry. What was Nash's defense strategy before? Today, the brow is not in good shape, and James can't start early. So the Lakers' main point of attack is temporarily Wang Yi. Nash's defense strategy is very targeted. I put you Wang Yi throw. The defenders are blocking Wang Yi's passing route, cutting off the connection between Wang Yi and other Lakers players. Let you throw. You can throw our whole team by yourself if you want, Kerfan added. But now the point difference instantly came to 17 points. Nash realized that something big is not good. Wang Yi is really going to shoot the Bucks to death by himself. I'm afraid this is something he never expected anyway, and he's not the only one who didn't think of it. I'm afraid the whole world didn't. All 3 commentators laughed. There was pride in the smile. Proud of Wang Yi. Proud that Wahoo finally has a player rising in the NBA. As he said this, Kerfan remembered something and said, by the way, Wang Yi should be 17 shooting 37 points now. This offense efficiency is simply horrible as hell. Su-kun also couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. 17 for 17 from the field and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. That's horrible efficiency. Courtside, O'Neal and Barkley were both a bit excited to see Wang Yi's performance. We should stop being prejudiced against the Chinese player or we will feel our faces burning when he plays surprisingly well. I don't know about other Chinese players, but as far as I can see, this Chinese player not only didn't shy away from facing the Bucks' big three, but also didn't let up. He proved that he is a player who can fight hard. I think he will definitely become a real star in the future. Next to him, Mike Bree was blacking out and not saying a word. 103 Harden explodes. Among the three ESPN commentators, both O'Neal and Barkley were spouting off, spittle flying in all directions. Only the silver-haired Mike Bree, however, kept his face dark and didn't say a word. He had blown Owen up so much before, but Owen ended up losing completely in these few rounds against Wang Yi. It's a slap in the face, but the punch in the face comes second. What he cared about was that damn Chinese player. How could he perform so well? Can't anyone defend him? Damn it, Steve Nash. Can't you do something about it? Is it okay to put Durant on defense against this Wahine? As he watched the two men around him talk and laugh, he couldn't remain silent as ESPN's chief commentator. Eventually he barely managed to squeeze out a sentence. This Chinese does have some skill, but the match is not yet over. Isn't it a bit too early to be complacent? Nash said as he handed water to a grim-faced Irving on the Nets bench. Kyrie, you can't fall back into the rut of playing him one-on-one. Basketball is a five-man sport. You're brothers. You have to play with each other. Understand? Owen took 2 swigs of water, screwed the cap on hard, and scowled. Seeing the scene next to him, little Jordan, who has been harboring the fire in his heart because of Wang Yi before, could not help but jump up a few points higher. Nash said, "We're a team that's good at offense, and when we have any problems, the offense is going to solve them. Harden, you can start scoring. The only way you can create more opportunities for your teammates is when you keep scoring and drawing a lot of defense from the other team." Harden nodded and didn't see his mouth move much, his voice coming from the beard that was as thick as a plant's roots. "I will," Nash continued. "As far as the defensive end, we can't let that guy shoot anymore. He really looks like he's going to shoot us to death, so we can let him pass the ball appropriately. Ad was having a bad day. We can live with him passing to AD. As for that LeBron guy, we can foul and pull him down as soon as necessary. His free throws were terrible today as usual." Lakers bench side, the players had a relaxed look on their faces. "King, when you said you could cast them to death, I was a bit unconvinced. Now it seems that I have to apologize to you," Popper said to Wang Yi. Kuzma also spoke. "The one I admire most in my life is the kind of person who can realize the bull he has blown." "Wang, you count as one." Wang Yi was sober amidst a crowd of teammates bragging about him. "The game is not over yet and we still have work to do." Vogel nodded darkly. "Don't give up when it's toughest." That's what happened to Wang Yi against Jazz. Sober at the most favorable times, which is what Wang Yi is now. Such a player. If nothing happens, we'll have unlimited achievements in the future. The 2-minute timeout ended quickly. Players from both sides take the field again. Harden dribbled the ball and pulled it back with his hips after a breakaway fake. The signature step-back three was hit with precision. Then when Pop accidentally reached out, he suddenly raised his arm in a shooting motion, causing Pop to foul him. The third time, he used his rhythm to draw a foul from Johnston on a line drive layup after shaking Pope. Since it was a shooting foul, he hit both free throws. On the contrary, on the Lakers side, the Bucks strengthened their defense against Wang Yi. As long as Wang Yi takes the ball, there are immediately 2 people who intend to come and clamp down. Wang Yi did get a little tired too, and chose to pass on these balls. The pass to Thickers. Thickers doesn't hit it off the backside. The pass to James was pulled down by a handful of Jordan Jr. on a breakaway by James. Only one of the 2 penalties. The pass to Pope missed a 3. The pass to Johnny for the dunk was fouled, still missing both free throws. The Lakers were outscored 6-1 and the deficit was back to 12 points. Vogel asked for a timeout in a hurry, but after coming back from the timeout, the momentum kept coming for Harden's offense. Soared for 2 more threes and a layup in a row. The Lakers only scored 2 points on Harrell's secondary offense. In the end, the Nets were able to close the gap to just 3 points with Harden almost on his own 3 minutes before the end of the third quarter. I have to say, Harden really wants to score points, and it's a stretch. Popper is hard to defend against, and the Lakers know that Harden's passing is also strong, so they want to pack it in but don't dare to really pack it in. Could only watch as Harden kept closing in on the score. Wang Yi tried to power up, but because he was constantly facing double teams, he could only keep passing the ball out. The rest of the team doesn't give much of a damn. Vogel saw that the deficit was about to be caught up, but by now it was time to rotate. He could only replace the not-so-good Brow with the not-so-physical Wang Yi first. Let James, who hadn't been much of a starter before, lead the offense. It took a 3-pointer and a 2+1 after a breakaway for James to finally stop the bleeding for the Lakers. But even then, Harden exploded and just couldn't hold it down. The score was 88-87 at the end of the third quarter. the Nets trailed by just 1 point. The hearts of all the Chinese fans were tightened again. In the past, when Yao Ming was with the Rockets were the home team of the Chinese fans. Now Wang Yi is in the Lakers. And the Lakers originally had a huge amount of fans in China because of Kobe and James. So now the Lakers have become the home team of all the fans in China. The atmosphere of the Lakers' home court, too, is slightly depressing. The Lakers' home fans were a little too gentle. If it were the Jazz at home, and the team was up by 1 point, they would have made maximum noise to disrupt the opposing players. Lakers fans, however, were a little quieter when they were being chased by the other team in a scoring frenzy. Barkley joked to O'Neal, "The team you used to play for is in trouble and it's time for you to get anxious." O'Neal kept shaking his head. James Harden's scoring ability is just too much. But Vogel has no solution. Does he dare to let his players sack Harden? Dare not. As long as Harden is wrapped up, he will immediately pass out. Irving and Durant are no slouches, and leaving them open is absolutely the dumbest choice. Dare not wrap up. Can only let Harden one-on-one. And Harden one-on-one is able to kill most players. Barkley asked, "Can we get LeBron to try?" O'Neal said, shaking his head, "Pull back. LeBron is older than my grandmother. It's true that he can choke his opponents in a few important rounds, but it's only a couple of rounds. You can't expect him to play primary defense on Harden the entire fourth quarter." Barkley asked, "What about Wang Yi? He's a fast crossover. So maybe try to get him to play single defense on Harden." O'Neal considered it seriously for a few minutes this time. It can be tried. Wang Yi has to be careful though. He's still too young and a bit inexperienced in the field. He has to be extra careful against a man who gets up at 4 in the morning to memorize the rules. Next to him, Mike Brown's face looked much better at this point. He gave a disdainful smile. "Told you guys James Harden would blow that guy away." 104 Old Man Trailer 2+1. During the third quarter intermission, Vogel looked at the bearded man who was coming down the court, pondered for a moment, and turned his head. "Wang, you're going to play primary defense on Harden in the fourth quarter." Wang Yi nodded his head, and his eyes were filled with wariness. "Got it. The stronger the opponent, the more motivated he is." The Lakers players were not surprised that the coach let Wang Yi play primary defense against Harden. Now Wang Yi's one-man defensive ability, among the Lakers, is definitely among the top 3. As for the offense, Vogel didn't say much. With James on the floor, the perverted shooting Wang Yi on the floor, and AD on the floor, is there any fear that the offense won't work? At the beginning of the fourth quarter, both James and Wang Yi were sitting on the court, played by AD with a bunch of subs in. By the fourth quarter, AD finally started to play. Opened the game by taking Jordan Jr. inside one-on-one 4 times, hitting all 4. The Nets were Irving and Griffin with a bunch of subs on the floor at this point. Irving shot iron on 2 occasions, but at that point the Griffin 3 was open. Spiked 2 threes in a row to not let the deficit get away. With 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Vogel put both Wang Yi and James on the court for AD. The Nets also had both Harden and Durant on the court, with Irving coming off the bench. At this point, James started to power up. As Wang Yi faced a sack, he first hit a three-pointer and then broke through to assist Pope with a 3. Then hit a flip jumper from the free throw line. On the Nets side, Harden has the ball. Wang Yi crossed his legs, lowered his center of gravity and slightly spread his hands. Overall the stand is more to the left of Harden, because Harden is a left-handed player and is more comfortable going left. That's why players playing against Harden generally jam his left side and leave the right side for him when defending him, and never reach out when defending Harden. Otherwise he raises his hand to shoot under your arm and fouls you in minutes. Harden dribbled and pressed forward, then began a succession of crotch changes. Wang Yi knows. Normally, Harden would probably be about to step back for a 3 when he makes this move. Of course, after this move, Harden sometimes picks up a sharp rise right break, but considering the deficit had just been stretched to 7 points and Harden wanted to chase it down, this one was a little more likely to be a step back 3 for him. Wang Yi stepped back slightly, deliberately making Harden feel a little more room to step back. Sure enough, Harden fell for it. After 5 consecutive changes of direction in his hips, he suddenly pointed his left toe, then pulled back a step, then the left foot fired again and took another step back to the right rear. Signature double back pedal. It's the kind of ball that many fans say is a walk-off. For you to say that is an insult to men who get up at 4 a.m. to memorize the rules. The ball was still suspended in his left hand when he first stepped back. It's like step 0 on a 3-step layup. Only on the second pullback do you combine the balls and pull back. You can think of his double step back as a reverse 3-step layup, because it's 2 pullbacks in a row. It's able to instantly space out, so it's hard to cap. However, Wang Yi had anticipated that he was going to step back, so he started early and sealed over in the direction of Harden's step back. Since Harden doesn't jump very high when he steps back for a 3, and Wang Yi's 100-centimeter bounce is almost half a springer, so this shot Harden can only temporarily increase the angle of the backward lean, while the whole person fell backward. Wang Yi's shot didn't cover him, but it did interfere with his shot. Bam! Bearded baller completes the achievement of hitting one iron. James grabbed the rebound and a long football quarterback-style pass. Pope got the ball. ND went straight to the foul line. Nash on the sidelines frowned and tried to call a timeout, but it was early in the day, and he only had 2 pauses left in his hand, so it's just a matter of holding back for a while. Next turn, Harden dribbles again. He glanced at Durant at the left 3-point line and then began a slow change of direction. Looks slow, but at the certain moment, suddenly changed direction drastically, intending to break to the right. Wang Yi made a horizontal shift and blocked the way. Harden changed direction with his right crotch and pulled the ball back again. Meanwhile the pace has slowed down again. Seeing that Wang Yi's center of gravity was slightly to the left, he suddenly started and killed directly from the right. The rhythm, unbeatable. It's not too much of a compliment to call him a master of rhythm. Wang Yi's crossover speed is strong, and he's not afraid of the kind of guards like Willis and Schroeder who pass by speed, but he can't really defend a guard like Harden, who goes through the motions with his rhythm. Sometimes, but is that the end of it? And no, after passing Wang Yi, Harden kills his way to the basket and just tries to score, but right at this moment, a large bird-like figure suddenly chased after him from behind. It swept over his head in an instant. Snap! The basketball was slapped hard by a big hand. The ball was slapped with such force and speed that it was as if a woman had slapped her mistress in the face, without mercy or humanity. The ball was slapped far into the audience. The audience cheered with excitement. "Oh King, I love you. This man, he's so ing loaded." Harden doesn't know it yet, does he? But King's got a pretty good volleyball hat chase. Harden turned back to Wang Yi, who was wearing the No. 1 black Mamba jersey. It was hard to see his expression because his face was so heavily bearded, but from his eyes, some surprise was seen, plus a few moments of intense wariness. How the hell did this guy do that? He didn't realize that part of the reason why he passed Wang Yi was because his change of pace was really impressive and Wang Yi was really not defending. Another part of the reason was because Wang Yi wanted to let him pass. Wang Yi knows it's hard to defend against Harden's rhythm, so he's actually left his hand up for a long time, not at full strength in defense. Instead, he waits for Harden to pass and then chases the cap from behind. The Nets serve again. Durant asked for the ball and Harden didn't give it. He signaled with a glare, "I'm going to beat this guy into one." Then, he was still shaking Wang Yi with his rhythm. After shaking Wang Yi, he entered the 3-point line, but this time, he didn't go straight to the basket. Instead, he stopped abruptly, waiting for Wang Yi to come and chase his tail. This is also his usual trick. As the saying goes, if the front car brakes sharply, the rear car is fully responsible. Anytime you tailgate, it's a foul on the defensive player. Often, players who are defensively minded will eat this move by Harden, but never underestimate a player who gets up at 4 a.m. to study video. As for which video was studied, both. Wang Yi had studied Harden 100 times and knew that he had a habit of building tail chasers, so he was very cautious in coming after them. When Harden suddenly stopped, Wang Yi swept past Harden's side with one side of his body. After landing, he stood on both feet and once again defended in front of Hayden. It's already inside here, and Harden doesn't have room to break out again, could only pass the ball. Ultimately this shot was because 24 seconds were up and Griffin could only make a rushed 3. Failure to hit. Back in the game, the Lakers mounted a comeback. James kills the ball upfield with the ball. Harden couldn't even pull the trigger when he tried to chase down the defense. Raw was dragged by James and scored a layup. The whole place is boiling again. James landed on his feet, his right arm showing off his biceps while his left hand slapped his chest hard, letting out a heartfelt hiss. 105 death comes. James drags Harden for a 2+1. It sent the Staples fans into an instant frenzy. Oh my god, he's not even human. He's a monster. James dragged James for a 2+1 and caused James to foul, causing James to get a little frustrated. James is just too strong. One fan got excited and said a tongue twister. It was reminiscent of the 18 playoffs when James carried Morris to the hoop. It's so strong. Who on earth can stop James? O'Neal was so excited he was really shaking his head. Oh my god. It's like I saw a beast making a layup. Even Mike Barry, at this point, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. James is really strong. Just ridiculously strong. He's almost 38 years old. When the hell is he going to get old? Barkley also excitedly swung his fists, almost accidentally or intentionally, almost accidentally hitting O'Neal next to him. He's definitely an alien, a Martian. How can an Earthling be so sick? Rihanna had long since pressed on and jumped. Hands were brought together around her mouth in a trumpet shape and she screamed at the top of her lungs. LeBron, oh LeBron dash. Wang Yi is sympathetic to the lack of vocabulary these Westerners use when expressing their awe. How can we have a richer vocabulary than we do in Greater China? I'll show you the richness of my Chinese vocabulary and the diversity of my emotional colors. So Wang Yi opened his mouth and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Watching it on TV before and watching it live now are two completely different feelings. Seeing James up close and personal with a man on the ball live, one realizes what it means to be a beast, what it means to be a pervert, what it means to be scary as hell. Even Harden, who was his opponent, kept shaking his head at this point, grinning. Between the thick beard, 2 rows of white teeth grow top and bottom. Mouth to James, you're a monster. James politely returned, thank you. Steve asterisk Nash couldn't hold it in any longer and finally asked for a timeout. As the fans in the crowd calmed down a bit, O'Neal commented, LeBron's shot was really strong, but we should see that the reason why the Lakers were able to increase the difference to double digits was because Wang Yi locked up James asterisk Harden in those 3 rounds just now. Barkley thought deeply and looked at Wang Yi on the sidelines, said, he hasn't scored yet in the 4th quarter, but he's on the field in a way that can't be captured by stats. He defended into Harden 4 times in a row, thus allowing the Nets to do nothing on the offensive end. Instead, he allowed the Lakers to score a couple of turnovers. I suggest it's time for Vogel to give him a chicken leg after the game. O'Neal glanced at Mike Bree next to him. Jokingly, he said, it looks like someone just said that Harden would beat up this Chinese guy. Mike asterisk Berry would have been thrilled with that James shot, only to be violently doused with cold water by O'Neal. His expression was suddenly a little hard to see. Stammering for a couple of moments, he finally had to say, I still say that the game is not over. History will only remember the winner. O'Neal shot Mike Bree a little look and made a face. The old man's starting to play hard to get. We're talking about Harden not beating up on Wang Yi. You talk to me about winners. Mike asterisk Berry, though embarrassed, could only pretend he didn't see it all. Back from the timeout, with the final 5 minutes left on the clock, all the starters from both teams took the court. The final showdown. It's about to begin. Originally the Lakers had the lead down to 11 points. Wang Yi was also able to defend Harden for the time being. Owen is being pestered by Pope. James is specializing in Durant at this point. It looks like the Lakers are about to shred the Bucks. But just then, Durant suddenly turned on death mode. 3 hits. 3 hits. Hit the center shot after a big change of direction. Fast break 2 plus 1 hit. Soared another over the top 3. A 14-point spree in just 3 minutes. In the meantime, the Lakers were suddenly losing power and hitting iron after iron. It was only a 3 by the brow that ended up barely tying the Bucks. Durant started a furious offense almost single-handedly. Death comes. It's horrible. At this point, there were only the last 2.5 minutes left on the clock. The two sides drew. All the fans, both on the field and in front of the screen, couldn't help but start to get nervous. Tencent NBA Live. Soo Koon's voice can be heard a trace of excitement. These last 2 minutes, let's see if Death is going to reap the king or if the king is going to suppress Death. Or maybe Harden, Irving, or the Brows suddenly explode and take the game away. Kufan asked, why can't it be Wang Yi? Soo Koon rationalized, I certainly wish it was Wang Yi, but the field is full of stars, and these last 2.5 minutes are, quite frankly, superstar moments. Which team's superstar is more colorful? Which team has a better chance of winning? And did you see that? As long as Wang Yi has the ball, the Bucks resorted to packages, and in the last moment, in order to minimize the turnovers, the Lakers will definitely try to let Wang Yi hold the ball less, so there is basically little chance for him to play superstar ball in the last time. The pause came back and the death sight was still swinging. James came up with a missed 3. Durant came over for a chase down 3. The Nets led by 3. Coming over again. James made one of 2 free throws after drawing a foul on Harden. Durant turned back into the lane and drew a foul on Johnston. 2 free throws. Over the next few possessions, the Brow shot 1 of 3 from the field. Durant, meanwhile, was 3 of 4. So much so that it was 110 to 118 Lakers with a minute to go. Down by 8 points. Death is coming. And it's really horrible. Durant, on his own, not only clawed his way back into the game, but gave the Nets an 8-point comeback win. The atmosphere at the Lakers site had bottomed out for a moment. There are already some fans that are starting to leave the game early. Vogel again asked for a timeout. During the timeout, a bunch of Lakers players were staring at each other. No one wants to lose against the Bucks. Most importantly, today is a special day. If on a day like this, at the home of the Lakers, wearing a black Mamba jersey that Kobe had a hand in designing, and ended up losing, that would undoubtedly be laughed at by everyone. James said with a dark look on his face, no matter what, we have to win this game today. Kobe is up there watching. Are we willing to honor him with a loss on a day like this? We've got to come out with 12 points. We've got to fight against it. We've got to defend against them, so they can't score even one more goal. James yelled this last statement completely hoarse. The bushy-browed man said as he wiped the sweat from the corners of his eyes with a towel. We can't lose. We must not allow us to lose this game today. Never. The team's oldest and youngest took a stand. and the rest of the team had their hearts set on it. But many times, will alone won't win the race, and make sure you can't make a mistake, plus the right way to do it, and a certain amount of luck. 106 The camera was fooled. 2. Countdown to 1 minute. The Lakers trailed by 8 points. There's a big part of the Lakers fan base that's gone cold. While the NBA is the land of miracles, they can't happen every game. The will of the players alone cannot win a game when this is at stake. It also requires all sorts of skill and luck to add to the mix. At this moment, Wangi suddenly spoke. Coach, when you get on the field, let me hold the ball. Vogel froze. Wangi to the fourth quarter. Obviously physical problems. So it's more about playing without the ball and playing defense. Now at the most critical moment, why is he suddenly holding the ball? For a physical player, the sudden increase in possession will only make the offense much less efficient. At the same time, the chances of a miss increase dramatically. James was also tired at this point, and with the Brow just returning from injury and having already played 30 minutes today, you can't expect him to do much better. That's why both James and the Brow are hoping that another guy can step up at this point. He looked at Wangi. Only Wangi solemnly nodded to him. Of course, James was cautious at such a critical time. He pressed. You have an idea? Wangi huffed and puffed a few times, wiped his sweat, and explained. I'll hold the ball to attract sacks, and you guys are always ready for air cuts and threes. As long as you guys have a chance, my ball will be there. Wangi spoke decisively, but both Vogel and James were a little confused. Wangi has made the occasional good pass before, but overall, his court vision is only moderately good, not quite top-notch. Who is he to say, if you have a chance, my ball will be there? Keep in mind that even the top passers like James, Rondo, and Paul can't always get the ball past their teammates whenever they have the opportunity, because the pass route might be blocked by someone, sometimes not even one person, but 2 or 3. Wangi, who was now almost physically exhausted, was saying such big words. It's really puzzling, but both Vogel and James saw Wangi's sincere, determined gaze. The two of them looked at each other, and eventually Vogel said, then you try one round. In this current situation, Wangi can only be given one round to try. Wangi nodded. Coach, I'll show you the payoff. When the Lakers stepped on the court again, James sent the ball to Wangi. Wangi said in his mind, use the beginner magic pass experience card. Magic passing experience card, 30% increase in court vision, 30% increase in passing ability, 30% increase in passing imagination and creativity. Time limit, 5 minutes. The reason why Wangi had not been using it before was because he had spent a lot of energy on defending against Hayden, significantly limiting Harden's hits and assists, and he doesn't have the physicality or energy to hold the ball anymore himself. Not to mention the fact that there had been James holding the ball before. He has a much lesser chance of having no one after him, so using an experience card is a waste. But now that it's come to this, it doesn't matter. Let it go. Mike Barry, on the sidelines, was still chattering when he saw Wangi on the court. It looks like the Grim Reaper is determined to reel in the Kings today, if not the entire Lakers team. The Lakers played too soft. Their defense was but 1% of a junkyard dog, and they didn't let Durant die. That Chinese player, who didn't score a single point in the fourth quarter, was like invisible. He's playing like a sleepwalker on the field. He's going to be a big joke after this fight. At this point, Wangi took the ball. Irving immediately stepped forward, denying him any chance of a three-point shot, and Harden didn't go up for the sack. He's played for so many years that he knows the state of the players too well. With Wangi's current state of gasping like a cow, even if he is given the opportunity to break in, his shooting percentage is limited. It's harder to get a layup. In this state, the feet are soft for layups and can't pedal at all, so there's no need to wrap it up at all. Thus, Wangi instantly swept past Owen with his lightning first step. After entering the lane, Durant came over to fill in on defense. Wangi instantly realized that James was empty there. He flung the ball directly behind his head and out to the three-point line. Based on where James was in his memory, the basketball was as impartial as a precision-guided missile and fell right into James' hands. James took the ball and adjusted. And at that moment, Harden at the free throw line pounced in a hurry. He lunged so hard that he couldn't see his body retract. James flicked a jump directly toward Harden's body. Tick. The referee's shrill whistle sounded. Harden, as a master of foul-making, at this time also finally tasted a taste of being fouled. And, to top it off, James gave the ball away after colliding with Harden in the air, using only the strength of his wrist. Swish! Surprisingly, the basketball fell right into the netbag without any bias. 3+1. Those fans who were down in the dumps were instantly excited. Hayden shook his head, looking slightly chagrined. James goes to the free throw line. There were shouts of MVP, 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 neat and tidy. This made Wangi unable to help but be mesmerized. When will you be treated like this yourself? James paused slightly after taking a few shots at the ball. Shake your wrists out. steady hits. His free throws were on target at this critical time when it was going to be tough. 8 points instantly turned into 4. The suspense is back. Back to the Bucks with the ball on offense. All the other Bucks had returned to the front court, and only Harden was slowing down, advancing with the ball like a strolling boss. Wangi gave a look to Popper, who was retreating from the defense. Popper knew it by heart. The two suddenly started wrapping up Harden in the front court. That's a pretty risky choice, but Wangi was seeing the opportunity and pinned Harden to the sideline with Pop. This one no one expected. Harden was caught off guard and collected the ball in a hurry. There was no chance of a pass, and he tried to turn to the referee to call a timeout. The referee was also good at his job, bending over to watch Hayden's hand signals. Once Harden's gesture is made, he'll be the first to stop the game. Wangi, however, was quick on his feet, and when Harden's hand gesture was about to come out, his hands suddenly flashed out, and he gripped the ball from Harden's arms. Raw Rob. Then he turned around and, like a shooting star, killed his way toward the front court. On the other side, Durant turned back, rushed straight back down the middle, almost one after the other with Wangi. They ran towards the basket. Wangi had killed his way to the right three-point line by now. Durant, on the other hand, was almost neck and neck with Wangi, killing the free throw line position. This ball, no matter what, he must not let Wangi score. And at that moment, to the left of Durant, a little bit behind, James has also killed. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the right side, Pope had ambushed. Wangi had a bright idea at this moment and slowed down slightly, instantly giving way to Durant. Durant thought, bad. This guy is going to pass to James. He adjusted his footing in a hurry, prevent James from getting open and also juggle Wangi's layups. Wangi collected the ball with his left hand as he crossed the three-point line. The back pass went to Pope in the bottom right corner. Slightly relieved, Durant turned his head to Pop. In the next moment, his pupils instantly shrank, only to see that Popper was also confused. I clearly saw Wangi pass over. How come he suddenly disappeared halfway through the transmission? Where's the ball? Just then, Durant only heard a loud bang from behind him. Clang. When he looked back, James was already hanging over the basket. It was like a monster dangling from a tree branch. But that wasn't what shocked Durant the most. What shocked him the most was how the ball was passed. All the spectators at the venue were also surprised. They also all saw Wangi clearly pass behind his left hand to Popper. The ball had also clearly left Wangi's left hand. But how did it suddenly fly into James' arms again? In surprise, everyone looked up at the big screen. Instead, all they saw was James dunking on the big screen. There is no how this ball was passed at all. Because, the camera was fooled too. 107 elbow pass. Amazing. James' dunk instantly set Staples abuzz. When trailing by 8 points a minute earlier, many Laker fans were getting frustrated, even desperate. But now, in just 20 seconds, the Lakers were able to get back to within just 2 points on a 3+1 from James, plus a foul shot. How can this not excite the Lakers? The stars on the sidelines, one by one, also cheered. LeBron, James, always James. But at that moment, a paranormal event took place on the field. Ming saw Wangi's left hand from behind, and passed the ball toward Pop at the right baseline. How is it that halfway through the flight the ball is suddenly back in the hands of James in the left center? This is so weird. In surprise, everyone looked up at the big screen. Hopefully, I'll be able to pick up on the clues from amongst the replay of the footage I just saw. However, the only thing on the screen was James killing it in for a dunk. When the playback of the move was done, it was a picture of James heavily high-fiving Wangi. Mouthfuls. Someone recognized it by James's mouth. Beautiful pass, bro. You're an artist. But how on earth did it get through? Next, the replay on the big screen showed the shot from 3 angles. However, all 3 of these angles were followed by the camera moving quickly toward Pope as Wangi passed to Pope in the bottom corner. Instead, James and Wangi were left out of the picture. All that could be seen was that Popper had originally made a catch with his hands outstretched, and then just stood there with a confused look on his face. As surprised as the audience was, only the bottom line, the cameraman, reacted the fastest. He moved the camera over in a hurry. But that's just a shot of James storming up and abusing the basket. As for how the ball was passed, still no one got a shot of it. Well, at this point the camera switches to a shot captured by the camera filming the distant view. This camera is responsible for capturing the entire half of the field, and the image is a little smaller than what the other cameras capture. But it's good to finally see how Wangi operates. It was seen that as he passed the ball from behind with his left hand to Pope at the baseline, his right elbow suddenly extended backward. The basketball touched his elbow as it crossed behind him and instantly rebounded to the left. It bounced into the hands of James, who killed it from the left center. And Durant, like everyone else, was duped. His attention was on Pope in the bottom right corner. Didn't even see the pass. That's before James easily abused the basket and scored. Upon seeing the pass, all the spectators at the scene, instantly burst into an unprecedented decibel sound. Oh! Neatly harmonized exclamations of surprise emanated from the mouths of the nearly 20,000 spectators. Their shocked gazes, the unbelievable expressions all illustrate the amazingness of Wang Yi's pass. Elbow pass, oh my ga elbow pass, that's an elbow pass. It's so beautiful, oh my gosh. I just can't find any words to describe how wonderful this goal was other than beautiful. Hearing these exclamations, Wang Yi could not help but sympathize with the lack of vocabulary of these fans once again. Is it so hard to solve something that can be solved with a asterisk? On the sidelines, O'Neill's mouth dropped open in a small O and his eyes rolled back in his head. What did I see? Charles, tell me quickly, what do I see? Charles Buckley, on the other hand, kept shaking his head. Oh, I can't believe it. An elbow pass, that's a lost elbow pass. Even that Mike Berry, who had always held prejudice against Wang Yi, in this instant, it seemed as if he had forgotten his prejudice against Wang Yi. The mouth could not help but scream. Oh, this ball. How did he do this ball? It's just unbelievable. Millions of American fans who were watching live on TV were also constantly shrieking at this point. It's a White Chocolate Williams stunt, and I can't believe he learned it. Yes, except that White Chocolate was passing that ball to his teammate, and his teammate didn't even expect it to pass over, so it didn't go in. And James reacted even faster. Looking at the replay, he obviously didn't expect Wang Yi to pass it over either. So when he caught the ball, it was still slightly off the mark. The good thing is he finally caught the ball and snapped it. It's worth dying to witness a pass like that in my lifetime. At the same time, this pass by Wang Yi also made a part of the Americans, who were previously prejudiced against him, abandon their prejudices. Shit, I find that I actually kind of like this wasp. He has the potential to be a baller. Damn, this guy is mesmerizing. And at that moment, a white man who was vacationing on the west coast of the United States was lying on his couch, watching television. He couldn't help but sit up when he saw the shot. Then he kept shaking his head and chuckling. Damn it, this damn guy stole my stance. But he surprisingly did better than me. Looks like my stunt wasn't lost. Tencent NBA Live Room, at this time is again full of Screen Brush 6. De Brothers 666666. Coward 666666. Nice Cowboys, Nice V5. Nice YYDS, Nice LSP, nay I am uneducated, Align, Brother LSP, show reappeared. It's true that Yi's elbow passes are bullish, but there's one thing that annoys me. Couldn't you have scored another 3 points? Otherwise I'll have to eat Sean live. Brother help dash. This guy has moved from being a previous Trail Black to a true Trail fan. Tencent Live Hall. Nina widened a pair of beautiful eyes. Even the word surprise was written in that pair of dimples. Kerfan was so excited that his buttons were almost straining open. Elbow pass. It was an elbow pass from White Cozy. It's so beautiful. It's so exaggerated. Sukun was so excited that his glasses slipped off a bit. He said excitedly while holding up his glasses. This pass simply pushes the limits of imagination. Yes, the ball was originally made by Bai Qiao, but Bai Qiao's teammate at the time did not make the shot, and no one else has ever made a similar move again in the NBA. And yet Wang Yi did it. I still can't believe he actually did it. I'm afraid that Wang Yi is going to attract countless fans just with this ball. Kofan asked. So, Mr. Su is also a fan of E? Generally speaking, these commentators, in an effort to be fair and objective, or at least superficially fair and objective, will not admit to being a fan of anyone on their show, at least not a fan of one of the current players. But at this time, Kofan did not hide it in the slightest and graciously admitted it. It has been for a long time. Aren't you kidding? Our Chinese guy is playing so brilliantly. Wouldn't it be hilarious if we're still not his fans? 108 magic pass. Wang Yi lands a stunning elbow strike. Even the Bucks players on the court, one by one, were wide-eyed. Previously, they felt that White Chocolate's elbow passes would be an art that no one had ever seen before or since, but never thought that the elbow pass, which had been lost, would reappear. At this point, the deficit had shrunk to 2 points. The entire Lakers team was demoralized by the fact that one round was all it took to solve the problem. On the other hand, the Bucks players thought they had it in hand, but they didn't expect a sudden thunderstorm from the ground, and each of their hearts began to tighten. Nash watched the Lakers take off again. He called his last timeout and briefly set up. In fact, the Bucks really didn't have much to set up when it came down to it. O'Neill's grandma knew how the ball was supposed to be played. Give Durant the single. Give Owen the single. Give Harden the single. It's just superstar ball anyway. What's the point of tactics? Due to the fact that the death scythe was wielded too much just now, it gave people the feeling that people were killing people and pigs were killing pigs. Now since the king is going to get in the way, it's only natural that the scythe of death should be the one to reap the rewards. Kevin, it's up to you to finish the round and the fight. The rest of the team didn't take any offense. Harden has nothing against his big brother. Even the former disobedient James Irving, after the vicissitudes of the world, recognize their own position, but also think I finally have a teammate around me, like me, can shoot the key ball. So naturally he was convinced about this arrangement. For his part, Durant's eyes burned and twinkled. He will reap this aged king with his own hands. He's been in the number 2 spot for far too long. He's going to kick this aging king off his throne. He wants to prove to the world that right now, I, Kevin Durant, am the king of the league. Both sides are back on the field. Durant tries to get past James as he faces the defense. His change of direction was tremendous. At 2 feet 8 inches, the change of direction done is just amazing. A simple change of direction in front of the body can instantly pull away from the defender. And of course, James' defense in key rounds. That's absolutely top-notch. He followed Durant in lockstep. Durant shifted to his right and then pressed in a step. Then changed direction drastically to the left and took a step backward. Pulled the ball out of the three-point line. James followed to the three-point line in a hurry. Durant changed direction drastically to the right again. This left hand right hand a slow motion. Right hand left hand slow motion replay. It looks as if the ghost walk is full of rhythmic grooves. If Harden's rhythm is unbeatable, Durant's is godlike. Master of rhythm doesn't begin to describe it anymore. To exaggerate. This is the god of rhythm. After shaking James off, he went straight to the inside. When Johnny stepped up to fill in the defense, Durant took a big Euro step and passed Johnny cleanly as well. Then a flick basket shot. Lick into it as easily as a mother cow licks her newborn calf with her tongue from the direction upwards. The Nets were once again up by 4. At this point, the last 21 seconds of the game were left on the clock. The Lakers had to pick up points quickly. James dribbled the ball to the front court before handing it off to Wangi. Harden rushed over, intending to wrap up with Wangi, but after Wangi caught the ball, James made a smooth block. Wangi used his cover to tuck the ball ahead through the gap between Irving and James first. Then the whole thing forced itself to squeeze through as well. Inside, Jordan Jr. tried to step up but hesitated and didn't come out. Wangi had no one in front of him at this point, but considering the physical decline and the concomitant drop in hitting percentage, he didn't take a shot. Instead, he dribbles straight up and kills it in the lane. Jordan Jr. was stuck in a deadlocked position, not giving Wangi a chance to pass the ball. Also no layups for him. On the other side, Griffin had also arrived. The two formed a channel, jamming Wangi's left and right. The only way out for Wangi was to just dribble the ball out of the end zone. When this happened, the whole crowd of fans got nervous. At this point in time, there is simply no room for error. Once the turnover was made, basically the Lakers were left with the theoretical possibility of turning the ball over. But just then, the unbelievable scene happened again, only to see that Wangi did not slow down, but accelerated towards the bottom line outside. It then took off on one foot and crossed the line. While the man was in the air, he half-turned and slammed the ball toward Jordan Jr.'s feet. It's a move that a lot of players are used to. When looking at going out of bounds, they would slam the ball on the opposing player. As long as the ball bounces out of bounds on the other team, the possession is still theirs. The audience at the scene, too, were slightly relieved in their hearts. Wangi turned out to be such an intention. Little Jordan naturally saw Wangi's meaning. His reaction was extremely fast. Jumped up and crossed his legs at the same time, an instinctive move for all regular ballplayers when faced with this move from their opponent. This Chinese guy thinks he's on the 3rd floor and I'm on the 1st. Actually, brother has been on the 5th floor for a long time. This is a really good maneuver by Jordan Jr. This ball naturally missed his feet and went straight across his span to his back. Jordan Jr. was so pleased that he was about to turn back for the ball. But just then, a guy with thick eyebrows had caught the ball and jumped. Clang! The whole basket shook. 2 points scored. The Lakers were only 2 points away. At this moment, all the spectators at the Staples Center, without fail, cheered. At the same time, they were in awe of the ingenuity of the shot. Was that a pass or a near miss? Coincidence, right? Otherwise, if Jordan Jr. had reacted slower, Wangi's ball would have hit his foot. No. Watching the slow motion replay, King was looking at AD before he broke through. Maybe he had already thought about passing to AD. That's too godly for me. O'Neal also spoke extremely fast while commentating on the shot. King breaks through the pack. He didn't shoot mid-range. He's going for a layup against little Jordan. Oh no. He doesn't have a shooting angle and Griffin is coming over. He's going out of bounds. He's out of bounds. Oh no. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's unbelievable. O'Neal was so excited he almost stood up. Next to him, Barkley said excitedly, "Oh my God, is this for real? This can even pass through?" There was clearly no angle. No chance. And he managed to pass it to AD. That's just an operation of God. That shot earlier reminds one of white chocolate. These two passes of his do look like white chocolate style. There is no most flirty, only more flirty. O'Neal said, deep in thought. See, show time. Showtime is coming again. Next to him, Mike Bree bristled at this point. That shot was simply luck. What if Jordan Jr. hadn't jumped just now? So don't blow a simple thing out of proportion. 109 3-points in a tie. In the opinion of others, the goal was more than a little bit of luck. But as a person involved, Jordan Jr. understands that the shot was anything but luck, because the look on the Chinese man's face as he slammed the ball into the top of his foot said it all. Not with the haste of desperation, but with the calmness of forethought. Turns out, he had anticipated that I would jump, so when it looked like there was no space, I was the one who made space for him to make a successful through ball. Thought he was on the 3rd floor and I was on the 5th. I didn't realize that this guy had already broken through the atmosphere. Little Jordan was harboring fire in his heart, and at this time, he was passed by Wang Yi through his crotch, and the fire in his whole heart was even more vigorous. And at this moment, everyone on the field saw the calm expression on Wang Yi's face. They all knew that it was a pass from Wang Yi, not a coincidence. This caused their perception of Wang Yi in their hearts to go up another notch. The guy's passing vision, it's just too strong, and the passes are highly imaginative. Imagine the average player who could have thought to make a good through pass before Jordan Jr. even crossed his legs? At this point, with the Bucks out of timeouts, of course, even if there were timeouts, Nash wouldn't call them. The Bucks served the ball out of the backcourt. Vogel shouted to his players from the sidelines, "Foul, quick foul dash." There were only 12 seconds left on the game clock. Without the fouls, the Lakers would have had to swallow the loss for sure. Like an eagle catching a chicken, and as if a vicious tiger pouncing on a tiger, Johnston embraced Owen, who had just received the ball. It took just 0.7 seconds. The hearts of Laker fans sank a few more points downward. Some female fans folded their arms over their chests and secretly prayed that Irving would miss his free throws. It is important to realize that if the 2 free throws are made, the chances of the Lakers turning it over again are very slim. However, Irving is shooting 89.4% from the free throw line this season. Will he throw it? Just kidding. First free throw, solid hit. Will the second penalty be thrown? Just kidding. On the second free throw, the basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced high. Another smash on the back edge. It was as if it was purposely joking with the 10,000 or so fans in the stadium, and the millions of fans in front of the screen. It bounced off the rim a full 5 times. Only eventually, reluctantly, did he roll off the side. Second penalty. Missed. Sometimes, it does make jokes. Free throws aren't something you can score if you want to. Penalty shots are not treats. There is no room for mental fluctuations and mood changes. Owen just wanted to score so badly. He wants so much to prove to James, "I still have a good life without you." Emotions took a turn for the worse, and the final shot was slightly off. After the basketball climbed down, Johnston protected the rebound with a post. Lakers head coach Vogel quickly called for a timeout. At that point, the Lakers trailed by 3 points with the final 11 seconds left on the clock. It's that critical time again. All the fans in the audience, no one sat down. All stand up and watch the ball. Even during the timeout, none of them sat down. Who can sit still in this situation? Even the big names, the 2 movie stars, Sharapova, Beckham, Rihanna, Snoop Dogg, Lin Shilei, Lee Yi-fong, all stood up. Everyone's palms, even their feet, had become damp. The camera on the scene, constantly switching back and forth between James, the Brow and Wang Yi. Who's going to shoot this last 3? James? This is the most likely option. James has a lot of so-called dump-offs though when it counts, but his 3-point percentage in the clutch is actually very high, even more than Curry's 3-point shooting from the top of the key. A thick brow is also an option. He once shut out the Nuggets from 3 in the playoffs. Wang Yi, on the other hand, has proven his ability to make key plays in these recent games. He can already be considered a big-hearted player. The only downside is his fitness. Could he have made that key 3 with his physicality depleted? In the Lakers' rest area, Vogel was setting up the play for the final possession. He glanced at Wang Yi. Only Wang Yi's face had turned a little white. It wasn't as horribly white as his face was earlier against the Jazz, but it was enough to show that his fitness was a big issue. With physical exhaustion, hits will naturally drop. So after a little hesitation, he said, "LeBron." Before the words were out of his mouth, James had jumped the gun. "I'll take this ball." All of the Lakers players froze. Vogel was also stunned. That's not like James. He's always been known to play reasonably well. At the end of the day, he won't have the ball firmly in his hands like Kobe. Instead, they will choose to trust their teammates and pass the ball when they come out with a better opportunity. What's going on here today? But remembering what James just did on the court against Durant, everyone understood. James is secretly competing with Durant. What's wrong with you being the Grim Reaper? I may be old, but it's not time for me to step down. Wang Yi also secretly nodded. What I give you, you can only take. If I don't give it to you, you can't rob it. So Vogel said to the crowd, "Kill play number 6. This play is a 3-point shutout play designed specifically for James. Since James was wearing number 6 at this point, it was called the number 6 shutout play. Lakers players have practiced this play before and are very familiar with it. In the Nets' rest area, Nash said, pointing to the tactical board, there are 3 main guys we're defending on this shot, James, AD, and Wang. But King was physically exhausted and AD didn't start on 3 for the game. So of those 3, James was the top priority. All of the Nets players had their hearts and minds on a tight leash. Soon, the pause comes back. The Lakers serve the sideline ball. This sideline ball, which was served by James, as the Bucks are keeping a very close eye on Wang and AD, so it had to be sent to Gasol Jr. With Jr. making a transition, James then quickly ran to the weak side baseline, and Wang ran out from the inside to catch the ball. Kuga passes the hand to Wang. Meanwhile, the Brow makes a quality cover for James. James instantly ran a wide open 45 degrees to the right. As for Wang here, as Irving, who was chasing after him, was blocked by Jirga, Harden rushed over to complement Wang Yi's defense. Wang Yi, however, left-handed a back pass to the right side of the 45-degree three-point line outside the hands of James. At this point, there were 5 seconds left on the clock. James receives the ball at the three-point line and makes a slight adjustment in his footwork, then gently jump. His three-point shot doesn't rise very high. It looks like a tiptoe throw. As the basketball traced that arc in the dome, everyone's eyes, following the basketball, flew to the basket. Meanwhile, both Lakers fans and Bucks fans, all held their breath, waiting for the final result. Especially Laker fans. It's either hell or heaven with this shot. 110. 3 points. I'll do it. Everyone's eyes followed the orange basketball as it flew toward the basket. Boo! However, the basket gave everyone a resounding slap in the face. The basketball hit the back rim of the basket and bounced high. At this moment, the hearts of all Laker fans, all for a sinking. The bottom fell out instantly. If that shot doesn't go in, even if the Lakers grab the rebound, I'm afraid there's not much time left. Scoring 2 points is simply not enough. It can only be passed out. But all it takes is one pass and you have to waste at least another second or so. I'm afraid there's simply not enough time. Just then, Shogun had leapt high into the air. He's stuck in a good position, and the basketball just happened to be falling toward his head. He didn't just grab the rebound after the jump. This shot no longer allowed him to grab the rebound. He was in the air, his eyes instantly sweeping 3 Lakers players, James, Wang Yi and the Brow. But at this point there are defenders on James and Thicker's side. Only Irving, who was responsible for defending Wang Yi, was planning to scramble for rebounds at this point. So there is a little room for Wang Yi. Determining his target, Shogun pivoted the ball hard with his right hand to the outside, but the shot was off by about 3 meters as it was dialed out due to interference from Jordan Jr. The eye flew toward the boundary. However, right at this moment, Wang Yi, with his strong horizontal movement speed, took 2 consecutive horizontal steps to the left and stepped out about 2 meters. Then take your right foot off the ground and brace your left foot on one foot. The body went as far to the left as it could, straightening the left arm, which barely reached the ball. He was a little disorganized in his steps. It's also not in his normal rhythm of striking, but he was running out of time to adjust. As for how much time was actually left, he didn't have time to look. He relied only on his player's instincts and judged that he had no room to adjust. So he threw the ball the moment he retrieved it with his left hand and landed on his right foot. His body was in the air, twisted like a twist. He wasn't right at the basket when he took the shot either. The basketball came from retrieving to pushing out. Trajectory like the lower middle of the number 5, just without the horizontal one on top. At this moment, the Staples Center Arena, once again, was silent. Thousands of screens ago, everyone's eyes were firmly locked on the sun-like basketball as if they were watching a solar eclipse. It is also like a quartet chasing after the sun, chasing after a basketball to death. The red light around the rim had already lit up when Wang Yi had just taken the shot. The final whistle had sounded on the field. Tick. The sound, as if it were a hypnotic charm. I just don't know if it catapulted the Lakers or the Bucks. Despite the lights and whistles, the basketball is still stubbornly moving forward in the air. It carried the eyes of thousands of people, head held high, and flew to the highest point. Then as if overwhelmed, it slammed downward. It's as if they're trying to deliberately tease these fans. It didn't crash right into the basket. Instead, they hit the boards before diving headfirst into the basket as if they were divers. The center of the basket turned up a splash. This splash, with very little pressure, should get you a high score. At this moment, it was as if Staples finally let out a breath after being suppressed for a long time. Boom! The fans cheered and erupted en masse. All the fans, like erupting volcanic lava, jumped. All the ballers, like erupting volcanic lava stars, jumped up too. There was even that surprised fan who covered his mouth in shock. And then there were the surprised fans, their mouths hanging open in an O shape in disbelief. This moment is the revelry of these 15,000 fans. They high-fived each other, hugged each other, and kissed each other. The square outside the dome. Those fans who thought the Lakers had no hope of turning the game over and retired early, saw the picture on the big screen, and they were all excited. OMG. Overtime. Oh my god. I can't believe it. It's really going to overtime. Get back. Get back. So these fans, again, rushed towards where they had just come out. However, sadly, the security guard stopped them. We bought tickets. Why can't we go in? Come on, let us in. We paid our money. Why can't we watch the game? There's still an overtime. Don't the Lakers even let people watch overtime? What kind of bull ***** logic is that? Fans were angry and anxious. If we delay a few minutes here, I'm afraid we'll be halfway through overtime when we go in. The 4 black security guards, however, were rigid. Sorry, you can only enter once per ticket. After you enter, you can choose to stay until the end of the finale, or you can choose to leave early. This is your freedom. But after you exit, you won't be able to enter again. Detailed explanations are written in the ticket instructions when you purchased your tickets, so please check them out for yourself. The black security guards had a straight face. If 4 small moons were affixed to their foreheads, they would be 4 Bao Zhangs at this point without a doubt. In fact, they were furious in their hearts. These people, all of them, are ING fake fans. Even if the Lakers are down by 8, but there's only 1 minute left on the game clock, can't y'all just get off your butts and watch it? Well, this is the Lakers' home court. How cold should the players' hearts be with you gone? The home fans, instead of being a positive influence, negatively impacted the players. You can't even be considered true Laker fans. So there's no way the 4 security uncles are going to let these pseudo-fans into the arena. These fans couldn't get in. So at this point they could only come to the plaza and watch the game with the tens of thousands of people huddled together in the plaza. Meanwhile, those fans driving out of the parking lot saw all the Laker fans cheering on the big screen in the plaza. They were all very surprised. Lakers losing and fans are cheering? No, must have missed something. Could it be? They all thought of some sort of possibility. Overtime? It was unbelievable to them all. Just a minute in, the Lakers were down by 8. It's hard to get it back. What's with the extra time all of a sudden? At the same time they were very chagrined in their hearts. Had they known, they never would have left the dugout. These fans are in a hurry. They hastily turned the car around and drove back again. They knew it was a 1-2 punch and feared they would miss the Lakers in overtime. So they had to jog to the square after parking, huddled with the 10,000 or so people watching the big screen. They paid so much for tickets, only to have to watch the most important overtime game outside in the plaza in the cold wind of a January night. That has to be the irony. Inside the field, all of the Lakers players pounced on Wang, constantly high-fiving him, patting his back and shoulders, and pounding his chest. These guys hadn't sweated a lot in the gym during the week, and now, in their excitement, they were naturally more powerful. Wang was whacked to the point that he kept backing up and even coughed gently twice. He was a little speechless. Is this a broken drum? I'm not broken here either. That said, after scoring the tie-breaking 3, how did he suddenly become a human sandbag? 111% hits plus absolute flat threes. Wang Yi's overwhelming three-point play allowed countless fans in the United States to see his oriental face. OMG. This Chinese person's tiny body contains such a huge amount of energy. I can't believe he actually threw it in. This is a shot he didn't even shoot from a standard stance. And it's amazing that he made it. It must be God playing in a Lakers no. 1 jersey, 10-cent live broadcast pop-up screen. Full screen 6 cents needless to say. And because that LSP follows every sentence with an LSP. Nowadays every fan has to follow their statement with an LSP. No LSP without E. So the pop-ups were interspersed with many LSPs in the middle of a screen full of SAXS. Show reappeared at this point. Finally scored 3 points. Grateful for the 5 points. E has 40 points. Finally don't need to eat Xian live. He doesn't think about it. When has he ever cashed in? Mina let out a sigh of relief when she saw the ball go in. At the same time, her eyes were so excited that they were sparkling like the Black Garlic Sisters. I'm going in. Kofan couldn't help but let out a bellow because he was so excited. In the next moment, it suddenly felt like a relief in his chest, an exhilarating sense of relief. The whole thing is so much easier. Looking down, it turned out that the buttons of the suit, which had been enduring the humiliation for an entire game, had finally become too much and escaped. Sukun got so excited that his glasses slipped off again, but he couldn't be bothered to push anymore. This is definitely the most excited he's been since he's been commentating. I've seen absolute flat threes before, but none of them were as exciting as watching Wang Yi's absolute flat threes. After all, Wang Yi is a Chinese, a compatriot, with the same yellow skin and black eyes. That sense of empathetic pride is naturally far from watching other ballplayers. However, even Sukun, who is rich in learning and has a few tanker loads of ink in his belly, has some lack of vocabulary at this time, just keeps screaming with excitement. Enter. Into it. Into the. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot. It's really too exciting at this point to bother searching for any flashy words. For that matter, he managed to keep it under control and didn't join Kerfin in popping out an "I'll go." Sukun said after a few moments when his emotions had calmed down a bit. The tie-breaking goal is the first for a Chinese in the NBA. Lights on, whistle, ball in. I'm afraid this is a dream that every player has had, but that would require timing and a lack of it. And we Chinese players want to do this in the NBA. I'm afraid then Li Tai Bai Shu Road. Now, Wang Yi has done it. There is no doubt that this tie-breaking three-point shot will go down in the annals of Chinese basketball history. This is the first tie-breaking shot put in by a Chinese in the NBA. At this moment, the screen played out Wang Yi's data for the game. 18 out of 18 pitches, including 16 of 16 from 2-point range, 2 of 2 from 3, 2 of 2 on free throws. The pop-ups are full of 666 and LSP again. Kerfin didn't have time to worry about the already hit and run button anymore. His entire body was beaming as if he had just eaten 2 steaming bowls of beef ramen in the middle of winter. There was oppressed excitement in his tone. Wang Yi has, so far, cut down 40 points on 18 shots. This horrible hitting rate, this horrible offensive efficiency, plus this last absolute 3 points. If put on the Warriors boss will probably have to worship Wang Yi after the game. Wang Yi is not the first to hit 100% in a single game. The Sparks have had 23 single-game 100% shooting percentages, but you have to know that Howard is an inside player, mostly dunks to end the offense, and Wang Yi is an outside player. This game is more of a mid-range shot. Predictably, it's so much harder for him to hit 100% than it is for Howard to hit 100%. Mina, who was next to her, sighed at that moment. This would be perfect if it was a shutout goal, and there's overtime later, in case he drops a shot in overtime. Sukun said with a smile. It can be done, hitting 100% in regulation time, slashing 40 plus, and draining the tie-breaking 3. He's pretty much done it all. What more bike do you need? On the scene, O'Neal and Barkley were naturally in awe. These two were definitely born to live. Both of these men express awe in a set way. The two men stared in synchronization, their mouths hanging open in an O shape. For half a minute, neither spoke. No one moved. Note that this is a non-still picture. It wasn't until half a minute later that the two looked like two bobbleheads suddenly shaken. The computer screen in front of the two men could do with a free shower. After the two blah blah blah, they looked to Mike Bree next to them. Just see Mike * Berry at this point, clearly excited as well. OMG, it really went in. Incredible. Unbelievable. Even though he really didn't want to praise this Chinese man, after scoring this goal, he could no longer deliberately blacken Wang Yi against his will. As a commentator, a player scores a high-flying tie-breaking 3 in the most fateful of moments. Instead of blowing him off, you turn around and blackball the athlete. Mike * Berry is not that stupid. Only at the end of the compliment did he mention it, intentionally or not, but you can tell that the goal was mostly luck. At this point, both players retired from the field. The Bucks' big three all have some regrets. Durant, in particular, spoke to Irving as he made his way to the bench. Why did you give up on defending him? Don't you know about his threes? In Irving's defense, I was trying to get a defensive rebound. Durant held out his hands and gestured. Me and Jordan Jr. and Griffin were fighting for rebounds. The subtext is that you don't even need to come over anymore. Owen asked rhetorically. Did you guys grab it? Durant was disliked. 3 guys didn't rob one. What else is there to say? All he could do was swing his fist hard at the air next to him. Whispered a curse. Damn you guys. It was not clear whether he was scolding Wang Yi or Owen. Turning his head, he saw the Lakers guy surrounded by a large group of big, burly men. Durant then got upset in his mind. He once made a 3 like that, lost his balance and threw it with his hand when he was about to fall out of the 3-point line. At the time he was thinking, so lucky that a ball like that went in. But now, looking at Wang Yi, his mentality has completely changed. Damn, a goal like that went in. Wang Yi didn't know what Durant was thinking. Back on the bench, he couldn't be bothered to celebrate. Hastily grabbing the water, he gulped it down. Just now, in the last few minutes, another assist and an absolute triple. It was as if it had drained him of his life's strength. All he wanted now was 2 words, rest. 112 passing of the Browns. Wang Yi sat on his but on the bench seat, leaning back and resting his head on the back of the chair, huffing and puffing. It felt like the oxygen inhaled was simply not enough to replenish the body's consumption. Eyes on the bright lights of the dome. It's like seeing the light of heaven. I am not exhausted. If not at this time to listen to the coach to set up the overtime offense and defense, at this time he probably would have been lying on the floor, because lying down is the fastest position to regain fitness. He had only one thought now, rest. However, When the referee greeted the players as they entered the arena, Wang Yi stood up prancing. The exhaustion of the body, the sleepiness of the legs, the retching of the breath, were all left behind in this moment. He was eager to fight to the death. The coach looks at Wang Yi, who is pale but has a burning gaze at this moment, and asks the question that has been asked many times before. King, are you okay? Wang Yi nodded without hesitation. There's still another 300 rounds to fight. Ever since he was a child, he loved to fight. From playing in snowball fights to participating in various competitions organized by the city. The bigger the game and the stronger the opponent, the more excited he gets. He's even more excited to play the Bucks' Big Three until this point. The three heroes versus Lu Bu. It makes your blood boil just thinking about it. It's just a shame that he's got an extra James on his side and a brow. How about putting some croton or something in the water for both of them so they can't get on? Himself as Lu Bu. Ahem. Wang Yi realized that his thoughts were actually a bit anchored. Who among the three is more like Lu Bu? The old man is a man of honor. Apart from the difference in nationality, in other aspects, be it in stature or bravery, the old man can definitely be called the Lu Bu of the world. Quietly hacking a bit the three-name aspect. Of course, this is just Wang Yi's quirky idea. The player chooses the team and he sees nothing wrong with that. Teams are able to trade players to other teams without their knowledge. So why shouldn't players be able to choose the team of their choice? The NBA is, after all, a business league. It's all just business. At that point, with all eyes on the game, overtime began. Both sides fielded full starting lineups. Even when the physical slots of the starters are on the verge of drying up and many of the substitutes are full, no coach would dare to replace a substitute at such a juncture. Both teams once again jumped on the ball at center court. The Nets jumped to the ball first. Harden brought the ball across half court and Wang Yi immediately posted up. There's a trick to posting defense against Harden's hero: never go underhanded. Just getting down and dirty triggers Harden's passive bumper. Bumper skill description: an enemy defensive player is hurt once by a foul. If the enemy player accumulates 6 fouls, he will automatically die and will not be revived. If the enemy player's anger is full, he will trigger a technical foul, and in serious cases, he will be expelled from the game. Our player has a certain chance to score 1 point, maximum 4 points, so it's a pretty powerful passive. Harden was playing into overtime at this point and was on the verge of physical exhaustion. The feet had gone a little soft. He briefly shook the ball a couple of times before handing it off to Owen. As soon as Irving faces James, he triggers another passive, the desire to prove himself. He changed direction behind his back continuously, and at a certain point, suddenly turned to the left. But halfway through the turn, it suddenly turned back and tried to break through from the right. But James has been teammates with Irving for so long that he knows Irving better than he knows his own wife. Owen had grown a few leg hairs and he knew it. Plus on top of that his legs were crossed and he was a living bully. The footprint is enormous. Owen couldn't break through at all. With 24 seconds to go, Irving could only face James and force a three-pointer. James leapt high, reached straight up, and slapped the ball down. Next to him, Wang Yi got the ball and was about to launch a fast break. James saw that Wang Yi was about to get the ball and he had already grabbed the ball and ran forward. But at this moment, Durant has already pounced over and jammed Wang Yi's passing route. Seeing this, Wang Yi could only pull the ball and turn to the left. But Owen on the left has also swooped in to clinch. As long as Wang Yi pulls the ball to the left, he is bound to pull it right into Griffin's arms. Wang Yi is also keenly aware of this, so he did not pull the end of the line on this shot. Instead, halfway through the pull, with his back to Durant, he suddenly raised his right hand and tossed the ball backward over his head. Durant didn't even expect Wang Yi to have this move and didn't even bother to reach out. The basketball went over his head and across the entire half-court. Like a precision-guided missile, it blasted not far from the basket. The old man was also chatting at this time, and rose into the air. To everyone's horror, James, who had just celebrated his 38th birthday, was so close to leveling his head with the basket after taking to the air at this point. Bam! The basket let out a roar. The basketball hoop, on the other hand, kept rocking back and forth, crying out to the world about the tyrannical behavior of the brutal old man. The goal, which instantly set the house on fire. Whether it's a pass from Wang Yi or a foul shot from the old man, all of which you can't help but cheer and applaud. Back to the Bucks offense. At this point Harden is weak-kneed and Irving is exhausted. Only Durant, still tirelessly wielding the scythe of death. He came back with a trailing three. Back again. Wang Yi bursts into the lane and looks to hit a mid-range shot after receiving a pass from James. But before he struck, he gave the thick brow a look. Thick eyebrows comprehended. Dead center against Griffin. As soon as this shot came out, O'Neal said, "Short." Mike Berry nodded back. "It's short." However, after the ball sailed over Griffin's head, the brow suddenly jumped. Griffin then reacted and jumped up after him. But it was too late. He wasn't the same white wraith he once was. And he's not only a bit smaller than Thickers, he has nowhere near the arm strength. Short hands are his flaw. The brow caught the ball one-handed in the air and pressed it hard into the basket like he was trying to drown a man in a water tank. It was only then that many of the players on the field reacted. It took O'Neal a moment to respond as well. It's a pass. Mike Berry's face darkened. Damn. Where the hell did this guy's head grow from? Once again he fooled everyone with the pass. 10-cent NBA Live Audio. Kofan was enjoying the replay of this wonderful goal. As if he had discovered something, said, "Look at this little look in Trail's eyes before he passes the ball." And the thick eyebrows see that look and know it. Is this the legendary eyebrow pass? He made Sue laugh with this eyebrow pass. Nina was also laughing her ass off. For their part, viewers on the pop-ups have chimed in. Eyebrow pass. LSP. Ha 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 ha. Learned. So that's how the eyebrow pass works. ELSP. Kerfan, please look down. You dropped your button. ELSP. If Wang Yi knew about it, he would probably cry foul again. What do I care if Kerfan lost his button? It's not like I peeled it off. 113 passing through the double hips. Jordan Jr. blows up. Staples Center Arena. Overtime continues for the Lakers and Bucks. The Lakers big 2, plus a Wang Yi, against the Bucks big 3. Needless to say, such a match was very entertaining to watch, especially since the teams also went to overtime, which made it even more exciting for the fans. ESPN's nationally televised broadcast of the game allowed millions of viewers to see the action, and the ratings for today's broadcast are at their highest since 2022. Even the previous Lakers vs. Warriors ratings were 0.1 points worse than this game today. It made a bunch of ESPN leaders as excited as if they were on a goose chase. This national broadcast today couldn't have come at a better time. It's certainly a good sign for our ratings, which have been slipping. A man with black-framed glasses said. Another middle-aged man with a round belly next to him was also flushed with excitement. After this live broadcast today, the boss shouldn't skimp on that little bit of money anymore. Our sports team will also have the money to purchase more and better equipment. Scene. The scythe of death. Still waving. It was as if he was tireless and never stopped. Is he tired? Of course I'm tired. But Durant just has that quality. Even if they were tired, even if they played into overtime, as long as it's accurate, it's simply strong. He's slowing down and can't burst in. But his threes, his mid-range shots, are just so accurate that you'll doubt your eyes. On the Lakers side, it was Wang Yi who held the ball throughout the overtime period. His great passes after the break were always able to penetrate the Bucks defense. Pass to James for a dunk. Pass to the brow for an airball. Pass through to Johnny for a dunk. Pass to Pop for a 3. He did do as he said, as long as you guys are out of the open, my pass will be there. James was kind of wondering if the guy had stolen his passing skills package today. Wang Yi's passing is really an art to watch. OT was long, but it was also short-lived. Soon the clock was down to the last 1 minute and 15 seconds, and at this point, the Lakers were still down by 3 because Durant's death scythe had simply swung too far. Wang Yi looked at the time in his mind. Beginner Magic Pass Experience card. The time limit for use is only 5 minutes. Now only the last 10 seconds or so remain. He looked over at Jordan Jr., who had come up with that fire. The guy was average last year and didn't even get much of a chance to play in the playoffs. But this year, during the regular season, it was like a shot in the arm, exploding from game to game. Even put up 320 plus 20 games. Makes you wonder if the old tree is springing back to life. His stats weren't that impressive today, but there were a lot of caps. Surprisingly, he got 6 blocks. The main thing is that Zhuangshan was already occupying the inside. This guy then and Griffin to the inside. The entire restricted area is very crowded. James will have a hard time trying to break in. It's also more difficult for the Brows to make a difference in the penalty box. If not for Wang Yi's scalpel-like passing in these minutes, the Lakers might not have been able to get by in overtime. Gotta take advantage of those last 10 seconds or so to put Jordan Jr. down. Thinking of this, Wang Yi signaled to Thick Eyebrows to come over and cover for himself. In doing so, Jordan Jr. came in to switch defenses on his own. Wang Yi took a step backward and pulled Jordan Jr. out of the military training. The rest of the Lakers all pulled away. Jordan Jr. had long harbored a fire after being crotched by Wang Yi twice before. At this moment, facing Wang Yi's attack, a flash of anger has flashed in his eyes. Definitely can't let this guy score again in front of him. If necessary, slap the guy over on the floor. Just as such thoughts flashed through little Jordan's mind, Wang Yi moved. A simple acceleration on his part. Jordan Jr. had a bad feeling. The first step of this Chinese man's breakthrough was really too fast. He hastily took a step backward, but it was when he took the step back that Wang Yi's ball had passed between his crossed legs. It's like a butterfly through a flower. At the same time, Wang Yi quickly bypassed little Jordan and killed the inside. Jordan Jr. was on fire at this point. Once or twice. I'll put up with it, but you're going back and forth through the gates without stopping? Do you have any more shame? He chased after Wang Yi. As long as Wang Yi dared to make a layup, he would definitely slap the guy to the ground. Wang Yi, however, also seemed to sense the danger. Plus there was Griffin in front of him to protect the frame, so he did not go straight to the basket. Instead, he dribbled a step 45 degrees to the right. Jordan Jr. saw this and followed suit. However, as he followed him over, he saw a hint of a teasing smile on the Chinese man's face. Laughing? What are you laughing at? What the are you laughing at? Just then, Pope made an airborne cut from the center. Wang Yi didn't turn the ball directly because Griffin had already alerted little Jordan. There's an empty cut in the center, so Jordan Jr. is already on the lookout for Wang Yi's passes. However, just then, Wang Yi turned around and faced the thick eyebrows in the bottom right corner. Turn your back on Jordan Jr., as if to pass the ball to Thickers for a three-point shot. Jordan Jr.'s mind was slightly relieved, but just then, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Hastily, he clenched his legs together. However, it was already too late. Wang Yi slammed the ball hard through his crotch when his back was turned to little Jordan. The pass, which traveled through both his and Jordan Jr.'s hips, went behind Jordan Jr. and into the hands of Pope, who had just cut in open. With this ball, no one expected Wang Yi to pass it, especially since he clearly had his back to Pope and was able to go through his own and Jordan Jr.'s crotch and find Pope with pinpoint accuracy. Naturally, Griffin didn't expect it, so Pop was virtually unguarded and caught the ball right off the foul line. OMG, OMG, OMG. O'Neal made an exaggerated face. Is this guy going crazy? His passing is simply obsessive. If our Lakers had a guy like this back then, we would have guaranteed 2 3-peat championships. If I matched my grandma with a passer like this, I would have won the championship. Barkley, for his part, was so excited that he knocked over the mineral water next to him, but he couldn't care less about that anymore. Shaq, go get your grandma and tell her she has a shot at the title. Next to him, Mike Bree was also shaking his head in disbelief. Although really reluctant to say anything good about this Chinese man, he had to admit it. This guy, he was born with magic hands. He's the second magician. The audience, naturally, marveled at the scene, especially the two Chinese stars, who did not care about their star image at all, shouted out Wang Yi's name. But right at that moment, a scene that everyone didn't expect happened. Only Jordan Jr. was furious at this point. When Wang Yi's back was turned to him, he pushed his hands violently to Wang Yi's back. Wang Yi only felt a huge force coming from him and his entire body involuntarily lunged forward, lunged out of the ring and slammed into the arms of Rihanna on the sidelines. 114 kill with a dunk. Wang Yi, who was covered in stinky sweat, directly jumped into Rihanna's arms. Rihanna quickly calmed down after her initial panic, and he even gave Wang Yi a kiss on his wet head in passing. This has put thousands of Rihanna fans on the head instantly. This guy, damn it, where's my knife? Where's my knife? I'll kill him, my goddess, dominated by this guy. Don't stop me, I'm going to break him into pieces. Who is Rihanna? 8 Grammy winners. The single sold 150 million. The superstar who is known as the #1 fan in the world. How could this not make people jealous when they made such a gesture to a Chinese person at this time? Wang Yi did not realize that unintentionally, he had become the target of Rihanna's many fans. All he knew was that his brother's first kiss had been taken. Being forcibly kissed by a woman in front of so many people. Shame. If we were to say who among the crowd was the most jealous of Wang Yi, there was definitely no one more jealous than the boyfriend next to Rihanna, rapper Rocky. From May last year, the two went public with their relationship. Loki is all over Rihanna just to please her. He even accompanied Rihanna when she came to see James play live. Who would have thought that he would love so humbly? On a more humble note, Rihanna had told Loki that she hadn't completely let go of James in her heart at the moment. She needs some time. So until now, Loki hadn't been able to enjoy a kiss from Rihanna. As a result, now all of a sudden a stinky, sweaty guy just fell into Rihanna's arms, and Rihanna offered to kiss his wet head. Where the is that supposed to go? But faced with his beloved Rihanna, Loki can't get half as angry. One can only secretly glare at Wang Yi. Why did Rihanna kiss Wang Yi? The answer is actually quite simple. She's a die-hard James fan. Seeing Wang Yi share so much for James, especially a three-point shot just now saved the Lakers. Saved the king, so that the king would not be harvested by the Grim Reaper just today. It is only right that she kisses Wang Yi's head when her heart is in the right place. Some male fans in the Tencent NBA broadcast room were envious and jealous. Sure enough, ELSP. No kidding, brother E, why don't we switch? And some of the female fans went crazy. E is mine. Mine. Rihanna, let go of my big ID brother. E, you've changed. You don't love me anymore. More fans, though, are still quite angry. That's a malicious foul on Jordan Jr. for ejection. It would be so dark if it wasn't evicted. Jordan Jr. is in a real hurry. Staples Center Arena. After Wang Yi got up, he did not leave immediately. Instead, she opened her arms and hugged Rihanna. China is a country of etiquette. Naturally, we should be courteous. This in turn caused thousands of fans to be upset. Next to him, Loki's eyes almost nailed Wang Yi directly to the floor. While Wang Yi returned to the sidelines, Rihanna got right up and called out to Jordan Jr., who was not far away. "You coward! You softy! You can't win a ball! So you hit someone? Think that's heroic?" At one point she exchanged insults with Durant over James. Now for Wang Yi, she is exchanging insults with Jordan Jr. Looks like she's a sexual person, too. Little Jordan was burning with rage at this point. Who cares if you are a man or a woman? Straight away, he wanted to come over and theorize. Durant hastily pulled Jordan Jr. out of his mouth. "Ignore her. She's just a pathetic groupie. She doesn't know anything about basketball." And at that point, the referee has approached Jordan Jr. It wasn't just the referees, but the Lakers on-court players, too, who approached Jordan Jr., surrounding Jordan Jr. In the middle of the room, one by one. They were spouting off, of course, with the referee around at the moment. Their fannings were much more civilized, not so much as the language of greeting each other's loved ones. "Softy, is that all you got? Have the guts to blow him up in a match instead of hurting people with such cheap and despicable tactics. You're definitely the dirtiest guy I've ever seen, dirtier than Bogut." Of course, the Lakers have James on the sidelines to hold them down, so it's not like they're going to make any out-of-character moves. After all, the game had been played up to this point, and it would be a bad idea to waste everyone's efforts all night because of a technical foul. People were talking out of their mouths, but there was no movement in their hands. The main thing you want is the pizzazz. The security guards and coaches on the sidelines saw this and rushed over to separate the two teams of players. Once both sides had settled down a bit, the referee went to the video replay, watched for a good 5 minutes and finally gave the penalty. Jordan Jr. Ejection. In last year's Western Conference Finals, Beverly made an identical shove that ended up being an ejection. It would be a stretch to not eject Jordan Jr. In this game. 7 minutes later, the game resumed. Little did Jordan Jr. not realize at this point that he had committed this malicious foul that would come back to haunt him after the game. It was his ejection that changed the course of the game. Wang Yi executed 2 free throws first. After hitting those 2 free throws, the Lakers had tied the Bucks again. Then the Lakers served the sideline ball. Once Jordan Jr. was off the court, it was much easier for the Lakers to play inside again. James scored 2 runs after the break. Then he passes an assist to the Brow, and James Brow connects, scored 2 more runs. So much so that the Lakers had a 4-point lead with the last 30 seconds left in the game. But no one expected it, and it was at that point that James took over the game. Not James from the Lakers, nor is it James Harden of the Nets. Instead, it was the Bucks replacement just after Jordan Jr. came off the bench, Mike James. He started by taking a pass from Durant and hitting a 3. Then after the Lakers missed their next possession, launched a fast break and scored 2 points on a layup. There are 12 seconds left on the game clock. The Lakers are 128 to 129, down by 1. Once again, the Lakers used up their last timeout. Again, it's the moment of truth. Another key pitch. Who will the Lakers hand it to this time? The live camera, once again, swept over James, the Brow, and Wang Yi. Of course, it's more about staying on James, and it's not a short stay on the Brow. And the time that stayed on Wang Yi was only a short 3 seconds, because Wang Yi made a couple of good passes in the middle of overtime though, but he didn't score a single point in overtime. Counting the fourth quarter to this point, he's only scored 3 points in 10 minutes, and a lucky 3. The Thickers scored 6 points in overtime. James had the same 6 points in overtime, and with Jordan Jr. off the court, the Bucks are a little empty inside. Griffin alone can't guard James' onslaught, and there's 12 seconds left on that shot. Plenty of time. Enough for James to break through and then hit the inside. In this current situation, both sides are pretty much physically exhausted. The only surefire way to score is to pound the inside. That's why the world thought the ball would probably go to James. 115 against the Grain supplemental shutout. The whole world thought the ball would go to James for the offense. The Nets are naturally no exception. Nash used to be one of the top point guards in the league, although he was often criticized for not liking to call timeouts at the end of games. But there is no denying that his judgment of the situation on the field is beyond the average coach. He held a tactical board in his left hand and scratched on it with a pen in his right. The Lakers are definitely going to put the ball in James' hands, and whether he ends up attacking or passing, we can't make it easy for him to get the ball, so be sure to dead-end James on the serve. Kevin, I'll leave that task to you. Kevin * Durant nods. A murderous aura was revealed in his eyes. I will strangle him to death. It was the air of a god of death about to swing his scythe one last time and reap the king's harvest. Nash said to the others, let them off the 3. I don't believe they can hit another 3. It's about time luck favored us for once. If James receives the ball, we feign man-to-man, but everyone must not stray too far from the box. As soon as James is about to break through, we immediately contract and use a joint defense. James is old. Can he play 5-on-1? Can't. So this is a game we're bound to take. The Nets players, listening to Nash talk their heads off. Each of them was also full of confidence. What is James' greatest fear? Without a doubt, the most feared joint defense. Sure, he's a three-point wonder at some point and can be used to break the joint defense. But in these critical moments, and when it's only a 1-point difference, he's more likely to choose to power his way inside. And the Lakers definitely didn't expect the Bucks man-to-man to suddenly turn into a joint defense. Amidst much trepidation, both players took the field again. All the fans, once again, were on their feet. The apprehension in their hearts was as if they were waiting for their fate to be pronounced. It's heaven. It's hell. It's on this last down. This time, the Lakers switched to Druega. As with the final drive of the fourth quarter, Koga remained as a receiver as well as a relay station. When James was too wrapped up in Durant to receive the ball, Koga took a step up and received the serve. Then James ran toward Koga through the cover of a thick eyebrow. Durant, seeing that it was no longer possible to defend the James pick and roll, had to quickly get back to the three-point line. In fact, the Lakers head coach did set up as Nash expected. It's up to James to break through. James took the ball and then swept his eyes over all the players. Judge the situation quickly. All players stand, man to man. But James was also keenly aware that this could be a trap, because these Bucks players are standing, say, man to man, but not so far out. If he burst in and they instantly contracted, then he would be surrounded by them. With that thought, he quickly gestured to Koga. Koga would have been able to get to the free throw line position in a hurry. James passed the ball directly to Koga. There is a way to break the joint defense, other than threes and open cuts. It's about having a tall guy who can pass the ball and stand near the free throw line as a receiver. And at this point, Koga is the man for the job. After he gets the ball, the defense will immediately shrink towards him. Then whether he passes to the outside or to the brow who sneaks inside, it's an opportunity. Immediately after Druega took the ball, James pulled to the outside and appeared to be trying to make an open cut for a layup. Inside, Griffin's attention, naturally, was on James. Of course, he stole a glance at the thick eyebrows from time to time, preventing the bottom line from being stolen by Thickers. But he couldn't help but lean to his left when James actually started cutting open from the left side. It was at this point that Thickers snuck in, from the right baseline. Junior added just the right amount of passes. The brow took the ball and then tried to dunk it. But just at this moment, that should have been joint defense in the line of Mike * James, at this time suddenly appeared in front of the thick eyebrows. No one expected that he would come so quickly, so directly. He got stuck in the Thickers' path forward, preventing the Thickers from getting a direct dunk. Seeing that there were only the last 2 seconds left on the clock, the bushy-eyed man briefly swung around and then, with his height being much taller than Mike * James's, drew himself up and took a shot from a position directly in front of him, close to the rim. However, as soon as this shot was taken, the brow darkened, shorter, so as he hit the ground, he rushed to try to get to the rim, but Mike * James, with his small frame, stuck the brow dead center. Even if it doesn't completely jam, it does affect the speed at which the brow gets into the lane. The brow almost physically pushed Mike * James hard into the lane, then jumped up hard and went for a scrappy rebound. But because there was still a man hanging on him, he was limited in how high he could jump. Meanwhile, Griffin on the left side returns. He just happened to be stuck in the best position to, eyes waiting for the rebound to fall. Just a little more fall, and he'll be ready to jump, collect the rebound. The game is over. The Nets will be the ultimate winners. However, the ideal is a voluptuous and sexy young woman. Instead, the reality is a bony, dry corpse. As Griffin jumped and looked to grab the basketball with both hands, suddenly, the head went black. A black figure appeared blatantly. Hands were in the air like pincers, clamping down hard on the basketball. Griffin said darkly that it was not good, but at this point, between the flashes of lightning, he could no longer do anything to react. Those arms, having crossed him, heaved the ball toward the basket. Griffin used to be afraid to say, "Long hands are great, can you jump as high as I can?" But now Wangy would say, "Just marvelous." Griffin stumbled as he was hit so hard by the guy behind him. He didn't even see who the guy really was. It was also at this point. Tick, the red light is on and the whistle is blowing. That shot went hard into the basket. At this moment, the entire Staples instantly fell into a frenzy. All the fans, looking at the big screen, the figure that had just let go of the basket and landed on the floor. Black jersey, big one on the back. Lakers, no, 1, Wangy, the replenishment of the kill. And it was a fill-in shutout over the head of the White Devil Griffin. Sooner or later, you have to pay back what you came out with. Once when Junior's brother, Big Gasol, was still with the Lakers, Griffin came up with this amazing dunk right over his head. And now, Wangy returned it to him in the same way. And, the mulligan, it's still a shutout. Fans high-fived. hugged and kissed. But the Nets players were not convinced. The Bucks uniform crew isn't convinced either. They have been gesturing back to the referee. At the last minute, if you're shooting for a shutout and the clock runs out while the basketball is in the air, so be it. But dunks, which go in the basket the moment the basketball leaves your hand, consume little time in the air, more or less. There's a little time left, so they felt that the goal was either a timeout, either that or there must be 0 seconds left. 116 patchwork shutout, a battle to seal the deal. When Wang Yi added the shutout, the Bucks objected. Everyone has worked hard all night and it would be a real shame to end up losing in such a way, especially with Jordan Jr. in the locker room, watching the telecast. At this point he gritted his teeth one by one. Damn, if I was still on the field, I never would have let that guy make up the sack. However, ideals are one thing and reality is another. His fiery temper ultimately served as a foil for the Bucks' loss, but when he took a moment to think about it, he always felt that there was something wrong with it. As for what was wrong, he couldn't figure it out right now. On the field, the referee is watching the replay of the last shot frame by frame. From the replay, Wang Yi had dunked the ball into the basket before the lights came on, so he has no problem scoring dunks. Now it's a matter of how much time is left for the Bucks. Eventually, after about 3 minutes, the referees came to a consensus. Wang Yi's dunk left just 0.2 seconds on the clock for the Bucks. Today the league requires a minimum of 0.3 seconds from the time the ball is caught to the time the shot is made. Anything less than 0.3 seconds counts as a timeout, unless you can just point the ball in the air. So catching the ball within 0.2 seconds and then jumping up for a shot is impossible. The Bucks want to score unless it's in the air. Only now the Bucks have no timeouts left and they have to serve the ball out of the backcourt. Passing a longitudinal aerial catch from the backfield is as difficult as you can imagine. After all, the Bucks have the 3 best guys for sacks, Small, Jordan, Griffin and Durant. Durant, needless to say, will certainly be heavily guarded by the Lakers. Jordan Jr. was knocked out again. Now all that's left is Griffin, but he's still deadlocked by Vickers and Shogun. Griffin didn't even touch the ball when Harden dumped it from the backcourt to the frontcourt. Instead, it was spoiled directly by a high-flying Vickers. Finally, the full game is over. The Lakers won with a near shutout by Wang Yi. Or maybe it's a jinx. At this moment, thousands of Laker fans boiled. The Lakers, finally, won. There were even a lot of fans on the floor who were already in tears. There were also a few beautiful fans who offered flying kisses to Wang Yi through the air. This includes Rihanna. Next to him, Loki once again showed his evil godlike gaze. On the big screen, Wang Yi stretched out his own right hand as if he was carefully sizing it up. Then he turned it over again and scrutinized the back of his hand. Eventually, he swept his gaze across the room. The right hand was clenched in a fist and raised high in the air. His set of celebratory moves left people a little baffled, but certain quick-thinking Chinese seemed to have thought of something. They were all bright-eyed. After a moment, Wang Yi withdrew his hand. Lin Shilei, who was sitting in the second row, also took the initiative to extend her arms to Wang Yi, indicating that she asked for a hug. This is a normal request. Wang Yi naturally satisfied her. She also disregarded the fact that Wang Yi was covered in stinky sweat and wrapped her arms around him. Brother Yi, you are the pride of our Huaxia. Wang Yi responded. Thank you. After the two separated, Li Yifeng also went forward and gave Wang Yi a heavy high five. Then, Wang Yi began to enjoy the siege from all his teammates. Another slap from you and a punch from me. Once again, he was transformed into a pathetic human sandbag. As frustrated as the Bucks were, Harden was the first to go. Heavy hugging with Wang Yi. Harden used to constantly unleash goodwill on Wahoo when he was on the Rockets. Remember when the Rockets retired Yao Ming's jersey? Harden came up and hung directly on Yao's neck. Pity Yao Ming's old waist that he has to accept this 200-pound fat guy as a pendant. There was also the fact that Harden was the first to come forward and apologize during the Mo Dog incident, though it wasn't really any of his business at all, whether he's doing it to preserve his image in the minds of Chinese fans or for whatever commercial value. At least what he's doing is showing goodwill to Wahoo fans. It's better than the Mo Dogs that I'm going to make you money and have to go against you. Wang, you are indeed marvelous. In addition to Yao, there will be another ball player to rise in China. From today onwards, I will treat you as a ball player. And I think that your ceiling can be more than just an ordinary ball player. An all-star, or even a superstar, is what you should be. Wang Yi huffed and puffed a few times, trying to say something decent, yet not too grandiose and polite. 2. He could not afford to lose the courtesy of a great nation to such a ballerina who kept releasing goodwill to Huaxia, but after thinking about it for half a day, it felt as if there really wasn't much to say to Harden. After all, this was the first time he'd officially come face to face with Harden. In the end, all he could do was hold his tongue. Your beard is sticking me. Hayden froze, then laughed. Ha 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 ha. Brother, you can be too humorous. You be careful. Don't touch this. Yeah. This is worth a lot of money. Wang Yi also let out a loud laugh. Harden signed a big 13-year contract with the brand he endorses. He'd have to pay $200 million in liquidated damages if he shaved off his beard in the meantime. It's definitely the most valuable beard in the world. Next, Durant didn't hug James first. Instead, he comes over to find Wang Yi first. It seems that he still has a grudge against James in his heart. He punched Wang Yi's back hard and uttered the popular ghost words. "Brother, the future is yours." Wang Yi shrugged his shoulders. Old Jen was fooled for years by that 21st rookie with that line. How could I have fallen for that? But he'll prove with facts that Durant's statement wasn't a load of crap. He's going to take that deceitful bull **** and turn it into a solid truth. He nodded. Sincerely. Well, I believe you. Durant was also stunned. I'm just being polite. Why are you so serious? Hey, don't be so honest. It's not my fault if the future doesn't belong to you when the time comes. I was just saying that off the top of my head. At this time, in the Tencent NBA live room across the ocean, even though the game is over, the pop-ups are still hot. ELSP. My biggie is invincible. First, a 3-point tie, then a supplementary dunk for a shutout. Holy crap, all the scenes in my dreams have been realized by Brother ELSP. Dasheng team head coach Ma Dasheng. Without further ado, I'm going to Yi's hometown. What am I going to do? Ahem. To see if Yi's ancestral tomb is on fire so I can call 119. Everyone remained gathered in the live room for a long time. It was a sound match that left everyone feeling good about themselves. They got to hear how the commentators blew off and they got to hear the live interview with later. On the live feed, Mina had literally burst into tears. Kerfin joked in his excitement. Is that sand in your eyes too? Nah, or is it sand in the eyes? Mina was gracious enough to admit it. Where's the sand in the air? I'm excited. Su Kun sighed. In this game, Wang Yi cut down 42 points and 7 assists by hitting 100% of his shots. 19 out of 19, 2 out of 3, 2 out of 2 free throws. To exaggerate a bit, it's a battle to seal the deal, Kovan said with deep concern. Indeed, hitting 100% from the field, slashing 42 points, and hitting the tie-breaking 3 and the eventual shutout. It's hard to say if that doesn't seal the deal. With a guy like Wang Yi, I think Lakers fans can chant those 5 words. Mina said as she raised that white right arm and clenched her right hand into a small fist. Laker championship. The dimples in her cheeks glowed with a charming drunkenness in the light of the live room. 117 phone call from a beautiful reporter. After the Lakers players and Nets players hugged and saluted each other, both players exited the court. Nicole Briscoe, the beautiful basketball reporter from ESPN on the sidelines, was originally a reporter for the Racing Channel, just recently tuned in to cover basketball. She had long brown hair and a proud figure. Even with Eastern aesthetics, she was a total beauty. For today's sideline interviews, she didn't get to interview James or Durant. Instead, she came to Wang Yi's side, revealing a passionate and heartwarming smile. King, thank you for being available for my interview. Do I need to lie down for the interview today? The short skirt I'm wearing might be inconvenient. Why don't I go change into a long skirt and come? Joking as soon as he came up, it made Wang Yi relaxed. He said, no, I don't have to. I can barely stand for a moment in order to be interviewed by you. He joked about it too. This made Nick Brickus feel that Wang Yi was very approachable and not as difficult to get along with as other journalists had said. Some of my previous colleagues who attended the press conference had talked about it when they returned, saying that this Oriental was hard to get along with, not even giving any face to the reporters. He always disliked the questions posed by reporters mercilessly. At the time, Nick Brickus believed it, but once she saw it today, she knew what was going on. Many of her co-workers, many in the West, are prejudiced against Easterners, especially with the growing rise of China, which has overshadowed the United States in the world. Many people see China as their greatest enemy. During the interviews, they would all ask pointed, biased, and even deliberate questions to make things difficult for the Chinese. It's a wonder the Chinese don't dislike them. Nick asked Wang Yi his first question at this point. In this game, you started with a game-tying 3-point play that took the Lakers into overtime. Then in overtime, you shut out the Bucks with a dunk. What supported you to play such a great game? Wang Yi smiled. Greatness doesn't count. As for what supports me to play the game, there are 2 things. First, it's the self-esteem of Chinese people. I want to prove to everyone that Chinese people can also play in the NBA, and can be in the NBA and play absolutely wonderful. The second is Kobe. On this particular day, I didn't want him to see a game up there that ended up being a loss, Nick said with a slightly dimmed gaze. I'm sure he was pleased with your performance tonight. It's not too much of a stretch to say you're a Mamba heir. So the second question, we saw you repeatedly look at your right hand after a match and then make a fist and raise it high. Does that have any special connotations? Wang Yi nodded. Of course there is. I'm trying to tell everyone that yellow-skinned Black-eyed Chinese people can play in the NBA. Not only can they play, but they play well. After this sentence was translated by Kerfan, fans on the pop-up screen left comments. Huaxia v5, EV5, Rise of China, Long Live China, EV5. Many Lakers fans of Chinese descent who watched the live broadcast were all in tears. They are abroad and hear and speak someone else's language every day. They are here all day long to be looked down upon and suffer the discrimination and prejudice of people in the West. And they have to take a lot of abuse from a lot of people in the country. What a licking dog. What a Western dog and all that. In fact, except for a small percentage who are real lickspittles, the vast majority are still real Chinese. Chinese-hearted. Their ancestors used to come across the ocean to do hard labor in order to survive. They've been here since birth. They had wanted to go back. But was it as simple as saying a word? Now, after seeing Wang Yi's performance of sealing God in one battle and hearing Wang Yi's words, they empathize with Wang Yi. They longed for the Chinese people to one day be able to fully rise to the point where Westerners simply dare not despise, so that Westerners no longer dare to hold prejudice and discrimination against them. And now, Wang Yi has at least shown them the beginnings of such a situation. Finally, Nick asked a question that concerned a lot of people. Can I take the liberty of asking if the Lakers have any interest in extending your contract early? What do you expect your next contract to be? None of the questions Nick Bricos asked today were meant in any way to be malicious. It's just that the issue is really too sensitive. Generally players don't talk about their contracts publicly. Nick was also just gossiping quite normally. Wang Yi pretended to be mysterious and lowered his voice. It's a secret. Nick Bricos also nailed it. Said to Wang Yi, "Thank you, Wang Yi, for being with us. Enjoy this awesome night." After finishing the interview and the cameraman turned off the camera, Nick Bricos didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out a sheet of small cardboard and a pen, on which he quickly wrote a series of numbers. It was handed to Wang Yi, giving Wang Yi a gesture to make a phone call. The cameraman next to him looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy. Nick Bricos is one of ESPN's top 10 goddesses, and it's the only one of the top 10 goddesses who doesn't have a boyfriend and isn't married. So she just switched to the basketball channel and there are a ton of guys surrounding her all day long. The cameraman himself wants to pursue her, but with his status and position in the station, he can only look at the goddess and sigh. Despite being pursued by so many men, not the least of which are rich, handsome and famous, but Bricos has no intention of getting involved with any man. I didn't expect to give this Chinese man a direct call today. It's nifty to think about. He's a Chinese. Wang Yi, on the other hand, froze for a moment. Are all Western women so proactive? Looking up, he saw that Bricos was turning back to him with a charming smile. Wang Yi, on the other hand, bared his teeth and returned a polite smile. As far as he knew, there were a handful of celebrities and business tycoons chasing after Briggs. Even the son of the president of ESPN is chasing her. If one were to mess with her now, then one would inevitably become a thorn in the flesh of many bigwigs. Don't say he's just a tiny starter right now. Even if he became an all-star or even a superstar, in front of these bigwigs, he could only be considered a tiny ant. I'm afraid that only when he grows up to be a superstar like James and has his own business empire and huge connections, then he will be qualified to touch such a woman. So Wang Yi shook his head, balled up the small piece of cardboard into a small ball and threw it into the garbage bag of the staff member who was cleaning up by the side of the field. At this time, the staff of the Lakers came over and asked Wang Yi, "King, there are Chinese reporters over there. Should we accept their interview?" Since Wang Yi's previous games were basically interviewed by Chinese journalists after the game, the Lakers' home court staff had been notified that they would take the initiative to contact Chinese journalists after the game. Of course, since this would delay Wang Yi's soaking and resting time, it was still necessary to ask for Wang Yi's opinion. "Sure," Wang Yi replied with a smile. 118 Tragic White Beast. When that staff member left a few moments later, there were two Chinese people walking towards Wang Yi, a cameraman, and a female reporter. "Hello, I'm the reporter Tencent NBA just sent to Los Angeles, Zhuo Xiao." The female reporter was slightly shy, but still extended her hand to shake hands with Wang Yi. Wang Yi froze. It was supposed to be another female reporter named Meng Chao who came to Staples today to cover the story. I didn't expect a newcomer to come. Take a closer look at this Zhuo Xin. Just see that her clothing is very much in line with the Oriental aesthetic, especially with a white short sleeve on top and a pleated skirt underneath. Light and elegant without losing the youthful liveliness. Rather, it gives the impression of a neighborly girl, Zhuo Xiao said to Wang Yi. Tencent NBA decided to send a reporter with the team, so I was sent over. Wang Yi understood and nodded his head. "Oh, you're the one who's going to specialize in Lakers coverage from now on." Tencent NBA sends team reporters to many teams to specialize in covering everything about those teams. That's no surprise either. Zhuo Xin, however, shook his head and said, "It's not about the Lakers, it's about you." Wang Yi froze. To be honest, he was slightly flattered. He remembered that once when Yao Ming logged into the NBA, there would be a special team of reporters in China to cover Yao Ming. I didn't realize that I could now have my own exclusive reporting reporter. Of course, the reporter covering Yao Ming is official. This is not official, but consider that because of the Mo Dog incident, officials still haven't reconciled with the NBA today. So it's already a privilege for Tencent NBA to send a reporter who specializes in tracking and reporting on its own. Wang Yi shook hands with the camera again and said, "Camera Daiki, have you eaten?" It opened with a nationalistic greeting. The cameraman was laughed and said, "Eat up." It turns out that Brother E also listens to De Yunxi. Wang Yi nodded. "I must listen to it every night. I can't sleep without it." Next to him, Zuishin's eyes lit up. Mental note, E likes to listen to De Yunxi. As a reporter who follows Wang Yi, she can dig into anything interesting about him as long as it does not involve Wang Yi's privacy. "Then let's start now," Zuishao said to Wang Yi. Wang Yi nodded. Zuishao asked Wang Yi 3 questions. These 3 questions are not as sharp as other reporters, but on the contrary, they make Wang Yi feel very comfortable. Wang Yi replied one by one. After the interview, Zuishao and that cameraman were planning to leave. Suddenly though, as if remembering something, he turned back and hurriedly took out a pen. Said, "By the way, I'll leave my phone number. We'll definitely have to meet often in the future." Leave the phone number convenient. But in the middle of her sentence, she realized that she couldn't find any paper in her bag that she could use to write on, and she blushed for a few moments in embarrassment. Wang Yi sees that this Zuishao is like a little girl who is at her wit's end and cannot help but feel compassion. Smiling, he held out his right hand. "Write it here." Zuishin was stunned and asked shyly, "Is this okay?" Wang Yi said, "No problem." Only then did Zuishao somewhat awkwardly cupped Wang Yi's right hand with her left hand and wrote a string of numbers on it. Even if it's just a string of numbers, you can tell she has a beautiful handwriting. This made Wang Yi recall the words of the deskmate who often copied notes for him when he was in junior high school. He couldn't help but warm his gaze a few degrees. When Wang Yi returned to the entrance of the players' tunnel, Thick Brow and Lao Zhan were waiting there. Wang Yi's performance tonight was worth their weight. Thick Eyebrows joked, "No need to rush. Go hook up with a few more. We can keep waiting until tomorrow morning, alright." James, for his part, kept shaking his head and joking, "That's 2 girls leaving you phone calls in a little while. Dude, you're having a good time." Wang Yi frowned in mock annoyance and shook his head. "Ugh, no way. Can't even shake it off." Thick Brow and Old Jen couldn't help but look at each other as they sniffed. The 2 men then strangled Wang Yi's neck with their arms, one on the left and one on the right. "Call you fat and you're still wheezing. Dare to show off in front of us and I'll send you to God." Wang Yi hemmed and hawed and said vaguely while sticking out his tongue and gasping for air, "Brother is a Chinese. God can't control me yet." 10 minutes later, while Wang Yi was taking a bubble bath, the Bucks had already changed and came to the media room for the press conference. It was supposed to be today's press conference with the Nets' Big Three. The press conference following the All-American broadcast had at least 5 times as many media as a regular game. Attending a conference like this means more media exposure for the players. Players in general don't turn down such opportunities, but none of the Bucks' Big Three were in much of a mood today after they lost by way of a shutout. So the team sent Jordan Jr. and Griffin, 2 somewhat over-the-hill stars, to participate. A female reporter asked Griffin a pointed question. "Back then you made Gasol a backdrop by filling in through Gasol, and today you're getting filled in on your head by that Chinese guy. How do you feel about that?" If Griffin had been asked such a question in the past, he would have been instantly fired up. But nowadays, he is no longer young, no longer the white devil who played on the rim back in the day. His entire aura had tightened up a lot, especially after roaming with multiple teams. He's also been gradually smoothed out. With a bitter laugh, he shook his head. "Seriously, this sucks. I'm also going to be his backdrop, to be replayed countless times." Slowed down, and shown my lousy face, I finally felt what Gasol felt. "Seriously, it sucks." His voice trailed off slightly, then shook his head again. But that's the cruelty of competitive sports, where the winner is king and the loser is relegated to the background. No one can change that. The crowd of reporters were also a little silent when they heard the hint of lonesomeness and sadness of a late hero in Griffin's words. He was also the darling of the Los Angeles media and a hero in the spotlight. Enjoy the flowers and applause. But now, aside from the occasional glimpses of greatness that barely remind the world of the white beast he once was, he more often than not serves as a sidekick to the Big Three. After a few moments of silence from the reporters, one of them asked a question again. "And would you like to say a few words to the king?" Griffin pondered for a moment, shaking his head for the 3rd time. "I don't have a friendship with him, and today is only the first time I've met him. I have nothing to say to him, just simply be a bystander and watch this new star rise, bloom, and shine. Damn, why the hell do I look like a poet?" A word that broke the sad atmosphere of the scene. Many members of the media burst out laughing. Moments later, a reporter asked Jordan Jr. a question. As far as the outcome is concerned, your ejection from the game today affected the course of the game, if not the outcome of the game outright. If you hadn't been ejected, the person who was under the basket at the time, who grabbed that most important rebound of the game at the time, would probably have been you. Do you regret your impulsiveness at the time? Jordan Jr. pinched the corner of his eye with his right hand and smiled bitterly. I finally get it. Damn it, I finally figured out why. 119 top 10 balls on the bully list, above. At the conference, when a reporter asked Jordan Jr. if he regretted his impulsiveness at the time, Jordan Jr. suddenly looked as if he had come to a realization and answered the question. Damn, I get it. I finally know why. All the reporters were confused. You got it? Understand what? How come we don't understand anything? The reporter who asked the question could only ask a hard question. DeAndre, may I ask what you understand? Jordan Jr. said as he kept shaking his head. Damn it, I fell for that Chinese guy's trap. All of the reporters were somewhat understanding at this point, but this is the kind of thing that they understand is not much fun. You have to hear it from the people involved to make it report-worthy and attract traffic. So he asked again, did that Chinese guy set up a trap for you outside the arena? That's a bit too despicable, isn't it? If it were James, he would never fall for that at this point. This kind of thing is, after all, a bit of a loss of face. So how can you say it again in public? But Jordan Jr. was straight. How could he think of the twists and turns in these reporters' heads? Although the coach had repeatedly warned not to talk nonsense before, once a person's personality is formed, it is difficult to change. He replied, the first time he made a pass through my hips, it made me angry. He capitalized on that and kept passing through my hips. Eventually I couldn't take it anymore and finally exploded, which led to my ejection. It was because the team's box lost my guard that LeBron had room to break through. It was also because the box lost my guard that the last shot was an easy offensive rebound for him. Damn it, this guy has been counting on me from the start. What a scary guy. The media reporters were finally satisfied for once. This is naturally more topical when it's said by Jordan Jr. himself. Meanwhile, in New York City, at 645 Fifth Avenue, in the Olympic Tower building, this is the home of the NBA headquarters. The building has 51 floors, with the NBA headquarters offices occupying floors 14 through 20, a small area in the corner of the office area on the 14th floor. Although it was late at night, the lights were still on in the place. There were 4 men, who at that moment were worried. They are the final reviewing editors of the NBA's official daily top 10, because the games are played until midnight every day, and the NBA's official website has to have yesterday's top 10 by 8 o'clock the next day. The 4 of them work overtime until midnight almost every day. The NBA's official daily top 10 selection begins with an editor cutting 50 sets of the day's best shots. The initial editors then review and select the 15 best shots from the group. Finally, these 4 final editors will select 10 groups of these shots and discuss and agree on the ranking of these shots. In the past, these 4 final editors have had little difficulty. After all, there are only about 10 matches a day at best, and picking 10 of the best 15 sets of footage and there is no big deal at all. But today, the 4 of them were in trouble, because out of the 15 sets of footage sent over by the preliminary editors today, surprisingly more than half of them were of that Chinese guy. This is an absolute first. In the past, the Wahine have made rare appearances in the daily top 10. Even Yao Ming, who used to be Yao Ming, has only appeared a couple times. But today it's 8 sets of shots in one. It wouldn't have been a big deal. Big deal to cut a big chunk out of those images. There's just 3 or 4 frames left for him. After all, which ballplayer hasn't had a Christmas yet? And it's not out of the ordinary for the occasional edition of the top 10 to have 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 highlights of a particular ballplayer. But the hard part is that each of the 8 sets of shots of this guy is brilliant. Whichever group is cut will be highly controversial. Cutting down his crossover passes? Just kidding. Is there anyone else's footage today that's better than this? Crossing off him to wear a double hips pass? This is even more deadly. Cutting down his tie-breaking 3? Or cut down his eventual pinch hit shutout? Or maybe cut off his elbow pass? This would definitely cause a huge controversy if they all dared to cut it. In that case, the 4 of them could roll out tomorrow. And the thing that hurts them the most is, after cutting those shots, who's to put in? Make up James Dunk? I'm sorry, it's a pass from the Wahine. Fill in the sacks on the Thickers? I'm sorry, it's still the same pass from the Wahine. Fill in Johnny's sack of the White Beast? The White Devil, who once spaced out others, is now being spaced out by others. This one definitely has a look. I'm sorry, it's still the same pass from the Wahine. And every pass, it's like a work of art. It's a total pleasure to watch. Well, it looks like none of them can be cut. But if we don't cut it, this guy is going to dominate the list. The top 8 in the Big Ten are all a Wahine. As you can imagine, such a top 10 goal put on the internet will definitely cause a big stir. Due to the locals' prejudice against Orientals, they would never allow a Chinese to dominate the top 10. What should we do? All 4 final editors feel the same way at this point. I'm too hard. It was past 2 o'clock in the night and the 4 men still hadn't decided to come out. But by 6 a.m., the final rated top 10 must be sent to the editing department for re-editing and to the dubbing department for dubbing. They have to make a decision soon. Eventually, one of the editors, named Cisco, suggested, we'll cut 3 of his shots and leave just 5, the elbow pass, the pass through the double crotch, the out-of-bounds pass through Jordan Jr.'s crotch, the tie-breaking 3, and the final buzzer-beating kill. These 5 shots are the relative best 5 within Wang Yi's 8 sets of shots. When he suggested this, the others looked at each other. He alone takes up 5 positions. Is this good? Will it cause our fans to take offense and say we're licking the Chinese? Cisco pushed up his glasses, cupped the corners of his eyes with his right hand, and rubbed them, saying, do you have a better idea? Those 3 looked at each other again. If there was a way, why would we have to work overtime until now? Cisco continued, say we lick it, and the other 3 sets of shots put in the Big Ten might be blown out of proportion. But these 5 sets of shots put in the top 10, who can say anything else? Are there any other shots that are better than these 5 sets of shots? The other 3 nodded. That's right, I agree. The first 10 shots are set, but next they were in trouble. If we're talking about the level of excitement alone, there's no disagreement that the 5 shots of the Chinese are in the top 5. But in a country that generally looks down on and discriminates against Chinese, the fact that half of the top 10 goals are by a Chinese would have created resentment in many people. If all the shots of this Chinese guy are still ranked in the top 5, this will surely cause more dissatisfaction. So the 4 of them spent another hour discussing the rankings of the Big Ten. 120 top 10 balls on the bully list, below. 3 o'clock in the morning. The 14th floor of the Olympic Tower building. The corner of the entertainment department office at NBA headquarters. The 4 final editors reviewing the top 10 goals finally named the top 10 goals of the day after more than 3 hours of discussion. 5 shots of Wang Yi made the top 10. This was a relief to all 4 editors. They got up and moved their bodies around to the floor-to-ceiling windows to see the night view of New York. Outside the window, the famous Central Park in New York City is devoid of its daytime hustle and bustle. It seems serene and solemn, like a serious old man. The 4 final editors had a late-night snack and then started another round of discussions. Although the decision to include 5 shots of that Wahini in the top 10 had been made earlier, their work was not done. The next thing that made their heads spin even more was ranking those 5 sets of shots. Wang Yi's 5 goals, if it were any Westerner, would rank in the top 5 without any objection. But in the Western world, which generally discriminates against the East, ranking a Chinese shot in the top 5 is a big problem. After another hour or so of deliberation, the 4 made a decision. Elbow passes ranked first. Passing through the double hips ranks third. The pinch hit shutout ranked 5th. The absolutely flat 3 points ranked 9th. Out of bounds through the crotch ranks 10th. After doing the ranking of the 5 shots, the 5 looked at the ranking for a long time. They naturally knew in their hearts that this was unfair to that Chinese person. But being in such a situation, they can't help themselves. It was Cisco who finally said, okay, that's it. It's getting late. I'll send it off for final editing right away. The remaining 3 could only nod. In the editing department, the person in charge of the final cut of the Big Ten was a female editor with brown hair. By the time the rankings and shots of the Big Ten were delivered, she'd fallen asleep waiting. Upon being awakened, she pulled her long, loose, draped hair behind her head briefly, went to the bathroom and washed my face and made myself another cup of instant coffee. Asked, why are you so early today? This is, of course, a backhanded statement. Cisco shakes his head with a child without a mother. It's a long story. Look. The editor didn't have time to ask any more questions and hurriedly started making cuts. She was slightly surprised when she saw the first shot. That Chinese guy came in first? Cisco nods, but keeps an eye on the editor's expression. He knew she would only be more surprised next. The editor looked that footage over and couldn't help but double take and scream with excitement. Elbow pass? OMG. Unbelievable. My favorite white chocolate. Especially his elbow pass. It's just a shame his teammates missed it that year. But that still doesn't affect the classic of that pass. Now this Wasia man has even reproduced the classic. Unbelievable. In his excitement, he almost knocked over the coffee cup next to him. Cisco helps him with his cup, and says in his mind, poor boy. If he's so surprised now, won't he be so surprised he'll pass out later? If she does pass out, do I carry her to the hospital? Or do I carry her? Well, it's better to carry it. It was so happily decided. Sure enough, she froze again when the clip reached 3rd place. Him again? His name is Wang Yi, right? This Chinese guy is really good. When the clip got to number 5, she stared directly in disbelief. He's in 5th place, too. Cisco, are you sure you're not kidding? Cisco pointed to the computer screen. You don't think a pinch hit shutout is good enough for the top 10? Or elbow passes and passes through the double crotch not enough to qualify? The editor shook his head. That's not what I meant. But is it really okay for a Wahini to take 3 of the top 10 spots? Cisco laughs bitterly. 3 seats? Next, when the woman editor cuts to 9th place, she turns her head directly, looking at Cisco. There was a look on his face like, are you guys really not mistaken? Cisco is still full of bitterness. You keep cutting down. There's a surprise. The female editor's expression was even more exaggerated. It can't be. Cisco nods. Exactly. Oh, Cisco, are you 4 going crazy? The 10 best balls have a Chinese guy taking 5 seats? How much controversy will this cause, do you know? The female editor is clearly having some trouble understanding Cisco's thoughts. Cisco understands this too, and he shrugs helplessly. But more than half of the 15 best shots delivered today were about him. We've eliminated as many of his shots as we could that weren't as spectacular in relative terms. These remaining 5, we just couldn't find a reason to cull them. The female editor played this top 10 fast forward from front to back, finally understanding Cisco's approach. Okay, so the top 10 goals you guys picked were all worthy of the name, and even ranking the Chinese guy's last 2 goals at 9th and 10th wasn't fair to him. But 5 of the top 10 are from a Chinese guy. Is that really okay? Cisco sighed and took a sip of his coffee. Alas, that's all we can do. As for what exactly will happen tomorrow, let's leave it to God. The female editor glared at him. You're drinking my coffee. As if reacting to this, Cisco quickly said, I'm sorry, I got so caught up in the conversation that I forgot. That said, your coffee really smells good. After editing, the two worked together to present the issue's top 10 to the dubbers. The voiceover artist was just waking up at this point. He also couldn't help but be surprised for a long time when he saw that among the 10 best balls in this issue, 5 of them were a Chinese. However, after watching each of Wang Yi's balls, he said nothing. What's there to say? Every ball that made the top 10 was uncontroversial. In particular, the elbow pass, the through the double hip pass and the late, complimentary shutout are nothing to sneeze at for inclusion in the season's 50 best goals. The next day, a fat uncle just got up, was sitting on the toilet, out of habit, took out his cell phone, logged onto the NBA website and opened yesterday's top 10. He loves basketball very much, but because of his job, he doesn't have time to watch the games. One can only read about the NBA on a daily basis. One of the Big 10 is his daily must-see. After watching the first few goals, he couldn't help but sigh. This Chinese, he does have some skills, but after watching the entire top 10, he was a bit worried. 5 out of 10 shots are of this Chinese guy. Is it really okay? On the subway in New York, a black man is on his way to work on the subway. When he saw that 5 of the 10 best goals were Chinese, he couldn't help but shake his head and curse. What a piece of this edition of the top 10 is. A middle-aged woman sees the current top 10 on TV and she angrily turns it off. These people are so spineless. Are they so bottomless to flatter the Chinese in order to make money from them? Have our countrymen been cowards to such an extent? 121 top 10 balls, top hot searches. Wang Yi alone occupies 5 top 10 spots. This has upset a good portion of the local fan base. Our nation has lost its spine. I just can't stand to see the bottomless face of the NBA trying to make money. Do they really think he has conquered the NBA when they ranked that cocky, arrogant Chinese in the top 10 and gave him so many seats? Basketball has a huge number of bases in the United States. Whether it's down the street, in the park, or at school, there are almost 60% of people who have expressed their dissatisfaction with this edition of the top 10. On the internet, it's caused quite a stir. Some people even say that NBA President Shaw has joined the Chinese nationality, and they also say that they have a nose for it. NBA officials are under considerable pressure, but it's already a lot better than it used to be. If 5 of the previous top 10 were Chinese, I'm afraid the NBA would absolutely become a street jerry that everyone would shout at. The reason for this is because Wang Yi's 5 goals were so wonderful that they conquered a portion of the American fans. It makes them look at the Big 10 rankings with objectivity. I don't think there's anything wrong with the rankings in this issue. I think it's a little less fair and objective to rank his last 2 shots 9th and 10th. Surprisingly, it's ranked lower than one of Durant's super long threes. Wake up. We should look at this edition of the Big 10 objectively. Are you guys going to hold on to your prejudices until you die? I watched this game, and this Chinese guy really played great. His performance on the court definitely overshadowed the Bucks' Big Three and LeBron and AD. Of course, such rational fans are only a minority after all. As soon as they make a comment like that, they get sprayed by the keyboard warriors until they can't take care of themselves. What kind of traitors, foreigners, aliens, and non-humans are you talking about? As the saying goes, keyboards know no boundaries, and in this respect, both Chinese and foreigners are alike. Heaven did not give birth to my keyboard warrior, spewing paths through the ages like a long night. This is not a joke. In contrast, across the ocean in China, today is as if it were the new year. Grip Li Fei, my E is dominating the top 10 goals. Come and see. Come and see. Why are you stealing my cosmetics again? In the girls' dormitory of a university, Wang Zhigo, as usual, resurrected from the restroom and was in a hurry. Li Fei dryly coughed twice and said, "Forget cosmetics for a moment. Show me my biggie dominating the top 10. Wang Zhigo's mind is not on cosmetics at this time. Holding his cell phone, the two of them enjoy Wang Yi's wonderful performance together. Keep marveling at it as you look at it. My big brother E is just handsome. Look at my brother E. Are you convinced?" And Wang Yi didn't just dominate the top 10 goals. He also dominated the Weibo hot search. Weebly hot search no. 1. Yi's former against the odds fill-in shutout. 2nd, Yi's absolutely flat 3 points. 3rd, a double shutout by E. 4th, E makes elbow passes a comeback. 5th, E dominates the top 10. 7th, Yi's magic hands passing set. 8th, is he a LSP or not? Wang Yi alone occupies 7 seats in the top 10 Weibo hot searches. It doesn't even give other traffic stars half a chance. You know, traffic stars make money on traffic. Being on the hot evening would undoubtedly greatly increase their exposure and income. Now Wang Yi is directly cutting off their financial path. It makes a lot of traffic stars hate their guts, but they just hated it and did nothing about it. As a public figure, I'm afraid it will only backfire if you rashly use some underhanded means to get it done, like buying hot searches, and their fans just don't do it. The 9th most popular search was Lufan joins Candy's super sweet duo. Originally, Lufan was the #1 fresh meat and traffic star in the country. Candy Super Sweet is the hottest boy band group in the country right now. They work together and it's definitely 1 + 1 far beyond 2. This topicality is definitely pulling full circle. The #1 hot search is a no-brainer. Yesterday a tipster broke the news that they were about to collaborate and it's already topping the Hot 100 at number 5. With their official announcement of their partnership today, wouldn't it be too unreasonable if they couldn't get the #1 spot on the list? However, to no one's surprise, when 5 hours after their official announcement, they only came in 9th. Lufan's fans fought for him, leaving comments below the first one. On what grounds? Our family Lufan works so hard and is so low-key, only going out with only 10 bodyguards. Our Lufan is so up and coming. Not only can he sing, dance and rap, he can also play basketball. Oh yeah, our family Lufan also knows how to do his own makeup, lipstick color matching, eyeshadow matching. What foundation is the most cost-effective? Our family Lufan knows it all. This is not more versatile than Yuri who only plays basketball. Does that brother E know how to put on makeup? That E definitely spent money to buy hot searches. It's so dark. Our Lufan is so miserable. It's so unfair. But it's not really Lufan who is the worst off. It's Wang Feng. Today, Wang Feng released his new album and was expected to make headlines. It ended up bumping into Wang Yi's hot search list. It took him releasing a new album to just get to number 6. LOL. The multi-year desire to make headlines looks like it's going to be pushed back again. Meanwhile, in frigid Milwaukee, a bar, Alphabet is having a drink with his right and left guards, Middleton and Holiday, and a few other teammates. Although Milwaukee is famous for its beer, drinking large amounts of beer as an athlete can negatively affect their bodies, so they can only drink a small amount of red wine. They come to the bar mainly to relax and soak up the atmosphere. Just won against the 76ers while the Lakers won against the Bucks, sending them to the top of the East. So it's normal to come out and relax and unwind. Alphabet was mildly surprised to see yesterday's top 10 goals playing on the TV screen. This Chinese guy will be so strong? Middleton nodded, addressing the players seriously. I watched the video of last night's game between the Lakers and the Bucks, and if we look at this Chinese guy with the same old eyes, we'll probably get beat up by him tomorrow night so much that we won't even recognize his mother. However, his words were only heard by Alphabet. The other players didn't care much, still talking and laughing, with all the attention on the pretty girls at the bar. With their knowledge of the Chinese people, and the prejudice they had been harboring, it was impossible to make them take this Chinese person seriously in a short period of time. It's like the ancient Chinese who kept referring to other countries as barbarians. To this day, some people still scornfully refer to other countries as barbarians on the internet. So prejudice really is a big mountain. It is far more difficult to topple this mountain. Big Lopez took a sip of red wine and said absently while looking at the enchanting dancers on the stage who kept twisting their bodies, "It's just a Chinese person. There's no need to make such a fuss." Middleton said, shaking his head. "He's got a very, very good center shot." Lopez chuckled. "I'll show him tomorrow night what it means to have a column on the inside. I'm going to make him cry and crawl back east." Middleton shook his head and glanced at Alphabet. Alphabet shrugged. Trying to change Lopez's mind on a whim is simply not possible. He'll just have to experience it for himself on the field. Of course, Alphabet didn't think that Chinese man could get past himself. No matter how strong that Chinese man was, he still wouldn't be able to curry much favor in front of himself, who possessed superb physical qualities. Looks like he'll have to cover for Lopez tomorrow. 122 Death deflection. Wang Yi's domination of the top 10 has caused an uproar on American soil. In mainland China it created a sensation. Plus Wang Yi's previous 50-plus heat against the Jazz hasn't fully subsided yet. At this point in time, Wang Yi is already on fire out of the circle in the mainland. It's not just the fans who know about it, but a lot of internet celebrities have come to rub it in. Even some third-tier celebrities have sent videos or tweets to congratulate Wang Yi. For all these, Wang Yi did not care too much. After 2 years of NBA vagabonding, he doesn't care much about the extras anymore. 2 years ago, first time in the NBA, the national media is all kinds of blown away. Domestic fans are expecting all kinds of things. Wang Yi was a bit lost. It was as if he felt he would become the next Yao Ming, a star, an all-star, or even a superstar who would dominate the game on both offense and defense. But soon, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. He became a fringe player in the NBA, wandering from team to team for 2 years. There were even times when he was traded that he didn't even know it and warmed up on the field with the team. It's only when you're done warming up that you get a cold notice. You've been traded. Having experienced these peaks and valleys, he has long since realized that you can't let other people's judgments sway your thoughts and actions. Just recognize the ultimate goal and keep moving towards it. Then the various distractions along the way won't be able to affect you much at all. At this time, he is then in the U.S. mainland of the uproar, and the domestic media and fans crazy touting and praise. Still doing hard training. First, there are the daily quests. Even on days when there is a race, the daily 10K every morning is a must. Rain or shine. After all, every time you complete a daily quest, your physical fitness increases by 1% of your base physical fitness. After completing his routine today, he's already 4% fitter than when he started. At the very beginning, it's not enough to run tirelessly for an entire game, but it will at least keep him going at full strength until late in the third quarter. With a little attention to physical distribution, playing through 3.5 quarters shouldn't be too much of a problem. After doing the daily quests, the system gave today's quest. Task: complete 1,000 forward changes of direction drills. Quest reward: Iversen's death turn. When Wang Yi hears the cold tone of the system, the gaze in his eyes cannot help but sizzle. He used to have 2 favorite ball players. One is Kirby, the other is Iversen. Iversen's drastic change of direction, in particular, is nothing short of insurmountable. In Iversen's career, the number of people who have been shaken by that move could circle the globe 3 times. There is no shortage of those superstars. Even the basketball god, a multiple-time defensive player of the year, was shaken up in front of Iversen's death-defying change of direction. Death's big change of direction is extremely wide, extremely deceptive. All defenders know Iversen is going to go right-handed, but still get wobbled. And the death big shift is extremely aesthetically and visually pleasing, and an absolute treat to watch from the viewer's perspective. Of course, the big change of direction of death is no less difficult. How many players are in the NBA? Why don't they learn such a practical and good-looking death-defying turn? It's not that you don't learn, it's that you simply can't learn. Wang Yi returned to the UCLA practice facility. He could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. Taking off his jacket, he threw it onto the bench next to him, took a basketball and recalled Iversen's change of direction in his head. Start making moves under your hands. He had studied Iversen's change of direction countless times, only he really couldn't catch the essence. At this point, he starts with a slow crossover change of direction in front of the body. At the same time, the center of gravity begins to lower, so low that the ball is almost bouncing against the ground when dribbling. At some point, his center of gravity suddenly lowered again. At the same time, the left arm is almost fully extended and the ball in the hand is almost shoulder level. Then a sudden quick change of direction and the ball is handed over to the right hand. The feet start quickly. The cold prompt of the system came from within his mind. Action failed. Wang Yi shook his head. He can learn to move like 7, but it still doesn't capture the essence. The system ruled the action a failure, but didn't give a hint as to what was wrong. This requires Wang Yi to think for himself. The only mistakes you will remember better are the ones you find yourself. A moment later, he figured out that he should have been a little slow in changing direction just now. He took a deep breath and started over. This time the change of direction was accelerated. But the change of direction is naturally smaller when the speed increases. The system still determines that the action has failed. He shook his head. This move is real hard. But he wasn't the least bit discouraged and continued to make changes of direction over and over again. It wasn't until the 12th time that a different sound finally came from the system. Motion completed. Mission completion, 1/1000. Wang Yi's heart was delighted. Progress at last. He then proceeded to start practicing up. At 8 a.m., the door to the training gym was pushed open and 2 teammates walked in. One is James and the other is Schroeder. Schroeder couldn't sit still as he saw that he was going to be squeezed completely onto the bench. So now the training has become hard. However, when he saw that Wang Yi was already sweating profusely, he could not help but be somewhat speechless in his heart. This guy, Doesn't he sleep? James shook his head when he saw Wang Yi being so hardworking and said in a fake serious manner, King, I really think you're trying to steal the team leader. Have you asked the AD? Asked me? Wang Yi shook his head and joked. Do you think I'd need to rob it with my current abilities? James laughed out loud and picked up a basketball and slammed it towards Wang Yi. Have you guys drifted off? Wang Yi then replied with a smile. Just kidding, don't mind. My goal right now is just to play every game and help the Lakers get to the Western Conference, the finals, and get the Lakers another O'Brien Cup. James heard Wang Yi say so and then looked at the blazing gaze in Wang Yi's eyes. He nodded. You guys, you're full of passion no matter what. Always brings me back to my younger self. Wang Yi did not make more conversation. He also had to complete his training within the time limit. Next, he kept making changes of direction in front of his body. At first it was almost 1 out of every 10 times that the system would rule the action as complete. Slowly, 1 out of 7 or 8 times you can finish. James asked, smiling at the sight. You're stealing the answers? Wang Yi nodded. How can you call it stealing when it's a bookish thing to do? James didn't understand the stunt and was a little confused. What does that mean? Wang Yi simply replied back. These are the words of a great man. Oh. James seemed to understand, but didn't ask any more questions, and after briefly warming up, he went to the strength room to work on his strength. It's Lakers game day again. Wang Yi sees the time approaching 10 o'clock in the evening, and there is already an uncontrollable fire in his heart. Tonight, the answer's death-defying transformation will be on display once again. 123 Want to beat up Wang Yi? The clock is closing in on 10 o'clock at night. In the media room at the Staples Center Arena in Los Angeles, pre-game press conference. More than 50 media reporters are asking questions to the 3 Bucks players. Today the Bucks were joined at the press conference by Alphabet, Middleton and center Lopez. As reporters asked questions, both Alphabet and Middleton were in a state of tactical bragging rights about the Lakers. What LeBron is one of the greatest players of all time law. AD talent explosion law. Vogel dribble law. This left the reporters a little speechless. Another launch where no one puts in a hard word. What's the ing buzz about reporting out on a launch like this? With all the clear water? But when a reporter asked a question about Wang Yi, Lopez began to let loose. A snappily dressed reporter asked a question. King, the Lakers point guard, has been quite impressive in recent times. Slashed 50 plus and scored a double shutout. What do you guys think of him? Alphabet and Middleton remained tactical blowouts. But when it came to Lopez, he had a clear look of disdain on his face. This disdain of his was not directed at Wang Yi. NBA players, when playing against their old bosses, are always full of resentment and fire. Lopez had played for the Lakers and had quite a bit of resentment towards them when he left the team at the time. So when you play the Lakers, you come on. And he has a deep-seated prejudice against Orientals. He shook his head slowly and said, there's no denying that he's been really good this past stretch, but that's only because it didn't touch the Bucks. It didn't touch Giannis. It didn't touch me. Reporters see that there is material. One immediately like a man who has just been released from prison to see a woman. The light in their eyes. They raised their hands and asked questions. 5 of yesterday's top 10 goals were Kings. What do you think about that? Alphabet and Middleton turned their heads in a hurry to glare at Lopez. Dude, don't mess around. Lopez, however, replied as if he hadn't even seen the pair's wink. I don't think they understand basketball at all. That Wahini guy has a couple of balls that are really good, but they're not to the point of chart domination. Watch, I'll teach him a lesson in tonight's game. He can fool around against other teams, but against the Bucks, against me, he doesn't have that chance. Once again, the reporter added fuel to the fire, but he even beat out 2-time best defensive player Gobert. Lopez laughed. I've always thought I was the one for best defensive player. How do you offend 2 people at the same time? That's it. But Lopez didn't care. He's very much in the running for best defensive player this year, and his biggest competition is Gobel. Naturally he was upset in his mind about Gobel. The reporter ended with another question. So, you're going to pop the king? Lopez does a tight double ball and shows power. Not busted, but crippled and maimed. I'll show him what it means to be cruel. The press conference was over and the journalists were satisfied. It wasn't Middleton or Alphabet who said it, but it's fine as long as someone else says the words. With their ability to add fuel to the fire, they could make those words mean Alphabet in a minute. Doesn't that make it topical? In the locker room, Alphabet, his face slightly grim, addressed Lopez. You shouldn't say things like that. Lopez was unimpressed. What's wrong with that? Middleton said. Your words have the potential to anger James and anger the Lakers. It's going to make our game a lot tougher. Lopez laughed. We're first in the East. They're only 6th in the West. 16 fewer wins than us. Are we going to cower in front of them? That's not me. I'm not going to intentionally cower. I'll show them that I, Lopez, am not the same Lopez. I'm going to show that Wahini that I'm not that softy Gobel. I'm Brooke *Lopez. I will make him tremble, fear, and weep before me. I'll tell him to get his ass back to their damn land. Alphabet wanted to say more, but Middleton stopped him in his tracks. Lopez gets more excited every time he plays the Lakers and they are used to it. And with the big fight coming up now, it wouldn't be good for the game if there was a real fight. Alphabet frowned and swallowed back the words that came to his lips. As the team leader, he can only think of the big picture. Lopez, however, continued to talk. He said to Holiday, "Shoo, when you defend the outside, put that guy in. I'll reward him with a couple of big hats and give him a taste of what it means to be dominated by fear." Holiday laughed as he wrapped a bandage around his ankle. "Don't worry, I'll let him in on purpose, but if you can't manage it, leave him to me." Lopez bristled. "I would be unable to handle a Chinese? You're looking down on me too much. Just wait, when the time comes, he will kneel in front of me and beg for forgiveness." At 10 o'clock in the evening, the players of both sides entered the field. When the entrance ceremony was over and the lights from the Staples Center dome illuminated the arena, Winey habitually scanned the entire audience of these 18,997 people. Today he was somewhat surprised to find a portion of the crowd wearing Lakers #1 jerseys, and there are quite a few of them. There are about 200 or 300 of them. Looks like his jersey arrived. The crowd, with the most James jerseys on, was about 2,000 to 3,000. There are also more than 1,000 people who wear the Thickers jerseys. By comparison, only 200 or 300 in their own jerseys looks a little shabby, but that's already the third most Lakers jerseys. You can't see more than a handful of people wearing the jerseys of other Lakers, and with their own jerseys presumably just arriving today, it's understandable that fewer people got them. Soon after, both players took the field. Wang Yi is still starting today. Vogel, after a few games of experimentation, has learned that Wang Yi is the best starting guard to pair with James, so now the Lakers' regular starters are the following 5. Wang Yi, James, Thick Brow, Shogun and Pope. This lineup is the equivalent of not having a standard point guard. But do you need a point guard when you have James on the floor? The Bucks, on the other hand, put up a Twin Towers lineup today. In addition to Alphabet, Middleton and Holiday, they swung 2 tall players on the floor. The 2 feet 13 inches Lopez and the 2 feet 8 inches Portis. This lineup gave the Suns a run for their money in last year's finals. And today against the Lakers, head coach Budenholzer believes the Lakers have the Brow inside and James is more of a killer inside. So he set up the Twin Towers. As such, the interior space will be extremely crowded. Both James and AD are having a hard time getting room to play, but he left out one person. Or rather, in his consciousness, he didn't value this person at all. 124 double-yoked egg over the top. The one person Bucks head coach Budenholzer counted out was, naturally, Wang Yi. The moment the match started and Wang Yi stepped onto the court, the cold and icy tone of the system came from his mind. "Please sign in," Wang Yi silently recited in his head. "Sign in." Soon, the system gave a response. Check-in was successful. Wang Yi glanced at the rewards of this signing in his mind. Beginner's ghost hand stealing experience card. Then it was time to focus on the field. At this point, the Stags jumped to the ball. Alphabet takes the ball on the outside and passes to Portis. Portis does have some vision and passing ability. He hoisted the ball to Lopez on the inside. Lopez dunked the ball vigorously with both hands. The force of the landing let out a sonorous roar. It's as if he wants to take out all the dissatisfaction he's had with the Lakers over the years. After roaring, he intentionally glanced at Wang Yi. This Wahini is freaked out. Back to the Lakers offense, which still starts with the Brow. If he opens up, the Lakers offense will flow much more smoothly, but the interior is just too crowded. A Lopez, a Portis, plus Alphabet. There's no way that Thickers can finish inside. He can only employ a flopping mid-range jumper after his back, but Alphabet gave him too much physical confrontation and his mid-range didn't hit. The Bucks launched a quick counterattack. Defensive rebounding is a strength of the Bucks. Alphabet, in particular, took the ball in stride, like a shooting star catching the moon. Starting 3 steps past the center line, the foot just hit the free throw line and went straight up in the air. After gliding through the air, a powerful one-handed chop. This powerful physicality made Pope, who was chasing him, just give up. Greek monsters, simply terrifying as they are. For the next 2 consecutive rounds, the Thickers scored only 1 goal. The Stags, meanwhile, made it 6-2 on a defensive rebound. The Lakers dribbled the ball over again, and James didn't give the ball to the Brow this time. The interior is too crowded for the Thickers offense to be effective, so he handed the ball off to Wang Yi, who had just come around the cover. Without hesitation, Wang Yi took the ball and, with his lightning first step, took a step past Middleton, who was defending him. When he came to mid-range, he just pulled up and shot. His mid-range touch is always so soft. The basketball seemed to float into the basket and silently into the net. The Bucks skipper on the sidelines hastily reminded the Bucks players, when he gets to the 3-point line, he has to be covered. he hits the center shot at a very high rate. Next round, James still gives the ball to Wang Yi to handle. After Wang Yi took the ball, facing Middleton's entanglement, he used a simple test step to shake off Middleton's center of gravity before remaining a step over. It's not that Middleton's defense is bad. Rather, Wang Yi's first step of breakthrough was just too fast. The center of gravity is shifted away a little bit, and you're instantly overpowered. This time, Wang Yi had just entered the three-point line when the ferocious Lopez pounced on him. Obviously it was prepared. Lopez was too tall for Wang Yi to take a direct shot. Instead, after dribbling the ball 2 steps to the right, he suddenly made a sharp stop and took a shot. Lopez is big and bound to lose out on speed. It was simply impossible to keep up with Wang Yi. The basketball crossed his fingertips and blossomed into a white net in the middle of the basket. Lopez cursed, "Damn, the feeling is somewhat familiar." He was shot from mid-range in front of Paul in this manner many times during last year's finals, but can this Wahini compare to Paul? Just kidding, Middleton reminded. Focused attention. Lopez nodded. "Don't worry, I'll give this Eastern Dwarf a whack." Another next turn. James saw Wang Yi hit 2 in a row and naturally continued to hand the ball to him. Wang Yi was going to pass Middleton, but Holiday was already trending towards pinning Wang Yi. Wang Yi Swoi did not overdo it, pulling up and taking a shot directly when he was 2 steps away from the three-point line. Swish! That shot was fast and accurate. People didn't seem to react and the ball was already in the basket. 7 straight points right off the bat. This elicited a cheer from the fans in the audience. Coach Budenholzer yelled from the sidelines, "Middleton, you switch with Holiday and you defend against the Chinese guy." Holiday is the Bucks' best player against outsiders. His defense is off the charts. In the middle of last year's finals, the Suns went on a scoring spree as soon as he stepped off the court. Once he's up, he'll quickly curb the Suns' momentum in chasing points. It shows how strong his defense is. So the next turn, when Wang Yi took the ball, the defender in front of him became Holiday. Behind him, though, Lopez called out, "Damn it, put that yellow rat in here, I'll cripple him." Holiday could already tell that Lopez couldn't defend Wang Yi, but confronted with this Oriental, Lopez's prejudices were too deep. He always felt there was no way he couldn't even defend himself against a yellow rat. Holiday hesitated slightly in his mind, but in the end, he still intended to let Wang Yi in. After giving Lopez a taste of his own medicine, he would really take this Chinese man seriously, so he tightened up slightly in his defense, still being passed by Wang Yi in 1 step. Inside, Lopez has pounced. Fire filled his eyes and spittle flew from his mouth as he roared, "Oriental, I won't give you any more chances, I'll make you." Just as he said that, his words came to an abrupt end. It was as if a large, invisible hand had suddenly grabbed his neck, because when he crossed his legs to defend over, Wang Yi's ball had already drilled through his crotch, and Wang Yi also flashed past him with great speed. "Shatter!" He cursed under his breath and turned around in a hurry. However, when he turned around, there was no sign of the basketball at all. At the same time, the sound of a basketball hitting the ground came from his crotch again, and Wang Yi had already circled around him once again and came behind him once again. Afterward, while Lopez hadn't gotten back to his feet, Wang Yi made a jumper. Swish! This time, he poured sound into his center shot. Wow! That goal quickly set the house on fire. That's so cool, going through that stupid big guy's crotch twice. That's amazing. That big guy is almost like a poor monkey. This crossing by Wang, a streetball move that goes through the defender's crotch twice, not only kills, but kills. Lopez felt a great insult. Ha 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 ha. See that look on his face? Yes, not only were the fans abuzz, but even the commentators kept shaking their heads. Pat Riley, the Lakers TV commentator, waved his arms and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Oh Sunderland, what did we see?" 2 passes through Lopez's crotch and finally shaking him off. Sunderland next to him also looked at Wang Yi in surprise. "I suspect I'm watching a streetball game. That's a move you normally only see in streetball. But this move of Wang's is still different from the usual streetballer's move. First, he goes through so that the opponent has to turn back immediately, and then he passes it again so that the opponent can't even find where the ball is. We'll have to come up with a catchy name for this move." In the middle of the field, Wang Yi looked at Lopez and said indifferently, "The double-yolked egg is overpowering, and you have the honor of being the first to taste it. How does it taste?" 125 Everson's death-defying change of direction reappears in the league. Above, double-yolked eggs over people. How does it taste? Wang Yi said to Lopez with a big smile on his face. Lopez also sensed something was wrong at this point. Because of the deep-rooted prejudice in his heart, he hadn't watched much of this Chinese's matches at all before. Even during the team's organized study of Lakers game film yesterday, he was distracted. And now on the field, when he personally faced this Chinese man, he suddenly realized that this Chinese man seemed really not simple. And that's if he's holding prejudice. I'm not sure Coach Budenholzer on the sidelines has gotten anxious and asked for a timeout straight away. It's just the beginning of the game. and this Chinese guy hit 4 in a row and cut 9 points in a row, especially this fourth one, which went through Lopez's crotch twice in one drive. That's what the rivalry is all about. If he were an ordinary spectator, he couldn't help but applaud the Chinese man. At the timeout, Coach Budenholzer told Holiday, "Chu, what's wrong with you? That's not like your level of defense. Getting a step on him?" Holiday subconsciously glanced at Lopez. Lopez is quite a man at this point. He stepped forward. "Coach, it was me who told him to put that wahine in on purpose, and I want to reward that wahine with 2 big hats. What's the result?" Budenholzer's eyes burned into Lopez. Lopez said with a beat, "It's me who underestimated this Chinese man. He is harder to deal with than I thought." Budenholzer has gotten a little fired up. He's more than difficult to deal with. "What were you doing yesterday when our team was organized to watch the Lakers game tape? This guy's mid-range can kill. Kill. Do you understand?" Lopez was a little reasonable, but he was still a little disconcerted to hear his coach say that the guy could kill from mid-range. "Coach, it's not true that he has a great center shot, but you're exaggerating a bit. Next time if he breaks in." "There's a next time?" Budenholzer interrupted rudely. "Damn, can't you get on me? Right now the rest of the Lakers can't get open and only his mid-range can score for the Lakers. We've got to choke his mid-range. Understand?" Alphabet, who had been silent next to him, took the initiative at this point. "I'll fill in on defense when he comes in." Budenholzer, however, shook his head. "No, you can't get to mid-range to fill in on him until you have to. That would give LeBron and AD a chance." Then he turned to Holiday. "Chu, you dead stick him. Just strangle him, then the Lakers have no moves." Chu *. Holiday nodded, the little dirty braid on her head bobbing up and down as she did so. "Don't worry, coach. I knew how to defend this guy yesterday when I was watching the tape. He just has a quick first step on the break. For a guy like that, I'll make him a couple of offensive fouls and wilt him instantly." Budenholzer nodded. "Well, anyway, you be careful." Out of the timeout, the Stags scored a goal on Alphabet. Alphabet is the one strong point that almost every team in the league can't solve. Even if you play good defense, Alphabet has a way of getting points inside. The Bucks' outside shooters are no slouches if you shrink your defense. It's also a matter of 2 bottles of poison, depending on which one you choose. Back to the Lakers' offense. This shot James did not give the ball to Wangey. If we keep letting Wangey attack in the first half, it will be too exhausting for him, and he might not have the stamina by the fourth quarter. And at this point the defense switched to Middleton, who is a slightly worse defender relatively speaking. James then began to power up the offense. He wobbled Middleton's center of gravity with a test step and then killed it in the middle distance. James was too much of a threat when he entered the box, and all 3 Bucks linemen contracted toward James. In that case, the Brow has a chance. James threw the ball high in the air, and the Brow pulled up, airborne, and slammed the ball into the basket. The classic James-Brow connection. Once this goal was scored, the whole place lit up, but the Lakers just celebrated, retreated untimely, and were launched on a fast break by Alphabet for another foul shot dunk. For the next 3 consecutive rounds, it was James on offense. More than 6 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. For those 6 minutes, the two sides were in a position to blow each other up. The Lakers couldn't defend Alphabet. The Bucks couldn't defend Wangey or James. As the Lakers called a timeout for a break, the Bucks head coach tapped Holiday on the shoulder and said, "You did a good job. The wahine didn't do anything for a few minutes with your defense. Continue when you get on the field later." Holiday was also a bit complacent. Granted, part of the reason the wahine didn't do anything for a few minutes was because the ball never even got to the wahine. But it was also enough to see that James was distrustful of the wahine when it came to his own defense, and James' distrust of this wahine will surely cost the Lakers. On the Lakers' side, the head coach saw that James had caught his breath slightly. After all, he was old enough to gasp on after attacking these rounds in a row. He said, "LeBron, when you get on the court next, you can have King take a shot. At the same time you have to shoot more threes. Only when the threes go in will their defense expand. Then you and AD will have more chances. We have to change their defense with threes." James nodded and put one hand on Wangey's shoulder. Said, "Dude, get on the court later. 3 points is up to you." Wangey jokingly skimmed his mouth and said, "Is it the same as last time? You said you'd look good at me, but you ended up going up and you swished 2 and 3 points. I believe you. Bad old man is very bad." James couldn't help but laugh. A mouthful of white teeth shook the eyes. Coming out of the timeout, James didn't shoot another 3 after dribbling past half-court. Instead, it was a direct pass to Wangey, who rounded the cover. Holiday is sticking close. Wangey didn't have a chance to strike. He dribbled back 2 steps, an arm's length away from Holiday. Holiday looked at Wangey's stance and knew that he was going to break through. He couldn't help but laugh in his mind. This Chinese, does he think he's invincible in the first step? You can only bully the clumsy defenders. With that thought, he didn't post up again. Instead, he just kept this arm's length away from Wangey. In this way, as long as Wang Yi wanted to break through with his speed, he would have some space and reaction time to be able to move across and block his path. Right at this moment, Wang Yi moved. He bent over, lowered his center of gravity, and slowly poured the ball left and right-handed. At some point, suddenly the ball is handed over to the left hand. The entire left arm was stretched out as straight as it could be, and the basketball, suspended in the center of the hand, had been almost flush with the shoulder. The center of gravity is once again lowered. The whole shoulder shifted to the left. One day with a sword in hand, I will slaughter all the chapter-breaking dogs in the world. 126 Iverson's death-defying change of direction reappears in the league. Below, Wang Yi's left arm is almost flush with his shoulder, and the ball seems to be glued to his hand as if it is suspended in the palm of his left hand. At the same time the shoulders shook to the left. This fake is so realistic. Holiday was a little surprised. Change of direction break? Still, he thought the guy was naive. Knowing his defense was awesome, he added a simple change of direction on the break. Unbeknownst to him, at this distance, if he moved one step sideways, he would still be able to jam him. He then took a step across toward Wang Yi's left front. However, just as he took this step across to the left, Wang Yi instantly pulled the ball back with his left hand and took a step across to the right front. With this, the distance between the two was already 2 steps, and Holiday's position has been parallel to Wang Yi's. Even if he is fast, it is simply impossible for him to keep up with Wang Yi again. Who dash? This beautiful big change of direction caused a gasp from the audience. Players on the Lakers bench have risen to their feet, towel in hand ready to dance. Such a nice big change of direction. It would have been perfect to score. Wang Yi will not let them down. After shaking Holiday, there was no one in front of him to defend. He kills right into the three-point line. At this point, Lopez was closest to Wang Yi and he had to come over to make up for his defense. Asterisk gets me again. Lopez grumbled in his mind, but had to pounce. However, it was already too late. Wang Yi jumped up very lightly and shook his wrist. The basketball floats gently into the basket. Wow! The crowd of more than 18,000 at the Staples Center cheered. See that? That big change of direction is so cool. Why does this change of direction look so familiar? Is this the answer to the change of direction? A fan recognized it. Yes, it's definitely the answer's change of direction. Unbelievable. It's been years since Answer retired and I haven't seen such a stretch, such a perfect change of direction in the NBA. On the sidelines, Nicholson, a movie star wearing glasses, was laughing happily. I think he was there when the Answer battled the OK Combo in the finals. He'd witnessed firsthand how terrifying the Answer's death-defying change of direction could be. The Clippers' current head coach, Tyronn Lue, was a Lakers player at the time. He stepped right over the body after being shaken down by the Answer. This is certainly a classic shot in NBA history. The 76ers, led by Answer that year, ended up stealing just one win from the Lakers, but the Answer's superb change of direction left a lasting impression. The first person that comes to mind for fans of that generation when crossover is mentioned is the Answer Allen Iverson. I didn't think it would be 22 years later that I would be able to see the death-defying change of direction once again on this course. It's really poignant. Pat Riley, the live TV commentator, also exclaimed, "Oh God, that's the answer to Allen Iverson's death-defying crossover." Sunderland, for his part, shook his head back and forth. I can't believe that the change of direction of the Answer has been shown once again by this Chinese. I can't believe I get to narrate a scene like this in my lifetime. It's an honor. Meanwhile, in the middle of an apartment in Philadelphia, a middle-aged black uncle was watching the game live. He had tattoos all over his body and was dressed in a hip-hop style. The tattoo on his neck is a Chinese character, Zhong. When he saw the shot of Wang Yi, the water he was drinking halfway stopped at his mouth, then kept laughing and shaking his head. This Chinese guy, I should ask him for royalties. This month's rent hasn't been paid yet, so when we get the royalties, we should have enough to pay a year's rent, he said and laughed. On the scene, white towels have been flying up and down for the Lakers' courtside teammates. King, you guys, you always bring surprises. Kuzma gathered his hands into a trumpet shape to his mouth and shouted, "King, YYDS. This is something Wang Yi taught Kuzma only yesterday, and it came in handy today. Dare I say that Wang Yi taught Kuzma to blow himself up?" On the field, James wasn't the first to come over and celebrate. The defense had not retreated in time earlier and was hit twice on fast breaks, so he took the Lakers players on a quick retreat. Seeing that the Bucks had no more fast break opportunities, he then said to Wang Yi, "King, that was a beautiful move just now." Wang Yi shrugged and joked, "Too bad you'll never learn." The Lakers players burst out laughing. James' moves are less than aesthetically pleasing, a fact that has been criticized by many hacks. He wanted to be as picturesque as Kobe. Nah, the body is just too strong for the conditions. Now that Wang Yi said this, he said in a serious manner, "Dude, after this fight, I guarantee you won't see the sun rise tomorrow." Wang Yi nodded. This I believe. I'm at the training center every morning. Ha 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 ha. A group of Laker players nearly doubled over in laughter. James said in a rush. Focus, they're attacking. Next turn. James didn't choose to force the issue against Middleton's entanglements. Still handing the ball to Wang Yi, he said, come on, show me your crossover. Holiday was instantly offended. You guys are not treating me like a human being at all. I'm a two-time Defensive Player of the Year. Is it really okay for you guys to talk about crossover in front of me like that? So he got up his spirit and heavily clapped his hands to Wang Yi. Come on, show me your answer style change of direction. Wang Yi also did not talk nonsense. An arm's length away from Holiday. This arm's length is critical. If you get any closer, the opponent reaches out when you change direction and you're likely to mash the ball. If it's any farther away, whether you change direction to the left or right, the opponent has enough time and space to react and get stuck in position. Holiday lived up to his reputation as a two-time Defensive Player of the Year. He sensed this as well, so he moved his feet to break that arm's length. But he didn't move forward, because Wang Yi broke through the first step too quickly. If he was too close to Wang Yi, he could easily be passed by one step, so he took a slight half step backward. Wang Yi saw that the distance was not right and took another half step forward. Holiday retired again. Wang Yi is on again. Just like that, Holiday had surprisingly backed up to the three-point line. At this point, Wang Yi felt that it was almost time. His center of gravity suddenly lowers and the ball is handed over to his right hand. A smooth step on the left foot appears to be a break from the right. Holiday immediately moved a step to Wang Yi's right front, blocking Wang Yi's way. Wang Yi pulled the ball back from his hips in one smooth motion. At the same time the left foot is withdrawn. The left arm straightened once more and the ball hovered for a split second as if glued to his hand. In this position, with a slight stomp on the ground with his right foot, he can accelerate and burst in from the left. So Holiday had to move over to the left knowing that the ball was likely to be waved off. Just as he was moving, the ball hovering in Wang Yi's left hand suddenly changed direction quickly. The sheer magnitude of the change of direction is jaw-dropping. After this change of direction, he takes a step to the right, Holiday to the left, Wang Yi to the right. When the two missed a step, it was as if they had missed a lifetime. Wang Yi did not continue to burst in at this time. Instead, he pulled up and took a shot immediately after getting on the wrong side of Holiday. In the process, Holiday, a two-time defensive standout, was still moving to his left. There's no way to seal the deal. Unguarded, the basketball seems to have traveled for many years and thrown itself into the arms of its mother. Meanwhile, Holiday, a two-time Defensive Player of the Year, had long realized that Wang Yi was going to swing to the right, so in going left, he was ready to go right. Nah, the body can't react fast enough to keep up with the brain. Or maybe the feet and the brain didn't think of a piece. He tripped over his feet and fell to the ground with a thud. Shake it down. 127. Vote them out. Oh, Staples Center. When Wang Yi shook down Holiday, the scene erupted into a huge gasp. Then, when Wang Yi hit the shot, the Staples Center exploded. OMG, OMG, OMG. A spectator followed James' example and kept hissing loudly. A female audience member had her hands cupped around her face. Her eyes were glazed over, and her mouth had fallen open into an O shape. A teenage boy wearing a Wang Yi jersey, on the other hand, kept dancing with exaggerated hands. He shook down that little dirty pigtail. See that? A complete wobble, without the slightest suspicion of pushing. This guy is practically a dancer. Even if the answer comes, I'm afraid I can't do any better. Some of the female fans on the field were constantly jumping around and letting out shrill shrieks. King, I love you. King, I want to marry you. I love this Chinese man. He is my knight. In a dark corner at the far end of the dugout, Lakers GM Pelinka rested his right elbow on his left hand while his right hand propped up his chin. He was used to watching the game quietly from this corner where no one noticed. This time of year he's always able to focus on thinking about the trade value of a player, thinking about whether or not he should mash a player to fill a certain hole on the Lakers. At that moment, his wise eyes flickered in the darkness. Signing this Wahini guy should be the best deal you sign yourself this season. For $5 million, sign a player who put up 30+ per game, even slashed 50+, and even pitched a double shutout against the Bucks' Big Three. Such a price, compared to Wang Yi's performance like this, that's definitely a cabbage price. Looks like it's time to renew King's contract early. There have been a few managers who have contacted themselves before, asking for quotes from Wang, but jokes aside, now that King is playing at this level, it's almost considered a third giant outside of James and AD. To exaggerate a bit, how could he trade him himself? If the Lakers want to contend for a title, they have to sign him next season even if they have to pay the luxury tax. Of course, there is too much at stake for this matter to be fast-tracked. We'll have to see how Wang Yi does again. At this point, Pat Riley, the Lakers TV commentator on the sidelines, was almost going crazy. He roared with passion as he gripped off his wig, revealing a Mediterranean-haired head. He shook down Holiday, the best defensive player in the game. He shook down Holiday, the best defensive player in the game. God, is there anything he can't do? Is there anything he can't do besides not being able to have children? That's Pat Riley's style of commentary. It's passionate and provocative. It always mobilizes the audience to the maximum. Even the ever-calm Sunderland next to him was infected with his emotions and roared with excitement. King? He's the king from China. The answer passer. The new generation of ankle finishers. I'm worried about Holiday's ankle right now. He's okay with it. At this point, Holiday's ankle is fine, but there's a bit of a psychological problem. Damn it. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even defend himself against a Chinese. He knew that there was a big difference between the physique of Chinese people and the physique of black people. How was it possible that he couldn't even defend himself against a Chinese man whose physique was so much worse than his own? So next, when defending Wang Yi, he dead-posted Wang Yi. It gave Wang Yi no chance to connect with the ball. I have to admit, Holiday does have a knack for defense. Even when defending a player without the ball, he could always follow Wang Yi to death if he wanted to. Even if Wang Yi keeps circling around the cover and keeps running backwards, it is not that easy to get rid of him. So on these balls, Wang Yi didn't get the ball and naturally didn't score again. Coach Budenholzer on the sidelines was slightly relieved to see this. Just now, if Wang Yi breaks through a few more times, he will have to let his players wrap up on Wang Yi, and that would inevitably give the rest of the Lakers a chance. In the last 3 minutes of the first quarter, Wang Yi and James went down together. Wang Yi scored 11 points in one quarter, which is also a great statistic. In the middle of an apartment far away in Philadelphia during a break between festivals, that middle-aged man couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. This guy should have blitzed a few more and blown out that one-game defense guy. Make that guy embarrassed when he hears a few words about a defensive stint. Don't let me down, little man. If it was me, I'd blow that Jew * Holiday out in the second quarter. The answer to the now flabby body is not as nimble as it could be if it wants to gallop across the field again. He could only occasionally think back to the glory days that had been. It was no small consolation to him to now see someone who could pass on his great change of direction in death. At the break, Lakers head coach Vogel frowned. Said the coach, "We only made 3 threes in the first quarter, which is not going to change their defense. We had to open things up with threes." James dissented at this point. "Coach, we can try to have Wang Yi increase the number of breakthroughs in the second quarter. Once Holiday can't defend Wang, they are bound to sack Wang, which changes their defense. Our other players will have a chance." Vogel mused for a moment, then asked King to be able to pitch them to death with a center shot. Of this, Vogel is skeptical. Wang Yi did have a tendency to kill the Bucks with his mid-range shooting last game, but that was already considered Wang Yi's peak state. As strong as a player is, you can't be at the top of your game every night. Strong as Paul, the center shot isn't that accurate every night. Wang Yi, however, nodded heavily. "Don't worry, coach, leave it to me. Although he's not this accurate every night, but when he was on the field tonight, it was a great feeling that he was in great shape. Every time a ball just left his hand, he could feel that one was bound to go in." Seeing that Wang Yi was so confident, Vogel said the same. "That's it then. In the second quarter you continue to attack with breaks and center throws. Keep attacking until they wrap you up. But that will be a huge test of your fitness, and you've got to be mentally prepared for that." While thinking about saving some energy for the fourth quarter, Wang Yi wiped the sweat that was raining down with a towel and nodded his head once again. On the Bucks side, the head coach doesn't see any problems with the current defensive strategy. Stick to the defense strategy just now in the second quarter. Although we were scored 2 points in a row by the Chinese guy in the first quarter, the rest of the Lakers didn't turn it on. As long as the others aren't open, it's no big deal. I just don't believe that Chinese guy can pitch us to death with his center pitch. If he can really pitch us to death, then I'll admit it. I'm not sure that Nash, once the head coach of the Nets, used to think the same way. 128 breakaway that shook down 3 men. The second quarter opened with both Wang Yi and James sitting on the court. The Brow took Schroeder and a bunch of other subs on the floor, with both Alphabet and Lopez, the high point of the interior. Off the court, the Brow beat Lopez inside and took a bite out of him with his speed and footwork advantage. Schroeder, on the other hand, scored on a breakaway after Holiday went down. When really, you have to eat and drink. Schroeder's best fit, by heart, is to be a blitzer in the secondary. He'd have to take up a lot of possessions to be effective if he started, and just partially overlap with James' function. It also leads to him being God for 1 game and ghost for 3, which is a real no-no. The last few games playing off the bench have been solid, 17 or 18 points a game. Occasionally, you can still rake in 20s to 30s. The Lakers' lead was up to 8 points with 8 minutes left to play in the second quarter. At this point, James and Wang Yi redressed for the Brow to go down for a rest. For their part, the Bucks sent Dallow down to rest, with Alphabet and Holiday and a host of other starters back on the court. The Lakers have this lineup with little inside for autonomous offense. It's only going to be on the outside. Pope's inability to get outside threes today left it up to James and Wang Yi. Wang Yi is also rested enough. Just came up on the first offense, directly reaching out to James for the ball. James is also happy to be an adult. Pulled back a few steps and passed the ball to Wang Yi. Holiday saw that Wang Yi had the ball again, and he was playing with a lot of energy. Legs crossed, arms slightly extended. He had rarely played defense like this in his life. Only against top offensive players like Willard, Lillard, Harden, and Curry does he show his best defense. But today, have been passed by this guy a couple times in a row, and even wobbled once. If you don't hold him down, where can you put your face as the best defensive player? After catching the ball, Wang Yi began to slowly reverse the ball left and right-handed. At some point, still with the left foot, a step forward to the right and a smooth break. Holiday subconsciously took a step backward. Wang Yi's right foot didn't move at all. The right hand pulls the ball back from his hips, then an easy step back, withdrawing from the three-point line, while straightening his upper body in a gesture to collect the ball. Holiday just learned from the assistant coach during the break that Wang Yi's three-point shooting percentage reached over 45%. He didn't dare to let Wang Yi throw and hurriedly intended to lunge forward. However, just as he stomped on the ground with both feet and was about to pounce over, Wang Yi suddenly lowered his center of gravity again. Instant breakout from the right side. Once again, Holiday's brain and feet didn't think of a piece. The body had turned, but the feet were still stomping forward. He stumbled. Fortunately, he was prepared for Wang Yi's change of direction, so he just stumbled and was not yet shaken down. But just then, Alphabet on the inside lunged towards Wang Yi, who was preparing for a center shot. Instead, Wang Yi made a buy and once again lowered his center of gravity, pulling the ball to the right side at 45 degrees. Alphabet lunged too hard, and Holiday, in the midst of stumbling, collided with Alphabet. Flop, flop, both men fell to the ground at once. Oh, the fans in the crowd erupted in surprise and stood up in unison. At this point, the interior was down to Portis, the last barrier. Portis also knows that Wang Yi's center shot can kill. He hastily lunged towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi took advantage of the fact that Alphabet and Holiday were down and not up, and crossed his right and left hands to change directions. Just then, his feet suddenly slipped. The basketball bounced off the handle in Portis' direction. Portis was delighted to see this. The ball is clearly out of the control of this Wahini. It was only 1.5 meters away from him, and 2 meters backwards from this Chinese man. He instantly bent down to fish for this ball. However, right at this moment, Wang Yi suddenly accelerated. With the speed of a terrifying lightning break, he came to the ball in an instant, gently pulling the ball almost to the ground. The ball was pulled another meter or so to the right. Portis was close to the ball, but at nearly 2'1", trying to bend down to fish for the shot, and with an opponent stealing the ball, he would have had to pounce on it. However, even after pouncing on the ground, he was unable to retrieve the ball. At this moment, behind Wang Yi, there was already a sea of people. Wang Yi carries the ball past Portis. Portis could only look at the ball. Wang Yi played to the excitement and saw that there was already an empty basket in front of him. He leaps up, double stretches, and sends the ball toward the basket. But when it was delivered halfway, it suddenly pulled back. With his shoulder as the center, he made a large circle in the air. Clang! Slammed the ball hard into the basket. Big windmill dunk. Wow! The scene was like a cannonball thrown into a frying pan, directly exploding. The live DJ dragged that voice out extremely long. Big windmill dunk. The king from China E. The fans have gone collectively insane. A windmill after shaking down 3 people. It must be an illusion. He's not king. He's not king. He must be God playing in King's jersey. Shaking down 3 people. This is definitely the most exaggerated performance I've ever seen in my life. The windmill after shaking down 3 people is usually only seen in those funny basketball videos. I never thought. I saw it live today. The movie star Nicholson stood up and raised his hands high in the air, giving a thumbs up with his right and left hands at the same time. Heads kept nodding up and down to the live music. In the dark corner at the far end of the ballpark, team manager Palinka's hand had dropped. He, who had always been cool as ice in the past, raised his hands this time and snapped his hands in applause. He strengthened his resolve to renew Wang Yi's contract, and this whole thing has got to be sped up, paying even more luxury tax to sign King next season. Realize that King is not playing alone. Behind him stands Huaxia, hundreds of millions of fans in Huaxia. What business value that should hold. Once upon a time when Yao Ming played for the Rockets, the then owner of the Rockets made a fortune. Now that the local basketball market has shrunk considerably due to the epidemic, teams are essentially losing money. That is why it is necessary to develop overseas markets. Wachovia is now fully stabilized and has a huge fan base. If that piece is carved out, not only will it make up for the team's losses, but it will be able to make a killing every year. Well, let's contact Wang Yi's agent tomorrow. Of course, the start date for early renewals is July 1st and the end date is October 22nd. It's still several months away. but at least for now, make a verbal agreement to keep the king's heart, so as not to be cut off in the middle by another team. Unlike Palinka who thinks so much, when the live TV commentator Pat Riley saw Wang Yi's brilliant goal, he ripped off his freshly fixed wig again. His eyes could almost spit out flames. Sunderland, I'm going mad. I'm going mad. Have you ever commentated on a game that was so explosive? Have you ever watched a game that was so entertaining? Sunderland, it's cracking. It's crazy. 129 one shot lights up all the screens. Wang Yi wobbled 3 people on this shot and ended up with a windmill dunk that nearly flattened the basket. It got the live commentator, Pat Riley, so excited that he ripped off his wig. Next to him his colleague Sunderland spat. Oh, God. I suspect those 3 guys are faking the game. They couldn't have been actors hired by the king. Fall down once for $1. Ha 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 ha. In the 10-cent NBA broadcast room, today's host is Kofan. The anchor woman is a sister-in-law. The commentator is Zhang Weiping, who has disappeared from the fans' view for a long time. Weeping * Bryant. When he saw the picture of Wang Yi facing Holiday with the ball, he was full of interest. Okay, play him. When he saw Wang Yi pass Holiday an alphabet, he said excitedly, good shot. James in the center has cut in open. Give it to James yet? When he saw that Portis had defended out, Wang Yi almost lost the ball and he was anxious. To throw. This is not a reasonable fight. You can burst is able to burst, but you cannot bang chaotic burst. James has been out of the opportunity. Localized 2-1. You are still resting there to transport the ball into the air. A throw is finished. Just as he said that, Wang Yi suddenly shook down Portis and leaped up for a big windmill dunk. He clapped his hands at once. Hey, that's a bit of a ball. After shooting the case, but then returned to sanity. The ball is wonderful. Very wonderful. But Wang Yi is playing unreasonably. You're sitting there alone, while the other 4 are watching. Is that reasonable? At the end of the day, you throw James in the air and it's a dunk, and you have to have another break. This is a waste of energy, but also let teammates have dissatisfaction. After all, basketball is a 5-player sport. All to you alone to play. Other teammates how to do? Wang Yi is a young player after all, and it's easy to go solo on your own when you're hot-headed. Hopefully he'll learn to play in a more sensible way with James around him. Next to him, Kervin tried to take the time to say something, but the words were all finished for Zhang Weiping, and he could only end up making an impassioned concluding statement. Right. The pop-ups were by now like fireworks on New Year's Eve, completely blown up. De Brothers 666666. This is my Huaxia De Brother. Shakedown 3. Flat basket windmill. My great China also has such explosive players, such explosive performances. Now I'm starting to believe a little bit of Yi's rant about conquering the NBA. Big shots coach Ma has popped up once again. If I can't get this ball on today's top 10, I'm going to go on air and eat. If you can't get on this week's top 10, I'll go on air and eat. If it doesn't make this season's top 50, I'll eat on air. Immediately, a fan responded. Then you'll have to brace yourself. Staples Center Court. Lakers courtside players, for once, are no longer waving towels. Instead, they fell across the floor, making a show of being shaken down. Head coach Vogel, however, calmly glared at the players. These guys look like they've never seen the world. He then folded his hands around his mouth into a trumpet shape and shouted to Wang Yi on the field. King, great job. I'm already a fan. I'm waiting for you to sign my autograph during the timeout. Vogel is not that serious of a coach. There are often jokes with the players. At this moment, seeing Wang Yi performing so amazingly, he naturally jokes about it. The cheerleaders on the sidelines, too, held their hands up in excitement and kept jumping around. Enthusiasm and passion. The Bucks' rest area was a different story. The vast majority of the players wore a look of surprise, incredulously looking at this Chinese man on the field. One offense, shaking down 3 people. It ended with a big windmill dunk. This is more than horrible. It's horrible as hell. 2 young players on the team who almost never get to play couldn't help but excitedly slap their teammates' thighs at the sight. Almost jumped up to celebrate. The goal was so good that they were so excited that they had almost forgotten that it was their opponents who had scored. But soon they also realized something was wrong. Hastily, he sat down again, looking at the older member next to him like he'd made some big mistake. At the same time, he brought back the hand that had been slapped on the older member's leg. But when I got it back I didn't know where to put it. Kind of a right hand that goes nowhere. Luckily, the veteran players next to them were staring at Wang Yi on the field in amazement at that moment and did not even notice their actions. The 2 were relieved. But in fact, the 2 of them were very impressed with Wang Yi in their hearts. Wang Yi was once a fringe player in the NBA, just like them. Even Wang Yi is not as good as them. They are at least still signed to guaranteed contracts with the team through the end of the season. Instead, Wang Yi was the bottom-of-the-barrel player who wandered through multiple NBA teams before finally signing a short 10-day contract with the Lakers. But what about now? Wang Yi has risen to prominence in a very short period of time, blowing up another whirlwind. They were encouraged by such an inspirational experience. If they work hard enough, maybe one day they can be like this Chinese man. As for the bench that has always held a deep prejudice against the Orient Lopez, at this time to see the field that the horizontal and vertical crooked three people, the heart is secretly happy. Good thing I wasn't on the field earlier. Otherwise, the one who gets shaken down might be himself. What a dodged a bullet. Bucks head coach Budenholzer wasn't having any of that, as he screamed at the referee on the sidelines. Timeout, timeout. We request a long timeout. At the same time make a hard pause motion with your hands. Even the referee froze for a moment before blowing a timeout. It's just been on the court. It's been one round. And you need a timeout? It's not like it's the last few minutes of the game. Where do you play like that? What was this guy thinking? In fact, Budenholzer took this timeout not to set up a play. Instead, it's about pumping up the players, getting shaken down by a wahine for three and eventually a big windmill dunk. It's too much of a blow to the team's morale, and trailing by a 10-point spread at this point. If we don't call a timeout at this point to say something, I'm afraid we won't get this game back. He clapped his hands hard and yelled at the players as they came off the field. It's just a coincidence. Chu, you can definitely defend him. Giannis, you guys just tripped and fell together. It wasn't him who wobbled you. It was you guys who unintentionally knocked each other over. Understand? There was no way he could have wobbled you guys with that change of direction. Portis, you shouldn't have tried to steal it just now. If you stuck your defensive position, there's no way he could have passed you. That wahine isn't scary. We don't have any problems with our defense. If he bursts in again, Giannis, you just feint to fill in and scare him so that he doesn't dare to take random shots in the mid-range. But at the same time, you have to take care of the weak side and not give James a chance to make an open cut. Alphabet nodded. Understood. On the Lakers side, James just came over excitedly to celebrate with Wang Yi by banging his chest. Wang Yi, however, wisely dodged the old tank while shaking his head repeatedly. High fives are enough. I don't want to get bumped off. 130 my 3 points. Open. After a timeout. Just after one round, the Bucks were stopped by a shot from Wang Yi. This is a rare scene. Wang Yi was naturally cheered by many fans when he came off the field. Coupled with your teammate's slap and my fist, the slap made Wang Yi hold his chest and bare his teeth. They're all muscular men, and a casual punch to the body is not something that a human being can take. Schroeder's expression is still somewhat despondent as he sees Wang Yi receiving many praises and applause. 2 minutes later, the teams were back on the field. This time, the Bucks head coach took Lopez, who had just rested for less than a minute, on the court again in order to block Wang Yi's breakthrough. The Bucks have a lineup that says Twin Towers, but it's really all three towers already. Portis is 2 feet 8 inches. Alphabet is 2 meters 11. Lopez is 2 meters 13. Who can break through when a lineup like that piles up inside? Add in the fact that Pope is not allowed on the outside for the Lakers, and the Lakers are left with James and Wang Yi. But so far in the game, the two of them have only combined to hit 3 3-pointers. The Lakers also only hit 4 3-pointers in the entire first half. That's well within the Bucks' reach. That's why Budenholzer put up this lineup to restrain the Lakers. James just got a big head when he saw this lineup. He glanced at Wang Yi as the Lakers attacked. Let's see if Wang Yi wants to attack another one. Since the boss meant this, Wang Yi naturally did not have any reason to push back. After he got the ball, he still faced Holiday. After a simple crotch-crossing change of direction, the left foot suddenly took a step forward to the right. Still breaking in stride, Holiday was a little fired up. Come again. How many times do you want to eat me with that move? So he took a step back and did not give Wang Yi a chance to break through. However, Wang Yi did not continue to protrude. Instead, he pulled the ball back from his hips and took another step back, pulled out beyond the three-point line. Holiday, at this point, was already 2 meters away from him. Only then did Wang Yi collect the ball, jump, and take a shot. But this time he didn't have the same shooting motion as before. In the past, when he shot, he jumped high because he wanted to prevent being covered. After shaking Holiday this time, his feet were at most 10 centimeters off the ground. It's what's known as an upside-down cast. It's as if the ball was thrown with a lurch of the foot, without even finishing the shooting motion. This was a new way of shooting that Wang Yi came up with after thinking about it based on his lack of physical fitness deficiency. This type of shot is much less physically demanding than a full-strength jump shot, and the upside-down pitch is much faster out of the gate. As for the sudden adjustment of jump height, will it affect the hit rate? Wang Yi was not worried. With a 45% hit rate at the bottom here, there's nothing to fear at all. Swish! The basketball net made a crisp sound. Wang Yi's eyes were slightly closed as he enjoyed this wonderful and exquisite sound. For every shooter, the sound of the basketball net when the empty center goes into the net is definitely comparable to the 9 heavenly fairy music, which makes people float in the air. The Bucks head coach's heart sank slightly when he saw this. Still, he consoled himself. It's okay. It's just a 3. Back on the floor, Alphabet forced his way inside and not only hit it, but caused a 2+1. Needless to say, after last year's playoffs and finals, Alphabet has evolved again. Still hasn't really developed his mid-range shot, but it's definitely a killer inside, any way you want to play it. As Alphabet made his free throws, the Staples Arena rang with the sound of seconds being read. 1, 2, 3. Since last year's playoffs, whenever the Bucks have played on the road, the inevitable readings have sounded when Alphabet makes a free throw. It's almost become an orgy for the away fans. When the count reached the 12th second, Alphabet finally took his shot. Boo! The basketball slammed hard on top of the basket. Alphabet has evolved. But that free throws are not growing a bit. The Lakers protected the backboard. James advances off the dribble. This time, Holiday did not dare to relax in the slightest and stayed close to Wangi, even quietly pulling a hand when the referee wasn't looking. So much so that Wangi went around 4 covers in a row without being able to shake him off. James saw this and flicked his eyes 45 degrees to the right. The Lakers players willed themselves to the right 45-degree position, leaving James alone on the left side. On this play, it looked like it was going to be a single to James. The Bucks were focused inside on James' side of the defense, but the Lakers' Pope, Zhuangshan and Kuzma and Wangi 4 people, suddenly all mentioned on the line, huddle up at the right 45-degree three-quarter line. In the next moment, Wangi suddenly shot out like an arrow, pulled up to the three-point line. Pope, Shogun and Kuzma, on the other hand, lined up to form a human wall. Holiday and Wangi were directly separated by this human wall. James' pass came to Wangi at the right time. Holiday watched as Wangi received the ball, but there was a wall of people separating the two. The kind of grudge and desperation in Holiday's eyes was heartbreaking to watch. As the saying goes, surplus of water, pulse of no words. Miss a step before and you miss almost a lifetime. Now looking at each other across the wall, it was even more as if they had been separated by the Milky Way for 1,000 years. He could only hope that Wangi could not throw in. Wangi is still upside down pitching. Once the basketball left his fingertips, he looked like a girl in an orange dress who couldn't wait to jump into the arms of her white boyfriend. The fans in the audience cheered. This is a tried and true play by the Lakers. On the sidelines, Budenholzer's heart sank once again. 2 in a row. It's going to be okay. Well, in the comeback, Middleton returned the favor with a 3. When the Lakers went on offense again, Wangi was still selling out around coverage. Holiday was behind him, as if chasing after a demand for rush syrup, in deadly pursuit of his defense. Wangi couldn't shake Holiday off. But when you throw until your hands are hot, you don't care if you have a defender or not. The pass from James was in hand as he rounded the left baseline outside. Holiday followed Wangi step by step, but Wangi didn't make the slightest adjustment, pulled up and threw. Or maybe it's jumping first and adjusting while in the air. Holiday followed the jump, but this time, Wangi jumped high. The wrist almost pressed against Holiday's fingertips and shook the ball out. Tick, the referee's whistle blows. Holiday instantly grimaced. He nudged Wangi's wrist, and that's got to be a 3-goal penalty. Swish, soon, the voice that made his face sink even deeper came. Not a penalty 3. Instead, it's 3+1. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Zhang Weiping couldn't help but smile when he saw Wangi scored 2 consecutive threes. It's good to score 2 threes in a row, but I'm afraid that young players will get hot-headed. Don't care, and bonk can give you a blind shot. When he saw Wangi receiving the ball, he didn't care if there was anyone in front of him, pulled up and threw. He shook his head back and forth. Hey, he's got some nerve pitching. But in the next moment, he turned his words around. Ooh, how dare you enter? Basketball is all about whether your hands are hot or not. If your hands are cold, the basket is covered and you can't make any shot. If your hands are hot, the basket is like the sea and you can make any shot. Seeing that he couldn't interject, Kerfin next to him could only end up making the concluding statement again. Right, my sister-in-law followed suit and conformed. That's right, 131 hats off to Alphabet. Wangi's extra point was naturally no problem. A solid hit. Back to the Bucks' interior offense, which still can't seal the deal, because no one can fix Alphabet at this point. And the Lakers' defensive strategy against Alphabet was to single-handedly defend him, also block his passing lanes and cut him off from his teammates. He's only 2 points per anyway, and the Lakers are still up by double digits. That's a two-point chase, and it's going to be enough to keep him chasing for a while. Of course, Middleton was still more of a god today. Come over and hit a center shot as well. Turning back, Wangi's hand was heating up, just over the center line for the ball. James duly passed on. Wangi saw that Holiday and Middleton had the intention of wrapping up. He didn't do any bobbling after he got the ball. Feet on the center circle, hands on the ball and pushed it straight out. After scoring 3 consecutive threes, it was as if he had gotten into some kind of a groove, a state that only Curry, Lillard and Klay *Thompson have ever been in. In this state, the basket seems infinite. You don't even have to care about the distance. As long as you're halfway across the field, you're in range. It also doesn't even matter if there's a defender in front of you, as long as there's a sliver of room to get out and throw it. The basketball crossed the dome and blasted into the basket with the precision of a guided missile. Boom! In the center of the basket, white flames rose. Meanwhile, the entire Staples Center was detonated. 4 straight three-pointers. The drawn-out voice of the live DJ sounded again. Logo 3 points from the King of China E. Inside the Tencent NBA broadcast room, Zhang Weiping spoke when he saw Wang Yi take the ball. 3 consecutive 3-point see how to play this ball. But no matter how you play, you have to play reasonable to be a good ball. You cannot take the ball and throw it. That does not become a shooting contest? Just after saying this, Wang Yi threw it out. Ooh, that's what I call a blind throw. You, swish, the basket drilled into the basket. Ho, 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 ho. That's, you can't tell. Unreasonable 3 points, but even though it went in and he was unreasonable, he can't call it a good shot. But at the end of the day, he had some admiration for Wang Yi's 3 points. Our young players now cannot learn this. Like Curry, Lillard and Wang Yi, this hand open. Who cares who you are? I just throw. Is able to enter. Who hit who have reason. This cannot learn. He was allowed to say both pro and con, and Kerfin could only make a concluding statement. Right. Scene. The Bucks head coach blacked out and rushed to request a timeout. Glanced at the scoreboard. The Bucks have fallen to 14 points. At the same time, he glanced at Wang Yi with hatred. Is this Chinese guy going crazy? What kind of person plays a game like that? Can we just play slowly? Board by board. Move by move. He also knows that sometimes the hand comes and you can't stop it. So a timeout had to be called to see if we could break Wang Yi's hand. At the timeout, he told the Bucks players, that Chinese guy takes the ball and wraps it up. Don't give him any chance to take a shot. Previously, he had been having the Bucks guard a joint defense with the 3 towers rooted inside. Keep James and the Browns from taking advantage of the inside. If he could, he would very much like to carry out such a defensive strategy for an entire game, because then James would play very hard. When James has a hard time, the Lakers are more than likely going to lose. But now, he had to make a change. Such a defensive strategy allowed this Wahhabi to take what he wanted. You need a mid-range shot to have a mid-range shot, and you need a 3 to have a 3. I would have thought that he would have been able to vote us to death all by himself, and I would have recognized it if he did. But now that I look at it, this guy is not at all martial. He really wants to vote us to death all by himself. What's the point? So he had to change his defense strategy. Granted, that would give the rest of the Lakers a chance, but that's better than letting the guy go 3 for 3, right? On the Lakers side, head coach Vogel thought of that, too. King, they'll probably sack you next. When you encounter a sack, get out of the ball fast. Understand? Wang Yi nodded. Aha. Vogel added to the rest of the Lakers. If they wrap up King, your chance is coming. Make sure you take it. A host of Laker players nodded their heads. To capitalize on the opportunity, Vogel switched back to Caruso, who has a relatively slightly better grasp of the 3. Back from the timeout, the game continues. Alphabet is still killing strong inside hits. I have to say, this guy's inside ability is absolutely top-notch. Back on the Lakers offense, James passed the ball to Wang Yi from the top of the arc. Middleton rushed over to wrap it up. Wang Yi instantly made a quick out to James. James, unguarded, tries a 3. Although this shot was hard, it landed firmly in the basket. Alphabet, in turn, answered with a 2-run shot. Back to Wang Yi when he was sacked. The ball went back to James. This time Middleton came back quicker, but even then, it was still slightly slower. James took a 3-point shot and again hit it solidly. And Alphabet is a little tired from his continuous offense. The shot didn't go in when the power play was met with tough defense from Shogun. In return, Middleton didn't dare to sack Wang Yi again. Instead, Portis, who was defending Caruso, came over and tried to wrap it up. Wang Yi quickly dumps the ball to Caruso. Caruso tries to shoot in for a takedown but Lopez sprawls well inside. Caruso hastily hoisted the ball to the brow under the basket. The only defense under the basket at this point is Letters. The brow did not shoot after a back turn. Instead, as Alphabet sealed up, he tucked the ball through Alphabet's waist and to Shogun on the other side. Zhuangshan took the ball and faced the empty basket. Then naturally, he wanted to show his manly power. Yanked the basket almost out of shape. The spread has come to 19 points. Vogel on the sidelines watched the scene and couldn't help but have a pleased smile on his face. The Lakers came alive. Because Wang Yi and James' threes changed the Bucks' defense, the Lakers finally had a chance inside. A good offense is one that blossoms inside and out and at multiple points. That's exactly what the Lakers are doing right now. Back again. The Lakers still don't give Alphabet a chance to pass the ball. All the players blocked his route to the ball. Alphabet carried the brow down low and kept pressing in. After so many times in a row, even if he was a Greek monster, he was a bit overwhelmed. Halfway through the press, it looked like it wouldn't hold. He instantly took a step backward, then a golden chicken backpedal and threw the ball away. However, just as his ball had left his hand, a figure suddenly leapt out. Like an intercepted missile, he swung his right arm round and slapped the basketball in the air. Slap! The basketball was slapped far away. Fly to the audience. Wow! All the audience jumped. Volleyball hat. 132 3 points across half court. Volleyball hat. A volleyball slam on Alphabet. Wow! The audience, one by one, exclaimed in surprise. Wang Yi's capping ability was better than the average defender, which they all knew. But this time, the one who sealed the deal was the Greek monster Alphabet, who had just cut down 50 points in last year's finals. How could this not make the audience gasp? It's like when you cap a player who can only play in garbage time. Everyone just nods at best and plays well. But if you're capping a superstar like James Durant or something like that, then maybe you'll make headlines the next day. A cover can blow most of the year, say. Inside the Tencent NBA Live Hall, Auntie was so excited that she stood on her tiptoes, as if a girl in a long-distance relationship was jumping for joy when she saw her boyfriend suddenly appear in front of her. That's an awesome cap by E. So cool. Kerfan stole the show this time. The timing of this cap was found accurately, suddenly pouncing over when Alphabet's back was turned to him as he was preparing to shoot. This way Alphabet could not see him at all. And of course, Alphabet did not expect the distance to be so far that Wang Yi could pounce over in such a short time. This cap will be able to blow for a while. Zhang Weiping nodded. That's right, the defense made perfect sense on that shot. Standing in the passing route of the letter for several balls in a row, the letter will form a kind of subconscious mind. The Lakers will block the passing route, but when he is playing alone, no one will come over to assist the defense. At this time Wang Yi suddenly a change of pace. Come over to assist the defense. Out of the blue, the letters hit the mark. Whether it's on offense or defense, you've got to be varied and you've got to be elusive to your opponent. It's like what it is. Like Bruce Lee's philosophy of martial arts says, water has no regularity. There's no pattern to it, so you can't even figure out what he's going to do next. Kerfan couldn't interject and ended up having to make another concluding statement. Right. Scene. James strides over as Wang Yi slaps Alphabet. Roaring, ah dash. The beast growled. Seeing that Wang Yi did not roar angrily, he called out, King, you have to learn to catharticize, you have to learn to express, vent your emotions with a roar. Understand? Wang Yi squinted at James and joked, it's just a cap, it's not a sight to behold. James, in his excitement at this time, did not care about this, as he wrapped his arms around Wang Yi and heavily patted him twice on his back. Ahem. Spitting blood, Wang Yi said in a hurry. This guy, he really doesn't do it lightly. He only cares about his own venting and doesn't care if others can stand it or not. That seems a bit wrong somewhere. Alphabet turned back to Wang Yi, a burning gaze in his eyes and a cold, stern voice. I'll remember you. Wang Yi nodded. Thank you. Alphabet froze. I'm not complimenting you, am I? On the next possession, Alphabet didn't get the ball again. Instead, Holiday was holding the ball. Alphabet is indeed tired and he needs to rest. After Holiday passed to Middleton, Middleton hit another mid-range shot. He's also solid from mid-range. But back when they wrapped up Wang Yi, an opportunity arose there for Caruso. Caruso opens his hand for a three. At this point, there were still the last 27 seconds left in the second quarter. The Bucks ran out the 24 seconds and got a dunk with Lopez left. Only 3 seconds were left for the Lakers. James serves the inbounds pass. Holiday deadpanned against Wang Yi. Wang Yi hadn't made a three-point shot in 3 minutes since being sacked, though, but at this point, with only 3 seconds left, he was a man of honor. Brao and Chuangshan made a double cover for Wang Yi, blocking Holiday. Let Wang Yi catch the ball. After taking the ball, Wang Yi accelerated to run towards the front field. Alphabet pounced in a hurry. Wang Yi made a smooth turn and passed Alphabet, continuing to make a mad dash upfield. The eye was a step away from the center line and there was less than a second left on the clock. After he collects the ball, he's going to push it off his chest. Just then, Mildred pounced as well. Wang Yi then paused slightly in the air, waiting for Middleton to lunge past his body. This was a quick shot. Tick. The red light around the rim has come on, but the basketball, like a pedestrian running a red light, doggedly flew toward the opposite basket. The eyes of the 18,000 plus spectators on the floor, and the millions of viewers in front of the screen, were glued to the basketball as if they were looking at a dumbass who ran a red light. The basketball, however, defied the world and crossed the half-court distance with determination toward the basket. Boo! It hit the rim hard. It's as if you run a red light and suddenly get hit hard by a speeding car. Then it bounced into the basket moments later. Super Long hit the boards for a three. Wow! The whole place was abuzz. If Wang Yi's previous performance was as if he had dropped a bomb into the Staples Center, causing the scene to explode, that shot, then, was like dropping an atomic bomb into the Staples Center, sent the entire dugout into an instant frenzy. Lakers players came over to have to bump chests and high-five Wang Yi. Wang Yi was a come-on, except for a certain big, burly guy. On the contrary, on the side of the Bucks, each and every one of them looked at Wang Yi as if they were looking at a monster. How does this guy throw it? It's a ING goal. It's not even over the center line. And it's amazing that all the pull-ups and putts in the air are hitting. It's simply exaggerated to the point of being over the top. Lopez was all upset when he saw the celebratory gesture of Wang Yi raising his right hand after he threw in, looking at it over and over again, and then clenching it into a fist and raising it high in the air. In the second half, he definitely wouldn't let this yellow rat be so arrogant. 10 Cent Live. At this point the pop-ups were naturally full of SAXS again. Xiang marveled at Wang Yi's last 3 points. An intercontinental missile. It's an intercontinental missile. It's appalling. Unheard of. Now you can shout those 5 words. Lakers Championship, ELSP. If Wang Yi knew about it, I am afraid that he would only be speechless. Is there even half a connection between the Lakers Championship and me being an LSP? Dare I say the Lakers can't win a championship if I'm not LSP? In the live hall, my sister-in-law, on the other hand, excitedly flexed her left leg and jumped on one foot, as if a little girl with a tweedledee. Zhang Weiping Zhang Guide was also excited at this time. Oh, that got in? Now this isn't about what's reasonable or unreasonable. It's just Huoyuwuj. This player, Wang Yi, is really out of his element. Kofan was already summarizing his statement out of habit at this point. Director Zhang is right. At that moment, in a dark corner at the far end of the dugout, Polinka stroked his chin with one hand as he looked at Wang Yi who was retreating, then took out the phone. Looked at the time, 10:50 p.m. Wang Yi's agent should still be up. Couldn't care less though. Let's hit it first. Although in the United States, people generally have a strong sense of time. When I'm on duty, I'm on duty. When I'm off duty, it's my private time. Boss, if it's not a big deal, you'd better not call me. But team managers don't have that concept. There are times when team managers are asleep in the middle of the night and have other team managers calling in with offers. This has seen better days. 133 latest quotes for Wang Yi. Polinka took out her cell phone and was about to call Wang Yi's agent, Lorraine. But just then, the cell phone rang. Glancing at the phone on the screen, he couldn't help but smile. It was a call from Rockets general manager Raphael Stone. Polinka didn't answer immediately. Instead, he came to his office. He answered the phone when it rang once more. Polinka, you should know the purpose of my call. Polinka replied with a smile. And then what? I know you like to be straightforward, so I'll get right to the point. I want that Chinese player. Raphael spoke in a firm, not at all consultative tone. Instead, he took the stance of I'll take this player. You name your price. He used to work under Mo Dog as a data analyst. There is a deep understanding of the huge market that Wachovia players bring to the team. When the Rockets first drafted Yao Ming, the Rockets doubled their annual revenue in 9 years. The market capitalization has even gone from $250 million to $470 million. Since then, NBA teams have favored Wahoo players. The Bucks even took a big gamble on Yi Jianlian with the 6th overall pick back in the day. Unfortunately, Yi Jianlian was born at the wrong time, as a power forward, but he mostly receives the ball in the high post, preferring to shoot high jumpers and long shots from outside. The concept of a space-oriented power forward didn't exist back then. In the end, Yi Jianlian didn't make it in the NBA and the Bucks lost their big gamble. But now Wang Yi is different. He hasn't quite hit it out of the park yet, but with the way he's been playing these last dozen or so games, it's more than enough. The value of a player like that to a team is not something that can be measured by in-game stats. So Raphael's attitude towards the Chinese player is that he wants it. It's reasonable to assume that Wang Yi will be a free agent after this season. The Rockets will have Wang Yi in their pocket by the time they make an offer that makes him tick. But there's the fear that Polinka will match that offer when the time comes. According to NBA rules, if the home team matches the offer, then the player can only sign with the home team. So Raphael called first to talk to Polinka. Although there are still nearly half a year before the door to the trade market opens, Raphael believes that after half a year of his own softening, plus coming up with promises that will make Polinka's heart flutter, he will definitely be able to impress him. Polinka laughed at this point. Raphael, the whole world knows that the Rockets made a killing off Yao. Now that Wang is playing out, of course I won't let him go. You just die of this. Raphael laughed. Don't say things so harshly. I'm sure that if you take out enough benefits, you'll let go. Polinka said. You are right. So you can come up with enough interest to offset the value of the king? Raphael was momentarily speechless. This really doesn't. If Wang Yi continues his current performance until the end of the season, what could be more valuable than Wang Yi? The top pick? All kidding aside, the first rounders have to be able to cash in on the talent as well, and that's a risk. Win the batting star. Just kidding. If Wang Yi does play, then besides superstars like James, Durant, and Curry, who else could be more valuable to the team than him? And with Wang Yi's current performance, who's to say he won't become a superstar in the future? Once he becomes a superstar and is known all over the world, then he brings more value to the team than maybe even James. After all, behind Wang Yi stood the mighty Huaxia, and the hundreds of millions of fans in China. Polinka saw the silence across the room and he laughed. That's it. Raphael's voice came from over there. Okay, but I won't give up. I'm sure I'll impress you someday. Polinka laughed. Still, you're dead in the water. Hanging up the phone, Polinka was in a good mood. He called Lorraine's side, but the alert that came through the earpiece stayed on the occupied line. After 5 minutes, he called Lorraine again, but it was still occupied. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart as he thought of a certain possibility. What if it's another team manager who is contacting King's agent? Although in theory, even if other teams give Wang Yi more offers or not afraid, the Lakers can match. But what if someone else gives a promise that makes Wang Yi's heart flutter? Commitment to Wang Yi, for example, has an absolute tactical position on the team. What about the promise that he'll be the team leader when he goes? Those are things the current Lakers can't give. If that's the case, then even if the team ends up matching the offer and keeping Wang Yi, but Wang Yi's heart isn't in it, so it's inevitable that something will go wrong again next season. The thought made Polinka's head spin. He hastened to pluck Lorraine again, but Lorraine's phone remained busy. Polinka shook her head. Lorraine had to be reached by tomorrow. However, there is one thing that reassures him more. That is, Wang Yi will definitely go to the training center tomorrow. He himself will go to the training hall first thing in the morning and talk to him about this first. At least show Wang Yi first, showing the Lakers' sincerity. There is an old Chinese saying that proximity to water is the first thing to get the moon. Himself, that is. When he thought of this, he felt slightly emotional in his heart. Just over a month ago, Luo Lin called himself several times to try out Wang Yi and give him a short contract, almost begging himself to sign Wang Yi. Now that more than a month has passed, it is surprising that he would stoop so low in front of Luo Lin when he wants to renew Wang Yi's contract. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. This is the NBA. It's not just cruel to the players, it's cruel to the GMs as well. When a player makes a superb play, that's when his fate will no longer be in the hands of the team manager. He was able to control his own destiny. The team manager has to bow his head in front of him. The NBA is such a profit-driven league. The team manager also has to look out for his own and the team's interests. At this point in the Lakers' home locker room, the Lakers are a jubilant bunch. The players have been a blowhard to Wang Yi, but James, while quirky to drive the mood, was concerned enough to ask, "King, do you have a physical problem?" Wang Yi's fitness has been a problem. While he seems to be slightly stronger than he was in these last 2 games, by the end of the game, it was evident that he was running out of steam and his hitting percentage was dropping. He's not playing at the end of every game anymore. He's fighting for his life. As the team leader, he was not willing to see Wang Yi overexert himself in the regular season. Wang Yi can now be considered a baller, but Wang Yi's ceiling shouldn't stop at ballplayer. Instead, it's a superstar. The stage for superstars should be the playoffs. Wang Yi saw that his boss was concerned and he nodded. There was a real problem with fitness, with the back-to-back offenses just now and the fact that Holiday stayed close to him. You have to do a lot of running without the ball if you want to catch the ball. It's a huge test of his fitness. However, Wang Yi's next sentence made everyone freeze. But it's fine if you beat the Bucks in 3 quarters. 134 3-quarter beatdown on the Bucks? 3 quarters to beat the Bucks. Before the game, Wang Yi will not say such a thing. After all, the Bucks are the defending champions. Their set of championship classes are all still there. Coupled with Alphabet's superb individual ability, it seemed impossible for the Lakers to blow them out in 3 quarters. But anything can happen in the NBA. Underdogs can blow out the league's top team. The Lakers now have a 22-point halftime lead. With a little more energy, another 8-point win in 1 quarter in the third to get the spread up to 30. Wouldn't that be spent? Wang Yi's words touched the Lakers players a lot. If they can win by 30 points, then all their starters can clock out early. Players who haven't been able to get on the field and express themselves. James looked at Wang Yi, his eyes full of himself when he first entered the league. James, at that time, was new to the game. Believe that you are the chosen one, so no matter who you're up against, you're full of confidence. He has also made grandiose statements about blowing out opponents for 3 quarters. Vogel sees that James seems to be touched and then looks at the other players. One by one they are also touched by Wang Yi's words. He instantly clapped his hands together and said in a fighting voice, "Let's just do as Wang Yi said and beat the Bucks in 3 quarters. A 3-quarter blowout of the defending champions would do wonders for the players' self-confidence. Conversely, if you end up losing because you push too hard in the 3rd quarter and don't have the stamina in the 4th quarter, that's fine. It's just one regular season game." Lakers, a group of players to see the coach and James are this meaning. They won and all inside also lit up a burning fire. All the players formed a circle and raised their fists. Spanked the Bucks in 3 quarters. Next, Vogel did some very detailed setups. After all, the Bucks have undergone a qualitative change after the finals. Every aspect of their tenacity and execution has improved. So even though the Lakers are up by 22 points, they can't relax. In the visiting locker room, the atmosphere was a little dull. Lopez is holding a small notebook with a pen in his right hand, scribbling in it. He was writing down the inspiration that had suddenly sprung up in his mind just now. He has a keen interest in writing novels. I've written 3 novels in college. Wherever he goes, he takes a pen and a small notebook with him. Feel free to jot down any inspiration that pops into your head. Middleton is studying the video of the game he just played with Alphabet. Shoe King Tucker, meanwhile, was concentrating on the laces of a new pair of shoes, which he was going to change into later on in the game. Being the king of shoes, he changes his sneakers at least once per game. More swaps, and will even swap a pair for a section. The locker room was silent. For a good 3 minutes, no one said a word. Coach Budenholzer saw this and clapped his hands hard, saying, Hey, what's going on with all of you? You're down by this much and you're wussing out? 20 points is nothing. We were down 0-2 in the playoffs last year and won the Bucks. We were down 0-2 in the playoffs last year and won the Bucks. We were down 0-2 in the finals and won the Suns. What's 22 points now? It doesn't even count. All we have to do now is choke the Lakers from 3. At the same time we have to shoot our threes away. That way we will be able to catch up quickly. In the meantime, let's continue our strategy of clamping down on that Wahine. Rather get James and the brow open than that maniac's 3-point shooting. If Wang knew that he was called crazy by Budenholzer, he would probably be honored. It was at this point that a group of players reacted. It's only natural for Alphabet to lead by example as the team's current star. He said to all of them, "We are the champions and they are the losers. Now is the time for us to show what we are champions of, to show our resilience. We have to get this game back today." Lopez finally put away his little book and said, "Don't worry, coach, we are the champions. How can we be defeated by a mere Chinese? It's illogical." His words still held a deep prejudice against the Chinese. Finally, the third quarter kicked off. Good show. The Lakers have all their starters. The Bucks then replaced Portis with Tucker, who plays better defense and can also shoot the 3. The Bucks opened the game with a strong inside play by Alphabet, resulting in a 2+1. I have to say, when Alphabet is physical, it's really the Alphabet beast. When you look around the league, there isn't a team that has an interior line that can hold him down. But the Lakers' defensive strategy against him hasn't changed, still insisting that Alphabet play solo while cutting him off from his teammates. On the Lakers' side, as Wang was sacked, the rest of his teammates took their chances. Once the Lakers rotated the ball around, scoring became a lot easier. James, the Brow, Pope and Johnny, all 4 scored. Just who would have thought that at this point the Bucks' 3 suddenly opened up? First, Middleton swooped in and hit 3 3-pointers in quick succession. Holiday hit a 3-pointer after taking cover from Alphabet. Alphabet attempted a 3 as well. The Lakers had to tighten up their outside defense against them. But then the inside rebound leaks out again. Grabbed offensive rebound by Alphabet. Tucker's 3-point shot on second down. 6 3-pointers out of nowhere closed the gap to 14 points. The Lakers asked for a timeout in a hurry. In all fairness, the Lakers didn't play poorly on this offense coming out of the gate. Only the Bucks came up with 6 threes in 7 possessions, and hit all 6. Who's going to be able to handle that? Even Pat Riley, the Lakers' TV commentator on the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh. The Bucks' 3-point offense came out of nowhere and was too much. 6 threes in 7 possessions. If it's one person hitting so many threes, it's okay to defend a little bit. Now with multiple points, it's very difficult for the Lakers to defend. Sunderland shook his head slightly as well. That's the bottom line for the defending champions. It's just as well that their threes aren't open, but if they are, it's in bunches. In last year's finals, their threes just beat the Suns out of their minds many times. Pat Riley, in that case, how should the Lakers respond? Sunderland shook his head. That will just depend on their hands. If their hands are still hot after getting back on the court, then I'm afraid it's up in the air. At the same time, we also have to see if the Lakers' hands can open up. Wang was sacked. No way to take a shot. Then the rest of the Lakers will have to step up. Back from the timeout. The Lakers' first possession. The Lakers began to consciously let Wang receive the ball. They gave Wang a lot of cover. Wang, after getting away from Holiday, picked up the ball and directly dry-dialed for a 3. But the 3-point shot didn't connect. The Bucks launched a fast break. However, the Lakers retreat extremely fast defense. The Letter brother fast break failed to hit. Can only pass the ball to the left side of the 45 degrees outside the 3-point line Middleton. Middleton's hand was hot, and after catching the ball, he took a decisive shot. Even when Wang had retreated to him, he directly ignored Wang. When your hands are rolling, Who cares who you are? Even if there's a defender in front of you, just shoot from the face. However, just as he struck out, Wang Yi jumped up right after him. 135 double elevator door tactics. Middleton had his hands rolling and didn't care if there was a defender in front of him, and he is 2 meters 01, nearly 10 centimeters taller than Wang Yi, so he directly ignored Wang Yi's defense and pulled up for a decisive 3-point shot. However, just as he struck out, Wang Yi had already jumped up after him. When Middleton jumped to the highest point to take a shot, he suddenly realized that Wang Yi's hands were stopped in front of him like a volleyball blocking action. This surprised Middleton in his mind. How did this guy jump so high? Obviously almost 10 centimeters lower than himself, and his arm span is estimated to be just a little over 2 meters. How is it that when you jump up, you are 5 centimeters higher than your own point of entry? Boo! The basketball crashed into Wang Yi's hand. The block was successful. Meanwhile, Wang Yi dropped down and got the ball in the process. Throw it straight downfield. Pope got the ball and ran all the way forward, but he did not make a layup. Instead, he threw the ball to the rim. At the same time, a follow-up man tank actually flew, intercepted the basketball with one hand in the air. Clang! There was a loud bang that resonated throughout Staples. One-handed splits, and the dunk had such a high jump that his head was almost flush with the basket. Who would have thought that the old man, who was 38 years old, would still be able to flat basket bomb buckets? The shot, which instantly set Staples ablaze. It also gave the Lakers court players a boost of energy. The defense also worked harder on the next turn. The Lakers head coach waved from the sidelines for Wang Yi and Pop to switch defenses. It's up to Wang Yi to defend Middleton. Although he was nearly 10 centimeters taller than Middleton, Wang Yi's crossover speed was extremely fast. Plus he runs around the field almost like he can't die, all the time. It was enough to pester Middleton and keep him from catching jumpers. Sure enough, Wang Yi was practically plastered to his side after each of Middleton's catches. Middleton had just been covered once and was slightly hesitant to take a shot. Of course, the Bucks have pick-and-roll plays designed for Middleton. But let's not forget that the Lakers have a pervert in James. His perversity is not just in his inhuman physicality, and his perverted memory. As a kid he and his buddies loved to play a fighting game. He's the only one who can memorize all the combos of all the game characters. That's why he can easily crush all the little guys. And on the field, he only had to see the opposing team's plays once to memorize the plays and runs. Keep in mind that there are 30 teams in the NBA, and each team has at least a couple dozen sets of plays, even hundreds of sets if you have more. And many teams are still developing new plays. How sick of a memory would a person have to try to memorize so many tactics? But he just can remember. So when the Bucks start running plays, James will shout out a reminder. AD, block the bottom corner. Middleton's going to catch the ball there and shoot a 3. Pop. Drummond, guard the basket. Middleton will be open for a layup. King, stay on the right side. Middleton, it's a counter run. Imagine how many of the opposing team's tactics are recognized when such a freak exists on the team. How else is the opponent going to play? Of course, that's not to say that you'll recognize it every time. The team would constantly develop new plays, half of which James had never even seen and naturally couldn't recognize, but at least the other half would be recognized by James. Middleton had only one feeling at this point: suffocation. Many of the runs would have been recognized and Wang Yi would have been able to keep a dead eye on him. He hadn't been able to land a shot for a couple of rounds in a row. And back to the Lakers running the plays backwards. James took the ball at the top of the 3-point arc, and Wang Yi kept circling the cover inside. Holiday is as close as a bullseye. As Wang Yi ran underneath the basket, he suddenly and quickly went through the middle of Thickers and Shogun. Holiday rushes in trying to catch up, but Thickbrow and Shogun moved slightly to the center, like an elevator closing. It's elevator door tactics. Of course, the elevator door play doesn't leave enough room for the defense to move to cover the foul easily. That's why the league rarely sees this tactic anymore, but Vogel has perfected it. The movement of the thick eyebrows and the Shogun did not close the door. Instead, there's a little gap in the middle. Holiday was able to squeeze through, but squeeze through and you'll get slightly stuck that way. This would slightly distance him from Wang Yi. At this point, Pope and James would form a second elevator door at the top of the arc. When Wang Yi went through this elevator door, Popper and James moved to the center. Holiday was so slightly stuck by the first elevator door that by the time he got to the second elevator door, it had already finished closing. This does not result in a moving cover foul. Holiday would have to go around the elevator door if he wanted to defend Wang Yi again, but then it was simply too late. As for the rest of the Bucks, they've never even seen the play. Not sure who exactly the Lakers ended up finishing, so there was some confusion on defense. James made a hand pass to Wang Yi as he closed the door. Wang Yi did not stop for a moment. With both feet just pointing out to the 3-point line, he shot straight up, unguarded and still more effortless upside-down throws. The basketball ran to the basket without any hesitation. Swish! 3 solid hits. The difference came to 17 points in an instant. the audience was instantly buzzing. But these fans aren't so professional after all. Not sure about the brilliance of this goal. All they saw was Wang Yi scoring a 3. The commentary is just a little more professional than the fans. Pat Riley was surprised. Wow, this is double elevator door tactics? Sunderland laughed in turn and shook his head. Double elevator doors? Vogel, a coach who is good at defense, can come up with such an odd offensive play. It's really amazing. Tencent NBA Live Hall. Zhang Weiping guide a series of 3 oohs and ahs. Ho 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 ho. Is this double elevator door tactics? The Warriors used to use the elevator door play, which was complained about by several teams, and then the referees blew hard on the moving coverages in the play, causing the Warriors to have to abandon the play. But now with Vogel's double elevator doors, the first one, while on the move, is clearly leaving some space for the defender. That level of physical contact is nowhere near the point of moving cover. So the purpose of that first door is just to slow Holiday down a little bit, so that the second door can be closed completely before Holiday arrives. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Sometimes when you look at the tactics and routines of these coaches in the NBA, it's really something to shoot for. Kerfin nodded and said, and from this shot, you can also see how much of a three-point threat Wang Yi is. Director Zhang immediately picked up the conversation. That's right. Wang Yi shoots alone and 4 teammates cover for him. This not only shows how much of a three-point threat Wang Yi is, but also how important his tactical position is on the Lakers. What do you mean by reasonable? It's called reasonable. This is what basketball should be like. Wang Yi is shooting a very high 45% from 3, but he can't just bang and shoot blindly from the outside. You have to make plays. Of course, the three-point touch reaches Wang Yi like this. Sometimes blind shooting can also be scored, but occasionally so play can. If you field so bonkers blind shot, that's simply not. Having said both pro and con, Kerfin could only finally make a desperate summary statement, but he was also not willing to say too little, so this one adds a few words. Director Zhang analyzed it correctly. 136. It's not a three-quarter rain, it's artificial rain. Wang Yi's 3 points made Coach Budenholzer on the sidelines heart tighten. Damn it, there's not going to be another wave. It's already a stretch for a guy to come up with a 3-point rain a game. You don't have enough for this one, but you want to play it again? Back in the game, Alphabet scored inside to make it a 15-point spread. The Lakers, on the other hand, once again offered up a wall of man tactics on their side. The human wall formed by Pop, Thick Brow and Shogun was like a galaxy drawn by the Queen Mother, separating Wang Yi from Holiday. Holiday could only gaze fondly at Wang Yi, but it was out of reach. Wang Yi threw the basketball like an embroidered ball. Holiday, however, had no desire to even go for it. This ball, it's too high. Swish, Wang Yi hit again from 3. The spread is 18 points. Coach Budenholzer's heart sank once again on the sidelines. It's really coming. A guy who rained down 2 threes in one game. What the hell is this? Artificial rain? So he urgently requested a timeout to break Wang Yi's hand before the rain got too heavy. Break Wang Yi's momentum as well. During the timeout, he pumped up his morale. Holiday, you keep following that guy on defense. They have just a few 3-point plays. It's impossible to use those plays from start to finish. Everyone else be smart. Whoever sees Wang Yi going to the 3-point line to receive the ball, jam his route for me. Let him encounter confrontation every step of the way as he goes to the 3-point line. This way he will lose his shooting rhythm. And secondly, it will greatly deplete his physical energy. When Lopez heard this, he glanced far away at Wang Yi at the far end. This yellow-skinned monkey, he really owes it to himself. Back from the timeout, the Bucks offense, after Alphabet kills the lane, he is stopped by a combination of Johnston and Thickers. James got just the right amount of sacks, and the trio closed in on Alphabet in the box. Eyes can't get out of the ball. Lopez suddenly slipped in from the baseline. Middleton, next to him, hastened to shout a reminder. Almost 24 seconds. Pass the ball. Pass the ball. Alphabet finally found a glimmer of an opening and knocked the ball off the side of Johnny's legs and hit the ground to Lopez. But at the same time, Wang Yi, who was supposed to be defending Middleton, had lunged towards Lopez at the same time that Alphabet had just passed the ball out. On this shot, if Lopez had made another pass, there simply wouldn't have been enough time. That's why Wang Yi decisively abandoned Middleton in his own defense. After Lopez took the ball, he saw that Wang Yi had pounced over though, but he simply ignored it. He was even disdainful in his mind. Oh, yellow rat, even if you come to me, so what? 1 foot 92 inches and 2 feet 13 inches, a difference of more than 20 centimeters. I'll dunk in front of you. What can you do to me? It's like I'm hitting on your wife right in front of you, and what can you do to me? So he took the ball and then lifted it high in the air with his right arm, jumping on 1 foot. At the same time, his left arm is forward and his left hand is directly at Wang Yi's face. If Wang Yi dared to come over to cover him, his left palm would rack his face without mercy. Just then, however, as Lopez had just jumped, with his feet a mere 10 centimeters off the ground, well short of the highest point. Wang Yi jumped up on both feet. It rose vertically like the ladder cloud vertical in Chinese martial arts. While in the air, the head tilted slightly to avoid Lopez's claws. The right hand was raised high in the air and pressed toward the ball in Lopez's air. Boo! The basketball was in the air, caught in the hands of both men, left and right. Lopez is tall and has a bit more power than Wang Yi, but not big enough to put the ball in the basket in that situation. Instead, the basketball crosses over Wang Yi's head and falls down Wang Yi's back. Oh! The fans at the venue burst out in shock. Sealed. The 1 foot 92 inches Wang Yi vigorously blocked the 2 feet 13 inches Lopez. It is important to know that Wang Yi, at 1 meter 92, is considered to be relatively low in the NBA, where long men are like forests, and at 2 feet 13 inches, Lopez is definitely considered a giant in today's NBA. You can imagine the visual impact of this goal. After Wang Yi landed on the ground, he quickly turned around, copied the ball and ran towards the front court. All of the Lakers players also made a mad dash toward the front court in unison. Holiday came over to delay a pass from Wang Yi, leaving him no way to pass the ball long into the front court. Wang Yi made a fake of a long pass, then quickly turned around and passed Holiday, running wild toward the front. Next to him, Lopez cursed under his breath. Fark, reaching out to come and pull Wang Yi. Getting a big hatchet from a scalawag was more than he could stand. However, Wang Yi's speed is too fast and relatively speaking, his size is much more clumsy. This one was a little late to pounce. When Wang Yi came to the front court, he passed the ball to Zhuangxin who had already reached the basket, but Alphabet is extremely quick to get back on defense, took 3 steps from the 3-point line, flew through the air, and nailed Johnny's shot to the rim with a big long arm. Good to follow up with Pope getting the ball in the back. Seeing no room for a shot, he had to pass back to James. James saw Alphabet under the basket and swept his eyes to Wang Yi, who had just gotten to the 3-point line. He sent a one-handed pass behind him to Wang Yi. Wang Yi takes the ball and resolutely strikes it. Lopez, who rushed back behind him, attempted to seal the deal, but it was too late. Swish, the basketball drilled right into the net. The point spread is 21 points. Damn you guys, Lopez cursed angrily as he glared hatefully beside Wang Yi. Not only did the guy block his dunk, but he made a 3 in front of him. It's an abomination. Isn't every yellow rat so hateful? The scene has naturally been detonated for a long time. 3 threes in a row is needless to say, which has been seen in Wang Yi. But Wang Yi's blocked shot sent everyone's adrenaline soaring. Everyone felt heat in their cheeks and eyes. The passion in his body seemed to overflow at any moment. Great job, King. That's a cool cap. It's a reward for that padded monster. In the Tencent NBA livestream, the pop-ups were already occupied by Six and LSP. In the live hall, my sister-in-law was so excited that she clenched a pair of pink fists. It kept jumping gently. Kervin, for his part, was so excited that he cried out in broken tones. Great shot, a blocked shot plus a trailing 3. It's so beautiful, so uplifting. The best defense of the game is born. He said 3 sentences in one breath before Director Zhang could speak, so that I don't have to make only a summary statement later. Sure enough, Director Zhang spoke. Good shot. What's so good about this ball is the cap. Without the cap there would have been no 3 points behind it. The Bucks scored 2 less points and the Lakers added 3. 5 points inside and out. Wang Yi is 1 meter 92 and covers the 2 meter 13 Lopez. This kind of spectacle is really pleasing to the eye. And Wang Yi's judgment of timing was spot on. With just the last second left on the clock, it was impossible for Lopez to reverse the ball again. Plus, when Wang Yi jumped to the highest point, Lopez had only just jumped. That's what sealed the shot. Otherwise, with Wang Yi's height, it's basically impossible for Wang Yi to cover him when Lopez goes high. Corbin secretly rolled his eyes. Sure enough, there was no way to interject. He glanced at his sister-in-law. You do the summarizing statement. In her agitation, my sister-in-law only came in with a commiserating voice. Right. Scene. Coach Budenholzer shook his head back and forth. This guy has really started to make it rain artificially. And you have such a good defense when you have artificial rain. The first round back from the timeout is a big hat. Let's not let anyone live. 137. Wang Yi made 3 consecutive 3-pointers, once again instantly widening the gap to 21 points. Budenholzer looked at the time. 4 minutes left in the third quarter. It's going to be a tough fourth quarter if we can't get the deficit down to single digits in those 4 minutes. All he wanted to do was ask for another timeout and talk to his players about defense. But too many timeouts were used up in the second and third quarters. If another call is made, there will be a dilemma of no timeouts available in the fourth quarter. So all he could do was yell at the players from the sidelines. Defense. You guys have to defend his threes to beat our counterattacks. Defensive rebounding. That's what we do best. Be aggressive on the defensive end, even if it's a vicious foul. At the same time no mistakes can be made. Absolutely no mistakes. Lopez, you've got to toughen up. You can't get capped by a little guy who's 5 feet 9 inches. Lopez heard the coach's words and glanced at Wang Yi. Ing yellow rats. You will pay for your behavior. At this moment, Wang Yi also looked at the time. The last 4 minutes of the third quarter remained. So, let's get started. Use the Junior Ghost Hand Snatch Experience card. Junior Ghost Hand Steals Experience card. 50% success rate in stealing. Time limit for use, 5 minutes. Since they want to blow out the Bucks in 3 quarters, don't give them any chances. Bucks offense. Alphabet has the ball at the top of the arc. After a spin past the Vickers, he made his way to the penalty box. In the middle of the box, in the face of Shogun's complimentary defense, he dumped the ball directly toward the right side of the 45-degree three-point line. Lopez was already there waiting. It's a regular play for the Bucks. Alphabet kills inside and the opponent has to wrap up multiple times. The rest of the Bucks would then pull out to the three-point line, where the letters would pass the ball out and there were open opportunities everywhere. However, it was at this moment that Wang Yi abandoned Middleton in his own defense. He fired his feet and made a sudden fish leap. The body is almost parallel to the floor. Intercepted the ball while it was in the air. Lopez's eyes almost flamed at the sight. Ing yellow rats. He directly lunged at Wang Yi. Instead, Wang Yi threw the ball to Pope next to him and the Lakers launched a fast break. Seeing this, Lopez had to abandon Wang Yi for the time being and follow his team back to defense. Wang Yi also hurriedly climbed up and followed Lopez, running towards the front field. By the time he got to the front court, the Lakers had already passed the ball around. Didn't pour out the chances. Pop saw that Wang Yi had just returned to the top of the three-point arc. He immediately passed the ball to Wang Yi. As soon as Wang Yi took the ball, the crowd went crazy. One by one, they all stood up. Wang Yi is now 9 of 12 from three-point range for the game. That's a horrendous hit rate. Will this one hit? Everyone was expecting the shot to hit. After Wang Yi caught the ball, he was in front of Lopez who had just come back and hadn't had a chance to get into position yet. Lopez cursed under his breath when he saw Wang Yi with the ball. Asterisk 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 ing midgets. With that, he took small steps and came up on defense. Wang Yi is facing Lopez, who is more than 20 centimeters taller than him, and is undoubtedly going to single. He dribbled the ball and took a step forward to the left with his left foot. Lopez hastily took a step back. Instead, Wang Yi pulled the ball back from his hips. At the same time, he took a step back to the right, pulling away from Lopez. Singling a big man like that was just too easy for him. Just like Paul, big men move slowly and it's easy to either break them down or swing away and shoot a three. After shaking Lopez, Wang Yi pulled up and shot a three. Lopez was wrist won by Wang Yi and was therefore smacked soft by the coach. Another steal by Wang Yi. Now he is easily shaken by Wang Yi and has to shoot 3 points. The anger in his heart went straight to the sky, secretly cursing, asterisk 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 me. Then stretching his long arm, he sealed towards Wang Yi. Of course, there was no way he could have sealed the deal when he was shaken so far away. Wang Yi's ball is out and headed towards the basket. Lopez, however, still took a step forward. Feeling that one step wasn't enough, the right foot reached forward again, all the while looking back at the basketball in the air. Tilt your upper body toward the basket and make like you're going for the rebound. Swish, the basketball pierced the basket. At the same time, Wang Yi's descending foot happened to step on the right foot that Lopez had extended. The whole person suddenly lost his balance and fell backwards to the ground. Ah! Wang Yi let out a miserable scream and pressed his hands tightly on his right ankle. The expression on his face was agonized, even a bit hideous. The referee's whistle blows to make the call. Lakers, 3 points count. Bucks Lopez, 3-point foul. When Lopez heard the call, he put his hands on his head and screamed out of the side of his mouth, "Oh no," then went after the referee, spreading his hands in innocence. "Why? I'm just a normal defense. He was the one who kicked me. Didn't you see? He kicked me before he went down. It should have been an offensive foul on him." And at that moment, the hearts of all the fans in the stadium were shocked. All the fans in front of the screen were also shocked. In the Tencent NBA livestream, the pop-up screen exploded. Padfoot monster. This B is so dirty. This is going to ruin Yi's career. Get out of the NBA. This guy has patted his feet not once or twice. Dirty B. I hope he's okay. My sister-in-law's heart tightened at the sight. Hands clasped each other and pressed against his chest. Nothing can happen to E. Kafan's face was a bit grave. This ball, Lopez has the suspicion of patting. I hope Wang Yi is okay. As a commentator, it would have been impossible for him to say publicly that someone patted their feet. So let's just say that Lopez is suspected of patting. Director Zhang Weiping Zhang, on the other hand, shook his head repeatedly. We can't characterize him and just say he's definitely patted. But that's a really bad defensive habit by the Bucks. Both Alphabet and Lopez always can't control their feet when defending the opponent's shot child. Maybe they're planning on grabbing the rebound after a block, and their feet have to power up, so they have to probe forward to stomp the floor. but that's likely to probe your foot into the feet of an offensive player. This habit is really bad. You can go see how Wiggins plays defense, how Lillard plays defense. That's the player that really commands respect. Playing tough isn't the same as trying to smash people's jobs. On the scene, the match was temporarily interrupted because Wang was still down on the ground. The Lakers players came over and asked Wang if he was okay, and Lopez was still shaking his head continuously, with an innocent face, looking like an innocent child who had been wronged by his family, and his mouth was constantly talking. That wasn't a foul. That really wasn't a foul. This is a common routine for all padded feet monsters. First, try to make an effort to look like you're blocking, and then when the opponent shoots, sneak your foot underneath the opponent's foot. At the same time, make the appearance of looking back to the basket. Never look at each other's feet during this process. If the referee blows the whistle, an innocent look immediately appears on the face while constantly complaining to the referee, "I'm the victim." 138 aerial split dunk on the Padfoot monster, above Staples Center. All the fans were nervously looking at Wangi, who was down on the ground in the middle of the field. The Lakers players came over to ask Wangi how he was doing. The team doctor came over and half-kneeled next to Wangi, asking how he was feeling. On the big screen, there was a constant replay of the footage from when Lopez patted his feet. The average player on defense, when an opponent throws the ball, is simply not going to continue to march towards the offensive player unless his body is out of control. But Lopez took a step forward when Wangi had clearly thrown it. Feeling it wasn't enough, it went on to take one more step. This just happened to pad under Wangi's feet. The most infuriating thing is that he was clearly the one who patted his feet, and he ended up making an innocent face, as if he was the biggest victim. The fans couldn't hold back any longer, and Staples Arena erupted in neat curses. Padfoot monster, Padfoot monster, Padfoot monster. Javi in the replay center has begun to analyze the move. This action, it should be a first-degree misdemeanor, because that last step that Lopez took was a non-essential move. According to the rules, a non-essential action, if the consequences are serious, then a first-degree malicious foul can be called, whether intentional or unintentional. A few moments later, the live referee gave the results. Common foul. Oh no. Fans shook their heads. There was a lot of cursing. SB ref, SB ref, SB ref. But the referee didn't care and still upheld the decision. The on-site referee relied on the fact that, according to NBA rules, a malicious foul is generally not blown unless the padding is particularly obvious. Because with this kind of padding you can hardly tell if the defender is subjectively intentional or unintentional. On the floor in the center of the court, Wangi finally stood up at this moment. He tightened the laces of his shoes and stomped his right foot hard, indicating to the team doctor, "I'm fine." James asked, "Is it really okay?" Wangi nodded, "It's really fine." A quiet wink to James followed. James understood at once. "I see. You're quite the little wit." As it turns out, Wangi was holding his feet and screaming in misery, but really just trying to wrestle a foul. Referees sometimes call penalties and look at the results. For example, some ambiguous hitting fouls on layups that the refs won't blow if the ball goes in. If it doesn't go in, a foul is blown on the batter. That's why Wangi fell to the ground and screamed, just to get the referee to blow a foul on Lopez. As for his foot, it's perfectly fine. Joking aside, how could he not protect himself against a repeat padded offender like Lopez? He had studied many of them on game tape, and from Kobe, had learned how to defend himself against the Padres. Bruce Bowen, once of the Spurs, was a dirty player who specialized in the use of padded stunts. He plays almost everything. The number of players who have fallen at his feet is, to exaggerate, countless. One year in the playoffs, the Lakers met the Spurs. Bruce Bowen stared down Kobe and he made several attempts to pad Kobe, but Kirby always comes out unscathed. Was it Bowen's lack of mat skills? No. Bowen has focused on scrapping for 20 years and has a lot of experience with the pads. The padding technique has long been practiced to perfection. So why is it that Kobe, however, always gets away with his padded stunts? The reason is that Kobe knew Bowen played dirty and loved to pad his feet. So when he shoots in front of Bowen, he doesn't put his weight on his feet when he lands. Either lean your body back and let yourself fall backwards. Either that or cross your legs and avoid his padded feet. It was either that or land on one foot and avoid Bowen's probing sinister black foot with the other. So when Wangi stepped on Lopez's foot just now, his center of gravity was actually in his upper body, and his body was tending to fall backwards. His foot only stepped lightly, not firmly, but even so, it still set him on fire. His eyes were dead set on the far end of the court, the guy who was still playing innocent. Both fists gradually clenched. Seeing this, James patted Wangi's chest. "Brother, don't be impulsive." Wangi still stared at Lopez and said with his mouth, "If you get the chance, pass me the ball." James shook his head slightly when he saw that Wangi really seemed to be a bit impulsive. "We're up by over 20 points and things are looking good. Calm down, King." The subtext is, don't ruin this win by being impulsive. There's no denying that James is cool on the court. In general, he rarely gets angry. But Wang Yi is not James, being maliciously patted. If he did not make a strong retaliation, should he keep this anger in his heart? He was afraid of holding it in. The ball I'm going to win, and the gas I'm going to get out. Standing at the free throw line, Lopez stood next to Wang Yi as he made his free throws. The words kept coming out of his mouth. Just play, pathetic assholes. Guys like you don't deserve to be on the field. Basketball is a man's sport. If you want to act pathetic, go home and act pathetic. Only your mom will pity you and take care of you like a baby. This is to interfere with Wang Yi's free throws. It's just that Wang Yi's free throws are fast and accurate. When the umpire tossed him the ball, he didn't even tap it. It seems to have struck out quite randomly. Swish! The basketball hit with precision. The Lakers led by 25 points. Wang Yi cast a provocative look at Lopez. Lopez glared back, cursing viciously. Rumpelstiltskin, I'll have you later. Back in the game, the Bucks were back on offense. Middleton had a hard time catching the ball with Wang Yi's defense. Good thing Alphabet gave him cover. He slightly got rid of Wang Yi and that's when he caught the ball. However, just after receiving the ball, Wang Yi had already followed. However, Wang Yi was pouncing from the side and it was too late to cover him. Middleton has the ball and is about to jump. His eyes were filled with a confident gaze. The mid-range after the catch is his specialty. But just then, Wang Yi, who had just pounced over, suddenly stretched out his arm and cut the ball underhand. Snap! This one cuts hard. It's fast, accurate and hard. The basketball was slapped right off. Pope scooped up the ball in one smooth motion. Pat Riley, the live commentator, was surprised. Oh, another king steal. That's his second steal in a row. Sunderland also said in surprise, there should be nothing wrong with his ankle or the ball wouldn't have broken at all. On the field, the Lakers tried to start a fast break, but the Bucks weren't slow to retreat. Soon, both sides fall into position. James has the ball at the top of the arc. At this point, due to the Lakers' three-point drive, the Bucks defense did not dare to use the joint defense again. Instead, it's man-to-man defense. Defending James, it was Middleton. James pointed to Middleton's feet, signaling Wang Yi to come over and play blocking match with him. Just now, Wang Yi was obviously a bit impulsive. James intends to let Wang Yi calm down, so this ball he intends to attack by himself. Wang Yi blocked for James, who easily got away from Middleton and into the lane. At this point, all of the Lakers players pulled away to make room for James to break through, but Johnny didn't have the shooting ability, so Lopez, who was defending him, didn't follow him out and remained at the rim. He saw James burst in and immediately stepped forward slightly. James faced low. Pez, an instant thought flashed through his mind. Do you force a layup for a foul, or do you turn around and shoot backwards? Just as this thought flashed by him, he suddenly glimpsed Wang Yi following Shun down. 139 airborne split dunk on the padfoot monster. Below, James glanced at the suddenly smooth Wang Yi and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What's going on? According to the tactics, this ball Wang Yi should have pulled to the outside and waited for the catch and shoot after playing the block. The coach hadn't even designed a play to get Wang Yi to go down. After all, Wang Yi is only 1.92 meters. Down the line, even if he gets the ball, it is difficult to make a difference in the interior. But while Lopez didn't exactly leave the basket on this one, the defense's attention was mostly on his side. So Wang Yi will be facing a half-empty basket after he goes down. The thoughts were just a flash in James' mind. At the same time, he had thrown the ball high in the air with his left hand. Lopez saw this and knew it was bad. Hurriedly, he moved towards Wang Yi who had just smoothed down on the other side. However, Wang Yi was already jumping a step away from the reasonable rushing line. In the air, he caught the basketball that had just come flying in with both hands. A roar escaped his mouth as he faced Lopez, who had moved over in haste. Almost using all his strength, he slammed the ball hard into the basket. Lopez tried to reach out and push Wang Yi, who was in the air. However, Wang Yi had already rushed towards him with a huge impact. With great force, it crashed through his arm. At the same time, Wang Yi's knee, ruthlessly pushed against Lopez's chest. Lopez was instantly flipped to the ground. At the same time, clang, the basket made a loud sound as if it was matching Wang Yi's roar. The basketball hoop was constantly swaying back and forth, as if showing submission to Wang Yi. Lopez fell to the ground, covering his chest in pain and baring his teeth. At this moment, the entire Staples was suddenly silent. All the fans were dumbfounded as they looked at Wang Yi hanging on the basket. The 1'92" Wang Yi, airborne spacing the 2'13" Lopez. Who would have thought of this scene before the game? Who would have dared to think of this scene? The visual impact of this image is as if a Boeing 747 had fallen diagonally from the sky and then crossed less than 20 meters away from you. That terrifying sound, that horrifying power, that airwave that seemed to be able to lift people off the ground. Nothing is left to chance. The security guards on the sidelines, while the game was going on, had been facing the crowd, with their backs to the field. But at this moment, seeing the strange expressions of the audience, they were all puzzled. What happened on the field? Even they couldn't help but look back at the pitch. On top of the court, Lopez fell to the ground and Wang Yi just let go of the basket and landed firmly. It doesn't seem like anything too strange, but when they saw the replay on the big screen, their eyes widened and their mouths opened slightly. How is this possible? More than 20 centimeters lower than the other side. Surprisingly airborne interception. It's crazy. It's definitely the craziest thing they've seen in a while. Tencent NBA Live Room, Anti, Kofan and Zhang Weiping Zhang Guide, all silenced at this time. That goal was too much of a shock. It was so shocking that they forgot to speak. On the pop-up screen, there was also silence at this point. All the fans who saw this scene were so surprised that they forgot to make a sound. This went on for a full 5 seconds. It's like the calm before the storm. The next moment, there was a sudden, concentrated outburst. The pop-up exploded. 666666666, 666666666, 66,666, because it was so shocking and emotional. All the fans' hands were shaking even as they typed. They could only hit a series of SIXS. Team Dasho Ma Dasho, 66666666666666666666666666666666666666666. His series of SIXS is full of deep meaning, including, brother, this ball is not the season's top 50 wonderful dunks. I live each Sean. Kerfan froze for a moment before screaming out in excitement. Awesome! Awesome bomb! The heavens have turned pale. Wang Yi is going to blow up. See? The yellow man can also fly. At this moment, Wang Yi Jordan Carter James soul possessed. He's not fighting alone. He's not alone dash. This last sentence was, once again, shouted in broken tones. Director Zhang also spoke up at this time. He didn't utter a huge set of words, though, instead making summarizing statements like Kerfan had done before. Right. The excitement in his heart far exceeded that of anyone else. So excited that his hands were even trembling slightly. From the time he entered the Shikahai Amateur Sports School in 1960 and was exposed to basketball, he has always hoped for the rise of Chinese basketball. He has won 2 Asian championships and 1 Asian Games for the national team. At that time, it was the pinnacle of Chinese basketball. He had thought that was just the beginning, but he didn't realize that it was the end. He also dreamed of the NBA. But when the dream fell through, he could only hope for the generations to come. But in the entire 60-plus years, only Yao Ming has sort of made a name for himself in the NBA. After Yao Ming retired, no one in China has been able to get a foothold in the NBA. Meanwhile, WAC basketball has hit rock bottom. How many times have you dreamed of a Wahoo player galloping to the NBA? How many times have you dreamed of a Wahine player spacing out an opponent like Jordan James? He had thought he would never have the chance to see it with his own eyes in his life. Little did he know that today, now, his dream would suddenly come true. Chinese, Wang Yi, aerial spacing Lopez in the NBA. This is the pride of Chinese basketball, the pride of Chinese people. To others, it was just an exaggerated sack, but in his eyes, this is the hope for the rise of Chinese basketball. The thought had brought tears to his eyes. The scene, after a moment of silence, suddenly erupted into loud cheers and applause. The Bucks head coach couldn't take it anymore and called a timeout loudly. Shu King Tucker and Middleton combined their efforts to pull Lopez, who had fallen to the ground, to his feet. Dude, is everything okay? Middleton asked. Lopez shook his head in bewilderment. Although Middleton received a negative answer, his heart sank hard when he saw the look on Lopez's face. This is losing the fight. He plays 82 games a year and he's seen players get beat up until they lose their minds. But I didn't expect Lopez to lose his fight. You know, among the Bucks, Lopez is definitely considered a villain. As an opponent, it would be extremely annoying to have a player like that. But as a teammate, there's a lot of love for a player like that. Every team that wins a championship has one of these stadium villains. Warriors Green, Spurs Bowen. Such villains seem to be perpetually full of fight. They will always tangle with the opposing team's ace. But now Lopez, who is the Bucks villain, is losing his fight. It's really hard for people to imagine. At the thought, Middleton gave Alphabet a wink. Alphabet would be pleased, patting Lopez on the back as he walked to the sidelines. Well, Lopez, like the Walking Dead, walked to the sidelines while subconsciously returning. Aha! Alphabet couldn't help but be on his feet. Lopez seemed flummoxed by the shot. When he came to the sidelines, Lopez sat on the bench. Then, like the Walking Dead, he stared blankly at the field. The focus was gone from the eyes. It was as if he was deep in the shock of the sack he had just been given, and he was half in a daze. Naturally, head coach Budenholzer is keenly aware of these details. The team is currently down by 27 points, and that's still small potatoes. If Lopez can't come back from this one, it will be harder to come back later. As a villain, a fighter, there is nothing worse than losing your will to fight. And now Lopez, who has lost the fight,